I've never seen such a terrible man. For his own selfish desires, he personally handed his girlfriend of many years over to another man. As night fell, Kiki was hurriedly brought by her boyfriend to a luxurious high-end club. She had no idea what she was about to experience that night. Upon entering the private room, Kiki immediately noticed a man sitting across from her, whose looks could make any woman scream. But the first thing her boyfriend said when he came in was, "Mr. Biming, I brought my girlfriend as promised. Can we talk business now?" Kiki was confused upon hearing this, wondering why she needed to be present for a business discussion. But she felt a sense of unease. It turned out that her boyfriend Xiaoyang's company was in big trouble, and only this cold-faced Mr. Biming could help solve the problem. His scheming eyes were intently examining Kiki. Seeing this, Xiaoyang quickly explained to Mr. Biming, "My girlfriend is pure." At this, someone in the room laughed, saying, "Are you impotent? Who would believe such nonsense?" Then, the shameless Xiaoyang actually said, "Let Mr. Biming verify it himself." Before he finished speaking, he forcefully pushed his girlfriend on a Biming's lap and turned to leave. He didn't forget to say, "Mr. Biming, please enjoy." It was then that the naive Kiki realized her boyfriend had sold her to this cold, devilishly handsome man. Kiki struggled hard, trying to escape, while Biming held Kiki, silently blowing a cloud of smoke at her. Though terrified, Kiki mustered up the courage to say, "Let go of me. Touch me again, and I'll report you." Hearing this, Biming pulled her closer into his arms and flashed a devastatingly charming smile. He said to her, "All of Dongling is mine. How and where will you report me?" Kiki was puzzled. Who exactly was he to make such a bold claim? Suddenly, the disdainful Biming said to her, "I'll give you a chance tonight. If you can successfully walk out of here, I won't touch you or bother you again." After a moment of stunned silence, Kiki quickly got up and ran towards the door. Neither Biming nor the others tried to stop her. They watched as the slender Kiki frantically ran out the door. Kiki thought in disbelief. Who is he really? Can I really leave the nightclub? "I promise not to touch you tonight if you can leave," Biming said with a contemptuous smile. Minka was stunned. Then she quickly backed away. Someone nearby said in shock, "Sir, you're just letting her go?" Another person angrily rebuked, "It's not your place to question the boss's decisions." Link ran out without stopping, feeling relieved. Fortunately, no one was chasing her. Just as she was about to reach the elevator, Link saw something she shouldn't have. Chi Tingting? Isn't she Xiaoyang's secretary? When did they? What's going on? Chi Tingting blocked the approaching lips with her hand. She said, "Don't rush. We haven't got the contract yet. Aren't you worried your little rabbit might mess things up? Mr. Biming always keeps his word. I've handed Minka over to him, so he'll definitely sign the contract with me. Forget about her. It's depressing." Chi Tingting caressed Su Xiaoyang's face and said, "You're really heartless, you know." Su Xiaoyang replied disdainfully, "Who told her to always act like a saint in front of me? She must be suffering now." Then they embraced and kissed passionately. "You despicable couple!" Minka cursed angrily at the sight before her. Su Xiaoyang swore under his breath. "Damn it, who allowed you to come out?" Link, holding back tears, asked, "You sold me just for this business deal? Why?" Su Xiaoyang reached out his hand. "Since you've seen everything, I might as well stop pretending." Link slapped Su Xiaoyang's hand away. "Bastard, don't touch me." Su Xiaoyang grabbed Minka's hand as she tried to run. "Where are you going? Who's going to accompany Mr. Biming?" "You ungrateful bitch." Minka struggled and screamed, "Help, help, help, let me go. Let go of me. Someone call the police." She bit Su Xiaoyang's hand hard, making him yell in pain. Suddenly, Chi Tingting slapped Minka across the face with a loud smack. "You filthy whore. How dare you bite? Behave yourself." The slap left Minka unable to resist, but she still mumbled help weakly. Chi Tingting blew on her right hand and said, while she's still unconscious, "Quickly take her to Mr. Biming." In Biming's villa, Minka gradually regained consciousness. Suddenly realizing she was lying on a bed, she was startled. Shit! She saw a slender hand gripping her chin. A disdainful voice said, "Couldn't escape, huh?" Link, with a helpless expression, said, "So I was brought back after all." Biming leaned close to Minka's face, one hand stroking her hair, while the other hand moved towards her chest with ill intent. Minka tightly grabbed Biming's hand. She asked, "You said Dongling is your domain?" Biming retorted. This question made Minka fall silent. Thinking about everything Su Xiaoyang had done to her, Link suddenly tugged at Biming's clothes and said, "I'll serve you." "Sir, I'll serve you willingly." Link held back tears in her eyes, thinking to herself, "I'll do everything I can to get revenge on that despicable couple." At this moment, Biming brought a glass of red wine and handed it to Minka, saying, drink. Minka backed away while calling out, "Sir." Baiming suddenly poured the red wine into Minka's mouth, causing her to cough violently. Then Baiming looked at Minka and said, "Let's go. Fulfill your promise. Will you really help me? I just want to make sure." Baiming said disdainfully, "When I give my word, I always follow through. Let's go." Minka's trembling hand slowly unbuttoned the first button, thinking to herself, "Is it worth it to get revenge on those two?" Baiming impatiently pushed Minka down. "Don't test my patience. It won't end well for you." Suddenly, Minka cried out, "Let go. I don't want revenge anymore." Baiming grabbed Minka's hand. "Backing out now? It's too late," Baiming said contemptuously. "For a mere 1 billion, you've sold your most precious possession. From now on, you'll be my woman." The next morning, Link woke up from her sleep. "Where am I? What's going on?" Baiming's servant walked in and said, "Now that you're awake, get up quickly. The master wants you to have breakfast and then meet him in the main hall." Link looked surprised. There was no blood. Could it be that Baiming, the servant, tidying up the bed, said impatiently, "Don't bother looking. There's nothing. You're not pure. Yet you dare climb into the master's bed. He hates it the most. You'd better hurry up." Click-clack. Link got dressed and walked down the stairs. She wondered what exactly happened last night. This is the main hall. She saw Su Xiaoyang and Qi Tingting looking at her in surprise. Baiming reached out and pulled Link into his arms gently. "You're awake." Qi Tingting, standing nearby, looked at Mingming and gritted her teeth in anger. Minka thought to herself, "This won't do. I can't lose face in front of this despicable couple." Baiming, holding Minka, said, "The contract." Su Xiaoyang took it out of his bag. "Sir, the contract is ready. Please take a look." Minka looked at Baiming in surprise. "You're signing a contract with him? Damn it, this girl better not interfere." Su Xiaoyang, breaking out in a cold sweat, called out, "Mr. Baiming." Link struggled to get out of Baiming's embrace. She said, "You liar. Didn't you promise to leave them with nothing?" At this moment, Baiming continued drinking water. "What I promised was that I never eat. But last night, you didn't give me what I wanted to drink. So last night he really didn't?" Baiming smiled at Minka. "If you say to continue the deal, I'll teach him a lesson." Minka thought to herself, should I continue the deal or not? Just a nod, and this man can help me get revenge. But the price is exactly what Su Xiaoyang received. With a slap, Baiming looked at him disdainfully. "I'm afraid it's not your turn to speak here." At this moment, a man suddenly appeared, surprising Su Xiaoyang. He thought, "Why is Zhang Jiaoyang, Zhang Ji's boss, here?" Su Xiaoyang asked. "Boss Zhang is also here to sign the contract? What a coincidence. It's also at Chiyun Mountain." Zhang Jiaoyang smiled without speaking. Baiming said, "Give me the contract." Su Xiaoyang eagerly handed it to Baiming. "Congratulations, Boss Su." Su Xiaoyang said, "Thank you, Boss Zhang. The gentleman has already agreed to collaborate with us." Baiming held Minka's hand. "We can go." "I still need to go upstairs," Minka asked softly. Baiming said in his gentle voice, "Why leave so quickly? Don't you want to stay and watch the show?" "I fulfilled my promise to him, but I haven't finished what I promised you." Su Xiaoyang, holding the contract, said, "Brother, you should stay and keep the gentleman company. Without you, the contract can't be signed." "Thank you." At this moment, Zhang Jiaoyang pushed Su Xiaoyang aside. "Mr. Baiming, this is the contract I rushed to prepare overnight. Please take a look." Baiming, holding Minka, looked at Su Xiaoyang. "Mr. Su, why don't you stay and listen? After all, it concerns you." Minka looked at the contract in surprise. This factory is to be located in the south of Chiyun Mountain. All profits from this factory will be obtained by Party A. Party B provides 1 billion in funding without compensation. As Minka read the contract word by word, Su Xiaoyang broke out in a cold sweat. Minka thought to herself, "Isn't the land Su Xiaoyang signed for the one at Chiyun Mountain? Who would want to buy houses next to a factory?" Su Xiaoyang looked at the gentleman in panic. "Investing in my housing project and then investing in a factory loan? Isn't this ruining my own business?" "Mr. Baiming, why?" Baiming stroked Minka's head and said with a smile, "My girl, not only do I want you to live well, but last night you made a deal with me to leave him with nothing." Su Xiaoyang asked in disbelief, "Mr. Baiming, you'd do this for a woman?" He then turned to Zhang Jiaoyang. "Boss Zhang, you should know that building a cemetery is definitely a loss-making business." "Are you crazy?" Zhang Jiaoyang laughed. "That's none of your concern. Mr. Baiming promised to give me 100 real cases. Besides, I should thank you, Boss Su." Su Xiaoyang collapsed to his knees, muttering, "How could this happen?" Looking at Minka, Su Xiaoyang knelt and said, "Kiki, please help me." At this moment, Chi Tingting pushed Su Xiaoyang aside. She eagerly knelt in front of Biming. Mr. Biming, I'm Su's general manager. Regarding this investment plan, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Su Xiaoyang looked at Chi Tingting in surprise. What does this mean? Tingting. Chi Tingting stroked Biming's thigh and said, Sir, why don't you let Minka go? I'll go to your room to discuss things. Biming looked at her and said, All right, let's go to the room and talk. Chi Tingting felt a surge of excitement. Biming stood up and waved his hand. Suddenly, a man in black appeared and responded, Yes. In a flash, he dragged the two out of the room. After they were taken out, Biming held Minka and said, Last night, you said you'd voluntarily serve me and begged me to deal with them. Minka struggled to get out of Biming's arms, shouting, Let me go! Let me go! I've already said I won't do it. I beg you, let me leave. I won't make the deal. There was a swoosh sound as Biming picked up Minka. No one can go back on their word in front of us. Minka continued to struggle, saying, No, I'll pay you back. Mr. Biming, I'll return the 2 billion to you. In 3 days. Are you sure you can pay it back in 3 days? 3 days? How could I possibly earn so much money? Biming continued, In this world, there's no such thing as taking advantage and leaving easily. Then he threw Minka onto the bed. He started to take off his coat. Minka backed away, saying, No, don't. Don't come closer, no. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The man in black said, Sir, the old master has arrived in Dongling early. Biming replied with an annoyed expression, I know. He put on his coat and walked out. Link thought with relief, Thank goodness. The sound of high heels clicking echoed in the corridor. Link ran out, panting. She hid behind the door. Seeing the corridor was empty, she said, Great! With no one to stop her, she ran down the stairs without pause. After a short run, she finally made it out of the villa. Suddenly, she stopped and looked into the distance. It was Chi Tingting. In the distance, Chi Tingting was surrounded by a group of men. Bystanders were taking out their phones to record. Chi Tingting was pleading, Please, let me go. Please. Minka covered her mouth. This place is hell. These people are all devils. Biming Yi is the chief devil, a 1,000-year demon. Late at night, in Biming Ye's villa, Biming Yi asked the butler, Where's that girl? The butler respectfully replied, Sir, do you mean the girl you brought back last night? She left on her own shortly after you left. Biming Yi played with the cigar in his hand and said, Bring me her information first thing tomorrow morning. Then he snapped the cigar in half. It seems this woman really doesn't take me seriously. Thinking of leaving is just a dream. At night, Linka kept having the same dream. The dream was full of Biming Yi. Suddenly, she shouted, No! Linka woke up to her own screams. She thought, It's been a week and I still can't shake off the secret that man gave me. In the morning, there was a knock on the door. Kiki. Xiao Xiang pushed the door open, shouting, It's 8 o'clock already. Do you want to die? Still in bed? Did you forget today is the school anniversary? Linka said with a confused face. I almost forgot. So she quickly changed her clothes. Then she ran to the school gate, out of breath. At this time, Sun Yanhua, the president of the Literature Society, saw Ming Ku and scolded, Didn't I tell you to dress up nicely to make a good impression on Ding Ku? Xiao Xiang raised her little face defiantly and said, President, that's not right. My Kiki is naturally beautiful. She looks good even without makeup. Xiang, stop talking. Lin Ke looked at Sun Yanhua and said, President, I have makeup in my bag. I'll go to the bathroom in a bit. After saying this, the two hurriedly joined the welcoming team at the school gate. Suddenly, there was the sound of a car braking. A brand new Maybach stopped at the school gate. Bai Mingyi, wearing a sharp suit, was seen, getting out of the car. On the other side, Kiki in the bathroom finally finished getting ready. Xiao Xiang urged, the meeting is about to start. Let's go quickly. After arriving, the two were looking for the service area. At that moment, Minka suddenly saw the wine bottle in Bai Mingye's hand. She was so scared that she dropped it on the ground. It's him. It's actually him. Who is he exactly? Why is he here? At this time, Xiao Xiang suddenly grabbed Minka's hand. She said, What's wrong with you? Are you also enchanted by that man? Looking at Bai Mingyi, Minka thought, No good. I need to leave here quickly. Just as she was leaving the crowd, she saw Sun Yanhua angrily walking over, saying, Minka, if you mess up this opportunity, you'll be in trouble. After placating Sun Yanhua, the two returned to the dormitory. Xiao Xiang asked, Kiki, are you feeling unwell? You look so pale. Why don't you rest in the dorm? I'll go tell the president. Xiang, I really don't feel well. I can only go to the club first. Please help me tell the president. After saying this, Minka hurriedly left through the small path. Walking on the small path, she heard rustling sounds. Linka looked back. Seeing no one, she thought, am I being paranoid? Just then, a slender hand reached out towards Linka. It covered her mouth in one swift move. Bei Lin Yi said playfully, "What? Surprised to see me?" Linka trembled and said, "What do you want?" Bei Lin Yi caressed her face. "Your reaction is as honest as ever." His other hand played with her hair. "Do you remember what you owe me?" Linka turned her head away, saying, "I don't owe you anything. I didn't agree. Have you forgotten? I said no one dares to go back on their word in front of me. You voluntarily offered to serve me. You've done what you promised. Isn't it your turn now?" Linka looked at Bei Mingyi and said, "I've already said I'm not trading anymore. You insisted on doing that. I've already refused." Bei Mingyi touched her face. "Seems you still don't understand my loneliness. It's okay. I'll teach you slowly in the future." Then he pushed Lin Ku against a tree. Lin Ku said in panic, "Don't do anything rash. This is school. Looks like you want me to be rash." Bei Mingyi said, touching Ming Ku's face. Ming Ku blocked Bei Mingye's hand and continued, "People will pass by here soon. If you keep this up, I'll scream for help. Seems your memory is still poor. I told you, Dongling is my domain. You can try calling for help. I want to see who dares to save you." Us Bei Mingye spoke. One hand reached for Ming Ku's clothes. Linka pushed him away. She said, "No." Bei Linyi continued caressing her face. "You're just someone who could disappear from this world with a flick of my finger. But life is too boring. How could I bear to let you go?" Linka screamed loudly, "Let go of me." Bei Linyi grabbed her hand. "I heard your literature society is looking for sponsors." Linka paused, thinking, someone who can casually invest 2 billion should be able to sponsor us easily, right? Bei Mingyi hugged Ming Ku and continued, "As long as you cooperate well, I'll consider investing in you. How about it? Want to give it a try?" Ming Ku said with a righteous face, "I won't forget what you once said, little one." Bei Mingyi lowered his head and said to Ming Ku. Ming Ku suddenly pushed Bei Mingyi away. "You're disgusting." Then she hurriedly ran away. Bei Mingyi watched Ming Ku run off. He decided to contact her club. After escaping Bei Mingye's entanglement, Ming Ku returned to school for class. At 12 noon, the bell rang signaling the end of class. Ming Ku and Xiao Xiang walked out of the classroom together. As they walked, Xiao Xiang said, "I don't know what kind of luck the president has to find such a big boss to invest. Now the president is accompanying him." Lin Ku absent-mindedly replied, "Is that so? That's great." Then she pushed open the door of the Literature Society. She froze on the spot. "Why is he here? Kiki, why aren't you coming in?" Xiao Xiang said from the side. On the sofa, Sun Yanhua was eagerly introducing Bei Linyi. Seeing the two standing at the door, he waved and said, "Kiki, Xiao Xiang, why are you just standing there? Come quickly and greet Mr. Bei Ming." Bei Mingyi, holding a cigar in one hand and a script in the other, asked, "Which one wrote the script?" Sun Yanhua smiled and pulled Ming Ku in front of Bei Mingyi. "This is Ming Ku, the chief editor of the script. The story was his idea. Then our club revised it together." Bei Mingyi looked at Ming Ku and said, "Is that so?" Then Sun Yanhua hesitated for a moment. He pulled Ming Ku towards Bei Mingyi. "Kiki, why don't you stay and explain the plot to Mr. Bei Ming? Make sure Mr. Bei Ming is satisfied." He then turned and left the literature room. Seeing this, Ming Ku was startled. She turned back, looking at the person seriously reading the script, thinking, is he really here to invest in the script? At this moment, Bei Mingye's magnetic voice sounded. "The plot is not bad, but from beginning to end, there's not even one bed scene. In the current film industry climate, without any passion, how will you attract the audience?" Ming Ku was startled by his voice. Thinking about his question, she subconsciously answered, "We are students after all. It's not very appropriate." Bei Mingyi threw down the script. Dongling is a place that values entertainment over education. If it's an investment, the important part is to use this for promotion. If your audience is only students, it's not suitable for us. I don't think I need to invest. Ming Ku looked at Bei Mingyi with determination. This film is not only suitable for students, but also for others, especially couples. But I didn't see anything eye-catching in the script. Bei Mingyi tapped the sofa armrest with his long cigar paper. Lin Ku reached for the lighter on the table. She quickly said, "Then how does Mr. Bei Ming think it should be changed to achieve the effect you want?" Bei Mingyi didn't light the cigar, his eyes unreadable. "Are you trying to lure me in?" As mentioned in the previous episode, Bei Mingyi said with an unreadable look, "Are you trying to lure me in?" Ming-ku, her thoughts exposed, could only continue with a red face, adding a bit of passion as possible. Yes, I wonder if Mr. Bei Ming has any good suggestions. I remember you said earlier that this story itself is not bad. It's not bad. He picked up the script again, opening to a certain page. Here, if possible, let the princess and the general do something. When promoting, using a few beautiful scenes for advertising should be more effective. He only said here, but didn't specify which paragraph. Minka couldn't help but lean in slightly. Without context, she didn't know which scene he was referring to. Then she took the script, looking at it and saying, I considered that at the time. She thought he just skimmed through it once and caught such details. Looking back at Bei Mingyi, she said, I'll revise it tonight. Just then, Bei Mingyi grabbed Ming-ku's wrist. What I want is not just this. In an instant, he pulled Ming-ku over, making her fall heavily onto his lap. Bei Mingyi's long arm fell on her lower back, caressing Lin-ku. With a red face, she said, let go of me quickly. Bei Mingyi smiled and said, lower your voice. Do you want them to come in and see us like this? Mr. Bei Ming, this is a school. Don't, Lin-ku said, biting her lip. You mean, if it wasn't at school, it would be okay? Lin-ku continued, don't twist my words. What exactly do you want? Bei Mingyi stretched his long legs towards the coffee table. To discuss the script with you. You're the one throwing yourself at me. What do you think I want to do? Besides, this is a school. The door isn't even locked. What do you think I can do? Lin-ku forced a smile and looked at Bei. Mr. Bei Ming, I'm a bit uncomfortable lying like this. Could you let me get up first? All right. As soon as the word left his mouth, Lin-ku's heart leaped with joy. She tried to crawl off his lap to escape. Unexpectedly, just as she stood up, his long arm fell on her waist again. He pulled her back. Since your stomach is uncomfortable, let me rub it for you. Don't look at me like that. You won't want to know the consequences. If I were you, I'd seize this opportunity to win me over and fulfill your club's wishes. But whether you sign this agreement or not, I've already decided. Finally, Ming-ku couldn't bear it anymore. When Bei Mingyi mentioned taking her for the third time, she pushed him with all her might. Xiao Xiang seemed to hear some commotion and asked, Kiki, how's your discussion going? As she walked towards the Literature Society's door. She only saw Yi Yang blocking the door, not letting her in. At this moment, Bei Mingye's voice came from inside. Let them in. Then Xiao Xiang and Sun Yanhua stormed in angrily. Upon entering, they saw the two sitting on separate sofas. Xiao Xiang quickly walked to Ming-ku's side and asked softly, Kiki, are you okay? Lin-ku replied, Ayu fine. Bei Mingyi stood up and said as he walked, the script doesn't seem very lazy to me. After Kiki revises it, I'll reconsider the investment. Sun Yanhua thought there was hope and hurriedly pushed Ming-ku to see Mr. Bei Ming off. Lin-ku escorted Bei Mingyi out, unexpectedly arriving at that tree-lined path again. Looking at the path ahead, Lin-ku felt slightly uneasy and hurriedly said, Mr. Bei Ming, I have something to do. I'll see you off here. Before Lin-ku could finish speaking, she heard a swoosh. She was already lifted up by Bei Mingyi. Seeing herself in his arms, Lin-ku said, Don't do anything rash. Bei Mingyi didn't act as forcefully as before, but gently put Ming-ku down. He slowly took out a photo from his pocket. After Ming-ku clearly saw the girl's face in the photo, her face instantly turned pale. She muttered, how? The photo showed Ming-ku's half-sister, Lin Shan, entangled with two men. Lin-ku gripped the photo tightly and said, shocked and angry, It was you, wasn't it? You hurt her. How could you? How could you hurt my sister? Bei Mingyi reached into his pocket again, took out a small phone, and handed it to her. Why don't you take a look? See who took the photos in here. Lin-ku took the phone, her heart trembling violently. This phone was the New Year's gift Lin-ku had bought for Ming Shan during the winter break, spending all her savings. Looking at the various unsightly photos in the phone, Lin-ku said in disbelief, So many. What should Ming Shan do? Bei Mingyi pinched Lin-ku's chin and said, Come to Diyuan tonight to find me. We'll continue what we didn't finish. I might consider returning what I have in my hands to you. Don't even think about it. Lin-ku gripped the phone tightly. Her gaze at Bei Mingyi could no longer be described purely as anger. Sir, many reporters have arrived over there, Yi Tangchen said. Bei Mingyi's eyes flashed with impatience. People, he said to Ming-ku, you should know I don't have much patience. If you don't come tonight, expect to see your sister's photos online. Who knows what she might do if she finds out? Ming-ku held back tears in her eyes and cursed, Devil. Bei Mingyi smirked. Tonight, I'll show you the true power of a devil. Watching Bei Mingyi walk away, Lin-ku felt her legs go weak. She collapsed onto the ground. Shan, how could she do this? How could she do such terrible things? She's coming to study here next semester. If those photos get out, looking at the villa's main gate, Lin Ke thought, there's no escape tonight, is there? But I can't gamble with Shanshan's entire future. Lin Ke stood at the villa's entrance, thinking, there's no escape tonight, is there? The butler led Lin Ke to Bei Ming Ye's room on the second floor, saying, the master is bathing. Miss Lin Ke, please wait quietly inside. Lin Ke's eyes fixed on the large bed deep in the room, her gaze somewhat blank. She seemed to recall something, appearing dazed and unwilling to enter. Remembering what had happened on that big bed, she thought, I want to run away, but I can't let Shanshan get hurt. So she let go of the door handle. Just then, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Bei Ming Ye's voice rang out. If you take one step out, I guarantee your sister's photos will be all over the internet tonight. Bei Ming Ye walked to the wine cabinet and poured a glass of red wine. The sound of pouring wine accompanied his words. Want to make a bet with me? If the photos are released and get less than 1 million downloads in one night, I'll give you 30% of Imperial Group's shares. How about that? Lin could clench her fists, thinking, 1 million downloads? How could Lingshan face anyone after that? This devil. So she forced a smile and said to Bei Ming Yi, Mr. Bei Ming, I know you lost a lot of money that day, but this has nothing to do with Shanshan. Could you please help me take down those photos? Bei Ming Yi looked at the computer in front of him. You're too far away. I can't hear what you're saying. Come here and have a drink. Lin Ke hesitated and didn't go over, instead leaning back towards the door behind her. Bei Ming Yi mocked. Looks like you want your sister to bear the consequences of your mistakes. That's right, she's just a half-sister after all, he said, continuously typing on the keyboard. This terrified Lin Ke. She immediately rushed over, grabbing his hand, and pleaded anxiously, Mr. Bei Ming, no, I'll listen. Don't release the photos. Please, I'll do anything you ask. She reached for the wine on the table. I'll drink. Bei Ming Yi watched as Lin Ke continued drinking. After several glasses, the sound of a wine glass falling to the floor was heard. Lin Ke staggered and fell onto Bei Ming Yi, mumbling, please, Mr. Bei Ming, please help Shanshan. She's just a little girl. She doesn't understand anything. She's naive. Bei Ming Ye's pupils constricted slightly. His scrutinizing gaze fell on her flushed face. That woman called Mingshan is still a little girl? She's already slept with countless men. She even shamelessly left traces of her nightlife. You call such a woman naive? Looking at the drunken Ming Ke, Bei Ming Yi picked her up and carried her to the nearby large bed. Ming Ke was thrown onto the dark-colored bedding. The rising alcohol fumes, combined with her head hitting the bedding, made her consciousness start to blur. At this moment, Bei Ming Yi began to undo his robe. Revealing his perfect body, he said, let me show you what the truth of the adult world really is. Ming Ke, already drunk, used all her strength to say, don't come closer. Bei Ming Yi let out a light snort and pounced on Ming Ke. Tormented by Bei Ming Yi all night, Ming Ke didn't know how she endured it. It seemed there was nothing but pain and more pain. Besides that, she couldn't feel anything else. As soon as she moved her body, a searing pain shot through her lower body. She woke up to voices in the corner. She's awake. Let her go down. The master's time is precious. How could he waste it on this woman? The conversation fully awakened Ming Ke's consciousness. Suddenly, with a swoosh, someone pulled open the curtains. Bright sunlight flooded in. Ming Ke instinctively closed her eyes in shock. When she opened them again, 2 figures stood by the bed. One maid said, get up quickly. The master has a bad temper. Don't keep him waiting. Lin Ke clutched the silk blanket tightly, struggling to prop herself up. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as she rose a little, another wave of tearing pain shot through her lower body, almost making her fall back onto the bed. Her face instantly turned pale. What's wrong? Asked the gentle-mannered maid softly. The other maid, who was wiping wine glasses, sneered. What could be wrong with her? She's been slept with before. Don't tell me she's sore from being slept with again. Qingmei, take her downstairs quickly. Don't let her stay in the master's room any longer. Qingmei supported Ming Ke, unable to help but scold. Manhwa, don't speak so harshly. After Ming Ke left the bed, Qingmei finally saw the dark stains on the sheets. She couldn't help but exclaim, oh my God, so much blood. The master was too rough. Blood? How could that be? Lanhua turned her head in disbelief to look. Ming Ke didn't notice what they were saying. She stood alone by the window, lost in thought. After the two left, Ming Ke walked into the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, covered in mottled bruises, she thought, I thought I would die last night. But even though I survived survived. I'm no longer clean. So she took off the blanket wrapped around her body, turned on the faucet, walked under the shower head, and thoroughly washed herself all night, trying to wash away everything related to Bei Mingyi from her body. Under the sound of water, Lin Ke finally broke down crying. Why has my life become like this? After washing for who knows how long, Lin Ke finally came out of the bathroom. Suddenly, she saw the computer on the desk. Her pupils dilated instantly. Then she walked towards the computer. Turning it on, she thought, are Shanshan's photos all on this computer? If I delete them all, I can escape Bei Mingye's control. To Ming Ke's surprise, Bei Mingye's computer was password protected. After trying a few times and failing, she thought, I was too naive. Even if I delete the photos on the computer, they might have backups. Helplessly, she turned off the computer and closed the screen. When her nervous feelings calmed down, Ming Ke walked out of the room. She went downstairs, thinking to herself, as long as he deletes Shanshan's photos, we'll be even. Watching Ming Ke come down the stairs, Bei Mingyi thought about last night's loss of control, worried he had scared the girl again. Seeing Ming Ke approach him, he gestured for her to sit across from him. He continued reading his magazine without saying a word. Not long after, Manhwa brought some snacks and placed them on the table. But Ming Ke had no appetite at all. So Bei Mingyi put down the magazine in his hand. He said, "You're not eating. Is it because I fed you too much last night, and now you can't eat anymore?" Such a fragile little thing. His gaze darkened, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "If you don't like the breakfast here, why don't we go upstairs? I can continue to feed you in bed." Ming Ke was startled. She hurriedly picked up the bowl and said, "I'll eat." After finishing everything on the table, Lin Ke wiped her mouth clean with a napkin. She said softly, "Mr. Bei Ming, you've already gotten what you wanted. Can you promise that Shanshan's photos won't be leaked?" Bei Mingyi still looked down at the magazine and said, "Did I say I would help you?" Hearing this, Ming Ke couldn't help but stand up. She asked, "What do you mean?" "Bei Mingyi, I've already been. How can you go back on your word? I don't recall ever saying that if you slept with me, I'd help you resolve the issue with your sister's photos." Bei Mingyi looked up at her, smiling. "Miss Lin, is your memory that poor?" Lin Ke's small hands unconsciously clenched. She walked around the coffee table to Bei Mingyi's front. She said loudly, "Bei Mingyi, don't go too far." Bei Mingyi casually tossed the magazine aside, crossed his legs, and sat on the sofa. Looking up at her, he asked, "Do you really want your sister's photos back that badly?" "Mr. Bei Ming, she's still a young girl. She doesn't know better. I'll teach her well in the future. Please." Bei Mingyi's long fingers tapped lightly on the sofa. He then said, "You taste quite good." After hearing this, Lin Ke was stunned. What did he mean by that? She only saw Bei Mingyi grab her suddenly. He pulled her into his arms. Lin Ke struggled and looked at him. "What else do you want?" "Mr. Bei Ming, if you want me to repay the money." Bei Mingyi cut his sit-had face. 2 billion? When do you think you can repay that? Give me some time. Perhaps. We'll have to see how you plan to manage it." Bei Ming's gaze lingered on her face. "How about I show you a way? Be my woman until I get bored of you." Ming Ke said in horror, "No, absolutely not. Just one night with you left me in this state. If it's every night from now on, I'd rather die." Bei Mingyi gripped her chin and said, "Dying is easy. But think about what would happen to your loved ones after you die. Bei Mingyi, you scum." Lin Ke finally couldn't take it anymore. She raised her hand to slap him, but Bei Mingyi's large hand caught her small hand in midair. Seeing that she wanted to hit him, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled with pleasure. "You better not act rashly. You should know what consequences your family will face if you slap me today." Bei Mingyi called out, "Yitang." Yitang quickly came to them. He placed a white paper on the table, with a pen on top of it. After putting these down, he silently retreated. Bei Mingyi picked up the agreement from the table. He said, "I've always been fair. You caused me to lose 2 billion. Now I can overlook the Ming Shan matter for now." Bei Mingyi smiled lightly and handed the white paper to her. "Take a good look at the agreement. Don't say I'm bullying you. Most people couldn't get this prize." Ming Ke took the paper. Her eyes scanned it word by word. The more she read, the paler her face became. 10 million per night. Does he mean I should be grateful for this price? After reading the agreement, Ming Ke glared at him angrily. "That 2 billion isn't something I owe you. You have no right to do this. Dongling is a place that respects the law. You can choose not to repay, but you'd better think about your family." Bei Mingyi's words made Ming Ke break out in a cold sweat. "You asked for my help, causing me to lose 2 billion for no reason. I'm a businessman. I hate doing business at a loss. If you don't compensate for this 2 billion, I'll naturally make your family pay. You'd better think it through. Bei Mingyi called Yi Tang in again. He said, tell those thugs that I'm no longer involved in Ming Shan's matter. Whatever they do has nothing to do with me. Yes, sir, Yi Tang nodded. He turned and walked towards the main door. Seeing Yi Tang really about to leave, Lin Ke struggled in Bei Mingyi's arms, crying out, no, don't go. Bei Mingyi got hunt. His other arm tightly restrained her waist. Lin Ke was desperate. She clutched Bei Mingyi's collar, tears streaming down her face. She cried, make him come back. Quickly, make him come back. Finally, after an internal struggle, she tremblingly said to Bei Mingyi, I agree. I agree. Please make him come back. Bei Mingyi asked, will you still disobey? Do you still want to hit me? Lin Ke shook her head vigorously, crying, I won't. I won't ever again. I'll listen to you from now on. Bei Mingyi's lips curved into a smile. He said softly, words are not enough. Sign the agreement, and I'll immediately warn those people. Ming Ke took the paper and pen with trembling hands. Tearfully, she signed her name on the agreement. Then, Bei Mingyi called those thugs and warned them. After that, he said to Ming Ke, now you can relax. Ming Ke thought to herself, from now on, I can only be an obedient toy. Thinking of this, Ming Ke's tears fell once again. Somewhere on the sea, on Bei Mingyi's private luxury yacht, Bei Mingyi was seen wearing white casual clothes, sitting quietly on the deck fishing. Ming Ke thought to herself, he's been like this for an hour. Aren't his legs sore? But he hasn't caught a single fish in all this time. It seems he's not good at everything after all. Suddenly, she heard Bei Mingyi's voice. Ming Ke uncertainly replied, sir. Bei Mingyi continued, come here and fish with me. Ming Ke looked at him in surprise. She sat down next to Bei Mingyi and took the fishing rod he handed her. Seeing that no fish had been caught for so long, she reeled in the line. Looking at the hook, she saw there wasn't even any bait. She thought to herself, no wonder he couldn't catch any fish. She put on some bait. She cast the line back into the sea. Less than 2 minutes after the bait went down, the float moved. As the fishing line was pulled, a medium-sized sea fish surfaced. Lin Ke excitedly shouted, I caught one. After reeling in the fish, Lin Ke continued to focus on fishing. The float moved again. Lin Ke pulled, but unexpectedly, the fishing line broke. Lin Ke stumbled and fell into Bei Mingyi's arms. Bei Mingyi took the opportunity to embrace her. His lips brushed against her ear, instantly making Ming Ke's cheeks flush. She was about to let go of the fishing rod when Bei Mingyi's voice sounded. This fishing rod was worth 2 million 2 years ago. Hearing this, Ming Ke immediately gripped the fishing rod tighter. He made Ming Ke sit in his lap and said, continue fishing. Bei Mingyi's large hands slowly crept under her clothes. If your body moves so much, I won't be able to resist the temptation. One fish is worth 10 million. If you catch a few more, you can spend fewer nights with me. His hot breath made Lin Ke's face flush again. Don't doubt me. I keep my word, 10 million per fish. If I can catch a few more, I can get rid of him sooner. Seeing Bei Mingyi motionless on his shoulder, Ming Ke wondered, has he fallen asleep? So she put down the fishing rod, carefully moved Bei Mingyi's hands away, then let the sleeping Bei Mingyi slide from her back onto her legs. When Bei Mingyi's breathing became even and regular again, Ming Ke continued fishing seriously. Looking at the float in the water, she thought, when will I ever be able to repay this 2 billion? In the afternoon, Bei Mingyi finally woke from his sleep. He saw Ming Ke constantly rubbing her legs. Why didn't you wake me if you were uncomfortable? Then he gently massaged her. Ming Ke said softly, I didn't want to disturb your rest. This change made Bei Mingyi's mood inexplicably curious. This little one is learning how to get along with me better and better. Ming Ke pointed at the fish in the bucket and said, Sir, I caught these this afternoon. 7 fish in total. Keep track yourself. I won't cheat you. Ming Ke sighed in relief, unable to suppress a slight smile of joy. At this moment, Yi Tang's voice sounded, Sir, it's past 5 o'clock. Shall we return to the mansion for dinner? Bei Mingyi replied with then gently said to Ming Ke, if you're tired, rest a bit. I'll call you when we reach shore. Hearing this, perhaps due to fatigue, Ming Ke fell asleep in Bei Mingyi's arms. Ming Ke didn't know how she got ashore or how she returned to the mansion. When she opened her eyes again, she was already sleeping on the sofa in the hall. At this time, the housekeeper Ming Chi appeared from some corner and walked up to her, saying, Miss, you can go to the side hall for dinner now. Bei Mingyi hadn't arrived yet. She sat at the table waiting, looking at the various delicacies on the table. Of course, what Mingke didn't know was that when they returned, Bei Mingyi had carried her in, placed her on the sofa, and instructed everyone not to wake her. Soon, Bei Mingye's figure appeared at the entrance of the side hall. The housekeeper and Mingke looked back. They saw Bei Mingyi still in casual clothes, walking slowly over, with Yi Tang following behind. Bei Mingyi walked straight to the central position at the dining table and sat down. Yi Tang, who entered behind him, stood to his left. Bei Mingyi looked at the food on the table, but didn't touch his chopsticks. Somehow, Mingke sensed that he was unhappy. So, she lowered her head, picked up a piece of fish from her bowl, removed the bones, and placed it in his bowl. "It looks good. You should try it too." The housekeeper standing in the corner immediately became nervous. Oh no, the master never uses other people's things. I wonder if this will make him angry. But surprisingly, Bei Mingyi didn't get angry. Instead, he picked up the fish and started eating. As he ate, he said, "It is indeed good." The housekeeper and Yi Tang felt increasingly amazed. At this moment, someone with a serious expression entered the side hall and whispered something in Bei Mingye's ear. Bei Mingye replied, "I understand." He put down his chopsticks and stood up. Walking towards the side hall door, Yi Tang followed behind as usual. After just a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lin Ke sitting at the table. His voice rang out, "When I come back, I want to see you in bed. If you dare to wander around, I'll be displeased." Lin Ke's face turned red as she replied, "Understood." Time passed and night fell. Lin Ke was alone in bed, idly flipping through a magazine. She happened to turn to the pages about the Imperial Group. Looking at the introduction in the magazine, she thought, "This man is actually so impressive." Lost in thought for who knows how long, the magazine slipped from her fingers. Lin Ke had unexpectedly fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, there was the sound of a door opening. Bei Mingyi happened to witness this scene. He saw Mingke on the bed, wearing that thin nightgown, her long legs exposed. At this moment, Bei Mingye's breathing became somewhat irregular. Like a young boy, he pounced towards Mingke. One hand reached for her chest. Mingke was awakened by the commotion Bei Mingyi made. Before she could speak, Bei Mingyi kissed her. Lin Ke wondered what had gotten into him today. "I didn't expect this girl to make me so impulsive." Touching the bruises he had left in his passion, he thought, "I should prepare some cool high-necked long-sleeve clothes for this girl. Otherwise, to hide these marks, she might foolishly overheat herself in June. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight either." This girl's body is truly addictive. The next morning, just after 6 a.m., Lin Ke suddenly woke up from her sleep. She looked at Bei Mingyi beside her. Bei Mingyi, with panda eyes, said, "Are you still going to school? If not, stay here today. Wait for me to come back. I want to go." Hearing Bei Mingye's words, Lin Ke hurriedly got up from the bed, wrapped in the blanket. Suddenly, she wondered if she should leave the blanket for Bei Mingyi. Turning around, she saw Bei Mingyi lying naked on the bed, looking at her. So she hurriedly wrapped herself in the blanket and walked towards the bathroom. Bei Mingyi, still lying on the bed, finally couldn't help but smile gently. This smile was no longer cold, but warm. Not long after, Bei Mingyi, already dressed in a crisp suit, appeared in the side hall. Suddenly, there was the sound of high heels. Bei Mingyi turned his head to look. Mingke appeared before him, wearing a dress that made her look like a fairy. Bei Mingyi wondered where Ming-Chi had found such a dress. Lin Ke handed Bei Mingyi a bowl of millet porridge. She said, "Sir, please have your breakfast." Bei Mingyi stared at Ming-Ke's dress again. He wondered how much attention she would attract going out dressed like that. He glanced at the time on the table. Ming-Ke thought she was about to be late, but he kept dawdling. Bei Mingyi wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked, "Why are you still sitting? Do you want to be late?" Lin Ke blinked, and after a moment, she suddenly stood up, shaking her head vigorously. "I don't want to. I want to go to school." So the two of them walked out of the side hall. They appeared at the main entrance. Looking at the Maybach in front of her, Lin Ke thought, "This car is too eye-catching. If people see me going to school in this car, who knows what rumors will spread." Seeing her standing there, unwilling to come over, Bei Mingyi frowned. He turned to look at her and said indifferently, "So you really don't care about time?" Yi Tang, standing nearby, looked at Bei Mingyi and said softly, "Sir, this Maybach is the only one in all of Dongling. It's too conspicuous." Realizing this, Bei Mingyi told Yi Tang, "Go, bring an ordinary car." Yi Tang thought to himself, this is the first time the boss has accommodated a woman. Soon, Mingke arrived at the back gate of the school by car. After Mingke got out, she thought, Bei Mingyi got up so early just to send me to school? Could he really be this kind? Watching Ming-Ke walk away, Yi-Tang in the driver's seat asked, "Sir, are we going to the company this early?" Bei Mingyi looked at his watch. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "When we get back, have them change the company's working hours. From now on, everyone starts at 8 a.m. and leaves an hour earlier in the afternoon." After Lin-Ke entered the school through the back gate, she went to the literature club. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Xiao Xiang and Sun Yanhua. Xiao Xiang, seeing Lin-Ke's dress, exclaimed, "Ah, your dress is so beautiful, like a fairy." Sun Yanhua excitedly said, "Lin-Ke, you're finally here. Quick, take the script and agreement to Mr. Bei Lin." Lin-Ke hesitated inwardly. Sun Yanhua forcefully handed her the agreement. "I think Mr. Bei Ming values you. It's better if you go negotiate. You don't want our efforts to be in vain, right?" Xiao Xiang suddenly noticed the agreement on the table and exclaimed, "Oh no, President, we forgot to give the agreement to Ke." Soon, Ming-Ke arrived at the Imperial Group. Ming-Ke spoke up, "I want to see Mr. Bei Ming." The receptionist arrogantly said, "I've told you before, to see our CEO, you must make an appointment first. Otherwise, he won't see you." Lin-Ke thought about what Sun Yanhua had told her. The investment matter can't be delayed any longer. "You must see Mr. Bei Ming today." Lin-Ke spoke to the receptionist again. "Could you please call Mr. Bei Ming and tell him I'm here to discuss the film investment?" The receptionist mocked her again. "Look at you. You're still a student, right? You're not trying to sell yourself, are you? Talking about investment." Lin-Ke angrily rebuked, "Don't be so rude in your speech." At this moment, the elevator arrived on the first floor. Yi-Tang stepped out of the elevator, saying, "Miss Ming-Ke, the boss asked me to come get you. Next time you come, you can go directly to the 28th floor using the VIP elevator." The two at the reception were shocked. The CEO actually sent Mr. Yi-Tang personally to pick her up. Could this woman really be the CEO's? Yi-Tang said to the two, "From now on, when this young lady comes, no appointment is needed. Take her directly to the CEO's office." The receptionist kept nodding, understanding. Now looking at Ming-Ke, her eyes no longer dared to show even a hint of contempt. Lin-Ke followed Yi-Tang into the elevator. They quickly arrived at the 28th floor. Except for the elevator, the 28th floor was quiet, completely different from the noisy atmosphere in the lobby. Lin-Ke saw several female employees in the hall, busy working behind their desks. However, she didn't see any of the seductively dressed secretaries she had imagined. As Yi-Tang opened the office door, Bei Mingye's office came into Ming-Ke's view. Leather sofas were arranged to one side, with a medium-sized coffee table in front. A tea set was casually placed on it. Ming-Ke walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery outside through the bright glass. She couldn't help but marvel. So this is how beautiful Dongling looks from up high. Suddenly, a large hand reached towards Ming-Ke's waist, startling her into a scream. Hugging Ming-Ke, he thought to himself, "This girl seems to have become even more beautiful than last time." Ming-Ke, blushing, said, "President, they said you wanted to see me." Bei Mingyi smiled and said, "Since you've come to me voluntarily, I must treat you well." The previous episode mentioned Bei Mingyi hugging Lin-Ke from behind, saying, "Since you've delivered yourself to my door, I'll enjoy you thoroughly." Lin-Ke thought, he's not planning to do something here, is he? Bei Mingyi looked down at Lin-Ke. "What are you spacing out for? Do you want the script or not?" "I do." Lin-Ke's face showed sudden joy. So she respectfully stood beside Bei Mingyi, explaining the points he was unsatisfied with last time. Bei Mingyi looked at the script, but his mind was on what happened in bed last night. He casually finished reading and closed the script, looking at Ming-Ke. "No problems." Hearing Bei Mingyi say there were no problems, Ming-Ke immediately felt relieved. Bei Mingyi asked again, "How do you plan to shoot the movie?" Seeing him ask this, Lin-Ke answered seriously, "We've already talked with the film company. We plan to hire some newcomers, so the cost won't be too high." Lin-Ke looked down at her hands and realized she had forgotten to bring the agreement and their budget. She explained, "The budget document is still with my classmate. Should I have them bring it over?" Bei Mingyi grabbed Lin-Ke's hand. Pulling her into his arms, he said, "You'll handle the agreement yourself. Right now." Then he opened his laptop. He made Lin-Ke sit on his lap. Lin-Ke looked embarrassed. Suddenly, Bei Mingyi spoke. "I'll invest 300 million. I'm not interested in your small production of a few million. It would be laughable for Imperial Group to invest just a few million in a movie." Bei Mingyi whispered in Ming-Ke's ear, "Find a way to get Nan Gonglai as the lead actor." Then he bit Ming-Ke's earlobe. Ming-Ke let out a soft moan. Bei Mingyi laughed and said, "Don't tempt me with that expression in my office. If you want me to take you here, you can continue." Lin Ku abruptly pushed Bei Mingyi away, blushing as she said, "Shameless." Then she continued working on the contract, thinking to herself, Nan Gonglai's value is among the top in the world. But with a 300 million investment, it might be possible to get him. Lin Ku turned to look at Bei Mingyi. Then how much of a share can we get? Bei Mingyi pinched Ming Ku's cheeks with 2 fingers and said, "If we make a profit, you'll get 10% of the earnings. If we lose money, forget about getting paid for your screenplay. How about that? Is it settled?" Lin Ku nodded vigorously. A contract came out of the printer. Bei Mingyi handed the contract to her. "Sign your name on behalf of your club." So Lin Ku took the pen and signed her name on the contract. Bei Mingyi picked up his business card from the desk. He gave it to Ming Ku, telling her to go to the finance department with his ID card when she needs funds in the future. Ming Ku's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, sir." She stood up and said to Bei Mingyi, "Then I'll be going now." Suddenly, Bei Mingyi pulled her back with one hand. Ming Ku fell onto the sofa. Bei Mingyi said, "Want to leave? I haven't had enough yet." Then he leaned in to kiss her. What am I imagining? It turned out the previous scene was just Ming Ku's fantasy. She pulled back her thoughts. She excitedly rushed towards the elevator. The private elevator door suddenly opened. Ming Ku, looking down, walked quickly towards it. She didn't expect someone to walk out. She bumped right into them. Before she could see clearly who she had bumped into, she hurriedly crouched down to pick up the scattered agreements. As she was picking up the last piece of paper, a large hand suddenly appeared in her vision. The man picked up that piece of paper. His gaze instinctively scanned it. Making a movie. His thick eyebrows furrowed slightly, unable to hide a trace of surprise. Imperial Group investing in a movie with an unknown screenwriter? "I'm sorry, I didn't see you just now." "Sir, I apologize for bumping into you." Lin Ku hurriedly apologized. Looking at the paper in his hand, she said, "That's mine. Can you give it back to me?" The man didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "What's your name?" Lin Ku said unhappily, "My name is Lin Ku, sir. Please return my things. I need to go down." Only then did the man speak. "I'm Bei Ming Sun, financial director of Imperial Group. Didn't the CEO tell you to come to me to withdraw funds once the budget is ready?" Lin Ku was surprised. Mr. Bei Ming said to take his ID card to the finance department to withdraw funds. Bei Ming Sun raised an eyebrow. "How about this? It's almost off work. Let's have dinner and discuss this project in detail." Lin Ku nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs." Watching Ming Ku leave, Bei Ming Sun thought, Bei Ming Ye's relationship with this girl is not simple. Bei Ming Ye was still busy working. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening and Bei Ming Sun's voice rang out simultaneously. "I heard you're making a movie." Bei Ming Ye paused for a moment. Bei Ming Sun continued, "The group is busy cooperating with the Nan Gong family of Shilling. You still have time to make a movie? Are you very free?" Bei Ming Ye stared at the screen, his voice cold. Bei Ming Sun broke out in a cold sweat. He laughed dryly. "Not free. I just met that beautiful girl called Ning Ku. I invited her to dinner to learn more about the movie details. After all, this is our first venture into the film industry." Bei Ming Sun continued, "That little beauty looks so pure. I wonder what it's like to date such a green apple. What would it taste like?" Bei Ming Ye's hands unconsciously stopped. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Mr. Chun said my person is in front of me." "Oh, so it's your person. But it's best not to play too long. You know the old man doesn't like important people appearing around you." "Not important. He's just clean. I haven't gotten bored yet." After saying this, Bei Mingyi continued to work seriously. Bei Ming Sun spoke again. "If that's the case, I'll have dinner with him. Consider it cultivating a relationship in advance. You don't mind, do you? Can you reveal how the little beauty performs in bed?" Bei Ming Sun polbet tentativity. Unfortunately, Bei Ming Ye's answer disappointed him even more. Doesn't know anything except crying. So blunt, discussing his woman with another man. It seems he really doesn't care. Bei Ming Sun was almost ready to give up. After a moment of silence, he was about to stand up to leave. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Any news on the person the old man wants you to find?" Bei Ming Ye's hand on the keyboard stopped again. He said to Bei Ming Sun, "No." Bei Ming Sun didn't say anything more. He stood up to leave. "Well then, I'll go have dinner with the little beauty." Bei Ming Yi lit a cigar and took a puff. The smoke he exhaled filled the entire room. He thought about her having dinner with another man. Her guts are getting bigger and bigger. Soon night fell. Lin Ku had dinner with Bei Ming Sun while introducing him to the movie details. "That's about the situation, Mr. Bei Ming Sun." At this moment, Lin Ku's phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was an unknown number, she suddenly felt uneasy. Opening the text message, 2 short sentences made her smile freeze instantly. Come to the company. Wait for me to return to the compound tonight. Linka looked at the message on her phone. She stood alone in the lobby of Imperial Group. Suddenly, Bei Ming Sun's voice sounded from behind. Since you're here, why not go up directly? To watch the show, Bei Ming Sun ignored Ming Ke's resistance. He pulled her hand and walked towards the elevator. While walking, he asked, "How did you and Bei Ming Yi meet?" Lin Ke recalled her encounter with Bei Ming Yi, her expression becoming more difficult. Seeing Ming Ke's panic and paleness, Bei Ming Sun continued to ask, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Just then, the elevator arrived at the 28th floor. Ming Ke and Bei Ming Sun walked out of the elevator. Bei Ming Sun walked in front, glancing sideways at Ming Ke. He thought, Bei Ming Yi, this must be the first time he's texted this woman. Bei Ming Sun walked to Bei Ming Ye's office and pushed the door open. He said, "Yi, I haven't finished your words." Then he saw Bei Ming Yi passionately kissing a woman. Ming Ke watched this scene, thinking, they're here. If he asked me to do it here too? No, absolutely not. So she turned to escape. Bei Ming Sun, watching Ming Ke trying to escape, asked, "What's wrong with you?" Just then, a hand reached out to stop her. "Sir." Lin Ke's face showed a flash of panic. Before she could react, a large hand was already on her shoulder. In an instant, she fell into Bei Ming Ye's arms. Bei Ming Ye looked at Ming Ke and said, "You interrupted my good time. Since you're here, why don't you replace her and finish what we were doing earlier?" Ming Ke thought to herself, "No way. I don't want to become like that." This made the atmosphere in the office extremely awkward. Bei Ming Sun watched the scene before him, thinking, I never thought there'd be a day when Bei Ming Yi would force you. The woman in red looked at the 2 people before her, feeling extremely angry. She opened her mouth and asked, "Mr. Bei Ming, you and him?" Bei Ming Yi replied, "The same as you. Tonight, I want her to accompany you back to school first." Bei Ming Yi never lets this type of woman into his office. Today, he's making an exception. What exactly is he trying to do? Bei Ming Sun was completely puzzled. Today, Bei Ming Yi seemed to have truly lost his patience. His slender fingers picked up a business card and handed it to the woman. He said to her, "Regarding actor selection, I've left it to them. Take my card and go find a president. He will arrange a role for you." The woman took the card and asked gently, "Sir, you just said I could go to the Duyuan compound. Is that true? When you have time, Cuckoo also comes often. You can keep each other company," Bei Ming Yi said meaningfully. Hearing this, the woman immediately beamed with joy. She said to Lin Ke, "Cuckoo, call me when you go next time. We'll go together." But after the woman left, Lin Ke finally couldn't help but resist, saying, "Enough, right? Can you let me go now? You want me to let go only after she's gone? Aren't you being a bit too coy?" Bei Ming Ye's words made her face grow colder. Bei Ming Ye looked at Bei Ming Sun, who was watching the show by the door, and said, "What? Still want to keep watching?" Bei Ming Yi had a mischievous smile. "If you don't mind." Hearing this, Ming Ke panicked again. She struggled frantically in Bei Ming Ye's arms. "I don't want to, Bei Ming Yi. I don't want this. Rather than this, just kill me." Lin Ke looked at the sharp corner of the desk, thinking if she had to live so miserably, she might as well die. Then, using all her strength, she broke free from Bei Ming Ye's embrace. She rushed towards the corner of the desk. Seeing this, the 2 men were momentarily stunned. When they came to their senses, Bei Ming Yi rushed over to hold Ming Ke. Ming Ke could be heard mumbling, "No, don't let people watch. Don't just stand there. Quickly bring the car around." Bei Ming Yi coldly glared at Bei Ming Sun and roared. Thanks to Bei Ming Ye's timely rush to the hospital, Ming Ke was finally saved. Bei Ming Sun looked at Ming Ke lying on the hospital bed, thinking, this girl's character is so unyielding. I was just joking, but she took it seriously. Finally, Bei Ming Sun spoke. "If you only like her body, I can find you several better ones. Will you let her go?" Bei Ming Yi looked up at Bei Ming Sun and mocked. "Don't tell me you've fallen for this little white rabbit. How could that be possible? I just feel a bit sorry for her," Bei Ming Sun replied. Bei Ming Yi continued to sneer. "She's mine, bought with my money. You'd better not touch her. You know how I deal with those who betray me. I never go easy." Bei Ming Sun continued to answer, "Big brother, I wouldn't lay hands on your woman. After all, she's just a little girl. There's no need for such brutal methods, right?" After saying this, Bei Ming-sun then turned and left the hospital room. In the room, Bei Mingyi looked at the unconscious Ming-ku, thinking, using such drastic measures to resist me. You're quite brave. In her unconscious state, Ming-ku felt like she was about to die in her dream. So in reality, she suddenly grabbed Bei Mingye's hand. Bei Mingyi looked at Ming-ku's hand, tightly gripping his own. He thought, now you know to be afraid. Ming-ku, still groggy, mumbled Li Yao. Please don't let anyone see. Bei Mingyi lightly touched his forehead to Ming-ku's. Her fever had finally gone down. Bei Mingyi turned to rest on the sofa, but Ming-ku's hand held his tightly. For a moment, he felt an indescribable sensation. Looking at the nearby sofa, Bei Mingyi hesitated for a moment. Finally, he lowered his hand and let Ming-ku be. In her coma, Ming-ku continued to mumble, her lips trembling slightly. When the first ray of dawn shone through the window, Ming-ku finally stirred and slowly opened her eyes. Her consciousness not yet clear, she saw a tall figure standing by the bed and softly asked, "Who is it?" An hour later, Bei Mingyi looked at her and said, "You're awake." These words instantly brought Ming-ku to full consciousness. She hurriedly propped herself up and said to Bei Mingyi, "I'm sorry. I won't dare do it again. Sir, I'll definitely obey." She thought to herself that she shouldn't have been so impulsive. What if he got angry and went after her family? Bei Mingyi flexed his hand and said, "Since you're awake, get up and have a meal." Suddenly, Ming-ku remembered something and muttered, "Oh no, school." She picked up the phone on the table and looked at Bei Mingyi. "I want to call my classmate." Bei Mingyi replied. Then Lin-ku quickly dialed Xiao Xiang's number. When the call connected, Xiao Xiang's thunderous voice came through. "Cuckoo, you didn't come back all night. You're not in class today, and your phone was off. I asked for leave from the counselor for you. What happened? Are you okay?" Lin-ku replied, "I've fine. I tripped while shopping yesterday and hit my forehead." Xiao Xiang hurriedly asked, "Are you hurt? Is it serious? Which hospital? I'll come see you." Lin-ku glanced secretly at Bei Mingyi and said softly, "I'm at a friend's house. I didn't tell my family because I didn't want them to worry. You have to keep it a secret for me." Xiao Xiang asked, "Friend? Which friend?" Listening to their conversation, Bei Mingyi stared at Ming-ku. Ming-ku avoided Bei Mingye's gaze and answered Xiao Xiang, "It's Bei Ming, whom I met yesterday." Feeling the chill from beside her, Lin-ku quickly said, "All right, Xiao Xiang, we'll talk about anything else later." She then hurriedly hung up the phone. At this moment, Bei Mingyi pushed Ming-ku onto the hospital bed. He said, "I underestimated you. You've already hooked up with the second young master of the Empire Group after just one meeting." Ming-ku quickly replied, "I didn't." After being pushed onto the bed by Bei Mingyi, Ming-ku looked surprised. "What are you doing?" Bei Mingyi didn't act as he usually did, but instead straightened Ming-ku's clothes. He said to her, "Are you trying to seduce me with this appearance? No wonder even Bei Ming-sun became interested in you." Ming-ku refuted, "Don't listen to Xiao Xiang's nonsense. My dinner with Director Bei Ming was just to discuss business. Besides, he knows I'm your person. He couldn't possibly like me. Sir, you must believe me. He never discusses business during meals." Bei Mingye's somewhat hoarse voice interrupted Ming-ku's explanation. Hearing Bei Mingye's response, Ming-ku's small face froze for a moment. Taking a deep breath, she finally, with trembling small hands, reached for the buttons of her pajamas. She thought to herself that she couldn't anger him again. Bei Mingyi tightened it up. Watching Ming-ku's barely suppressed impulse begin to spread completely. So he embraced Lin-ku and said, "What are you doing? I didn't say I don't believe you." Bei Mingyi seemed to see through Lin-ku's thoughts. He whispered in her ear, "Are you apologizing to me, or are you worried I'll go after your family?" Then he pressed Lin-ku beneath him. He lightly bit her ear. Then he embraced Lin-ku and began to kiss her. Lin-ku reciprocated by Mingyi's actions. But feeling a slight pain from her wound, accompanied by dizziness, she said to Bei Mingyi, "My head is very dizzy." Hearing Ming-ku's words, Bei Mingyi stopped his movements. He rolled off Ming-ku, lay beside her, and pulled her into his arms. Holding Ming-ku's head, he kissed the injured area. Seeing everything Bei Mingyi did for her, Ming-ku thought, even a person like him understands what tenderness is. Bei Mingyi domineeringly covered Ming-ku's eyes with his hand and said, "Rest. In a few days, Dr. Yang will perform a small surgery for you. There won't be a scar on your forehead. Mingku immediately felt a bittersweet feeling in her heart. She said, "Thank you, sir." Bei Mingyi, with his eyes closed, continued, "If you dare to do this kind of thing again, you know the consequences." Lin Ku's face reddened and she softly replied, "Sir, it won't happen again." As she was about to fall asleep, Lin Ku unconsciously called out softly, "Sir." Bei Mingyi responded with him without even opening his eyes. Mingku slowly opened her closed eyes. The question that had been suppressed in her heart for so long was finally asked. Last night, does it count?" Bei Mingyi adjusted his sleeping position and asked, "Count as what?" As a night spent sleeping with you," Lin Ke replied. At this moment, Bei Mingyi opened his eyes, thinking, "This woman, how much does she resist sleeping with me?" Lin Ke looked at Bei Mingyi with a puzzled expression. "Sir," Bei Mingyi, a bit impatient with the questioning, said to Ming Ku, "I stood all night without sleeping last night. If you don't want to rest, then let's do something else. No need to waste my time. I'm dizzy. I need to rest," Lin Ke hurriedly replied, immediately closing her eyes, not daring to say another word. Bei Mingyi looked at Lin Ke with her eyes closed, thinking, "This woman, if I don't say something harsh, she really never stops." Stood all night without sleeping. Ming Ke couldn't help but sigh inwardly, only regretting why she didn't pull out the hospital bed for him to sleep on. That way, another day from the agreement could have been subtracted. But last night, did he really stand by the bed all night? As they pondered, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, when Mingku arrived at school, she only saw Tang Feifei appearing in the crowd. Everyone was chattering, discussing her participation in Mingku's film. At this moment, Tang Feifei saw Mingku and called out, "Kiki, I came to ask if you're going to the ground tonight. If you're going, can I go with you?" Hearing this, Lin Ku immediately shook her head. Her voice lowered. "I'm not going. I still have to study. I don't have that much time. Or you can go by yourself." After saying this, Lin Ku turned and left. Watching Lin Ku leave, Tang Feifei thought to herself, "What an act. If it weren't for the master, who would bother with you? Someone like you, it won't be long before the master is cured." In a blink, Ming Ku and Xiao Xiang arrived at the hospital. After changing the dressing, Ming Ku said, Xiang, thank you for accompanying me to change the dressing." Xiang replied, "What's there to thank? But why did the president keep targeting you during the previous meeting?" Lin Ku sighed. "He wants me to please Bei Mingyi and let Tang Feifei play the second female lead." Hearing this, Xiao Xiang immediately became furious. What second female lead? They really dare to think that. However, Ming Ke didn't hear Xiao Xiang's dissatisfaction. Her mind was full of what Bei Mingyi had said to her when he sent her here this morning. She thought, he must have seen the message I sent him. When Ming Ke raised her head again, the ordinary car Bei Mingyi had mentioned was already in her sight. Seeing this situation, Ming Ke didn't know what to do for a moment. After pondering for a while, she said to Xiao Xiang, Xiang, actually I have an appointment with Director Bei Ming. I'm going to discuss the funding issue with him." Xiao Xiang replied, "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Then I'll head back first. Take care of yourself." Watching Xiao Xiang walk away, Lin Ke felt very uneasy. Xiang, please forgive me for not having the courage to tell you the truth." When Lin Ke walked to the car, the window rolled down. She heard Bei Mingyi's voice. "Get in." Lin Ke was surprised. He actually came personally. After Lin Ke got in the car, she carefully sat in the back seat. Looking at Bei Ming leaning against the seat back, working on his laptop, she felt uneasy, wanting to speak but afraid of disturbing him. When Bei Ming finally finished his work and closed the computer, Lin Ke softly said, "Xiao Xiang insisted on accompanying me to change the dressing. I was afraid she might find out about our situation." Bei Mingyi replied disdainfully, "What situation do you and I have?" Then he leaned diagonally against the seat back, his hand on the window supporting his forehead, boredly looking at the scenery outside the car window. Lin Ke really couldn't guess what he was thinking at this moment. She thought, what's wrong with him? Is he angry? After a moment of silence, Bei Mingyi's low voice sounded. "Are you really so afraid of me?" Lin Ke was stunned for a second, then slowly nodded. "Afraid, very afraid." Bei Mingyi smiled faintly. "You're quite honest." Lin Ke looked at Bei Mingyi's half-smiling expression, thinking, this man is like a starless sky. Even his smile is so distant and indifferent. Suddenly, Bei Mingyi said, "Come sit here." Before Lin Ke could react, he pulled her into his arms. Lin Ke was still somewhat uneasy, but didn't dare to disobey. She slowly moved closer to him. Mr. Bei Ming, I really didn't mean to offend us. You promised you wouldn't let our relationship be made public. Bei Mingyi replied impassively. When did I promise you that? Ming Ke didn't speak. Bei Mingyi continued. Are you really afraid of me? Or are you truly unwilling to stay by my side? It was both fear and unwillingness. But could she say such things in front of him? How did you know I was here? How long have you been here? Ming Ke suddenly asked, avoiding that sensitive topic. Not long, just over an hour. Bei Mingye's cool fingers brushed across Ming Ke's face. Ming Ke was stunned. She thought, could it be that he followed me all the way from school? But he didn't stop me at the school gate, Bei Mingyi said while driving. Then he closed his eyes and rested quietly. Ming Ke thought for a long time before daring to speak softly. Sir, all my books are still in the dormitory. Tonight, can I sleep at school? Seeing that Bei Mingyi didn't respond, she shouldn't have pushed further. But thinking about her important matters, she continued, there's an English exam next Tuesday. I want to go back and review. Bei Mingyi still didn't speak, as if he had fallen asleep. Lin Ke anxiously spoke softly again. Sir. Seeing Bei Mingyi still silent like the previous 2 times, Lin Ke felt somewhat disappointed. Maybe I'm overthinking. How could he care about my feelings? The car was still on the road. The fork ahead led left to the school and right towards the halfway up the mountain where Di Yuan was located. Seeing Yi Tang turning the car to the right, Lin Ke finally felt desperate. Suddenly, Bei Mingyi opened his eyes. His magnetic voice sounded, go to school. Hearing this, Ming Ke gratefully said, thank you, sir. Bei Mingyi beside her suddenly spoke again. I'll give you 15 minutes to get your books. When time's up, I'll personally come to the dormitory to find you. Ming Kiskiviko trotse. Suddenly, it felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over her from head to toe. She felt completely cold. You want me to take my books and go back to the hospital with you? Bei Mingyi didn't answer her question. Instead, he looked at his watch. 14 minutes and 50 seconds left. Lin Ke bit her lip, suddenly pushed the car door open forcefully, and then slammed it shut. Yi Tang was surprised. Miss Lin Ke is throwing a tantrum? I thought she would never dare to lose her temper in front of the master. However, Bei Mingyi didn't seem to mind. He just rolled down the window, lit a cigar, and smoked quietly. After Ming Ke got her textbooks, the car drove towards Di Yuan. What Ming Ke didn't expect was that Bei Mingyi would invite Tang Feifei to Di Yuan. Seeing the two sitting in the back, she thought, maybe I don't have to serve him tonight. Tang Feifei carefully moved closer to Bei Mingyi. When he wasn't paying attention, she kissed him on the cheek. Satisfied, Tang Feifei asked softly, Mr. Bei Ming, can I call you Yi? Hearing this, Lin Ke looked back. Just then, Bei Mingyi raised his head. Their gazes met. Lin Ke was startled and hurriedly looked away. Seeing this, Bei Mingyi's thin lips curled into a very mischievous smile. As the car passed a nearby cafe, 2 men in plain clothes withdrew their gaze. One laughed and said, looks like you were wrong this time. That guy still doesn't have any true feelings for women. The man sitting across from him, dressed in blue casual wear, sipped his fragrant coffee. After a while, he spoke. The women he brings back to Di Yuan are always different. The man in the white shirt across from him looked unconvinced. That girl just now was clearly the same type as before. What's different? The one in front is different. The man in casual wear continued sipping his coffee. Soon, the car entered Di Yuan. It was already evening. It was dinner time. The group appeared in the side hall. Bei Mingyi sat in the main seat as usual. Before Ming Ke could sit down, Tang Feifei had already rushed to sit next to Bei Mingyi. That was usually Ming Ke's seat. Ming Ke thought, my seat's been taken. Can't blame me for this, and walked towards another seat. All of this fell under Bei Mingyi's gaze. He thought, this woman doesn't care about her position at all. If that's the case, then just stand. Looking at Ming Ke, who was about to sit down, his voice lowered. Who allowed you to sit there? Come here and stand. After all the dishes were served, Lin Ke took the utensils and said, Sir, let me serve you some soup. Seeing Lin Ke serving Bei Mingyi like a servant, Tang Feifei became smug. She picked up a shrimp and placed it in Bei Mingyi's bowl, saying gently, Yi, try this too. When the shrimp landed in Bei Mingyi's bowl, his brows furrowed slightly. He waved his hand to signal Meng Qi. Following the instruction, Meng Qi said, Someone bring a new set of bowls and chopsticks for the master. After the servant placed the new set, Meng Qi immediately walked to Tang Feifei's side and said, Miss, your seat is over there. Tang Feifei awkwardly replied, I'm fine sitting here, thinking. Bei Mingyi didn't say anything. Who is he to order me around? He's just a servant. Seeing this, Minka covered her mouth and giggled. She didn't expect Tang Feifei to dare defy Bei Mingye's wishes. He probably didn't expect it either. However, this smile was caught by Bei Mingye. Bei Mingye suddenly reached out, his large hand gripping her wrist. Before Mingke could react, he gently pulled, and Mingke fell onto him. Linku was startled and quickly asked, "What are you doing?" Bei Mingyi looked at Linku and said, "Continue." On the other side, Tang Feifei had already been pushed to another seat by Meng Qi. She looked resentful and said, "Yi, look how they're treating me." However, Bei Mingyi didn't even glance at her. After finishing dinner, Bei Mingyi carried Ming Ku upstairs. He opened the door and walked straight to the bed, placing Ming Ku on the soft mattress. As soon as she was put down, he reached to undress her. Ming Ku was startled. Her small hands landed on his wrists, pushing hard. "Sir, you just ate. Haven't you read that? A full stomach leads to lustful thoughts." His eyes darkened, with something flickering in their depths. After a night of passion, the next morning, Lin Ku was still asleep. Bei Mingyi woke up and lit a cigar. The familiar smell of smoke woke Lin Ku from her sleep. Looking at Bei Mingye's profile, she remembered someone once saying that smoking itself isn't addictive. What's addictive is the lonely heart. Was he that kind of person? Lin Ku tried to get up, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. She accidentally made a sound. Bei Mingyi looked at her and said, "Inviting me so early in my bed?" Lin Ku cursed inwardly. "It's because you were too rough last night, leaving these after effects." So she moved away, saying, "No, it's not like that." Because she retreated too quickly and lacked strength, she accidentally fell off. Bei Mingye's eyes showed a hint of amusement. He said, "Beauty, does the handsome guy need to help?" Lin Ku quickly pulled her legs back and hurriedly said, "No need." She put on a nightgown and went to the bathroom. Just as she finished brushing her teeth, Bei Mingyi appeared at the bathroom door. Lin Ku was startled and said, "I'll be done soon." But Bei Mingyi said, "No rush." As he spoke, his large hand landed on Ming Ku's back. Ming Ku immediately screamed, "Pervert!" Bei Mingyi said to Ming Ku, "Shoo, don't be so loud, or I'll immediately satisfy your desires." Ming Ku tried to push Bei Ming away with her foot, saying, "Don't come closer." In the blink of an eye, Lin Ku arrived at school. Xiao Xiang Shut from Afar. When she got closer, she said to Lin Ku, "Cuckoo, I heard Nangong Lai is attending a high-class charity event at Donglin tonight. Let's go and try our luck with him." Lin Ku replied worriedly, Xiang, is this information reliable?" Xiao Xiang confidently said, "Trust me, it's definitely accurate. I heard Nangong Lai comes from a very good family. Making movies is just his hobby." Minka looked worried and said, "You said it's a high-class event. How can ordinary people like us get in?" Xiao Xiang continued, "Don't worry. I've borrowed invitations and formal wear. Let's go change." Soon, the two changed and arrived at the charity event. Seeing Ming Ku in her dress, Xiao Xiang exclaimed, "Our cuckoo is so beautiful, just like a fairy." Lin Ku smiled softly, "Stop teasing." But Xiao Xiang insisted, "Why won't you let me tell the truth? I'm going to eat some cake to soothe my wounded heart." Watching Xiao Xiang eat cake, Ming Ku wondered where she had gotten the invitations and dresses from. Just then, Xiao Xiang said to Ming Ku, "Cuckoo, come fill your stomach first." Ming Ku thought, "Well, everyone has secrets. I'll wait for her to tell me voluntarily," and walked towards Xiao Xiang. As the two were chatting and laughing, a man's voice came from behind. "Beautiful lady, I don't seem to have seen you at these events before. Are you new to Donglin?" Lin Ku turned to look at him, her brow slightly furrowed. "I rarely appear at such events. I'm just here to have fun today. I hope I'm not bothering you, sir." Unexpectedly, the man persisted, "Not at all. I'm here just for fun too, nothing serious. Since we're both here to have fun, why don't I keep you company?" Xiao Xiang stepped in front of Ming Ku and said to the man, "Handsome, your pickup technique is a bit outdated." The man raised an eyebrow, realizing he hadn't introduced himself. He took out a business card and handed it to them. "I'm Dong Fong Chun, the general manager of Dong Fong Group." Xiao Xiang and Ming Ku were shocked. Dong Fong Group, the enterprise second only to the Empire Group. Just then, screams suddenly erupted throughout the venue. A tall figure appeared at the entrance. Nangong Lai had arrived. Seeing Nangong Lai enter, Lin Ku thought, "I've heard Nangong Lai doesn't like to get close to people. How can we approach him?" Many girls tried to get Nangong Lai's autograph, but were turned away. Lin Ku looked at Nangong Lai's profile and thought, how can his aura be so similar to Bei Mingye's? Beside them, the ignored Dong Fong Chun showed a mischievous smile. He said to the two, if you want to meet him, perhaps I can help. Meanwhile, Nan Gonglai found a quiet place to sit down. Hearing Dong Fong Chen's words, Lin Ke remembered he was the general manager of Dong Fong Group and had influence. Maybe they could try. So she said to Dong Fong Chen, we do have some business with Mr. Nan Gong. I wonder if Mr. Dong Fong could help us speak to him for a few words. Dong Fong Chen leaned closer to Lin Ke and said, calling me Mr. Dong Fong is too formal. Usually girls call me Chun or Big Brother Dong Fong. Lin Ke clenched her small hands, reluctantly saying, I wonder if Big Brother Dong Fong can help with this favor. Dong Fong Chun smiled with satisfaction and turned to reply, since you call me Big Brother Dong Fong, of course I'll help. Come, follow me. He then led the two to Nan Gonglai and introduced, these are Cuckoo and Xiao Xiang. However, Nan Gonglai didn't respond, only taking a sip of the red wine in front of him. Seeing this, Ming Ku, after sitting down, felt that coming over with Dong Fong Chun like this might have been a bit inappropriate. But she still extended her small hand and said, hello, Mr. Nan Gong. Min Ke. Actually, we're here to discuss cooperation. Seeing that Nan Gonglai still wasn't speaking, Lin Ke had to continue reluctantly. Our Ifei Studio and the Empire Group are preparing a movie. We'd like to invite Mr. Nan Gong to play the male lead. Not interested. Nan Gonglai's eyes were full of mockery. Empire Group making a movie? Are you trying to amuse me? Hearing Nan Gonglai's disbelief, Lin Ke replied, it's true. You can check. We have no reason to lie about this. Nan Gonglai pursed his lips, thinking, Empire Group funding a movie? What is Bei Mingyi up to? Just as Lin Ke was about to ask when Nan Gonglai would have time to discuss details, his assistant interrupted, handing him a business card. He said, Nan Gong probably won't have time these days. Give me the script first, and I'll discuss it with him later. Lin Ke took the card, replying, all right, we won't bother you then. She was about to stand up and leave, but Dong Fong Chen pulled her back, smiling. Business talk is over. Now it's personal time. Let's all have a drink and chat. Lin Ke was about to refuse when she saw Nan Gonglai suddenly turn his head, his gaze falling on the entrance of the hall. Dong Fong Chen also looked, thinking, has that guy finally arrived? They saw Bei Mingyi appear at the entrance, wearing dark casual clothes. Appearing alongside him was the international superstar Yu Fei Fan. Seeing Lin Ke's surprised face, Dong Fong Chen asked, do you know these two? Lin Ke hesitated, then replied, yes, I do. Dong Fong Chen put his large hand on Lin Ke's shoulder, continuing, then, do you know their relationship? Bei Mingyi chatted with the hosts for a bit, then was pulled by Yu Fei Fan towards them. Approaching the group, Yu Fei Fan said, I didn't expect to see so many handsome men gathered here. I'm truly lucky tonight. Beside her, Dong Fong Chen felt Lin Ke's body stiffen. He patted her shoulders, smiling. Scared? Don't worry, he may look fierce, but as long as you don't offend him, he probably won't do anything to you. Lin Ke was about to speak. Dong Fong Chen removed his hand from her shoulder, saying, since your friends are here, we won't disturb you. He turned and pulled Xiao Xiang away. Xiao Xiang asked, Cuckoo, why are you suddenly in such a hurry? At this moment, Bei Mingyi suddenly blocked Lin Ke's path. His gaze fixed on her, he asked, why are you here? After Bei Mingyi blocked Lin Ke and asked why she was here, Lin Ke nervously answered, I heard Mr. Nan Gong would be here tonight, so I came to discuss something with him. Bei Mingyi seemed to ignore her explanation completely. He turned his head, glancing at Nan Gonglai. So you're Lai's fan. Since you're here, join us. Hearing the coldness in Bei Mingyi's voice, Lin Ke's heart trembled. However, Bei Mingyi paid no attention and turned to sit next to Mu Zijin, saying, I thought the second young master of Dongling's Mu family wouldn't attend such events. Mu Zijin smiled faintly. If you can come, why can't I? Picking up a glass of champagne from the table, he continued, besides, it's rare to see the great Bei Mingyi in public. Chances to see you are few. Lin Ke was pulled back by Dong Fong Chen. As soon as she sat down, Dong Fong Chen handed her a cup of red tea, saying, you have a collaboration with Empire Group, so you must be quite familiar with them, right? Lin Ke and Bei Mingyi exchanged a glance. She hesitantly replied, not really that familiar. This caught Yu Fei Fan's attention. He looked at Bei Mingyi and asked, Empire Group investing in a movie? Did you know about this? Bei Mingyi casually replied, So that means Yu Fei Fan looked at them both, then at Nan Gonglai. They invited you to be the male lead? Nan Gonglai moved his mouth slightly, his face showing no particular expression. Beside him, Dong Fong Chen teased, these two little girls of yours just invited Lai to be the male lead in the movie. They almost got thrown out by Lai. Don't you want to comment? Bei Mingyi glanced at him. The corner of his mouth curled up, again with that carefree smile. If I ask, Light definitely won't refuse. But he might not be happy inside. That would be forcing him. Nan Gong Lai, who rarely spoke, looked at him and suddenly said, "You mean if they ask, I have room to refuse?" Bei Mingyi picked up the red wine on the table, raised it to him, and replied, "Of course." After hearing Bei Mingye's words, Nan Gong Lai said softly to Yang Yi, "I'm a bit tired lately. I want to take a vacation." Yang Yi's eyes flickered, and she immediately smiled and said, "Okay, I understand. In that case, we'll have to cancel the script reading with Miss Lin Ke." Sorry. Lin Ke smiled shyly. "It's all right. We can discuss it again when Mr. Nan Gong has rested." Xiao Xiang felt out of place with him. The doctor whispered in Lin Ke's ear, "Being with him is so stressful. Why don't we leave first?" Lin Ke felt the same way and replied, "Okay, let's go," she said. The two of them left the charity dinner together. As they reached the main entrance, Mu Zijin's voice suddenly sounded behind them, "Leaving so hurriedly? Aren't you waiting for Bei Mingyi?" Their hearts tightened, and they looked back. They saw Mu Zijin, who had been quiet earlier, walking towards them at a slow pace. As he approached, his cold gaze fell on Lin Ke's small face, examining her injury closely. He reached out, seemingly wanting to touch Lin Ke's face. Lin Ke, slightly surprised, stepped back half a step to avoid his touch. Sensing Mu Zijin's ill intentions, Lin Ke hurriedly said to Xiao Xiang, Xiang, let's go." At this moment, Mu Zijin's long arm suddenly fell on Lin Ke's waist. "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Ke was startled by his unreasonable behavior and quickly pushed him away with force. Xiao Xiang pulled Lin Ke behind her and angrily said, "You have no right to decide who stays or goes." Mu Zijin continued looking at Lin Ke, saying calmly, "I can help you persuade Nan Gong Lai to star in your movie." Hearing this, Lin Ke thought he might really be able to help, but feared there might be other conditions. Mu Zijin continued, "As long as you leave Bei Mingyi, I'll help you achieve whatever you want." Lin Ke's eyes widened, meeting his gaze, unable to utter a word. Hearing this, Xiao Xiang angrily said, "What do you mean by leaving or not leaving? Cuckoo and Mr. Bei Ming don't have anything. Even if they did, why should we listen to you?" Mu Zijin continued staring at Lin Ke. "You won't have a good ending with him. Tell me what you want, and I'll make it happen for you." A hint of coldness gradually appeared in Lin Ke's eyes. "My business with Bei Mingyi is none of your concern. Xiang, let's go." After saying this, the two turned to leave. But Mu Zijin's voice came from behind. "When I say you can't leave, you definitely won't get out." Watching them walk away, Mu Zijin took out his phone, dialed, and said calmly, "The girl in the green dress with an injury on her forehead. I want her tonight." Bei Mingyi had been surrounded by other guests. When he returned to his seat, he found that Lin Ke and Xiao Xiang had left, and Mu Zijin was nowhere to be seen. Dong Fong Chun tentatively said, "Could Zijin have taken the two beauties for some fun? That Lin Ke is so pretty. Have you already gotten her?" Yu Fei Fan handed Bei Mingyi a glass of wine, turned to look at Dong Fong Chun. "What joke are you making about him? If you really like that girl, try to pursue her yourself." Hearing Dong Fong Chen's words, Bei Mingye's face showed a hint of coldness. He silently finished the red wine, then placed it on the table with a thud. Staring at Dong Fong Chun, he said word by word, "She is my woman, until I'm tired of her." "Don't move," he said, then turned and walked towards the door. Bei Mingyi left the party, got in the car, and took out his phone. He saw a text message from Lin Ke. "At least she knows to leave me a message." But Zijin suddenly left. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Xiang anxiously looking for Lin Ke. Bei Mingyi said, "Wait a moment." Then he pushed open the car door, his tall figure stepping out. Feeling a cold aura approaching, Xiao Xiang looked up. "Mr. Bei Ming." Bei Mingyi asked coldly, "Where's Lin Ke?" Xiao Xiang replied anxiously, "I just went to the restroom. I told Cuckoo to wait for me at the door. But when I came back, she was gone." Hearing this, Bei Mingye's aura grew colder. "Who did you see or talk to before you left?" Xiao Xiang thought for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. "That man called Mu Zijin. Hitola, kiskiviko. Bei Mingyi, standing nearby, upon hearing this, took a long stride towards his car. Watching Bei Mingyi leave, Xiao Xiang thought things couldn't be that simple. The car sped along the road. Bei Mingyi kept calling Lin Ke's phone, but it was always turned off. So he hung up. He said grimly, "Go to the villa by Zijin Beach." Lin Ke's eyelashes trembled slightly, her head feeling dizzy. She hadn't fully regained consciousness yet, but seemed to hear someone talking nearby. A man's low voice sounded. "Second young master, do you really want to do this?" Lin Ke was startled, her consciousness quickly returning. She saw a large hand exploring her body, seemingly trying to figure out how to remove her dress. Before Lin Ke could cry out, a low, cold voice from the corner already sounded. "Just tear the clothes off." Lin Ke's eyes widened, already knowing what they intended to do. She raised her hand and slapped. "Don't touch me. She's awake." The man stood up and moved away from her, looking towards the corner. "Even better if she's awake. More exciting." The voice from the corner remained cold, without a hint of warmth. Lin Ke looked towards the corner and saw it was Mu Zijin, whom she had only met once. To make her leave Bei Mingyi, he actually had his men ready to film her being raped. Mu Zijin's gaze turned cold. "What are you standing there for? Do it! Don't come near me!" The man on the bed looked at her, seemingly about to pounce. Lin Ke cried out and quickly retreated. Seeing the man trying to approach, Lin Ke suddenly grabbed a sculpture from the bedside table and forcefully smashed it on the man's head. Blood instantly splattered on the floor. She then climbed off the bed and quickly ran towards the door, thinking, "I have to escape. I must escape." The injured man crawled off the bed and walked to Mu Zijin. "Second young master, I'll catch her right away," Mu Zijin said with a gloomy face. "Get lost." After escaping, Lin Ke realized she was on a yacht. Suddenly, she looked back. She saw Mu Zijin casually walking out of the cabin, slowly approaching her. Watching Mu Zijin approach step by step, Lin Ke climbed onto the railing. "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll jump." Unexpectedly, Mu Zijin wasn't threatened by her words at all. Instead, his eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. "You don't really want to die. Stop pretending in front of me. Come here." Lin Ke turned back and glared at him. "To be humiliated by your men again? Why are you determined to drive me to death?" Mu Zijin showed a mocking expression. "You, who stayed with Bei Mingyi for money, are now pretending to be pure. Don't you find it ridiculous?" Lin Ke replied, "Help me leave him, and I won't take a penny." She meant it. If Mu Zijin could do it, she would truly cooperate with him. But clearly, Mu Zijin took Lin Ke's sincere words as mockery. Watching Mu Zijin approach, Lin Ke thought, "If I'm to be ruined here, I'd rather die." Then she jumped over the railing. Seeing this, Mu Zijin slightly straightened up. By the time he reacted to grab Lin Ke had already plunged with a splash. She fell into the cold seawater. Mu Zijin looked at the now calm sea surface, his face showing a hint of surprise. "Damn, this woman can't swim. Why aren't you going down to save her?" His tone held a trace of anxiety. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. A speedboat was approaching them. In an instant, the speedboat arrived. Standing at the front was Bei Mingyi with a tense expression. Bei Mingyi's eyes flashed coldly as he asked, "Where is she?" Mu Zijin replied nervously, She jumped." As soon as Mu Zijin finished speaking, Bei Mingyi had already thrown off his clothes. With a splash, he dove into the sea. Seeing Bei Mingyi jump, Mu Zijin thought, "This is bad. Is that woman so important to Bei Mingyi?" So he also jumped in. Bei Mingyi's bodyguards also jumpten. Bei Mingyi was down for only 2 minutes before he rescued Lin Ke. After getting on the boat, Bei Mingyi placed Lin Ke on his lap, pressing her back and abdomen simultaneously. Her abdomen was compressed. Lin Ke's mouth opened, and she vomited several mouthfuls of seawater. Bei Mingyi then turned Lin Ke over and performed chest compressions, saying, "Wake up, I won't allow you to die. Did you hear me?" He then continued to give Lin Ke artificial respiration. But Lin Ke was still in shock, and her breathing had even stopped. Seeing this, Bei Mingyi roared, "Turn the yacht back. Quick, call an ambulance." Mu Zijin watched Bei Mingyi continuously performing CPR on Lin Ke, feeling guilty. "I didn't expect this woman to be completely different from the others. If something really happens to her tonight, I'm afraid Bei Mingyi will." Bei Mingyi, holding Lin Ke's gradually cooling body, said gently, "Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you back to life. If I can't save you, I'll make everyone here accompany you in death." Just as Bei Mingyi was about to despair, Lin Ke, who had completely stopped breathing, suddenly frowned and with a wah sound, vomited another mouthful of water. Bei Mingyi looked at Lin Ke with joy. "She has a heartbeat. She's alive again." Mu Zijin also instantly felt relieved. "Thank goodness she's alive." Lin Ke slightly opened her eyes, looking at Bei Mingyi, who was holding her tightly. I never thought there'd be a day when I'd be grateful for his presence. Suddenly, her vision darkened. She fell unconscious again. When she woke up again, she was in the hospital. Soon after, her attending doctor came in, smiling and saying, "You can be discharged now. All the procedures have been taken care of in advance." So Lin Ke left the hospital. She didn't return to school, but went back to her own home. Seeing Lin Ke's silhouette, Ling Shan immediately rushed over, excitedly saying, "Sis, didn't you say you'd buy me another phone?" Lin Ke turned to look at him, her eyes flashing with an indescribable darkness. "I don't have extra money for now." After speaking, she turned and went back to her room. She took Lin Shan's phone out of her bag. Just as she was about to put it in the drawer, the door suddenly opened. Lin Shan walked in saying, "After all this talk, you just don't want to buy it for me. Our family has been so good to you, and you're not grateful. You even dare." Her words stopped abruptly when she saw the phone in Lin Ke's hand. She then rushed over and snatched the phone from Lin Ke's hand, cursing, "You dare to steal my phone? Just like your mother. You vixen." Lin Ke was pushed aside by Lin Shan, but hearing Lin Shan mention her mother, she glared at her and said, "Shut up. Get out. I don't want to talk to you now. How dare you treat me like this? I won't let you off," Lin Shan said before rushing out of the room. Seeing Lin Shan leave, Lin Ke lay down on the bed, feeling extremely tired. I shouldn't have indulged Shan before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become like this. Thinking about this, she dozed off. Lin Ke was awakened by a noisy sound. She walked out of the room to see Lin Shan holding her clothes, screaming, "Oh my God, these things are so beautiful." Seeing this, Lin Ke felt uneasy. She hurried to Lin Shan and said, "This dress belongs to Xiao Xiang. I need to return it to her." Lin Shan sneered, "You mean that poor girl? Don't lie. Anyway, I'm taking these things." Lin Ke's face darkened instantly. She reached out to grab the clothes. "Stop messing around. Give them back to me quickly." Lin Shan's friend stepped forward and pushed Lin Ke, saying, Hey, don't get physical." At this moment, Ming Jinghua opened the door and walked in. Seeing everyone, he asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Lin Ke replied, "They took my things. I need to return them to someone." Before Lin Ke could finish, Lin Shan angrily said, "She says these things are hers, and you believe her?" "Dad, I borrowed these from my classmates." Lin Shan's other friend chimed in. Shan, how can your sister be like this? The things aren't hers, yet she insists on having your dad take them back. Isn't this just robbery?" Ming Jinghua stood in front of Lin Ke, angrily scolding Lin Shan. "Give the things back to your sister quickly. Otherwise, don't come back to this home. I'll act like I don't have you as a daughter." Hearing this, Rong Fu stood up and started arguing with Ming Jinghua. Ming Jinghua ignored her and continued staring at Lin Shan. "Give the things back to your sister. Sister, go back to your room and study. In the future, don't associate with these questionable people." After Lin Shan returned the things to Lin Ke, Ming Jinghua gently stroked her hair, looking helpless. "I'm sorry for making you suffer here, my daughter." Lin Ke had just finished dinner and taken a shower. She heard the phone ring. It was a call from Bei Mingyi. Lin Ke answered the phone. Bei Mingyi said, "I'm in your community's parking garage. Come down immediately. If you're not here in 5 minutes, I'll come up to find you." Hearing this, Lin Ke hung up the phone, hurriedly put on a coat, and went to the parking garage. Arriving at the garage, Lin Ke rushed towards where Bei Mingyi had parked. After I almost thought what just happened had nothing to do with him. Lin Ke turned her head to compose herself. Bei Mingyi took out a cigarette, about to light it. Seeing Bei Mingyi about to smoke, Lin Ke quickly turned and said, "Sir, please don't smoke." Seeing Bei Mingyi's questioning look, she hurriedly explained, "I don't want my family to know about this. They'll smell the smoke when I go back." Actually, Lin Ke wanted to ask if she could go home now. She'd been out for so long, her father might be worried. Hearing Lin Ke's words, Bei Mingyi actually put away the cigarette and lighter. Lin Ke was silent for a moment, then finally gathered the courage to ask, "Can I go back?" Before she could finish, Bei Mingyi said, "Sit for a while." His tone left no room for argument. Lin Ke's eyes accidentally caught sight of the discarded tissues. Her breath hitched, and her face instantly turned bright red. So she carefully bent down to clean up, planning to take it out later. Bei Mingyi's gaze fell on her. Noticing her movements were a bit slow. Thinking these were fragile items, he said, "Someone will clean it up." Lin Ke's fingers paused for a moment, but after a while, she cleaned up even more efficiently. She piled everything in the corner, planning to take it out later. After finishing, Lin Ke returned to her seat. She glanced at Bei Mingyi and found he had closed his eyes to rest. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke, "Thank you for saving me from the sea yesterday." Bei Mingyi didn't respond, still resting with his eyes closed. Lin Ke was really afraid he would fall asleep here, so she casually asked, "What are you doing here? Do you have a project?" She thought Bei Mingyi would continue not responding, but unexpectedly he replied, "Investment. Tell your father to buy several old houses. The houses here will be very valuable next year." Hearing this, Lin Ke's heart trembled. What did he mean? Was he planning to invest in developing Hualan Street? At this moment, Lin Ke's phone suddenly rang. Lin Ke quickly answered, telling Ming Jinghua she was at a friend's house and would return later. After hanging up, Lin Ke looked up at Bei Mingyi and asked, "Sir, when are you going back? Can you drop me off at the street corner?" Bei Mingyi raised an eyebrow. Afraid of being seen? His large hand suddenly reached towards Lin Ke's face. Lin Ke gasped, shrinking back slightly, trying hard to avoid his increasingly heated gaze. "Sir, I need to go back." Bei Mingyi took out his phone, dialed a number, and told Yang to come back and drive. Soon after, Yang returned. Just as they left the community, Bei Mingyi's voice sounded. "Which intersection do you want to get off at?" Lin Ke looked out the window and pointed to a left turn ahead. "Just drop me off there." After getting out of the car, Lin Ke waved to Bei Mingyi, saying, "Goodbye, sir." Bei Mingyi responded briefly, and the car drove off. Watching the departing car, Lin Ke thought, "It's only been a short while, but I've changed so much. I wonder when I can break free from him and return to my old life." Thinking about everything that had happened these past few days, Lin Ke sighed. So much had happened in such a short time, it felt like a lifetime ago. Seeing a fruit stand not far away, she thought about buying some fruit to take home. But Lin Ke didn't expect her body to be so weak. The 2 bags of fruit weighed less than 10 pounds, but after walking just over 100 steps, she was already out of breath and could barely move. After resting for 2 minutes, Lin Ke was about to bend down to pick up the bags when suddenly a large hand appeared in her view and lifted the bags. Lin Ke was startled. She suddenly looked up at the person who had walked up beside her. Just one glance, and she began to panic. Pressing her lips tightly, she instinctively took 2 steps back, quickly retreating. Just then a large truck suddenly drove by. A sharp braking sound rang out. It looked like it was about to hit Lin Ke. Just as the car was about to collide with her, Mu Zijin pulled her back forcefully. The force was so strong that Lin Ke crashed directly into his arms. Falling into Mu Zijin's embrace, Lin Ke instantly pushed him away hard, glaring at him and saying, "What else do you want to do? Wasn't hurting me yesterday enough?" Mu Zijin calmly replied, "Don't be so nervous. I just came to check on you." Lin Ke pressed her lips together. She tried to make her breathing even and said calmly, "I'm fine. I don't need you to check on me." However, Lin Ke eventually let Mu Zijin help her carry the fruit. Looking at Mu Zijin walking silently in front of her, Lin Ke couldn't help but say, "If you want me to leave Bei Mingyi, you'd better go talk to him yourself." Before she could finish, a middle-aged woman greeted Lin Ke. "Kiki, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome." Lin Ke quickly waved her hands. "Annie Lan, don't misunderstand. He's just delivering fruit." Annie Lan smiled knowingly. I understand. I won't disturb you too." After Annie Lan walked away, she looked at Mu Zijin again, the anger in her eyes growing stronger. "What exactly do you want from me? If you have a way to make him leave me alone, I'm willing to pay. How much do you want?" Mu Zijin suddenly spoke, his voice calm and even. "Are you willing to help me?" "Why?" Lin Ke's voice was clearly filled with suspicion. "I don't want him to be with you. I don't want him to be infatuated with any woman." Hearing this, Lin Ke covered her mouth, unable to determine if what he said was true or false. Why did he care so much about who Bei Mingyi was with? Could it be that he and Bei Mingyi, as they were talking, they entered the elevator? Mu Zijin was directly stunned. Lin Ke thought, "He even knows which floor I live on. It seems he really has investigated me." After reaching the 7th floor, Mu Zijin stood in the elevator and said, "Let me know when you've made up your mind." Watching Mu Zijin leave, Lin Ke was puzzled. Could he really have that kind of feeling for Bei Mingyi? The next day, just as Lin Ke was about to leave home, Ming Shan eagerly said, "Sister, your studio is going to hold a talent show, right? Don't try to hide it from me. I saw the plan in your bag." Lin Ke tried to persuade him. "You're still young. It's not suitable. I'll help you when there's a good opportunity in the future." "Liar." Ming Shan looked at her, anger gradually burning in his eyes. "This is definitely not just a small talent show. I saw that even the promotion costs millions. You just can't stand to see me do well. If you have the guts, don't come back. You're not welcome in this home. Lin Ke sighed silently, no longer arguing with him. She turned and left. Walking on the street, she thought, does Shanshan really have no feelings for me at all? Or is it because I looked at those photos of him? She hadn't walked far when suddenly there was a beep. A black car stopped beside her. The window slowly rolled down, and Mu Zijin appeared in her view. Get in, I'll drive you to school. Lin Ke ignored him completely and walked straight towards the bus. She only saw Mu Zijin following her all the way to school. Looking at Mu Zijin behind her, she wondered how long he was going to follow her. Seeing Lin Ke walk in, Xiao Xiang ran over in small steps. Kiki, what happened the night before last? You left alone? I was so scared. Lin Ke looked embarrassed, not knowing what to say. But Mu Zijin behind her stepped forward and said, she was with me the night before last. Her phone was dead, so she couldn't notify you in time. Looking at Mu Zijin, Xiao Xiang said in surprise, aren't you that Mu Zijin? How come you're with Kiki? Mu Zijin continued, I like Kiki. I plan to pursue her. Hearing Mu Zijin's words, Lin Ke quickly waved her hand and said, he's joking. She walked up to Mu Zijin. Give me my things back, please. Thank you for carrying them for me. I need to go back to the dorm. Mu Zijin put on a pitiful look. Won't you have a meal with me? I haven't had dinner yet. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Are you waiting for? Before he could finish, Lin Ke interrupted him. I'll go eat with you. Let's go now. Lin Ke turned back to Xiao Xiang with a smile and said, Xiang, could you please take my things back for me? After they finished eating, they returned from the restaurant to the dormitory. On the way, they had to pass through a wooded area. Looking at this area, Lin Ke recalled various incidents with Bei Mingyi, and her expression instantly became very unpleasant. Mu Zijin suddenly moved closer and asked softly, have you been here with Bei Mingyi? Lin Ke tried hard to conceal it, saying no. Mu Zijin pulled Lin Ke towards the woods. Lin Ke immediately cried out, what are you doing? I'm not going there. She tried forcefully to shake him off. Unexpectedly, Mu Zijin suddenly bent down and picked her up entirely, walking into the woods. If you want someone to see, you can cry out loudly. Seeing the familiar place, Lin Ke's breathing became more rapid and her heart raced faster. She unconsciously clutched his collar tightly, tears almost sliding down. Just as Lin Ke was about to cry for help in panic, Mu Zijin quickened his pace, walking towards a vintage pavilion not far away. Lin Ke was surprised. They hadn't gone there before. After putting Lin Ke down, Mu Zijin sincerely said, I misunderstood you before and did some not-so-good things. I'm sorry. Tell me, what is he using to force you to stay by his side? I'll help you. Consider it compensation. Hearing this, Lin Ke's small hands unconsciously twisted in secret. Under his gentle gaze, she almost blurted out the whole story. But in the end, Lin Ke let out a light sigh and withdrew her gaze from his face. I accept your apology, but you can't help. Don't come looking for me anymore. After saying this, Lin Ke left alone along the stone path. Watching Lin Ke walk away, Mu Zijin said softly, I've really started to like you a bit. I'll come find you again. Just as she reached the dormitory building, a coquettish call suddenly came from beside her. Kiki, is that really you? Lin Ke paused and looked back. She saw Tang Feifei wearing a small dress, which looked a bit exaggerated on campus. She calmly asked, do you need something? Tang Feifei smiled lightly, unable to hide her slight smugness. No, did you and he have a fight? These past few days, he's been asking me alone to accompany him. Do you want me to put in a good word for you? Lin Ke turned away, her eyes showing a hint of disdain. No need. You just serve him well then, she said and walked into the dormitory gate. Looking at Lin Ke's disdainful expression, Tang Feifei gritted her teeth, thinking, why can she be close to the master, while I'm not even allowed to approach? I can only work with the servants every day. A night passed. The next day, Lin Ke went to the Imperial Group building. She came to Bei Ming Sun's office. Bei Ming Sun invited Lin Ke to sit on the sofa. As soon as she sat down, Lin Ke said, I came today to ask Director Bei Ming to look at whether the talent show plan is feasible. Bei Ming Sun took the plan, but didn't look at it. His gaze fell on Lin Ke's face. Calling me Director Bei Ming is too formal. Either call me Ah-sun or Brother Bei Ming. Lin Ke immediately obediently called him Brother Bei Ming. Bei Ming Sun smiled lightly. Are you interested in being my assistant? Annual salary of 200,000. Considering it's just part-time, this price is very reasonable. Lin Ke was so surprised by his words that her eyes widened, staring at him. 200,000? Why? Bei Ming Sun picked up his coffee cup and took a couple of sips. Because you're sufficiently well-behaved and honest. I'll give you a day to think it over. After saying this, he stood up and walked away. Come on, let me treat you to the company's afternoon tea. Just as the two of them walked out of the office, they ran into Bei Ming Yi and Yu Fifan, who were also coming out. Looking at Lin Ku, Yu Fifan smiled and asked, Bei Ming, it's office hours. Where are you two going? Taking my little sister for afternoon tea. What about you? Bei Ming Sun said, holding Lin Ku and looking at them. I just got back not long ago. Yi is taking me around to play today. After saying this and greeting Bei Ming Sun, they walked towards the private elevator. Bei Ming Sun waved his hand and said bye-bye. Seeing the unstoppable smile on Lin Ku's face, Bei Ming Sun was a bit confused. Seeing Bei Ming Yi being so intimate with another woman, she wasn't jealous, but instead smiled so happily. It seems she really doesn't like Bei Ming Yi. After Lin Ku agreed to be Bei Ming Sun's assistant, they had afternoon tea together and then said goodbye. Just as she was about to walk away quickly, her phone in her bag suddenly rang. She had just taken the phone out of her bag and glanced at the screen when she was suddenly frightened pale by the string of numbers on the screen. She thought, didn't he go out with you, Fifan? She answered the call. Bei Ming Ye's voice came from the other end of the phone. Come to my office. Now. If you're not here in 5 minutes, I'll come to your school tonight. Then he hung up. Lin Ku came to Bei Ming Ye's office with an uneasy heart. She saw Bei Ming Ye standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the east forest scenery below. Looking at Lin Ku coming in, Bei Ming Ye said, come here and close the door. Lin Ku walked to Bei Ming Ye's side, looking at the archipelago dozens of nautical miles away, her eyes full of longing and fascination. Bei Ming Yi hugged her from behind, his gaze also falling on that archipelago. Wanna go? Looking at the beautiful small island, Lin Ku couldn't help but say, good, beautiful little island. It would be nice if we could go up and take a look. Bei Ming Ye's thin lips approached Lin Ku's ear and whispered softly, okay, I'll take you there next time. It's rarely visited by people. Even in the wild, we won't be disturbed. Lin Ku was startled, suddenly turning her head and bumping into Bei Ming Ye's chest. She hurriedly said, sorry. These words made Bei Ming Ye reveal a mischievous smile. Bei Ming Ye's tall figure pressed Lin Ku against the floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Ku gently pushed him. Sir, why did you come back? Bei Ming Ye replied, I came back when I saw you. Then he leaned his head towards Lin Ku. Don't you want to see me? Lin Ku pushed Bei Ming Ye again. It's not that. Sir, you heard that night too. Nan Gong Lai is unwilling to take on this film. Then we'll see. Bei Ming Ye heard this and turned to sit on the chair. Lin Ku instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, changing to a safe topic could divert his attention. Suddenly, Bei Ming Ye's large hand fell on her waist. He pulled her to sit on his lap, saying, I'm a bit tired lately. Give me a shoulder rub. Lin Ku hesitated slightly, then reached out and gently rubbed Bei Ming Ye's shoulders. While rubbing, she said, Sir, about Nan Gong Lai. Bei Ming Ye replied, if we can't get him, the film plan can be shelved. Hearing this, Lin Ku suddenly felt that Bei Ming Ye might be deliberately making things difficult for her. Seeing Lin Ku's dissatisfaction, Bei Ming Ye said, it seems you have quite a few opinions about my decision. But no matter what you think, as long as you obey, I won't mistreat you. Lin Ku's lips revealed a perfunctory smile, lightly responding, don't worry, sir. I will obey. Bei Ming Ye looked satisfied. Nan Gong Lai is still in Dongling. If you like, I can invite him to Diyuan. But I've said before, I won't use my friendship to force him. If you really can't invite him, then our cooperation will end. Lin Ku instantly felt both anxious and resentful. She probably already understood Bei Ming Ye's thinking. But Nan Gong Lai was so proud, it wasn't easy to approach him, let alone persuade him. In my arms, shouldn't you be thinking less about other people? Bei Ming Ye's masculine voice came from above while Lin Ku was lost in thought. Suddenly, Bei Ming Ye smiled with his eyes. With one swipe, he tore Lin Ku's clothes to shreds. Then he found a piece of clothing from the lounge and handed it to Ming Ku. After changing clothes, Ming Ku thought to herself, why are so many women willing to cling to such a vicious man as Bei Ming Ye? Seeing Ming Ku walk out of the lounge, Bei Mingye's eyes were somewhat unfocused. I seem to have been a bit too obsessed with this girl lately. Lin Ke leaned against the door and softly called, "Sir, can I leave now?" Just then, a young woman rushed in from outside, saying as she walked, "Boss, what's going on? How could you leave Fifan alone there?" Lin Ke was hit on the head by the suddenly opened door, crying out in pain. She touched the bump on her head, hissing, "This feels really intense." Seeing this, Bei Mingyi instantly came to the door and grabbed Lin Ke's wrist. "Don't move." Seeing Bei Mingye's concerned expression, the young woman and Yu Fifan both showed incredulous looks. Bei Mingyi supported the dizzy Ming Ke to the sofa. He used medicine to wipe the bump on Ming Ke's head. Then he picked up Ming Ke and walked towards the lounge, completely ignoring the two people beside him. After throwing Ming Ke on the bed, he began to tear at her clothes. Ming Ke's screams were mixed with tearful pleas. "No, please, let me go." Bei Ming Dai felt a lump in his throat. Hearing Ming Ke's accusatory cries, he wanted to go in and stop it, but his legs felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds, unable to take even half a step. Yu Fifan's body went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. Time ticked by slowly. Ming Ke's cries for help grew weaker and weaker, until finally only desperate sobs remained. In contrast, Bei Mingye's voice grew heavier. After what seemed like an eternity, the sounds finally stopped. Bei Mingyi came out of the lounge, fully dressed. He walked to Yu Fifan's side, extending his hand. His thin lips curled slightly as he said, "Why are you sitting here? Get up." Yu Fifan looked up at him, suddenly feeling that he had never truly known this man. Finally, he wiped the tears from his face and placed his hand in Bei Mingye's palm, using his strength to stand up. Beside them, Bei Ming Dai softly comforted Yu Fifan. "Let's go. Why are you sympathizing with her? Since she was bought with money, she should have known this would happen." Turning her head, she said to Bei Mingyi, "Boss, I'm hungry. Have dinner with us." Bei Mingyi replied, "Together," and walked towards the door. Watching Bei Mingyi walk in front, Bei Ming Dai thought to herself, "If being the boss's woman is so miserable, I'd rather have Sister Fifan find another partner than be with such a beast." Unknowingly, night had fallen. Ming Ke walked out of the Empire building. Unexpectedly, the June night had a chill to it. She hugged her arms, thinking about how she still had to stay by Bei Mingye's side for over 200 more days, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, with a screech, a black car stopped beside Ming Ke. The window rolled down, and Mu Zijin's delicate face appeared in Ming Ke's view. "Why are you here?" "Kiki." Ming Ke was startled by the sudden voice. She turned her head and, seeing Mu Zijin's gaze, felt an urge to cry. Seeing Ming Ke's red and swollen face, Mu Zijin asked in surprise, "What happened? Who bullied you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she got out of the car. After glancing at the big dummy in the distance, Mu Zijin's gaze deepened and her voice lowered. "Was it Bei Mingyi?" Hearing the name Bei Mingyi, Lin Ke's body trembled slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head and replied faintly, "No, it wasn't. I was about to return to school and turned to leave. Biting my lip, I thought about how Bei Mingyi had trampled my dignity. The man before me had almost killed me not long ago. Who could guarantee he wouldn't be as angry as Bei Mingyi?" Seeing Ming Ke was about to leave, Mu Zijin quickly said, "You look very unhappy. Come with me." Eventually, Ming Ke followed Mu Zijin to a street food stall. Watching Mu Zijin's expression as he was about to cry from the spicy skewers, Lin Ke thought to herself, "What is this guy doing? Bringing me to a street food stall when he clearly can't handle spicy food." Mu Zijin noticed Lin Ke staring at him and jokingly said, "What? Have you realized I'm better looking than that Bei Mingyi guy?" Looking at Mu Zijin, Lin Ke felt a mix of emotions. Having been hurt so much by Bei Mingyi, even though she knew Mu Zijin had ulterior motives, she still felt that the little warmth he gave was comforting. Back at Mu Zijin's apartment, he had made countless trips to the bathroom. When he finally came out, he looked completely drained, his face very pale. Lying on the bed, he said to Ming Ke, "Take a taxi back to school yourself. I'll come see you tomorrow." Seeing Mu Zijin fall into a deep sleep, Ming Ke felt uneasy leaving him alone, so she decided to stay and watch over him for the night. After calling Xiao Xiang to explain the situation, Ming Ke went to the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought about how she could never tell Xiao Xiang about what happened with Bei Mingyi. Then she took off her clothes, turned on the faucet, and scrubbed her body vigorously, intending to wash away all traces left by Bei Mingyi. Suddenly, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open. Lin Ke was startled and instinctively wrapped herself tightly with a towel. As the door opened, Mu Zijin appeared in her view, possibly due to his frequent trips to the bathroom. As soon as Mu Zijin entered, he suddenly blacked out and fainted in Ming-Ke's arms. Ming-Ke was shocked and exclaimed, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" She then called for emergency services and sent Mu Zijin to the hospital. After a round of emergency treatment, Mu Zijin was transferred to a regular ward. The doctor was explaining the general situation to Mu Zijin's parents, Mu Yingtian and Zhong Yujia. Hearing the doctor's words, Mu Yingtian and Zhong Yujia finally felt relieved. At this moment, Mu Zichuan, the eldest son of the Mu group, walked in from outside. He asked, "Dad, Mom, how's my brother?" Hearing Mu Yingtian say he was fine, he turned his head and noticed the lip mark on Lin-Ke's neck, asking, "So, is this the girl who was alone with Zijin in the apartment tonight?" As soon as Mu Zichuan spoke, all eyes in the hospital room immediately turned to Ming-Ke. Seeing Mu Zichuan's gaze fixed on her neck, Ming-Ke suddenly remembered something and hurriedly covered it with her hand. "We're not that kind of relationship. We just happened to meet. Now that you're here, I'll head back to school." Mu Yingtian looked Ming-Ke over, thinking she wasn't bad. He suddenly said, "Young lady, which school do you attend? I'll help you get a couple days off. Otherwise, this brat might cause trouble trying to leave the hospital when he wakes up and can't find you." Mu Zichuan thoughtfully took out his phone, ready to make a call. Lin-Ke immediately reacted, saying hurriedly, "No need, no need. I can just ask my classmates to help me request leave. Please don't trouble yourself." Finally realizing that her husband and son were being a bit excessive, Zhong Yujia quickly tugged at Mu Yingtian's hand. "Honey, don't scare Zijin's little girlfriend. It's late. You and Zichuan should head back first." Mu Yingtian cleared his throat softly, finally withdrawing his somewhat impertinent gaze and said, "Take good care of Zijin," before leaving the hospital room with Mu Zichuan. In the end, Ming-Ke stayed, sleeping in the adjacent room. The next morning, Lin-Ke was still asleep, exhausted from the night before. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Lin-Ke awake. Zhong Yujia anxiously said, "Cuckoo, please hurry and persuade Zijin. He's insisting on leaving the hospital." In the hospital room, Mu Zijin had pulled out his four, saying, "My business is none of your concern." At this moment, Ming-Ke walked in. With her hoarse voice, she said, "You're not well yet. Why did you pull out the four?" Seeing Ming-Ke, Mu Zijin looked puzzled. "Cuckoo, why are you still here?" Before Ming-Ke could answer, Roi pushed her gently, saying, "Cuckoo took care of you all night yesterday. She only slept for a while in the next room, just before dawn." Pushed by Roi, Ming-Ke fell into Mu Zijin's arms. Mu Zijin looked at Ming-Ke. "Thank you for the trouble. Were you tired yesterday? Have you rested?" Afraid of hurting Mu Zijin, Lin-Ke quickly stood up straight. "I'm fine. How are you feeling? Are you better?" Looking at the two, Mu Zichuan persuaded Mu Zijin to stay in the hospital for a couple more days. Mu Zijin gently raised his hand, pushing away Mu Zichuan's large palm. "Don't worry about my business. I'm fine now. I can be discharged right away." Roi whispered to Ming-Ke, "Cuckoo, please try to persuade him." Ming-Ke started to persuade Mu Zijin to stay for a couple more days. Mu Zijin glanced at her and asked calmly, "Will you stay with me?" "Cuckoo is your girlfriend. Of course she'll stay with you," Roi said hurriedly. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of a teacup being placed on the table. Lin-Ke turned her head, looking puzzled. She saw Bei Mingyi, Dong Fangchun, and Nan Gonglai sitting quietly in the corner. Seeing Bei Mingyi in the corner, Lin-Ke's body started trembling uncontrollably. "Why is he here?" Dong Fangchun looked at Lin-Ke and Mu Zijin with a strange expression. "When did this girl become your girlfriend? We didn't know about this." He thought to himself, if he remembered correctly, this girl should belong to Bei Mingyi. Nan Gonglai chimed in, "I'm curious too." Startled by Dong Fangchun's words, Ming-Ke quickly pulled her hand away from Mu Zijin's grasp, saying, "We're not." Mu Zijin glanced at Dong Fangchun, his gaze finally landing on Bei Mingyi. "I want this girl. How much did you buy her for? I'll pay you double." Bei Mingyi's gaze fell on Ming-Ke, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He revealed an ambiguous smile. "Girl, you tell us. Do you want to go with him or with me?" It seemed like the choice was in Ming-Ke's hands, but only she knew that she had no real choice. So she stepped aside. Lowering her head without speaking, Bei Mingyi said softly. His voice was gentle, but everyone could hear his displeasure at that moment. Lin could clench her fists. She knew she shouldn't make him unhappy at this time. But thinking about last night, when Bei Mingyi had humiliated her in public, she didn't want to give in to his wishes. Bei Mingyi, thinking about how Mingke had become bolder after getting to know Mu Zijin, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It seems you've chosen to be his girlfriend. Nan Gonglai sensed Bei Mingyi's change. He thought to himself, this girl is quite something to be able to make ye unhappy. Mu Zijin didn't speak to Bei Mingyi either. He just lay quietly on the bed. Seeing Mingke standing silently in the corner, he softened his voice. Come sit down. Mingke really walked over. She sat down by Mu Zijin's bed and looked at him. Let me pour you some hot water. Mu Zijin nodded. Mingke seemed to have found her purpose, busying herself with washing the cup and pouring water. Mingke poured a cup of warm water for Mu Zijin, helped him sit up, and handed him the cup. Mu Zijin, however, looked at her teasingly and said, I just hadn't four. Why don't you feed me? Lin compressed her lips tightly. She knew there was a sharp gaze behind her, constantly watching her, and she felt somewhat flustered. In the end, she still held the cup to Mu Zijin's lips, helping him drink the water sip by sip. Just as Mu Zijin was about to finish the entire cup of water, there was suddenly the sound of Bei Mingyi standing up behind them, and the sound of his footsteps as he walked out the door. Dong Fong Chun hurriedly followed. Yi, wait for me. Watching the two leave, Nan Gonglai said calmly, It seems you've succeeded. You actually managed to anger him. Impressive. Lin let out a soft sigh. She didn't feel there was anything impressive about what she did. It was completely like walking on a tightrope, suspended in midair. So she turned around, put down the water cup, and said, You guys chat. I'll go find a nurse. When Lin Ke returned, she was holding Mu Zijin's medicine. Seeing Lin Ke, Mu Zijin's gaze softened a bit. Didn't you want Nan Gonglai to star in your movie before? He agreed. Lin Ke was slightly shocked. She turned to look at Nan Gonglai, whose expression remained calm. I didn't say I agreed. I just said I could consider it. Lin Ke looked at Mu Zijin with a hint of excitement. Did you put in a good word for me? Mu Zijin replied, This guy is my cousin. Mingke thought to herself, no wonder Nan Gonglai seemed closer than when they first met. Then she turned to Nan Gonglai and sincerely said, Mr. Nan Gong, you can actually take a look at our script first. Nan Gonglai just glanced at her lightly, then looked back at Mu Zijin. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes. Why don't you tell us about yourselves first? If this girl is really your girlfriend, I might as well agree now. Lin Ke blushed and quickly shook her head. I'm not his girlfriend. If you're not his girlfriend, how come you went to a hotel with him in the middle of the night and got caught by reporters? What did you say? Lin Ke was completely shocked by his words. Could it be that it's already been exposed? Nan Gonglai picked up a few photos from the table nearby. Zichuan suppressed this. Otherwise, your affair would have spread throughout the entire East by now. Lin Ke walked over and took the photos with both hands. Her face immediately turned pale with fear. This is terrible. If this really gets out. As soon as Nan Gonglai finished speaking, he stood up. All right, I should go now. He looked back at Mu Zijin and suddenly smiled faintly. I'll go comfort that guy for you. But you'd better hope that this girl doesn't hold such an important place in his heart. After Nan Gonglai left, Mingke finally realized. Comfort Bei Mingyi? Would Bei Mingyi really get angry over such a small matter? 2 days later, Mu Zijin was finally discharged from the hospital. Just as Lin Ke wanted to say a final goodbye to him, Mu Zijin told her that it was his cousin's birthday and he wanted to invite her. Lin Ke was still hesitating whether to go or not. Mu Zijin said, Then it's settled. See you tomorrow night, he said before getting into the car. By the time Lin Ke reacted, the car had already driven away. The next morning, Lin Ke and Xiao Xiang came to the shopping street together. As they walked, they analyzed the Mu family's relationships. After walking a short distance, Xiao Xiang suggested, There are so many shops in this shopping street. It might be faster if we split up to choose gifts. So they separated. As Mingke walked on the street, she still had some concerns about tonight's banquet. Suddenly, she looked up and was startled by a slender figure not far away. She almost screamed out loud. After just one glance, she couldn't take her eyes off. Her gaze was fixed on the girl's face. The little girl wasn't too young, but not too old either. She was small and incredibly beautiful. Lin Ke thought to herself that in all her life, this was the first time she had seen such a pretty little girl. Seeming to sense someone looking at her, the little girl turned her head and waved at Mingke with a big smile. The little girl just casually waved at her. and Lin Ku immediately scurried over. She took the initiative to ask, "Little sister, do you need any help?" The little girl just said she wanted ice cream, and Linka promptly took her into a dessert shop. Watching her enjoy the ice cream with relish, Linka thought to herself that this little sister called Yu was truly both beautiful and adorable. But when she thought about spending over 1,000 on just one ice cream, she suddenly felt a wave of depression. Walking out of the dessert shop, Yi looked at her sister with a puzzled expression. "You didn't seem to eat anything just now. Aren't you hungry?" Linka let out a soft sigh and smiled, saying, "I've already eaten. I'm not hungry. Are your family members nearby? It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Shall I take you home?" Hearing Mingku say she wanted to take her home, Yiya's face suddenly changed. She forcefully shook off her hand. "I don't want to go home." She turned around and disappeared into some corner. Mingku searched for her on the street for quite a while, but couldn't find her. Though anxious, she felt helpless. After searching for half an hour and still unable to find Yiya, she reluctantly returned to the main street. Looking up, she saw a shop selling meat sandwiches. Feeling the few coins left in her pocket, she quickly walked over. Just as Mingku was about to eat the meat sandwich, Yiya's voice suddenly rang out. "Sister, you lied. You didn't have lunch at all. Why did you lie to me?" Mingku didn't know how to respond for a moment. After thinking for a while, she said helplessly, "The place you went to was too fancy. One meal there would cost me a month's food budget. Do you think I could afford to eat with you?" This left Yi momentarily speechless. Linka suddenly remembered something and asked, "Let me ask you a question. Tonight, I'm going to attend a little princess's birthday party. Do you have any good suggestions for a gift?" Hearing this, Yi smiled slightly and said, "You've asked the right person. Come on, let's go choose together." Half an hour later, they came out of a boutique store. They had chosen two big dolls, one called an In and the other called Xing Xing together. They formed an Xian, peace of mind. They were clearly a matching pair of dolls. Yi stuffed the red doll into Mingku's arms and said, "Sister, give Xing Xing to that little princess. After all, the most precious gift is the heart, right?" Suddenly, she saw two men in white shirts staring at Yi and walking towards her with big strides. Linka was startled. For some reason, she instinctively cried out, "Yi, danger!" Unexpectedly, the two men walked up to Yiya and respectfully said, "Young miss, it's time to go back. The young master has been looking for you." Upon hearing this, Yiya's face fell, showing a very unhappy expression. Yiya knew that she might never have the chance to see Mingku again in this lifetime. So she forced a slight smile and said, "Sister, we chose this gift together. She will definitely like it." Night quietly fell. At the Nangong family's East Camp Villa, various luxury cars were parked. Looking at the doll in Mingku's arms, Mu Zijin smiled slightly. In all these years, no one has ever given a doll to the little princess. Hearing him say this, Linka felt a bit uneasy. She quickly asked, "What about you? What did you get? Can I see it first?" Secret. Seeing Linka turn her head, Mu Zijin suddenly flicked her nose with his long finger. "The main recipient hasn't opened it yet, and you want to see? That's not right." After saying this, he let Linka take his arm, and they walked in. As soon as they entered the hall, all eyes were on him and Mu Zijin. Dai Ming sat down in a corner. Mu Zijin said gently, "I'll go greet my grandfather and uncle. You sit for a while?" Mingke nodded obediently. Faintly, she heard people in the hall discussing the gift she had brought for Nangong Shuer. Linke didn't pay attention, but instead lowered her head and ate ice cream spoonful by spoonful. Not long after, she felt the girls in the hall start to stir. Linke put a spoonful of ice cream in her mouth, and with the spoon still in her mouth, she casually glanced towards the door. Just one look, and she was stunned by the tall figure appearing at the doorway. She felt chilled for a few moments. Bei Mingyi had arrived. Bei Mingye's eagle-like eyes swept across the venue. His gaze then fixed directly on Lin Ku in the corner, a seductive smile appearing on his lips. Then he strode towards her. Without thinking, she instinctively tried to stand up and escape. Bei Mingyi swung his hand, his long arm wrapping around Lin Ku's waist. He pulled her into his embrace. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Lin Ku in surprise. Noticing ice cream residue on Ming Ku's lips, Bei Mingyi gently wiped it off with his hand. "Is this tasty?" Ming Ku didn't speak, not wanting to engage with him at all. She slightly adjusted her position, but still couldn't free herself from his arm around her waist. Suddenly, she raised one foot, trying to step hard on his shoe. "These shoes are probably worth tens of millions. Bei Mingye's cool voice pierced Ming Ke's eardrum. Ming Ke just adjusted her position, immediately withdrawing her foot that was about to step down. Bei Mingye leaned in closer. Despite her efforts to avoid him, he easily got close to her ear and whispered, "Silly girl, only you would believe a pair of shoes costs tens of millions. Did Zijin bring you here?" Bei Mingyi suddenly asked, ignoring Ming Ke's resistance. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of displeasure in it. "Yes, Zijin brought me here." Ming Ke looked up, meeting Bei Mingye's deep gaze, and replied calmly, "You're quite close with Zijin, but doesn't he know you're my woman?" Bei Mingyi again showed his seductive smile. "Come back to Diyuan with me tonight. I've really missed you these days." These words made Ming Ke panic again. "No, it hasn't been long. Last time in your office." Ming Ke suddenly felt someone standing behind them. She turned to look and saw Mu Zijin had returned, his face slightly dark and his eyes complex. Mu Zijin's gaze fell on Bei Mingye's arm around Ming Ke's waist, his expression darkening further. "Can you remove your hand from my girlfriend's waist?" "Girlfriend?" Bei Mingye looked up at Mu Zijin behind him, then his lips curled up. His gaze returned to Ming Ke's slightly pale face, smiling mischievously. "He says you're his girlfriend." Bei Mingye's seductive voice continued. "You, who were lying beside me 2 days ago, have become someone else's girlfriend 2 days later. Yi, don't go too far." Mu Zijin reached out and grabbed his wrist, trying to remove his hand, but not using too much force. Bei Mingyi looked at him, the color in his eyes darkening slightly. "If you don't want to be my enemy, don't touch my woman." He still removed Bei Mingye's hand and rescued Ming Ke from his embrace. Feeling that Ming Ke was obviously frightened, Mu Zijin gently asked, "Are you okay?" Ming Ke shook her head. "I've fine." Seeing the two so intimate, the cold light in Bei Mingye's eyes deepened. Bei Mingye finally stood up. The smile on his lips had disappeared. His deep gaze swept over the two, finally locking onto Ming Ke. That look was somewhat icy. "I'll come find you tonight. Come back to Diyuan with me." "She won't go back with you." Mu Zijin looked at the low-voiced Bei Mingye, but he didn't even want to look at him, turning to walk into the crowd. Noticing Lin Ke trembling all over, her eyes full of fear, Mu Zijin comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I won't let him bully you." Suddenly, he grabbed Lin Ke's hand and pulled her towards the back door. "Come with me." After the two came out, Lin Ke looked at Mu Zijin questioningly. "Why did we run out?" "To take you out for some exercise. It can temporarily make you forget all the unpleasant things." Mu Zijin continued to pull her, quickening his pace. In the blink of an eye, they had run to the back garden of the Nangong family. When Mu Zijin stopped, Lin Ke was already weak in all 4 limbs. Even breathing became difficult. "Your physical condition is really poor. Let's keep walking. Don't stop all at once." Mu Zijin turned to look at her. He teased. Lin Ke didn't speak, just followed him slowly forward. They walked for quite a while. Her breathing finally calmed down. Coming to her senses, she realized Mu Zijin was still holding her hand. Ming Ke slightly adjusted herself, quickly pulling her hand from his grasp. "Sorry." So the two stood facing each other under the moonlight. Mu Zijin reached out his hand, wanting to hold Ming Ke's hand again. He asked, "Why are you apologizing?" Ming Ke stepped back again, choking up. "I once dreamed that someone would protect me from Bei Mingye's harm. But now I've woken up. No one can bring me out of the abyss. No one can, including Mu Zijin." He pulled Ming Ke into his arms. "I can. Give me a chance, Kiki, to prove it. I definitely can." Recalling his confrontation with Bei Mingye, Ming Ke gently pushed Mu Zijin away. "Let go. No one can stand against Bei Mingye. I don't want to implicate you." Mu Zijin smiled softly and leaned closer to her. "I don't want to let go. Be my girlfriend, Kuku. I am sincere. Give me a chance to compete with him. I like you." Mu Zijin sighed softly, suddenly lowering his head, his thin lips seeking Ming Ke's. Lin Ke was startled. Her mind went blank for a moment at Mu Zijin's approach. Mu Zijin didn't kiss her directly, but asked in a low voice, "Will you be my girlfriend?" Ming Ke broke free from Mu Zijin's hands, stepping back again. "Mu Zijin, call me Zijin." His voice was hoarse. It had a somewhat eerily familiar quality. Mu Zijin approached Ming Ke again. He embraced her. Lin Ke's heart instantly panicked more, so she softened her voice, trying to reason with him. Zijin, calm down. Don't be like this. Let go first. I have something to say properly. Mu Zijin did loosen his hold on Ming-ku, but didn't let go completely. Before Ming-ku could speak, Mu Zijin said first, I'm sorry. I lost control a bit. What I said just now was all sincere. Do you believe me? I don't know. Ming-ku really didn't know if she should trust him. I'll give you time. Ruffling Ming-ku's hair again, Mu Zijin finally let her go completely. But he still held her hand as they walked towards the banquet hall. On the way back, Ming-ku thought about many things. If she trusted him, but what if even he deceived her? She feared she would never be able to trust any man again. If so, it's better not to have any hope from the beginning. Back in the hall, the banquet had already started. Looking from afar, Ming-ku only saw Nan Gongxue in a pink dress. She seemed a bit short, blocked by the crowd, her face completely obscured. Guests offered congratulations one after another. Gifts were presented one by one. Seeing this scene, Ming-ku suddenly remembered what she and Yi had said on the street in the afternoon. Mu Zijin looked at Ming-ku. He said softly, they're about to cut the cake. Let's go over there too. After saying this, he held Lin-ku's hand and walked towards the crowd. When they got closer, Lin-ku saw the girl standing in front of the cake clearly. She froze, unable to take another step. Mu Zijin looked at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Kuku? Nan Gongxue, standing behind the cake with a wooden expression, turned her head and looked in their direction. Seeing Ming-ku, her eyes immediately curved into a smile, showing her first smile of the night. Sister, kiskivitko. You're here. Among those present, those who didn't know Ming-ku just glanced over, but those who knew her were surprised. When did these two get to know each other? Nan Gonglai, standing next to Nan Gongxue, looked at Ming-ku with a complex gaze. Sister, kiskivitko. Schwer actually knows this girl? Lin-ku asked in a daze. Yeah, why are you here? Are you actually Nan Gongxue, the little princess of the Nan Gong family? Xue smiled softly. I didn't intentionally hide it. You just never asked. Sister Kuku, I'm tired of cutting. Can you help me cut the cake? Then she looked back at the old man, her eyes curving into a pleased smile. Grandpa, this is my new friend. I want her to help me cut the cake. Is that okay? Old Master Nan Gong nodded, his gaze falling on Ming-ku. Though smiling, his face was still full of authority, giving off a lot of pressure. If Yi wants you to cut, then help her cut. Thank you for your trouble. Ming-ku, facing Old Master Nan Gong's gaze, instinctively took the cake knife. She saw Bei Ming-yi standing not far away, quietly watching her. This made Ming-ku feel a bit uneasy. Yi is asking for your help. She's so mischievous. Don't mind her. Nan Gonglai took the plate in his hand and walked to her side to help cut the cake. Soon, they heard Nan Gongxue's delighted voice from not far behind. It's actually the harmonica style I wanted most. Cousin Zijing, you finally didn't disappoint me this time. Meaning we disappointed you? Bei Mingyi glanced at her from not far away with a teasing tone. Nan Gongxue scratched her mouth, bounced over, and smiled at Bei Mingyi. Brother Yi, I like the gift you gave me too. I really do like it, but I don't even have a driver's license. How can I drive that car? Bei Mingyi's gaze fell on Ming-ku's figure. Don't you have a new friend? She should be able to drive. When you're happy, you can let her take you for a ride. Hearing Bei Mingyi's words, Ming-ku was startled. At this time, Mu Zijin walked over and stood beside her, helping to receive the cake she was cutting. Nan Gonglai glanced at him and suddenly curled his lips. So you've already got this little beauty? Tell me, when did it happen? Not in the hospital room, right? These words made Lin-ku's breathing a bit chaotic. Mu Zijin quickly reached out to ruffle her hair, comforting her. Don't mind him. He's always like this. Lin-ku was also comforting herself. She didn't need to be afraid of Bei Mingyi. He had no right to interfere with her private life. Bei Mingyi's gaze from not far away turned cold. This woman was still so naive. Soon you'll know whether I have the right to manage you or not. After cutting the cake, Nan Gongxue found a random excuse and brought Ming-ku to her room. As soon as the door closed, Ming-ku pretended to be angry. You little girl, you've been hiding this from me all along. But do you have friends? Nan Gongxue replied, I have one, but she went to East International with her father. Haven't seen her in a long time. Then she came closer and lay on Ming-ku. Big brother Yi said I can't drive the car he gave me now, but you can. Let's go for a ride next time. Ming-ku replied, I don't have a driver's license. By the way, why do you call him Big Brother Yi? Nan Gongxue nuzzled against Ming-ku, explaining why she called Bei Ming-yi Big Brother Yi. Ming-ku finally understood. That day in Bei Ming-ye's office, the girl called Dai Dai was Bei Ming-ye's sister, Bei Ming. Dai Dai. The two people who had just walked to the door outside paused. Nan Gonglai said, Shuer, are you so happy? Maybe we shouldn't disturb them at this time. Suddenly, they heard Nan Gongshue's voice from inside, saying she wanted Ming-ku to marry Nan Gonglai. Nan Gonglai's breath caught, looking embarrassed. Kids don't understand. It has nothing to do with me. I heard you're quite the charmer. Bei Ming-yi snorted. Nan Gonglai's throat tightened, feeling powerless and speechless. To ease the tension, he had to flatter. Even if I tried, I couldn't compete with you. It's good to know your place. After saying this, he immediately knocked on Nan Gongshue's door. Seeing Bei Ming-yi walk in, Ming-ku immediately became panicked again. Ming-ku didn't notice her current appearance. A few buttons on her clothes had come undone while playing with Yi. Now as she entered the room, Bei Ming-yi instantly strode to the bed, leaning forward. His seductive yet cold aura immediately fell. Are you used to dressing like this in front of men? Before Lin Ku could react, Bei Ming-ye's hand had already landed on her collar. Don't! Lin Kiskiviko instinctively. Every time he grabbed her collar, the next step was to tear her clothes. The fear in her heart made Lin Ku raise her hand without thinking. A slap went towards Bei Ming-ye's face. After hitting him, Ming-ku realized what she'd done. Bei Ming-yi not only didn't tear her clothes, but instead fixed her open collar for her. A trace of dark, indecipherable meaning flowed through Bei Ming-ye's eyes. His lips curled into that chilling smile. Hitting me, huh? Lin Ku's hand trembled. She quickly withdrew it. Her chest began to heave violently. The slap wasn't actually hard, but she had scared herself. Nan Gongxue beside them had never seen such a chilling side of Bei Ming-yi. She hurriedly explained, Lin Ku was just joking. I know she was joking with me. She probably thought there were too many mosquitoes in your house and wanted to help me swat them. Principal, Bei Ming-yi replied, but that smile made one shiver involuntarily. Before Nan Gongxue could continue, Nan Gonglai picked her up and walked out of the room. After they left, Bei Ming-yi didn't speak, but played with Ming-ku's hair. After who knows how long, Bei Ming-yi stood up, looking down at her, his gaze locked on her face. Get up and come back to Diyuan with me. I won't go. Ming-ku no longer wanted to give Bei Ming-yi any chance to humiliate her. Won't go. Bei Ming-yi raised an eyebrow and leaned towards Ming-ku's face. You should know the consequences of not going. His voice was faint, seeping into her ears. Don't threaten me with those things anymore. I'll pay back the money I owe you. Lin Ku bit her lip, trying hard to maintain a calm expression. Suddenly, Mu Zijin's voice came from outside. Lin Ku straightened up, her eyes wide open. She was about to speak, but Bei Ming-ye's hand suddenly fell on her lips, silencing all the words she wanted to say. With no response from inside, Mu Zijin knocked again. Shuer, is Lin Ku in there with you? It's getting late. Cousin wants to take her back to school to rest. Seeing still no response from inside, Mu Zijin felt the urge to push open the door directly. He hesitated for a moment, but still didn't go in directly. Thinking that Shuer was already 14 years old, it seemed inappropriate to enter abruptly. Moreover, he just wanted to confirm that Ming-ku wasn't being mistreated by Bei Ming-yi. Inside the room, Bei Ming-ye's hand was already reaching towards Ming-ku's collar. Lin Ku covered her mouth, tears flowing uncontrollably. How dare Bei Ming-yi be so reckless in such a place? What if Mu Zijin burst in? Lin Ku forcefully grabbed Bei Ming-ye's exploring hand. Biting her lip, she weakly said to Mu Zijin outside the door, Tonight I'll sleep with Shuer. You don't need to wait for me. Mu Zijin wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Ming-ku from inside. You go ahead. You said she'll have the driver take me back later. Don't wait for me. You first. Mu Zijin was puzzled. Had his relationship with Shuer already reached this level? Hearing Ming-ku's words, Bei Ming-yi chuckled. Little liar. He then kissed Lin Ku's neck. Lin Ku tried her best to endure it, calming her breath slightly before saying to Mu Zijin, You go back first. I want to chat with you a bit longer. Mu Zijin looked helpless, but considering Shuer's recent bad mood, it was rare for him to want to spend time with Ming-ku. After hesitating for a moment, he said, All right, keep him company. I'll wait downstairs. After he falls asleep, I'll take you back. After getting Ming-ku's response, Mu Zijin turned and left. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Bei Ming-yi suddenly pressed Ming-ku down, biting her ear and whispering, "He's gone. You can scream now." Ming-Ke's eyes filled with tears, begging, "No, please, not here." Bei Mingyi ignored her pleas, his thin lips moving closer to her face. "Tonight you went to the backyard with Mu Zijin." Lin Ke's heart skipped a beat. Jin, remembering what Mu Zijin did to her in the backyard. Although they didn't actually get intimate, he almost kissed her. Feeling the change in Lin Ke's body, Bei Mingye's eyes sharpened. "Looks like you two really did something." One hand gripping Lin Ke's neck, he asked, "Hugging, kissing, or something more?" Lin Ke shook her head, fear making her explain non-stop. "No, he just feared I was cold. He took me out." Bei Mingye's eyebrows raised slightly, his smile deepening. "Good, with your physique, how long can you run? Do you take me for a fool?" Lin Ke tried to explain again. "Mu Zijin just hugged me." Hearing this, Bei Mingyi finally got off Lin Ke. Lin Ke crawled up, her head still a bit dizzy. The blanket on her body slid down as she moved. Suddenly, she felt it was really cold today, so cold that her whole body couldn't stop shaking. She instinctively hugged the blanket that had slipped off her, too scared to say even half a word. "This is Bei Mingyi," he said while unbuttoning his collar. "He's the second young master of the Mu family, the grandson of the Nangong family. What he'll inherit in the future is far more than just the Mu family. Does a commoner have the right to cry for him?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bei Mingye's clothes were casually tossed aside. He reached out to pull the blanket covering Ming Ke. Ming Ke knew that tonight she had truly and thoroughly angered Bei Mingyi. She couldn't help but scream, "I beg you, don't do this." Bei Mingyi didn't respond, but instead grabbed all the fabric on her body and forcefully tied her hands. The entire night passed like this. Ming Ke didn't know how she endured it. When she woke up the next day, she felt pain all over her body. After some time, Yu Fei Fan came in. While helping her untie the cloth, he said, "You're awake. I'll help you to the bathroom to wash up, then I'll take you back to school." Lin Ke used all her strength to sit up, but tears uncontrollably slid down from the corners of her eyes. Yu Fei Fan looked at his profile, at the marks on his body, unsure whether to feel sympathy, resentment, or envy. Looking at Yu Fei Fan supporting her, Lin Ke couldn't help but think how cruel Bei Mingye's heart was, both to her and to Yu Fei Fan. After washing up, Lin Ke and Yu Fei Fan went to the dining hall. At this time, Bei Mingyi approached them expressionlessly. "I brought back your things. Leave from here and don't come back." Lin Ke ignored him, took her bag, put down her chopsticks, and stood up holding the chair. She walked towards the door with difficult steps. Bei Mingye's cold voice still came from behind. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Lin Ke completely ignored him and continued walking out. Seeing her disregard, Bei Mingyi lost his temper and rushed over, pushing her hard. "I'm talking to you." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ke fell face first in front of him. Yu Fei Fan was startled and quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks to help her up. Seeing this, Bei Lin Dai cried out, "Sister Fei Fan, why are you so nice to her? If it weren't for her, you and the boss wouldn't be like this." Yu Fei Fan replied, "With or without her, he wouldn't want me. You won't understand. You'll never understand." Lin Ke didn't hear a word of their conversation. She just pushed away Yu Fei Fan's supporting hand. Then she used all her strength to run out of the room. As she walked, she looked up and suddenly saw that tall figure in the courtyard. Lin Ke's steps faltered, and she was instantly frozen in place. Looking at Mu Zijin, a mix of emotions swirled in her heart. Had he been waiting here all night? Remember to follow before you leave. Looking at Mu Zijin, Lin Ke didn't say anything. She turned to walk in another direction. Mu Zijin grabbed her wrist. "Ke, what I said yesterday still stands. As long as you're willing, I'll take you away." Lin Ke looked up at his sincere gaze and suddenly asked, "Do you like me?" Mu Zijin was slightly stunned. He looked at her seriously for a while. "I didn't know before, but after last night, I decided to like you." Then he pulled Lin Ke tightly into his arms and continued, "I misunderstood you before, forcing you to leave Yi. I was afraid you'd confuse him, become his weakness. But I didn't expect you'd rather die than accept my conditions." Mu Zijin took a light breath and said again, "Later, I decided to pretend to pursue you. Yi hates betrayal the most, but I was wrong. I didn't expect this would make him care about you more. After hurting you this time, I decided to truly like you." Decided to like? Lin Ke looked up at him. Is there such an ambiguous feeling in the world? Mu Zijin spoke haltingly, seemingly lacking courage, yet trying hard to muster it. "In the past, I was impotent. I couldn't get excited about anyone." Impotent. Lin Ke moved her head, instinctively wanting to look up. Mu Zijin hugged her tightly. He took a deep breath before saying hoarsely, "When I was 9, I saw with my own eyes my mother being by several men. Because of this, she later committed suicide. She was rushed to the hospital, but couldn't be saved. Since then, don't say anymore. Lin choked up. She always thought she was unfortunate enough, but never imagined there were people in this world even more unfortunate than her. After a long while, Mu Zijin took a deep breath. I'm telling you this just to explain why I decided to like you. Last night, in the Nangong family's backyard. Thinking of last night's situation, Lin Ke's pale face finally showed a hint of blush. He not only almost kissed her last night, but also felt aroused towards her. Mu Zijin looked at Lin Ke affectionately. So in this life, except for you, I won't feel anything for any other woman. I'm going to Eastern International for half a month. Think carefully about whether you'll give me a chance. Also, about that $2 billion, whether you're my girlfriend or not, I can give it to you. Pay me back when you have money. Maybe I should go back to work in Moose City too. Lin Ke looked surprised. Haven't you always been reluctant to return to Moose City? It's for you. People can't live in the past forever, right? Anyway, let me take you back to school, Mu Zijin replied. Hearing back to school, Lin Ke showed no intention of leaving. She thought if she went back like this, Xiang would surely notice. Noticing Lin Ke's hesitation, Mu Zijin asked, "Don't want to go back? How about staying at my apartment tonight?" So the two of them went to Mu Zijin's apartment. As they opened the bedroom door, Mu Zijin said, "I'll give you the room key. Lock the door if you're not comfortable. I'll sleep in the living room." Lin Ke didn't turn around. She thought to herself, he's so good. But because he's too good, he can never belong to me. Lin Ke stayed at Mu Zijin's apartment for 2 days. On the third day, she went to school. After the exam, Xiao Xiang watched Lin Ke's back, wanting to call out to her, but felt she had been avoiding her these past few days. As soon as they got in the car, Mu Zijin said, "The exam must have been tough. Come on, let's go for a nice meal." They arrived at a restaurant and simply ordered 3 dishes. Lin Ke looked around before her gaze settled on Mu Zijin's face. "Actually, you don't need to accommodate me by coming to a place like this." Looking at Lin Ke's thin face, Mu Zijin frowned slightly. "Didn't you say you didn't want to go to fancy restaurants? Look, you've lost weight again these past few days. Why don't you come stay at the Mu family house?" Lin Ke was startled by his words. "Zijin, don't joke like that." Suddenly, Mu Zijin held Lin Ke's hand and said seriously, "Ke, let's get married. I've made up my mind about you. I'll give you 2 days to think about it. Give me your answer in 2 days, okay?" Before Lin Ke could recover from Mu Zijin's words, suddenly Dong Fongcheng's voice came from afar. As he approached, Dong Fongcheng deliberately put on a shocked face. "You two holding hands like this, aren't you afraid, Bei, you will find out?" It was meant to be a joke, but Lin Ke's hand trembled upon hearing it, immediately knocking over the coffee cup on the table. She stood up, forcing a smile, and said, "I'm full. I'll wait for you outside." With that, she turned and walked out. Watching Lin Ke leave, Mu Zijin asked, "Why did you scare her?" Dong Fongcheng replied nonchalantly, "You're the one who scared me. You dare to touch his woman? Are you crazy?" Recently, he's been frequently bringing other women back to hell. Isn't it just to protect Lin Ke? Mu Zijin looked at him, silent for a moment, then shook his head. "That's all the more reason not to let her stay by Ye's side. They'll both get hurt that way." Seeing Mu Zijin about to leave, Dong Fongcheng blocked his way and asked in a deep voice, "Have you fallen for that little girl? I don't need to report to you." With that, Mu Zijin left without looking back. A few days later, after Lin Ke finished her exams, she stood outside the classroom, thinking about everything that had happened with Mu Zijin these past few days. He seemed to be very busy lately, but perhaps it was better not to see each other. As she walked, suddenly Xiao Xiang's voice came from behind. "Jian, Lin Tiskevik." Xiao Xiang quickly grabbed her hand. "Don't run. I won't ask anything, I swear. So Ke, please don't avoid me anymore, okay?" Suddenly, Xiao Xiang remembered something and said, "Oh right, a little girl named Yi came looking for you. She said she's going back to Xiling. She wanted to say goodbye to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ke's phone rang. She answered the call. Nangong Lai's voice came from the other end of the phone. The gist was that he wanted to invite Lin Ke to dinner at his house tonight, and also look at a script. In the afternoon, Lin Ke arrived at the Nangong family villa. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. "Sister Ke, why are you here? I've missed you so much." Watching the little girl rush into her arms, Lin Ke was a bit stunned. It seemed that bringing her here was Nangong Lai's idea, not Yiya's. Nangong Shuer led Lin Ke to the living room. "Sister, look, this is the gift I bought for you." Try it on quickly. It's clothes I bought for you. Lin Ku was pulled to a second-floor room by Nan Gongshui. Looking at the big bed, she recalled everything Bei Mingyi had done to her. Just as Lin Ku was about to change clothes, the door suddenly opened. Oh, Dada! It was Nan Gonglai's voice. Seeing Lin Ku in a state of undress, he froze. Looking at Nan Gonglai, Lin Ku became tongue-tied. Nan Gonglai was equally flustered. Sorry, I'll leave right away. With that, he slammed the door shut. No more sound could be heard from outside. Sister Cuckoo was seen naked by Brother Lai. Nan Gongshui was the first to come to her senses. Seeing the unzipped dress on Lin Ku, she suddenly screamed, "He saw you naked. You have to marry my Brother Lai." Lin Ku pretended to be angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm leaving. I won't play with you anymore. You haven't finished discussing your collaboration with Brother Lai. You can't bear to leave." Nan Gongshui snorted, completely unfazed by her threat. "Brother Lai saw you naked. You have to get married. You'll be my sister-in-law." "No, I have to tell the Yi this good news quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, she took out her phone and called Bei Mingyi. "Dada, don't say nonsense." Lin Ke hadn't finished speaking. On the other end of the phone, Bei Mingyi's low voice responded. "Yi is with Cuckoo?" Yi said cheerfully, "Yes, she's in my room right now." "Brother to Yi, do you know what just happened here? I have good news to tell you." Yi's words scared Lin Ku into a cold sweat. Originally, Nan Gonglai hadn't seen anything, but if Yi said it like that, he would definitely misunderstand. "What good news?" Bei Mingyi's cold and indifferent voice came from the other end. Even though he wasn't present, Lin Ku seemed to hear a hint of fatigue in his tone. Yi continued, "Just now, Sister Cuckoo was changing clothes here, and my Brother Lai accidentally saw her body. Brother to Yi, don't you think they should get married?" Bei Mingyi didn't speak on the other end. His breathing became slightly heavier. After a long silence from Bei Mingyi, Nan Gongshui pouted, looking resentful. "Brother to Yi, are you listening to me?" After 2 seconds of silence, Bei Mingyi's cold voice came through the phone. "Yi, Brother Lai only likes you. He doesn't care for any other girl. Didn't he say he would stay with you for life and never marry in his life?" Nan Gongshui replied, "That was just a joke. Who can never marry in their life? He will definitely do what he said. Children shouldn't meddle in adult affairs." "How did your exams go?" Bei Mingyi replied while working. Watching them chat happily, Lin Ku was very surprised. It turned out Bei Mingyi could be so patient. Even though he was busy, he still focused on chatting seriously with Yi. This Bei Mingyi who could talk and laugh, I seem to have never seen before. No, there was once. At that time, I didn't hate him so much, and I wasn't so afraid of him either. If it wasn't for later, Lin Ku didn't know what she was thinking. Until Yi hung up the phone, she was still lost in her thoughts. Lin Ku stood alone on the terrace, lost in thought. Suddenly, her phone rang in her bag. She thought it was Mu Zijin looking for her. Unexpectedly, when she picked up the phone, the screen displayed that number. She hesitated for a moment, feeling uneasy, even fearful. But in the end, she still answered the call. "How much did he see?" Bei Mingyi's cold voice came through faintly. Lin Ku moved her lips, wanting to explain, but then felt she shouldn't. But after hearing Bei Mingyi's breathing, she explained, "When he came in, I had already put on the dress. I just hadn't zipped it up. He didn't see anything." After saying it, Lin Ku felt annoyed. Why did she still feel compelled to explain to him? After a while, Bei Mingyi's deep voice came through again. "You're living with Mu Zijin." Lin Ku, who had separate rooms, explained without thinking. "That night you left me in a state where I couldn't go back to school. Xiao Xiang would notice something was wrong." Bei Mingyi just responded faintly. Lin Ku just breathed heavily, even panting. When she finally gathered courage, she said softly, "Mr. Bei Ming, I can pay you back. I can return your money." "Mu Zijin can't give you the happiness you want," Bei Mingyi said. He took a drag from the cigar in his hand. Then he hung up the phone. 2 clueless little ones. After Bei Mingyi hung up, Lin Ku realized what she had just said to him. She had actually admitted to an unusual relationship with Mu Zijin. After dinner, Mu Zijin came to pick up Lin Ku. Sitting in the car, Lin Ku looked at the contract, thinking that Nan Gonglai really doted on Yi. Seeing Lin Ku lost in thought, Mu Zijin asked, "What are you thinking about? You seem so distracted." Noticing Lin Ku was a bit flustered, Mu Zijin smiled slightly. "Are you afraid I'll trip you up here?" Lin Ku was stunned for a moment. She put away the script and looked out the window. "Oh, he actually drove to the seaside. Is it beautiful?" Mu Zijin unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned closer to Lin Ke. Beautiful? Yes, it's really beautiful from this angle. Am I more beautiful? Mu Zijin leaned in even closer, almost touching her. But the girl was so focused on the sea, she didn't notice his approach. You. Lin Ke turned her head, intending to look at him. But as soon as she turned, her face collided with his lips. A fleeting kiss made both their hearts race. Lin Ke pushed Mu Zijin away, wanting to escape. But Mu Zijin suddenly grabbed her wrist. He pulled her over, directly onto his lap. You said you'd give me an answer tonight, Mu Zijin said softly. What answer? Lin Ke asked instinctively. Mu Zijin whispered in Lin Ke's ear, whether you want to marry me. As he spoke, he adjusted the driver's seat. The backrest reclined backward. He lay down, pulling Lin Ke down with him, making her lie on top of him. If you hadn't thought about it before, think about it now. Zijin, don't do this. She really couldn't hold on much longer. But Mu Zijin seemed to have no intention of letting her go. His long arms were still around her waist. The answer? Mu Zijin brought up the topic again, his voice deep and magnetic. I won't marry you. Let me go. I'm not even 20 yet. I'm still a student. Feeling like she really couldn't hold on, Lin Ke answered urgently. Those aren't reasons. Losing patience, Mu Zijin pressed down on her waist. Lin Ke immediately collapsed, lying completely on top of him. Is it because I've been too proper with you? Do you feel like we're not really together? Should I go further? Lin Ke quickly replied, No, that's not what I mean. Then why? Mu Zijin's gazet dependent. Have you really fallen for him? Can't bear to leave. Lin Ke replied, No, I just... Before Lin Ke could finish, Mu Zijin continued, I'm different from you. Either I don't think about it, or if I decide, it's real. My decision is not a game. Hearing this, Lin Ke felt surprised. Mu Zijin's large hand caressed Lin Ke's cheek, his voice soft yet firm. Then let's take a step back. Be my girlfriend first, okay? I can treat you well. I can give you anything you want. Lin Ke didn't speak. Even being a girlfriend felt too rushed. Not even girlfriend was okay. Am I really that bad? Do you dislike me that much? His voice sounded again by her ear. Lin Ke was slightly stunned, then instinctively shook her head. No, you're very good. Really good. It's me who's not good. You're indeed not good. Not good to me. I sincerely want to be with you. Why won't you give me a chance? Mu Zijin suddenly sighed lightly. Is it because you have impulses towards me that you're so determined? Lin Ke asked, feeling his body stiffen imperceptibly. Her mood became even more depressed. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she pushed herself up forcefully and climbed off him. Returning to the passenger seat, she said, Actually, you're fine now. Even if you were facing another girl, you'd feel the same way. Why don't you try first? Lin Ke forced a smile and said, The phone is here. Lin Ke took the phone and heard Xiao Xiang's voice on the other end. Ke, where have you been? We have an event today. Did you forget? Qian has been waiting for you for a long time. Tell Qian to go directly to the beach and wait for me. I'll be there right away. Lin Ke's foggy consciousness suddenly awakened. She quickly replied, Tell Qian to go directly to the beach and wait for me. I'll be there right away. Watching the screen slowly dim, Lin Ke's heart sank. Remembering the scenes from last night, she knew that things with Mu Zijin were completely over. Lin Ke tidied her clothes. Bei Mingyi also came out with his eyes closed, saying as he walked, Your things are on the table. Lin Ke turned her head and saw her bag on the desk, her eyes brightening. Her bag had been found, and everything inside was still there. She took a deep breath and instinctively looked towards the bathroom, feeling mixed emotions. The things she lost, which even Mu Zijin couldn't find, had been found by his people. Lin Ke grabbed the bag and headed down the mountain. But the villa was halfway up the mountain, and it would take a long time to get down. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Zijin calling. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Ke answered. Zijin, he's back. I was at the villa last night. I'll have someone return your card in this phone to you. Mu Zijin wanted to say something, but Lin Ke interrupted him. Don't look for me anymore. I'm sorry. Take care. She hung up the phone, but tears started flowing from her eyes uncontrollably. Suddenly, there was the sound of brakes behind her. Lin Ke was startled and quickly moved to the side to make way, hastily wiping away her tears. Bei Mingyi lowered the car window and looked at her. Get in the car. Lin Ke didn't move, just staring at him. Bei Mingyi's voice sounded again. Get in the car. Lin Ke bit her lip and opened the car door, sliding in. Once she was in, Bei Mingyi asked, "Where to?" "To the West Island beach," Lin Ke had just finished saying when the car slowly started moving. Lin Ke turned her head to look at Bei Mingyi's handsome face, thinking to herself that this person was truly deceptive when he wasn't speaking. Bei Mingyi's large hand turned the steering wheel, and he took out an exquisite object from some hidden compartment and handed it to her. He said, "Breakfast." Lin Ke straightened up slightly and unconsciously took the box. He seemed different today somehow. Arriving at West Island Beach, Lin Ke instinctively put her hands in front of her eyes, forming a circle like a camera lens. Looking through this circle into the distance, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. After searching for so many days, this West Island beach seemed to resonate with her heart. Suddenly, she heard many screams. Lin Ke turned to look. Behind her, Bei Mingyi had taken off his sunglasses and was holding them, walking slowly towards her. Feeling the gazes from around, Lin Ke instinctively snatched the glasses from Bei Mingyi's hand. She put them on him, saying, "The sun is too strong. Don't let it damage your eyes." Looking at Bei Mingyi with half his face covered, Lin Ke thought to herself, "This guy's looks are too destructive." Bei Mingyi looked at Lin Ke's slender back, then instinctively raised his head to look at the sun. Was the sun really that strong today? Du Qianxian, standing nearby, glanced at Bei Mingyi and said to Lin Ke, "Mr. Bei Mingyi, is he really here to inspect the work?" Lin Ke laughed. "Of course. What else could he be here for?" "Huh." Feeling that Bei Mingyi was always following her, Du Qianxian waved to Lin Ke. "I'll go check over there." Suddenly, Bei Mingyi behind her wrapped his arm around Lin Ke's waist. He laughed. "Unexpected. Our cuckoo is actually a career-oriented strong woman." Time passed quickly. Finally, Du Qianxian said to Lin Ke, "Cuckoo, I heard there's a food street nearby. Shall we go?" Lin Ke felt a bit guilty and quickly said, "You're back." Qianxian thought about Bei Mingyi being here and felt that the food street visit might not happen. While Lin Ke was still hesitating, Bei Mingyi's deep voice sounded, "If you want to eat, let's go. I'm not picky about food." Soon, the three of them arrived at the food street. But Bei Mingyi's aura was so strong that it created a vacuum in the busy lunchtime food street. "I'll go get the food. You wait here." Du Qianxian stood up. Bei Mingyi turned his head to look at Lin Ke, his gaze calm yet intoxicating. "Can I take off my sunglasses now?" Lin Ke looked up at him, her eyes blinking innocently. "If you don't want to wear them, why did you ask me what to do when taking them off?" "You put them on me," Bei Mingyi said again, his voice flat but clearly becoming impatient. Lin Ke finally realized that because she had put them on him, he didn't know if he could take them off now. Seeing Bei Mingyi's face becoming more impatient, Lin Ke quickly reached out to help him take off the sunglasses. "I never said you couldn't take them off. Why are you following me? Don't you have work today?" Before Du Qianxian returned, Lin Ke finally asked the question she had been holding back all morning. "Weekend." Bei Mingyi calmly responded with 2 words. His gaze fell on Lin Ke's face, and suddenly his thin lips curled slightly. He threw out a terrifying sentence. "I'm afraid if I don't watch you for a moment, you'll be taken away by another man and want to leave my side again." Just as Lin Ke didn't know how to respond, Du Qianxian returned with a lot of food. She said to Bei Mingyi, "Mr. Bei Ming, I'm sorry, I really don't know what you like, so I took the liberty of buying fried noodles and fried rice." Soon, various foods were all laid out on the table. Bei Mingyi didn't speak and didn't acknowledge her. He just looked at Lin Ke. Lin Ke felt a bit helpless but still picked out the green onions from the fried rice. Seeing Du Qianxian's confused face, Lin Ke said softly, "He doesn't eat green onions." Du Qianxian looked at the two of them, feeling it was strange. Ke seemed to know Mr. Bei Ming's habits very well, while Mr. Bei Ming seemed to listen to Ke's every word. At this moment, Bei Mingyi asked, "Where are you going this afternoon?" "I'll drive you there." Du Qianxian's face lit up with joy. She quickly replied, "That's great. We're planning to visit the advertising company this afternoon to see if their advertising plan is ready." Ming Ke also nodded. They had finally managed to get an agreement with Jian Ning. "Any difficulties?" Bei Mingyi raised an eyebrow, putting down his chopsticks and staring at Lin Ke, who shrank back. The director smiled a bit helplessly. "The timeline is too tight. They're already being very helpful, but we still can't quite meet our requirements." Bei Mingyi didn't speak. He lowered his head and started eating the fried rice with egg. After finishing the meal, Bei Mingyi said, "I'm full. Wipe my mouth." Lin Ke's head suddenly felt heavy. This guy really was, she said to Du Qianxian. "Qianxian, look at that person behind you. Is he from our school?" Du Qianxian turned to look. Taking advantage of her turn back, Lin Ke quickly wiped the oil from the corner of Bei Mingye's mouth. I don't see anyone. When Du Qian turned back, she had already withdrawn her hand and said with an awkward laugh, "Maybe I was mistaken. Let's go, it's past 1 o'clock." Bei Mingyi, sitting beside them, couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Soon, Lin Ku and Du Qian packed up their things. Bei Mingyi drove them to the advertising company. Upon meeting the advertising manager, Lin Ku immediately got to the point. "Manager Yi, we agreed earlier it would be ready by tomorrow night. I'm afraid that's not possible now." Manager Yi smiled at the two of them. "Our company just got a big order. Your advertisement might have to be delayed. I can't push aside our big client for your small ad, can I?" Hearing this, Lin Ku's face darkened. "Our agreement is in black and white. Are you breaking the contract?" Manager Yi shrugged, acting shamelessly. "If you don't want to proceed, I can refund your deposit." Lin Ku was suddenly at a loss for words. "What's all this arguing about? Arguing doesn't look good." Bei Mingyi, who had somehow walked to the office door, was looking at the business agreement. How could Ming Ke choose such a small company for advertising? Aren't you afraid the quality will be too poor to use? Although Bei Mingyi was smiling, there was a certain meaning in his eyes. Manager Ye's face changed, barely suppressing that meaning. His expression became stern. "What do you know? Our Tung Fei is famous for good quality, and this is what you call high efficiency?" Bei Mingye's gaze moved from Ming Ke to his face, his lips curling in disdain. "A small advertisement takes several days to produce? That's efficient." Hearing this, Manager Yi stood up angrily. But Ming Ke was also helpless. After all, there wasn't enough time to find another company now. Time was already running out. Bei Mingyi ignored Manager Ye's anger and took out his phone to dial a number. 2 seconds later, the call connected. Without even a greeting, he said, "In half an hour, bring Tung Fei's boss to me. I'm at Tung Fei now." Manager Yi was unimpressed. "Our boss is on vacation. Who do you think you are? You think you can see him whenever you want." Bei Mingyi ignored him and pulled Ming Ke to sit on the sofa. Seeing Bei Mingyi and the others ignoring him, Manager Yi became furious. "You pretty boy, can't you understand human speech? This is my office. I'm not taking your order anymore. There's a contract. It's not up to you to decide whether to take it or not." Bei Mingyi coldly glanced at him. Manager Yi felt inexplicably flustered, not knowing who this person really was. But his demeanor didn't seem like that of an ordinary person. After Bei Mingyi finished speaking, he didn't pay any more attention to him. He took out a cigarette from his pocket. Lin Ke immediately took the lighter from his hand and lit it for him. Seeing Lin Ke's habitual and natural movement, Du Qian looked at her puzzled. Watching Bei Mingye's leisurely smoking action, Manager Yi was grinding his teeth inwardly. This pretty boy just trying to show off in front of women. Let's see how he handles it when the boss doesn't show up. Time passed minute by minute. With just 5 minutes left, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. As the office door was pushed open, Tung Fei's 40-something-year-old boss, Zhang Tao, rushed in hurriedly. Manager Yi was stunned. "Boss, why are you back?" Zhang Tao ignored him and pulled him to Bei Mingye's front. Bowing deeply, he said, "I didn't know Mr. Bei Ming was gracing us with his presence. I'm truly sorry for not returning in time." Bei Mingyi glanced at him, then looked at his watch, seemingly satisfied. He then looked at Ming Ke. "What kind of advertisement do you want to make? Tell him." Zhang Tao, hearing this, bowed and smiled a few times before looking at Ming Ke, hurriedly asking, "Miss, what kind of advertisement do you want? Tell me your requirements. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Ming Ke's gaze fell on the person behind him, her index finger pointing at Manager Yi. She calmly said, "All plans have been discussed with Manager Yi. The most detailed plan is with him." Zhang Tao turned to look at Manager Yi. Manager Yi seemed to come to his senses, hurriedly saying, Yes. It's all here with me. Here's the detailed plan. Do you understand how to do it now?" Crystal clear. Manager Yi was so shocked his breathing became irregular. Bei Mingyi looked at his watch again. Suddenly, his thin lips curled up. Looking at Zhang Tao, he smiled and said, "When can it be done? My little girl here seems quite anxious." Manager Yi quickly replied, "Miss, you originally requested it by tomorrow night. I'll definitely deliver the finished product before noon tomorrow." Zhang Tao bowed and smiled at Bei Mingyi again, showing a fawning expression. "Mr. Bei, yes." Bei Ming-yi coldly snorted, just giving him a light glance. He then walked towards the exit. Hand over the finished product to phase people before 8 p.m. tonight. If you can't do it, nobody needs to come here tomorrow. Dropping these words, Bei Ming-yi left with Ming-ku. The two walked out of the office. Leaving Ting Fei, Yang was already waiting outside. Seeing Bei Ming-yi come out, he hurriedly walked over. Sir. Bei Ming-yi wiped his sweat, turned his head to look at Ming-ku. Where else do you need to go later? Ming-ku was slightly stunned. She instinctively looked at Du Qian. Qian shook her head. They had completed all their plans for today. What else was there to do? For the moment, they really couldn't think of anything. Hearing this, Bei Ming-yi put his arm around Ming-ku's waist. Since there's nothing else, I've accompanied you for half a day. Now it's your turn to accompany me. After saying this, the corner of his lips curled into that mischievous smile. It wasn't until the car drove out of Du Qian's sight that she realized. So Cuckoo and Mr. Bei Ming are a couple. No wonder she seemed to not want people to know. I need to be careful not to let it slip. While Du Qian was still pondering, a deep voice came from above her head. You're going back to school, right? I'll take you back. She was startled. She hurriedly replied, Yes. I'm going back to school now. Soon, Bei Ming-yi took Ming-ku on a yacht to the other side of the sea. After getting off the yacht, Ming-ku couldn't help but ask, Where exactly are we going? Training ground. Bei Ming-yi readily answered her question. Training ground? Ming-ku looked at the island behind. Do you mean this island? Before Ming-ku could react, the yacht behind them had already sailed away. She hurriedly chased after it, shouting loudly, Hey, we haven't boarded yet. Ming-ku was terrified. It's gone. What are we going to do tonight? Bei Ming-yi bringing her here was all planned. He had no intention of letting her go back tonight. She slowly turned her head, gritting her teeth. You did this on purpose. Yes, can't you tell? Bei Ming-yi teased, pinching her chin. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the jungle. Didn't I say I'd bring you here to play sometime? It's deserted here. Doing things in the forest should be quite thrilling. Lin-ku then recalled what Bei Ming-yi had said to her in his office. He couldn't really be thinking of doing it in this place, could he? So she quickly walked behind Bei Ming-yi, protesting, I want to go back. Bei Ming-yi turned his head with a mischievous smile. Did I mention that this island is very primitive? There are some venomous snakes and fierce beasts, the kind that eat people. Lin-ku's face immediately turned pale with fear. Seeing Bei Ming-yi step towards the dense forest by the shore, Lin-ku hurriedly cried out, Wait. Just after Bei Ming-yi walked in, a sound similar to a wild beast's howl came from somewhere. Lin-ku was instantly so scared that tears were about to fall. She desperately chased after him. Bei Ming-yi, wait for me. The two men responsible for guarding this area behind them couldn't help but laugh, ignoring her. Lin-ku finally caught up with Bei Ming-yi. As soon as she caught up, she immediately reached out and firmly grabbed his arm. After chasing for so long, she felt her breathing had become difficult. Bei Ming-yi stopped and looked down at her. How come you don't want to leave anymore? Lin-ku knew he was referring to her earlier attempt to get away from him. She wanted to speak but couldn't utter a single word. She could only keep panting heavily. Meanwhile, she tightly hugged his arm. Seeing Lin-ku's delicate expression, Bei Ming-yi couldn't control himself and kissed her on the lips. In an instant, Lin-ku felt the air in her chest becoming increasingly thin, and her head started to spin. Seeing Ming-ku about to faint from suffocation, Bei Ming-yi pushed her away, covering her blushing face. She walked towards the depths of the jungle. Seeing Bei Ming-yi's expression, Ming-ku instantly felt wronged. What did his expression mean? Taking advantage of me and then getting angry. If it weren't for the fear of wild beasts here, who would want to cling to him? Ming-ku didn't follow. Bei Ming-yi reached out his hand, his voice low, walking so slowly. Are you going to hug or not? If not, walk by yourself. If he. Ming-ku, without thinking twice, hugged Bei Ming-yi's arm tightly. Although she was still walking on her own, being able to touch him made her feel secure. After walking for about a few minutes, the mountain path suddenly opened up. A flat ground appeared before them. What made Ming-ku feel more at ease was that she finally saw people. Because of this sense of security, the small hands hugging Bei Ming-yi's arm immediately loosened. But he didn't say much, just slightly furrowed his brows. Sir. Several young men in camouflage uniforms walked over respectfully, bowing to him and calling out politely in unison. Ming-ku looked up, looking at these young people, each wearing camouflage uniforms, disciplined and strict, with a hint of brightness. They were nothing like the black-clothed thugs she had imagined. Before Lin-ku could react, Bei Ming-yi took a helmet. He mounted an off-road motorcycle and said to Lin-ku, I've left one for you. Follow on your own. Lin Ku was startled. She hurriedly waved her hands. What? Before Ming Ku could finish speaking, Bei Mingyi turned the handlebar, and the off-road vehicle immediately started. In the blink of an eye, he had already driven out, covering quite a distance. Lin Ku was left behind, quietly looking at the off-road vehicle left there. She thought to herself, Bei Mingyi, that bastard, actually just left me behind like this. So she laboriously mounted the off-road vehicle. Finally, after great effort, she managed to get on. Then she mustered up the courage to twist the throttle. The vehicle roared to life and shot forward, startling Lin Ku into a scream. Not far away, Bei Mingyi watched as she started the off-road vehicle while screaming. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had thought this girl would call him for help. Unexpectedly, he had underestimated her a bit. She seemed to have potential. When Lin Ku arrived at the training ground, Bei Mingyi was already standing there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him, Lin Ku's eyes flashed with resentment. How could he abandon her halfway and stand here so nonchalantly? Had his conscience been eaten by dogs? Bei Mingyi glanced back at Lin Ku. From her gaze, he could tell that this woman seemed quite dissatisfied with his earlier actions. At this moment, Hu Tu took a bottle of water and handed it to Lin Ku, greeting her cheerfully. When Bei Mingyi saw this scene, the smile at the corner of his lips instantly disappeared. His entire face, eyes, and even his whole being gave off a bone-chilling feeling. He turned to Mu Yi behind him, whispering something. Mu Yi looked troubled but still complied. Just as Hu Tu was excitedly introducing Bei Mingyi to Lin Ku, suddenly Mu Yi's voice rang out. Hu Tu, next female kill. Against Adu, Hu Tu was instantly scared, his eyes widening as he stared at Mu Yi. He wanted to ask why, but didn't have the courage. Here, there was only obedience, no room for questions. Looking at the innocent-faced Hu Tu, Mu Yi was also speechless. This fool, he might as well die from stupidity. Just as Hu Tu walked away, a man immediately came to Lin Ku's side and said softly, "Miss, the sir wants you to go over." Lin Ku was slightly stunned. She instinctively looked in Bei Mingyi's direction. "I thought he had forgotten about me. Now he wants me to go over." Thinking of this, Lin Ku began to feel nervous again. She really didn't want to listen to him, but at this moment, she still didn't dare to disobey. When Ming Ku walked to his side, Bei Mingyi clearly knew but didn't look at her once. He just focused on watching the two people on the stage. After seeing Adu's physique, Lin Ku finally understood why Hu Tu had asked her to pray for him earlier. It turned out his opponent was so formidable. Bei Mingyi turned his head to look at Lin Ku, who had her hands clasped together in prayer. He felt a bit of displeasure and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Afraid he'll lose?" Lin Ku raised her head to meet Bei Mingyi's gaze, instinctively shaking her head. "I just promised to pray for him. Who wins or loses has nothing to do with me." Bei Mingyi pressed his lips together, his gaze locked on Lin Ku's face. This girl looked gentle and obedient, but he knew very well her heart could sometimes be very cold. Suddenly, he felt a bit of pleasure in his heart. He pulled her closer with a long arm, finally showing some conscience. He explained to Ming Ku, "In this battle, Hu Tu is at a great disadvantage in terms of physique. But if he can win, I'll give him better opportunities." Ming Ku just responded faintly. In fact, Hu Wan had nothing to do with her. Seeing Bei Mingyi and Ming Ku so intimate, Mu Yi waved his hand. The people behind immediately understood and quickly brought over a long bench. Bei Mingyi sat down, casually pulling Ming Ku onto his lap. With so many people watching, Lin Ku still felt a bit uneasy. She instinctively resisted. "I'm fine standing." Bei Mingyi didn't even look at her. His arm around her waist didn't move. He said calmly, "If you don't want this, I don't mind you sitting in the bathroom either." After saying this, his long fingers twitched slightly. Soon, someone lit a cigar for Bei Mingyi. Lin Ku resisted the urge to roll her eyes. This man really thought of himself as an emperor, with people rushing to serve him wherever he went. "Do you have a problem with me?" Bei Mingyi took a puff of smoke, his thin lips moving slightly as he lowered his head. The wisps of smoke fell on Lin Ku's face. Lin Ku instinctively turned her face away, waving her small hand to disperse the smoke. As he took another puff, she quickly buried her face in his chest, softly saying, "How could I? I can't admire you enough." Bei Mingyi stopped teasing Lin Ku. He held her chin and said softly, "If you're a bit more obedient, I can be very good to you too. It's not just Mu Zijing who can be good to you." But he wasn't sure if this girl really understood what he meant. "How are my people training?" Bei Mingyi Zudendi Usket. Lin Ku was slightly stunned, instinctively replying, "Very well." "All very well?" This was sincere. Even answering his question required hesitation. This woman by his side, not a single true word. Lin Ke clutched his collar, displeased, and said, "If you don't want to believe me, why bother asking? You doubt what I say, so how should I answer in the future?" Bei Mingyi tapped her head, looking down at her. "Your rebuttal is quite fresh." But he didn't feel anything particular, just more interest in her. Bei Mingyi didn't speak anymore. He just quietly smoked and watched the fighting on the stage. 15 minutes later, Hu Tu let out a loud shout. He actually managed to lift a Du, who was almost twice his weight, and threw him down forcefully. When Hu Tu looked up, he saw Ming Ke nestled in Bei Mingye's arms. He finally realized that Ming Ke was the boss's woman. No wonder he was paired with a Du. He felt extremely wronged. Soon after, everyone in this team had completed their training. He led the brothers away. The new team members immediately occupied every corner of the square. To Ming Ke's surprise, the captain of this team was Bei Ming Dai Dai. It was said that everyone on this island was the elite of the elite. Could Bei Ming Dai Dai also be an expert? Looking at it this way, his previous rejection of me is understandable. After all, someone like him would certainly look down on a woman who sells her body. Bei Ming Dai Dai also didn't expect Lin Ke to be here. Earlier, when he heard the boss brought someone to the island, he thought it was Yu Fei Fan. However, while on the island, he was the captain of this team. No matter how unhappy he was, he wouldn't show any unusual emotions on his face. Looking up at the sky, the sun was slowly setting. Lin Ke asked softly, "Will it be over after this team?" Hearing Bei Mingye's answer, Lin Ke felt secretly delighted. "Does this mean we can leave now?" Little did she know, this small reaction was noticed by Bei Mingyi. He curled his lips slightly, leaning down to her ear. "There's an event on the island tonight. We'll stay overnight." Seeing Ming Ke's uneasy expression, Bei Mingyi still smiled gently. Although he knew Ming Ke was inwardly bristling, she still had to maintain an outwardly docile and pleasing demeanor. 2 hours later, Bei Mingye's team also completed their training. He recorded the list and individual situations, then walked towards Bei Mingyi. Bei Mingyi took the list and looked at it carefully. Meanwhile, Ming Ke, nestled in Bei Mingye's arms, was almost falling asleep. Seeming to sense someone approaching, Lin Ke opened her drowsy eyes. She only saw Bei Ming Dai Dai staring at her with wide eyes. Lin Ke was immediately startled awake. "Go up and spar with Bei Ming Dai Dai." He pointed towards the ring. Lin Ke was shocked by his words, instinctively pointing at herself. I quickly waved my hands, saying, No, I'm not here to apply for a job." Hearing this, Bei Ming Dai Dai showed a contemptuous expression. "What are you afraid of? A Jiao will control her strength." "Sir." Lin Ke blinked her frightened eyes, instinctively looking towards Bei Mingyi. "It's good to exercise a bit." Bei Mingyi looked up at her, his exquisite face without a smile, expression somewhat serious. "Your physique is too weak." Soon, Ming Ke changed into a set of clothes and walked onto the ring. When she saw a Jiao, she felt somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen her before. A Jiao smiled and said softly, "We've met before, when your ex-boyfriend dragged you into a KTV room." Lin Ke felt a lump in her chest, finally remembering they had indeed met there. She had thought a Jiao was a hostess, never imagining she was from the training ground. But Ming Ke had never fought before in her life, so she instinctively turned her head, looking in Bei Mingye's direction. "Be careful, it's starting," a Jiao called out from across the ring. By the time Ming Ke reacted, turning her head back, a Jiao had already charged over, leaping into the air and throwing a punch at her. Lin Ke was startled and instinctively raised her hand to strike back. A Jiao knew Bei Mingyi thought her physique was poor and wanted to test her, so she held back a bit. She changed direction, and before Ming Ke could react, a Jiao had grabbed her belt and thrown her. With a thud, she slammed Ming Ke directly onto the platform. This throw was actually very light, but after being thrown down, Ming Ke felt so much pain that even getting up seemed difficult. Her internal organs felt displaced, and her elbow was throbbing. A Jiao felt a bit helpless. This girl really seemed unable to take a hit. She had only used 30% of her strength. Looking down, Bei Mingye's face didn't change expression at all. He pursed his lips and reached out to pull Ming Ke up. Getting close to her, he whispered, "The boss is very strict. If you don't do well, you'll be scolded." Ming Ke realized Bei Mingyi really wanted to train her. A fighting spirit ignited within her. Even if she failed, she wouldn't admit defeat in front of these people. As a Jiao approached her, she used all her strength, imitating a Jiao's earlier move, and chopped with her palm. A Jiao was a bit surprised. Was this girl trying to learn from her? In that moment of hesitation, Ming-Ke's palm was already chopping down towards her neck. But to Ming-Ke's surprise, a Jiao's shoulder was as hard as a man's. The instant pain almost brought tears to her eyes. Even more terrifying was that before she could recover from the intense pain, she was already lifted up by a Jiao again and thrown onto the platform. Ugh, it hurts. Lin-Ke groaned as she lay on the platform. A Jiao reached out again to pull her up. At that moment, Lin-Ke saw her chance. She quickly grabbed a Jiao's waist and forcefully pushed her down. Using all her strength to pin her down, she waited until the countdown ended. Lin-Ke slowly sat up, feeling like she was about to die. She didn't even have the strength to stand up. The platform below was filled with brothers who had come to watch. Seeing two women with such good figures fighting on the ring, they couldn't help but get nosebleeds. Damn, how did he not know that women fighting could be such an exciting scene? Lying there like that, it was clearly a scene of fresh meat waiting to be pressed down. His chest tightened. He quickly threw down the cigar he had just lit and stood up. In a few strides, he was on the platform. Lin-Ke was about to struggle to her feet when this tall figure suddenly appeared in her vision. Meeting his icy gaze, she opened her mouth. Before she could say a word, Bei Mingyi had bent down and hoisted her over his shoulder. Seeing this, feeling somewhat discouraged, she turned and walked towards her car. If you don't care, then suit yourself. After Mu Zijin left, Bei Mingyi also got into his car, but he didn't say anything on the way. Lin-Ke didn't know what they had just talked about, but since he didn't mention it, it was none of her business. Until the car arrived at the entrance of the compound, Lin-Ke got out of the car. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out, she felt another wave of coldness rushing towards her. Looking up, she saw Huolang and Xia Qianjin staring at her. Xia Qianjin quickly walked towards Bei Mingyi, tears glistening in her eyes again. Yiji, where did you go? Why did you bring back such a messy woman? Bei Mingyi calmly replied, of course I want to see Fei Fei. Where else would I go? And this is Fei Fei's friend. Be polite. After saying this, he turned to Lin-Ke and said, take Fei Fei's things upstairs first. Remember to arrange them properly. The books she needs to use are on top, sir. Lin-Ke nodded. Then she and Yong took the pile of things and walked towards the hall. Seeing Bei Mingyi also heading towards the hall, Xia Qianjin hurriedly followed. Yiji, have you had dinner? Let's eat together. No need, Bei Mingyi replied coolly. I just ate with Fei Fei when I saw her. If you have nothing else, go back first. I'm busy with work. I don't have time to take care of you. I'm not going back. When it came to this issue, Xia Qianjin's attitude became unprecedentedly firm. Bei Mingyi finally couldn't shake off Xia Qianjin and let her follow him into the compound. When they reached the hall, Bei Mingyi leaned against the sofa and lit a cigarette. At this moment, Huolang frowned and couldn't help but say, Mr. Bei Ming, the young lady can't. Before Huolang could finish, Bei Mingyi calmly said two words, get out. Huolang's face darkened. His eyes fixed on Bei Mingyi, not saying a word, still standing there motionless. Seeing the two of them, Xia Qianjin became a bit flustered. Huolang was a proud person, and usually she had to coax him to make him listen. Now she stood up, looking at Huolang with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. You go out. I won't be in danger here. Huolang looked at her, and although he felt somewhat unwilling, seeing the urgency in her eyes, he hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly walking out of the hall. Watching Huolang leave, Bei Mingyi's eyes flashed with killing intent. This Huolang was increasingly disregarding others, but for now, he would keep him around. Sooner or later, he would have to be eliminated. After thinking this, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand and stood up. It's getting late. Let them take you to the guest room. Dropping these words, he walked upstairs. Walking in the corridor, Bei Mingyi seemed to notice that Ming-Ke had disappeared as soon as she returned, so he fantasized about playing a prank on her. Xia Qianjin also followed Bei Mingyi to the door of his room. Seeing the door was locked, she knocked hard on the door. Yiji, it's Qianjin. Let me in. I still have something to tell you. At this time, Meng Qi reminded, Miss, you better not disturb Mr. Bei's rest. Whatever it is, you can say it tomorrow. But Xia Qianjin glared at him fiercely. Mind your own business. Inside the room, Bei Mingyi wasn't unaware of Xia Qianjin's knocking, but he didn't want to respond. He tugged at his collar, loosened his tie, and walked towards the bathroom. At this moment, Lin-Ke had just finished her shower and came out of the bathroom. She was startled. Hearing the knocking outside, Lin-Ke was stunned for a moment. She blinked. Her gaze slowly moved towards the tightly closed door. Bei Mingyi approached. Lin-Ke quickly put her hands on his chest and said hurriedly, Sir, don't you not want her to know I'm here? What if she hears? When you can't help but make a sound, just kiss me. I'll help you swallow your cries. Bei Mingye's eyes flashed with an unusual light. You don't want? Lin Ke hadn't finished speaking. He had already lowered his head and captured her thin lips. Seeing the slight smile at the corner of Lin Ke's lips, Bei Mingyi joked. What are you smiling at? Did you suddenly feel overwhelmingly happy being my woman? These words made Lin Ke's face turn red. She softly exclaimed, shameless, but then stammered, yes, very happy. Bei Mingyi showed a satisfied smile. I don't mind making you even happier. However, Bei Mingyi didn't move her, but held her close, feeling quite content. I never thought I'd want to share the position by my side with another person, but she makes me feel warm, as if I have my own home. The next day, Lin Ke arrived at the audition venue. She heard from Sun Yanhua that Tang Fei couldn't participate in this outdoor shoot due to facial injury. She felt inexplicably flustered. Was this related to Bei Mingyi or to that Xia Qinjin? Seeing Lin Ke lost in thought, Xiao Xiang couldn't help but ask, Cuckoo, what are you thinking about? Lin Ke was startled, her face full of surprise. She replied, nothing. Xiao Xiang didn't pursue the matter further. She lay back in her chair, sighing. We've been interviewing all day, but still haven't found any particularly good candidates. What are we going to do? Just then, an employee from Tang Fei knocked on the door and entered. He told Lin Ke that her sister had come to see her. Lin Ke was slightly stunned. She hurriedly followed him out. Arriving at the first-floor lobby, she indeed saw Lin Shan sitting on the sofa. With her were the two girls who had appeared last time. Recalling the previous scene, Lin Ke's face immediately turned cold. She questioned, what are you doing here? Do you need something? Seeing Lin Ke approach, Lin Shan quickly put on a smiling face. Sister, my friends and I came for the audition. Since you're in charge, we wanted to ask if we could interview now. Xiao Xiang, who had followed Lin Ke down, looked Lin Shan over. Although she knew his character wasn't great, his appearance was much better than the people they had interviewed these past 2 days. Lin Ke had to admit that Lin Shan's conditions were indeed not bad. So she looked back at Xiao Xiang. This time, Xiao Xiang surprisingly didn't object, but instead nodded vigorously at her. At this time, Lin Shan's two friends also stood up, sincerely apologizing to Lin Ke for the previous incident. Lin Ke nodded. Looking at Lin Shan, she said softly, you can go up for the interview. The result depends entirely on your own performance. I understand, sister. Lin Shan was unusually obedient today, so much so that even Lin Ke could hardly believe it. At the Imperial Group, Bei Mingyi finished his meeting. As he was leaving, he took out his phone to check and saw 3 missed calls, all from the butler, Meng Qi. Meng Qi usually wouldn't call him at this time. Could something have happened? So he dialed back, his deep voice calling out, what's the matter? On the other end, Meng Qi's slightly anxious voice came through. Sir, the new maid was careless, and let Miss Xia know that Miss Lin Ke sleeps in your room every night. The light in Bei Mingye's eyes dimmed for a moment. He paused for only half a second. Then he hung up the phone, tossed the documents to Yi Yang, and turned towards the elevator. Meanwhile, Lin Ke had been walking on the street for half an hour, constantly thinking about how to shoot the outdoor scene tomorrow. It was then that she realized her phone had rung earlier, while she was busy in the meeting. Seeing so many missed calls from Bei Mingyi, Lin Ke was startled. What was going on? Why so many sudden calls? Just as she was about to call back, the phone rang again. This time she didn't hesitate at all and immediately answered. Her heart called out, sir, but from the other end came Bei Mingye's anxious voice. Where are you now? Who are you with? Ke was momentarily speechless. It wasn't until Bei Mingye's deep, urgent voice came through again that she was startled into speaking. She quickly regained her composure. I just left Tang Fei. I'm on the street now, heading back alone. Upon hearing that Lin Ke was alone on the street, Bei Mingye's voice became even more tense. After returning to Tang Fei, don't come out. Find some people to stay with you. I'll be there right away. Okay, I understand. I'll go back now, Lin Ke replied hurriedly, not noticing the car behind her at all. Just then, Bei Mingyi suddenly heard a scream from the other end of the phone, followed by a series of chaotic noises. Then, with a pop sound, the call was disconnected. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Bei Mingyi instantly panicked. Due to the panic, he lost consciousness for 2 seconds. His mind went completely blank. When Bei Mingyi regained consciousness, he immediately floored the accelerator. In an instant, the car had already sped far away. Lin Ke was frozen in shock. Even after being pulled back, she hadn't fully come to her senses. Looking at the disappearing car, remembering the face she saw clearly when she turned her head, her entire body suddenly went cold. It was the man called Huolang. He actually wanted to kill me. It's okay now, you're safe. Don't be afraid. At this moment, Mu Zijin's voice suddenly came from above. Don't be scared. I'm here. Lin Ke took a deep breath and stepped back abruptly, questioning, how did you happen to appear here? Who knows if you're not working with Huolang to stage this act? Mu Zijin looked down at her and said calmly, I know what you're thinking. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have saved you just now. I'm not that bored. Seeing Lin Ke not speaking and turning to leave, Mu Zijin's face darkened and his voice deepened. Hasn't Bei Mingyi warned you to be careful? Lin Ke still didn't answer and turned to walk towards Teng Fei. Watching Lin Ke walk through Teng Fei's gates, Mu Zijin stopped following. He took a deep look at the glass door, his eyes reflecting something indescribable. On the other side, learning that Lin Ke was safe, Bei Mingyi slowed down his car. Since she was safe, it was time to settle the score with someone. Huolang hadn't left Fanshe Road when he noticed the car following closely behind him. It was one of Bei Mingyi's cars. Following so closely, it was clearly coming for him. So, the fire in his heart burned with anger. He cursed, damn it, was Bei Mingyi provoking him? Then let him taste the flavor of regret. So he sharply turned the steering wheel. He quickly drove towards the mountain road. On this stretch of mountain road, vehicles were rare. Bei Mingyi was still in hot pursuit, so Huolang simply turned his car sideways, stopping in the middle of the road, directly forcing Bei Mingyi to stop. Looking at Bei Mingyi, Huolang's thin lips curled into a disdainful smile. Since you think your driving skills are so good, let's see how you dodge at such a close distance. But the smile on his lips only lasted for a brief 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, the smile suddenly disappeared, and a flash of fear crossed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Bei Mingyi's car was already there. Not only did he show no sign of stopping, but he even accelerated. In an instant, the two cars collided with a loud bang. Looking up, Huolang's car was flipped over, while Bei Mingyi's car, carried by momentum, crashed towards the mountain wall. But Huolang, after all, was a special forces leader. He remained calm even as the car was being flipped. With one swift motion, he unbuckled his seatbelt. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain in his body, he quickly escaped. Looking at the exploding car behind him, Huolang couldn't help but shudder. Bei Mingyi, that madman, actually used this method to warn him. Didn't he fear dying together? Watching Bei Mingyi walk towards him, Huolang gritted his teeth and asked, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? Wasn't it clear enough just now? Even with blood still oozing from his forehead, Bei Mingyi maintained his ambiguous smile. But this smile was chilling. Huolang took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and threw a punch at Bei Mingyi. Bei Mingyi swayed, and a heavy punch landed on Huolang's chest. With a thud, Huolang was knocked to the ground, but he still didn't give up. Looking up at Bei Mingyi, he said grimly, I advise you to think carefully. My brothers are all desperate men. If you kill me today, within 3 days, you'll surely die by their hands. Bei Mingyi looked down at him, stepping on his back, and said disdainfully, I'd like to see if they really have that ability. What do you really want to do? Huolang finally figured out that Bei Mingyi didn't intend to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. I want you to know that I didn't touch you before, not because I didn't dare. Bei Mingyi took out his phone and continued. Now I'll let you know what happens when you offend me. Since you dared to touch my woman, of course I'll return the favor. Huolang was startled, gritting his teeth and staring at him. Miss Lang is the old man's darling. If you dare touch her, the old man will surely make you wish you were dead. That depends on whether he has the ability. After saying this, Bei Mingyi ignored him and made a call, telling Meng Qi to bring out those few wolf dogs from the back mountain and Miss Lang. He then hung up. After hanging up, Bei Mingyi looked at Huolang, trying to struggle up, and kicked him away. This is why I've kept your miserable life. Soon you'll taste what it's like to have your woman touched. Woman touched. Looking at Bei Mingyi's overflowing smile, Huolang panicked and said anxiously, Bei Mingyi, you can't do this to her. If you dare do this to her, I absolutely won't let you off. Bei Mingyi, make them stop. Seeing Bei Mingyi still ignoring him, Huolang truly began to regret. So he lowered his proud head, begging Bei Mingyi to spare Xia Qianjin. Bei Mingyi, however, was indifferent, saying calmly, it's too late. My person was frightened, so your woman should taste the same feeling. Bei Mingyi, don't forget, she's the old man's most beloved person. Huolang's words were almost a roar. Bei Mingyi still didn't care, raising an eyebrow. So what? Those who make mistakes should be punished. I didn't bother with her before because it was troublesome. Since she's so ungrateful, she should taste the consequences. Don't worry, for the old man's sake. I won't kill her. Bei Mingyi, you can't do this. I beg you, don't touch her. Please, Bai Mingyi. Hualang was truly desperate, so anxious he forgot the pain in his body, prostrating on the ground begging Bei Mingyi. Bei Mingyi still looked down at him, until he heard police sirens from down the mountain. Only then did the smile on his lips gradually disappear. Now that the police were coming, it was a bit troublesome for him. So he said to Hualang with a gloomy face, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Next time you make a move, think carefully if you can bear the consequences." Hualang didn't speak again. He got up, dragging his injured body, and limped down the mountain. Seeing him walk away, Bei Mingyi then picked up the phone and dialed another number. "Chen Sheng, I'm on the mountain road. Before you come, do something for me first." As for Lin Ku, she waited at Tung Fei for over an hour before someone came to pick her up. But unexpectedly, it was Bei Ming Shui. Seeing the gravity on his face, Lin Ku felt uneasy, feeling the heavy atmosphere in the car bay. His thin lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Sister-in-law, are you destroying evidence? Stop bullying my people." Bei Mingyi glanced at Dong Fong Chung, his words full of warning. Soon after, Mu Zijing, Nangong Lai, Yi, Dong Fong Chun, Bei Ming Shui, Yu Fei Fan, and Bei Ming Dai Dai, even Xia Qianjin and Hualang, all boarded the yacht. Looking at everyone, Bei Mingyi snorted. "So many people. Is this place a circus?" After saying that, Bei Mingyi ignored them, hugged Ming Ku, and walked to the railing to start fishing. Not long after, feeling bored, Dong Fong Chen called out, "Fishing alone is no fun. Why don't we have a competition?" "What competition?" Nan Gong Shui immediately perked up, looking at him with great interest. Dong Fong Chung pursed his lips, thought for a moment, then said, "A fishing competition. One man and one woman as a team. The women fish, and the men stay in the sea. Every time a woman catches a fish, her partner can come up and rest for 10 minutes. If they don't catch anything, they'll just keep soaking in the sea." "No way." Lin Ke protested at the railing. "He's already exhausted enough today." "Looks like someone doesn't believe in her man." Dong Fong Chen raised an eyebrow, staring at Bei Mingyi and sneering. "Your woman thinks you're not up for it. What do you think?" Bei Mingyi couldn't be bothered to respond. However, his little woman thinking he wasn't capable did make him a bit unhappy. But he still gently stroked Ming Ke's head, smiling. "You should believe in your man's abilities." Seeing Bei Mingyi agree, Dong Fong Chen continued, "Now let's form teams. There are more men than women here, so the extra one just jumps into the water." When he finished speaking and turned around, Dong Fong Chen instantly felt like dying. He had set up all of this, but in the end, he was the one to bear it all. Bei Mingyi looked at Dong Fong Chen with a mischievous smile. "The extra person, be self-aware and jump in." Dong Fong Chen glared at him and coldly snorted. "Ungrateful bastard, and to think I was being your confidant." Then he reluctantly walked to the edge of the boat, taking off his shirt and pants. He looked back at everyone once more, then jumped in with a splash. Lin Ku unconsciously looked twice at this young Master Chun. Usually seeming carefree, she didn't expect him to have such a muscular body. Just because of her carelessness, the man beside her immediately darkened his face. "Is his body that good? You're staring so intently." No linke panik." She squeezed out a flattering smile. "In terms of physique, who in the world could compare to you? You look the best. Good that you know." Bei Mingyi immediately smiled. Lin Ku also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect a few cheesy words could make this big CEO happy. But when she looked up, she saw he was about to take off his clothes too. Lin Ku instinctively grabbed his clothes, saying without thinking, "Don't take them off." Just this subconscious sentence made Xia Qianjin, not far away, look at her with hostility. Even Yu Fei Fan showed a disappointed look. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. She quickly let go of him, forcing a smile. "I was just kidding." Bei Mingyi, however, looked down at her. After a while, he suddenly smirked. "Don't like other women seeing me? Save it for tonight to look slowly." With that, he dove into the water with a splash. Xia Qianjin turned to look at her, the resentment in her eyes growing stronger. How dare this woman order Brother Yi around? And Brother Yi is indulging her. It's too much. Nan Gong Shui also turned to look at Lin Ku, moving closer to her and asking curiously, "Why aren't you competing with cousin Zijing?" Shouldn't you be with him? Lin Ke's heart skipped a beat, unable to say a word. At this moment, she really didn't know how to respond to Nan Gongshuer's question. Standing not far away, Xia Qianjin, upon hearing Nan Gongshuer's question, immediately perked up. What? You and Zijin had a relationship? Lin Ke just glanced at her, then looked at Shuer, her thin lips twitching, wanting to explain, but not knowing how. Seeing Lin Ke not responding to her, Xia Qianjin immediately shrieked, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Shuer glanced at Xia Qianjin, pouting her thin lips with a look of dissatisfaction. This is their business. Why are you asking so much? Xia Qianjin stared at her. I just want to ask if he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. Being with brother Yi while still stringing along Zijin. Watch your mouth. Sister Kuku isn't that kind of person. Nan Gongshuer glared at her, then pulled Lin Ke towards the railing. Away from Xia Qianjin, she smiled and said, "Don't mind her. She's been spoiled. By the way, how did you and brother Yi meet? He rarely gets close to girls. You're amazing." Just as Lin Ke was about to explain, Nan Gongshuer's float started moving. Seeing the fish she caught, Nan Gongshuer excitedly ran down, waving to Nan Gong Lai. "Brother Lai, come up quickly to rest. I caught one." Nan Gong Lai gave her a thumbs up before quickly swimming towards the ladder. Bei Mingyi, did he really drown? Ming Ku absent-mindedly grilled chicken wings, not even noticing when they burned. Bei Ming Sun, seeing her like this, brought a bottle of water. "If you're so worried, why don't you bring him some water?" Ming Ke took the water. She ran to the edge of the boat. "Sir, come here and drink some water." Seemingly understanding the little girl's unease, Bei Mingyi joked, "If you're so worried about me, why don't you come down and keep me company? So I won't be so bored." Ming Ke froze for a moment, then jumped into the sea with a splash. Bei Mingyi was startled, then quickly opened his arms to catch her. Ming Ke handed him the water, looking at Bei Mingye's wrinkled skin from soaking, feeling even more sorry. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Bei Mingye tightly hugget her silander veist. I think this is quite nice." Then he deeply kissed her red lips. All comfort was conveyed in that kiss. After a while, Ming Ke was a bit short of breath. She softly called out, "Sir." Bei Mingyi looked at her, asking somewhat pitifully, "Why do you always call me sir?" Ming Ke said innocently, "Everyone calls you that." Bei Mingyi continued to ask, "What am I to you?" Ming Ke hesitantly opened her mouth. "Since you're my woman, why do you call me the same as everyone else?" This stumped Ming Ke. "Then what should I call you?" Bei Mingyi was suddenly depressed. How could this girl be so slow? He couldn't just ask her to call him by name, could he? "Never mind, as long as I'm in your heart. It's enough." Bei Mingyi consoled himself. He sent Ming Ke back to the boat. Looking at Ming Ke's sexy figure in wet clothes, Bei Mingyi felt even more frustrated. There's a bunch of wolves on the boat. Is this girl trying to seduce everyone with this alluring appearance? "Cuckoo, there are my clothes in your closet. Go change immediately. Don't wear wet clothes." Ming Ke had no idea about this little fox's thoughts. She was just happy about Bei Mingye's thoughtful care. After changing clothes, Ming Ke started eating barbecue. But she was still too worried about Bei Mingyi, so she kept looking around. She kept glancing towards the sea. At this time, Yu Fei Fan brought some food for Ming Ke to send to Bei Mingyi, telling her to let him eat something to keep up his strength. In just that moment, when Ming Ke looked back towards the sea, Bei Mingyi was nowhere to be seen. Ming Ke dropped the plate. She rushed over like the wind. Fortunately, Mu Zijing was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Just as Ming Ke was about to jump down, he grabbed her back. Ming Ke kept struggling. "Let me go, I need to find him." Mu Zijing held her tightly, comforting her. "You can't swim. Going down won't help. We'll go check right away. Don't be afraid. I promise we'll find him." Just as Mu Zijin and Dong Fangchun were preparing to go into the water, ripples appeared on the water surface. There was movement. At that moment, Bei Mingyi suddenly emerged from the water. Ming Ke finally relaxed, her legs suddenly weak. Mu Zijin looked at Bei Mingyi somewhat reproachfully. "How could you play such a joke? Do you know how worried?" Ming Ke's voice trailed off when she saw Bei Mingyi holding a woman. The tycoons faced off against the Eagle organization. Lin Ke was taken hostage. Could they escape smoothly? Bei Mingyi, changed and walking out of the room, shook his wet hair. At this moment, Lin Ke rushed into his arms. She hugged him tightly. Seeing the little girl crying in his arms, Bei Mingyi felt a bit helpless. He reached out to pat Ming Ke's head, comforting her. "Don't cry. I'm back safe, aren't I? Or else I'll have to ask you." Ming Ke looked up sniffling, staring at Bei Mingyi. Bei Mingyi leaned down and kissed her. Minke's emotions gradually stabilized. The two then held hands and went to eat. An hour later, several people sat together. It seemed like more of the sea had been searched. In the distance, several speedboats were racing towards them. Telling him to take her to the cabin. The speedboats instantly surrounded their yacht. Several people in camouflage came aboard. A blond man wearing sunglasses asked, "Is there a woman in her 20s who jumped into the sea?" Bai Mingyi kindly replied, "Yes." At this point, they already knew these people were from the Eagle Organization, a group that could almost rival the Taiji Party in Dongfang International. The blond man pointed at them, threatening to hand over the person. Bai Mingyi kicked him, and the blond man performed a graceful frog fall. I don't like hearing nonsense. Fearing a mistake, Bai Ming Sun left the others in Bai Ming Dai Dai's care and went up to help. Meanwhile, the rescued woman grabbed scissors and took Xia Qianjin hostage. Bai Ming Dai Dai quickly stepped forward, indicating no ill intent. "We just came up." The woman was clearly agitated, holding the scissors forward threateningly. She threatened them to leave. Xia Qianjin was scared and crying loudly, soon fainting from fear. Going back is useless. The rescued woman looked at the people standing in a row in the distance, recognizing the person who had brought her. She demanded to exchange the three on the left. Ninka felt somewhat helpless. Had they saved an ungrateful person? She wasn't a saint, having to sacrifice herself for a woman who wanted her life. But now she could only flatter her. The woman clearly didn't believe it, not wanting to hear their nonsense. Bai Ming Dai Dai's skills were no match for Fei Fan. "Sister Fei Fan, and you can't go." Ninka glanced at them. If anything happened to Xia Qianjin, the powerful forces behind her probably wouldn't let Bai Mingyi off easily. "As long as I can delay until Bai Mingyi and the others come back." So Mingke voluntarily walked towards the woman, exchanging places with the fake Qianjin. On the deck, Bai Mingyi and the others had already dealt with the Eagle people. At this time, Bai Ming Dai Dai ran out, urgently saying, "The woman in the room woke up. She's taken Ming Ku hostage." Bai Mingyi turned pale with shock and rushed into the cabin. "Cuckoo, you'll never guess. Min Ku is actually pregnant." Continuing from the previous episode, Bai Mingyi rushed into the cabin, urgently calling out for Cuckoo. At that moment, Minka walked out from inside. "Sir, I'm here." Bai Ming Dai Dai had already restrained the rescued woman. Minka quickly stopped him. "Don't hurt her. Someone attacked earlier. She saved me." Bai Mingyi ran to Ming Ku and hugged him tightly. "Thank goodness you're all right." Ming Ku patted his back. "Sir, I'm fine." Bai Mingyi told Bai Ming Dai Dai to release the woman. The rescued woman rubbed her injured wrist and introduced herself. "I'm Su Yi, a bodyguard for the CEO of Taizi Sihai Group." Dong Fangchen obviously didn't believe it. For Eagle to send so many people, this woman couldn't possibly be a simple bodyguard. Mu Zijin didn't care about these details. He seriously suggested to Bai Mingyi, starting tomorrow, let Cuckoo undergo training. Nangong Lai thought it was unnecessary. Isn't it just a contractual relationship? If it's not going to last long, there's no need to go to such lengths. Ningku smiled helplessly and gently pushed Bai Mingyi. "I'm going back to my room to rest." Bai Mingyi watched her leave, lost in thought. Time flew by. A month later, Ming Ku and Xiang Xiang were eating. Xiang Xiang couldn't help but ask, "Did you really end things with Mu Zijin?" Ming Ku smiled slightly. "Yes, Mu Zijin wasn't genuinely pursuing me. He just wanted to use this method to make me leave Bai Mingyi." Only then did Xiang Xiang understand that Ming Ku had been with Bai Mingyi all along. Ming Ku poked Xiang Xiang's head. "You're my only friend. I can't let you get into trouble because of me." After clearing things up, they chatted intimately about little secrets. Lin Ku also learned about Xiang Xiang's crush on Mu Zichuan. Just then, Lin Ku, who was eating, suddenly felt nauseous. Before Xiang Xiang could react, Lin Ku quickly ran to the bathroom. She started vomiting frantically. Watching Lin Ku vomit nonstop, a bad feeling welled up in Xiang Xiang's heart. She gently patted Min Ku's back and anxiously asked, "How long has it been since your last period?" Min Ku was shocked upon hearing this. After a long pause, she softly said, "Over 2 months." Xiang Xiang realized the seriousness of the situation and took Min Ku to the hospital for a checkup. After a urine test, it was confirmed that Min Ku was indeed in early pregnancy. Min Ku caressed her belly, feeling at a loss. Xiang Xiang urged her to talk to Bai Mingyi and see what he thought. Even as students, they could get married at their age. Ming Ku smiled bitterly, telling Xiang Xiang to stop. "Marrying Bai Mingyi? How is that possible? We're just bound by a contract. How could Bei Mingyi marry me? Just then, her phone rang. Mingke answered, and a deep voice came through. Mingke turned around to see Bei Mingyi leaning against his car, waving at her. Xiang Xiang encouraged her to go and talk things through. Mingke left with Bei Mingyi. Xiang Xiang watched the car drive away, thinking that Bei Mingyi seemed to treat Ke well. Maybe, just maybe, things wouldn't turn out as bad as they feared. So, what do you think Bei Mingyi will do when he learns about Mingke's pregnancy? Mingke is pregnant. Not only is Bei Mingyi unhappy, but he also takes drastic measures. As soon as Bei Mingyi finished work, he took Mingke back to hell. Knowing about her pregnancy, Mingke became nervous in Bei Mingyi's presence. Afraid of being discovered, she lied, saying she was nervous because Bei Mingyi didn't call yesterday, and she missed him. This indirect confession made Bei Mingyi's heart bloom. I worked until dawn yesterday and didn't want to disturb you. I'll be more careful next time. If you miss me, just call directly. I'll answer even if I'm in a meeting. Mingke was taken aback. Was this still the domineering CEO she knew? Could it be that people in love really do have negative IQs? After dinner, the happy Bei Mingyi eagerly carried Mingke to bed. Are you full? Now it's my turn. She had a baby in her belly. What if it got hurt? She used all her strength to push Bei Mingyi away. Sir, I'm not feeling well. Really not feeling well. Bei Mingyi, stop it. I'll call Dr. Yana check on you. No need. It's just my period. Forced to stop. Bei Mingyi reluctantly sat on a chair and started smoking. Mingke thought this was good. At least he could calm down. So she hurriedly went to the bathroom to shower. Bei Mingyi, smoking alone, was far from as calm as he appeared. Can't touch her, but sneaking a peek in the bathroom should be fine, right? So he got up and walked towards the bathroom. Being too eager, he knocked over Mingke's bag on the sofa. The test results fell out of the bag. Bei Mingyi picked up the paper confused. What's this? He looked closely at the content. He was completely stunned. Pregnant, Mingke, coming out after her shower, saw Bei Mingyi holding the test results with a gloomy face. The towel in her hand dropped to the floor. Mingke cursed internally. She shouldn't have put the test results in her bag. She softly called out, "Sir." Bei Mingyi looked up, staring intently at Mingke. His fierce voice came. "Whose is it?" Mingke was stunned. What was he saying? Bei Mingyi grew more impatient. Whose is it exactly? Mingke felt hurt. She had only been with one man, yet he was asking whose child it was. Seeing Mingke not speaking, Bei Mingyi suddenly stood up and roared, "I'm asking you a question." He then grabbed Mingke. Mingke was scared by his terrifying expression. "Sir, the child is yours. Why are you asking like this?" At this moment, Bei Mingyi seemed to truly embody the words devil and demon. He was enraged to the extreme. Bullshit! He completely disbelieved Mingke's words. With a swing of his hand, he threw Mingke across the room. Mingke couldn't believe what was happening. She didn't understand why Bei Mingyi reacted this way upon finding out. She desperately explained, "Sir, believe me, I haven't been with any other man." But Bei Mingyi was already possessed by rage. He reached out and tightly gripped Mingke's neck. "I'm asking you a question. Whose child is it really? If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you." Mingke struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't understand why he was so angry about her carrying his child, to the point of wanting to kill her. "If you don't want the child, just leave me." Why? She used her last bit of strength to insist, "It's yours." Bei Mingyi, like a wild beast, grew more agitated. "You dare lie to me again, I'll strangle you to death right now." As time passed, Mingke's head grew heavier. With tears covering her face, she finally passed out. Bei Mingyi was still roaring, "Don't pretend to be dead. Answer me. Whose child is it?" At this moment, the complexity in Bei Mingyi's heart was indescribable. He had undergone a vasectomy long ago. It was impossible for her to be pregnant with his child. Who had she been with? Bei Mingyi went crazy wanting to kill Mingke because he had already had a vasectomy. So Mingke absolutely couldn't be pregnant with his child. Then what would become of this child? A world destroyed. Bei Mingyi, looking at the now silent Mingke, gradually came to his senses. "What am I doing? I actually tried to kill Ke just now." He frantically bent down to pick up Mingke, gently patting her cheeks. Ke, wake up. I didn't mean to. Wake up. But the unconscious Mingke showed no response. At this point, Bei Mingyi completely panicked. He hadn't realized he had used such force. So he immediately started performing CPR on Mingke. He kept doing chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. "Don't die. You can't die. I didn't really want to kill you. Even if you're pregnant with someone else's child, even if you betrayed me. Ke, I was wrong. Wake up! Fortunately, after Bei Ming Ye's tireless efforts, he finally pulled Ming Ke back from the brink of death. After a fit of rapid coughing, Ming Ke slowly regained her breath. She regained consciousness. Bei Ming Ye also breathed a sigh of relief. When Ming Ke opened her eyes and saw Bei Ming Ye beside her, the terrifying memories suddenly flooded back. She reached out and forcefully pushed Bei Ming Ye away. "Don't kill me! Get away! Don't kill me!" She never imagined that Bei Ming Ye had actually tried to kill her just now. How foolish she had been to have hope in him before. Bei Ming Yi stared at the girl, rejecting him. Although he was relieved that Ming Ke had escaped death, the child was like a thorn in his side. He gritted his teeth and stood up. His cold voice rang out, "I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow." After saying this, he turned and left. Ming Ke curled up on the bed. "He suspects me." Without even listening to an explanation, he directly accused me. But how can one suspect someone like this? He simply doesn't want me to have his child. Or perhaps he just doesn't want me. Tears fell uncontrollably. Lin Ke reached out and touched her belly. "Baby, I'm sorry. Mommy can't keep you." That night, Lin Ke was devastated, crying until her tears ran dry. That night, Bei Ming Yi was no better off. He drank one glass after another, drowning himself in alcohol, facing the most difficult decision of his life. What should I do with her? What should I do? Fortunately, Ming Ke had a good friend, Xiao Xiang, who could accompany her in her helpless and desperate moments. When she learned that Bei Ming Yi didn't want the child, and even didn't want Ming Ke, Xiang was furious. She rationally advised Ming Ke, "If he doesn't want it, you can't keep this child. You can't ruin your whole life because of him." Ming Ke actually understood all this. She just couldn't bring herself to make the decision. Choosing not to keep it was the best outcome for everyone. Xiang's comfort and companionship made Ming Ke feel a bit better. At this time, Ming Ke unexpectedly received a distress call from Ming Shan. "Sis, come save me quickly. They want to bully me. I owe them money. They want me to accompany them for drinks. I'm so scared. Don't tell anyone. I don't want others to know." After the call ended, Xiang was very worried. Ming Shan's words can't be trusted. It's too harsh. But Ming Ke can be terrifyingly stubborn sometimes. If something happens to Ming Shan, Dad and Grandma will surely be heartbroken. I should go and check out the situation. Xiang was very frustrated. She had something she couldn't postpone. Otherwise, she would definitely want to accompany Ming Ke to feel at ease. Ming Ke was calm and said Xiang could stay on the phone the whole time. If anything seemed wrong, she would call the police. Given Ming Shan's past record, was he really being held captive? The vicious sister. Ming Shan set up Ming Ke for Bei Ming Yi to play the hero. In the club room, as Ming Ke entered, she saw Ming Shan sitting on the sofa with two men. The blonde man stood up and said Ming Shan owed him 20,000 yuan for over a year. He could waive the interest, but as a sister, she should show some sincerity. The other green-haired man walked to Ming Ke's side, took out the phone she was using to talk to Xiang from her bag, and hung up directly. Then Brother Ming acted, pushing Ming Ke to the edge of the sofa. "Big brother, take your time. We'll be back from the bathroom soon." Ming Ke was shocked and realized something was wrong. At this point, the blonde man took out a glass of red wine and handed it over. "Don't say Big Brother is being hard on you. Drink this and we'll let you go." Ming Ke coldly refused. "I'm here to pay the debt, not to drink. Tell me." She took money out of her bag and put it on the table. "Here's the money. We're even. Give me back my phone. We're leaving." The blonde man stood up, grabbed Lin Ke, and threatened, refusing the easy way. "Then we'll do it the hard way." Lin Ke struggled hard. "I'm Bei Ming Ye's woman. Aren't you afraid of angering him?" The blonde man seemed to hear the biggest joke. "Bei Ming Yi has plenty of women. He won't waste time on you." Saying this, he directly held Ming Ke down and forced the wine down her throat. Ming Ke's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, she desperately longed to see Bei Ming Yi, hoping he would suddenly appear to save her. On the other side, coming out of the bathroom, two henchmen were laughing and discussing. That stupid woman must have drunk that glass of wine by now. She might have already been taken advantage of. Shan is really something. Such a beautiful sister, and she didn't bring her out earlier for everyone to have fun with. I heard her sister was recently dumped by Bei Ming Yi, using the same woman as him. Haha, how exciting. The two were discussing enthusiastically, completely unaware of the extremely gloomy face behind them. In the private room, Lin Ke was being pinned down on the sofa by two men tearing at her clothes. Lin Shan was smilingly filming with her phone. She instructed those men to pose Lin Ku in various positions. The photos were to be posted online. She wanted to see what exactly Lin Ku had that made a top-tier man like Bei Mingyi want her. Seeing her so vicious, even the thugs causing trouble couldn't help but tease. Shan, you're really wicked. You can be so cruel even to your own sister. Lin Ku had almost no strength left in her body. She felt desperate. If those kinds of photos were taken and spread online, she would rather die. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Bei Mingyi burst in like a god. Everyone was startled by this sudden appearance. Bei Mingyi was furious. He directly threw a punch, sending the blonde man flying to the ground. Bei Mingyi stepped on his hand, asking which hand touched her, or did both hands touch her? Then, these hands can't be kept. The sound of bones breaking and the man's wails echoed continuously in the room. These miserable screams made Xiada Mingshan and the other thugs almost lose their souls. How terrifying. This man is a devil. We must escape. Staying here means death. We'll definitely die. But their thinking was too simple. Yang had been waiting outside the door. Today, no one would escape. What awaited them would be endless torture. Bei Mingyi took off his jacket and wrapped it around Ming Ku. Damn, they even dared to drug her. Bei Mingyi picked up Ming Ku and left. At the door, he instructed Yang. These men touched someone they shouldn't have. You know what to do. Ming Ku was drugged. Bei Mingyi appeared to save her. Would they reconcile because of this? Bei Mingyi carried Ming Ku into another private room. The drug's effects were taking hold. Heat waves were burning through her entire body. At this moment, Ming Ku had only one thought, to pounce on Bei Mingyi, the ice cube. She stretched out her little head, eagerly wanting to kiss Bei Mingyi. But this time, Bei Mingyi seemed like a different person. He directly turned his head away. You're quite bold, daring to come to a place like this alone. But Ming Ku, burning with desire, had no extra thoughts to answer his question. She kept saying, I'm hot. I'm so hot. Never having seen the little girl so proactive, Bei Mingyi also felt stirred. Then what do you want to do? Tell me so I know. Ming Ku, unable to bear it anymore, said hoarsely, I want you. After saying this, she directly pounced over and kissed Bei Mingyi forcefully. This wasn't all. Her little hands were also constantly mischievous. Soon, Bei Mingyi's clothes were torn open. The little rabbit also cooled down. Soft warmth met in his arms. Bei Mingyi finally compromised. After the passion, Ming Ku trembled slightly in Bei Mingyi's embrace. Not having seen each other for days, she seemed to have many things to say to him, yet didn't know where to start. The previous experience still made Ming Ku fearful. Just now, he had clearly avoided her belly. Seemingly noticing the person in his arms struggle, Bei Mingyi's low voice sounded. Bei Mingyi sighed deeply. He was clearly very angry, but ultimately couldn't bear to see her hurt. In his heart, am I always hurting her? Is that why she's afraid of me? Because of this, did she betray me and seek security in another man's arms? No matter how conflicted and complex his inner feelings were, his instinctive care and attention showed that she wasn't just part of an agreement to him. Bei Mingyi got up and walked to the door, bringing clothes he had prepared for Ming Ku. Ming Ku softly said, thank you. Bei Mingyi asked in return, what are you thanking me with? With your body? Ming Ku was a bit flustered. What exactly was their relationship? Not long after, Yang pushed in a tearful Ming Shan. Ming Shan crawled like a dog to Bei Mingyi's side. Mr. Bei Ming, please spare me. I didn't mean to. I had no ill intentions. Please forgive me. Bei Mingyi wasn't one to be swayed by a couple of pleas. He directly handed Ming Shan's fate over to Ming Ku. Seeing this, Lin Shan began her performance with tears and snot. Sister, I was just angry for a moment. You didn't help me. I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Please forgive me. If something happens to me, Dad and Grandma will be sad. Ming Ku remained silent. Lin Shan was always like this. When she did something wrong, she would act pitiful and apologize. But as soon as she was forgiven, she would find ways to harm Ming Ku again next time. Without a lesson, she would never know her limits and continue to be vicious. Would Ming Ku retaliate in kind? Ming Shan brought this upon herself and received a lesson worse than death. Bei Mingyi also suspected the child was Mu Zijing's. This dramatic plot was getting more and more convoluted. Ming Shan's pitiful apology didn't earn Ming Ku's forgiveness. Thinking of her past actions, Ming Ku grew angrier. deliberately setting her up, and even taking those kinds of photos of her sister to post online. Had her conscience been eaten by dogs? Seeing that Ming-Ke still wouldn't forgive her, Ming-Shan realized she couldn't escape today. She suddenly stood up, pointing at Ming-Ke and yelling, "Ming-Ke, you're just jealous. Jealous that I know better how to please men." She stepped closer to Bei Mingyi. "Sir, I didn't harm her. I just wanted to serve you. But she warned me not to come near you and said she wanted you all to herself. Don't be fooled by her act." Ming-Ke was speechless. What nonsense was this? But Bei Mingyi seemed to enjoy this. He pulled Ming-Ke close. "Really? You won't let other women come near me? You want me all to yourself?" Ming-Shan stared wide-eyed at the intimate couple. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Shouldn't normal men dislike jealous women when hearing such things? But no one explained it to her. Bei Mingyi decided her final fate. "Since you like finding men and taking photos so much, we'll grant your wish." Ming-Ke was a bit worried. She wanted Ming-Shan to be taught a lesson, but if Grandma found out and was shocked, it would be troublesome. Bei Mingyi was very considerate. He instructed Yang to take her away. "Don't alarm Kuku's family, but I want her to suffer a fate worse than death." Ming-Ke felt a little excited inside. Bei Mingyi actually understood her concerns. As they were so in sync, Ming-Shan was taken away. Kuku was about to express her gratitude when Bei Mingyi stopped her. "Now it's time for me to settle accounts with you. Naughty girls need to be punished." Ming-Ke thought she would be locked in a dark room, but unexpectedly, the punishment turned out to be Bei Mingyi's deep kiss. This was embarrassingly difficult. Just like that, Lin-Ke was confusedly brought back to hell. Lin-Ke truly couldn't understand what Bei Mingyi was angry about. If he really didn't want the child, he could go to the hospital for medication. Why torture her like this? So Lin-Ke was determined to clarify things today no matter what. "Sir, why do you have to doubt my whereabouts? You know very clearly that from beginning to end, you've been my only man." Bei Mingyi poured a glass of wine and calmly interrupted Ming-Ke's words. "During the days I was on a business trip, didn't you and Mu Zijin live together?" At this moment, Ming-Ke stared blankly at the man in front of her. That suffocating feeling of despair came over her again. So he suspected the child was Mu Zijin's. "He doesn't believe me at all. I am truly ridiculous. What am I still hoping for? Since you doubt me, nothing I say will matter. Don't look for me anymore. I won't keep this child either." After saying that, she left without looking back. Bei Mingyi closed his eyes in pain. He was the one who made the mistake, yet he acted like he was the victim. The surgery he had couldn't possibly result in pregnancy. If there was an accident, it surely wasn't his child. The obedient Ming-Ke actually slapped Xia Qinjin. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Bei Mingyi suspected the child's father was Mu Zijin. This deeply hurt Ming-Ke. This distrust devastated her. She decided to leave Bei Mingyi. But Bei Mingyi, though outwardly tough, was soft-hearted. He couldn't bear to let Ming-Ke go. So he had an idea. Using the excuse that Ming-Ke still owed money, he arranged for her to work as a servant in the mansion to repay the debt. Early in the morning, as Bei Mingyi came downstairs, he saw Ming-Ke chatting happily with other servants. Bei Mingyi was furious. This girl didn't come back to apologize last night, causing him to lose sleep. Yet she looked so happy. Sitting at the dining table, Bei Mingyi coldly spoke. "Didn't Qing Mei tell you? Since you're a servant now, shouldn't you be serving when the master is eating?" Ming-Ke heard the displeasure in his voice, so she eagerly ran to Bei Mingyi's side to feed him. Seeing Bei Mingyi truly treating Ming-Ke as a servant, Xia Qinjin's mischievous thoughts immediately became active. She started jumping around, employing her tactics to torment people. "Feed me. This milk has gone cold. Bring me a warm cup of milk." To her surprise, Ming-Ke remained motionless like a chanting monk, not even glancing at her. This dismissive attitude enraged Xia Qinjin. She suddenly stood up and scolded. "Didn't you hear what I said? Sorry, Miss Xia. I'm only responsible for serving." Before she could finish speaking, Xia Qinjin's milk tea was thrown directly at her. Lin-Ke was instantly in a mess. Bei Mingyi sat calmly, not intervening at all. Lin-Ke wiped the milk from her face, forcing herself to swallow this insult. If she really fought with Xia Qinjin without Bei Mingyi's protection, this little ant wouldn't even know how she died. "I'll get Miss Xia another cup of milk." Just as Ming-Ke reached out to take the cup, Xia Qinjin deliberately let go. The cup fell directly to the ground and shattered. "Oops, my hand slipped." This annoying tone was clearly intentional provocation. Qing Mei ran over, respectfully saying she would clean it up immediately. Xia Qianjin was very displeased. "Why are you butting in, woman? Get back to the kitchen." Then she turned to Ming Ku and scolded, "Are you blind? There's a pile of broken pieces on the ground. Hurry up and clean it. What if Brother Yi gets hurt?" Ming Ku also realized that Xia Qianjin was determined to humiliate her. Bei Mingyi was intentionally making things difficult and wouldn't help. For the sake of her life, she'd better endure it. So Ming Ku took a broom and started cleaning up the shards. At this point, Xia Qianjin became dissatisfied again. She insisted that Ming Ku use her hands. Ming Ku couldn't help but argue that the glass was too broken and the broom would clean it better. "Sweep it once, then use your hands." Hearing Ming Ku's retort, Xia Qianjin suddenly pushed her hard. "Ming Ku, you're all talk. Apart from seducing men, you have no skills." Ming Ku stumbled from the push. Seeing that Bei Mingyi didn't stop her, Xia Qianjin became even more smug. Brother Yi really doesn't like this woman anymore. Just as she was about to go further and slap Ming Ku beat her to it and slapped her first. Xia Qianjin was knocked to the ground, coincidentally falling right onto the broken glass pieces. Xia Qianjin, enraged to the extreme, shouted, "You bitch! How dare you hit me? Tiger Wolf! Kill her!" Ming Ku had slapped Xia Qianjin to the ground. Xia Qianjin was yelling for Tiger Wolf to kill her. Ming Ku, suppressing her fear, looked at the tiger wolf in front of her. She silently comforted herself that with Bei Mingyi here, he surely wouldn't let Tiger Wolf kill her. At this moment, a commanding figure stepped in front of Ming Ku. He spoke to Tiger Wolf. "Women quarreling. Why are you, a grown man, getting involved? Aren't you ashamed?" Inwardly, he couldn't help but criticize his boss. He clearly cares so much, yet he waits for me, a mere soldier, to step in. By now, Bei Mingyi was already entangled with Xia Qianjin. "This woman dared to hit me. Brother Yi, avenge me. Kill her or make her kneel and apologize to me." Bei Mingyi looked at her and coldly said, "Weren't you the one who hit her first? One slap each seems fair. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being incompetent." After saying this, he stood up and left. He maintained an entirely detached attitude. Xia Qianjin was left grinding her teeth in silent anger. With the matter resolved, Yang told Ming Ku to change clothes and then escorted her out. Ming Ku was confused. "You're escorting me? What about Bei Mingyi?" Thinking of Bei Mingyi's stubborn demeanor, Yang smiled helplessly. "The master likes to drive himself lately. He doesn't need me." In the evening, Ming Ku was invited to attend the talent show finals award ceremony. But to everyone's surprise, this ceremony was actually a plot to kidnap Nan Gongxue. The talent show champion chosen by countless fans turned out to be a professional assassin. Nan Gonglai was trapped by the assassin, unable to help. In the chaos, seeing Schwerer trapped by the criminals, Ming Ku, without thinking, grabbed a nearby water bottle and threw it at the criminal's head. Surprisingly, her aim was good. The criminal was hit hard. Ming Ku seized the opportunity to take Schwerer away. The two ran for their lives. At this moment, Yu Fifan suddenly appeared, knocking Ming Ku down. As Ming Ku fell, she saw the criminals catching up. She quickly pushed Schwerer towards Yu Fifan, urging them to run. The approaching criminals saw that Nan Gonglai had escaped and realized they were running out of time. One of them grabbed Ming Ku's hair and held her at knife point as they left. Bei Mingyi and the others tried desperately to stop them, but the kidnappers' plan was too well executed. They could only watch helplessly as Ming Ku was taken away. In a luxurious room, Ming Ku slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, she gradually came to her senses. "I've been kidnapped." Ming Ku got up and opened the curtains. Blinding sunlight poured in. She looked out the window in confusion. Where on earth is this place? Suddenly, there was a clicking sound at the door. "Oh no, someone's coming." The door opened, and a man and a woman entered. Looking at the empty room, they weren't fooled. Lin Ku, hiding behind the door, covered her mouth tightly to prevent her trembling voice from being heard. She had intended to create the illusion of jumping out the window to attract their attention, but they saw through it so quickly. The woman who entered went out and closed the door. Lin Ku wanted to escape, but found the door was locked. Lin Ku was now exposed to the white-haired man. Lin Ku's attempt to create the illusion of jumping out the window, hoping for a clever escape, was ultimately seen through. The man's sinister voice came, do you know? If you had jumped, at most you'd just be dead. But in my hands, your fate will be worse than death. Lin could turn to look at the speaking man, puzzled. Who exactly was he? He was even wearing a mask. Was he afraid of being recognized? Unfortunately, no one would give her answers. The masked man approached step by step, questioning her relationship with Bei Mingyi and why he frantically chased the car. Mingke was terrified inside, but she couldn't just be a helpless victim. She grabbed a vase from the table and shouted, "I'm his woman." "No, I'm his fiancée. You've kidnapped me. He won't let you get away with this." After saying this, she threw the vase directly at the masked man. The masked man laughed and caught Ming Ke's arm in one swift motion. Then he threw her onto the bed. "Since you're so important, I'll use you as bait to lure him here. I guarantee he'll come in standing and leave lying down." Mingke was shocked. She had dug her own grave. By now, the masked man had climbed onto the bed. He pinned Mingke down. "Bei Mingye's woman, I wonder what she tastes like." Mingke was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, her mind racing to find a way out. "I lied to you. He's long abandoned me. You can check. I'm living in the servants' quarters now." Then, with tears in her eyes, she said, "Don't you even want something he's discarded?" The masked man was unmoved. He laughed wickedly. "It doesn't hurt to have a taste. If it's not good, I'll just tear you to pieces." Seeing he wouldn't budge, she became truly frightened. Tears streamed down her face. "There's a baby in my belly. What if he loses control? The consequences would be unthinkable. I'm really just an insignificant servant. Don't touch me. I'll give you anything you want. Please don't touch me." The masked man sneered. "Do you think I'm a fool? Would a servant be worth him sending a special team to find me? If you want Bei Mingye's life, can you bring it to me?" Lin Ke felt desperate. The hatred in this man's eyes was so intense. She couldn't escape. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A woman's voice came from outside. "Young master, Bei Mingye's people are here. They're at the bottom of the building. We can't stay here anymore." The two inside reacted very differently upon hearing this. Mingke wept with joy, her eyes suddenly full of hope. "Thank goodness, Bei Mingyi is here." The masked man's expression changed, the hatred in his eyes becoming even clearer. The masked man quickly got up and grabbed Mingke. Then he tied Mingke tightly to a chair along with a bomb. After tying her up, the man turned to leave. At the door, he looked back with a wicked smile. "Didn't you just say you'd give me anything as long as I didn't touch you? Well, let's see how important you are to Bei Mingyi. Will he leave you here alone or die with you? Better not move, by the way. If the bomb goes off, your little life will end right here." He left laughing, leaving Mingke staring in terror at the bomb in front of her. Tick, tick, tick. Was Mingke, tied to the bomb, really going to meet her end here? A rumbling sound came. The masked man boarded his private plane. In midair, he waved smilingly at Bei Mingyi below. Bei Mingyi received a message. 1508. 10 minutes. Bei Mingyi was startled and called for the bomb disposal expert. 1508, quick, he said, and ran off. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Mingke, in her despair, looked at the newcomer. It was Bei Mingyi. The initial joy was long gone. Now she only wanted to urge him to leave. This bomb was set specifically for Bei Ming. That person wants him dead. "Don't come closer. Quickly." No matter how desperately Mingke screamed, Bei Mingyi didn't budge. He walked up to Mingke, preparing to untie the ropes. But when he saw the time left on the bomb, Bei Mingyi couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, that bastard said we had 10 minutes. Now there's only 50 seconds left. We can't wait for the bomb disposal expert." He quickly dialed the phone, asking the experts to teach him how to handle it. Mu Zijin, who took over untying the ropes from Bei Mingyi, saw the time and immediately became nervous. In an instant, he made a decision. "Yi, you should go. There are many people waiting for you outside. You go, I'll stay here." Mu Zijin was actually willing to die with Mingke. Bei Mingyi felt as if he had drunk a bucket of aged vinegar. His jealousy suddenly flared up. Mu Zijin cared so much about Kuku. Could he really be the child's father? He had never thought to investigate him. But the result of not investigating was that doubt always lingered in his heart. Thinking of this, he pushed Mu Zijin away. "My woman, I'll save her myself. Now you leave immediately." Mu Zijin clenched his fists. "I'm not leaving. I don't want to move." One was his best friend. The other was the woman he belatedly fell in love with. How could he possibly leave at a time like this? Seeming to see through the little game between the two, Mingke helplessly urged, "The child in my belly is neither yours nor Zijin's. You two leave quickly. Mu Zijin looked bewildered. What child? Bei Mingyi glanced up, then continued disarming the bomb. The contract isn't finished. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, I'll chase after you. Since you owe me. Before he could finish, with a click, Bei Mingyi used scissors to cut a wire on the bomb. Ming Ke fell into a warm embrace. You owe me for lifetimes. Even in death, you can't escape me. Nestled in his arms, Ke cried. This man once made her wish she were dead, yet now he's willing to die with her. Was meeting him fortunate or unfortunate? If you won't leave, then let's die together. Watching the embracing couple, Mu Zijin's thoughts were complex. If he hadn't approached with ulterior motives back then, would things be different now? The three faced death, waiting unusually quietly for survival after the disaster. The two held each other tightly. Mu Zijin felt like a third wheel. The bomb's remaining time slowly counted down to 0. Perhaps fate had its own plan, or perhaps the protagonist's aura was brilliantly shining. The bomb didn't explode. Ming Ke was overjoyed. We survived. Bei Mingyi gazed lovingly at the delighted girl in his arms. The thought of losing her was more unbearable than being in danger himself. He couldn't help but lean down to kiss Ming Ke. The two embraced passionately. Seeing this, Mu Zijin was speechless. These two were too much. They had just faced death together, and now they were completely ignoring him. He couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, you two, that's enough. Hurry up and leave so the police can come remove this bomb. After their brush with death, Bei Mingyi took Ming Ke back to the mansion. Bei Mingyi told her to take a shower first and change clothes. But when he opened the wardrobe and saw it was empty, they both froze. Ming Ke angrily hit her own head. She had forgotten they were still fighting. He had been doubting her earlier. Ming Ke stood up, feeling a bit wronged. Sir, I'll go change in the servants' quarters. Having just faced death, Bei Mingyi now understood his own heart. Today, I need you to stay here. Leave when I don't need you anymore. This stubborn habit of his. When would he ever not need her? Hearing him say this, Lin Ke became even more angry. I want a shower. There are no clothes for me here. You had all my clothes thrown away. Bei Mingyi was also irritated. He had already asked her to stay, yet she still dared to throw a tantrum. He grabbed Ming Ke's small hand. Where are my clothes? Ming Ke snorted coldly, pulling her hand back. I can manage myself. I don't need you. Always bullying a small woman. What kind of man are you? She said, turning towards the bathroom. Bei Mingyi, hearing this, immediately flared up. What do you mean? What kind of man? No man could tolerate that. Looks like I need to show you what a real man is. He quickly blocked the bathroom door. He barged in. You think I'm not good enough to you? Fine, I'll serve you. I'll help you wash. The door slammed shut. Ming Ke's screams could be heard intermittently. Get away. The cold and aloof CEO in public was actually a jealous king in private. The thick-skinned and angry Ming Ke walked into the bathroom. Bei Mingyi quickly blocked the bathroom door. He barged in. Ming Ke's screams could be heard intermittently. Bei Mingyi's voice, however, was joyful. I'm lowering myself to serve you. What more do you want? After a passionate encounter, Ming Ke fell asleep exhausted. Bei Mingyi looked at her peaceful sleeping face. This girl was always so stubborn, pregnant, yet still daring to risk herself to save Yaya. Fortunately, nothing bad happened in the end. Bei Mingyi made a silent decision. As long as Ming Ke stayed obediently by his side from now on, even if the child wasn't his, he would accept it. At this moment, Eon came to report that Mu Zijin and the others had arrived. Bei Mingyi told them to go to the study. In the study, they were speculating about the masked man in the surveillance video. This didn't seem to be a simple kidnapping. That masked man seemed somewhat familiar. Dong Fangchen suggested calling Lian Qing back. With his skills, he might be able to reconstruct the face. The others agreed. For the next few days, Yaya, Kiki, and the others should stay at home just in case. Mu Zijing then suggested that if they were worried Kiki might cause trouble, they could invite her close friend Xiao Xiang to keep her company. Bei Mingyi felt inexplicably annoyed hearing this. My woman, other men seem to care too much. He said coolly, I know what to do. Seeing the atmosphere turn cold, Dong Fangchen cheerfully suggested, since it's rare for all the managers to be here, let's ask your maids to prepare food in the backyard for a party. The others agreed, and they all went out to prepare. At this time, Mu Zijin patted Bei Mingyi's shoulder. I need to talk to you. Just 3 minutes. Ning Ku is pregnant. Bei Mingyi snorted coldly. So what? It's none of your business. Mu Zijin was speechless. What's with this guy's sour tone? Could he think it's my child? Mu Zijin quickly clarified. I never touched her. Her pregnancy has nothing to do with me. But are you sure she's pregnant? I believe she wouldn't betray you. Bei Mingyi somewhat arrogantly said, I believe her too. He didn't want to lose face in front of his love rival. But Mu Zijin didn't seem to be lying. If not him, then who? At this moment, Mu Zijin was like Conan incarnate. How are you sure she's pregnant? Did you go to the hospital for a checkup? Given your situation, she can't be pregnant. Unless, could she have been assaulted? Mu Zijin's guess shook Bei Mingye's heart. Could it be like that? Sister Sunite. The world is mine. Continuing from the last episode, Mu Zijing's words stirred Bei Mingye's heart. Touching my woman on my territory, if I find out who it is, I'll cut them into 1,000 pieces. At the same time, Bei Mingyi was filled with deep remorse. He hadn't protected her well. When he found out she was pregnant, he almost strangled her. He really was a bastard. Growing angrier, Bei Mingyi, with an unusually gloomy face, ordered a maid to do some tasks. Unexpectedly, the maid was so frightened that she fell down. This scene was witnessed by Xiang, who had come to visit Kiki. She had heard rumors that Mr. Bei Ming was cruel and bloodthirsty, with brutal methods. It turned out to be true. Even a maid was tortured like this. Xiang didn't dare to imagine what happened to Kiki. She urgently wanted to see Mingke. Upstairs in the room, as soon as Xiang saw Mingke, she immediately asked if Bei Mingyi often bullied her, if he treated her the same as the maids. Did he use some means to keep her by his side? Mingke was startled, thinking Xiang had seen through everything. So she told her everything about the contract between them. After hearing this, Xiang felt both angry and sympathetic. She had thought Bei Mingyi truly liked Kiki. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. A maid came to call them to the backyard for dinner. Just as they stepped outside, a hateful voice came from behind. Where did this wild woman come from? What do you think this place is? How dare you come and go as you please? Xiang turned back, confused. Who dare to be so arrogant on Bei Mingye's territory? Ningke softly said, don't mind her, and prepared to leave with Xiang. Xia Qianjin was furious. How dare you ignore me? You've got some nerve. She raised her hand, aiming at Ningke. Her hand came down. Thinking of the short temper, Ningke wouldn't tolerate it. She directly pushed away her hand. Where did this mad dog come from? Biting at everyone you see. I didn't provoke you. Xia Qianjin's face turned red with anger. How dare this little bitch call her a mad dog? Just as she was about to slap again, Mingke stood in front of Xiang. Even if you're the young miss, don't go too far. If you keep making trouble, I won't be polite. Xia Qianjin looked at Mingke with disdain. How dare you be impolite to me? With just a stomp of my foot, countless people would kill you for me. Mingke was stunned, thinking, is it like Fire Wolf? Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. My wolf isn't here now. Could I teach this vicious Xia Qianjin a small lesson? Mingke decided to act. Ningke changed her attitude from before, showing weakness to Xia Qianjin. What was Ningke and Xiang's battle plan? Could they teach Xia Qianjin a lesson? The oppressed farmers sing their song. Xia Qianjin was made a fool of by Mingke. Beating her to a pulp would be satisfying. Taking advantage of Fire Wolf's absence, Mingke prepared to teach Xia Qianjin a lesson. So she pretended to show weakness to Xia Qianjin. Last time I hit you, miss, I felt very bad about it. I've been wanting to apologize to you. Hearing this, Xia Qianjin was very pleased. Indeed, you're just a poor nobody who can't make it. You're already scared. She put her hands on her hips and said with a grin, no need for tea. Just kowtow to me a dozen times. Ningke sincerely asked, can we do it where others can't see? Let's go to the master's room. The maid nearby didn't want to see Ningke, who was usually kind to them, being bullied by Xia Qianjin. So she said, the master wants to invite Miss Ningke and Kuku to the backyard. Before she finished speaking, Xia Qianjin slapped her hard. Who do you think you are? Is it your turn to? She forced a smile at herself. So the boss was very angry. The consequences were serious. He pulled Mingke over and kissed her fiercely. Mingke didn't know what had gotten into him again, but his kissing skills never improved. One day, she might suffocate from his kisses. Mingke couldn't help but start struggling. Bei Mingyi slowly let go of her. Looking at Mingke's flushed face and dazed eyes, the boss was proud. How is it? Are you dizzy from my kiss? Almost drunk to death. Ningke looked at him with a complex expression, not understanding where his confidence came from. Bei Mingyi couldn't quite understand the meaning in her eyes, but one thing he was sure of. Since being criticized for his kissing last time, he had spent a lot of time researching online. My time is very precious. If she complains, I'm doomed. Seeing his confidence exploding expression, Ninka strategically retreated 2 steps. I haven't kissed other men, so I can't compare. Next time I'll try with someone else and find out. Hearing this, Bei Mingyi thought, that won't do. She's really got guts. Since she wasn't satisfied, he'd just have to practice until she was. After all, practice makes perfect. Mingke didn't expect this person's face to be thicker than a city wall, so she obediently begged for mercy. I was wrong. You're the best. Your kissing skills are the best. On the other side, Xiao Xiang and Mu Zichuan sat facing each other. Xiao Xiang spoke first, saying that last night's events should be forgotten. You don't like me. You don't need to come find me in the future. Mu Zichuan laughed coldly. Can I not find you? Third miss of the Xiao group. He couldn't help but mock. Purple gold or the heir of the tomb, I'm the same as you. We're both just illegitimate children. If your Xiao group wants to turn things around, you should go find him. You even resorted to drugging me. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Xiao Xiang suddenly stood up, hurriedly explaining. Brother Zichuan, you misunderstood me. The Xiao group's troubles. How could an illegitimate daughter like me handle them? And what do you mean by drugging? Mu Zichuan threw his phone. Photos of us going to a hotel room have been leaked. You still want to deny it? Mu Zichuan wasn't stupid. He could distinguish between normal physiological reactions and being out of control due to drugs. And then these photos were immediately leaked. If it wasn't her deliberate scheme, then whose was it? Who else could it be? Xiao Jiang collapsed into the chair. He couldn't understand how this happened. Mingke made up her mind to go to the hospital for an abortion. Unexpectedly, Bei Ming also rushed over. Would he allow Mingke to do this? In the mall, Mingke made an excuse to buy underwear. She sent away Yi Yang, who was following her. That matter couldn't be delayed any longer. So by the time Yi Yang realized, Mingke had long disappeared. Yi Yang Bei Mingye is gone. At this time, Mingke, who had arrived at the hospital, felt very conflicted. Bei Mingyi always avoided the topic of children. It seemed he really didn't like them. Rather than having a child born without a father's love, it's better not to let him come into this world at all. But she really couldn't bear to part with him. I'm sorry, baby. Mom can't protect you. Just as she was walking into the hospital with trembling steps, her hand was suddenly grabbed. It was Bei Mingyi who had rushed over. Mingke looked at the panting man in disbelief. How did he get here so quickly? Mingke frantically hit Bei Mingyi. Why is the child yours? Yet you doubt me. If you don't want him, don't stop me. I won't give birth to him to bother. Bei Mingyi tightly embraced the tearful Mingke. He had used all his connections, but couldn't find the child's father. Since that's the case, this matter shouldn't be mentioned again. Just consider this child as his own. Being a father isn't so bad. He ignored Mingke's struggles and objections, directly carrying her back to the car. Then he explained, I never said I didn't want it. Don't do such reckless things again. As he spoke, he gently lifted Mingke's shirt. Mingke thought that even at this time, he was still being lustful. Sir, don't. Bei Mingyi was a bit helpless. Can you say anything besides rejecting me? Mingke closed her eyes, thinking resignedly. I'm too tired. He can do whatever he wants. But Bei Mingyi only lowered his head and kissed Mingke's belly. That gentle expression surprised Mingke greatly. Bei Mingyi arrogantly raised his head. What? Am I not allowed to kiss my own baby? After confirming Bei Mingye's attitude, the two became increasingly affectionate. Their lovey-dovey behavior made people around them exclaim in surprise. When he learned that Mingke was almost worn out, Bei Mingyi directly skipped work to accompany her shopping. That was so considerate. The two went straight to a mother and baby store. Seeing a cute little Evie, Mingke was very happy. Just as she turned to ask Bei Mingye's opinion, she found a group of infatuated girls surrounding the man. Mingke was very depressed. A man who's too handsome really makes one feel insecure. So she angrily turned and left. Bei Mingyi was confused. What's wrong? Didn't you like anything? You seem to like it just now, but now you don't? Bei Mingyi had heard that pregnant women have mood swings. It seems it's really true. Well, we'll buy it next time then. What should one do with a partner who gets aroused anytime, anywhere? Stay tuned for the fitting room scene. After finishing at the mother and baby store, the two came to a women's clothing store. When Bei Mingyi saw Mingke wearing a green fairy dress, walking towards him like a forest nymph, his eyes were fixed on her. Even though she's pregnant, she still looks so incredibly enchanting. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing his expression, Mingke understood everything. She pushed Bei Mingyi away and hurriedly ran to the fitting room. I'm going to try on another one. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Bei Mingyi directly blocked the fitting room door with his hand. Mingke was startled. Why did you come in? This place is too small. Go out and wait for me. It'll be over soon. Bei Mingyi directly pinned her against the wall. His husky voice sounded, I can't wait. Suppressed moans involuntarily escaped. Mingke tightly covered her mouth. The sound of people talking and changing clothes next door kept coming through. Mingke became more embarrassed. The soundproofing in the fitting room was so poor. This guy was too much. Seeing Mingke distracted, Bei Mingyi turned her head and kissed her. His large hand slowly explored under Mingke's clothes. The feeling of shyness and pleasure made Mingke feel like duckweed, floating up and down with the stormy waves. The neighboring fitting room gradually quieted down. Mingke's extremely suppressed emotions also gradually relaxed. Half an hour later, Mingke collapsed exhausted in Bei Mingye's arms. She vented by squeezing Bei Mingye's chest muscles hard. Bei Mingye laukithatili. His large hand reached to Mingke's lower back, continuously caressing, causing Mingke to involuntarily cry out. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. That fitting room seems to have been closed for a long time. I just heard a girl screaming. Mingke's face changed drastically. She instinctively grabbed Bei Mingye's clothes tightly. Oh no, what should we do? The knocking on the door continued. Mingke shrank in Bei Mingye's arms, not daring to make a sound, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Bei Mingyi was much calmer. He smiled at the girl who was about to break down. At this time, another voice came from outside. No one's responding. Let's have security open the door and check. In the car, Mingke angrily covered her face. It's so embarrassing. I've lost all face for this lifetime today. That bastard even made up such a lame excuse about my wife's stomach hurting. I was massaging her belly and forgot the time. I'm going crazy. Bei Mingyi pulled her onto his lap. Mingke angrily shouted, You bastard! Are you trying to force me here again? Bei Mingyi immediately put on a wronged expression and said innocently, It's all your fault. If you weren't so tempting, how could I possibly? Mingke covered his mouth with her hand. Shut up, you pervert. You'll say anything. If you do this kind of thing again, I won't go shopping with you anymore. Bei Mingyi hugged her tightly and obediently replied, I'll listen to you from now on. Mingke learned that Bei Mingyi had a vasectomy, whose child was in her belly. Mingke woke up groggily from her sleep. She got up and looked around, but didn't see Bei Mingyi. She rubbed her sore belly, blaming Bei Mingyi for his recklessness in the fitting room. At this time, a maid came to greet her. Mingke asked where Bei Mingyi had gone. Upon learning that he and Yu Fifan had gone to the backyard, a complex feeling washed over her. What would they talk about? What were they doing together? Feeling uneasy, Mingke unconsciously walked to the backyard. She saw the silhouettes of the two in the distance and thought she should leave quickly. It would be terrible if she was misunderstood as eavesdropping. Just as she turned to leave, Yu Fifan's sharp voice came through. You can't possibly get him pregnant. Whose child is in his belly? Are you really willing to raise someone else's child? Bei Mingyi sternly stopped Yu Fifan. Enough! If you came to find me just to say these things, you can go back now. Don't mention this matter again. Not even a word. Yu Fifan immediately burst into tears. Why? You hate betrayal the most. How can you let someone who betrayed you and had a child with another man? Before she could finish, Mingke's angry voice interrupted. The child is the master's. What have I done to offend you that you slander me like this behind my back? Yu Fifan didn't back down either, shouting that he had a vasectomy. How could he get her pregnant? Bei Mingyi grabbed Yu Fifan, warning him not to speak nonsense to Mingke. But Yu Fifan wouldn't listen and continued accusing. Who knows where you picked up this bastard child from, and you dare to pin it on Bei Mingyi? Mingke was stunned. What vasectomy? What does this mean? If Bei Mingyi couldn't get her pregnant, then what about the baby in her belly? Bei Mingyi hugged Mingke. Don't listen to his nonsense. Let me take you back to rest. Mingke pushed Bei Mingyi away and coldly questioned Yu Fifan about what he meant. Yu Fifan was about to speak, but received another warning look from Bei Mingyi. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. He couldn't believe Bei Mingyi would have such murderous intent towards him. But Yu Fifan didn't want to give up such a good opportunity to drive a wedge between them. Bei Mingyi interrupted him. If you say another word, you'll have no place in Dongling. The confused Mingke became angrier. Why can't he speak? This concerns me. I have the right to know the truth. The truth is I want you to have this child. He is my child. I will treat him well for life. Ming-ke looked at the man in front of her who was making solemn vows. His attitude had already explained everything, but she really hadn't betrayed him. What was going on? Ming-ke turned away, crying. She finally understood why Bei Mingyi was so angry before, wanting to strangle her. He'd rather believe the surgery wasn't problematic than trust her innocence. You'd never guess Ming-ke actually had a miscarriage. Continuing from the last episode, Ming-ke hadn't reached the main gate when Bei Mingyi stopped her and carried her back. Ming-ke was somewhat breaking down. If he didn't trust her, why keep her around to cause trouble? Bei Mingyi comforted her, saying he did trust her. So Ming-ke felt a glimmer of hope. Could there have been a problem with the surgery? Bei Mingyi hesitated. I have regular checkups every year with the best doctors. There won't be any mistakes. Ming-ke wiped her tears disappointedly. I understand. Let me go. I'll handle this myself. Bei Mingyi asked how she wanted to handle it. I've said this child is mine. You give birth to him, and I'll take care of him. Isn't that enough? Don't make a fuss, okay? Ming-ke sneered. How noble of you. You think you can raise someone else's child. Even if you don't believe me, you endure it. How magnanimous. Haha, should I be grateful for your forgiveness? Ming-ke no longer wanted to argue with him. She stood up abruptly. Mr. Bei, don't trouble yourself. I was too naive. At this point, Bei Mingyi was also getting impatient. Ming-ke, what else do you want me to do? I've already done so much. What else are you unsatisfied with? Their conversation gradually became heated. Ming-ke didn't want to continue anymore. She just wanted to leave. But Bei Mingyi resolutely wouldn't let her go. He could certainly afford to raise a child. This woman was driving him crazy. He had compromised more for her than for anyone else in his life, yet she was still unsatisfied. Ming-ke was now also blinded by anger. She said defiantly, Bei Mingyi, you're even willing to raise someone else's son. The child isn't yours. Things seem to be developing in an unpredictable direction. Bei Mingyi grabbed her. Are you finally telling me the truth? Then why don't you tell me who took advantage of you? Don't worry, I'll let them know what they did was wrong. From now on, the child is mine. Ming-ke stared blankly at the man sitting in front of her, then broke free from his grip. I don't need charity. Bei Mingyi was now on the verge of breakdown. He had lost all patience. I don't care if you've been with other men. I've been tolerant enough of you. You're about to die of anger. This person keeps accusing you of infidelity. It's really frustrating. I haven't been with any other men, you jerk. Ming-ke pushed Bei Mingyi away forcefully. But due to his large build, she ended up stumbling backward and bumping into the sofa. She staggered back a few steps and hit the edge of the sofa. Bei Mingyi hurriedly went to support her. Stop making a fuss. I'll call Dr. Yang. Ming-ke leaned weakly in his arms. My belly hurts so much. Bei Mingyi, save our child. There's so much blood. Our child. The truth about Ming-ke's pregnancy is revealed. Seeing the blood stains on Ming-ke's clothes, Bei Mingyi turned pale with shock. He hurriedly picked up Ming-ke and walked towards the exit. Yi Yang, drive. His urgent voice made Yu Fifin's face change. He had never seen Yi so distraught. For this woman, he had become someone even he didn't recognize. The car sped forward. In the emergency department, Bei Mingyi shouted loudly, Doctor, save her! Save the child! Hurry, save them! Ming-ke was quickly placed on a hospital bed and pushed into the emergency room for a full-body examination. Watching the closed examination room door, Bei Mingyi was on the verge of breakdown. He had never been so panicked before. 10 minutes later, the emergency room door opened. Bei Mingyi quickly stood up. How is it? Why are you out so soon? Ming-ke lowered her head, her eyes unfocused, and didn't respond. Bei Mingyi worriedly held Ming-ke's hand, gently asking what happened. Noticing the blood stains on her skirt, he suddenly became angry. He then yelled at the doctor. She's still bleeding. How could you let her out like this? Eon couldn't help but speak up. Sir, please listen to what the doctor has to say. The doctor, frightened by the intense anger, stuttered as he explained Ming-ke's condition. She's having her period. It's just menstrual cramps. There's no serious illness. But Bei Mingyi wasn't listening at all. You're talking nonsense. What? She's bleeding from her period? Ming-ke gently tugged at his sleeve. I'm not pregnant, the sweating doctor quickly explained. This lady's urine test results were mixed up with another patient's. She only has a hormonal imbalance, causing a delayed period. She's not pregnant, Ming-ke said softly. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Bei Mingyi was dumbfounded. He didn't speak for a long time, and his expression gradually darkened. A week later, Ming-ku, working at the film studio, received a call from her father. He asked if she had seen Ming-shan, as school was about to start, and if she saw him, to tell him to come home quickly. After hanging up, Ming-ku was conflicted. Bei Ming-yi really hadn't let Ming-shan go home. But since the hospital incident a week ago, they hadn't seen each other for a week. She was so embarrassed, she wanted to crawl into a hole, not knowing how to start the conversation. Staring at the contact list on her phone, Ming-ku hesitated. Suddenly, her hand slipped, and the call was dialed. Ming-ku was startled. Hang up quickly. Before she could press the button, a deep voice came through the receiver. What is it? Ming-ku hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and said, I wanted to ask where Ming-shan is now. Dad wants him to come home. Before she could finish, Bei Ming-yi interrupted. We'll talk about it in a few days. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Ming-ku had so much to say, but didn't know what to say, so she hurriedly hung up the phone. Bei Ming-yi listened to the beeping sound, feeling frustrated. Doesn't this woman miss me at all? She hung up so quickly. At this moment, Bei Ming-yi was conflicted. He wanted to spoil her, let her use his black card freely, see her laugh happily. Yet he also wanted to discipline and control her, make her obedient. The insecurities of love. Even Dong Ling's #1 tycoon couldn't escape them. A mysterious man appears. Is the devoted second male lead making his entrance? After being busy for a long time at the film studio, Ming-ku and Xiang decided to reward themselves with the highest level of indulgence, shopping spree. Well, let's be honest, spending money makes people the happiest. After buying their desired items, the two took the elevator to find a place to eat. Suddenly, Xiang bumped into Ming-ku and excitedly whispered, Kiki, look at that handsome guy. Ming-ku looked up curiously. At that moment, a crowd of people rushed in, pushing the handsome guy back. He accidentally stepped on Ming-ku's foot. Ming-ku cried out in pain. The handsome guy turned around and quickly apologized. Ming-ku waved it off, saying it was fine. But looking at his eyes, she felt like she had seen him somewhere before. Ming-ku took off her shoe to check the injury. Xiang was shocked. How is it so serious? Let me help you to the fountain over there to wash it, or it might get infected. Ming-ku inhaled sharply. Wait a moment, I need to catch my breath. It hurts too much. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out to carry her. Without asking if she was willing, he picked her up in a princess carry and walked forward. Ming-ku was dumbfounded, lying in the handsome guy's arms. Xiang shouted and quickly followed. Ming-ku came to her senses. Put me down. The handsome guy assertively said, don't move. He carried Ming-ku to the fountain's edge. Ming-ku couldn't help but complain about this person. Can he understand rejection? Watching him carefully examine her small foot, Ming-ku was speechless at how intimate this was. Xiang finally caught up with the shoes. The man, however, didn't allow her to put them on. If you wear them now, your foot will be ruined. I'll take you to the hospital. Ming-ku saw his movement and dodged. Don't carry me. I can walk by myself. The man laughed heartily. You're the first woman to refuse being carried by me. This familiar CEO dialogue left Ming-ku speechless. At the hospital, fortunately, the bone wasn't injured. After applying medicine, the man was very responsible, taking care of everything diligently. At this moment, Ming-ku's phone rang. She looked down. It was Bei Ming-yi calling. When she answered, his domineering voice came through. Where are you? Ming-ku said she was at the hospital. Her foot was slightly injured. As he continued to ask which hospital, Ming-ku hesitated. After thinking for a moment, she still told him the hospital's name. The call ended abruptly. Ming-ku already understood the CEO's next move. She probably wouldn't be able to return to school tonight. Xiang directly said she would hit him. The handsome guy told Ming-ku not to worry. At the hospital entrance, Ming-ku indeed saw Bei Ming-yi. Xiang sent the handsome guy to get the car. Ming-ku walked to Bei Ming-yi's side and was immediately picked up and put into the car. Would this misunderstanding cleared meeting be passionate and intimate, or a provocative defense against a wolf? The big pervert and the little wildcat. Ming-ku kept provoking, while the great CEO Bei Ming kept getting frustrated, throwing flowers and eating melon. Hearing about Ming-ku's foot injury, Bei Ming-yi brought her to the mansion at the fastest speed. Looking at the girl whose whole body screamed rejection, not letting him help with the bath, Bei Ming-yi turned away with a cold snort. This girl hasn't given me a good look since earlier. We haven't seen each other for a week, and she hasn't taken the initiative to contact me. If I hadn't looked for her today, would she have forgotten about me? When has Bei Ming-yi ever suffered such grievance? Half an hour later, the impatient Bei Ming-yi knocked on the bathroom door. Why aren't you out yet? A soft voice replied, I'm taking a bath. Bathing for too long isn't good for your body. I'll carry you out. As he said this, Bei Mingyi went to open the door. To his surprise, it was locked. Bei Mingyi was extremely displeased. My territory, my room, my woman. She's actually guarding against me like I'm some wolf. This is really unbearable. Bei Mingyi growled, "Open the door." But it was useless. The response was just the sound of splashing water. This woman must have eaten a leopard's gall to be so bold. Inside, Mingke felt a confusing sense of satisfaction. She just didn't like Bei Mingye's attitude of only being interested in her body, which is why she deliberately provoked him. After a long while, Mingku, dressed, peeked out of the bathroom door. That guy should be gone, right? At this moment, a maid came to inform her that the master wanted her to go to the bar after she came out. Mingku slowly went downstairs. This jerk didn't contact me for a week, and now he wants to make me drink again. However, Mingke could only grumble internally while maintaining an obedient exterior. As the saying goes, the wise adapt to circumstances. This time, she was determined to give him a hard time. If she didn't let him vent a little, it might be worse later. So Mingke proactively picked up the wine glass. Seeing Mingke obediently drink, Bei Mingyi surreptitiously took out his phone's camera function. "Do you have anything you want to say to me?" Mingke was already confused at this point, mumbling, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum. It won't happen again." Bei Mingyi lightly touched the screen, showing the little girl. He had wanted her to be obedient, but hearing her say this made him somewhat unhappy. "Why did you throw a tantrum?" Mingke made a face at him. "I'm petty and don't know how to speak properly, offending Mr. Bei Ming. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Then she changed her tone. "If you want to know the root cause, it's because Mr. Bei treats me like I come when called and leave when dismissed." Bei Mingyi choked and coughed violently. Mingke quickly covered her mouth, feeling very regretful. How did she end up saying what was on her mind? She kept saying, "Sir, I didn't mean it like that." But Bei Mingyi already understood, so she was upset about his attitude. Mingke used her hand to support herself on Bei Mingyi's shoulder, trying to steady her swaying body. "Sir, I feel a bit dizzy. Can we go back first?" Seeing her this drunk yet still refusing to fall into his arms, Bei Mingyi fully understood one principle. Waiting for this woman to take the initiative was like daydreaming. So he picked up Mingku in one swift motion, walking towards the bedroom. On the soft, large bed, Bei Mingyi gradually became impatient. "What kind of clothes are these? They're so hard to take off. Why not just tear them off?" His large hand had just reached her chest when it was grasped by Mingku's small hand. "Sir, can you be a bit gentler? You absolutely wouldn't guess that the great CEO Bei Ming is actually an exhibitionist. He doesn't close the door when bathing." On the training island, Jiao executed a cool throw. Mingke lay on the ground, panting heavily. Just training under Jiao was exhausting enough, while Bei Mingye's group was off climbing cliffs. It was really terrifying. Suddenly remembering something, Mingke quickly got up. "Jiao, let's go collect seafood together." Jiao nodded, and the two happily set off. Soon after, they had a great harvest, carrying 2 large buckets full of seafood. Jiao was a bit confused. "There are cooks on the island. They'll prepare dinner. Why go through the trouble of cooking ourselves?" Mingke chuckled. After all, to ask Bei Mingyi for a favor, it's only natural to make him happy first. In the evening, Bei Mingyi returned all dirty. Mingku enthusiastically urged him to take a quick shower. "Bei Mingyi was umywać heist." This girl was unusually eager. Taking off his shirt, he smiled and leaned in close. "Are you satisfied with your man? Seeing my body, aren't you excited?" Mingku's face instantly turned red. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bei Mingyi walked to the bathroom door, looking back and giving Mingku a flirtatious glance. "Since you like it so much, I won't close the door while I shower. You can come and look freely. It's free." Mingku was furious with embarrassment. "Who wants to look at you?" After showering, Bei Mingyi shook his hair and came out. Seeing the busy figure in the dining room, Bei Mingyi was lost in thought. It seemed that just a simple small apartment with her, and maybe having a little baby, such a life would be very happy too. But she was too weak. Staying by his side was full of dangers. Only when she became strong enough could it be possible. Bei Mingyi hugged Mingke from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, enjoying the cozy moment. Mingke didn't want him to interfere, stating that her crab fried rice was delicious and that she had never specially made this fried rice for a man before. Bei Ming felt a bit speechless hearing this. He rolled up his sleeves, wanting to help. Mingke clearly didn't want a kitchen novice, so she directly pushed Bei Mingyi out, telling him to go read the newspaper. Bei Mingyi looked displeased. "You're looking down on me." Mingke quickly denied it. "Actually, you look especially handsome when reading the newspaper. That's why I asked you to go out." Bei Mingyi secretly rejoiced. So that was it. He then sat on the sofa and seriously read the newspaper, exuding an aura of joy. Mingke peeked out from the kitchen. Seeing Bei Mingyi so obedient, she suppressed a smile. "He's so easy to please. How amazing." As the aroma wafted over, Bei Mingyi began to feast at the dining table. Seeing him eat 3 bowls of rice and many dishes, Linka couldn't help but speak up. "Sir, won't you be too full eating like this? Your stomach might feel uncomfortable. Eat more. Won't I have more energy to serve you tonight?" Linka silently rolled her eyes. "Just eat your food." After the big pervert finished eating, Bei Mingyi wiped his mouth. "Tell me, why are you so eager to please me? What do you want to ask me?" Mingke was stunned, not expecting to be seen through so directly. She glanced at him furtively and said cautiously, "School starts next week. I'm afraid." Bei Mingyi had already guessed it was about Ming Shan. He stood up and said, "Ming Shan is on this island. To be a good husband, one must take the initiative to wash dishes." But seeing Bei Mingyi righteously carrying the dishes into the kitchen, Mingke was very worried. She remembered that on the cruise ship, he also said he would wash dishes. The result was predictable. With a loud crash, her thoughts were interrupted. Mingke hurriedly ran into the kitchen. Bei Mingyi looked at Mingke innocently, pointing at the broken pieces on the floor and complaining, "It slipped out of my hand by itself." Linke sighed and comforted him. "Things in the kitchen aren't very obedient. They probably only listen to me. You should go back to reading the newspaper." Bei Mingyi felt a bit wronged. "I want to help you." Linke brought a broom. "Didn't you say a man's battlefield is in his career? You just focus on earning money to support the family." This sentence made the great Bei Ming's heart bloom with joy. While Mingke was sweeping up the broken pieces, he even voluntarily mopped the floor. His serious action surprised Mingke, and an inexplicable sense of domestic warmth arose. After the whole kitchen became clean and tidy, Mingke prepared to take a shower. At this time, Bei Mingyi asked if she was tired today. It was indeed quite tiring. She couldn't help but wonder if he was being kind-hearted tonight, deciding to let it go. As it turned out, she had thought too much. After hearing Bei Mingyi say with a smile, "Since you're so tired, how about I help you shower?" Xiao Mingke ran away in a flash. After showering, Bei Mingyi picked up Mingke and urgently walked towards the bedroom. The soft sounds were so embarrassing that even the moon hid behind the clouds. As the night deepened, the two embraced and entered dreamland. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded. Bei Mingyi quickly got up. Mingke also sat up groggily. Bei Mingyi gently held her in his arms. "The island's alarm went off. I'll go check. You continue sleeping. I'll be back soon." With that, he hurriedly left. Linke got up and walked to the window. She opened the curtains to see flames outside. Linke felt worried, watching the training team members mobilizing downstairs. If only she had skills like Ah Jiao, at least she could help him somehow. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the distant bushes. Mingke looked closely. It was Ming Shan. At this moment, Ming Shan was scantily clad, holding an extinguished torch, running in a disheveled state. "I didn't mean to. Please let me go." He threw the torch at his pursuer. This small trick didn't bother the person behind him. They just kept approaching without stopping. Seeing this situation, Mingke could no longer hold back. She rushed downstairs, chasing in the direction of the two. Arriving where the torch was discarded, Mingke picked it up and sniffed. It smelled of gasoline. Could the fire earlier have been set by Ming Shan? But who was chasing him? Was it someone who had infiltrated the island to launch a sneak attack? Suddenly, Ming Shan's cry for help came from afar. "Let me go. I don't want to go back." Mingke was startled and ran towards the voice. What exactly was Bei Mingyi making Ming Shan do on the island? Looking at him, he didn't seem to be receiving training. It was more like another mysterious handsome man had appeared. Who was he? Was it a late entry of a male character? Continuing from the previous episode, Mingke was panting as she chased after Ming Shan, but she found that there was no sound ahead. She stopped, feeling frustrated. "Damn, I've lost him." She looked around anxiously, realizing she had completely lost her way. So Linke started shouting loudly, "Ming Shan, are you there? Bei Mingyi, is anyone there?" But she was met with silence. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the distance. Linke was secretly delighted, thinking she had found the exit. She used her hands and feet, preparing to climb higher to see if she could find the way back. Suddenly, a low, cool voice sounded. "What are you doing here?" With a whoosh, Lin Ke was so startled she fell. Her body kept falling, but the expected intimate contact with the ground didn't come. Her collar was grabbed, and her body was lifted like a small chicken. Before she could come to her senses, she was thrown to the ground again. Ming Ke clutched her chest, coughing incessantly. She wasn't killed by the fall, but almost choked to death. Ming Ke glanced at her savior. "Who are you?" She looked closely and was very surprised. There was actually someone who could look as handsome as Bei Mingyi. No, she had never seen this person on the island before. Ming Ke immediately became alert. "What are you trying to do by sneaking onto the island?" The handsome man reached out his hand. "Since he handed you over to me, let's start now." Lin Ke kept backing away. "What start? What are you talking about? Don't come closer. Explain yourself clearly." Unexpectedly, her foot tripped on a stone. Lin Ke fell on her bottom into the water. She was soaked all over. The mysterious handsome man seemed a bit impatient. He kept complaining internally. Lin Ke was really a troublesome woman. If it weren't for Bei Mingye's request, he turned back coldly. "If you want to know what's going on, then follow me. Get on the bike quickly." Lin Ke saw that he was very familiar with the island and thought he must be someone from here. So she prepared to get on the bike with him. But it wasn't easy to sit on the motorcycle wearing a skirt. So she put her hand on the man's shoulder, intending to use it for support to get on. The man yelled in disgust, "Don't touch me." Ming Ke was startled. Seeing how much he disliked her, she sat far away from him. The roar of the engine sounded. The bike sped off. The extreme speed made Ming Ke forget everything else. She tightly hugged the man in front. Life was the most important thing now. The man was very displeased. He had already said not to touch him, yet this woman dared to hug him so tightly. It was clearly intentional. After the bike sped for a while, following a sharp braking sound, the motorcycle suddenly stopped. Due to inertia, Ming Ke crashed into the man's back. The impact was huge. Ming Ke got off the bike, bending over in pain. The mysterious handsome man wanted to scold her, but seeing her rubbing her chest in pain, he decided against it. After a moment, Ming Ke said she wanted to leave. This man's temper was too bad. She just wanted to get back to Bei Mingyi quickly. Watching Ming Ke leave in a hurry, the mysterious handsome man's eyes were sharp. Has this woman always been using this pitiful appearance to seduce the boss? Ming Shan tricked Ming Ke into repaying the debt, arranged thugs to attempt to take her chastity. What kind of punishment did Ming Shan receive after being caught by Bei Mingyi? Ming Ke stared blankly at the training ground in front of her. Although it was built identically, it wasn't the familiar one at all. At this moment, a team member greeted the man beside her, Captain. Ming Ke thought this title probably meant he was Bei Mingye's man. As the old saying goes, hearts that are in sync can communicate. Just as Ming Ke thought of him, Bei Mingyi called, but he called the mysterious man. Hearing the boss's urgency and being told not to go too far, the handsome man glanced at Ming Ke, then promised to return her to Bei Mingyi before nightfall. Ming Ke listened to their conversation in confusion, then stared intently at the phone. The handsome man handed her the phone. Ming Ke took it and immediately whined, "Sir, I want to go back." Bei Mingye's unique voice came through. "Don't be afraid. The person who took you is my brother, Lien Chung. You'll train with him from now on." Min Kiskiviko sudenlu understood. No wonder he looked so much like Bei Mingyi. But she felt increasingly uneasy. This Bei Ming third young master seemed completely unsympathetic. Training under him might be life-threatening. Ming Ke immediately begged Bei Mingyi, "Sir, I want to stay by your side. I don't know anyone here. I am scared." But Bei Mingyi was determined to make her stronger. He just said, "Be good and listen," then hung up the phone. Ming Ke was so angry hearing the beeping sound that she directly cursed Bei Mingyi as a bastard. Lien Chung was speechless seeing Lin Ke's instant change of face. One second she was sweetly saying, "I miss you," and the next second after hanging up, she was cursing bastard. It was truly eye-opening. He directly ordered Lin Ke to go to the training ground. Lin Ke followed behind him, dejectedly. At this moment, two carefree men walked towards them. Lin Ke was scared and hid behind Bei Ming Lien Chung. They greeted the captain and then entered a room. Soon, a familiar female voice came from inside. "Don't come closer. Don't!" Lin Ke suddenly turned her head. That voice sounded like Ming Shan's. She turned and walked towards that room. But Lien Chung grabbed her and immediately covered Lin Ke's ears with both hands. "Let's go. Don't do anything unnecessary." Lin Ke struggled, asking him to let go. She still wanted to confirm if it was Ming Shan. Lien Chung remained unmoved. Bei Mingyi didn't want her to see Ming Shan, probably not wanting her to see such a dark side. Mingke pushed Lien Cheng away forcefully. She had a terrible guess in her mind. So many men went in. Was this Bei Ming Ye's way of punishing Ming Shan? Lien Cheng glanced at her. No wonder the boss wanted to hide it from her. This girl's heart was too soft. He said coldly, "They're just fighting. What are you panicking about? The boss has already said to release him. You'd better not cause any trouble. Now go run 20 laps." Mingke lowered her head. Yes, everything Bei Mingyi did was for her. What identity or position did she have to sympathize with those who hurt her? Seeing her not moving, Lien Cheng immediately threatened her. "If you don't run, I'll throw you in there too." This tactic was indeed effective. Mingke immediately started running eagerly. She finally realized she could barely protect herself. You absolutely can't imagine. Bei Ming Lien Cheng wanted to strip Mingke naked to let the trainees feast their eyes. On the training ground, Mingke was running, panting heavily, her gasping echoing through the air. Bei Ming Lien Cheng's cold sarcasm kept ringing out. "Are you running or crawling? Are you a turtle? You've only tied your hair up for 1 lap, and your speed has dropped to this level." Mingke felt hopeless. Tying up her hair for 20 laps was completely impossible. She was doomed. At this moment, Lien Cheng called over a subordinate, Black Dragon, and told him to chase Mingke at a steady speed of 30 kilometers per hour. If he caught her, he could have her for the night. To hold her at night, Mingke couldn't help but curse out loud. But seeing Black Dragon approaching with a lecherous look, Mingke turned and ran, screaming, "Help! They're actually serious. Why me?" Now she could only run away. Bei Ming Lien Cheng was crazy. No one would believe her. Unfortunately, when Mingke ran to the main gate, she came face to face with Bei Ming Lien Cheng. This was awkward. She had tried to escape right under his nose. At this moment, Bei Ming Lien Cheng shouted an order to 2 team members. "If this woman runs out before completing 20 laps, strip her naked on the spot. Let everyone have a good look." A group of single men who would get excited even at the sight of a female mosquito immediately got hyped up. They tore off their shirts, revealing 8-pack abs and glistening upper bodies. It was quite a sight, but Mingke had no mind to appreciate these people. They were all crazy, with strength more terrifying than beasts. They were simply devils. The team members kept exclaiming, "It's been so long since we've seen such a juicy girl. Come to Papa. Black Dragon is so lucky." Bei Ming Lien Cheng snorted coldly. "Haven't you seen one before?" Continue training. He thought to himself, beauty really brings trouble. The boss sent her here for no reason. So annoying. Soon, Black Dragon came over carrying the fainted Mingke. Bei Ming Lian Tseng was so pissed. She was actually carried back. Did he really catch her? After all, she was the boss's woman. He asked Black Dragon what happened. Black Dragon, looking very happy, said she fainted on her own. Does that count as catching her? Can he hold her tonight? Lien Cheng glanced at him and snorted. "Aren't you holding her now?" Black Dragon looked a bit dejected. "Captain, you can't go back on your word." Lien Cheng smiled slightly. "I won't break my promise. Tonight you can hold her however you want." Black Dragon looked a bit uneasy. Bei Ming Lien Cheng turned around, waving his hand. "Wake her up. Make her run the full 20 laps. Not one less. Oh, I forgot to tell you. This woman slept with the boss last night." Black Dragon felt like he was struck by lightning. He stiffly dragged Mingke, thinking, "I actually held the boss's woman. It's over, it's over. The captain has set me up this time. Devil coach." Bei Ming Lien Cheng's training kept escalating. Could you possibly endure it? Splash! A bucket of water poured down, giving Mingke a chilling wake-up call. Mingke woke up instantly, screaming, "Ah, ah, ah, ah. Bei Ming Yi, save me." Her instinctive reaction made Black Dragon even more nervous. This girl dared to call the boss's name directly. It seems their relationship was indeed unusual. Black Dragon put down the water bucket and smiled, telling Mingke not to be afraid. He said he didn't do anything, just saw her faint and carried her out. Then he relayed Captain Lien Cheng's order for her to finish the remaining 6 laps. Black Dragon thought his expression was gentle and quite friendly, but in Mingke's eyes, it was not the case at all. She felt that Black Dragon in front of her was smiling mischievously, enticing her to run laps. He wanted to catch up with her and then hold her tonight. Thinking of this, Mingke quickly got up and started running frantically. This place was like hell on earth. In the distance, Captain Lien Cheng, seeing Mingke's restored spirit, felt somewhat comforted. This girl still had some perseverance. It's just that her physical strength was too poor. Mingke finally finished 20 laps, weakly said, "I can't go on," and was about to fall forward. Suddenly, her collar was grabbed again. Ming-ke gradually came to her senses, rubbing her dizzy head. She asked Bei Ming Lian Chung if she could go back. Bei Ming Lian Chung released her, stating that she couldn't go anywhere before nightfall today. He then told Ming-ke to follow him. Ming-ke looked back and saw Black Dragon smiling, gritting his teeth as he followed Bei Ming Lian Chung. However, to her surprise, Bei Ming Lian Chung took her to the cafeteria. Upon learning that she only had 10 minutes to eat before training resumed, Ming-ke started wolfing down the food. After finishing and wiping her mouth, Ming-ke couldn't help but request moderate exercise. But Bei Ming Lian Chung directly unleashed his devilish nature to the extreme, completely ignoring her. And so, poor Ming-ke was dragged off to combat training again. Looking at the cold and merciless female instructor in front of her, Ming-ke cried, "Ah Jiao, I miss you so much." Meanwhile, a speedboat was racing forward. Bei Mingyi stood at the bow, his heart anxious, wondering how his little girl was doing. At the same time, his little girl was already having lunch. Ming-ke's round big eyes were glaring fiercely at Bei Ming Lian Chung across from her. This bastard saw how badly I was thrown, not only showed no sympathy, but even mocked me. How could there be such a detestable man in this world? Bei Ming Lian Chung openly questioned his brother's inadequacy, trying to steal Bei Ming Ye's girl. Bei Ming Lian Chung completely disregarded the little wildcat Ming-ke's threats. He smiled slightly and ordered, "It's 1:30 now. Go to the cabin to sleep later. Assemble at the training ground at 3 o'clock. Ming-ke refused without thinking. At this moment, a tall figure appeared behind Ming-ke. Bei Ming Lian Chung instantly felt like stirring up trouble. "It's fine if you don't go. You don't need to go back to accompany your man tonight. Stay here with me. Didn't you call him a bastard this morning? Since you don't like being with a bastard, it's fine if you follow me." At this moment, Ming-ke's inner thoughts were racing. This guy clearly hates women, especially weak ones like herself. He's actually trying to scare people. After suffering for half a day, she had to get even. So Ming-ke smiled falsely and teased, "All right, I'll go tell Sir that I'm following you from now on." Bei Mingyi behind her was utterly speechless. He immediately transformed into Bei Ming Lian Chung, holding back laughter. "Do you really dislike him that much? Is it because he's not good in that area? Can't satisfy you?" Ming-ke slammed the table hard. "Humph, you dare question my man? You're the one who's not good. Your whole family is not good." Then her body suddenly lifted. Ming-ke was startled to find herself being held by Bei Mingyi. The scene changed. In the bedroom, Ming-ke was thrown directly onto the bed. Bei Mingyi said angrily, "Discussing whether other men are good or not. You've really grown up." Ming-ke crawled up. "I was just about to explain, thinking about how this bastard threw her here to suffer, hung up the phone, and now dared to get angry." Ming-ke became more and more furious. She snorted coldly and lay on the bed with her bottom up. She refused to pay any more attention to Bei Mingyi, who grabbed her shoulders. "You've gotten bold. I've been busy for a day and night. Took an hour and a half break to see you. And you're giving me the cold shoulder?" Seeing tears in the corners of Ming-ke's eyes, Bei Mingyi was stunned. Ming-ke took the opportunity to hug him tightly. "I missed you so much." Bei Mingyi sighed helplessly, gently patting her back. He comforted her, saying that training with Lian Chung was his heartfelt request. Ming-ke was too weak and needed to become stronger. If she could gain Lian Cheng's approval, it would be even better. Bei Mingyi gently wiped away the tears on Ming-ke's face. "I'll scold him for you later. Be good. A kiss will make you feel better." Ming-ke had never seen Bei Mingyi like this before. After calming down, she also felt embarrassed, having just acted like a child. Bei Mingyi also took the opportunity to ask his lingering question. "Why did you cry when you saw me? Do you dislike me that much?" Ming-ke shook her head. "I just missed you." After saying these sweet words, Ming-ke once again acted coquettishly towards Bei Mingyi, begging to be taken back. Bei Mingyi hesitated. "Girl, you're too weak." Unexpectedly, Ming-ke directly straddled his thighs, hugging his neck, and pleadingly said, "Take me with you, please." No one could resist the charm of a beauty throwing herself into one's arms. Bei Mingyi was about to agree, but was interrupted by a loud knocking on the door. "Training starts early. Get your woman down here now." Bei Ming Lian Cheng's voice brought him back to his senses. He had almost fallen for the beauty's trick. Ming-ke sighed a little. She was so close to succeeding. Fate was not on her side. Ming-ke had no choice but to go to training dejectedly. Ming-ke's attempt to use her charms on Bei Mingyi was interrupted by Bei Ming Lian Cheng's loud knocking. She walked out of the room, patting her cheeks with both hands to wake herself up. Inwardly, she vowed never to bow down to the perverted Bei Ming Lian Cheng. We'll see about that. After giving herself a pep talk, Ming Ke started her training with determination. Her bravado lasted only a moment before she fell from a high place. The female instructor nearby took out a whip and cracked it on her body with a loud snap. Bei Mingyi, watching from afar, instantly felt heartbroken. He clenched his fists, forcing himself not to soften. Only the harshest training could make her stronger. Dongling would soon be in chaos. She must have the ability to protect herself. Bei Mingyi turned away, suppressing his pain. In the evening, Ming Ke gently rubbed her sore arms. She couldn't believe she had persevered, but she had also nearly lost half her life. She made a face at Bei Ming Lian Cheng's back. How could he let female team members use whips? He truly was a perverted devil. At that moment, Lian Cheng suddenly turned around, catching her in the act. Childish. Ming Ke snorted coldly, walking past him nonchalantly. After all, training was over. She was done serving. Looking at the stone clock on the wall, Ming Ke couldn't help but complain about Bei Mingyi, that bastard. He had said he would come pick her up early, but now there was still no sign of him. Bei Ming Lian Cheng said calmly, "Don't bother looking. There was an issue with the defense system over there. An intruder broke in last night. He won't be here that quickly after dealing with it." Ming Ke felt a bit worried upon hearing this. At this moment, Bei Mingyi called, telling her to wait obediently and not wander off. Ming Ke knew things might not be that simple, so she promised to behave and wait for him. This deliberate reporting made Ming Ke feel sweet inside, knowing she was cared for. After handing the phone to Bei Ming Lian Cheng, she happily started eating. However, upon hearing that Bei Ming Lian Cheng would be staying at the academy for a while, Ming Ke choked and couldn't stop coughing. No way, living with this pervert? The thought was too much to bear. After dinner, Ming Ke decided to take a bath, but she was too exhausted and fell asleep directly in the bathtub. Bei Mingyi pushed open the door. He called out several times with no response. He panicked. He rushed to the bathroom, hugged Ming Ke, and patted her cheeks. "Girl, don't scare me." Ming Ke seemed to sense something, her small hand grabbing his collar, mumbling continuously, so tired. "Sir, help!" By Ming Lian Cheng. That pervert. Bei Mingyi finally let out a deep sigh of relief. This girl could fall asleep even while taking a bath. The scene changes. Bei Mingyi is seen carrying Ming Ke, who is wrapped tightly, out of the bathroom. Bei Ming Lian Cheng snots quickly. Dead weight. Bei Mingyi ignores his sarcasm and directly asks him to drive them to the ship on his motorcycle. On the luxurious bed, Bei Mingyi looks at the whip marks all over Ming Ke's body. His heart aches. He begins to apply medicine to Ming Ke with utmost gentleness. Even when Ming Ke complains, he patiently and gently comforts her. He's so considerate. Who could have guessed that the cold Bei Ming CEO would also be vulnerable? Love truly brings even the mightiest to their knees. It seems human emotions are hard to comprehend. While Sister Ming Ke is surrounded by warmth, her younger sister Ming Shan is standing on the rooftop of a building. What else is there to do? Ming Ke seems to attract too much hatred. She was actually publicly abandoned on the rooftop of a building. Ming Shan stands in the wind. Certain memories keep swirling in her mind. So many men, each more intimidating than the last. No gentleness or respect. It didn't matter who they were. Anyone who came in could do as they pleased. Their rough hands roamed her body freely. They could use her at will. There wasn't a single part of her body left unscathed. It was worse than death. Bei Ming Yin, that devil. He had ruined her entire life. Ming Shan looks at the traffic below, complaining bitterly. "Ming Ke, it's all your fault. Why should you get to live like this? It's better to die." At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly comes from behind. "If you die, who will avenge you?" On campus, Ming Ke and Xiao Xiang are heading to class. Xiao Xiang excitedly gossips about the legendary senior to Ke. She says he graduated 3 years ago and is back at the school at the invitation of an old professor to help with something. Not only is he a genius, but he's also incredibly handsome. Back then, a female student even attempted suicide because of him. Ming Ke clearly doesn't believe it, teasing Xiang Xiang for being a little fangirl and exaggerating. Suddenly, a group of girls gather in front of them, looking like they're chasing a celebrity. The two look at each other, wondering what big shot is about to appear. But unexpectedly, these people charge directly towards Ming-ku. One of the girls picks up a plastic bucket and throws its contents forcefully. Before they can cry out, Ming-ku and Xiang are drenched in red paint. The air seems to freeze. Then Xiang shouts, "What are you doing?" She calls for security. The lead girl points at Ming-ku and yells, "You vixen, get out of the entertainment industry. Stay away from our princely Wang." This kind of man-seducing vixen is actually a college student. Have you no shame? The girl then scatters the papers in her hand. They flutter to the ground. Nearby students pick up the papers and immediately start gossiping. "I can't believe it. She's involved with so many men. This one is Nangong Lai. And another one going to hotels for hookups and watching movies. And there's another one." Linka looks confused. She doesn't know what they're talking about. At this moment, the red-haired girl leading the group pushes Linka hard, shouting, "Shameless thing, stay away from our Prince Lai. Get out of Dong Lin." Lin-ku and Xiang are pushed to the ground. Someone shouts, "Bitch, beat her, kill her." Blows start raining down. Linka shouts, "Stop hitting, stop it." Suddenly, a girl raises her high heel to kick Lin-ku. Lin-ku hurriedly tries to protect herself, crying out in alarm. The girl about to stomp on Lin-ku is suddenly thrown away by someone, landing on the girls blocking Ming-ku. They tumble down, screaming one after another, "Don't hit me. It's not my fault." The punches and kicks on Ming-ku stopped. Xiao Xiang quickly rushed over. "Cuckoo, are you okay?" Ming-ku took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in her body. She looked up to see a tall figure slowly approaching, backlit. "Are you hurt?" The familiar voice and face left Ming-ku stunned. Bei Ming Liancheng. Why was he here? Ming-ku was subjected to crazy cyberbullying and slander. Who was behind this malicious attack? By the dorm window, Xiang watched Bei Ming Liancheng's back curiously. "Cuckoo, how do you know Senior D? He even personally escorted us back." Ming-ku was confused. What Senior D brought us back? The genius senior that the vice professor invited back to help. Di Yanqing. Ming-ku's hand stopped mid-motion as she was drying her hair. Her confusion grew. Wasn't he Bei Ming Ye's brother, Bei Ming Liancheng? Suddenly, Ming-ku remembered the scattered papers. Her eyes flickered. She felt things weren't that simple. Some people had been particularly harsh. It seemed more like a premeditated act. Xiao Xiang opened her computer and typed quickly. After searching for a while, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God! Cuckoo, come look at this!" Ming-ku's heart started racing. She walked to the computer and looked at the information displayed, feeling panicked. Third-rate actress plays the casting couch game. Mistress, lover, and friend with benefits roles compete. A-list actor is the new target. Looking at the pictures, Ming-ku's face alternated between red and white. This is definitely a conspiracy. Someone is framing me. Those without any actual behavior are indeed me, but some of the more provocative ones, someone deliberately wore the same clothes and stage photos. Who could be so vicious? Looking at the angry and wrong Ming-ku, Xiao Xiang gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. "I know it's not you. People who know you can tell. Who wants to destroy you so badly?" Ming-ku rubbed her brow. "There are too many people who want me dead. If Ming Shan hadn't just been released, I would suspect her. But she only left the island yesterday. Who's behind this mischief?" They continued reading. When they saw that Ming-ku's family information had been completely exposed, they fell silent. Xiang urgently said, "Cuckoo, you'd better ask Bei Mingyi for help immediately. Those people even dug up your family's information. They clearly came prepared." Just as Ming-ku was about to make a call, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and looked. It was her father calling. Ming-ku nervously answered. The voice on the other end was furious. "Come back home right now." The cold voice startled Ming-ku. She promised her father she'd return immediately. After more than an hour's drive, Ming-ku arrived home. She eagerly tried to explain to her father about those shameful photos. Ignoring her, her father extinguished his cigarette. He repeatedly questioned, "What about the others?" Riding in luxury cars, being picked up by luxury cars at night, going to hotels with men, getting tangled up with celebrities. Are these photos fake? Tell me, which one is actually your man? Or are all three? Ming-ku, with teary eyes, said, "Dad, it's not what you think." But she didn't know how to explain. Her relationship with Bei Mingyi was indeed a contractual one. Seeing her silent, Ming Jinghua trembled with anger. "Is this how I taught you? How could you be so shameless?" He grabbed Ming-ku's arm and dragged her to the cabinet where they usually burn incense. "Kneel here and reflect. Tell the ancestors you won't see that man called Bei Mingyi again." Ming-ku shook her head. "Dad, I can't at this time. Ma Xiaopao came running to inform Ming Ku that her grandmother was in the hospital. Something had happened. People had thrown eggs at her. Ming Jinghua told Ming Ku to keep kneeling until she realized her mistake. Then he hurriedly left for the hospital. Ming Ku knelt there, crying anxiously. It was all because of her that her loving grandmother was hurt. Ming Ku was filled with guilt. Her heart ached to the point of breaking down. Ming Ku's alleged lovers all came to pay their respects. The Beiming boss's first meeting with his father-in-law sparked fireworks. After Yi Yang from the Empire Group reported on work, he suddenly remembered Captain Lian Cheng's request for the boss to check online for news about Ming Ku and Nan Gonglai. By Ming Yi was Stund. He immediately opened his computer to check. Besides the previous news about Ming Ku playing the casting couch game, there were now photos of Ming Ku being beaten and kicked by Guohong Qi. The eye-catching photos made Bei Mingyi curse involuntarily. One by one, they've grown so bold, daring to touch my woman with their bare hands. A fierce fire surged in his eyes. He forcefully threw the mouse aside. Bei Mingyi clenched his fists, suddenly stood up, and kicked open the office door. Ming Ku had been kneeling before the ancestral tablet all afternoon. Her face was growing increasingly pale. At that moment, the door opened. Ming Ku turned around and anxiously asked how her grandmother was doing. Seeing her obediently kneeling until now, Ming Jinghua felt both heartache and bitterness. He walked over, preparing to help Ming Ku up. Your grandmother is fine, just a bit shocked. Besides, don't see that man again in the future. If you have any difficulties, tell Dad. If that man forces you, we'll go to the police. Hearing her father say this, Ming Ku suddenly pulled back her hand that was being held. She lowered her head and stubbornly said, "It was voluntary. Dad, I'm sorry. If you're upset, you can hit me or scold me." Hearing this, Ming Jinghua trembled with anger. You just can't leave that man? Willingly degrading yourself to be his mistress? You'll be the death of me. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Ming Ku's personality seemed exactly like her mother's back then. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The stepmother went to open the door. After opening it, excited voices kept coming through. The visitor turned out to be Nan Gonglai. Nan Gonglai came specifically to explain the online information to her parents. Ming Ku is my sister's lifesaver. I'm very grateful. We occasionally chat on set. Those photos are taken from problematic angles. Uncle, don't be misled by ill-intentioned people. Ming Jinghua looked at his sincere expression, thoughtful. Seeing this, Nan Gonglai asked if Ming Ku could get up now. It's not good for a girl's health to kneel for too long. But to his surprise, Ming Jinghua directly refused. He still hadn't realized what he did wrong, thinking that having no relationship with Nan Gonglai doesn't mean there's nothing with the other two men. The girl had just sworn it was voluntary. At this time, the doorbell rang again. The stepmother went to open it without hesitation. As soon as she opened the door, her eyes were full of astonishment. Oh my goodness, what day is it today? So many important people are coming, and they're all so handsome. Outside the door were the other two rumored lovers, Bei Mingyi and Mu Zijing. Mu Zijing spoke first. Annie, we're Kuku's friends. Seeing Nan Gonglai in the living room, Mu Zijing was speechless. You guy came quite fast. After entering, Bei Mingyi directly ignored everyone else. His eyes were fixed only on the girl, stubbornly kneeling. He strode over and picked Ming Ku up in one motion. What's going on, girl? Who made you kneel here? The two were being lovey-dovey right in front of her father. Ming Jinghua's eyes were burning with anger. He immediately rushed to the two. You wonder if they'll start fighting? When a big shot makes a move, you know it's serious. A heartfelt confession directly won over the father-in-law. It was a piece of cake. Continuing from the last episode, Ming Jinghua stepped forward and pulled the clingy couple apart. What are you doing? Let go of my daughter. At this moment, he was burning with uncontrollable anger. So what if he's the CEO of the Empire Group? How dare he touch Cuckoo in front of him? It's outrageous. Mu Zijing hurriedly stepped forward. Uncle, Cook has been kneeling for so long. Want to hurt her body? Let her rest. I'll explain this matter to you. He was really afraid Bei Mingyi would lose patience and do something irreparable. Ming Ku was also clever enough to invite Bei Mingyi to her room. The big shot's heart was as unpredictable as a needle in the sea. She couldn't let him clash with her father. They entered the room separately, 5 seconds apart. Bei Mingyi looked at Ming Ku's knees, shocked by the alarming redness and swelling. He felt very distressed. After asking Ming Ku for some ointment, he gently applied it for her. Kneeling there foolishly for so long. How stupid. Min kiskiviko sayad helplessly. That was still her father after all. Afraid Bei Mingyi would continue to question, Ming could directly change the subject. By Ming Lianqing, how could he believe you? The large hand on Ming Ke's knee paused. After a moment of silence, Bei Mingyi softly replied, it was his original surname. Ming Ke was surprised. So that means they were both adopted by the old man? Then what was his past like? After applying the medicine, Ming Ke wanted to go out and explain to her father. Bei Mingyi asked in return how she planned to explain their relationship. Ming Ke said she would say she was willingly by his side, not forced, and wouldn't mention anything about the agreement. Bei Mingyi snorted coldly, embraced Ming Ke, and walked out the door. Seeing Bei Mingyi holding Ming Ke, anger flared up in Ming Jinghua's eyes again. Stepmother Song Fu hurriedly advised in a low voice, don't be impulsive. He's the CEO of the Empire Group. We small people can't afford to offend him. At this moment, both of them spoke simultaneously. Ming Ke called out Dad, but Bei Mingyi directly said it was his fault. Ming Ke was surprised, not understanding why he said that. I didn't protect her well. That's my mistake. Uncle, I sincerely apologize to you. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Bei Mingyi. I'm Ke's boyfriend. We've been together for 3 months. Ke was afraid you wouldn't be happy, so she didn't dare to tell you. Such sincere words directly stunned Ming Jinghua. Ke wasn't being kept. She was in a relationship with him. Bei Mingyi turned his head to look at Mu Zijin, not far away. Zijin is my friend. Last time when he was drunk, I went to get the car. Ke helped me support him to the hotel. Unexpectedly, someone took photos and made a fuss about it. As for Nan Gonglai, he immediately raised his hand from afar. Eva explained. Bei Mingyi rubbed Ming Ke's head. With Ke by my side, it's inevitable that she attracts jealousy. But in my heart, there's only Ke. Please rest assured, I'm serious about Ke. Who could have thought that the great Bei Mingyi could speak such sweet words so smoothly? Ming Jinghua was instantly moved, touched to tears. Such an important figure. If he wasn't truly caring, Ke wouldn't have come to explain specifically, right? Oh my, CEO Bei Mingyi. Never in his dreams did he imagine he would be pushed to this. His nervous expression was too cute. In the car, both of them were quietly silent. Ming Ke, with her head lowered, couldn't stop her tears from falling. How strange. Why did she suddenly want to cry? Bei Mingyi glanced down at the girl, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, his thick eyebrows slightly furrowed. He grabbed her chin, lifting her small face. Why are you crying? Unsatisfied with my performance just now? Ming Ke shook her head vigorously. In fact, looking at Bei Mingyi's fierce expression, Ming Ke knew he was actually covering up his own nervousness. He was afraid he hadn't done well enough, that she would blame him. But he had done so well. Even if it was all fake, Ming Ke was satisfied. Thinking of this, Ming Ke cried even harder. This man had given her too many feelings today. Bei Mingyi was a bit at a loss. He hugged Ming Ke tightly, comforting her softly. I'll be even better in the future, okay? He sighed silently in his heart. Liking a woman was so troublesome. Not only did he have to please her, but also her family. It was truly a sweet burden. Bei Mingyi nuzzled Ming Ke's small face, whispering, Ke, be good, don't cry. I'll learn to get along with them in the future. In the driver's seat, Yang's whole body was tense, cold sweat streaming down. Oh my God, the boss is speaking so humbly to comfort her. I'm dead. I've seen this side of him. Will the boss get angry and embarrassed and kill me to silence me? Yang kept muttering to himself, don't look, don't listen. His hands were busy too, fumbling with the soundproof panel in front and back. The black panel slowly rose, creating 2 independent spaces that didn't affect each other. 15 minutes later, Ming Ke's tears hadn't completely stopped. Bei Mingyi's patience had completely run out. Woman, know when to stop. Before he could finish speaking, Ming Ke suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar. Pulling him towards herself, she lifted her head and kissed him with her red lips. It was the first time she had kissed him so actively, passionately, and forcefully. An indescribable atmosphere instantly spread. Ming Ke suddenly pushed Bei Mingyi down, then straddled him. Sir, I want you. Bei Mingyi's body tensed, seeming to burst into flames in an instant. His suppressed voice sounded, Girl, you started this. Don't expect me to stop now. Tonight at this moment, Ming Ke was wild. The palpitations in her heart became more obvious. She suddenly liked it very much. Bei Mingyi, red-faced, interrupted her words. Ming-ku asked hoarsely, "Sir, can I take the lead this time?" Bei Mingyi was so shocked he almost stopped breathing. He stared blankly at the woman on top of him. But that shy little girl had already lifted his shirt. Her gaze kept moving upward. Seeing his constantly bobbing Adam's apple, Ming-ku directly bit it. A suppressed groan escaped from Bei Mingyi's throat. Ming-ku leaned to his ear. "Don't be so nervous, relax." Bei Mingyi rubbed his forehead. This girl was really too brazen. What a great humiliation. Being pounced on by Ming-ku, Bei Mingyi only lasted about 10 minutes. It was truly the most amazing 10 minutes of his life. The car stopped on the road, not far from the Empire Group. To save his life, Eong quickly got out of the car. Finally, he arrived. The atmosphere in the car was suffocating for a single guy. Inside the car, Bei Mingyi embraced Ming-ku with a gloomy face. What a great humiliation. This was something the big boss could never have imagined. The most amazing 10 minutes of his life. He didn't even want to face the little woman in his arms now. He had really trained this girl too well. Who could have imagined that the incredibly strong CEO Bei Ming, who always bullied others, this time only lasted about 10 minutes. Ming-ku almost couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, she had a day where she could make Bei Mingyi eat humble pie. Stealing a glance at Bei Mingyi's dark face, Ming-ku lightly coughed. "Sir, I'm hungry. Let's go eat." Bei Mingyi snorted coldly, but still obediently got out of the car. He couldn't let his little girl go hungry. From Eong, they learned that Mu Zijin and Nangong Lai were already waiting in the small restaurant. Ming-ku belatedly realized and blushed. Wouldn't those two guess what she and Bei Mingyi had done in the car? How embarrassing. Compared to Ming-ku's panic, Bei Mingyi was much calmer. He embraced Ming-ku as they walked into the small restaurant. Mu Zijin and Nangong Lai were indeed waiting. Nangong Lai couldn't understand why Mu Zijin insisted on eating at such a small place. Bei Mingyi directly pointed out that it was because of eating these things that the incident at the hotel happened. Mu Zijin retorted, "You should ask your woman about that." Nangong Lai looked at Bei Mingyi. "Do you need my help with the film crew?" Bei Mingyi directly refused, saying he'd handle his own woman's issues himself. Nangong Lai nodded, expressing understanding. At least he could report back to Yi. Mu Zijin looked up, his gaze falling on Ming-ku's face. After a few months, she seemed to have become even more beautiful. Was it because of Yi? His eyes darkened slightly, suppressing the sourness in his heart. He asked Ming-ku if she had been hurt at school. Ming-ku shook her head. "Just a small scrape. I've applied medicine." Bei Mingyi was stunned, his heart twisting. He had been too careless. Even Mu Zijin had thought of it, but he had overlooked it. His expression grew increasingly gloomy and displeased. Ming-ku was startled, thinking he was angry about her hiding it. So she hurriedly explained it was just a small superficial wound. "Don't worry, really. Didn't you know how well I was doing in the car just now?" As soon as these words were spoken, Nangong Lai immediately turned his head to look elsewhere. Mu Zijin also coughed lightly and picked up his cup to drink tea. Eong was even more focused on staring at his phone. "I don't hear, I don't see, I don't know." Wang Xiaoming is serious about his life. Bai Mingyi chuckled. Suddenly, his large hand cupped her head. "I'll take a good look when we get back to the car." Ming-ku's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. They were flaunting their relationship. Bei Mingyi sent Ming-ku back to school. The two walked hand in hand through the campus, causing a sensation among the onlookers. The inspection was definitely an annoying thing. Ming-ku was extremely embarrassed. She knew that Bei Mingyi was such a pervert. He had ulterior motives. After calming her thoughts, Ming-ku was a bit surprised. He didn't take her back to the estate, but directly sent her to school. Ming-ku was a bit confused and looked at Bei Mingyi. After getting out of the car, Bei Mingyi reached out and held her in his arms. "I'll walk you in." As soon as they entered the school gate, they received the collective gaze of onlookers. Is that man Bei Mingyi, the CEO of the Empire Group? He actually personally sent Ming-ku to school. If he were just a sugar daddy, he wouldn't go to this extent, right? Are they dating? The two walked through the campus hand in hand. This man made Ming-ku feel touched in a way she never had before. He was using his actions to support her. Ming-ku was overjoyed inside. Although he often bullied her, he could occasionally be surprisingly sweet. Her small hand was held tightly. Suddenly, A deep voice came from above her head. Do you remember this place? Ming-Ku was stunned. She looked around and was instantly speechless. This familiar big tree. Bei Mingyi suddenly pushed Ming-Ku, pinning her against the wall. Well, same location, similar action. It was just like the first time Bei Mingyi had humiliated and bullied her. Ming-Ku felt a bit uneasy. This time, he wouldn't bully her here again, would he? Bei Mingyi looked down at her, his large hand gently caressing her small face. Do you remember now? Ming-Ku looked at Bei Mingyi, pursed her lips, and said softly, Are you trying to scare me again? His slender fingers traced Ming-Ku's red lips. Do you still hate me now? Ming-Ku bit her lip and didn't speak. She used to hate him. Bei Mingyi was immediately pleased. It seemed she didn't hate him anymore. Suddenly, he put his finger in Ming-Ku's mouth. Ming-Ku whimpered, then pushed Bei Mingyi away. With a red face, she said, Sir, don't bully me anymore. It's already late. Hurry back to rest. Bei Mingyi who get hertite. Let me hold you a bit longer. Time seemed to stand still. After a while, Ming-Ku finally couldn't help but gently push him. It's already very late. Bei Mingyi, with his hands on her shoulders, whispered in her ear, I'm sorry. I was in meetings all afternoon and didn't see the post immediately. His sincere words made Ming-Ku's heart soften even more. A kind of inexplicable sweetness slowly grew. Ming-Ku comforted Bei Mingyi, saying it wasn't his fault. It was just some bored people. It would be over soon. But Bei Mingyi still felt guilty. Ming-Ku didn't blame him. This kind of thing was unpredictable. Perhaps it was done by a woman who liked Bei Mingyi, or maybe she had offended someone on the film set and was exposed. But everything Bei Mingyi did today, she saw it all. This man touched her deeply. She even had the urge to kiss him forcefully. She understood Bei Mingyi's methods. If he took revenge and it resulted in someone's death, it would affect him. Bei Mingyi, who was adopted, might not have as easy a life as it seemed on the surface. Ming-Ku didn't want him to be involved in these dark matters again. If possible, she hoped Bei Mingyi could live in the sunshine. She could solve this trouble herself. So she warned the poster, letting them learn their lesson. This matter should end here. Bei Mingyi understood this little girl's thoughts. After agreeing to listen to her, he waved goodbye to Ming-Ku. Could the mysterious woman who stopped Ming-Shan from jumping be the mastermind behind the post? After parting with Bei Mingyi and returning to her dormitory, Ming-Ku unexpectedly saw someone. Seeing him, Ming-Ku's good mood suddenly sank. Seeing Ming-Ku come in, Ming-Shan immediately stood up. I have something to tell you. Ming-Ku knew Ming-Shan's character all too well. Not wanting to waste time entangling with him, Ming-Ku directly refused. We have nothing to talk about. I didn't do it, Ming-Shan said straightforwardly. I took the photos in the cinema, but I don't know why they appeared on Tieba. Ming-Ku stared at him coldly. Ming-Shan hurriedly explained, Don't doubt my motives. I'm really afraid of being misunderstood by your man. I really don't dare to provoke him. Ming-Ku crossed her arms. So you've been waiting to explain everything to me? Ming-Shan was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and spoke again. After I came back last night, I completely lost the courage to live on. Later, I couldn't help but go to the tower. Ming-Ku's heart tightened. She was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ming-Shan. He said he couldn't compete with Ming-Ku. Later, he climbed onto the railing, but a woman stopped him. She said if he died, he couldn't get revenge. You know that woman too. Ming-Ku fell silent instantly. Seeing her so calm, Ming-Shan couldn't help but ask, Aren't you curious who it is? Aren't you afraid at all? Ming-Ku calmly sat down at the computer. If you want to tell, you'll tell. If you don't want to, asking is useless. Ming-Shan felt frustrated. He said he didn't know if that woman posted it, but he refused to cooperate with her. He knew nothing else. Ming-Ku ignored him and directly opened the computer to search. The post was no longer online. Ming-Shan felt a bit envious. Bei Mingyi is really an impressive man. It must be so happy to be by his side. After envy came jealousy. Since Bei Mingyi was so capable, he must be able to find out who that woman was by himself. Ming-Ku was stunned, then coldly said, Many photos were taken by you. Do you think the sir will believe you're not involved? Ming-Shan immediately panicked and shouted at Ming-Ku, I'm already so miserable, and you're still pushing it. Are you trying to harm me? If you dare to wrongly accuse me, I won't let you off easy either. If I can't touch you, I'll die with my family. Seeing him so crazy, Ming-Ku was also a bit annoyed. She advised Ming-Shan not to be too stupid. If he didn't do it, Bei Ming wouldn't go after him. In the future, he should just behave and not provoke people he couldn't handle. After saying this, she directly issued an order. Ming-Shan glared at Ming-Ku fiercely, left the sentence, I have a clear conscience, and slammed the door as he left. Meanwhile, Bei Mingyi was also investigating the post. Yang reported the facts he had found out to Bei Mingyi one by one. But unfortunately, the poster's address used a virtual IP, and they still hadn't found out where the real IP was. Bei Mingyi glanced at him and coldly snorted. Is Lien Cheng just for decoration? Yang hurriedly said, Sir didn't personally speak, so they didn't dare to disturb Lien Cheng. Captain, you can directly tell him about Kuku's matters in the future. It was my idea. Yang received the order and gradually relaxed. After all, with the captain taking action, one was worth two. You absolutely can't imagine. Bei Mingyi actually agreed to give Ming Ku to Bei Ming. After hearing from Bei Mingye's mouth that hitting people only requires bearing legal responsibility, Yang was dumbfounded. These words coming from the Sir's mouth were quite strange. Ming Ku didn't suffer much physical harm, so it might not be easy to press charges. Probably just a fine and a few days in jail. But such a light punishment wasn't like the Sir's style at all. Bei Mingyi didn't look at him and said calmly, Kuku doesn't like bloody methods. Yang felt a bit wronged. Mr. Bei Mingyi was very speechless. For such a stupid assistant, he directly scolded. They hit my woman, and you just let them pay some money? Have you lost your mind? Yang broke out in a cold sweat, understanding the situation. He immediately corrected himself. Sir, don't worry. I guarantee to complete the task. I'll go find Captain Lien Cheng. With that, he ran out of the office in a flash. Not long after Yang left, the room door was knocked again. Just one knock, and the person directly pushed the door open. Bei Mingyi said, In the future, don't come looking for me after nightfall unless it's urgent. Bei Ming Lien Cheng snorted. Afraid I'll disturb your nightlife with your woman? He casually tossed a newspaper that landed lightly on the desk. Just with this piece of paper, you want me to reconstruct the person for you. Do you really think I'm a god? In my eyes, even gods aren't as good as you in this aspect. Bei Mingyi picked up the newspaper and casually tossed it into the drawer. When will you give me the results? Bei Ming Lien Cheng remembered, really wanting to beat him. But Bei Ming Yi completely ignored him, seeming to think of some mischief. Bei Ming Lien Cheng smiled wickedly. I'll do it if you want. I want revenge. Bei Ming Yi casually replied. Bei Ming Lien Cheng calmly stated his request. I want your woman to spend a night with me. Then he prepared to enjoy Bei Ming Ye's explosive reaction. Unfortunately, the old ginger is spicier. Bei Ming Yi didn't show any extra expression. He replied without thinking, Okay. Bei Ming Lien Cheng crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, indicating he meant the woman called Lin Ke. Bei Mingyi looked up at him. Why is everyone's IQ so worrying today? Do I have any other women around me? You can have Yu Fei Fan too, if he's willing. But let me clarify, he's not my woman. Bei Ming Lien Cheng continued to snort. You're really cruel. He's been with you for so many years, and still no result. Bei Mingyi was indifferent. I've already given him the result. I made it clear we're impossible. It's him who's unwilling to give up. Not wanting to continue this topic, Bei Mingyi picked up his pajamas and prepared to go to the bathroom. If you want Kuku, I'll bring her back in a couple of days. As long as you send the results over as soon as possible. The bathroom door slammed shut. Lien Cheng couldn't quite figure out what his dear big brother was up to. Was a clue from a photo more important than his woman? Bei Ming Lian Cheng snorted coldly. He had always obediently listened to him in the past. Whether it was a late rebellious phase or what, the big brother was certain he wouldn't dare touch his woman. He didn't believe he didn't care about her. He wanted to see how long this person could pretend. He needed to give him some stimulation. In the campus classroom, Ming Ku and Xiang Xiang were preparing for class. Yesterday's events were still vivid. Xiao Xiang comforted Ming Ku, telling her not to mind those troublemakers and treat them like air. Ming Ku felt somewhat warmed. She certainly wasn't afraid. With good friends by her side and Bei Mingyi behind her, she wasn't the one who should be scared. The bell rang. The associate professor walked into the classroom with steady steps, smiling at the students and saying, Let me introduce a senior to you all. Then he waved his hand. Cheng Zi, don't be shy. Come and greet everyone. Seeing the newcomer didn't move, the associate professor directly went to pull him in. Then, he pulled in the reluctant Bei Ming Lien Cheng. The charm of a handsome man was irresistible. As Bei Ming Lien Cheng entered, he received hard eyes from all the girls, with only one exception. At this moment, Ming Ke was secretly laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Was this really the ice-cold Captain Bei Ming, bearing such a cute nickname? Did the word shy even know Bei Ming Lien Cheng? Haha, perhaps Ming Ke's reaction was too unrestrained. Bei Ming Lien Cheng looked up and immediately spotted her. Suddenly remembering something, the corner of his lips curled up, unexpectedly breaking into a charming smile. This fiery elegance almost suffocated the girls in the class. "Mom, this man is killing me." Looking at that smile, Lin Ku directly got goosebumps. That smile looked like it had bad intentions. It made her feel uneasy. At this time, the associate professor explained Bei Ming Lien Cheng's purpose. He was here to select students to help with his research software, completing some character prototypes. After saying this, he winked at Bei Ming Lien Cheng to make a selection. Hearing this, both boys and girls in the class were eager to try. Mingke took out her book, carefully hiding herself, hoping Bei Ming Lien Cheng wouldn't see her. Xiao Xiang sat up straight, secretly nudging Mingke. She told her to do well, as a project that could get the associate professor's attention should be important. Mingke was truly not interested. She had classes, filming at the studio, and had to accompany a certain possessive Bei Ming Yi. She was already so busy. While the two were whispering, Bei Ming Lien Cheng pointed his finger. "I'll take the one in the white dress." As he said this, countless gazes turned to Mingke. "Oh my, does the senior have feelings for Mingke? Doesn't Mingke already have 3 men?" Mingke immediately felt a headache coming on. Bei Ming Lien Cheng explained, "This girl is pretty. We can take her to try as the first character." The associate professor seized the opportunity. "Cheng Zi, stay behind. Since you've chosen her, take her to do the modeling work. It's rare for you to come. Don't rush to leave. Otherwise, who knows when you'll have time next." Bei Ming Lien Cheng had no choice but to nod in agreement. The associate professor was pleased, praising himself for his cleverness. He then waved for Mingke to come over and help. Mingke was somewhat unwilling, but after the professor promised to ensure she passed the final exam, Mingke eagerly agreed. Bei Ming Lien Cheng and Mingke left the teaching building, walking along the green path outside the playground towards the lab. Lien Cheng was handsome with long legs, so Mingke could only jog, panting as she chased behind. Bei Ming Lian Cheng slowed down. "Didn't you train? Your stamina is still this poor." Mingke looked up and rolled her eyes at him. "Training takes time to show results. It was just that one time. Do you think I'm a fairy?" "Oh, so you know it requires long-term training." This comment made Mingke widen her eyes. She hurriedly waved her hands. No, Bei Ming Lien Cheng. "I don't want to." Bei Ming Lien Cheng glanced at her and smiled mischievously. "You're so good at calling my name. Call it for me tonight." Then he strode forward. Mingke, red-faced with anger, chased after him and said furiously, "You know about my relationship with Sir. Please speak more respectfully." Bei Ming Lien Cheng suddenly smiled. "Don't you know? He's already agreed to let me have you for a night." Mingke's face immediately darkened. "That's utter nonsense. Bei Ming Yi would never let anyone touch his woman." Watching Bei Ming Lien Cheng walk away, Mingke chased after him, cursing, "Have you no shame? Explain yourself clearly. Why are you slandering him?" Bei Ming Lien Cheng couldn't be bothered to respond. All would be clear tonight. He wanted to see just how sick Bei Ming Yi was over Mingke. He reminded Mingke in a low voice, "Here, I'm called Di Lien Cheng." Mingke was momentarily distracted. "Does Sir also believe in God? Ask him yourself. I don't have the guts to find out." The two continued chattering as they reached the lab. Lin Ku was surprised by everything she saw. What the associate professor and others had developed was actually a holographic online game controlled by brainwaves. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes providing prototypes for NPCs in the lab, Lin Ku was certain this game would be a hit when released. She looked admiringly at Bei Ming Lien Cheng, who was drawing in his notebook. This person was more impressive than she had imagined. At this moment, Lien Cheng called her to try on clothes for modeling. Mingke immediately started negotiating payment. After getting a promise of 100,000 for being the first character, Mingke's eyes sparkled with countless money signs. However, she didn't forget to clarify everything she needed to know. This made Lien Cheng take notice. This girl was surprisingly shrewd. Bei Ming Lien Cheng briefly introduced the clothes, mentioning there was a set of pajamas and swimwear that were a bit revealing. Mingke immediately interrupted, "That's too much." He wasn't satisfied. Bei Ming Lien Cheng beckoned Mingke to come look at the computer herself. Mingke made a face at him angrily. "Am I a dog? You're beckoning with your finger." For the money, she endured it. This way, the burden of her grandmother's medical expenses would be much lighter. Mingke carefully looked at the clothes. The last 2 sets immediately made her feel a bit uneasy. Sensing her subconscious resistance, Bei Ming Lien Cheng scoffed. "What? Don't tell me you're afraid to wear a bikini." It's not like I'm asking you to be naked. What are you afraid of? Lin Ke glared at him. You're the one who should be naked, you pervert. I'm worried someone might be unhappy seeing it. Beiming Liancheng thought for a moment. We can have the designer add a layer of thin gauze. Lin Ke's eyes lit up. She immediately asked him to confirm it. Liancheng directly refused. This girl was being so cautious with him. Am I that untrustworthy? Ming Ke pretended to turn away, saying, forget it, I won't do it, but inwardly she was crying. My 100,000 yuan. Liancheng was completely exasperated by her antics. I'll have them added as soon as we get back. Is it really necessary? This annoying woman. He'd deal with her tonight. Ming Ke, lying on the bed, had her clothes pulled off by Liancheng. Are you trying to steal your brother's girl? After satisfying Ming Ke's request for gauze on the swimsuit, Liancheng urged her to start shooting. Let's shoot the pajama style now, while no one's here. Later when male classmates come, you'll be uncomfortable again. The clever Ming Ke fidgeted, rubbing her hands. Senior, shouldn't we sign an agreement first? You know, as an inexperienced student, I'm afraid of being taken advantage of. Before she finished speaking, Liancheng angrily handed her a card. Shut up and take your advance payment. How can someone be so difficult to protect? Your 100,000 yuan should be secure now. She was quite satisfied and immediately put on a fake business smile. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll go change now. The ancient nightgown was a bit complicated. The style was nice, and the fabric was good, but wearing the doo-doo felt strange. It felt empty inside and gave no sense of security. Just as Ming Ke was debating whether to put on her underwear, Liancheng's low voice came from outside. Wear underwear for me too. Ming Ke was startled. Su Dui turned around to see the door tightly closed. She sighed in relief. This guy had scared her. She thought he had barged in and seen her exposed. When Ming Ke came out after changing, Liancheng, hearing the movement, turned to look at her. The cool nightgown on Ming Ke's body, with the doo-doo faintly visible underneath, had an indescribable allure. Cheng's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. His usually indifferent gaze slowly became heated. The effect was even better than he had imagined. He coughed lightly and asked Ming Ke to go to the bed for a screen test to check the lighting effect. Lying on the bed, Ming Ke nervously covered her chest with her hands. This outfit felt too insecure. Liancheng gestured for her to relax, put her hands down, and pose properly. Looking at the camera, Liancheng seemed lost in thought. His gaze swept around and inadvertently noticed a pot of bright peonies on the windowsill. He walked over, casually cut off a branch with scissors, and turned to Ming Ke's side. He placed the flower directly by her ear. Look more natural. Give a few alluring glances. Ming Ke looked confused. How do I look charming? Liancheng frowned. I'm not a woman. How would I know? Looking at Ming Ke's face, Liancheng pondered. Too pure. It would make men pity her, but it's hard to arouse the desire to conquer. Perhaps we could try. Liancheng quickly walked up to Ming Ke. He reached out and pulled, directly lowering the nightgown. A thin gauze slipped from her shoulder. Half of her fragrant shoulder was exposed. Ming Ke cried out in shock, but Liancheng directly pressed her shoulder. Maintain this pose. Don't move. He immediately began clicking away, taking photos. Soon the photos were taken, and Liancheng busied himself checking them. Ming Ke got up and adjusted her clothes, unable to help complaining. With all these tricks, people might think you're making an adult game. She thought to herself, I hope a certain jealous king doesn't go berserk when he sees this. Liancheng, holding the camera, coldly snorted. If it were an adult game, we wouldn't have chosen you. Ming Ke snorted twice in response. This Bei Ming Liancheng looked refined and noble like a prince, but the words that came out of his mouth always managed to infuriate people. She said, I'm going to change clothes, and turned to leave. Would Ming Ke really spend the night with Bei Ming Liancheng as a pet? After a tiring day of shooting, Ming Ke immediately flopped onto the bed upon returning to the dorm, stretching out comfortably. Just as Ming Ke was about to fully relax, her phone suddenly rang. She got up to answer the call. Bei Ming Liancheng's deep, magnetic voice came from the other end. I'm outside your dorm. Come out in 3 minutes, or I'll come in to rescue you. Ming Ke's face immediately darkened. I've finished my work. It's rest time now. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, the deep voice continued. Ming Ke was about to explode with anger. She shouted, I'm not coming out. No time, goodbye, and hung up the phone. This bastard is just a copy-paste of Bei Ming Yi. The same nasty temper. I wouldn't believe they're not real brothers even if you killed me. Bei Ming Ye's threats are one thing, but who does Bei Ming Liancheng think he is? Ming Ke was determined not to go. Let's see what he can do. Half a minute later, the text message tone rang. Minko opened it and looked. How to put it? Her face immediately became more colorful than a palette, from red to black, then from black to white. Minko never imagined that Bei Ming Lien Chung, that despicable person, would actually use that charming photo to blackmail her. The text message provocatively read, "Guess how Bei Mingyi will react when he sees this." Good heavens! Minko's heart trembled. She didn't want to know Bei Mingye's reaction at all. This Bei Ming Lien Chung must have had a grudge against her in a past life. Helpless, Minka had to obediently go out. As soon as she sat in the car, Lien Cheng's cold voice sounded. "I told you earlier, tonight you're mine." Minka retorted directly, "What are you dreaming about?" Before she finished speaking, her phone rang in her bag. Angrily answering it, Bei Mingye's magnetic voice came through. "Where are you?" Minka suppressed her anger and replied, "On the way back to the hospital, with Captain Lien Chung." Bei Mingyi on the other end seemed to be silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Tell him, it's not dark yet." What did he mean by that? Minka felt uneasy. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, Bei Mingyi hung up. The car stopped at the entrance of the Imperial Hospital. Linka got out first and quickly walked into the hospital. She was now eager to find Bei Mingyi and get things clear. Bei Ming Lien Chung followed her out of the car. He took out his phone and glanced at it, inwardly sneering. Hypocrite. Says he doesn't care, yet rushes back as soon as work is over. Let's see how long he can keep up this act. The scene changes. Sitting in the bathtub, Minka felt increasingly uneasy. That indescribable feeling of panic made her almost suffocate. Bei Mingyi had instructed her to take a bath and go to the third-floor terrace, as Lien Chung had invited some guys over for drinks. Why ask her to bathe so early? Could it be that Bei Mingyi had really made some agreement with Bei Ming Lien Chung? Minka felt she was being overly suspicious. She tried to reassure herself that nothing was wrong. She shouldn't scare herself. How could such an absurd thing happen? So she got up, changed her clothes, and slowly walked towards the third-floor terrace. Had Bei Mingyi really given Minka to Lien Chung? Did he really not care? On the third-floor terrace, Minka reached the door. She hesitated to go forward. As soon as Bei Ming Lien Chung saw her, he spoke up, "Come here. Let me introduce you." Minka really didn't want to deal with him. She knew all these people. Wasn't Bei Ming Lien Chung supposed to be the quiet type? Why was he being so eager to please now? But Minka didn't want to embarrass him either, so she replied, "I'm fine staying by Mr. Bei's side." She walked to Bei Mingye's side and was about to sit down, but Bei Mingyi stopped her. He smiled and said, "Tonight you belong to Lien Chung. Go and attend to him." Minka was startled. She lowered her gaze to look at the seated man. "What do you mean?" Bei Mingyi said with a smile, "I asked Lien Chung to help with something. His condition was to have you accompany him for a night. Just think of it as satisfying this old virgin. Go keep him company." The words "old virgin" made Bei Ming Lien Cheng's handsome face turn red. He coughed lightly and spoke to Minka with a bit of pride. "See? I told you you'd be mine tonight. I didn't lie, did I? It seems this girl is still so shy. Why don't you be more proactive?" Suddenly, Bei Mingyi stood up and pushed Minka. She stumbled forward, heading straight towards Lien Chung. Fortunately, Lien Chung was quick to react. He hurriedly stood up and reached out, steadily catching her in his arms. Minka tightly hugged Lien Cheng's neck, unable to come to her senses for a long time. To Bei Mingyi, was she just an item that could be casually traded? Tears kept welling up in her eyes. Lien Cheng looked down at her, then gently patted her back. His voice wasn't particularly warm, but it lacked its usual coldness. "It's all right. Nothing will happen to you here. You still won't let go?" Linka took a deep breath, gradually coming back to her senses. She hurriedly turned around. Lien Cheng looked up at Bei Mingyi, somewhat puzzled. Did he really not care? The sea god, Bei Mingyi, glanced at him. "With that expression of yours, I think you want to take back your daughter." Lien Cheng coldly snorted, "Dream on." He then picked up a skewer and handed it to Mingku, holding her slender waist. He told her to grill it. Mingku silently accepted and obediently started grilling. Whenever she started to like Bei Mingyi, he seemed to always give her a harsh reality check, mocking her for being presumptuous. Looking at the others, they were also stunned. Nan Gong Lai grabbed Mu Zijin, who had stood up. "What are you standing for?" The meat is burning. Bei Ming Dai had a completely confused look, not understanding what these people were doing. Yu Fei Fan grilled meat silently. Who knows what he was thinking? At this moment, Bei Ming Liancheng pushed the sliced meat towards Ming Ke. He gently told her to eat something. Ming Ke blinked, thinking, aren't I supposed to accompany another man? Then I'll serve you and let you watch. She picked up a fork, stabbed a piece of meat, and held it to Lian Cheng's mouth. You eat first, I'll feed Bei Ming. Lian Cheng was stunned. Then his lips curled into a smile. He lowered his head and ate the meat. Ming Ke asked if it was good. Lian Cheng nodded and made an affirmative sound. Then his large hand fell on Ming Ke's small head, gently rubbing it. Guess what expression Bei Ming has now? His boyfriend traded him as a reward to his brother. No matter how many grand reasons. Could you accept it? Bei Ming Lian Cheng zupli tizeten hea ia. Ke hurriedly stood up, inwardly snorting coldly. If it weren't for a certain bastard sitting opposite, who would want to be intimate with this bastard number 2. These two were truly the fighter jets of bastards. So annoying. Seeing her leave to get seafood, Lian Cheng felt quite regretful. Yu Fei Fan saw Min Ke coming over and pushed a plate of lobster in front of him. Be careful of their big claws. Min Ke thanked him and looked at him, but couldn't help doubting. Was the woman Ming Shan mentioned really Yu Fei Fan? If so, he was disguising himself too well. Lost in thought, Ming Ke's fingers had somehow fallen into the plate of lobster. Before she noticed, a sharp, heart-wrenching pain spread from her fingertips. Ming Ke couldn't help but cry out in pain. Bei Ming Yi and Bei Ming Lian Cheng both hurriedly stood up. Seeing Bei Ming Ye's movement, Lian Cheng's steps faltered. By this time, Bei Ming Yi had already walked to Ming Ke and picked her up in one motion. Ming Ke was somewhat speechless. If it didn't hurt so much, she would definitely struggle out of his arms. What was this? He could throw her to another man, and now he's pretending for who to see? In the bedroom, Bei Ming Yi carefully applied medicine to Ming Ke. After putting on a band-aid, he stood up and softly said, "Let's go." Ming Ke was stunned, just leaving without a word of explanation. She really wanted to slap this bastard. After holding back again and again, Ming Ke still asked her doubt. "Why did you give me to him?" Bei Ming Yi leaned down and stroked Ming Ke's cheek. "The thing I asked Lian Cheng to help with is very important to me. That guy just wanted to test your importance to me. He's not interested in you. You are my woman. Just help me out, okay?" After saying this, he comfortingly kissed Ming Ke's red lips. Min tiskint kolonhed aurili. She suddenly pushed Bei Ming Yi away. "Do you want me to go to his room tonight to test if he's really not interested in me?" Bei Ming Yi gradu ali bekame impatient. "I said he wouldn't dare touch you." Ming Ke stood up and questioned Bei Ming Yi. "What do women mean to you? Just a bargaining chip that can be traded at any time?" At this moment, Ming Ke couldn't describe her feelings. Disappointed and angry, she defiantly said, "Even if I strip naked in front of him, he won't be interested, right? Let's try it tonight. Let's see if his self-control is really that good." Bei Ming Yi snota courtly. "This girl is actually threatening me. It's laughable. He doesn't even dare to act in front of me." After thinking for a moment, he felt a bit anxious. What if Ming Ke really acted on her anger? What if she really strips naked? He panicked. He had dug his own grave. He was about to bury himself. Lian Cheng's gaze changed. Bei Ming Ye's heart trembled. The two returned to the 3rd floor. Lian Cheng immediately enthusiastically invited Ming Ke to sit beside him. Ming Ke glanced at Bei Ming Yi behind her and sat down directly as if to spite him. Bei Ming stood beside her, seeing she was fine, pointed at the lobster and said, "This guy bit you. Later, we'll eat it shell and all." Ming Ke's eyes flickered slightly. She looked at Lian Cheng with a slight smile. "Aren't you my man? This guy bit me. I won't make it difficult for you. You eat it, shell and all." Seeing her smiling with curved eyes, Lian Cheng's gaze brightened. He just stared at her quietly. After a while, Ming Ke began to feel uncomfortable. She awkwardly said, "I was just joking. Forget I said anything." But Bei Ming Lian Cheng suddenly reached out and grabbed her chin. His long finger traced her red lips. He seductively said, "If I eat you, shell and all, will you serve me wholeheartedly?" Ming Ke's face immediately turned bright red. At the same time, the glass in Bei Ming Ye's hand was crushed. Dong Fong Chen clicked his tongue twice. Happy to see Bei Ming Yi being put in a difficult position. "Isn't this what you asked for? Now you're uncomfortable being outmaneuvered, huh?" Ming Ke glanced over. Bei Ming Ye's face was changing unpredictably, but he felt inexplicably pleased inside. He raised the corner of his lips, smiling and saying, "Sir, do you want to eat lobster too? Let Miss you prepare one for you." "Oh." This is Lien Chung, right? Lien Chung called him so intimately, suppressing the sourness in his heart. Bei Ming Yi smiled mischievously, implying, compared to lobster, I prefer pink and tender cherries. After all, they're fresh and juicy. As he spoke, his gaze slowly traced Ming Ke's chest. Ming Ke's small hands were tightly clenched. She was so angry. This bastard. What was he saying in front of so many people? The more cheerfully he smiled now, the more furious she became inside. She might as well anger him to death. She reached out her small hand, picked up a cherry from the exquisite plate, and held it to Lien Cheng's mouth. Tonight's cherries are not bad. They must be sweet and juicy. Try it. Lien Chung was stunned. His gaze swept over Ming Ke's pink, thin lips. His body suddenly tensed. A feeling of restlessness he had never experienced before swept through his entire body. If it's this woman, I actually feel like I could try. He opened his mouth and bit the cherry. After eating it, it was indeed very sweet. His gaze fell on Bei Ming Yi opposite him. He said seriously, I want him tonight. Bei Ming Yi stared at Bei Ming Lien Chung, his gaze deep. His thin lips were tightly pressed together without speaking. Lien Chung snorted. What? Want to go back on your word? Bei Ming Yi still didn't speak. He stared intently at Lien Chung. Just now he clearly felt aroused by Ke. At first he was just testing, but now he was uncertain. Bei Ming Lien Chung asked again, have you fallen in love with him? This sentence caused everyone to become highly alert. Yu Fei flipped his hand, shaking the glass until it shattered into pieces. Ming Ke felt like her breathing was about to stop. There was an indescribable tension. How would Bei Ming Yi answer? Does verbal love really matter? Herring by Ming Lian Cheng's inquiry. In an instant, everyone on the third floor held their breath. Only the rustling sound of the wind remained. Bei Ming Yi lowered his eyes, his expression unclear. Only the tightly gripped glass in his hand showed his inner turmoil. Love was too heavy. He thought he could never love a woman in this lifetime. Suddenly, Bei Ming Yi smiled faintly. Is it that cheap? How old are you? Still reading romance novels like a schoolgirl? Lien Chung turned to look at Ming Ke. If you're not in a good mood, drinking can help. Who said I'm not in a good mood? Ming Ke looked up and glared at Bei Ming Lien Chung. Bei Ming Yi had just said he didn't love her, and this guy immediately assumed she was in a bad mood. This bastard was so eager to see her embarrassed. Bei Ming Lien Chung obviously hadn't thought that much. He directly handed her a glass of wine considerately. Ming Ke snatched the glass and downed it in one gulp. She couldn't help but resent in her heart. Is being rich so great? Does having money mean you can trample on others' hearts as you please? Humph. He doesn't love me. I don't care either. After one glass of wine, Lin Ke's face turned bright red. She shook her dizzy head. Lin Ke raised her glass and said boldly to Lien Chung, fill it up. On the other side, Yu Fifan casually sat down next to Bei Ming Yi and filled his glass with wine. He hadn't fallen in love with Ming Ke. Yu Fifan was very happy. But why did the person who said he didn't love her now look unhappy? After a few drinks, a certain woman no longer knew what time it was. Bei Ming Lien Chung changed his usual patient demeanor, coaxing her, be good. You're not cute when drunk. Can I take you back to your room? Ming Ke in his arms grabbed his arm, her tone somewhat coquettish. Don't go back, don't go back. You'll do that again. I don't like it. It doesn't hurt. Someone's hand shook, spilling the wine in the glass. Lien Chung glanced over with a slight smile. It won't hurt. I won't be as rough as someone else. With that, he directly picked up Ming Ke and walked towards a room downstairs. Bei Ming Yi suddenly stood up and said, it's still early. What's the rush? It's rare for you to come back. Have a few more drinks with me. Bei Ming Lien Chung didn't stop walking. He smirked. I've had too much to drink. I'm afraid I might disappoint the little beauty tonight. Then he left directly. At this moment, Mu Zijin suddenly stood up, tossed out a, you've gone too far this time, and strode after them. In the room, Lien Chung gently placed Ming Ke on the bed. Then he took off her shoes. Under the influence of alcohol, Ming Ke unconsciously moaned softly, her body trembling slightly. The sight made Bei Ming Lien Cheng's throat go dry. He irritably loosened his collar, his voice somewhat hoarse. Do you want some tea? Ming Ke sat up wobbly, her watery big eyes looking at Lien Chung. Then she smiled sweetly. She loudly said yes. Her alluring state directly caused Lien Cheng's barely suppressed impulses to surge again. His large hand fell on Ming Ke's shoulder, suddenly pressing her down onto the bed. His tall figure also pressed down immediately after. Ming Ke's drunken appearance was too alluring, causing even the usually cold Bei Ming Lien Chung to lose control. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Seeing Bei Ming Liancheng pressing down on Ming Ku, Mu Zijin was so angry his eyes sparked with fire. He swung a punch towards him. Bei Ming Liancheng dodged to the side, avoiding Mu Zijin's attack. Looking back, Mu Zijin had already picked up the panicked Ming Ku. The pain from Liancheng's bite earlier had sobered Ming Ku up a bit. She looked at Mu Zijin with a grieved expression. Bei Ming didn't love her either. He didn't want her anymore. He had thrown her to Bei Ming Liancheng. Mu Zijin hugged her, gently patting her back to comfort her. Don't be afraid. It's okay. He looked up at Bei Ming Liancheng, who was calmly watching them with an indifferent attitude. Mu Zijin also got angry. You're feuding with your brother? Why torment this girl like this? Ming Ku in his arms was slowly becoming confused again. Mu Zijin picked her up in one motion. Liancheng's low voice sounded. Planning to take her back? I bet you won't make it out of the compound. Mu Zijin glanced at him. Are you still going to give her to Bei Mingyi? Mu Zijin turned around, but before he could leave the room, he saw that familiar figure at the doorway. Bei Mingyi walked up to Liancheng. I've already handed her over to you. If you can't keep her, that's your problem. Liancheng glanced at him indifferently. You old fox. Hurry and leave. Don't interfere with my work. Mu Zijin felt somewhat frustrated. This guy never intended to give Ming Ku to Liancheng. If he had been a bit more patient, he might have burst in to save her. Seeing his indifferent expression, he really wanted to punch him, but he could only think about it. Mu Zijin snorted coldly. I hope one day she won't even want to look at you again. As he spoke, he handed Ming Ku over. Bei Mingyi reached out to take her. You won't live to see that day. Sensing the familiar scent, Ming Ku struggled hard. I don't want you. Let go, you bastard. Bei Mingyi reminded unmoved. Her strength was like a kitten scratching. He directly carried Ming Ku to his own room. Seeing them leave, Mu Zijin's heart was instantly filled with regret. If he had been more forceful back then, would everything have turned out differently? Only domineering people can have everything they want. Suddenly he laughed bitterly. What's the use of thinking so much? She had long since ignored him. In the bedroom, Ming Ku tried hard to avoid Bei Mingyi's touch. You've already given me away. Tonight doesn't belong to you. Let me go, you bastard. Bei Mingyi saw her bristle and smiled. After I satisfy you, if you're still awake, I'll let you leave. Seeing him walk into the bathroom, Ming Ku dragged her weak legs off the bed. Don't I have any dignity? Am I just a pet you can summon and dismiss at will? She wobbled towards the door. Unfortunately, it was locked. She felt for the lock to find the key, but her head was too dizzy. At this moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Ming Ku hazily glanced over, tapping her head with her hand to try to clear her mind a bit. Bei Mingyi reached out and grabbed her mischievous little hand. What's good about being sober? Better to be drunk. He picked up the wine glass from the table and took a sip. Lowering his head, he precisely captured her small mouth, directly pouring the wine in. You absolutely couldn't have guessed that Bei Mingyi would play SM again. The bright red wine slid down Ming Ku's mouth corner, wetting her collar. Bei Mingyi's eyes darkened slightly. Your clothes are dirty. Why don't I help you take them off? His large hand then fell on her collar. He forcefully pulled it apart. Lin Ku was startled and shouted for Bei Mingyi to go away. Bei Mingyi coldly looked at her. Without speaking, Lin Ku knew he was angry. But no matter how fast her little brain worked, she couldn't understand why he had turned back into his initial self. Before she could figure it out, Bei Mingyi leaned in close. Now tell me, who is really your man? It seems I need to prove it with actions. Lin Ku felt a strong, chilling aura. She was so scared, her heart and liver were trembling. But she still stubbornly said, You told me to go with him. Bei Mingyi sneered. Didn't I say I wouldn't let him really touch you? Did you not believe me? Or did you actually want to go with him? Ming Ku hurriedly shook her head. I didn't. Suddenly, Bei Mingyi raised her hands above her head. Using the fabric torn from her clothes, he tied her wrists, effectively binding Ming Ku. Ming Ku shouted in fear. You forced me. You were the one who wanted to give me to him. Bei Mingyi coldly looked at her. Casually pulling off his robe's belt, he said, It seems we need to have a deeper communication. His burning body pressed down immediately. The frenzied plunder had just begun. At this moment, Bei Mingyi was crazy. His domineering personality had never changed. All his anger was vented on Ming Ku's body. He was still that high and mighty, undefying Bei Mingyi, the one no one dared to defy. The next morning, Ming Ku was awakened by an urgent phone ringtone. She endured the pain to get up and answer the phone. It was Xiao Xiang calling, urging her to go to the film set for overtime. Ming Ku agreed and hurriedly got up. At this moment, a low voice suddenly came from the door. Let her sleep a bit more. Seeing it was Bei Mingyi pushing the door open, Mingke frantically pulled the blanket to cover herself. She forced a smile and said, "Sir, can we put last night's matter to rest? Let's not fight anymore. I've realized now, for someone of your status, if you say you don't love me, I won't ask for more. Let's just go back to how things were." After venting all night, Bei Mingye's anger had indeed subsided. He patted Ming Ke's head, indicating she should rest a bit more. He'd have Yang ask for leave for her. Ming Ke directly refused, awkwardly avoiding his touch. She was afraid her days on set would become difficult. Seeing Ming Ke so obedient, Bei Mingye's mood improved. "What are you afraid of? You have strong backing. Who dares to bully you? I guarantee they won't be able to stay in Donglin." Ming Ke's gaze accidentally fell on his lower body. She muttered, "The backing is indeed very strong." Not knowing what she was thinking, her face suddenly flushed. Who would have thought that the pure, shy little rabbit would accidentally make such a suggestive comment? Ming Ke hurriedly went to the bathroom to freshen up. Bei Mingyi looked at her retreating figure, frowning in thought. Yesterday, when Lien Qing asked about love, she seemed very disappointed. But this was originally a boring question. Isn't it good enough just for two people to always be together? This might be the unbridgeable love gap between a young girl and an older man. A fight broke out. Ming Ke is up against Yu Fifan. Ming Ku and Xiao Xiang, stealing a moment of leisure on set, were preparing to put on face masks in the dressing room. As they were about to enjoy it, voices suddenly came from outside. The two were about to go out when they were shocked by the following words. "Miss you, I've already given you those photos. You seem to have used them where they were needed. Isn't it time for the revenge you promised me?" Ming Ke's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that those slanderous photos were taken by Taozi? Yu Fifan bought the photos? She exchanged a glance with Xiao Xiang, both their expressions grave. The conversation outside continued intermittently. Taozi seemed very dissatisfied with not receiving payment, threatening Yu Fifan about what would happen if Bei Mingyi found out. Yu Fifan, being the seasoned fox she was, coldly looked at Taozi. The photos weren't released by her personally, so who could do anything to her? She told him to worry about protecting himself instead. She wouldn't give any more money. Taozi shouted angrily, leaving with a "you'll regret this sooner or later" before slamming the door. The dressing room suddenly fell silent. Yu Fifan's gaze slowly fell on the curtain of the nearby dressing room. Listened for so long, still not coming out? Ming Ke swiftly opened the curtain to face them. Yu Fifan was somewhat surprised. Taozi had already said too much. It seemed she needed to handle this well. Ming Ke walked up to Yu Fifan and asked, "Do you hate me this much?" Yu Fifan crossed her arms and calmly said, "I didn't upload the post. Believe it or not." Ming Ke didn't believe a single word of her defense. Though her face showed no guilt, she was an actress after all. Acting was her specialty. Otherwise, why would a film queen be so free to buy photos from Taozi? Yu Fifan calmly turned to the makeup table and said coldly, "Yes, Taozi said he had photos of you being intimate with other men and wanted to cooperate with me. Although I'm not happy you're by Ye's side, I won't bother with a woman who's destined to be dumped." Having said that, she directly ignored them. She started applying makeup. Xiao Xiang couldn't stand it. She directly went forward, snatched the cotton pad, and angrily accused Yu Fifan. "You use such despicable means and still act so righteous. You're truly shameless. Even if you threw yourself at Bei Mingyi, he wouldn't want you." These words really provoked Yu Fifan. After all, it was the truth. She had even stripped naked and climbed into Bei Mingye's bed, yet he still ran away. Yu Fifan slammed the table and stood up abruptly. "My relationship with Yi, how could you common people understand? Ming Ke, what right do you have to compare with me?" Ming Ke stepped forward, pulling Xiao Xiang behind her. Looking at the angry Yu Fifan, she calmly said, "I can't control your affairs with him, but that doesn't mean I'll let you bully me as you please. Yu Fifan, you'd better retract your claws. Otherwise, I'll make sure you reap what you sow." Yu Fifan seemed to have heard the biggest joke, her face full of disdain. "I'm waiting. If you have the ability, bring it on." Ming Ke went to the bar to have fun, but was grabbed from behind with a hand over her mouth. Was she in danger again? After the big fight with Yu Fifan, Ming Ke waved her hand and took her little bestie Xiang Xiang to the bar for some fun. The bar was full of colorful lights and lively music, but the two out-of-place girls just stared blankly at the two drinks in front of them. Xiao Xiang leaned close to Ming Ke and winked. "Do you know how much these two drinks cost? 300 each. Next time you're in a bad mood, let's buy a dozen fruit wines to drink. Don't come to this money pit again. Ming-ke couldn't help but curse. She was just curious and wanted to experience it. The cost was simply killing her. Is it too late now? Xiao Xiang silently rolled her eyes. Leave? We have to pay anyway. Don't waste it. Ming-ke sighed, standing up to go to the restroom to calm down. Now she was hurting all over, her flesh, her heart, and her liver. Ming-ke came out of the restroom and walked along the corridor back to the hall. Suddenly, a tall figure rushed over. Before she could see who it was, the person spotted her and directly covered her mouth with his hand. He quickly pushed open the door of a private room and carried her in with big strides. Ming-ke's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't help but make muffled sounds. The man told her not to make a sound. Ming-ke didn't listen to him. To escape, she opened her mouth and bit hard on the palm, covering her. The man winced in pain. He couldn't help but hiss. He was about to say something, but hearing the chaotic footsteps outside, he leaned down to Ming-ke's ear and said in a low voice, enduring the pain, "Please, help me." At this moment, the side door was pushed open with a bang, and two men rushed in looking fierce. Ming-ke exclaimed, hurriedly throwing herself onto the man. Frightened, she cried out, "Who are you? Get out quickly." The two big men looked at each other. From their angle, they saw a disheveled girl sitting on a man. The man was shirtless, his head buried in the girl's chest, face unclear. But obviously, these two people were not in the state they were looking for. Surprisingly, the two big men were quite polite, saying sorry and excuse us before directly going out and closing the door. As the chaotic footsteps slowly faded away, the two people embracing each other finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ming-ke never thought she would encounter the person who had stepped on her foot last time in this place. She quickly got up. Thinking of their actions just now, she blushed and asked in a low voice, "Is the act over? Can I leave now?" She wondered what kind of trouble he had gotten into. Well, let's consider it a good deed for the day. By now, the man was fully dressed. He smiled slightly and sincerely thanked Ming-ke. Ming-ke was distracted, returning to her seat. Just as she was about to say something to Xiang Xiang, two bottles of wine were placed on their table. Looking to the side, it was actually the man from earlier. At this moment, Xiang Xiang also recognized him as the man who had stepped on Kuku's foot. She was somewhat surprised to encounter him here. The man explained that Ming-ke had saved him, and to thank her for her great kindness, he wanted to treat them to drinks tonight. Ming-ke clearly didn't want to get too involved with him. Being chased was too dangerous, so she directly said it was a small favor. "We don't know each other." The man was quite friendly this time. He directly extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Long Chuyang." Ming-ke said in a low voice, "We're just strangers. There's no need to exchange names." She then pulled Xiang Xiang to leave. A dark glint flashed in Long Chuyang's eyes. "Don't you know such rejection is hurtful?" Ming-ke glanced at him. "Those people might come back anytime. If you don't leave quickly, it might be more hurtful if you're caught." Long Chuyang picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass, unsure whether he could. His next words directly stopped Ming-ke and her friend from leaving. "Relying on mountains, mountains may fall. Relying on people, people may run. Men can't be relied upon. Pigs might fly." As someone aware of being a plaything, Ming-ke knew she must have her own career. So the olive branch thrown by Long Chuyang was so tempting. "You're from Ife, right? I heard Tianxia was written by you, and you also took on the role of Wu You." Ming-ke and Xiao Xiang were stunned. They turned back to look at Long Chuyang, who was speaking. Who exactly was he? He even knew the name of a character. Long Chuyang explained that he happened to know Mr. Shang from Dongyu. Recently, he's been interested in the entertainment companies here. Perhaps there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Xiao Xiang looked at Ming-ke, secretly nodding. This was indeed an opportunity, so Ming-ke suggested going to a nearby coffee shop to discuss in detail. After sitting down at the coffee shop, Long Chuyang spoke first. He stated that he would soon take over Dongyu and invited them to meet Mr. Shang tomorrow. He was very interested in the Tianxia script written by Ming-ke, but the script seemed to be credited only to Sun Yanhua. Doesn't it feel frustrating to have your work claimed by someone else? Long Chuyang stared at Ming-ke's face, seemingly wanting to see the discontent and anger in her eyes. But Ming-ke disappointed him. She had long been mentally prepared, so she calmly accepted the credit being taken. Sun Yanhua was the company director, and Ife was his. It was reasonable to use his name. Long Chuyang smiled slightly, with a hint of disdain. But they're foolish. Such a credit is most valuable. However, he was also generous, saying he could help fund a lawsuit if needed to make this issue big. It would definitely benefit Ming-ke and her friends. Ming-ke shook her head. She didn't like or need this kind of hype. Long Chuyang didn't dwell on it further. After expressing his intention to cooperate with Ming Ku, he left his contact information and departed. Ming Ku and Xiang Xiang stared at his departing figure, lost in thought. Who exactly was this person? He was actually going to take over Dongyu. But they also understood that this was a good opportunity. The two of them had nothing, so there wasn't much worth deceiving them for. They would know the truth when they followed Long Chuyang to Dongyu. On the other side, at the Diyuan, Bei Mingyi knocked on Bei Ming Lianqing's door, asking if the photo restoration results were out. Bei Ming Lianqing nodded. As expected of a computer system comparable to godly abilities, it directly restored 3 photos with over 90% similarity. Bei Mingyi clicked the mouse. The photos that appeared made his pupils contract slightly. His thick eyebrows instantly furrowed. It was actually him. How could it be him? Bei Ming Lianqing was somewhat surprised. What? You know him? Bei Mingyi irritably dialed Yi Yang's number. Give me all of Ming Jinghua's information. Within half an hour. I want to see who the little girl in the photo is. Why was Bei Mingyi so agitated? Ming Ku's background gradually surfaces. How will Bei Mingyi choose? Ming Shan got into Bei Mingyi's car. Has she replaced Ming Ku? In the torture room, Bei Mingyi smoked with a gloomy face. After confirming that Ming Jinghua was the one who took the child away years ago, he became terrifyingly violent. A bucket of cold water splashed down, waking Zhao Qingfu. He hurriedly begged Bei Mingyi for mercy. Mr. Bei Ming, let's talk this through. Yi Yang stood nearby, hand on the knife at his waist, speaking harshly. Zhao Qingfu, you still won't confess? Who exactly ordered you to crash into them back then? Zhao Qingfu lowered his head in silence. Yi Yang's patience seemed to be exhausted. He drew the knife from his waist and pointed it at him. The Long family is also looking for you. If you fall into their hands, you won't live to see tomorrow. Zhao Qingfu wailed in fear. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Someone paid to assassinate the Long family's young lady. Once done, they would arrange for him to leave Dongling, to flee far away. But after the murder, he discovered someone wanted to silence him. So Zhao Qingfu pretended to be accidentally caught by the police. Because only in prison could those people not openly make a move. Only then could he survive. Bei Mingyi tightly pressed his thin lips. Looking at him, he asked, Who paid you? I don't know. But seeing the death glare from Bei Mingyi, Zhao Qingfu hurriedly explained it was truly unknown. They just gave him a sum of money. Bei Mingyi extinguished the cigarette in his hand. He stood up, leaving with a command to send him back to the safe house. Cigarette, but scattered on the bedroom floor, showed the owner's frustration. After investigating for so long, this was the result. Of all people, it had to be that girl. Of all places, she had to be sent to his side. Bei Mingyi smited zakashtikli. Was it heaven seeing their misery and giving them such a good opportunity to vent? He stood up and moved to the window. Some things were clear to him now. Who truly wanted to find the orphan from years ago, to let them return to their ancestral roots, and who harbored ill intentions, wanting to eliminate them completely. The Long family, the Bei Ming family, it's getting more and more interesting. A month later, Ming Jinghua prepared to take Ming Ku to see grandmother. Ming Ku inadvertently glanced and saw a tall figure she hadn't seen in a long time. Seeing him again from such a distance, her nose tingled and she felt like crying. Ming Ku's emotions were complex, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. He hadn't contacted her for a month. Had he already found a replacement? Ironically, wanting to detach from someone had already entered her heart. She couldn't control her thoughts. He sighed softly, about to look away when he caught a familiar figure in his peripheral vision. Ming Shan had actually gotten into Bei Mingyi's car. After hesitating, Ming Ku finally couldn't resist. She dialed that familiar number. Sir, is Shan with you? Where are you taking her? Did she do something again? Bei Mingyi turned to look at the figure outside the car window. After a month apart, she had gotten thinner again. Was the school food not good? Though his heart was full of concern, his words came out cold. Your sister is so beautiful. It would be a waste to keep her at home all day. As long as she behaves, I'll treat her well. When you behave, I treat you well too. He then handed the phone to Ming Shan. Your sister is afraid I'll hurt you. Tell her where I'm taking you. Ming Shan didn't want to answer. This woman was always haunting, disturbing her good times. But forced by pressure, she took the call. She told Ming Ku they were just going sailing with the sir. Then she hung up immediately. After hanging up, Ming Shan looked nervously at Bei Mingyi. Sir, what exactly did you want me for? Bei Mingyi tossed over a document, commanding coldly, memorize everything inside. Word for word, Bei Mingyi was involved with Yu Fifan again. What exactly was Yu Fifan to Bei Mingyi? Who was the woman in Bei Mingyi Ye's heart. After receiving Yi Yang's call, saying the sir wanted to see him, Mingke was a bit stunned. She got ready and sat in the car. Seeing the empty back seat, disappointment spread through her body. This was the first time Bei Mingyi hadn't come to pick her up personally. Arriving at the courtyard with Yi Yang, walking on the main path of the front yard, she looked up and saw Yu Fifan arm in arm with Bei Mingyi, returning together from the backyard. Mingke stopped in her tracks, feeling a bit lost. They were back together. Actually, they were together from the start. Although not too blatant, Yu Fifan had held his arm, cried on his lap, and fed him food. After spending some time with Bei Mingyi, she had forgotten that they were a couple. Perhaps she was just a tool the male lead occasionally used to spice up his life. Mingke felt helpless. Since they were a couple, Yu Fifan should be more assertive, not letting Bei Mingyi flirt with other women. What was the point of this awkward situation now? With Yu Fifan here, why did Bei Mingyi call her over? Seeing Yu Fifan's challenging expression, Mingke was even more at a loss for words. At the dining room, Mingke glanced at the seat next to Bei Mingyi. After hesitating, she directly sat across from Yu Fifan at a distance. Yang was a bit surprised. "Miss Cuckoo, aren't you sitting next to the sir?" Mingke smiled slightly. "It's too crowded over there. This is fine." Then she started eating leisurely. Bei Mingyi curved his lips in a smile. After not seeing her for a month, this girl had become more composed. He raised his voice. "Why aren't you coming to serve me?" Eating on her own, Mingke sighed, stood up resignedly, and walked over. After the meal, Bei Mingyi returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, casually flipping through a newspaper. Yu Fifan sat beside him, boiling water on the coffee table to make tea for him. Mingke felt a bit idle. After seeking Bei Mingyi's permission, she returned to the upstairs bedroom with light steps. Watching her back, the two downstairs had different thoughts. Bei Mingyi's gaze deepened, his eyes flickering with something unknown. Yu Fifan now couldn't quite understand Mingke. Seeing her closeness with Bei Mingyi, she didn't seem jealous at all. Was she hiding it too well, or did she not care? Yu Fifan gathered her thoughts and carefully spoke. "Next month is the old master's 60th birthday. Can I go back with you?" "Going to see the old master alone? I am afraid." Bei Mingyi glanced at her. "It's fine. I'll go back with you." Yu Fifan sighed in relief, then raised her head, her voice bright. "Next month is also sister's birthday." Bei Mingyi's face instantly turned cold, a trace of frost seeping from his eyes. He threw down the newspaper with a slap. Standing up, he left with a sentence. "Stay here these few days. Ian will take you to the set from now on." Then he turned and left. Yu Fifan felt secretly pleased. Sure enough, he had never forgotten her sister. As long as he hadn't forgotten, Mingke could never enter his heart. Ian couldn't stand it anymore. The sir had finally started to brighten up in front of Miss Cuckoo. He spoke out to criticize Yu Fifan, saying she shouldn't have brought up those things in front of the sir. Yu Fifan picked up the teacup, smiling coldly. It seemed the one who couldn't let go of her sister wasn't Bei Mingyi, but this foolish man. After all, back then it was only her sister who was wholeheartedly devoted. If it weren't for that incident, she wouldn't have been in Bei Mingyi's heart at all. But so what? Even if it was only guilt, she would use this guilt to make Bei Mingyi treat her well forever. If Bei Mingyi didn't love her, then she would make sure he could never forget, never daring to love any other woman. Bei Mingyi continued to push his luck. A moment of pleasure in tormenting his wife, a lifetime of regret in trying to win her back. When Bei Mingyi entered the room, Mingke was working on her computer. Seeing him come in, Mingke hurriedly stood up. She called out, "Sir, how come after not seeing me for a month, you're afraid of me again?" Bei Mingyi smiled, reaching out to hold her hand. Mingke instinctively avoided his touch, leaving with a sentence. "I was in the kitchen today. I'm dirty. I'll go take a shower first." She then picked up her pajamas. She entered the bathroom as if to escape. After locking the bathroom door, Mingke's face gradually turned red with embarrassment. It felt strange, inexplicably not seeing each other for a month, inexplicably back together again, and tonight they would do that again. Mingke took this shower particularly quickly. When she came out, Bei Mingyi was standing by the window smoking. He had started smoking again. Was he in a bad mood? Bei Mingyi glanced at Mingke from the corner of his eye. He extinguished the cigarette and walked towards her. Mingke saw his cold gaze and felt inexplicably afraid, unconsciously stepping back. Bei Mingyi reached out and pulled her directly into his arms. Then an overwhelming and intense aura swept over. There was no tenderness, only the most primitive plunder and roughness. Perhaps at this moment, Mingke was just a tool for venting. The next morning, feeling the weight on her body, Mingke opened her eyes groggily. Seeing the man still on top of her, Mingke's heart wailed. Doesn't this man ever get tired? Bei Mingyi looked at Ming Ku with a complex expression, unable to help but wonder if she had been tormented too badly. Was she injured? But then, thinking of something, his eyes gradually changed. Why did she have to be that person's daughter? In the end, coldness triumphed over tenderness. Bei Mingyi said coldly, "Girl, don't forget our agreement. Get up and make me lunch." Mingke thought she had misheard. She got up and explained quietly, "Sir, can I make it for you tomorrow? I really don't have the strength now." Before she could finish, Bei Mingyi interrupted, "You have the strength to seduce me, but not to cook for me? Kuku, have I been too indulgent with you in the past, making you forget your place?" Mingke wanted to explain further, but Bei Mingyi coldly snapped, "No buts. Go now." Then he turned and left. Minke's body trembled. She didn't dare to stay in bed any longer and got up directly to prepare to cook. But her legs were weak and shaky. As soon as she touched the ground, she stumbled. She fell directly to the floor. Bei Mingyi furrowed his brows, but remained unmoved. Only his tightly clenched fist showed his inner turmoil. In the end, he did nothing and strode out of the room. Mingke's heart felt heavy, tears involuntarily filling her eyes. Bei Mingyi seemed to have become more violent this time he returned. He was especially harsh towards her for some unknown reason. What had she done wrong? A slap followed by a sweet date. Do you agree with Bei Mingyi's tactics? In the dining room, Mingke had just put the last dish on the table. Bei Mingyi immediately spat out a mouthful. He deliberately criticized that Qing Mei's cooking skills had deteriorated, saying the dish was too salty, asking if she had dropped the entire salt shaker in. Qing Mei was a bit embarrassed. Mingke picked up her chopsticks and tasted it. The saltiness was just right, very normal. She immediately understood that Bei Mingyi was deliberately causing trouble. She stated directly that she had cooked it herself, asking what the problem was. Bei Mingyi looked disdainful, his tone sharp. "This pumpkin is both old and salty. Is this even edible?" He didn't really want to give Mingku a hard time, but Yu Fifan said she wanted to try her best to win back the boss's heart. He was so gentle, not used to snatching, so he had to help out himself. Mingku wasn't afraid. She retorted, "It's not made for you to eat. If you don't like it, don't eat it." Bei Mingyi, with a hint of anger, immediately challenged Mingku. "You're not the mistress of this house. Are you trying to drive me out?" Bei Mingyi frowned with some annoyance. Then he coldly ordered Mingku, "Go and cook another dish." Mingku was somewhat incredulous. She thought it wouldn't be a problem to let him taste it. But Bei Mingyi's, "No need to taste, just redo it," left Mingku feeling utterly hopeless. Mingku, feeling indignant, went to the kitchen to remake the stir-fried pumpkin. She didn't know what was wrong with these people, one after another tormenting her. If they really disliked her so much, they could just part ways forever once the agreement was over. In the dining room, Bei Mingyi looked at Yu Fifan, somewhat dazed. Her face was 7 or 8 parts similar to his sister's, always reminding him that this was sure. Mingke entered expressionlessly. After putting down the newly cooked dish, she sat alone at the far end to eat. Bei Mingyi found it somewhat amusing. The girl's defiance was overflowing from her face. Seeing him look at Mingku, Yu Fifan immediately picked up the yam and rib soup for Bei Mingyi to taste. Bei Mingyi was stunned for a moment, but eventually enjoyed her feeding. Mingku glanced at them from the corner of her eye. This was fine. She wouldn't have any expectations of him. Then she wouldn't be disappointed again. After eating, Mingke cleared the dishes to the kitchen. Seeing the despised pumpkin dish, Mingke casually picked it up, ready to dump it in the trash. If no one was going to eat it, might as well throw it away. Suddenly, a large hand appeared, stopping her. "Are you angry?" Mingke was speechless. "No." Bei Mingyi raised an eyebrow. "Then let me have you feed me. Why are you being lazy?" Mingke was somewhat incredulous. She had never seen such an unreasonable person. He already had Yu Fifan to pamper him. Why would he need her? Bei Mingyi suddenly leaned in close, his voice teasing. "Feed me. I want to eat what you made." Mingke looked at Bei Mingyi. How could this person be so twisted and childish at the same time? Eat, eat, eat. He might as well eat himself to death. So Mingku directly fed him the plate of pumpkin. Bei Mingyi actually finished it all. His evaluation of the dish was quite high. Mingke looked at the empty plate and slowly came to terms with it. At the dining table, his behavior. Was he afraid Bei Mingdai would notice me? Was he trying to find fault in every way possible? Was he actually protecting me? At this moment, Bei Mingyi asked her to wipe his mouth. Mingku, with a dazed face, took a napkin. Unexpectedly, Bei Mingyi leaned in and kissed her. This kiss was utterly inexplicable. Watching Bei Mingyi's smiling figure as he waved and left, Mingku cursed inwardly that this man was simply insane. But her mood had definitely improved. You absolutely can't imagine. For the sake of his own success, Ming Shan actually plotted against his own father. At the Ming family house on Orchid Street, Ming Shan urgently urged Song Fu, who was packing things. Mom, forget about these things. Hurry up, don't keep them waiting. You're not still attached to Ming Jinghua, are you? He only cares about that woman called you. What's there for you to miss? Song Fu looked at her daughter, helplessly. He's still your father. Lin Shan sneered, her expression growing more resigned. He grabbed Song Fu's hand, stating directly that that family had power and influence. Don't you want your daughter to live well? At this moment, she again exposed the wounds on her body that she had inflicted on herself, lying that this was the consequence of disobedience. If they didn't cooperate, death would be the outcome. Song Fu was frightened, and her hesitant expression became determined. Ming Shan, seeing his mother come around, felt secretly pleased. He took out the necklace from his bag and carefully examined it. With this thing, he could soar to great heights, change his identity completely. Just as he was reveling in his future success, the door clicked open. Ming Jinghua came in, loudly calling out, "Ah Fu, I forgot something." But when he saw Ming Shan there, he was stunned. Shan, weren't you supposed to be back at school? Why are you here? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the necklace in Ming Shan's hand. His face changed drastically. I told you not to touch anything in the drawer. Why did you take the necklace? What are you planning to do? Ming Shan was terrified at this point, but still clutched the necklace tightly. Just as he hesitated to explain, the necklace was snatched away by Ming Jinghua. This is the only thing that can prove Keek's identity. How could you take it away? Seeing this, Ming Shan immediately tried to grab it back. Ming Jinghua held the necklace high, asking Ming Shan what he was trying to do. The necklace isn't yours. It's mine. I'm the child you rescued back then. Ming Shan lunged forward, grabbing Ming Jinghua's arm. He then shouted to Song Fu, "Mom, why aren't you helping me? Are you trying to drive me to death?" Ming Jinghua now understood the situation. He was shaking with anger. "You've read my diary. You want to go to the Long family? Have you lost your minds? Do you know how complicated that family is? You're seeking death." Song Fu's eyes were pleading. "That's their daughter. Help her. Give her the necklace. Let her have a better life." Ming Shan's face darkened. He repeated, "Just give me the necklace." Ming Jinghua interrupted him. "Or what? You'll kill me? Even if you go, I'll expose you." At this point, Ming Shan was completely enraged. No one could stand in the way of his path to wealth and glory. He pulled out a knife from his bag and pointed it at Ming Jinghua. "Give me the necklace now. Don't expect anyone to save you. This floor is almost empty. Why won't you let me have a better life?" The father and daughter continued to argue. Ming Shan, holding the knife, gradually backed Ming Jinghua towards the staircase. Being physically stronger, Ming Jinghua managed to grab Ming Shan's wrist. The knife slipped from her hand instantly. At this moment, Song Fu suddenly ran over and grabbed Ming Jinghua, telling him not to hurt Ming Shan. She had no choice. "What do you mean no choice? It's just greed for vanity. It's all because you've indulged her." But before he could finish, Ming Shan suddenly headbutted him in the chest. The strong impact sent Ming Jinghua crashing through the stair railing. He fell straight down. A scream was heard from below, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Then all noise ceased. Have you ever seen such a vicious daughter? For the sake of wealth and glory, she pushed her own father down the stairs. Instead of trying to save him, she ran away. Song Fu, after a few seconds of shock, cried out Ming Jinghua's name. But Ming Shan immediately covered her mouth. "Everyone's asleep now. If you keep shouting, you'll wake them up." Ming Shan coldly glanced at the stairs, then urged Song Fu to leave quickly. "If we don't go now, we won't be able to leave when the police arrive." Then she dragged Song Fu away. They got into a waiting car. The scream and the fall had alerted the neighbors. Seeing the bloodied man downstairs, they immediately called for an ambulance. Hearing the commotion outside, the man in the driver's seat couldn't help but turn back to look at the two women who had just gotten in. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" Ming Shan gripped Song Fu's hand tightly and said urgently, "Can you find a way to destroy all the surveillance footage from this building tonight? We had a bit of a situation." At the hospital, Ming Ku was sleeping hazily. Suddenly, an urgent phone ring sounded. Ming Ku answered the phone. His expression changed instantly. After asking the doctor to take good care of his father, he quickly got up. The call ended. Ming Ku put on his clothes, grabbed his phone and money, and hurriedly left. Bei Minji grabbed him, asking directly what had happened. Ming Ku stated blankly, "Dad fell from upstairs. He's in emergency care at the hospital now." Bei Ming comforted him, saying that with advanced medical care nowadays, everything would be fine. He quickly put on his clothes, took out his car keys, and prepared to accompany Ming-Ke to the hospital. Bei Minji was also trembling inside. He knew something would happen tonight, but he didn't expect this. In the car, Ming-Ke repeatedly tried to call Song-Fu, but the call never connected. Turning to look at the man in the driver's seat beside him, Ming-Ke felt an inexplicable warmth. At this moment, he was the only person he could rely on. The engine started, and the car shot into the night like an arrow. The anxious Bei Minji and Ming-Ke didn't notice Yu Fanfan's eyes filled with jealousy on the second floor of the hospital. At the hospital, Ming Jinghua was still in emergency surgery. Seeing Ming-Ke's extreme anxiety, Bei Minji held him in his arms, feeling heartbroken. He wasn't good at comforting words, but he silently prayed that nothing would happen to Ming Jinghua. Otherwise, Kiki. 3 hours later, the surgery doors opened. The doctor regretfully informed them that the patient was out of immediate danger, but due to the fall from a height, his brain and spine were severely damaged. There was a possibility he might become a vegetative patient. Upon hearing this, Ming-Ke felt the world spinning. His vision went black, and he collapsed. His adoptive father was pushed down the stairs by his adoptive mother and biological daughter, becoming a vegetative patient. In his distress, Ming-Ke also fainted. Bei Minji looked at Ming-Ke's pale face on the hospital bed, feeling guilty. Yesterday, his face looked so unwell, yet he hadn't noticed Ming-Ke's fever and had even helped others trouble him. At this moment, Ming-Ke opened his eyes, seeming momentarily confused. Then he suddenly sat up, asking how his father was. Bei Minji gently patted his blanket, comforting him. His head was injured. For him to wake up, we can only pray for a miracle. Ming-Ke's tears fell like broken strings of pearls. Why did everything change in just one night? Then he thought of his adoptive mother Song-Fu and Ming-Shan. Upon learning they hadn't come to the hospital, Ming-Ke couldn't sit still any longer. He hurriedly went to Lanhua Street with Bei Minji, but the scene at home chilled him to the bone. The front door was wide open. His father's room was in complete disarray, and all the drawers of the desk were open. Ming-Ke rushed forward, turning the drawers inside out. All the documents that could help him find his biological parents' family were gone. Ming-Ke covered his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. Someone had taken his secrets. Was it Song-Fu or Ming-Shan? Ming-Ke looked at Bei Minji. I want to go to the property management office to check last night's surveillance footage. 3 hours later, a dazed Ming-Ke returned to the apartment. Bei Minji took out his pajamas for him. Can you shower by yourself? If not, I can help you. Ming-Ke waved his hand. He could do it himself. Taking the pajamas, he walked towards the bathroom with heavy, slow steps. Lying in the bathtub, Ming-Ke didn't know how to describe his current feelings. In one night, his family had fallen apart. Coincidentally, the community surveillance system had completely broken down just last night. Even if they filed a case with the police, without surveillance footage, it would be impossible to recover the stolen items. At this moment, Bei Minji anxiously called his subordinate, Tony. What's going on? Who told you to act on your own and hurt someone? Who pushed the person down the stairs? Tony on the other end of the line also sounded uneasy. He directly stated that it was those two women who pushed him down. They only said there was a situation and told them to destroy the surveillance footage. If they had known Miss Ming-Ke's father was in trouble, they would have rescued him immediately. Now the person has been taken to Dongfang International. The DNA test for Old Master Long has also been arranged. What should we do next? Bei Minji paused for a moment, then directly ordered to do nothing. Guotian's Fugue Mingshan would certainly play their parts well, desperately climbing up. Have someone keep an eye on the hospital. As soon as Ming Jinghua wakes up, notify me immediately. We absolutely can't let him see Ming-Ke first when he wakes up. He hung up the phone. Bei Mingye bekame in Krias Ingli agitated. At this moment, a slight movement of the curtain caught his attention. His deep eyes narrowed slightly. Bei Minji shouted in a deep voice, "Who's there? Come out!" With his adoptive father in a vegetative state and his adoptive mother and sister missing, Ming-Ke transformed into a desperate worker, striving hard. But fate was cruel, and a powerful love rival came to cause trouble again. The movement behind the curtain caught Bei Minji's attention. Who's there? At this moment, Yu Fifan slowly emerged from behind the curtain. He lowered his head, speaking softly. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your call. I just knew you were back and wanted to see you. Bei Minji's eyes were cold. What did you hear? Knowing Bei Minji wasn't easily fooled, Yu Fifan directly admitted, I heard you instructing someone to keep an eye on the hospital. not to let Ming Jinghua wake up and see Ming Ke first. Bei Minji stared at him silently for a long time, until Yu Fifan could barely withstand his gaze. He suddenly said coldly, "It's best you forget everything you heard tonight. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Hearing this, Yu Fifan let out a heavy sigh of relief. His honesty showed that Bei Minji at least trusted him. Or perhaps, due to his sister's influence, Bei Minji ultimately showed him more leniency. Turning around, Yu Fifan's thin lips curved up, the smile in his eyes as cold as frost. Ming yin, min kiskiviko, hehe. Things were even more interesting than he had imagined. The next day, after resting for a night, Ming Ke felt much better. With his grandmother in the hospital and his father also down, Ming Ke felt unprecedented pressure. He knew deeply that only by studying hard and working diligently could he earn more money to change the current situation. So Ming Ke's inner fire burned fiercely, and his enthusiastic work earned the director's praise. Yu Fifan, on the other hand, was barely satisfactory. The director was very dissatisfied with his condition. After making excuses about feeling unwell, he took out his frustration on Ming Ke. "You seem very happy. Looks like your father lying in the hospital doesn't affect you at all." These words were like a knife to the heart, and Ming Ke stopped smiling immediately. Ming Ke gave a cold laugh and retorted, "I've always heard that Miss Yu is a talented actress. But today, I see it's nothing special." Yu Fifan trembled with anger, his features twisting. "Ming Ke, just you wait and see." It seemed Yu Fifan was about to cause trouble again. Time always flies when working. Yu Fifan, for some unknown reason today, directly made everyone work overtime until late at night. Ming Ke, busy all day, was tired and aching. He thought about quickly delivering the documents to Su Wenhua so he could go back and rest with Xiangxiang. Just as he entered the office, he was stopped by Yu Fifan's assistant. He said Miss Yu had been called away by Xiangxiang, saying they had something to discuss. Now both of them had disappeared at the back of the filming location. Ming Ke found it hard to believe. Xiangxiang and Yu Fifan seemed to have nothing in common. The assistant, Manny, continued talking incessantly, her tone unfriendly. "What are you planning to do to Miss Yu? She's been receiving threatening calls lately. You'd better not add fuel to the fire. If something happens, you won't be able to explain yourselves." Ming Ke was exasperated by her warning tone, but he was also worried something might happen. He tried to call Xiangxiang, but there was no answer. So she went directly to the filming location to investigate. But unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at the location, she witnessed a shocking scene. Yu Fifan had actually been kidnapped. Should she save him or not? Ming Ke made a split-second decision and immediately sent a message to Bei Minji. There was no signal on her phone now, so she couldn't make a call. She just hoped that once there was a signal, the message would be sent immediately. Just as she finished composing and sending it, she looked up to see two men surrounding her. Lin Ke was startled. The two men were discussing kidnapping her too, to get double the ransom. Lin Ke had a quick idea and directly said she had already called the police, and it would be best to release the person quickly. Pretend nothing happened. The two kidnappers looked at her and chuckled. Suddenly, they attacked her. Moments later, only a ringing phone was left at the scene. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiang was with Long Chuyang. They were waiting for Lin Ke. Seeing that he hadn't arrived, Long Chuyang asked Xiaoxiang to call and hurry him up. The call was made, but it rang on the ground. The two were startled. They picked up the phone and looked. Only then did they realize Ming Ke had been kidnapped. Xiangxiang's face suddenly changed. Looking at the unsent message on the phone and the calls that couldn't go through, her mind was in chaos. Yu Fifan had been taken away. Kuka's phone was left here. The text message couldn't be sent. But her own phone had full signal. Only Ming Ke's phone had no signal at all. What was going on? She urgently dialed Bei Minji's number and informed him of the situation. In a dilapidated warehouse by the sea, Yu Fifan and Ming Ke were tied up. Several men were chattering, discussing that the female celebrity should be kept for ransom. But could they play with this pretty little thing? Such vulgar words made Ming Ke shudder with disgust. But in this situation, she had to protect herself first. She timidly said, "Don't touch me. Aren't you after money? My sugar daddy, he's very rich." The men clicked their tongues. So young and already have a sugar daddy? Ming Ke argued confidently. What's wrong with that? This is already my 8th sugar daddy. I lost my phone, but I can tell you his number. You can ask him for money. The kidnappers were half believing, half doubting. They looked at Ming Ke with disdain, thinking it would be best to exchange her for money. They were fooled for now, and Ming Ke also let out a heavy sigh of relief. glancing at Yufifan, who was glaring at her fiercely. Minka spoke up to comfort her, saying Bei Minji would surely find a way to rescue them once he received the call. Yufifan's face was full of contempt, her tone unfriendly. Get lost. Mind your own business. Minka was speechless. This young lady was still throwing tantrums at a time like this. Time ticked by slowly, and the sky gradually brightened. Just as the two were about to doze off, the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. They both woke up instantly. At this moment, the kidnappers came and took Yufifan away. After Yufifan left, the kidnappers' faces turned lecherous. Damn woman, actually trying to trick us with Bei Minji's number. Who doesn't know that female celebrity is Bei Minji's woman? Minka struggled desperately. I didn't lie to you. I really am his woman. The kidnapper sneered. You think Bei Minji would be willing to pay 1 billion to ransom you like you would for her? 1 billion. Minka's heart trembled. At this moment, the kidnappers seemed to have lost patience and directly pushed her down. Lewd voices rang out. So what if you're his woman? Let's taste you first, then see if he wants to pay to get you back. Tears fell uncontrollably. Minka was filled with despair. Who would come to save her? The girl and her love rival were kidnapped at the same time. The man paid 1 billion to save his love rival. He even got seriously injured to save his love rival. Should such a man be kept around? Pushed down and about to be violated by the kidnappers, Minka was filled with despair. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The door was kicked open. The kidnapper on top of Minka hadn't even reacted yet. He was kicked away with one swift move. Minka curled up and looked up at the man standing in front of her. Tears she could no longer hold back fell from the corners of her eyes. After untying the ropes, Minka suddenly threw herself into Bei Minji's arms. He hugged her tightly. Thankfully, he had come. At this moment, Yang came over and reported seriously, Miss Yu has been taken away by them. Lin Ku instantly felt Bei Minji's body tense up. He forcefully pulled away Ning Ku's arms that were tightly hugging him. Pushing Lin Ku away, he instructed Yang to look after her before hurriedly leaving. Watching his disappearing figure, Lin Ku, who had been immersed in the joy of being rescued, suddenly understood. Those people were right. He didn't come to save her. Yu Fifan was still the woman who made him rush over immediately, willing to pay 1 billion to ransom her back. Minka knew she shouldn't think this way. Saving people was the right thing to do. But now she just felt cold all over. She couldn't help but feel jealous. Yang walked over, looking at Minka's pale little face. It's good that Minka was unharmed, otherwise the master would go crazy. He spoke, his voice softer than usual. Miss Yu is still in their hands. The master has gone to save her. Let's go out first. At this moment, a sudden gunshot rang out from outside. The two exchanged a glance. They quickly ran outside. Standing by the sea, looking towards the water, they saw Bei Minji shot and falling into the sea. Ningke frantically shouted Bei Minji's name, but Bei Minji's body kept sinking. Blood dyed the sea surface red. Bei Minji slowly closed his eyes, letting the seawater engulf him. Ningke cried out. She sat up abruptly in bed. Xiang, who was guarding by the bedside, was startled. Kuku, you are finally awake. When Long Yang and I arrived at the seaside, we saw you fainted there. Minka didn't respond to her. At this moment, she was distraught. She threw off the covers about to get out of bed. Bei Minji was shot and fell into the sea. I need to save him. Xiang hurriedly hugged her. Bei Minji is back. He's been rescued. Don't worry, I'll take you to him. He's still in the operating room. Xiang put a coat on Mingku, looking at her anxious, pale face with heartache. Although she felt it wasn't worth it for this girl, Kuka cared so much about Bei Minji. But Bei Minji was willing to risk his life for Yu Fifan. This man really wasn't worth it. At this moment, it was quite lively at the operating room door. A group of people anxiously stared at the tightly closed door. Except for our high-level green tea, Miss Yu. She leaned on Bei Ming's shoulder, her voice raised, crying heartbrokenly. It's all my fault. I really didn't expect him to be shot. He still came alone to save me. He was bleeding all the time, but still carried me for such a long way. It's all because I was useless and sprained my ankle at that time. Bei Ming frowned, feeling a bit irritated. The woman in his arms was crying. Nothing had happened yet, but she was already crying. Who was she cursing? And at a time like this, why say these things? It seemed like she was deliberately saying it for someone to hear. At this moment, the light in the emergency room went out. The doctor came out. The high-level green tea continued to show her power. afraid her sprained ankle would be exposed. She directly injured her foot. Her self-harm tactic was played expertly. As the old saying goes, if your heart isn't ruthless, your position won't be stable. Bae Minji was seriously injured while saving Yu Fifin. He entered the operating room. Yu Fifin cried and wailed, performing a show at the operating room door. The operating room door opened. Everyone hurriedly came forward to inquire. After learning that Bae Minji's bullet had been removed and his condition was stable, they all sighed in relief. Yu Fifin turned back to glance at Ming-ku in the corner, curling her lips into a smile. Little one, you're no match for me. Ming-ku was indeed hit hard. The big jerk, everything he did was for his love rival. Her worry was truly laughable and unnecessary. She shook her head, sighed, and then let Xiao Xiang help her back to the ward to enjoy being cared for by the beauty. What's the point of being so emotional? Bae Minji was pushed towards the special care ward. A group of people followed noisily. Mu Zijin caught a glimpse of Ming-ku's retreating figure and paused. In the end, he didn't say anything. He followed the main group to Bae Minji's ward. When Bae Minji regained consciousness, the room was crowded with people. The anesthesia hadn't completely worn off. His head was a bit groggy. He weakly called out, "Girl." Yu Fifin hurriedly came forward and held his hand. "I'm here. Thank heavens. You're finally awake." Bae Minji quickly pulled his hand out from under the covers. His voice softened. "Where's Ming-ku?" At this point, he had fully regained consciousness. Yang stepped forward to explain that Ming-ku had fainted and was taken to the hospital. She was now in a ward. Bae Minji's breathing became slightly irregular. He struggled to sit up in bed. Yu Fifin instantly reacted. She directly pushed Bae Minji back down on the bed, reminding him that he was still on in 4 and shouldn't move around. Bae Minji told her to let go. At this time, Bae Ming Daidai also came to help. Seeing this, Mo Zijin calmly spoke. "Cuckoo is fine. She woke up when you were in surgery. She stayed at the operating room door until you came out safely before leaving. The doctor said she had mild pneumonia caused by a previous cold. She'll be discharged in a couple of days." Bae Ming Daidai's gaze swept over Mo Zijin. His eyes filled with uncontrollable resentment. "I heard a man carried her into the hospital this morning. Boss, don't worry. Someone is eager to take care of her." Mo Zijin ignored him and said to Bae Minji, "Since you're awake, I'll go check on her." Then he turned and left. Bae Minji called out, "Iyang." Iyang understood and directly asked everyone else to leave. Yu Fifin still wanted to insist on staying. "Bai Ming." Daidai impatiently said, "Sister Fifin, don't worry. The nurses are professionals at taking care of people. They won't let the patient's condition worsen." Hearing his suggestive words, Yu Fifin was startled. It seemed Daidai had a big issue with her faking a sprained ankle and causing Bae Minji to get hurt. She couldn't let this only ally in the Bae Ming family become estranged from her. It looked like she needed to think of something. On the way to the parking garage, Yu Fifin took a sharp breath. She bent down, rubbing her pretend injured ankle, and said with feigned strength, "Daidai, I just remembered I haven't gotten my medicine. I'll go up quickly. Can you drive the car to the stairway entrance and wait for me?" Confusion flashed in Bae Ming Daidai's eyes. If her foot was injured, why not take the elevator? Why go up the stairs instead? At this moment, Yu Fifin walked to the stairs, looked around to make sure no one was there, took off her shoes, and flexibly rotated her ankle. She had to quickly win back Bae Ming Daidai's heart. Gritting her teeth and steeling herself, she violently slammed her supposedly sprained foot against the steps. The man generously offered 10,000 yuan a day to send the girl to the island for training. That's how capricious the rich can be. Daidai, who had been waiting at the stairway entrance for a long time, saw that Yu Fifin still hadn't appeared, so he started to climb the stairs to look for her. When he saw Yu Fifin sitting on the ground in a disheveled state, rubbing her ankle, Bae Ming Daidai was startled. He hurriedly ran to Yu Fifin's side. Seeing the swollen ankle and hearing Yu Fifin's careful explanation, Bae Ming Daidai felt very guilty and sympathetic. So she really did sprain her ankle. He had even suspected her of pretending and deliberately ignoring him. As expected of an award-winning actress, Yu Fifin's superb acting skills directly conquered Bae Ming Daidai. Bae Ming Daidai felt increasingly guilty, convinced that Yu Fifin was the kindest and most wonderful person in the world, forever his most beloved and favorite sister, successfully manipulating people's hearts. Yu Fifin smiled with pleasure. What a naive little girl indeed. On the other side, in Cuckoo's ward, Xiao Xiang went out to buy food for them. Only Mu Zijin and Ming-ku were left. Mo Zijin told Ming-ku that Bae Minji had woken up and asked if she wanted to go see him. Minka shook her head. There were so many people taking care of him, they didn't need her. Mozi Jin didn't insist further, comforting Mingku. Bei Minji, although he can't get out of bed, has a good physical condition. He'll recover quickly. Linka lowered her head. Why are you telling me this? Mozi Jin leaned closer, teasing with a smile. Aren't you thinking about him? It's written all over your face. Linka was speechless. Just as she was about to say something, there was a sudden knock on the ward door. Seeing the visitor, Mingku was surprised. Captain Bai Ming. The captain was straightforward, directly saying he came to see if she had recovered, and if so, to go to the island for training. Mingku was stunned, thunderstruck. Was he a devil, wanting a patient to train? Secretly pouting, Mingku immediately refused to go. She was almost too poor to eat, had to work part-time on weekends, and her hospital fees were still covered by Long Yang Jun plus her grandmother and father's medical expenses. Days cleaner than her face. Lian Cheng stared at her intently, then suddenly said calmly, 10,000 yuan a day. Mingku's eyes lit up. She agreed without hesitation. Muzi Jin, watching from the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked Mingku if she needed money, if her family was in difficulty. Mingku nodded. Her father had an accident and was in the ICU. The teacher had advanced the medical fees, and she needed to find a way to repay them. Lian Cheng, sitting familiarly on the edge of the bed, smiled mischievously. It's good that you need money. If you need money, you'll be obedient. Why don't you become my fashion model in the future? I'll pay you. Mingku instinctively became alert, covering her chest with both hands. You're not going to make me wear those revealing clothes again, are you? After hearing this, displeasure flashed in Muzi Jin's eyes, and his face darkened. You wore revealing clothes and let him take photos? He turned to look at Bei Ming. Lian Cheng's eyes held a warning. She is Bei Minji's woman. Lian Cheng met his gaze and smiled faintly. She's not your woman. Why are you so nervous? The two men stared at each other, sparks flying, sizzling with black smoke. In the strange atmosphere, Mingku directly held up a sign to drive them away. The two unyielding children pushed and shoved, neither giving way, and squeezed out of the ward door. Mingku woke up from the nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. She turned her head and saw Bei Minji standing innocently at her bedside, startling her so much she almost jumped out of bed. Sir, why are you here? Then her face filled with worry. He had just had surgery not long ago. How could he move around freely? She hurriedly got up to support Bei Minji. Sit down quickly. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? But no matter how Mingku tried to move him, Bei Minji stood motionless in place. He just stared at her blankly. Mingku couldn't understand what he was up to. Then she saw Bei Minji, looking embarrassed, say softly, I need to use the bathroom. Can you help me? Immediately, his steps began to sway. Linka quickly supported him. Let's go. I'll help you there. Seeing his condition, it seemed he had been holding it for a long time. The anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, and he had rushed to her ward. Linka was trying hard not to laugh out loud, usually acting like a domineering CEO, but now he was about to wet himself. Then she imagined the scene of the great CEO, Bei Ming, wetting his pants. The image was too beautiful. She almost couldn't bear to look. A moment later, Mingku walked out of the bathroom, wiping her hands. Bei Minji, a bit embarrassed, sat on the bed. I heard that when I was in surgery, you stayed outside the whole time. You only left after I came out. Mingku nodded, a bit puzzled. Why was he asking about such a small matter? Bei Minji's lips curved into a mischievous smile. He flopped down on Mingku's bed. I'm tired. I want to rest. Come and keep me company. At this moment, Mingku's face looked very unpleasant. Is it because you fiefin isn't here, so he has time to tease me? She then sighed and sat on the edge of the bed. Why am I arguing with a patient? Bei Minji reached out and held Mingku's hand, placing it on his chest. He was mumbling something softly, but when Mingku leaned closer to hear what he was saying, she found that Bei Minji had already fallen asleep, even letting out a light snore. Just then, Mu Zijin and Yi Yang came to the ward, telling Mingku that they had arranged for her and Bei Minji to share a room. But Mingku was about to be discharged, so she refused this suggestion. Yi Yang, however, looked embarrassed. Miss Kaku, please don't make it difficult for me. If the boss wakes up and doesn't see you, he'll twist my head off. To save Yi Yang's head, Mingku reluctantly nodded and agreed. But she requested to remove her own room and move to the boss's side. Mu Zijin was a bit curious. What's the difference between the two rooms? Ming-Ku smiled bitterly. My hospital fees are still being covered by a friend. I need to save as much as I can. Mu Zijin fell into deep thought. Such a young girl, yet bearing so much responsibility. But now, he wasn't even qualified to say, "Don't worry, I'm here." Arriving at Bei Minji's ward, Ming-Ku was stunned by the sight before her. He had actually placed a huge double bed in the hospital room. Ming-Ku was completely defeated by this man's extravagance. Bei Minji also showed his domineering side, telling Ming-Ku that he had already settled her hospital fees. His woman didn't need other men's money. At this time, a young nurse came in to change Bei Minji's dressing, but Bei Minji insisted on having Ming-Ku change his dressing. Ming-Ku, after all, wasn't a professional nurse and felt it would be better to let the nurse do it. Bei Minji arrogantly said, "After having you, I haven't let any other woman see my body. Also, Yu Fifan's sister died for me. I promised her sister I would take care of him for life. I can't break my word. Do you understand?" Lin Ku remained silent, picking up the disinfectant to change Bei Minji's dressing. But when Bei Minji took off his shirt, the shocking wound was still bleeding. Looking at the scars on his body, Lin Ku felt both heartache and a twinge of bitterness. Yu Fifan's sister. How much weight did she hold in his heart that he would risk his life to save Yu Fifan? After treating the wound, Ning could let him rest well. Just then, Bei Minji suddenly grabbed her hand, wanting Ning Ku to sleep with him. Knowing how serious his injuries were, Ning Ku reluctantly agreed, carefully trying to lie on the edge of the bed. "I'll sleep far away, so I don't touch your wound." Unexpectedly, this domineering man stretched out his arm and directly pulled Min Ku into his embrace, not caring about his own injuries at all. Then, he suddenly bit Min Ku hard, startling her with wide eyes and disbelief. But Bei Minji, not only not holding back after kissing her once, instead smiled mischievously and made an even more outrageous request. Ming Ku, frightened, quickly retreated, cursing shameless. Bei Minji, however, grinned with his big white teeth and laughed. "Some teeth are even prettier than yours. How can that be shameless?" This made Min Ku laugh. What an old joke. Seeing that Min Ku was no longer resisting, the childish Bei Minji continued to tease. "Kuku, I want to eat you up." Min Ku pushed Bei Minji away. What madness had come over this man, wanting to do such things in a hospital room? And he had just had surgery. Bei Minji suddenly clutched his chest at this moment. As if Ming Ku's push had touched his wound, he began to groan in pain. Ming Ku, being naive, immediately became anxious. "What's wrong? Did I touch your wound? I'll go call the doctor." Unexpectedly, Bei Minji flipped over, pinning Ming Ku beneath him. "Let me have a bite, and I won't hurt anymore." Seeing Bei Minji's mischievous grin, Ming Ku realized he was faking it. "Liar, you big liar." As the two were being lovey-dovey in the hospital room, Yu Fifan and Bei Ming Daidai arrived at the hospital to bring food for Bei Minji. All the way, Yu Fifan was in an exceptionally good mood. As a high-end green tea, this was the perfect time to showcase his tea skills. Moreover, he had completely gained Bei Ming Daidai's trust, becoming his biggest support in the Bei Ming family. But just as he was about to knock on the hospital room door, he suddenly paused. A series of unseemly sounds were coming from inside the room. The two people outside froze on the spot, with looks of disbelief. This was in a hospital. How could they be doing such things in a hospital room? Yu Fifan's face darkened, his teeth nearly grinding in anger. This woman was truly relentless, knowing how much he valued him. Yet she still dared to do such shameless things in a place like this. Absolutely disgraceful. Yi is my man. I won't allow him to do such embarrassing things outside. Yu Fifan could no longer tolerate it in his heart. He angrily pushed open the door. But what was happening in the hospital room seemed quite different from what they had imagined. All four people inside and outside the room were stunned. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ming Ku was holding a syringe, looking bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Bei Minji, on the other hand, was glaring darkly at the two uninvited guests. Anger spread in his eyes, and a curse slipped out. Yang appeared from behind the two, grabbing them by their collars and lifting them out, one in each hand. "I'm sorry, sir. I just went to the bathroom." Before he could finish speaking, the door was slammed shut with a bang. Yu Fifan and Bei Ming Daidai also sighed in relief. So they were just giving an injection. What were we thinking just now? Ming Ku then opened the door with a tray, calling Yi Yang into the room. She herself walked out. Seeing Ming Ku come out of the room, Yu Fifan, with a hateful expression, secretly followed behind her. Bei Ming Daidai's Eis wütend. Fifan is so angry, he's forgotten about his pain. I should follow and make sure he doesn't get hurt. When Ming-Ku reached a deserted corner, a sudden shout of bitch rang out. Yu Fifan rushed forward after speaking, raising his arm to strike Ming-Ku, intending to teach her a lesson. Ming-Ku was shocked, not expecting this green tea bitch to be so vicious. But what Yu Fifan never expected was that Ming-Ku somehow had lightning-fast reflexes today. She dodged his slap with a quick move. Not only did she dodge, but she instantly raised her hand and slapped Yu Fifan back. Her small hand accurately and fiercely struck his face. In an instant, Yu Fifan stood there dumbfounded. On that beautiful, flawless face, a bright red handprint immediately appeared. He never imagined that the usually weak Ming-Ku would fight back. His face turned so dark, it seemed like ink would drip from it. You dare to hit me? No one has ever dared to hit me since I was little. At this moment, Bei Ming Dai came running over, fuming with anger. Seeing the situation turn bad, Ming-Ku knew she was no match for Bei Ming Dai. She immediately turned and ran away. A wise man knows when to retreat. Ming-Ku felt incredibly satisfied. As she ran, a smug smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect this move to work so well. The training on the island was quite useful after all. The three people engaged in an intense chase. I run, you chase. I can't fly even with wings. With nowhere to escape, Ming-Ku, panting heavily, ran to Bei Mingji's hospital room. Bei Mingji, who was discussing matters with Bei Ming Lianxing, was a bit puzzled. What's going on? Who bullied him? But the fragile Ming-Ku was not good at tattling. He stammered, looking like he wanted to speak, but hesitated. At this moment, Yu Fifan and Bei Ming Dai also chased to the doorway. Ming-Ku immediately hid behind Bei Mingji, tightly grasping his arm, with a worried and frightened look on his face. Bei Ming Dai entered and pointed at Ming-Ku, shouting loudly, "Boss, don't listen to this woman's instigation. She just hit Sister Fifan." Meanwhile, Yu Fifan stood aside with her head lowered, one hand caressing her swollen cheek. Bei Ming Dai persisted, "Boss, look for yourself. See what this vicious woman has done to Sister Fifan." Yu Fifan cooperatively lowered her arm. That pitiful appearance would make anyone's heart ache. Little did they know, Yu Fifan was using Bei Ming Dai as a pawn. Bei Mingji looked at Ming-Ku with surprise. "You hit Yu Fifan? Do you have anything to explain?" Ming-Ku let go of Bei Mingji's arm that she was holding. Stepping back, she said, "Yes, I hit her. I'll leave then. There's no need for this." The disappointment in her heart was impossible to hide. She thought Bei Mingji would protect Yu Fifan. Even if she wasn't wrong, he wouldn't help her. "Where are you going?" Bei Mingji's gaze turned serious. "You're completely disappointed in me. I won't apologize. She tried to hit me first. I know you'll protect her, but I'm not your toy. I won't let you bully me." After speaking, she resolutely turned to leave, wanting to quickly get away from this place. Bei Mingji was a bit confused at this point. What was this girl saying? I was just asking about the situation. She thought I would help Yu Fifan and them? At this moment, Bei Ming Dai blocked the doorway. "You think you can run after bullying Sister Fifan?" Before finishing his words, he started to attack Ming-Ku. Ming-Ku dodged the attack with a quick move. She was about to retaliate, aiming a slap at Bei Ming Dai, but missed. Bei Ming Dai wasn't Yu Fifan after all. He had practiced martial arts for years and quickly grabbed Ming-Ku's wrist. He was about to teach her a lesson to avenge Sister Fifan. At this critical moment, a large hand tightly gripped Bei Ming Dai's hand. Bei Ming Dai asked in disbelief, "Boss, are you really going to let this woman bully Sister Fifan?" Bei Mingji's face was very grim at this point. Who started it first? Seeing the boss angry, Bei Ming Dai immediately felt guilty. That's not important. What's important is that Sister Fifan was hit. It depends on the situation. Yu Fifan quickly stepped forward to explain, "It was me. I just didn't want to see you two together. Didn't we make up? Why do you still use her to anger me? I don't want this anymore. Since you like me, can't we be together properly in the future?" Bei Mingji's face was expressionless. "I like you? Which eye of yours saw that I like you?" He grabbed Ming-Ku's hand. "I saved you only because I promised your sister to take care of you for life. But I've said it before, you're not the woman I want. The person I want is Ming-Ku." After saying this, he directly embraced Ming-Ku. "Now do you understand?" Hearing these words, Yu Fifan was thunderstruck. Her face turned pale, without a trace of color. But she still didn't give up. "This isn't your true feelings. I don't believe it. Are you worried that the old man will harm me? So you're using Ming-Ku as a shield for me?" Yu Fifan grabbed Bei Minji's hand, frantically making excuses for him like a madwoman. She begged him humbly like a dog. I'm not afraid. As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything. But Bei Minji shook off her hand. I've made myself very clear. You better give up those thoughts. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you back to Dongfang International right now. No, I won't go back. Yu Fifan was truly scared. She stepped back resignedly. I was overthinking. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Bei Ming Dai, standing nearby, felt very sorry for her. Sister Fifan, let's go for a walk. We'll come back to accompany the boss after they finish talking. Saying this, he supported Yu Fifan and walked out of the room. He knew that staying here wouldn't change the boss's mind and would only make the boss more disgusted. Bei Minji looked at Ming Ku tenderly. Stop fussing. Didn't you say I was bullying you along with them? At this moment, Ming Ku looked embarrassed. She understood that Bei Minji was on her side. I misunderstood you earlier. I am sorry. Saying this, she covered her blushing face and ran out. You two talk. I won't disturb you. As soon as Ming Ke left the ward, Bei Ming Lianqing brought bad news to Bei Minji. The old man said he wants you to bring Ming Ke back next month. Upon hearing this, Bei Minji angrily grabbed the bedding. Bringing Ming Ke back now, the timing isn't right. After all these years, he still hasn't forgotten that incident. As Ming Ke left the ward, she encountered Long Chuyang. Long Chuyang was also curious. Why aren't you staying in the room? Has your health improved? Ming Ku expressed her gratitude to Long Chuyang. She owed him thanks for his help that day. Long Chuyang smiled knowingly. No need to be polite. Arriving at the ground floor of the hospital, Ming Ku was curious and asked Long Chuyang, Mr. Long, are you really going to accept Dongyu film? Long Chuyang looked at Ming Ku with a smile. Are you interested in joining our Dongyu? Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Ming Ku nervously rubbed her hands. Because of some misunderstandings before, I'm sorry. Just entered society, always afraid of encountering scammers. Actually, it's like this. Ming Ke looked at Long Chuyang anxiously. If Mr. Long has any screenwriting tasks, I can start preparing immediately. To be honest, I'm in desperate need of money recently. Upon receiving Long Chuyang's response, Ming Ke was instantly filled with enthusiasm and happily walked back to the ward. But just as she reached the door, she heard Yu Fifan's voice from inside. I've been cooking this for several hours this week. It must be better than the hospital food, right? Have a bowl. Ming Ke was full of vigilance towards Yu Fifan. This green tea bitch is such a good actress. You've only been gone for a few minutes, and you've cooked for several hours? I need to be more careful of her in the future. Bei Minji saw Ming Ke standing at the door. Girl, why are you standing there stupidly? Come here quickly. Ming Ke chose to take the initiative. Miss Yulemi, the master isn't used to others serving him. Yu Fifan was dying of jealousy inside. Her fingers tightly gripped the bowl, her face as cold as frost. This is the porridge I cooked. This woman actually wants to steal my credit, but as a high-end green tea. The next second, she handed the porridge to Ming Ke, her face still wearing a gentle smile. Then I'll trouble you. Bei Minji looked at the bowl and chopsticks that Yu Fifan had touched, his face full of rejection. He looked like he would rather starve to death than eat a single bite. Ming Ke also knew that Bei Minji was a germaphobe. She could only coax him. This porridge looks really good, and the bowl is clean. Why don't you just eat a little for now? Bei Minji reluctantly agreed, still looking unwilling. At this moment, Bei Ming Dai was about to explode with anger. You nasty woman, what do you mean? His anger instantly flared up. Sister Fifan is much cleaner than you. What right do you have to think she's dirty? Yu Fifan stepped forward to hold Bei Ming Dai back. She began to display her tea skills. As long as he can eat well, it's fine. Dai, it doesn't matter. Inwardly, she was trying every means to ruin Ming Ke's reputation. With a mischievous smile, she said to Ming Ke, that night, those two men said they wanted to find you for entertainment. They didn't do anything to you, did they? If they bullied you, you must speak up. Let ye avenge you. This seemingly casual concern was actually telling Bei Minji that she had been involved with two strange men. In an instant, both of them froze. Ming Ke's hand even trembled slightly. I thought he was so impressive. This is just acting, isn't it? I can do it too. Ming Ke suddenly became possessed by an actor's spirit and began her performance. She hugged herself in panic. Her body involuntarily started to tremble. No, sir. Tears kept rolling down her cheeks. They really didn't touch me. Really? Yu Fifan was instantly delighted. Seeing her strong reaction, could it be that those men really touched her? It seems you absolutely can't let those men off the hook. But to her surprise, Not only did Bei Minji not blame Ming-ku, but seeing Ming-ku wronged, Bei Minji just said one word, "Get out. You dare to sow discord right in front of me. You really have some nerve." Yu Fifan was a bit shocked. She didn't expect Bei Minji to trust Ming-ku so much. Just as she was about to open her mouth to explain, Bei Minji's next words shattered her last bit of illusion. "Go back and pack your things. I don't want to see you in the hospital again." His whole demeanor was extremely cold. Bei Ming Lianqing couldn't bear to watch anymore and stepped forward to add a final blow. Sometimes it's better to be a bit kinder as a person. His gaze towards Yu Fifan also carried a strong warning. Yu Fifan instantly lost all strength in her body, so scared that her legs went weak and she could barely stand. Bei Ming Dai hurriedly supported her, feeling very concerned. He originally wanted to plead for her. Bei Minji directly ordered Bei Ming Dai, "You go back to the island too. Don't come out again before the end of this month." After the two annoying women were driven away, Ming-ku also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Bei Minji suddenly wrapped his arm around Ming-ku's slender waist and pushed her down onto the bed. "I told you that you and I are on the same side. Don't doubt me again in the future." After saying this, he lowered his head and forcefully devoured Ming-ku's lips. Ming-ku didn't dare to move, but her body honestly became heated. She knew what Bei Minji wanted to do. Every time at moments like this, Bei Minji would always lose control. A few minutes later, Bei Minji finished and got up. "Get all your affairs in order. Come back to Dongfang International with me in the middle of next month." It only took 3 days for Bei Minji to be discharged from the hospital. Ming-ku also returned to her home on Manhwa Street. While cleaning the dust-covered room, her thoughts drifted into memories. There was still no news of her stepmother and sister. There were no immigration records. How her father fell from upstairs remained a mystery in Ming-ku's heart. After taking a hot shower, she felt much more relaxed, both physically and mentally. But lying in bed, she was still wondering where her stepmother and sister had gone. As she thought about it, she unconsciously fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, a dark shadow quietly approached Ming-ku's bedside. Looking at the sleeping Ming-ku, the shadow immediately struck with murderous intent. Both hands tightly gripped Ming-ku's neck. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you bitch. Once you're dead, everything will be mine." Ming-ku's eyes darkened and she couldn't breathe. Suddenly, Ming-ku woke up with her own scream. She looked around. It was just a dream. For some unknown reason, Ming-ku had been having these terrifying dreams lately. They scared her so much that she couldn't sleep well at night. Just then, with a pop sound, the room suddenly went pitch black. The scene from the dream appeared in Ming-ku's mind. The room was so dark, she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and something unknown was beating against the window. Ming-ku buried her head in the blanket, trembling with fear. What should she do? She was really scared. At this moment, the only person Ming-ku could think of was Bei Minji. She frantically dialed Bei Minji's number. "What's wrong, girl? Why are you crying?" Bei Minji anxiously asked about the situation after receiving Ming-ku's call in the middle of the night. When Ming-ku heard Bei Minji's magnetic voice, she was so excited that tears started flowing. "Sir, I miss you so much." Unexpectedly, this "I miss you" instantly broke Bei Minji's defenses. He ignored Bei Ming Dai's obstruction and drove his yacht straight to Ming-ku's house. "You're afraid of the dark, you silly girl. Why did you go back alone?" Bei Minji's tone was full of concern. "I just came back to clean up a bit. I just woke up from a nightmare, and then the power went out. I'm a bit scared, so you were the first person I thought of." "Where are you, sir?" "I'm on the island." Looking at the nearby coastline, Bei Minji wanted to give Ming-ku a surprise. A soudaine surprise. Hearing that Bei Minji was on the island, Ming-ku sat up anxiously. "You've only been out of the hospital for a few days. How can you go to the island?" At this moment, Bei Minji had already jumped off the yacht and reached the shore. "Why are you worried about me? If you knew I went to the island right after being discharged, would you be even more concerned?" Ming-ku let out a light hum, not refuting. "You don't take care of yourself. If you fall ill, don't expect me to take care of you again. You're actually throwing a little tantrum at me? How brave." Bei Minji sat in the car, chuckling lightly. He was already very close to Ming-ku's house. Ming-ku heard the sound of an engine on Bei Minji's end. "Is this sound what I think it is?" Unconsciously, an illusion of Bei Minji appeared before Ming-ku's eyes. She instinctively wanted to reach out and touch it. Am I really that important to him? Can I have such a luxurious hope? A voice interrupted Ming Ke's thoughts. Guess what I'm thinking? There's a prize if you guess correctly. At this time, Bei Minji was already downstairs at Ming Ke's house. Any reward is fine, even if you want me. Alright, if I guess correctly, I'll sell you. The great CEO, Bei Ming, must be worth a lot. Would you really do that, girl? Come and open the door. Open what door? It's the middle of the night. Why should I open the door? Suddenly, Ming Ke finally realized. By this time, Bei Minji had already walked to Ming Ke's doorstep. When Ming Ke opened the door and saw Bei Minji, the joy in her heart was truly indescribable. She happily threw herself into Bei Minji's arms. You came? You really came? Bei Minji also wrapped his arms tightly around her. My woman missed me. How could I not come? 10 minutes passed, and Ming Ke still wouldn't let go. Sir, I'm scared. Carry me inside. I don't want to be apart from you. Her blatant gaze pierced straight into Bei Minji's heart. This was exactly what he wanted. It was rare to see this little girl so passionate and completely devoted. Bei Minji bent down, picked her up, and walked into the room. Ming Ke cooperatively wrapped her arms around his neck. At this moment, Ming Ke suddenly remembered that Bei Minji was still injured. She struggled to get down, but as Bei Minji looked at the woman in his arms, his breathing instantly became chaotic and his throat went dry. He gently placed Ming Ke on the bed. Tonight, Ming Ke was wearing a pure cotton nightgown, looking clean and innocent. So proactive. Looks like you're ready. Hearing Bei Minji's blunt words, Ming Ke's face instantly turned red. That's not what I meant. I don't know why, but today I just really missed you. Now I just want to hold you tight. After saying this, she shyly shifted her body and rested her head on Bei Minji's chest. Even if they did nothing, as long as this man was by her side, she felt incredibly secure. But Bei Minji didn't think the same way. As long as this little woman was by his side, the desire in his heart would instantly ignite. He flipped over, pinning Ming Ke beneath him. He stroked her flushed little face and deeply kissed Ming Ke's red lips. Ming Ke's breathing became increasingly heavy until she finally surrendered. Tonight was destined to be an eventful night. The next day, while driving, Ming Ke secretly glanced at the man who had exhausted her all night. Recalling last night's passion, Ming Ke felt a lingering fear. Unexpectedly, by Mingya chuckled lightly. You like looking at me so much? When we get back to the estate tonight, I'll let you look all you want. Ming Ke wouldn't admit it. Who's looking at you? Suddenly, she became confused. Why are you taking me to the hospital? I visited Dad yesterday. He's still in the ICU. We can't see him now, even if we go. Bei Minji got out of the car, looking at Ming Ke. There's something I want to discuss with you. Dongfang International's Hadi City has the largest Hadi's hospital internationally. The doctors and equipment there are the best in the world. If you agree, I can arrange immediately to send your father and grandmother there. But Ming Ke hesitated. But Hadi's hospital is very expensive. I haven't finished speaking. By Mingya interrupted. I'll cover the expenses. You just need to agree to one small condition. Ming Ke was curious. What small condition? Bei Minji looked at the adorable Ming Ke and said softly, the small condition is, you be as proactive as you were last night in the future. Ming Ke shyly pushed Bei Minji away. You can't be serious for even a few minutes. I agree, okay? Her voice was as soft as a bee's buzz, afraid others might hear. After leaving the hospital, Bei Minji personally sent Ming Ke to the small island. Watching the small boat disappear in the distance, Ming Ke suddenly became worried. She seemed to be relying on him more and more. When they eventually parted, she didn't know if she would still have the ability to solve all her problems. Suddenly, a fist lightly tapped her on the head. Bei Ming Lianqing rode up on a motorcycle beside Ming Ke. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and follow. With that, he zoomed off without a trace. Ming Ke was left in a mess amidst the exhaust fumes. He doesn't mean for me to run after the bike, does he? This lunatic. When Ming Ke ran back to the training base, she was left with barely a breath. I really can't go on. Bei Ming Lianqing showed no mercy. He pointed to the back and said, too slow. Go run 2 more laps around the field before coming back. Ming Ke glanced at him, internally complaining. This bastard is simply inhuman. She let out a light snort and turned towards the field. Complaining to this guy was useless. It was better to just finish the task quickly. By the time she finished 2 laps and returned, a crowd had gathered at the training ground. Why is it so lively? Ming Ke curiously approached the crowd. On the blood-splattered ring, Bei Ming Lianqing and a big guy stood face to face. By the looks of it, they were about to fight. The female trainees below were cheering wildly. all of them for their Captain Lianqing. Only Mingke was quietly cheering on the side. Go gorilla! Beat this devil! She was afraid Bei Ming Lianqing might hear her. As if he had heard, Bei Ming Lianqing glanced in her direction. Feeling guilty, Mingke quickly retreated behind the crowd. Bei Ming Lianqing looked at the big guy. Treat me as your enemy. If you don't finish me off today, I'll finish you. Unexpectedly, the big guy immediately backed down. Captain, if I don't finish you off, please don't finish me off either. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Before he finished speaking, he launched a sneak attack. A whip kick fiercely aimed at Bei Ming Lianqing's face, showing no mercy. Bei Ming Lianqing dodged easily with a swift move while commenting, "Not bad power." He grabbed the big guy's ankle, lifted it up, and said, "But your kick speed is still too slow." After saying this, he violently threw the man outward. The big guy flew far and crashed off the platform. Immediately, the female trainees' cheers rose in waves. "Captain is so cool. Captain, I love you. Captain, I want to have your babies." At this moment, Bei Ming Lianqing beckoned with his finger. 0314, come up. As Captain Bei Ming's #1 fangirl, 0314 was so excited she didn't know what to do. But Mingke had a bad feeling. Bei Ming Lianqing was up to something. "Not good, I need to run." As she turned to flee, a voice stopped her, freezing her in place. "Mingke, you come up." She stood on the platform. Bei Ming Lianqing introduced her to everyone. "This is our new member, Mingke. Codename 0000. Mingke stood beside him with wide eyes, full of nervousness. "Lianqing, you old dog, you're setting me up." The crowd below became noisy. Codename 0000? Isn't she even more powerful than 0001 then? But she looks so weak. Bei Ming Lianqing's eyes flashed with something unknown. Suddenly, he gently brushed Mingke's messy bangs. "Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. I'm waiting for you tonight." The crowd below was dumbfounded. Captain Lianqing never got close to women. Why was he so good to this one? 0314's hatred instantly maxed out. She looked at Mingke with murderous intent, saying word by word, "Don't worry, I will spar with you very seriously." Mingke immediately bristled. "Bei Ming Lianqing, this bastard is deliberately setting me up." Mingke knew the female trainee like Bei Ming Lianqing. She hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. Captain Lianqing and I." Before she could finish, the female trainee shouted and charged at Mingke with clenched fists, determined to take down this love rival. Mingke was going crazy. "This bastard of a man is going to be the death of me." Seeing that the time was about right, Bei Ming Lianqing calmly walked towards the ring. Seeing the female trainee and Mingke still fighting on the platform, he thought, this girl has learned the moves well, but her stamina is too weak. The next second, Mingke was lifted up entirely. With a thud, she was slammed firmly onto the ground. A voice came from behind. "All right, that's enough. 0314. Go to your own training." The female trainee instantly turned into a fangirl, saying okay to Captain Lianqing. At this point, Mingke was exhausted to the point of collapse, with a look of utter despair. An hour later, Bei Ming Lianqing brought Mingke to a rock face. Mingke was confused. "Why did you bring me here?" But she had a bad feeling. This dog of a man was definitely up to no good. Bei Ming Lianqing smiled mischievously. "You're so smart, haven't you already guessed?" Mingke immediately started protesting, saying she couldn't climb at all and didn't want to die here. Unexpectedly, Lianqing's one sentence made her heart race. She didn't want to give up the 10,000 yuan a day. "Come on, let's go familiarize ourselves with the terrain first." Mingke gripped a rock tightly and threw it hard. She wanted to smash him, but for 10,000 yuan, she had to endure. After lunch, everyone came to the cliff. Mingke was rolling up her sleeves. In her mind, Bei Ming Lianqing's threatening messages kept appearing. "Be careful here. If there's an accident and the rope breaks, you'll die horribly. If you're even more unlucky and your body hits sharp rocks, the consequences are unthinkable." Mingke got angrier the more she thought. Bei Ming Lianqing was such a psycho. He was deliberately scaring her. "Wah, I'm really scared." Suddenly, with a click, Bei Ming Lianqing had fastened her safety harness. As he did this, his long arms encircled Mingke's waist. Mingke was naturally held in his arms. This gesture seemed too intimate, startling Mingke. Ke. Just as she was about to resist, Bei Ming Lianqing's voice came from above her head. Do you know what condition I agreed to with the boss for training you? Bei Ming Lianqing smiled mischievously. If you don't behave, I can do whatever I want with you. Ming Ke immediately became angry with embarrassment. She turned abruptly and pushed him away. You pervert in your dreams. Seeing her reaction, Bei Ming Lianqing wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled. He casually tossed Ming Ke a pair of gloves. Now start climbing. Watching other team members climb up the cliff step by step, Ming Ke was really scared. She stood at the bottom, not daring to move forward for a long time. At this moment, Bei Ming Lianqing's voice came from behind. I'll give you 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, I'll chase you. If I catch up, I'll strip these pants off you. Ming Ke snorted coldly and finally walked towards the cliff. 2 minutes passed quickly. Bei Ming Lianqing watched her dawdling figure. This speed is slower than a snail. He was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. This girl is doing it on purpose. Is that so? Then he strode towards Ming Ke, climbing so slowly. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? You climb for me quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, with a smack, his hand landed on Ming Ke's little bottom. You pervert! Don't touch me! Ming Ke's scream echoed across the entire cliff. It startled the nearby team members, causing them to fall. Seeing others fall from the cliff, Ming Ke became very nervous. In a moment of panic, she lost her grip and fell too, screaming in fear. Bei Ming Lianqing caught her with an exasperated look. You've only climbed 1 meter. How dare you imitate others falling off the cliff? Don't be lazy, keep climbing. He then pushed her forcefully. Ming Ke's soft chest hit a protruding rock directly. The pain made her cover her chest and wail. Can't you be gentler? Another smack landed on her bottom. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Ming Ke was gritting her teeth in anger, constantly cursing this bastard in her heart. Perverted sex maniac. Finally, Ming Ke climbed to the top of the cliff, panting. Her whole body was exhausted and shaking. Finally made it. I thought I was going to die halfway. Bei Ming Lianqing looked down at the woman on the ground with disdain. He didn't know what to say. A cliff that should take at most half an hour to climb. She actually took over 3 hours. Get up quickly. Everyone is left. Do you want to spend the night here alone? Ming Ke sat on the ground. Why rush? Aren't we leaving now? Bei Ming Lianqing didn't wait for her and started walking down the mountain. Ming Ke had to shakily stand up and follow. Suddenly, with a thud, Ming Ke lost her balance and fell to the ground. Bei Ming Lianqing turned back. What's wrong now? Ming Ke sat on the ground in pain. Her whole body was injured. I really can't walk anymore. Bei Ming Lianqing asked indifferently. Where are you hurt? Don't act weak in front of me. I'm not the boss. This trick won't work on me. Before he could finish, he saw Ming Ke slowly roll up her pant leg. Her leg was covered in bruises and injuries. Bei Ming Lianqing realized she wasn't pretending to be weak. He hadn't expected such simple training to injure her like this. He immediately came forward, anxiously asking about Ming Ke's injuries. Are you hurt anywhere else? Ming Ke, full of anger, replied, Yes, but it's not convenient to show you. Why didn't you tell me you were hurt? Bei Ming Lianqing Zomavat blamed Ming Ke. She retorted angrily. I told you countless times I was in pain. How was I supposed to know if you thought I was just being coy? How would I know if you were just acting cute? Ming Ke exploded instantly. Acting cute? My foot. My chest was hit by the rock you pushed me into. My butt was hit by you. Don't you have any idea how injured I am? Bei Ming Lianqing coughed awkwardly. He hadn't expected this woman to be so delicate, getting injured like this just from rock climbing. So he turned around and squatted in front of Ming Ke. Come on, I'll carry you down the mountain. Ming Ke was still thinking about the impropriety between men and women, but she really couldn't walk anymore, so she had to let him carry her down the mountain. However, when her soft chest pressed against his back, another wave of excruciating pain shot through her chest. The pain made her whimper a few times. Captain Lianqing, please go slower. It hurts. The warm breath lingered by the man's ear, and feeling the soft pressure on his back, Bei Ming Lianqing broke out in a sweat. His blood instantly began to boil. A nameless fire of desire suddenly surged from his lower abdomen upwards. He angrily shouted, Shut up! Is it because I haven't touched a woman for too long? She just whimpered a couple of times, and I actually... At this moment, Bei Ming Lianqing just wanted to quickly carry her down the mountain. So he walked faster and faster, wanting to complete the task as soon as possible. Arriving at the grassland at the bottom of the cliff where the motorcycles were parked. We're here, get down. Bei Ming Lianqing immediately put Ming Ke down from his back. Wait for me. Ming Ke's legs were weak. A day of training had consumed all her energy. Before she could stand steady, the pain in her legs caused her to quickly fall down. Bei Ming Lianqing turned back to see her falling. He pursed his lips. "Why are you so troublesome?" He reached out his large hand. In one swift motion, he grabbed Ming Ke's wrist. He pulled her directly into his arms. Their bodies suddenly pressed tightly together. Ming Ke suddenly realized that something was poking her from below. She was terrified and shocked. "You pervert!" she exclaimed, forcefully pushing Bei Ming Lianqing away. Bei Ming Lianqing hadn't expected this situation either. He was stunned for a moment, his face instantly becoming awkward. He fiercely intimidated Ming Ke. "You were squirming on my back. It's a natural reaction for me to get aroused. What are you yelling about? Keep yelling and see if I don't really do something to you." Ming Ke immediately trembled in fear, her face turning pale. In her panic, she picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground. She threw it forcefully at Bei Ming Lianqing. With a thud, the rock fell to the ground. Bei Ming Lianqing hadn't expected Ming Ke to attack him. He stood there without dodging. Instantly, crimson blood quickly slid down from his temple. "Hey, are you trying to kill me?" Ming Ke hadn't expected the casually thrown rock to cause such significant harm to Bei Ming Lianqing. She was at a loss. "I just wanted to stop him from getting closer. I thought he would dodge it." For a moment, neither of them spoke. Bei Ming Lianqing just stared into her eyes. Suddenly he understood. The woman in front of him really thought he was a pervert. He felt a bit helpless, but didn't want to argue with her. He strode forward, seeing Ming Ke still guarding against him vigilantly. He directly passed by her and stopped in front of the motorcycle. "Relax, I'm not interested in you. Any woman pressing her chest against me like that would get a reaction." Ming Ke was stunned for a moment. "Who pressed their chest against you?" She recalled the situation earlier. The physical contact wasn't something she could control. Bei Ming Lianqing had already mounted the motorcycle. "Are you coming or not? Stop being so fussy. I didn't do anything to target you. Are you going to police everyone's physiological reactions now?" Ming Ke let out a heavy sigh and obediently walked forward. Night fell. After a day of hellish training, Ming Ke was tortured and covered in injuries. After changing clothes, Ming Ke returned to her room exhausted. She turned and saw Bei Ming Yi sitting shirtless on the bed, waiting for her. "Sir, when did you come back?" "Just got back." "Come tell me, what did you train today? What did you learn?" As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Ming Ke's hand. Ming Ke fell silent. She thought to herself, "What did I learn? Does hitting people count? The kind that leaves you bleeding?" Seeing Ming Ke not speaking, Bei Ming Yi pulled her into his arms. "What? You don't recognize me after not seeing me for a day?" Instantly, a sharp pain shot from Ming Ke's buttocks to her brain. "Don't move. It hurts, hurts, hurts." Seeing Ming Ke's pained expression, Bei Ming Yi realized something was wrong with her body. His brows furrowed even more. "You're injured? Where are you hurt? Take off your clothes and let me see." Ming Ke removed her clothes. Bei Ming Yi looked closely and saw large patches of blue and purple bruises on her snow-white skin. His gaze immediately turned fierce. There were also red handprints on her little bottom. Bei Ming Yi was furious. Which bastard did this? He gritted his teeth, looking as if he wanted to tear that person to pieces. This was a golden opportunity to complain. Ming Ke immediately turned her head and said pitifully, "It was your brother, Bei Ming Lianqing, that bastard. He forced me to climb mountains. He thought I was too slow and hit me. Even you wouldn't hit me like that." Her pitiful expression was endearing. Upon hearing it was Bei Ming Lianqing, the anger in Bei Ming Ye's eyes instantly disappeared, as if he had changed his attitude. "That's his way of training you. I have no right to interfere. Just climb faster in the future. He won't deliberately make things difficult for you. I have no right to question it. Just climb faster in the future. He won't deliberately make things difficult for you." Ming Ke could hardly believe her ears. His woman was beaten, and he wasn't even angry. Bei Ming Yi could see that Ming Ke was a bit upset, but there was nothing he could do. Ming Ke's body was really too weak. "Lianqing and I have an agreement. As long as he agrees to train you personally, I can't interfere." Bei Ming Yi applied medicine while patiently explaining to her, "Lianqing isn't what you think. You'll understand later." Ming Ke felt utterly desperate because she knew that no matter how much Bei Ming Lianqing mistreated her in the future, Bei Ming Yi wouldn't intervene. "You trust him that much?" Bei Ming Yi comforted her. "What are you afraid of? He hates women. He won't actually touch you." Ming Ke remained silent, thinking to herself, "Really hates women? But he clearly got aroused by me today. Forget it. Even if I tell him about this, he'll just think I was deliberately seducing him." After applying the medicine, Bei Ming Yi took Ming Ke to attend the island's bonfire party. While thinking about what to eat, Ming Ke suddenly saw a familiar figure. Dong Li, why is he here too? Ming-ke quickly waved to greet Dong Li, feeling very happy. Hearing the call, Dong Li was startled. He showed no excitement at seeing a familiar face. He turned and ran away, as if he had done something wrong. Ming-ke was puzzled. Why was Dong Li running away the more she called? Had he seen a ghost? She quickly chased after him, calling out loudly to stop Dong Li. Dong Li forced a smile. Miss Keke, what a coincidence. Do you need something from me? Ming-ke indeed had something to ask him. Well, I want to ask for your help. My father had an accident recently. The property management said the surveillance system malfunctioned that day, and all the footage was lost. I don't believe such a coincidence can happen. I want to ask you to introduce me to a friend who has connections in the police department to pressure the community into handing over the surveillance footage. Dong Li instantly became nervous, cold sweat running down his face. Because on the day Ming-ke's father had the accident, he was present. At that time, he was deceived by those two ruthless women and couldn't save the person in time. But he couldn't tell Ming-ke the truth. Miss Keke, aren't you overthinking it? Would the property management deliberately conceal the truth? Just then, Bei Mingyi walked over. Dong Li quickly said, Sir, I just happened to run into Miss Keke. She wants me to introduce someone who has connections in the police department. Bei Mingyi turned to ask Ming-ke, is something wrong? Ming-ke originally didn't want to bother him, but seeing him ask, she had to explain. I suspect my father's injury was intentional. The surveillance malfunction is too coincidental. I want to find someone to help me reinvestigate this matter. Hearing about this, Bei Mingyi frowned. Your father's fall has already been determined as an accident. Why go to unnecessary trouble? The surveillance malfunctioned that day, and the elevator was under maintenance. He accidentally fell down the stairs late at night. But Ming-ke didn't believe this result. My father isn't a child. How could he fall so easily? Dong Li sensed the situation was off and quickly said, Well, Miss Keke, introducing someone still needs the sir's approval. You two talk it over. I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and left. Ming-ke was full of questions. Why was Dong Li acting so strangely tonight? Bei Mingyi deliberately started picking a fight, not wanting to continue discussing this matter. You're asking Dong Li for help, not me. How do you plan to repay him? He doesn't lack money. What else do you have to offer him? Ming-ke retorted defiantly, Don't worry. During the agreement period, I absolutely won't use my body for anything. Bei Mingyi glanced at her. You think your body is worth that much? You're dreaming. After saying that, he snorted lightly. They both turned and walked away. Ming-ke was furious inside, thinking, this dog of a man, can he speak properly? Meanwhile, Dong Li, who had already run away, was wiping cold sweat in a corner. Luckily, the sir intervened and got me out of that. What a mess! Ming-ke walked alone into the woods. Suddenly, she saw a Jiao staring intently in one direction. She turned to look. It turned out she was looking at Bei Ming Lianqing. Immediately, as if discovering a new world, she patted a Jiao from behind and said with surprise, A Jiao, so you like Captain Lianqing? A Jiao immediately became flustered. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't like the captain. Don't say such things. The captain will be displeased. Ming-ke was confused. Why was she reacting this way? Given her personality, even if she didn't like him, she shouldn't be so serious about explaining herself. Why are you so nervous? Is there really something between you two? A Jiao hurriedly grasped Ming-ke's hand tightly. Keke, you've really misunderstood. Please don't say such things in front of others. Captain Lianqing doesn't like women. If he knows someone likes him, he'll definitely avoid them. She shook her head again. There's nothing between us. We're just superior and subordinate. That's all. Don't ruin things for me. It'll make my future days here uncomfortable. Ming-ke suddenly understood. Oh, you're afraid Bei Ming Lianqing will dislike you. Don't worry, I won't say anything. I was just joking with you. She then lowered her head, thinking about her own situation. Bei Mingyi arrived at this moment. He downed a bottle of alcohol in one go. Judging by his melancholic expression, he seemed to have something troubling him. Ming-ke didn't say much, just quietly sat beside him. Bei Mingyi's thin lips, moistened with alcohol, looked particularly alluring. Ming-ke was a bit mesmerized and couldn't help but swallow. What are you thinking about, Keke? Ming-ke didn't know how to answer. She just nodded while staring at him, as if entranced. Bei Mingyi zudende smedet. In one swift move, he embraced her and kissed her lips in front of everyone. The onlookers were puzzled. This morning, Captain Lianqing was flirting with her, and now she's with the sir. The relationship between these three is so complicated. After the kiss ended, Ming-ke quickly turned away, embarrassed. This guy, why did he suddenly do this in front of so many people tonight? Just then, the thoughtless A Jiao ran over and interrupted the two. Sir, "Can I borrow your person?" She pulled Ming-ku to join the bamboo pole dance. But Ming-ku didn't know how to dance at all. As expected, she was defeated within minutes. Accepting the loss, they were each punished with 3 cans of beer. But Ming-ku's tolerance was just 1 cup. These 3 cans would surely make her drunk as a skunk. Ming-ku's eyes instinctively glanced towards Bei Mingyi, as if seeking help. Bei Mingyi looked at Ming-ku, thinking, this girl really can't drink but still goes to play games. He then walked over to her side, domineeringly, and snatched the beer bottle from her hand. He started drinking boldly on his own. This cool way of saving the situation made Ming-ku's heart race. Bei Mingyi effortlessly finished all 3 bottles of beer. At this moment, Bei Mingyi suddenly smiled mischievously and casually pulled Ming-ku into his arms. Was that series of suave actions good to watch? It was truly incredibly handsome. By now, Ming-ku was completely mesmerized. Without thinking, she blurted out, "It was good." Bei Mingyi suddenly turned around, picked Ming-ku up, completely ignoring the onlookers behind them. In front of everyone, he carried her into the small wooden cabin. What he intended to do, everyone present tacitly understood. After Ming-ku fell asleep, Bei Mingyi lovingly cut his sitar cheek. He then got up from the bed. He quickly changed into a combat uniform and hurriedly walked outside. Before leaving, he turned back and gazed at Ming-ku with a satisfied look. Outside the cabin, Bei Ming Lianqing was waiting for him. It seemed something urgent had happened. From their conversation, it was learned that a group of fully armed mercenaries had secretly landed on the island. In fact, all of this was a trap set by Bei Mingyi and Bei Ming Lianqing. Using tonight's bonfire party, they deliberately lowered the villain's guard, luring them onto the island. At this time, the intruders were full of unease, feeling that something wasn't quite right. They had successfully hacked into the system, yet couldn't extract the core data. The blonde guy had to call the young master to report the current situation on the island. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a voice from the other end of the phone, Bei Ming Lianqing. Hearing this on the island, the blonde guy suddenly froze. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. His whole body went cold. At this moment, he had only one thought: run quickly. Just as they were preparing to retreat, Bei Mingyi rushed out of the jungle like a ghost. He led his team to intercept the blonde guy and his group, but they weren't pushovers either. One of them engaged in a fight with Bei Mingyi, covering for his teammates to retreat first. Bei Mingyi quickly dealt with this person. Looking at the fleeing blonde guy and his group, he shouted, "I leave this to you," and chased after the blonde guy's group. Then the two sides engaged in an intense firefight. After a fierce battle, the blonde guy's eyes widened. Bei Mingyi had suddenly disappeared. Bei Mingyi's voice came from somewhere around. "Tell me who's behind you, and I'll let you go." But the blonde guy, as a mercenary who lived on the edge, didn't believe Bei Mingyi's words at all. Suddenly, a howl echoed, and 2 points of blue light shone in the dark forest. The blonde guy was startled. He had heard there were many undeveloped areas here. Could there really be fierce beasts? At this moment, a vicious wolf with a mouth full of sharp teeth leaped out from the forest. It bit towards the blonde guy's shoulder. Bei Mingyi stood coldly to the side, watching the blonde guy being torn apart by the wolf pack. Do you want to be torn to pieces and eaten by them, or will you tell me who's behind you? Meanwhile, Ming-ku was awakened by a nightmare again. Seeing Bei Mingyi's absence by the bed, she felt an indescribable emotion. Ming-ku suddenly felt very lonely. That man who came and went as he pleased, without considering her feelings at all, couldn't give her even a bit of security. Ming-ku felt a little pained. It seemed she had fallen in love with a man she shouldn't love. But after experiencing so much, it was too difficult not to like him. Lost in thought, she unconsciously walked to the beach. Without Bei Mingyi by her side, she didn't want to stay alone in the room. Besides, it would be dawn soon. She decided to go to the cliff top to watch the sunrise. Little did she know, a figure was already watching her from the shadows. When she was almost at the cliff top, suddenly a dark figure jumped in front of her. The person held a gun and looked at her with a ferocious expression. Clearly not a good person. Ming-ku immediately sensed danger, knowing her current situation was very perilous. The person pointed the gun at Ming-ku's head and ordered her not to move. "You're a member of the special forces on this island." Ming-ku stepped back in fear. "No, I'm just here to play on the island." Bei Mingyi had already dealt with the blonde guy by this time, ordering his team to take him away for interrogation. But an urgent voice came through the earpiece. "Sir, Miss Cuckoo is not here. Someone saw her going to the beach alone earlier." Bei Mingyi was immediately alarmed. He immediately dispatched people to search for her at the beach. This was no joking matter. At this time, the gunman also heard the commotion of people searching around. He immediately realized that the woman before him was not just a tourist on the island. He grabbed Ming-Ke fiercely and said, "Tell the truth. If you dare to lie, I'll kill you immediately." Ming-Ke was terrified. "Don't shoot. They'll know you're here if they hear the sound." For the sake of her life, Ming-Ke could only pretend to be calm. "Actually, I was brought here to serve the men on this island. Capturing me is useless. I know where the exit is. I'll take you there. Please don't kill me, okay?" The gunman felt insulted and was about to shoot this little bitch who was talking nonsense. At this moment, Bei Mingyi had already arrived with his team, looking murderous. Seeing Bei Mingyi, Ming-Ke recklessly rushed towards him, shouting, "Bei Mingyi, be careful. He has a gun." The gunman immediately shouted, "Shut up!" Then he raised the gun handle and struck Ming-Ke's head. Blood immediately gushed from Ming-Ke's head. In an instant, her forehead, face, and clothes were covered in blood. Bei Mingyi was extremely anxious, but due to the gun in the opponent's hand, he didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing Ming-Ke's small face growing paler under the moonlight, Bei Mingyi's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a sharp blade. That indescribable pain was something he had never experienced in all his years of life. He extended his arm and said calmly, "I'll exchange with her. Take me hostage instead. I guarantee you can leave this island." The gunman wasn't stupid. Is this woman so important to him? Could there be some kind of trap? Moreover, Bei Mingyi was so skilled. Even if he took him hostage, he might not be a match for him. So he pointed the gun at Bei Mingyi and said, "Exchanging hostages is fine, but I'm afraid you might trick me. If you want to exchange, let me shoot you in the leg first." At this moment, to save Ming-Ke, Bei Mingyi actually stood there motionless. Even if he would become disabled, he would unhesitatingly shield her from harm. Although Ming-Ke was very scared at this time, she was even more touched. She never thought Bei Mingyi would care about her so much. Just as the gunman was about to pull the trigger, Ming-Ke suddenly slammed backward. Accompanied by a gunshot, she embraced the gunman and jumped off the cliff. With a splash, Ming-Ke had fallen into the sea. Her consciousness was fading, and breathing became increasingly difficult. At this moment, her mind was filled only with Bei Mingyi. She wondered if the gunshot had hit him. Accompanied by the roar of a helicopter, Ming-Ke was rushed to the best nearby hospital. When Bei Mingyi rescued Ming-Ke, she had no breath. Fear completely overwhelmed him in an instant. Now he stood in front of the emergency room. Just thinking about the previous situation made him feel like the sky was falling. He kept shouting in his heart, "Cuckoo, our agreement isn't over yet. Without my permission, you can't die." Bei Ming-Chung sat quietly there, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Dong Li looked at the two brothers with a heavy heart. He could only silently pray for Miss Cuckoo. "You must come out safely." He also hoped Miss Cuckoo would be unharmed. At this moment, the emergency room door suddenly opened. Bei Mingyi staggered hurriedly towards it, almost falling. Dong Li, quick-eyed and swift-handed, hurried to support him. Having followed Bei Mingyi for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a vulnerable side of him, actually worrying to this extent for one person. Bei Mingyi was about to speak, but Dong Li quickly stepped forward to inquire about Ming-Ke's condition from the doctor. Bei Ming-Ching also hurriedly stood up. "Doctor, how is she?" "Don't worry, we've saved her. But we need to wait for the patient to wake up for further observation." Learning that Ming-Ke was no longer in life-threatening danger, Bei Mingyi impatiently tried to rush into the emergency room. Bei Ming-Chung grabbed him. "If you don't want her to wake up, go ahead and cause chaos in there. Scare the nurses inside, and they won't treat your woman's wounds." The doctor was also startled by Bei Mingyi's actions and quickly closed the door. Moments later, Ming-Ke was moved to a special care ward. Bei Mingyi stayed by this woman's side without leaving a step. She had risked her life for him. Seeing his state, Bei Ming-Ching couldn't help but tease. "Getting so anxious over a woman, you're really regressing." Unexpectedly, Bei Mingyi stubbornly denied, "You're mistaken. I'm not anxious at all. She's just a woman." He was unwilling to admit his concern for Ming-Ke, even more unwilling to acknowledge that he had fallen in love with this woman. Time passed minute by minute, and Ming-Ke remained in a coma. Bei Mingyi had been keeping vigil by her bedside for a full day and night. By now, his anxious emotions could no longer be suppressed. When the doctor came for rounds, he irritably asked why she hadn't woken up after a whole day and night. Seeing the doctor's silence, Bei Mingyi instantly lost control. He grabbed the doctor's collar and angrily said, "Let me tell you, if my woman doesn't wake up, I'll blow up this hospital." Dong Li and Ming Chung quickly pulled Bei Mingyi back, stopping his frantic behavior. Just then, Ming Ke let out a low moan. Dong Li excitedly said, "Sir, Miss Kaka is awake. She's awake." At the same time, he secretly sighed in relief. Thank heavens. If Miss Kaka hadn't woken up, the sir would have really gone mad. Seeing Ming Ku about to regain consciousness, Bei Ming Ye's suspended heart finally settled. He asked Dong Li and Ming Chung to leave first. He stayed alone by Ming Ke's bedside. A pair of large hands tightly gripped Ming Ke's hand. He wanted Ming Ke to wake up and see him first. In her sleep, Ming Ke was still mumbling, "Ye save me. I don't want to die." Suddenly, her eyes flew open. Ming Ke awoke from her coma, shouting loudly, "Don't hurt her! Don't!" Bei Mingyi excitedly stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly. "Cuckoo, you're finally awake." At this moment, Ming Ke came to her senses. She was still alive. This was Bei Mingye's scent. It was wonderful that he had been by her side all along. This happiness of surviving made her laugh through tears. "I thought I was dead for sure." Bei Mingyi held her tightly. "It's okay now, everything's fine." The excitement in his heart was no less than hers. Suddenly, Ming Ke smelled the salty scent of seawater on his clothes. His combat uniform was obviously soaked, dirty, and messy. She finally couldn't help but say, "Sir, do you want to take a shower first?" Bei Ming Ye's face darkened. He thought to himself, "This little girl dares to complain about me being dirty. I didn't change clothes because of her." He turned and picked up Ming Ke. She quickly explained, "Sir, don't be angry. I really don't mind you being dirty. I'm just worried you'll be uncomfortable in wet clothes. I want you to feel better after a shower. Really, if you're uncomfortable, I'm uncomfortable too. I just want to take care of you." Bei Mingyi stood up proudly, tilted his head, and said something cheesy. Then he picked up the porridge he had prepared earlier and began to feed Ming Ke. "The food is a bit hot. Wait until it cools down." Watching him carefully place the spoon to her lips and gently blow on it to cool it, Ming Ke was surprised to see this gentle and attentive side of the usually domineering and fierce Bei Mingyi. Ming Ke was stunned. So this was what he was like when he was gentle. His serious and focused expression captivated Ming Ke. Bei Mingyi finally couldn't help but ask, "Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Ming Ke suddenly came to her senses, her face turning bright red as she quickly denied it. Bei Mingyi brought the spoon to her mouth, somewhat smugly saying, "I've always been good-looking. There's nothing to be embarrassed about admitting you like to look at me. Come on, open your mouth." Ming Ke obediently opened her mouth to eat the porridge. Before, she always took care of him. Now he was feeding her. Her feelings were complicated, and she couldn't hide her emotions of being moved. At this moment, Bei Mingyi looked at the woman before him, his heart fluttering. Was I too harsh on her in the past? Just feeding her porridge makes her this emotional. She's so touched by this simple act. He lowered his eyes, not daring to look into Ming Ke's clear, bright eyes anymore. He reminded himself silently, "No matter what, I just need to remember that I only like this woman's body. For this reason, I can't let anything happen to her. As for the rest, their feelings I shouldn't allow to grow." Ming Ke, who hadn't eaten for a day and night, felt full after just one bowl of porridge. Bei Mingyi immediately placed one hand on her stomach and gently rubbed it. His other hand played with her hair. He softly asked, "Does it still hurt? Why did you hug that gunman and jump down?" Ming Ke replied without hesitation, "I didn't want to die either, but I couldn't bear to see him hurt you." Hearing this answer, Bei Mingyi immediately held Ming Ke tightly in his arms. He said gently, "Don't do such foolish things again. I'm not so weak that I need my woman to save me." Nestled against Bei Mingye's chest, Ming Ke felt the man's tenderness. It was like a dream. That dreamlike warmth comforted her soul. Even if it happened again, she would unhesitatingly choose to save Bei Mingyi, even at the cost of her own life. Bei Mingyi lightly poked her forehead, saying, "Seeing how recklessly you like me, I'll treat you better from now on." Ming Ke thought angrily, "This arrogant guy. When did I ever say I liked him? He's never even said he likes me. It's not fair." Bei Mingyi chuckled, got out of bed, his face full of playfulness. He picked up a bowl of rice. "Do you still want to eat? I'll feed you." Actually, he hadn't eaten for a day and night either. Before Ming Ke woke up, he couldn't eat anything. At midnight, Ming Ke fell into a deep sleep. But But Bei Mingyi couldn't fall asleep, still thinking about last night's events. Looking at the woman in his arms, his eyes revealed infinite tenderness. He had thought this girl was afraid of him and only wanted to escape. He didn't expect that he was so important to her. In such a dangerous situation, it was definitely a genuine expression of feelings, without any other motives. Knowing that Ming Ke cared so much about him, Bei Mingyi felt inexplicably happy. The next morning, the two lay tightly embraced together. A voice interrupted their sweet dream. Ming Ke slowly opened her eyes. The scene shocked her. The narrow hospital room was crowded with people. Xiao Xiang sat by the bed, her tone full of complaint. If I hadn't found Yi Yang, we wouldn't have known about this big incident. Bei Mingyi said to Yi Yang with some displeasure. You talk too much. Yi Yang looked a bit embarrassed. Sir, I only told Xiao Xiang. I didn't notify the others. He then took out a prepared lunchbox. Miss Cuckoo, here's your breakfast. Xiao Xiang snatched the lunchbox. Cuckoo, I'll feed you. Suddenly, she felt a chill down her spine. It was as if a cold wind blew across the back of her head. Ming Ke immediately reached for the breakfast. I'm fine. I can do it myself. Mu Zijin said gleefully from the side. Forget it, forget it. The young girl doesn't know better. Don't mind her. Bei Mingyi then took the breakfast. Your face is so pale. You're obviously weak. How can you eat by yourself? I'll feed you. Xiao Xiang then realized she had just snatched the food from the great CEO, Bei Ming. No wonder she felt a murderous aura behind her, making her neck cold. So the great CEO, Bei Ming, gets jealous regardless of gender. Dong Fangchen sat nearby, smiling slightly. Little beauty, don't mind him. Come here, I'll tell you something funny. I heard last night a savage guy checked into my cousin's hospital. Because his woman was injured and unconscious, he went berserk. He threatened to blow up this place. So I rushed over to see the commotion. Ming Ke almost choked upon hearing this. She covered her mouth, giggling, and asked softly, You wouldn't happen to be that savage guy, would you? Bei Mingyi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. With a fierce expression, he said, Why so much nonsense? Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'll throw it away. Seeing Bei Mingyi's expression, Ming Ke finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'll eat. Don't be angry. Bei Mingyi glared at Ming Ke. You're still laughing? Ming Ke quickly covered her mouth. She turned to Xiao Xiang and asked, Has there been any news from the film crew recently? Xiao Xiang didn't hide anything. Yes, Yu Fifan has been rushing the filming lately. They want us to go this afternoon. Bei Mingyi took a napkin and wiped her mouth. I'll have someone ask for leave from the crew for you. Focus on recovering. Don't think too much. Then he turned back, looking at everyone with slight impatience. He started to dismiss the guests. You've seen her now. If you have nothing else, can you leave? Seeing that Bei Mingyi had dismissed them, everyone stood up to leave. Since you're fine, we'll be going now. Unexpectedly, Dong Fangchen didn't forget to flirt. Xiao Xiang, let's go together. Someone here finds you a nuisance. Ming Ke was extremely nervous seeing Dong Fangchen's actions. She hurriedly wanted to help Xiao Xiang refuse. She didn't dare let Dong Fangchen, this playboy, be alone with Xiang Xiang. At this moment, Mu Zijin's older brother Mu Zichuan also arrived at the hospital room. I heard you were hospitalized, so I came to see you. Ming Ke was very happy. Thank you, Brother Zichuan. I'm fine now. Xiao Xiang's face indeed looked unusually bad. Ming Ke wondered what misunderstanding was there between Xiang Xiang and Brother Zichuan that they still hadn't reconciled. Then Ming Ke's eyes lit up. Brother Zichuan, can I ask you a favor? If you're free, could you help send Xiang Xiang back to school? However, what Ming Ke didn't know was that the two had already crossed the line. Dong Fangchen then put his hand on Mu Zichuan's shoulder, smiling. That's too much. I just said I'd take little Xiang Xiang back, and this girl immediately refused for her. Now she's actively handing her over to you. Mu Zichuan frowned, pretending not to care. You're very close to her. If you like her so much, you can take her back. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Xiao Xiang's lips. No need. I can go back by myself. Although that time at the bar, Mu Zichuan was drugged, and they had a one-night stand, which made Mu Zichuan mistakenly think that she had arranged the drugging. Xiao Xiang now didn't want to have any entanglement with this man. She suddenly stood up with some disappointment and sadness. Cuckoo, I have something to do, so I'll go first. Take good care of yourself. After saying this, she left without paying any attention to Dong Fangchen and Mu Zichuan. Xiao Xiang arrived at the platform, preparing to squeeze onto a bus back to school. But her small frame couldn't compete with the crowd. She was pushed off after 2 or 3 attempts. Xiao Xiang stomped her feet in anger on the side. Damn it, I couldn't get on again. Little did she know that a pair of eyes was watching her from not far away. Mu Zichuan wondered, isn't she the third young lady of the Xiao family? No matter what, the Xiao family wouldn't let a young lady squeeze on a public buses, right? At this time, another bus was about to arrive. Xiao Xiang thought to herself, this time I must rush faster. As the bus arrived, Xiao Xiang immediately grabbed her shoulder bag and bent down, rushing towards the bus with all her might. At this moment, a large hand reached out behind her. It grabbed her bag. Xiao Xiang shouted, "Who is it? Let go of me!" She initially thought it was a robbery, but when she turned around, it was actually Mu Zichuan. Xiao Xiang was confused. Why is it you? Unexpectedly, Mu Zichuan directly picked her up horizontally, completely disregarding the stares of people around. Xiao Xiang in the car was still a bit dazed. Doesn't this man hate me? He's here to send me off because of Kuku's request, right? I just wanted to keep my distance. This person actually did that to get me on the bus. Although her father's company was in trouble and Mr. Xiao hoped she could ask Mu Zichuan for help, she didn't want to sell herself for the family's interests. Even if she once liked Mu Zichuan, she didn't want to be seen through by this man. At this moment, Mu Zichuan's low voice suddenly sounded. Dong Fangchen called you little Xiang Xiang. You seem very close. Could it be that since I'm unwilling to cooperate, you've turned to the Dongfang group? Hearing these insulting words, Xiao Xiang was furious. So in his heart, she was just a woman who could sell her body for benefits. So she angrily said, yes, I am very close to him. Extremely close. Mu Zichuan was very displeased. So you're saying your relationship with him is closer than with me? Xiao Xiang retorted. When were we ever close? If you really want to compare, Brother Dongfang is much more considerate than you. On second thought, why should she be arguing with him here? They had no relationship anymore. Just as she was about to open her mouth to explain, unexpectedly, when Mu Zichuan heard those words, his veins instantly bulged. The car speed directly shot up to 300 kilometers per hour. He drove the sports car straight to the foot of his private apartment building. Mu Zichuan dragged Xiao Xiang to the 18th floor. The moment the door of room 1801 opened, he casually tossed her inside. Xiao Xiang angrily turned around and scolded. What are you trying to do? Mu Zichuan, you have no right to bring me here. Let me go back to school. Mu Zichuan gently locked the door. Don't you want to find a backer for your Xiao family? The Mu group is no less than the Dongfang group. It's better to be with me than with Dongfang Chun. As he spoke, he slowly removed his clothes. As long as you stay obediently by my side in the future, I'll help you solve the Xiao family's problems. But if I see you going to other men, I'll make sure you know what regret means. Seeing Mu Zichuan's actions, Xiao Xiang thought to herself that this was not good. She feared she couldn't leave today. She knew what was about to happen. After staying in the hospital for a few days, Ming Ku preferred to be alone in the room and was very bored. Sir, I'm fine now. Let me be discharged. I don't want to stay here anymore. Bei Minji, while handling documents on the side, said, the hospital has everything. If you're bored, just go downstairs for a walk. Good food and accommodation, yet you're complaining. Mingke loudly complained in dissatisfaction. You can work here, so of course you're not in a hurry. If you were like me, not allowed to work, let's see how long you could endure. After saying this, she turned her head away, ignoring Bei Minji. Bei Mingye Zundi picket up Mingkai. Mingke was shocked. What are you doing? Unexpectedly, Bei Minji chuckled softly and said calmly, didn't you say I shouldn't work? I'll listen to you. While carrying Ming Ku out, he instructed Yang to send the documents back to Bei Mingxuan. Before the girl is discharged, if he rushes work over to disturb me, all of this year's bonuses will be deducted. Yang immediately called Bei Mingxuan. Sir, he wants you to take back everything sent over today. Miss Cuckoo is unhappy, so all of this year's bonuses will be mine. Ming Ku indeed couldn't believe it. He really stopped working. She never thought Bei Minji would stop working just to not make her unhappy. It was unbelievable, but she was just saying it casually earlier. Seeing Bei Minji take it seriously, she quickly tried to persuade him. Why don't you go back to work? I was just venting. Don't let me affect state affairs. Bei Minji didn't mind, saying, I said I won't work, and I'll do as I say. Soon, the two arrived at a terrace in a corner of the hospital. Mingke saw a girl eating ice cream, making her mouth water. Bei Minji, however, said she couldn't eat that while still hospitalized. Mingke immediately started acting coy with him. I don't have a cold. It's okay to eat a little. I want some. Seeing her pitiful look, Bei Minji exclaimed he couldn't resist. He immediately compromised and got up to buy her ice cream. After Bei Minji left, a voice caught Ming Ku's attention. It was Long Chuyang who had arrived. arrived. Mingke curiously asked, Mr. Long, why are you here? I didn't get a chance to thank you properly for last time. Let me formally thank you now. Long Chuyang said it was no big deal. I heard you and Xiao Xiang haven't reported to the crew these past few days. I was worried something happened to you. I called Xiao Xiang and found out you were hospitalized, so I came to check on you. Upon learning that Xiao Xiang also hadn't gone to the crew, Mingke became worried. Xiao Xiang hasn't been to the crew either? Did he say why? In her heart, she thought, Xiang Xiang isn't someone who would skip the crew for no reason. Could something have happened? Long Chuyang said. He didn't give a reason, but from his voice, it didn't sound like anything was wrong. Long Chuyang finished speaking and handed his phone to Mingke. If you're worried, give him a call. I have his number in my phone. Mingke took Long Chuyang's phone and dialed. Xiao Xiang's voice came from the other end. Hearing him say he just accidentally fell and sprained his ankle, Mingke's worried heart finally calmed down. They chatted casually for a while before hanging up. Just as Mingke was returning the phone to Long Chuyang and bending down to thank him, Long Chuyang suddenly said, What's that on your shoulder? How did it get so messy? After saying this, he quietly leaned closer to Mingke and reached out to touch her shoulder. Mingke didn't react in time. It's nothing. I'll handle it myself. She reflexively took a few steps back, almost falling over. Long Chuyang reached out to grab Mingke, whether intentionally or not. With a pull, he directly pulled her into his arms. A deep and angry voice suddenly sounded from behind. Let go of her. In the blink of Mingke's eye, that tall figure had already come in front of her. A large hand fell on Long Chuyang's wrist. With a forceful push, there was a loud thud. Long Chuyang was pushed to the ground. His left arm immediately dislocated. At this, Mingke was furious. Bei Minji, how could you do this? Why did you hurt him without asking what happened? She wanted to take Long Chuyang to see a doctor, but Bei Minji firmly gripped her wrist, preventing her from moving. Although his left arm was in severe pain, Long Chuyang didn't make a sound. He just calmly said, It's fine. It's just dislocated. This is a hospital. Finding an orthopedic doctor to said it will be enough. Mingke wanted to push Bei Minji away to accompany Long Chuyang, but Bei Minji's grip on her wrist tightened even more, not allowing her to go. Mingke was really getting angry. What are you doing? He's my friend. Bei Minji became more agitated. He touched you. He deserves to die. Mingke couldn't bear it anymore. She shouted at Bei Minji. It wasn't on purpose. How are you any different from a barbarian right now? You're the one who hurt him. I must go with him to see a doctor. Let go of me. Long Chuyang looked at the two, arguing incessantly, and smiled faintly. Kurku, it's kind. I can go find a doctor myself. You rest well. I'll come visit you another day. Then he turned and walked out of the pavilion, thinking to himself, this barbarian cares about Mingke more than I expected. Watching his retreating figure, Mingke thought about how last time Bei Minji went to save Yu Fifan, it was Long Chuyang who brought him to the hospital. She hadn't even repaid that kindness, and now he was hurt again because of her. Her heart was full of guilt. After Long Chuyang left, the coldness in Bei Minji's eyes disappeared. He didn't want to argue with this little woman anymore. He handed the ice cream in his hand to Mingke. Didn't you want ice cream? I bought it back for you. Mingke raised her hand and swatted away the ice cream, angrily scolding. Don't you feel any guilt for what you did wrong? Is it that from now on, no matter who it is, if anyone just slightly touches me, you'll randomly hit them? With a splat, the ice cream fell to the ground, just like Bei Minji's mood at that moment shattered. Bei Minji clenched his fists tightly. This was the first time in his life he had ever bought such a thing for a woman. But what he got in return was this Mingke, utterly disappointed in his vicious behavior of hurting people at will. She threw down the words, "You're simply unreasonable," and turned to leave. He pulled her into his arms, a chilling smile spreading across his lips. I am just this unreasonable. Is this your first day by my side? Then he revealed a meaningful smile. Bei Minji, with his anger having nowhere to vent, furiously drove his luxury car at high speed. He drifted around a corner, blocking the path of another car. The driver shouted angrily, "How are you driving?" Indeed, this was Long Chuyang's car. Long Chuyang, however, was very calm. Wait in the car. I'll go talk to him. Without even thinking, he already knew who it was. At this time, the only one who would be angry enough to drive directly and block him on the road could only be that violent maniac. Long Chuyong said sarcastically, "Mr. Bei, haven't you had enough at the hospital earlier?" Bei Minji smiled coldly. "Haven't you been causing enough trouble yourself?" As soon as the second young master Long finished speaking, an iron fist swung up, landing directly on Long Chuyong's face. Then came a kick. Before Long Chuyong could react, he was already pinned to the ground by Bei Minji. "You barbarian, don't go too far." "Oh, finally angry? Weren't you playing the pretty boy role brilliantly earlier? It seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough for you to repeatedly challenge my bottom line." Long Chuyong hurriedly begged and explained, "I didn't let those people onto your island. If you want to vent, find someone else, not me." Bei Minji's foot didn't stop. "I know. You're not capable of planning something so intricate." Long Chuyong met Bei Minji's gaze, shocked. "If you know I didn't do that, you can't be doing this just for a woman? Are you crazy? Bei Minje reiset an Eiebrol. You dare to touch my woman and have opinions? Seems like you're tired of living." Seeing Bei Minji so arrogant, Long Chuyong said through gritted teeth, "She is my friend. My interactions with her have nothing to do with you." Bei Minji knew the second young master Long too well. His face darkened. "Then what about putting a time bomb on him before? Is that how you treat friends? Don't let me find out you have any other intentions towards him, or you know the consequences." Long Chuyong, enduring the pain, forced out a smile. I think you're afraid he'll fall for me. Last time I didn't know him. Now I want to befriend him. You can't stop him from making normal friends, can you?" Hearing this, Bei Minji violently kicked down again. "You can try," Long Chuyong roared. "I'll make him willingly stay away from you and prefer to be with me for life." Bei Minji nodded quickly. "You really think highly of yourself." With that, he turned and left. Long Chuyong, enduring the pain, sat back in the car. "Damn, it hurts." Bei Minji, just you wait. 10:01 p.m. Minka couldn't sleep in a hospital bed. She was scrolling through her phone, but thinking about the day's events. As she turned over, she realized Bei Minji was lying beside her. "When did you come?" Bei Minji gently removed her earphones. Sleeping with earphones is bad for your ears. Minka recalled her behavior earlier that day. "Was I too harsh then? He cares about me so much, yet I argued with him over other men. But if he's always like this, does it mean I can't even have male friends?" Bei Minja embraced Minkai. "It's been a day. Are you still angry with me?" Minku explained, "There's nothing improper between Mr. Long and me. Please don't misunderstand, sir." Bei Minja held Minkai tightly. "No misunderstanding. I know there's nothing unusual between you and him. I just didn't like seeing my woman being touchy-feely with someone else. It was a moment of impulse. Let's not talk about it anymore. Sleep now. You're being discharged tomorrow." Yet deep inside, he felt uneasy. If this girl ever found out that her father's death was indirectly caused by him, and all the things he had concealed from her, would she still stay by his side? The next day, Ming Ku was discharged. Bei Minji drove her directly to the girls' dormitory. As they got out of the car, he was still intimate with Ming Ku. Ming Ku froze on the spot. He's not hiding our relationship at all anymore. Watching Bei Minji see her off to the dormitory, she thought to herself, in others' eyes, I've probably been upgraded from a secret lover to his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Long Chuyong, back at home, picked up his phone, thinking about how to get revenge. He saw Ming Ku's incoming call on the screen. The more Long Chuyong thought about it, the angrier he became. "I not only want revenge, but I also want him to taste the feeling of losing his loved one." At the same time, Xianfeng informed, looking at Long Chuyong, who was staring at his phone without answering. "Next month is old Master Bei Ming's 60th birthday. Our Long family is also invited to attend. The eldest young master has already instructed not to provoke Bei Minji again. This is Dongling after all. Second young master, it's better not to act rashly." The eldest young master said he'll be here soon. Before he could finish, Long Chuyong slammed his phone on the table with a bang. "Swallowing our anger, is that the Long family style? Xianfeng, since you're so afraid of Bei Minji, don't get involved in this. I'll handle it myself." Xianfeng sighed helplessly. "Second young master, do you really have to do this?" Thinking that because he wasn't by his side this time, he suffered greatly at Bei Minji's hands, he immediately suggested, "How about this, second young master? You leave Dongling tonight and return to Eastern International. I'll help you get revenge. It's just a woman. I can easily handle it." Hearing this, Long Chuyong immediately interrupted. "Why are you dragging that little girl into this male competition? Don't touch her on your own. My target is Bei Minji. Don't act on your own and touch her." My target is Bei Minji. Xianfeng was confused. Didn't the second young master just say he wanted to make him lose his loved one? Long Chuyong looked disgusted. All you know is fighting and killing. What do you understand? Anyway, just don't touch that little girl. I will definitely get revenge for this kick from Bei Minji. At this moment, Mingke felt a chill, feeling a cold sensation on her back. She pushed open the door and entered the dormitory. Seeing Xiao Xiang, whom she hadn't seen for days, Mingke was surprised. Xiang, why do you look so unwell? Xiao Xiang was immediately alarmed. She had already applied light makeup. Could Mingke have noticed something? She quickly sat down, holding onto the chair. Maybe I've watched too many horror movies these past few days. I've been scared and can't sleep well. So, I'm not feeling very good. Mingke looked doubtful. Is that so? I thought you were feeling down because of Brothers Ichuan. Xiao Xiang's fingers trembled slightly as she gripped the mouse. Kukuo, please don't try to match us up anymore. Mu Zichuan and I have long since had no relationship. I won't in the future. She also knew that feelings can't be forced. It was the same for Xiao Xiang and Brothers Ichuan, just as it was for herself and Bei Minji. Suddenly remembering something important, she said, Xiang, I need to go back to Eastern International with Mr. Bei next month. Remember to take notes for me. I'll copy them when I return. With a clatter, the mouse slipped from Xiao Xiang's hand. She widened her eyes. On that day in Eastern International, Mu Zichuan seemed to have asked her to accompany him to Minka as well. Turning her head, she saw a confused look. What's wrong with Xiang today? She's acting strange. It's nothing. My hand just slipped. Xiao Xiang quickly leaned on the desk and clenched her fists. Why shouldn't I go? Dongling is a law-abiding society. I don't believe Mu Zichuan would dare to kidnap me. But what Xiao Xiang never expected was that as soon as she left the dormitory that evening, she was thrown over Mu Zichuan's shoulder and into his car. So much for the rule of law. By the time she came to her senses, the car doors were already locked. After getting in the car, Mu Zichuan immediately pinned her down. Little girl, I've really missed your body. With that, he leaned down to kiss her. Xiao Xiang pushed him hard. Let go of me. Before she could finish, Mu Zichuan released her and sat up, laughing sarcastically. Do you know who came to my office today, asking me to have dinner at their house? Who would have find you? What does that have to do with me? Xiao Qingjiang and Xiao Yiyuan. You should know these two, right? Xiao Jiang never imagined that her father and older brother would go find him and invite him for dinner at their house. She had no choice but to go back to the Xiao family home with him. With Xiao Xiang gone, Minka had another nightmare. In her hazy state, she felt someone choking her. She finally woke up to her own screams. Suddenly seeing a blurry dark shadow, she broke out in a cold sweat from fright. Looking closely, it turned out to be a coat hanging by the door. Looking at the empty room, she thought of the man she longed for day and night. She really wanted to hear his voice, so Ming could dial Bei Minji's number. Bei Minji's voice came through the phone. Little girl, what's wrong? Did you have another nightmare? Minka choked up. No, nothing. I just wanted to talk to you. Where's Xiao Xiang? Isn't she with you? Xiang had an emergency at home and left for the night. Hearing that Xiao Xiang wasn't there, Bei Minji immediately started getting dressed. No wonder you thought to call me. Do you want me to come keep you company? I might really come, you know. Minka was in the girls' dormitory and knew that even if Bei Minji really came, he couldn't get in. She said irritably, if you really care about me, then come over. Why are you teasing me? Bei Minji quickly said, I have something urgent to attend to. I can't talk now. Laugh and go to sleep early. Good night, he said and hung up. Hearing the dial tone, Mingke was so angry. What a heartless jerk. He doesn't care about me at all. Lying back in bed, Mingke tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She was still scared and cursing Bei Minji in her heart for being so inconsiderate, hanging up the phone so abruptly. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared outside the window, knocking on it. Mingke was terrified. This was the 6th floor. How could someone be knocking on the window? The knocking continued. Mingke got up and grabbed a broom. She slowly inched towards the window, holding the broom in front of her. But then she suddenly remembered hearing that when someone knocks on high-rise windows, it's that kind of thing, a ghost. Mingke was so scared she almost fainted. She couldn't think straight anymore. She hurriedly dialed Bei Minji's number. But just then, something unexpected happened. As soon as the call connected, she heard his familiar ringtone outside the window. Aren't you going to open the window? Do you want me to fall from the 6th floor? Mingke pulled back the curtain. That familiar figure appeared before her. He really came. Seeing Bei Minji, who had come in the middle of the night, Mingke was so moved she almost cried. She threw away the broom and jumped into his arms. You scared me to death. she said both coquettishly and complainingly. Woo-woo, knocking on the window in the middle of the night. I thought it was a ghost. It turns out being protected by someone all the time feels really good. Bei Minji patted Ming Ke's head. You're such a scaredy cat. How can you be my woman? When you go back to Dongfang International, won't the old man scare you to death? Ming Ke puffed up her cheeks and said, I'm not afraid of ghosts. What's the old man to me? I'm not afraid at all. She turned to switch on the light and pour water for Bei Minji. Now that they were alone in the room, and Bei Minji was a complete pervert, how should she deal with this situation? Suddenly, Bai Mingya picked up Ming Ke. What water? I didn't come here just to drink water. Your roommate isn't here anyway. Let's consummate our marriage here tonight. Ming Ke blushed and covered her face. No, we can't. This is a dormitory. We'll be heard. If the girls next door hear us, I won't be able to show my face ever again. Bei Minji put Ming Ke on the bed and slowly lowered his head. You just need to keep quiet. It's my first time staying overnight in a girl's dormitory. It's quite exciting. Sir, we really can't. I won't be able to hold back my voice. No, don't. It's okay. I'll be gentle. I'll try to finish quickly. Just bear with it for a while. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiang and Mu Zichuan arrived at the Xiao family home. Xiao Xiang was the Xiao family's illegitimate daughter. The Xiao family never cared about her. In her father's eyes, she was merely a bargaining chip for exchanging benefits. When the Xiao family's fourth young lady, Xiao Yufei, saw the handsome Mu Zichuan, she was so jealous. She never thought that little bitch would hook up with young Master Mu. She really was a lowly creature. She approached Mu Zichuan. Young Master Mu, what activities do you usually enjoy? Do you like playing golf? But Mu Zichuan immediately moved his seat away. Nothing special. I just like to play with women occasionally. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. Xiao Yufei suppressed her anger and smiled coquettishly. Then what kind of girls does young Master Mu like? Mu Zichuan said mockingly. What? You want to be my woman too? He then grabbed Xiao Xiang's hand. If you want to stay by my side like your sister, that's fine. But your sister was a virgin when she was with me. What about you? Xiao Yufei's body stiffened, and her face turned extremely ugly. Mu Zichuan glanced at her and continued sarcastically, Oh, it seems you're not. I'm not interested in women who have been played with by others. This insulting remark angered Xiao Yufei so much that she turned and left. It also made her hate Xiao Xiang, the illegitimate daughter, even more. How dare he insult me like that, saying I'm not as good as that useless illegitimate child. Although Xiao Yufei was the Xiao family's darling, Xiao Ba still needed something from Mu Zichuan. He smiled and said, Children don't know any better. Young Master Mu, please don't mind. Xiang, this girl is naughty. She's been with you and didn't even tell us. We invited you here today to ask about your thoughts on her. If there's anything about Xiang that displeases young Master Mu, we'll make her change. Mu Zichuan embraced Xiao Xian. Xiang is fine. I'm quite satisfied for now. Then Xiaoba got to the point. Young Master Mu, since you're with my daughter, we're family now. Our Xiao group has encountered some difficulties recently. I wonder if young Master Mu could help. Mu Zichuan didn't beat around the bush. 6 billion. I want 30% of Xiao Group's shares. If the price is right, we can sign anytime. If it's not suitable, Xiang, and I will leave now. Just pretend I never came today. Xiaoba looked troubled. Young Master Mu, this price is really too low. After all, Xiao Group is one of the top 10 enterprises in Donglin. 6 billion for 30% of the shares is really... Hearing these words, Mu Zichuan unhesitatingly pulled Xiao Xiang up and walked towards the door. It seems you're not satisfied with the price. Then Xiang, and I will leave now. No need to see us out. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Xiaoba gritted his teeth and said, Fine, 6 billion it is. We do need this money. How about we prepare the contract and sign it now? Mu Zichuan turned his head slightly and smiled faintly. Soon after, the two left the Xiao family together. In the car, Xiao Xiang was disgusted with these people for treating her like a commodity. She finally couldn't help but speak up. I don't know what your purpose is, but since you've achieved your goal, can you let me go now? Can you release me? Mu Zichuan glanced at her and said, Didn't I make it clear in front of your family just now? The night is short. We can't waste time. We need to hurry back and get intimate. After saying this, he drove straight to the hotel. The next day, Xiao Xiang returned to the dormitory with a sleepy face. Kiki, I'm back, she said while yawning. Ming-ke opened her eyes groggily. Xiang, you're back. The next second, she suddenly woke up. She and Bei Minji were still lying naked in bed. It was so embarrassing to the extreme, opening the door to such embarrassment. Xiao Xiang also had a shocked expression. She didn't expect to see such a surprising scene in the dormitory. They were playing it too wild. At least she was in a hotel, but they had started right in the dorm. She quickly closed the door. Sorry for disturbing. Although they only made eye contact for a second, Ming-ke was clearly startled by Xiao Xiang's sudden intrusion. Her face instantly turned bright red. She then picked up her phone. She had clearly set an alarm for 5:30. Why didn't it go off? Bei Minji said from beside her. No need to look. I turned it off. It was disturbing my sleep, so I just turned off the alarm. Ming-ke quickly got up and put on her clothes, urging Bei Minji, you need to get up quickly. While there are still few people around, hurry and leave. Men are not allowed in this dormitory building. Bei Minji lay on the bed unhurriedly, admiring Ming-ke as she dressed, and said carelessly, what's there to be afraid of? It's already daylight. Leaving early or late is the same. Looking at this man who seemed like he couldn't care less, Ming-ke became angry. She threw his clothes at him. You need to leave now. Xiang is still waiting outside. We can't let her wait outside forever. By Mingye luokut disatis feet. I know. Why are you rushing me? After putting on his clothes, Bei Minji still seemed a bit moody. I'll probably be busy for a while. I might not be able to see you often. Ming-ke was anxious to get this troublemaker to leave quickly. It's okay. You do your thing. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself just fine. Unexpectedly, Bei Minji snorted, of course I know you'll be fine. You'll be even better without me around, right? This unreasonable behavior was both laughable and exasperating. Ming-ke hurriedly went forward to help him button up his shirt, thinking to herself how this man was becoming more and more childish, like a kid who didn't want to leave. Looking at the man in front of her, Ming-ke felt a moment of distraction. He was different from before, becoming more and more concerned about her. By Mingye hokt Ming-kai, Kiki, will you see me out? Ming-ke firmly refused. No. If I see you out, how will I face anyone at school again? A minute later, two female students were walking towards the dormitory elevator, chatting about breakfast in the cafeteria. The moment the elevator doors opened, Bei Minji quickly walked out and disappeared in a flash. The female students only heard a whoosh sound, as if something had flashed by, but it vanished in an instant. The two looked confused. Am I seeing things? I thought I just saw a man. Bei Minji indeed felt more and more annoyed. Everyone seemed to dislike him. Am I really that unwelcome? If it were other women, they'd be begging me to stay. How could they be so eager to send me away? Both of them had warned him with serious faces. After you leave, don't ever say you came out of our dormitory. Just as the two of them sighed in relief, thinking they hadn't been discovered, Bei Minji happened to run into the dormitory ant. Ming-ke felt very nervous. What if the dormitory ant called security? But they saw Bei Minji casually walk past the dormitory ant. Ming-ke and Xiao Xiang were very curious. What did he say to the dormitory ant? He was allowed to leave without any trouble. They really wanted to know. Bei Minji felt miserable inside. Using his looks and charm to seduce the dormitory ant was such an embarrassing thing that he absolutely couldn't let Kiki know about. After Bei Minji returned to the company, he received a report from Yi Yang. Sir, Mu Zichuan has acquired 30% of Shao Corporation's shares. As soon as the news came out today, Shao Corporation's stock price started to skyrocket. It seems young Master Mu wants to infiltrate Ming Chuan's forces into Dongling. Do we need to do something? Bei Minji was also unsure of the situation. He asked Yi Yang, under what name did he make the acquisition? Yi Yang quickly replied, there's been no movement from the Mu family. It should be in his personal capacity. Bei Minji thought for a moment. Extend an olive branch to him. See if he's willing to cooperate with the Imperial Group. As Yi Yang turned to leave and prepare for work, he suddenly remembered something important. Sir, which day next month will you return to East International? Bei Minji calmly said, the 13th. Yi Yang understood. The old master's birthday was on the 18th. The reason Sir was going back so early was for that day on the 16th. Sir still hadn't completely let go. Because Bei Minji had been busy with work for the past 2 days, he hadn't seen Ming-ke for 2 days. He seemed somewhat irritable. Even the maids in the villa felt the tension. And without Ming-ke's company for these 2 days, he even had insomnia. He was just about to call Ming-ke, but saw it was already past 2 a.m. He was afraid of disturbing her rest. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was Yu Fifin's number. The voice of Yu Fifin's assistant came through the phone. Mr. Beiming, I'm Miss Yu's assistant Manny. Please come quickly to save Miss Yu. Beiminji had no choice but to drive over. On the way, the assistant kept explaining, we've already called the police, but there are too many people. The police can't do anything for now. The ambulance can't get in. I had no choice but to call you for help. Arriving at the hotel entrance, it was already crowded with reporters. Beiminji carried Yu Fifin out of the hotel under the glare of camera flashes. The reporters who were prepared in advance were exceptionally frenzied, starting to ask baseless questions. Look, Yu Fifin is coming out. It's actually Beiminji. Why is he carrying her out? Mr. Beiming, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Yu? Are you lovers? Mr. Beiming, when do you plan to get married? The reporters asked incessantly. That female student called Ming Ko. Is she the third party between you two? Is it because of her that you've been delaying marriage with Miss Yu? Mr. Beiming, is Miss Yu really sick, or is it morning sickness? Is it because Miss Yu got angry about your affair with Ming Ko? Did Ming Ko poison Miss Yu to be with you? Hearing these words, Beiminji was extremely angry. His face was so dark it could drip water. What nonsense were these people saying? Just as he was about to explain, a group of security guards separated the crowd. Sir, we'll clear a path for you. Hurry and go. The reporters behind them continued to chatter incessantly. Beiminji took Miss Yu away. He took Miss Yu home. I told you, Miss, you must be the legitimate wife. That female student called Mingku is just a mistress. These days, mistresses are causing legitimate wives to miscarry. Why are these mistresses so domineering? After sending Yu Fifin to the hospital, Beiminji fell into deep thought. He sensed that something was off about the situation. Tonight's events seemed too coincidental. It wasn't strange that Yu Fifin's whereabouts were leaked, but how did people know his own location? And how did so many reporters gather so quickly? It was too abnormal. It seemed like it was all arranged in advance. They were blocking the door as soon as they came out. Beiminji instructed Yu Fifin's assistant, since she's fine, I'll be leaving now. Take good care of her. He was about to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, he ran into Bei Mingdai, who had just arrived. Big brother, I heard Sister Fifin got acute gastroenteritis. How is she? Beiminji didn't stop walking. You can go in and ask her assistant yourself. Bei Mingdai was very angry. He shouted at Beiminji, Big brother, are you just leaving like this? Are you still angry about what Sister Fifin did before? But she was just worried about you. You promised Fifin's sister that you would take care of her for life. Big brother, don't let Sister Fifin die with regrets. Sister Fifin is her only relative in this world. You can't. Before he could finish, Beiminji interrupted him. Enough. Yu Fifin had also woken up by this time. She immediately started acting weak and fragile. Yeah, amazing. Please don't leave me alone, okay? Beiminji was clearly getting impatient. There are so many people here. What are you afraid of? Yu Fifin's assistant also started to show off her acting skills. Mr. Beiming, you don't know, but Miss Yu has been receiving a lot of threatening letters and anonymous phone calls in the middle of the night. She's been frightened. For a while, Miss Yu stayed at the hospital, and her condition improved a lot. But since she moved out to save Beiming, Dai also looked worried and spoke up for Yu Fifin. Big brother, let Fifin move back to the Imperial Garden. Only the Imperial Garden is the safest place. But Beiminji said, I can have Yang send people to protect her. Yu Fifin stopped Bei Mingdai, who was about to continue speaking. She started to act pitiful, saying in a weak manner, It's okay. After I'm discharged, I'll find another hotel. Don't put Bei Ming in a difficult position. Dai fid sumevat indignant. Big brother, you're not letting Sister Fifin stay at the Imperial Garden because of Ming Ku, right? Has that woman brainwashed you? I'm begging you, don't be angry with Sister Fifin anymore. Make up with her, please. Yu Fifin, truly a top-tier green tea bitch, kept trying to stop Dai. Don't say any more. I'm fine, really. Don't worry. In a couple of days when I'm better, I'll hurry to finish my scenes with the film crew. I won't delay the schedule. You go ahead and take care of your business. Don't worry about me. I can manage on my own. By Ming Yazite, Dai was right about one thing. She was Fian's only relative in this world. As long as she behaved herself, he reluctantly said, stay in the hospital for a couple of days. When you're better, I'll arrange for Yang to come pick you up. Bei Mingdai was very happy. That's great. Big brother has finally forgiven you. Sister Fifin, this time when you go back, you must make Big brother fall in love with you again. Just as Beiminji walked out of the room, Yu Fifin turned away, revealing a smile of successful scheming. Dai, I'm going to sleep for a while. Clearly, All of this was arranged by her own hand. Ningku, I won't let go. This man is destined to be mine in this lifetime. Early the next morning, Bei Minji went to the school cafeteria to find Ningku. Ningku had a cold expression. This person was just exposed being so intimate with Yufifan last night, and today he comes to find me. Are you afraid I'm not famous enough? Bei Minji looked at her calmly. Don't you have anything to say to me? Seeing Bei Minji's expression, Ningku angrily clenched her fists. If you and Yufifan are dating, can you wait until you've ended it before I fulfill the agreement? After all, the reputation of being a mistress is really bad. You should resolve your issues with Yufifan first. If you can't resolve it, then I'll just stay away from you in public from now on. You dare! Bei Minji's face instantly turned black as the bottom of a pot upon hearing this. But he still suppressed his anger. Ningku snorted coldly and turned her head away, ignoring him. Bei Minji thought to himself that he couldn't blame the little girl for this. After all, he was also responsible. He then took Ningku to the small woods on campus. However, Ningku walked keeping a great distance from him. Bei Minji turned around and started questioning. Why are you staying so far from me? I'm the mistress now. If I get too close, people will say we're too intimate. But in her heart, she thought, although I believe there's nothing between him and Yufifan, it's still really annoying. Bei Minji was speechless. This girl's attitude towards him was really different from before. Then he suddenly took big steps towards Ningku. Before Ningku could react, he directly swung his hand and pinned Ningku against a big tree. Their eyes met, full of passion. Bei Minji looked down at her. Do you really mind being seen as a mistress that much? Ningku replied irritably. Do you think I have any reason not to mind? But before she could finish, Bei Minji's muscular body pressed against her front. Don't be angry. These past 2 days without you by my side, I've barely slept well. I still have to go to the company to work later. There's a lot to do. Don't be angry, okay? Bei Minji couldn't resist wanting to kiss her again. Ningku pouted and turned her face away, dodging the kiss. Seeing Bei Minji's tired appearance, she felt a pang of heartache. That hoarse voice made Ningku's heart soften. Is he acting cute with me? She reached out to caress Bei Minji's cheek. Then you should go back to the company and rest for a while. Bei Minji was speechless. This woman was trying to send him away again. He was about to ask Ningku to accompany him. Unexpectedly, he was pushed away. I have something to do today too. I'm going out with Xiang after I get ready. Bei Minji reluctantly left the school, feeling unsatisfied. But as soon as she coaxed Bei Minji away and returned to school, Ningku encountered trouble. Because she had an appointment with Bei Minglianqing in the afternoon to take new costume photos at East Island Beach, Ningku walked quickly towards the dormitory. But just as she reached the dormitory building, she was surrounded by a group of misinformed students. Mistress, you're not welcome at our school. Get out! You dare to show your face at school after ruining Yufifan and Mr. Bei Ming's relationship. Now Yufifan is in the hospital because you caused her to have pregnancy complications. Are you happy now? We won't let you get away with hurting our Fifan. After saying this, they violently pushed Ningku. This time, Ningku didn't back down. She directly retorted, You bunch of blind fools. Which eye of yours saw me hurting her? Which eye of yours saw Yufifan give Bei Minji a child? If you don't move away, I'm going to call the counselor. The group of students still wouldn't let up, pushing and shoving her. You're so arrogant for a mistress. Go ahead, call. Let's see who the counselor will help. Ningku took out her phone directly, warning everyone, If you don't move away, I'm calling the police. Only then did the group of students let her leave. Behind her, she could still hear unbearable insults. Dead mistress, ugly woman, shameless. Women like her won't have a good ending. I heard she's not just seducing Mr. Bei Ming. Ningku's hand tightly gripped her phone, enduring these curses and insults that she shouldn't have to bear. Xiao Xiang felt heartbroken seeing Ningku being bullied, so she invited Ningku to go shopping at the mall to cheer up. Along the way, Xiao Xiang was indignant. Those people are too much, Kiki. How can you just let them insult you like that? But Ningku was very calm. What else can I do? Xiao Xiang admired her greatly. You're becoming more and more composed when facing problems. You've really changed a lot. These experiences also taught Ningku to think. She knew Bei Minji took care of Yufifan because of his sister, so he couldn't let anything happen to her. This incident becoming so fierce must be Yu Fifan's doing. If she got angry because of this, wouldn't that be falling right into Yu Fifan's trap? She couldn't let her scheme succeed, no matter what. Just as the two were about to call a taxi, suddenly, an egg flew towards Ming Ke's face. Fortunately, Ming Ke was quick and dodged it with a swift move. Just as the two were at a loss and wanted to leave quickly, dozens of Yu Fifan's fans had already surrounded them, constantly cursing at Ming Ke. Dead mistress, shameless bitch. Fifan lost her child because of this woman. Mistress, go to hell. The two felt the situation was not good. Xiao Xiang's face was full of anxiety. Kiki, what should we do with so many people? At this moment, two police officers arrived. Hey, you people over there, what are you doing? Seeing the police, the crowd immediately became flustered. A group of people started to scatter and flee. Suddenly, one of the most fanatical fans just now viciously shouted at Ming Ke, "You wait for us, stinky mistress." They threw 3 eggs. 3 eggs flew towards them. Ming Ke and Xiao Xiang had no time to dodge. Just as the eggs were about to hit them, a tall and handsome figure quickly appeared in front of them, blocking all the eggs. They looked back and saw it was Mu Zichuan. The police hurriedly came forward to ask, "Are you all right?" Mu Zichuan took out his ID. "I'm Mu Zichuan from the Mu family. These people intentionally hurt others. Please take them back to the police station. Take as many as you can." The police obviously knew Mu Zichuan's identity and nodded in agreement. "Oh, it's young Master Mu. Don't worry, I'll call my colleagues around to help arrest them." Xiao Xiang felt indescribable emotions. How did he appear here, and in this way? Mu Zichuan turned around with a handsome look. "Are you okay?" Ming Ke said apologetically. "I'm sorry, Brother Zichuan. We've caused you trouble." Mu Zichuan waved his hand generously. "I came here on my own. It's not trouble. Where are you going? I'll take you." Ming Ke looked at Xiao Xiang, who had been silent beside her, not understanding the relationship between her and Brother Zichuan. She could only decline. "It's okay, Mu Zichuan. We'll just take a taxi. Brother Zichuan, you should go change your clothes quickly." But Mu Zichuan didn't listen to what Ming Ke said at all. He directly walked up to Xiao Xiang and said domineeringly, "I'll take you. Are you going to walk yourself? Or do you want me to carry you?" Seeing Mu Zichuan so assertive, Xiao Xiang could only reluctantly agree. "Fine, let's go. But first, go to the mall to change your clothes. Then take us to East Island Beach." After saying that, she directly gave him a cold look. Unexpectedly, Mu Zichuan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he greeted her with a smile. While walking, he kept asking what they were going to do at East Island Beach when they would finish, and if she would go home with him today. Xiao Xiang replied without turning her head, "Shut up, you're so annoying." Ming Ke was completely confused. When did their relationship become so close? And why did it seem like Brother Zichuan was clinging to Xiang Xiang? While she wasn't very pleased, in the car, Mu Zichuan finally had time to care about Ming Ke. "Kiki, with such a thing happening, why aren't you staying by Bei Minji's side? Why are you running around?" Ming Ke was also frightened in retrospect. She didn't expect the situation to be so serious. How should she deal with it? A moment later, Mu Zichuan dropped them off at East Island Beach. At the beach, those two were still pulling and tugging at each other behind. Ming Ke didn't bother with them and hurriedly ran to find Bei Ming Lianqing. At this time, Bei Ming Lianqing had been waiting for a long time and was on the verge of exploding. Ming Ke quickly explained, "Captain Lianqing, I encountered some issues on the way, so I was late. I'm very sorry." Bei Ming Lianqing luoket impatient. "You know you're late, so hurry up." An hour later, Ming Ke appeared in front of everyone wearing a sexy swimsuit. But wearing such a revealing swimsuit and twisting around in public felt very strange to her. Her body was very stiff. Bei Ming Lianqing was full of anger. "What's wrong with you? The previous sets were fine, but for the last half hour, not a single shot is usable." He then hit Ming Ke on the head with a stick. "I've told you several times, push your chest out more. Who wants to see you hunched over? You've been in the crew for so many days. Why are you still so uptight? I heard the boss stayed up all night with Yu Fifan. You know why Yu Fifan's fans like her so much? Because no matter when, she's always confident and elegant. Even if she's not as pretty as you, her aura is something you can't match. The boss is also a man. Do you think your ostrich-like appearance can attract him for long? Be more confident. You're not all inferior to that actress." You need to prove it to others. To call you a mistress, she doesn't even qualify. Mingke was fired up by Bei Ming Lianqing's words. That's right, I'm not inferior to you, Fifan. Why am I always being put down? Just because she's famous? Her fame was bought by Bei Minji's money. If she's so capable, she should rely on herself. At this moment, Mingke was full of fighting spirit. She instantly became lively under the flashing lights. In her every move, there was a charm that men couldn't resist. Coupled with her pair of long, slender legs, she mesmerized the surrounding men. This model is so sexy. I'm about to have a nosebleed. Can someone tell me which actress this is? I want to follow her. I want to follow her. Bei Ming Lianqing also praised from the side. That's the look. Very good. Hold the pose. He thought to himself that reverse psychology really worked. But at this moment, Bei Minji happened to arrive. I was worried about her getting into trouble, but what is she doing? Wearing such a revealing swimsuit and posing provocatively under the gaze of so many men. Bei Ming Lianqing quickly retreated. Boss is here. I've finished shooting. She's all yours now. Bei Minji walked onto the stage and grabbed Mingke. Who allowed you to do this? Thinking about his woman being freely viewed by so many people, Bei Minji was about to explode with anger. Mingke weakly said, Captain Lianqing said he'd give me 100,000 to take profile photos for him. I didn't know I'd have to dress like this. The payment he gave me before, I used it all for Grandma's medical expenses. I have no money to pay him back, so I can only cooperate. Otherwise, he'll sue me for fraud. Bei Minji glared at Bei Ming Lianqing and coldly snorted. What are you standing there for? Give me her clothes now. Mingke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to be alive than dead. Captain Lianqing, you tricked me first just now. Don't blame me for this. In the blink of an eye, Bei Minji picked her up in his arms, covering her with a piece of clothing to hide her exposed body. The onlookers nearby gaped in astonishment. Wasn't he supposed to be just a mistress? Bei Minji seems to care about him a lot. Yeah. When my boyfriend doesn't let me wear super short shorts, he has that exact expression. The world of rich people is so complicated. In the car, Mingke sat to the side, timidly saying, I won't dare do it again. Sir, please don't be angry. But Bei Minji responded, that flirtatious behavior from earlier, do it again for me to see. You can't get out of the car until you do. Mingke instantly batted his Maybelline big eyes, throwing flirtatious glances straight at Bei Minji. This coquettish display made Bei Minji's veins bulge. That bastard Bei Ming Lianqing. How dare he teach him to make such seductive eyes? Mingke, feeling very embarrassed, said, Sir, that's all. There's nothing else. As Bei Minji kept looking, he felt he was losing control of himself. A surge of lust rose from his abdomen. His body tensed up, and his throat felt dry and itchy. Mingke whispered, Sir, not here, please. Everyone says I'm the mistress, and if you act like this now, wouldn't that be treating me like a mistress? Bei Minji suddenly stood up upon hearing this. He's right. Under public scrutiny, if we stay in the car too long, more people will criticize him. The old Bei Minji never cared about these things, but now he couldn't bear to see this little girl suffer. He turned his head away, not daring to look at Mingke's tempting body anymore, trying to suppress the burning desire in his heart. A moment later, he sent Mingke to meet with Xiao Xiang, thinking that with Lianqing by his side now, there shouldn't be any safety issues. Then he turned and left. Mingke reluctantly watched as the car drove away. Bei Ming Lianqing suddenly appeared, saying, Stop looking, the boss has already left. Mingke turned around and angrily scolded. You have the nerve to say that? You clearly saw him coming earlier. Why didn't you warn me? And you let me act all flirtatious in front of him. Were you trying to get me killed? Bei Ming Lianqing teasingly said, Your flirtatious act was perfect at that moment. I finally captured such a good scene. If I had told you, wouldn't all my efforts have been wasted? Mingke was about to retort. Suddenly, a loud bang came from not far away. The two of them felt their hearts skip a beat. Looking towards the direction of the explosion, it was the sound of a bomb going off. Mingke was struck by lightning. That was where Bei Minji's car had just passed. In a panic, Mingke started running towards that direction, silently screaming in his heart that it couldn't be his car. The exploding car definitely wasn't his. But when he saw the familiar white car burning in the raging fire, Mingke instantly broke down. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. He couldn't believe this was real. Just a few minutes ago, they were still together intimately, and now it had turned into this. Bei Ming Lianqing quickly rushed forward to hold him back. You can't go there, it's dangerous. Then he handed Ming Ku over to Mu Zichuan to take care of, while he turned and ran towards the incident site. At this time, Ming Ku kept struggling to move forward. Let me go. Where is he? That's his car. I need to save him. Mu Zichuan obviously wouldn't let Ming Ku go. Calm down a bit. Liancheng has gone over there. Let him handle it. Unexpectedly, Ming Ku bit down hard on Mu Zichuan's hand. Let go of me. Let me go over there. Xiao Xiang anxiously walked over and shook his body forcefully. Kuku, wake up. You've bitten Brother Zichuan until he's bleeding. Ming Ku came to his senses, already in tears, still pleading with Brother Zichuan. Let me go. I want to find Bei Minji. Mu Zichuan suddenly looked behind. His eyes lit up, and immediately after, Ming Ku was pulled into an embrace by a pair of large hands. Seeing Bei Minji, Ming Ku's anxious heart finally calmed down. The next second, he buried himself in his arms and burst into tears. At this moment, Bei Minji realized how much this little girl cared about him. At this time, Mu Zichuan said to Bei Minji from behind, "You're injured. Hurry to the hospital to get checked." Hearing that Bei Minji was injured, Ming Ku became very worried. But Bei Minji said it was nothing, just a scratch on his back from jumping out of the car. It's just a minor injury, no big deal. Ming Ku hurriedly let go of Bei Minji, insisting on checking his injuries. At this point, the clothes on Bei Minji's back were completely torn, revealing a bloody mess underneath. Fresh blood was flowing, and a large patch of skin had been scraped off. Ming Ku, heartbroken, pulled Bei Minji and said, "It's so serious, and you say it's nothing. Let's go to the hospital right away. Brother Zichuan, please go get the car. We need to take him to the hospital." At this moment, Bei Ming Lianqing returned from inspecting the scene. "Boss, your car is fine. The bomb was attached to the bottom of the car. Bei Mingya unterstützt. It must have been planted when I sent Kuku to change clothes. In such a short time, this must have been premeditated." Bei Ming Lianqing, highly efficient, said, "I've already asked Dongli to investigate." "Boss, you should go to the hospital to treat your wounds first." Looking at the accident scene in the distance, everyone felt heavy-hearted. They escaped danger this time. But what if there's a next time? Soon, Bei Minji and his group arrived at the hospital. Fortunately, after the doctor's examination, he said there was nothing serious. It was mainly just some superficial wounds. Once the wounds were treated, they could go home. Ming Ku's anxious heart finally relaxed. Xiao Xiang hesitated for a while before saying to Mu Zichuan, "Your hand is injured. Go find a nurse to bandage it for you." Hearing this, Mu Zichuan was overjoyed. "What? Are you worried about me?" Xiao Xiang quickly denied it. "It's just because Kuku hurt you. I'm afraid he'll feel guilty." After saying this, Xiao Xiang turned away to hide her embarrassment. "Stop talking nonsense and come with me to find a nurse." Mu Zichuan followed her with a smile. What a tsundere woman. After treating the wounds, Bei Minji was discharged. Ming Ku kept reminding him to rest at home for the next few days. The doctor advised that it's best not to wear clothes for a few days to prevent infection of the wounds. At this time, Yang brought news from the investigation. A tourist had captured a suspicious person in a photo. Dongli had already gone to the police station to retrieve all the surveillance footage from the roads. They couldn't confirm who did it yet, but they had those photos. Bei Ming Lianqiang patted Yu Yang Shulda. "Well done. Give me the photos. I'll take a look when I get back." We haven't even returned to Dongfang International, and some people are already getting impatient. Yang didn't forget to thank Mu Zichuan. "We also need to thank young Master Mu for taking our boss to the hospital. Once the boss recovers, we'll host a dinner to thank young Master Mu." Mu Zichuan waved his hand. "What are you saying? It was nothing. Let's send him back first. We'll talk more when the culprit is caught. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems." After saying goodbye, Bei Minji was about to get in the car to return to the estate. Suddenly, an unexpected person appeared. He rushed over wearing a hospital gown. Passers-by recognized him as the big star Yufifan. It must be said, when it comes to attracting attention, high-end green tea really has a knack for it. He pretended to be frail and delicate, walking towards Bei Minji and Ming Ku as if a gust of wind could knock him over at any moment. His pitiful appearance was truly a sight to behold. The onlooking crowd quickly took out their phones to take photos. This county drama was too good to miss. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Mingku, afraid of any further incidents, quickly said to Bei Minji, "Sir, there are more and more people. Let's get in the car and leave." Hearing they were about to leave, Yu Fifan was unwilling to let go of this rare opportunity to showcase his acting skills in public. He immediately put his hand to his forehead and his body began to tremble slightly. Pretending to be extremely weak, he fell towards Bei Minji. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Truly befitting a popular actress, Mingku. He Yang suddenly startled. Bei Minji extended one hand, just in time to support Yu Fifan, who was about to fall. He suddenly frowned. Mingku saw his pained expression and immediately understood. He must have pulled his wound. She then gently pushed Yu Fifan away. "You've hurt his wound." Unexpectedly, Yu Fifan fell to the ground like a floating willow catkin, wailing in pain. It seemed as if he had hurt some crucial part. Mingku was speechless. "What's going on?" "I'll just push him gently. He's overacting too much." She was about to help Yu Fifan up, but was pushed away by a hand. "Don't touch him." Bei Minji quickly supported Mingku, who was about to fall. Unexpectedly, Mingku shouted angrily, "Bei Minji, don't touch me." This stunned Bei Minji. What's with this attitude? But Mingku was even fiercer now. "What are you yelling about? Don't you know you have a wound on your back? What if it opens up again?" At this moment, Bei Ming Dai, supporting Yu Fifan, also came forward shouting, "How dare you push Fifan? Apologize to him now." Mingku retorted directly, "Don't you know your boss is seriously injured? Please, Sister Fifan, stop causing trouble." He was pretending to faint earlier, and the sir hurt his wound again trying to save him. "If you want to faint, wait until the sir has recovered, okay?" Bei Ming Dai was left speechless. Mingku was truly domineering today. She pushed him aside with one hand and glared at him. "Move aside." Bei Minji finally got into the car to go home. In the car, Mingku glared fiercely at the two women outside. Bei Ming Dai knew Yi was injured and quickly let him go. But that woman behind knew he was hurt and still wanted to linger here, pretending not to know. This woman's acting is really good. Watching the car drive away, Yu Fifan still maintained a reluctant expression. Bei Ming Dai hurriedly came forward to persuade. "The boss is injured. Let him go home and rest first. When the boss is better, we'll deal with that woman." Yu Fifan was still acting at this point. "He slandered me, saying I was pretending to faint. You will be deceived by him." Bei Ming Dai tried hard to comfort her. "The boss isn't blind. He can tell right from wrong. Let's go back to the hospital first. You don't look well." Yu Fifan's face indeed didn't look good at this moment. It was so dark it could almost drip water. "Mingku, that woman is getting bolder and bolder. We'll see about this." Meanwhile, in the other car, Bei Minji, completely disregarding his own injuries, couldn't help but kiss Mingku again. Thinking of how this girl had just angrily confronted Bei Ming Dai and Yu Fifan, he inexplicably felt happy. So this little girl cared about him so much. He caressed Mingku's cheek, daring to speak to Bei Ming Dai like that. "Aren't you afraid he'll come after you again?" Suddenly, Mingku knelt on Bei Minji's lap and said with a determined tone, "I'm not afraid. No matter who it is, if they want to hurt you, I will definitely not be polite to them." Hearing this, Bei Minji's heart almost melted. He hugged Mingku tightly and murmured, "I won't let them hurt you either. I promise." 3 days later, Mingku was accompanying Bei Minji playing video games in the living room. Dongli brought the latest investigation news. Although Captain Lianqing had reconstructed the suspect's photo, the police couldn't find any information about this person. Until last night, we found that person's body at sea. As for the Long family, the eldest son of the Long family brought Long Qiang back to Dongfang International yesterday to attend their family's birthday banquet. Bei Minji seemed to think of something. The Long family originally didn't have anyone with a birthday in November. If they're holding a banquet now, it must be because they've added a new member, right? Then, looking at Mingku, he smiled and said, "Kiki, your birthday is on the 16th of next month. What do you want?" Mingku pondered for a moment. If possible, she really wanted to ask for that agreement back. This way, their relationship wouldn't just be based on a piece of paper in the future. But she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. She smiled and said, "Then I want something very expensive and valuable. Preferably cash. If not cash, a check would be fine too. By Mingyas Milet Indulgently. Little money grubber." In the afternoon, as soon as Yu Fifan was discharged from the hospital, she rushed to Diu without delay. As soon as she returned, she ran to knock on Bei Minji's door. "Yi, why are you in your room? Are you feeling unwell? Has your wound healed?" Bei Minji opened the door and directly blocked her at the entrance. "Don't come into my room from now on." Yu Fifan asked in confusion. "Why, Yi? Are you still angry with me?" Unexpectedly, Bei Minji smiled and said, "I'm not angry. It's just that Kiki doesn't like other women coming into our room. Go rest now. Don't come to my room unless it's necessary in the future." After saying this, he closed the door heavily. Yu Fifan stood there stunned. So in his heart, she had already become just another woman besides Mingke. She had used the wrong method after all, and became the villain in Ye's eyes. In the afternoon, Bei Minji suddenly saw Mingke's note. Seeing its contents, he sighed helplessly. This girl really hates Yu Fifan. She actually left him behind and snuck away because Yu Fifan came. Such a big temper. Who spoiled her like this? These days, Nangong Liahu has been sending Ming Kutu in from work. Xiao Xiong praised enthusiastically beside her. "I didn't expect the movie star to be so nice. When the filming times clash, he sends us back every day, saying it's on his way. Do you think your CEO is worried about you getting into trouble again? So he asked Nangong Li to take care of you?" Ming Ku wasn't sure. After she left Diu that day, he hadn't contacted her again. She heard that the terrorist attack incident had caused fluctuations in the Empire Group stock price. She didn't know if it had any impact. As the two walked and talked, Xiao Xiang continued, "By the way, the incident of you pushing Yu Fifan at the hospital entrance that day has been discussed on forums again. These people are really sick." Just then, Xiao Xiang suddenly pointed with her small hand. "Kiki, look quickly. Your CEO is on TV. It seems he's explaining the recent stock price fluctuations of the Empire Group. It's rare for CEO Bei to show his face at a press conference." On screen, Bei Minji was speaking confidently at the press conference, stating that the recent explosion incident would not have any impact on the group's operations. Everyone can rest assured. At this moment, a gossip reporter maliciously asked, "I heard that Mr. Bei is dating Yu Fifan, and Miss Yu even has your child. Can you reveal some information?" Last time, someone saw that girl called Ming could push Yu Fifan down at the hospital entrance. Mr. Bei was also present. "Did you comfort Miss Yu afterwards?" With both the official girlfriend and the mistress appearing together, can Mr. Bei share some coping experiences? Bei Minji looked at that reporter with an unfriendly expression. "Which media are you from? It's too far. I can't hear clearly. Come over here. Let's have a good chat." Then he instructed Yi Yang to invite this gentleman over. "Let's have a cup of coffee and talk about life." Bei Minji half squatted and smiled at him. "Since you're so eager to know, I'll tell you all clearly and plainly right now." Then he stood up, faced the camera, and officially announced, "I already have a girlfriend. I hope everyone won't spread rumors. I'm afraid my girlfriend won't be happy." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted in commotion. "What? Mr. Bei actually publicly admitted to having a girlfriend? Mr. Bei, is your girlfriend Miss Yu Fifan? When do you plan to get married?" Bei Minji smiled slightly. "My girlfriend is still young. We'll have to wait until she turns 20. Otherwise, people will say I'm an old ox eating young grass. What do you think?" Ming Ku, watching the TV screen, was stunned upon hearing this. She suddenly couldn't close her mouth in surprise. "Not yet 20? He couldn't be talking about me, could he? He actually said that in public." The reporters continued to dig deeper. "Mr. Bei, can you be clearer? Isn't Miss Yu your fiancée? Then what about the incident at the hospital entrance where many people saw Ming Ku push Miss Yu down?" Bei Minji looked at the camera and calmly replied, "All these years, I've been busy with my career and haven't paid attention to these matters. Since you're asking today, I'll clarify publicly. I have no romantic relationship with Miss Yu. She's just the sister of a deceased friend of mine. I was entrusted to take care of her, that's all. As for the hospital incident, my little girl is naive. She was worried Miss Yu might touch my wound, so she gently pushed her. We didn't expect Miss Yu to be so fragile that she fell down on her own. Also, my girlfriend is timid and inexperienced. Next month, I'll take her to meet my parents. The marriage will only happen if she agrees. Furthermore, I'm protective. If you write nonsense and scare her away, I'll have to make those who write such things unhappy along with me." After saying this, he had Yi Yang take the troublemaking reporter for coffee. At this point, the reporters below were in an uproar. So after all this, Yu Fifan isn't his fiancée at all. Who knows who spread that rumor, causing Mr. Bei to personally deny it. TSK, we thought she was so good, but she was actually trying to frame his girlfriend for attention. She deliberately tried to frame his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Ming-ku, who had finished watching the press conference, was moved to tears and laughter. Xiao Xiang was also happy for her good friend. Kiki, you've finally come through after all the hardships. This kind of luck, I probably won't have in my entire life. Some families rejoice while others worry. The scene changes. Yu Fifan, watching the live broadcast on TV, was furious. Why? Bei Minji, why do you have to hurt me like this? Does he have to use this method to tell me that he can lift me up with one hand and step on me with one foot? She crushed a glass cup in her hand. Yi, I love you so much. Why do you disregard my true feelings? She tremblingly picked up a shard. She thought, is it only if I die in front of you like my sister that you'll change your mind? But then she thought, no, that won't work. If I die, everything will be over. I was too hasty. After waiting for so many years, all my plans were disrupted because of a Ming-ku. Yu Fifan thought calmly, I can definitely win back Bei Minji's heart. Just like the game with my sister years ago. I absolutely won't lose, no matter who the opponent is. Soon, it was time for the movie's wrap party. Ming-ku and Xiao Xiang dressed up to attend. Since they couldn't afford genuine designer dresses, they wore replicas costing a few hundred yuan. Xiao Xiang whispered to Ming-ku, don't get too close to Yu Fifan later. Otherwise, the real and fake will be obvious at a glance. They thought Nangong Lai would pick them up again, but unexpectedly, it was his assistant Yang Yi who came. Mr. Nangong couldn't come to pick you up today, so he sent me instead. On the way to the venue, Yang Yi surprisingly asked if they brought their passports, saying they might need them during the event. Ming-ku said she did, but was full of questions. Why would they need passports for a wrap party? Just as they arrived at the venue, two women approached them. Surprisingly, they were Ming Shan's friends. They immediately demanded Ming-ku to reveal where Shan Shan was. Where have you hidden Shan Shan? She's been missing for 2 months. Have you already harmed her? Ming-ku, let me tell you, this place still follows the law. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're with Bei Minji. You'll face retribution. The friend beside her hurried to calm Taozi down. Calm down. If we make a big scene, Mr. Bei won't let us off easily. As Taozi was being pulled away, she continued shouting, you've done so many terrible things. You'll definitely face retribution. Ming-ku was lost in memories. Before her father's incident and Song Fu and Ming Shan's disappearance, Bei Minji had gone to Lanhua Street and taken Shan Shan away. Could it really be Bei Minji? At this moment, a sharp-eyed reporter recognized Ming-ku. Isn't this Mr. Bei's young girlfriend? Immediately, reporters swarmed towards Ming-ku. Miss Ming, we heard Mr. Bei has proposed to you. Have you accepted? Mr. Bei said he's taking you to meet his parents this month. Is it for old Mr. Bei's 60th birthday in the middle of the month? It's said that Yu Fifan pretended to fall at the hospital entrance to gain Mr. Bei's sympathy and frame you. Is this true? This barrage of questions left Ming-ku at a loss. She had never experienced such a situation before. She was completely speechless. Just then, Yu Fifan appeared at the scene wearing a gorgeous dark green gown, instantly becoming the center of attention. Ming-ku and Xiao Xiang took this opportunity to quickly escape in the chaos. In the bathroom, Xiao Xiang immediately started to take off her clothes, urging Ming-ku to switch clothes with her. Yu Fifan is wearing the same style as you. Let's switch. With your recent situation, people will definitely compare you to when we go back out. Ming-ku hurriedly stopped Xiao Xiang. It's no use now. People have already seen us. Let them say what they want. We'll just ignore it. Let's go. The ceremony is about to start. The movie wrap-up ceremony began. Ming-ku and Yu Fifan stood together wearing the same style dress. However, Yu Fifan's dress was clearly the genuine article in terms of material and craftsmanship. This made Ming-ku, wearing a replica, extremely embarrassed. The audience below gossiped. Isn't she Mr. Bei's girlfriend? How come she's wearing a replica to an event? Mr. Bei's woman can't even afford a dress? She's really a country bumpkin. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. standing next to Yu Fifan. She has no class at all. Who knows what Mr. Bei sees in her? Probably just for her youth, and maybe she's good in bed. At this moment, Ming Ke's face was extremely unpleasant. Xiao Xiang beside her also looked worried. Suddenly, the crowd stirred as the Empire Group's car arrived at the scene. Bei Minji, who never attends such events, actually came. The audience started to gossip. We're in for a big drama. Bei Minji approached slowly with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on Ming Ke on the stage. Yu Fifan was already excited, wanted to go greet him. At this moment, the assistant director came over and said, "Fifan, Mr. Bei is here. Let's go greet him." Yu Fifan couldn't ask for more. She was just wondering how to approach him when someone came to assist. She hurriedly went with the assistant director to greet him. Nangong Lai suddenly looked at Ming Ke. "Aren't you going over? He'll be unhappy if he doesn't see you." Ming Kiskiviko hesitated. Xiao Xiang also encouraged Ming Ke. "Go on. Kiki, don't let that woman get too smug." The assistant director was speaking politely. "Mr. Bei, we didn't expect you to come in person. It's such a pleasant surprise." Fifan quickly accompanied Mr. Bei on stage. Yu Fifan was secretly delighted. She used to accompany Bei Minji to events. Surely Bei Minji wouldn't embarrass her for that girl, would he? As she was thinking, she approached to link arms with Bei Minji. To her surprise, Bei Minji completely ignored her presence. He walked past her and called out to Ming Ke in the crowd, "Kiki, why aren't you coming to my side? Didn't I tell you I'd be coming today?" Ming Ke felt suddenly cherished. "I'm not angry," Bei Minji said with a gentle smile. "I just wanted to surprise you." Ming Ke stared at him blankly, unable to understand why Bei Minji would do this. She quietly linked arms with Bei Minji and walked onto the stage. Yu Fifan, who had been humiliated, was furious. She never thought Bei Minji would treat her like this for that bitch. Soon after, the wrap-up ceremony concluded successfully. Xiao Xiang teased, "Tis TSK, your CEO Bei came specially to show off your love today, huh?" Ming Ke blushed furiously. Xiang, don't talk nonsense." As Bei Minji was about to leave with Ming Ke, reporters' microphones were thrust forward again. "Mr. Bei, Miss Ming Ke is your girlfriend, but today she's wearing the same dress as Yu Fifan. Is this arranged by the production team, or just a coincidence?" Indeed, they couldn't escape this question. Ming Ke was about to say something reluctantly. Unexpectedly, Bei Minji spoke first, saying helplessly, "I originally planned to give her this dress. But this girl said she wanted to be self-reliant and didn't want to spend my money. She even found someone to make a replica. I didn't even know about this." After saying this, he left with Ming Ke. Public opinion turned against Yu Fifan again. So Yu Fifan is wearing the dress that someone else didn't want. No wonder Bei Minji likes this little girl. After all, compared to a certain big shot who climbed up relying on him, she has much more integrity. Shoo, Yu Fifan is coming this way. Let's go somewhere else. Let's move to another place. Yu Fifan, standing below the stage, was furious, reaching her limit of anger. Seeing Bei Minji defend her, Ming Ke couldn't help but ask about the dress. "Why did you lie? You never used to care about such things before." Bei Minji's eyes twinkled with amusement as he said, "Why wouldn't I help my girlfriend?" Ming Ke's heart raced, her face flushing. Although she shouldn't, this feeling of being protected felt so good. Suddenly, there was an emergency brake. Bei Mingya immediately hooked Ming Ke. To their surprise, it was Yu Fifan who had stopped the car. She was about to start her drama again. She opened the car door with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. "Why are you treating me like this? I've already stopped competing with her. Why do you keep hurting me? Have you forgotten about your sister?" Bei Mingya was coldly ruthless. Not every mistake can be easily covered up with a few words. "Don't think I don't know about the things you've done. You've been in contact with Ming Shan, haven't you? Were you trying to team up with him against Kiki?" Yu Fifan panicked. "Didn't I give you the photos? I even gave you the photos beforehand. How can you suspect me like this?" Suddenly, she glared fiercely at Ming Ke. "Is it you? What exactly did you say to him to slander me?" Bei Minji protectively shielded Ming Ke behind him. "Giving me the photos before the incident happened was just to curry favor and absolve yourself of responsibility. There are some things I didn't want to investigate further, because I didn't want to embarrass you. But you seem to not know when to stop." Yu Fifan, her intentions exposed, could only remain silent. Bei Minji delivered the final blow. "I heard that night when you had a stomachache, you made a phone call outside." Yu Fifan was completely flustered. "I know I was wrong. I'll live my own life from now on. I won't compete with her anymore. Please, for your sister's sake, show me some mercy. I'll change, really." Bei Minji left with a "we'll see" and drove away. In the car, Ming-Ke felt a twinge of pain in her heart. How deep must his feelings for Yu Fian be for him to tolerate Yu Fian time and time again? Had he ever loved her? Yu Fian had a good sister who could protect her even after death. But what about herself? If one day she made a mistake, what would await her? Before Ming-Ke could think further, she was already brought to Donglin Airport. She suddenly realized. She understood why Yang Yi had asked her to bring her passport. Xiao Xiang had also brought Ming-Ke's luggage and had already arranged for her leave from school. It turned out Bei Minji had planned everything in advance. Ming-Ke was in a daze. Before she could react, Bei Minji was already embracing her and rushing to catch the plane. 2 hours later, the plane landed in Huada City. Bei Minji took Ming-Ke to the 4th hospital. Ming-Ke finally saw her beloved grandmother. She couldn't contain her excitement. With tears in her eyes, she threw herself into her grandmother's arms, asking if she was doing well here. Grandmother stroked Ming-Ke's forehead and said, "The environment here is much better than the previous hospital. There's someone to take care of me. Don't worry." Just then, Bei Minji walked in. Grandmother looked at the handsome young man. She asked, "Who is this?" Bei Minji quickly bowed and answered, "Grandmother, I'm Bei Minji Keek's boyfriend. We've met before." Grandmother seemed to remember, recalling seeing this young man when arranging the hospital transfer. After Ming-Ke chatted with her grandmother for a while, the nurse took her grandmother for chemotherapy. Bei Minji then took Ming-Ke to another rehabilitation center. On the way, Ming-Ke kept thinking about what her grandmother had said. Ming-Ke suddenly said to Bei Minji, "Grandmother didn't ask about Ming Shan and Song Fu." Bei Minji comforted her, saying, "The doctor said grandmother has shown signs of dementia recently. It's better if she forgets those unhappy things." In the VIP ward of the rehabilitation center, Ming-Ke's father was still in a coma. The nurse was massaging his limbs. Ming-Ke was learning attentively beside them. Bei Minji stayed by her side the whole time. He thought to himself, if grandmother has dementia and can forget that incident forever, could Kiki stay by my side forever and spend a peaceful life with me? The nurse glanced at Bei Minji and praised, "Your boyfriend is so patient. He's been here with you all afternoon. Many people's own children can't even do that." Ming-Ke shyly nodded. "Yes, he is very good." When leaving the rehabilitation center, Bei Minji seemed preoccupied. He held Ming-Ke's hand and said, "Kiki, let's do a paternity test with your father." Ming-Kiskiviko Sudenlutronet. She didn't understand why Bei Minji wanted her to do a paternity test. She asked, "What exactly do you know? Do you know Ming Shan and Song Fu's whereabouts? Do you know other hidden truths? Do you know Ming Shan and Song Fu's whereabouts? And other hidden truths?" Bei Minji replied, "After the paternity test, I'll tell you everything I know." Ming-Ke shook her head. "No need. I'm not my father's biological daughter. I'm his adopted daughter, not his biological child." But in her heart, she wondered, why does he have so many secrets? Can I really trust him? Bei Minji was adamant. "We'll talk after the test." After the paternity test, they returned to the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, he roughly pushed Ming-Ke down. "Sir, I'm tired." "When are you not tired?" That night, Bei Minji was particularly wild. After Ming-Ke fell into a deep sleep, he was still troubled. He walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and pondered whether what he was doing was right or wrong. But there was no turning back now. To keep this girl by his side forever, he couldn't care about anything else. Just then, he received a message on his phone. Yang would bring the things over at 10 p.m. At 11 p.m., Ming-Ke woke up from her sleep. Bei Minji handed Ming-Ke a paternity test report. "Take a look." Yang brought this at 10. "I haven't opened it yet." Ming-Ke had thought she wasn't her father's biological child. But when she opened the report, it showed a cumulative recovery exclusion rate of 0.9999, meaning there was a 99% chance of biological paternity. Seeing this result, Ming-Ke's mind was in chaos. Bei Minji pretended to be calm as he embraced her. "It seems you are indeed your father's biological daughter." In fact, he felt extremely guilty inside. He then showed Ming-Ke a news article about Ming Shan. It stated that the Long family had found their long-lost granddaughter, Long Shanshan, after 20 years. Ming-Ke was even more confused now. Why had she suddenly become her father's biological daughter? while Ming Shan had become the Long family's long-lost granddaughter. Bei Minji continued fabricating his lies. I can't explain it to you, but Long Shanshan has been reunited with her family. They did a paternity test before, and she is indeed part of the Long family. You have to accept this fact. Mingke didn't doubt the authenticity of the test results. She just didn't understand why her father had previously said he was the adopted one. Bei Minji, suppressing his conscience, said, "Could it be that your father wanted you to have a better environment in the future, so he arranged things this way?" Mingke shook her head. Impossible. Dad isn't that kind of person. She couldn't understand why her father had fallen from the building. If she was her father's daughter and Ming Shan was the Long family's child, then what about Song Fu? Whose mother was she really? Why did Ming Shan and Song Fu disappear together? As she thought about it, she couldn't help but cry. Bei Minji held Ming Ku in his arms and continued weaving his enormous lie. "I only thought of having you and your father do the test after receiving this information. The old man's 60th birthday is coming up, and the Long family will be there. Prepare yourself mentally, darling." After Ming Ku fell asleep, Yang brought the real paternity test report. With a flick, the lighter ignited. Bei Minji personally burned the real paternity test report. But just then, a knock on the door echoed through the room, sounding particularly jarring in the night. Bei Minji felt uneasy. He opened the door, and sure enough, Ming Ku was standing outside. At Donglin Airport, Ming Ku and Bei Minji were waiting for their flight. They looked quite relaxed. One was drinking coffee, while the other was licking dessert off a fork, lost in thought. Bei Minji planned to take Ming Ku to see her father and grandmother, then spend the afternoon playing before returning to Donglin. Ming Ku found this very troublesome. She had thought they would go directly to Eastern International, without returning to Donglin. As she was thinking this, she suddenly saw a familiar figure outside the window. She remembered that Bei Minji had promised to take Yu Fifan to Eastern International. Given his personality, he would never break a promise, which is why they had gone to such lengths to return to Donglin. So Mingke casually linked her arm with Bei Minji's, resting her head on his shoulder. She told him directly that she wanted to sit next to him later, and asked if he hadn't promised to sit with Yu Fifan. Although Mingke said this, she no longer doubted in her heart that he had any special feelings for Yu Fifan. Bei Minji affectionately patted Mingke's head, and replied with a smile that if he sat with him, how could he be intimate with her? At this time, Yu Fifan also entered the airport hall. Seeing the two cuddling, he secretly mocked that even though Bei Minji ignored him like this, didn't he still come back for him? So he was even less likely to give up. A few minutes later, the plane took off, heading to Eastern International. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment, Mingke was writing a script while chatting with Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang was complaining about Mingke's tight schedule, suddenly returning to Donglin yesterday, and already being in Eastern International today. And she even made Bei Minji wait for her at the school gate for 2 hours. Mingke immediately explained that since she would be gone for a long time this time, she was afraid he would worry unnecessarily. Xiangxiang expressed that her good friend was becoming less and less afraid of Bei Minji. Mingke muttered that he hadn't done anything to her, so why should she be afraid of him? Xiangxiang crossed her legs, teasing Mingke verbally, but in her heart, she was thinking about Mu Zichuan wanting to take her to Eastern International. If she didn't agree, her parents would definitely come to the school to find her, and she didn't know how to bring this up with her good friend. On the other end of the phone, Mingke hadn't noticed her concerns and was complaining that Bei Minji had left her and his brother in the apartment and ran off. And in just a short time she had been on the phone, Bei Mingcheng had opened the door several times, yet pretended to ignore her. Mingke was speechless. She stretched and still couldn't understand why he kept knocking on the door every now and then. Was this some dangerous area? Then she told her friend she had to go, saying she would send the new script for her to check once it was finished. After Xiangxiang acknowledged, they hung up. At this moment, Bei Mingcheng also looked puzzled, thinking to himself, doesn't this woman ever get hungry? There's not a sound from her. Then he knocked on the door again. As soon as he opened it, he found the woman in tears, her fingers still typing away. Bei Mingcheng pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, commenting that Mingke was just writing a script about separation and death, yet she had made herself cry like this. Mingke, immersed in her thoughts, was startled by the sudden voice. She turned her head and angrily shouted at him, "Mind your own business." Why are you looking at me? Bei Mingcheng innocently held up his phone, gesturing for her to see what time it was. Minka looked at the time on the phone and belatedly realized how late it was. Her stomach also started to growl with hunger. Bei Mingcheng looked exasperated, then turned around and told her to follow him out to eat. Outside, elegant houses were scattered about, and the streets were bustling with people. They casually walked into a noodle shop. Minka was momentarily surprised to find that this man was quite down to earth. Bei Mingcheng said if she didn't like it, they could look elsewhere. She quickly replied that she liked it, man. Seeing that she liked it, he asked the owner to add 3 more braised eggs. Minka ate for a while. Then she turned and asked Bei Mingcheng if he was free. The man suddenly looked wary and verbally refused. But in the end, he still accompanied Ming Ku to run errands. Half an hour later, the man looked exhausted and expressed dissatisfaction with her aimless shopping. Ming Ku disagreed, thinking that since she had finished her script, she would be idle when she got back, so of course she couldn't pass up this free labor. But suddenly she felt a chill. She turned and asked Bei Mingcheng if he felt anything strange. Bei Mingcheng didn't feel anything strange and urged her to choose quickly so they could go back. Minka looked at the crowd puzzledly and said that there indeed wasn't anything unusual, but the feeling of being watched was very strong. On second thought, if the captain hadn't noticed anything, maybe she was just imagining things. So she told Lianqing that she was done shopping and they could go back. Just then, Minka suddenly turned around and saw someone taking photos behind her. She was startled. She immediately chased after the person, questioning what they were photographing and what they intended to do. The photographer quickly explained that they were just taking photos and didn't intend to do anything. Ming Ku remained vigilant, asking why they were photographing her, wondering if this person would write nonsense about her again and spread more rumors. The photographer loudly denied this and handed over the camera. Minka checked and found only landscape photos. She apologized to the man awkwardly, admitting her misunderstanding. The man left angrily, not forgetting to curse under his breath. Minka told Bei Mingcheng embarrassedly that she had misunderstood the person earlier and that they could go back now. She muttered to herself that it was because of him and Bei Minji that the atmosphere in Eastern International was so tense. Then she turned and walked away. As Bei Mingcheng turned his head, he saw someone sneakily following the two of them. When the follower saw the man turn around, they immediately rotated 180 degrees, turning their back. Lianqing understood this well, knowing it was sent by the Bei Ming patriarch. He scoffed inwardly. Meanwhile, as soon as Bei Minji got off the plane, he rushed to the Bei Ming manor. The patriarch, knowing that the Long family had found their long-lost granddaughter, angrily demanded an explanation from the person before him. He threw a cup of hot tea directly at him, furiously blaming Bei Minji. He asked why he let the Long family get ahead and find her first. Once Bei Ming Xiong's granddaughter Long Shanshan returned, the Long family would certainly not give up. Bei Minji calmly replied that Long Chuhan was one step ahead and he had nothing to say. Nothing to say? The patriarch was immediately shaking with anger. Seeing this, Bei Minji quickly walked to the desk, hurriedly took out some medicine for him, and told him not to get angry and to take the medicine first. After taking the medicine, the patriarch calmed down and immediately ordered him to ensure Long Shanshan's appearance on the day of his birthday banquet. Bei Minji nonchalantly told the patriarch that he couldn't do it and didn't want to get involved. The patriarch pointed at him, enraged, believing his son truly wanted to anger him to death. Then the patriarch stated he wanted to meet Ming Ku, curious about what kind of enchantress had bewitched his cold son like this. Bei Minji calmly replied that it depended on whether Lianqing was willing to let her go. The patriarch was puzzled by this statement and was about to ask. Suddenly, the man made a shocking statement, telling the patriarch that the two brothers were sharing a woman. This greatly angered the patriarch, who was convinced the person before him was deceiving him. After all, in his mind, Lianqing would never be so outrageous. Since the two were together, they should come back for dinner more often in the evening. He wanted to see what was going on. After Bei Minji agreed, he said he needed to go home to change clothes. The patriarch coldly asked where he was going if he wasn't staying at home. The man deliberately provoked him, saying if he were to stay, it would have to be with his brother, since they shared a woman at night. Hearing this, the patriarch stood up immediately, cursing him as a scoundrel. Then he stood up and went downstairs with Bei Minji. At this time, Yu Fifan looked at Bei Minji with concern, wanting to approach but hesitating due to the patriarch's presence. The patriarch saw all of this. As Bei Minji was leaving, the patriarch reminded him to have Lianqing and that woman come back for dinner, emphasizing not to disappoint him again, or he didn't know what he might do. After Bei Minji left completely, the patriarch vented all his dissatisfaction on Yu Fifan. He urged him to massage his shoulders harder, then sarcastically remarked that his heart had drifted away, telling him to just leave if he wanted to follow someone else. Hearing this, Yu Fifan's expression changed, and he hurriedly explained that wasn't the case. The patriarch reached out and touched his hand, hinting that he shouldn't be as inconsiderate as his sister. As long as he obediently stayed by his side, he guaranteed he would live better than anyone else. Yu Fifan reluctantly promised Bei Mingxiong that he would always stay by his side, admitting he was inconsiderate in the past, but would never be again. The patriarch asked if he now realized that Guy wasn't truly sincere to him. Hatred flashed in Yu Fifan's eyes as he stated that Bei Minji only liked that girl called Mingku, and even when his sister was around, she couldn't compare at all. The patriarch pondered this. Yu Fifan knew he couldn't say more, as it would arouse suspicion. Bei Minji returned home. Bei Mingqing stared at a stain on his chest and asked if it was from the patriarch. Bei Minji nonchalantly replied, "Who else could it be but him?" Lianqing continued to ask when the patriarch wanted to meet Mingke. The man told him they would go tonight. Saying this, he closed the door. Bei Mingqing complained about the patriarch's impatience. At this moment, Mingku, who was taking a nap, was awakened by the sound of the door closing and opened her eyes. Suddenly noticing something wrong with his clothes, she asked what had happened. Bei Minji silently closed the door and walked into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, the man came out wrapped in a towel. Mingku waited at the door with her arms crossed, knowing he must be hiding something. She suddenly pulled open his towel and discovered bruises on his chest. Mingku worriedly asked if it was done by the patriarch. Bei Minji insisted he was fine. Hearing this, she still planned to get medicine, while also wondering, what kind of person was this patriarch to be so harsh even to his own son? The man looked tenderly at the woman applying medicine to him, thinking how wonderful it would be to spend a simple life with her. But unfortunately, there were no ifs. The next second, he grabbed Mingku, who was applying medicine to him. The woman looked up at him confused. Bei Minji said they needed to go back for dinner tonight. Time was tight, so they should hurry and prepare. Mingku shrugged, thinking it was just dinner, no big deal. Then she suddenly realized they were going to meet the patriarch. The next second, she was so scared she sat down on the floor. The man looked at her amusedly, asking if she was scared. Mingku admitted she was a bit, then continued applying medicine. She still felt the sudden visit to the manor was abrupt. Bei Minji grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. After the kiss, he asked the person in his arms if she was still nervous. Mingku's face turned red. She hastily replied that she needed to prepare and told Bei Minji not to overthink and be good. She suddenly turned back, looking directly at a certain spot, telling the man to behave as well. Bei Minji realized she dared to tease him. Her courage was really growing, and his face instantly turned red. An hour later, the three of them headed to the Bei Ming Manor together. At this moment, the butler conveyed the patriarch's orders. He told the two men to go to the study, while he stayed behind to take care of Miss Mingke. Bei Mingye instructed Mingkai. He told her to sit in the courtyard, saying he'd be back soon. After they left, Mingke asked the butler if she could look around. The butler told her to feel free. She began to wander around, realizing she still preferred being alone. Meanwhile, the patriarch and the two men arrived at the garden. Just as he was about to inquire about the woman, he saw a beautiful figure in the distant flower bed. The woman turned her head, looking at them with confusion. The patriarch was extremely surprised. The person before him looked so much like his long-lost daughter. He couldn't help but call out his daughter's name. This jasmine garden before him was planted by his daughter, Bei Mingyue, when she was 20 years old. Before the jasmine could bloom, she had eloped with the son of his enemy, leaving only a note that read, "Dad, I'm sorry I left. Your unfilial daughter, Bei Mingyue." His daughter left abruptly, and since then, there had been no news. 2 years later, when the patriarch learned of his daughter's news, she was already dead. His only granddaughter had also been lost since then. He had been searching for over 20 years. Now, the patriarch was overcome with emotion, his eyes moist, thinking the person before him was his daughter, who had finally returned. Bei Minji stepped forward and called Ming Ku to come meet grandfather. Hearing this, she walked towards the patriarch. Bei Minji embraced her, stating this was his woman. The patriarch finally came to his senses. So this girl was the one he had disliked for so long. He thought to himself that he must have been seeing things earlier. Even if she looked like his daughter, she couldn't possibly be related to her. Since his daughter's disappearance, the patriarch had not allowed anyone to enter this jasmine garden. So the patriarch put on a stern face, frowning as he warned Ming Ku he'd break her legs if she went there again. The butler, witnessing the whole process, was surprised that the patriarch hadn't gotten angry at Ming Ku for entering the jasmine garden. He wondered if the patriarch, like him, saw the young Mrs. Image in that girl. Bei Minji affectionately patted the woman's head, asking if she had been scared. Ming Ku said the patriarch wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. The man patted her, telling her it was all a facade and that she shouldn't get too close to the patriarch in the future. Ming Ku nodded in agreement, but thinking back carefully, she felt like the patriarch had been crying earlier. Then they returned to the villa. Ming Ku and Bei Mingsheng were intensely playing a game, attacking each other and constantly taunting one another. At this moment, Ming Ku seemed to hear a familiar voice. In a moment of distraction, half her health was depleted. She immediately flared up, cursing him as a coward for sneak attacking and bullying a naive newcomer like her. Bei Mingsheng suddenly had a mischievous look, saying he wanted to test how naive she was. Hearing this, the woman immediately jumped up. She kicked him, shouting that Bei Mingsheng was a pervert. The two of them chased and played around in front of Bei Minji like a young couple. Seeing this scene, the patriarch couldn't help but frown. His son indeed seemed much more lively in front of this girl. At this moment, Xia Qianjin suddenly burst in, loudly questioning why Ming Ku was here. Lianqing glared at her fiercely, frightening her into freezing on the spot. She quickly ran to the patriarch, crying and complaining about being bullied. Ming Ku was speechless, knowing another drama queen had arrived. It would be a waste if she didn't go into acting. Meanwhile, the woman was loudly complaining about her miserable experience. She told the patriarch that Ming could not only hit her, but also set dogs on her. Seeing the patriarch unmoved, Xia Qianjin burst into tears, questioning if the patriarch no longer cared for her. The patriarch sighed. He doted on the crying woman before him, completely coveting his daughter. But Ming Ku resembled his daughter even more than her. So when he saw Xia Qianjin hurt, although he felt some pain, the patriarch didn't overly blame this girl. He just told her to follow the Bei Ming family rules. Ming Ku looked confused, not knowing what rules there were. Bei Minji raised his head from the newspaper. Seeing this scene in front of him, he stood in front of her, reminding her to greet the patriarch. Ming Ku then said hello. At this moment, Bei Mingcheng immediately called Ming Ku to wash her hands, as they were about to eat. So everyone prepared to eat. As they came to the dining table, the patriarch started causing trouble again. He stated that the Bei Ming family doesn't allow freeloaders. Ming Ku pretended not to hear, pulled out a chair, and sat down. This angered the patriarch, who exploded on the spot. He repeated himself, wanting the ignorant girl before him to quickly go to the kitchen. The dining table fell silent for a moment. Ming Ku directly ignored the patriarch. She picked up a glass of red wine nearby and started drinking. After tasting, she didn't forget to tell those around her that it was very good and they should try it too. Seeing her like this, Bei Minji couldn't help but be amused. He coughed lightly, patted her, and told her to respond to the elder's words. Ming Ku feigned shock, saying she didn't know he was calling her just now, thinking the patriarch was calling Xia Qianjin. Lianqing immediately stated that everyone should follow the rules, and said they should all go to the kitchen together. Xia Qianjin's face turned green. She immediately expressed dissatisfaction, explaining that she was part of the Bei Ming family. Lianqing directly retorted. The woman's eyes instantly filled with tears. But the man showed no mercy, saying if she was so aggrieved, she shouldn't come to eat. He then wanted to have Huolang take her away. At this point, Xia Qianjin had no choice but to pitifully seek help from the patriarch. Just as the patriarch was about to speak, Lianqing immediately slammed the table. The man beside her nudged Ming Ku. Ming Ku turned her head to comfort him. She told him not to bother with spoiled people and to quickly sit down and eat. Seeing Ming Ku speak like this, Lianqing sat back in his seat. Xia Qianjin watched with an unhappy face, burning with anger. The patriarch also didn't want to fuss anymore and told the servants to serve the food. He understood that his son was intentionally protecting this girl. If they continued to make a fuss, she might run away, and who knows when she'd come back next time. After the meal, the patriarch sat expressionless on the sofa. Beside him, Xia Qianjin was eagerly massaging his legs. The other two continued playing their game. As Mingke played, she couldn't help but wonder about their family relationships. The patriarch's attitude towards the two was vastly different, and these two deliberately dragging her to act in front of the patriarch. What were they trying to do? On the other side, the patriarch was discussing work with Bei Minji, asking if the Empire Group had encountered any problems recently. The man said they were all small matters that he could handle, but the patriarch intended to have him return to help at the Bei Ming Group. The two fell silent for a moment. At this moment, Xia Qianjin coyly reminded the patriarch if he had forgotten to tell Bei Minji something. The patriarch told her not to worry. Then he casually brought up Bei Minji's age. The man absent-mindedly agreed. The patriarch intentionally mentioned that the Bei Ming family hadn't had a wedding in a long time, hinting that Bei Minji wasn't young anymore and suggesting he get married by the end of the year. At this point, Mingke perked up her ears, catching the word marriage. The man agreed without hesitation. Hearing this response, the patriarch directly announced that Bei Minji and Xia Qianjin's wedding would be held before the end of the year. Mingke, hearing this, looked sad. She couldn't understand how he could marry Xia Qianjin. Weren't they relatives? At this moment, Bei Minji came to his senses and pointed at Xia Qianjin, stating it was impossible between them. The patriarch dismissed this, offering a very tempting condition. If they married, he would give their son 10% of Bei Ming Group's shares. Bei Minji put down his tea. He sarcastically remarked on how generous the patriarch was. The patriarch seriously told his son that he wasn't joking. Mingke, watching this scene, became even more worried. On one side was the patriarch's great niece. On the other was insignificant herself. She suddenly wasn't sure about Bei Minji's choice. At this point, Bei Minji laughed and called Mingke over. He threw the question to her, letting her decide. Xia Qianjin cried again. Bei Mingxiong patted her back, assuring her he would help. Then he turned, picked up the teapot, and angrily splashed the tea towards Mingke, who was standing in front. In a flash, Lianqing blocked the tea, and Bei Minji also protected her. Bei Minji, somewhat angry, was about to question the patriarch when Mingke pushed him away. Then she stepped forward, took a teacup, and splashed it towards the patriarch, asking what right he had to splash her. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect her to dare confront the patriarch. Still angry, she didn't care about these things and directly questioned why he splashed water on her. Bei Mingxiong, in his high position, had never been scolded by a young girl pointing at his nose. He was very angry, but helpless. Mingke's tongue was too sharp. She continued to question Bei Mingxiong. He had invited her here, but now he was being so rude to her. If this got out, whose reputation would suffer more severely? He should know. Although Mingke had the upper hand verbally, she felt this place was dangerous. She had never seen such a barbaric old man. He had just hit Bei Minji, and now he wanted to hit her. He was indeed a violent maniac. The patriarch was shaking with anger. Xia Qianjin timidly came forward to inquire. He gestured that he was fine. Although Mingke resembled Yuer more than Xia Qianjin, the recent events made him feel that Xia Qianjin was better and more suitable to marry into the Bei Ming family. After calming down a bit, he sat on the sofa and threatened Mingke to kneel down and apologize immediately, or he would prevent her from leaving the eastern country. Mingke looked disgusted. She knew that even if she knelt and apologized, the patriarch wouldn't easily let her off. Moreover, she hadn't done anything wrong. Seeing that she didn't move, the patriarch ordered the butler, Dongfang Yu, to force her to kneel and apologize. The butler hesitated in his response, feeling it wasn't right to treat a girl this way. Before he could act, Bei Minji affectionately told her not to be naughty and upset the patriarch. His temper was too volatile, so it was better to keep a distance. He told Mingke to quickly apologize to the patriarch, and then they would leave. His words made Mingke realize she still had support. This made her even less afraid. She obediently walked up to Bei Mingxiong and bowed deeply. She seriously stated that she wouldn't physically confront him in the future, only reason with him. She also advised him to take care of his health. Otherwise, if he fell ill, there would be no one to manage Bei Ming Group and it would collapse. Bei Minji, suppressing his laughter, tried tried to smooth things over, and then left with her. Before leaving, he didn't forget to mock the situation one last time. This was definitely the angriest night for Bei Mingxiu. Dong Fangyu comforted him, telling him not to be upset with the children and to take care of his health. Xia Qianjin, seeing herself being ignored, put on a weak act again, taking the opportunity to fan the flames. Bei Mingxiu, being the old fox he was, saw through Xia Qianjin's intentions at a glance. He told her to put away her little schemes, otherwise he wouldn't let her off easily. The patriarch, disturbed by Ming Ku, harshly sent away even Xia Qianjin, who was usually his favorite. His resentment towards Ming Ku deepened. His pitiful gaze instantly turned vicious. He vowed he would never let this woman off. The three drove away. Bei Minji asked if Ming Ku was hungry. Lianqing said he was hungry too, so the three decided to go for a late-night snack. The annoyed Ming Ku began to recall what had just happened. She wondered if Bei Mingxiu would hold a grudge against her for how she treated him and deliberately cause her trouble. She told Bei Minji that since he brought her here, he must safely take her back to Dongling. Bei Minji found it interesting that the girl who was so sharp-tongued earlier was now starting to fear. He explained that he only got angry because the patriarch had scalded her. After saying this, Bei Minji froze. Lianqing spoke up to remind him to avoid a car accident. Ming Ku was still thinking about saving her own life. She turned to ask Lianqing to plead for her, since Bei Mingxiu quite liked him. He mischievously told her that the patriarch was petty and held grudges. Whether she could leave the eastern country was a big question. Frightened, Ming Ku turned to Bei Minji and told him to take responsibility for her. Bei Minji asked how he should take responsibility and casually suggested they get married. Ming Ku had no intention of marrying him. Facing that irritable old man from morning to night, she'd rather die. Her words caused a sudden break. Bei Minji's tone was full of dissatisfaction. He felt Ming Ku could only marry him. Lianqing sat in the passenger seat, arms folded, watching the show. The sudden break had no effect on him. The three quickly arrived at their destination. It was an ordinary restaurant. Lianqing and Bei Minji were regulars here. The two brothers had a good relationship with Uncle Ding. They used to come here often for free meals and chat with him. Uncle Ding noticer minkeskivico. He asked if she was the girlfriend of either of them. She naturally had no relationship with Lianqing, but if she said she was Bei Minji's girlfriend, she might be mocked later. After thinking for a moment, she said she was his secretary. Uncle Ding poured her a glass of water, praising her for being young and beautiful. He jokingly told Bei Minji not to hire a child laborer, as it was illegal. He assured Uncle Ding that she would turn 20 in a few days, so she definitely wasn't a child laborer. Uncle Ding laughed and asked for a wedding drink. He took the opportunity to mention that the patriarch wanted him to marry Xia Qianjin and would give 10% of the shares if they had a son. Uncle Ding questioned the truth and feasibility of this matter. Ming Ku couldn't bear to listen anymore. His attitude of neither denying nor trying to keep her made her heart cold. She needed to leave this place quickly. It turned out he knew Ming Ku was there to inquire about another person's condition. Hearing that this person wasn't in any serious condition, she felt relieved. Lianqing asked some more questions about this person's caregivers. Getting answers that everything was fine, he thought about when to meet this person. While they were still discussing, the sound of a car being hit came from outside. Bei Minji rushed out. Bystanders raised their phones to watch. A business car was repeatedly ramming into Bei Minji's car. He ran quickly to the business car, grabbing the rear panel in an attempt to stop the vehicle. The driver reassured himself that as long as he didn't get out, Bei Minji couldn't do anything to him. Seeing this, Bei Minji smashed the driver's side window with one punch, scaring the driver into accelerating quickly. He believed that if he drove fast enough, he could definitely shake off Bei Minji, this devil. The game between the two continued. A large truck sped towards the spinning business car in the middle of the road. The hearts of the onlookers were in suspense. At the critical moment, he let go of the driver's hand and rolled to the side. At the same time, the business car exploded on the spot. The truck took the opportunity to escape. Bei Minji's arm was injured. Ming Ku was very worried. Uncle Ding told him to go to the hospital to treat the wound, saying he would handle the accident scene. Lianqing knew his boss's personality well. He would definitely choose to tough it out, so he deliberately suggested that Ming Ku should also get checked. As expected, Bei Minji comforted the nervous Ming Ku and agreed for both of them to go to the hospital together. The previous scene made Ming-Ke fearful. She was really worried she might never see him again. Lianqing drove the two to the hospital for examination. This time he could be sure. The boss had truly fallen in love with Ming-Ke, even to the point of being completely smitten. He didn't know if this would affect their upcoming plans. For now, he could only do his best to protect the two. The two in the back seat completely ignored Lianqing driving, caring for each other lovingly. Ming-Ke explained that she had been hiding on the other side of the car earlier, only getting a bump on her head with no major issues. Bei Minji was relieved she wasn't hurt, because this incident wasn't an accident, but a premeditated murder. There were too many dangers in Eastern International. Lianqing took Ming-Ke for a checkup, while Bei Minji was cornered by a green tea bitch. He didn't want to see Xia Qianjin at all. He told Dongfang Yu to quickly send the young miss home, his tone full of annoyance. He lowered his head and stopped paying attention to others. Xia Qianjin clung to him, asking to take care of him. Dongfang Yu persuaded her to go home first, saying Bei Minji would naturally have someone to care for him. She said with a pitiful face that she would marry Bei Minji in the future. Before she could finish, Bei Minji, who was resting with his eyes closed, interrupted her. He said without any mercy that she was shameless, that he had never said he would marry her. If she was in such a hurry to get married, she might as well marry Huolang. His words were like a thunderbolt. Everyone was confused. Why was he speaking so harshly today? It was completely different from his usual style. Bei Minji looked at Huolang with a mischievous face. He said he was very interested in Xia Qianjin's body, otherwise they wouldn't have rolled around together. Now she was pretending to be noble in front of him. They thought he was easy to fool. Huolang, hit where it hurt, was about to throw a punch. Bei Minji was easily blocked by Dongfang Yu. He needed to know if this was true. Huolang naturally couldn't admit it. He loved Xia Qianjin deeply. On the contrary, Xia Qianjin was somewhat afraid. She didn't know if Bei Minji was just saying it casually or if he really knew about her relationship with Huolang. One wave hadn't settled when another arose. Another green tea bitch burst in through the door. She first expressed concern about Bei Minji's injuries, then wanted to stay to take care of him. He drove them all out. After they left, a subordinate came in with investigation results. The hitman who crashed the car had been burned beyond recognition, but they could confirm it wasn't one of Flying Eagle's people. At present, it was still unknown whether this action was aimed at Bei Minji or Ming-Ke. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. They could only continue investigating. Back home, Lianqing and Bei Minji were discussing matters when they heard Ming-Ke coming downstairs and ended their conversation. Their mysteriousness had caught her attention early on. Although they had taken her to see Uncle Ding, she still knew nothing. She felt that she might not be as important as she thought. Lost in thought, he was embraced by Bei Minji. He urged him to go take a shower quickly and rest early, saying even Superman would be tired after such a hectic day. Bei Minji nodded obediently, then stood still looking at him. Realizing he wanted help with the shower, Ming-Ke blushed. He turned to find a bathrobe. Bei Minji took the chance to tease him, suggesting it would be more convenient not to wear anything. Teased, Ming-Ke's movements slowed as he undressed him. Bei Minji thought he was admiring his six-pack abs and teased him further, saying he could look more closely if he wanted. Not to be outdone, he nonchalantly said he was already tired of looking at them. Bei Minji felt he had spoiled him too much. Since he was tired of looking, he'd have to find a new way to make him look properly. The ambiguous atmosphere in the bathroom gradually raised the temperature. Early the next morning, Bei Minji woke up, startled. He questioned Ming-Ke why he didn't wake him when the alarm went off. Ming-Ke explained that because he was injured yesterday and finally had a peaceful sleep, he didn't have the heart to wake him. Bei Minji angrily smashed the alarm clock on the ground. He warned Ming-Ke that he had no right to make decisions for him, then got up to change clothes in the dressing room. Indeed, men change once they put their pants on. The words "no right" kept echoing in Ming-Ke's ears. Dressed in a black suit, Bei Minji looked handsome and refined. He told the driver to bring the car quickly. He ignored Ming-Ke, who wanted to apologize. Yu Fifan, wearing an elegant dress, was already waiting for Bei Minji at the door. Seeing Yu Fifan standing at the door for so long, Bei Minji felt a bit guilty. He told her to just come in directly next time, his tone very gentle. Ming-Ke watched all this, very confused. He used to dislike Yu Fifan so much, but now he was so tender towards her. And after one night, he suddenly got angry at himself. He couldn't understand it all, but he still inexplicably asked Bae Minji what he was going to do. Bae Minji, who was about to say something, finally just told him to wait with Lianqing. He had thought that becoming his girlfriend meant they could live happily together, but perhaps he had thought too much. Yesterday, he risked his life to save him. Maybe it was just out of kindness. Looking up to see Lianqing inquiring, he put on a bitter smile. Then, forcing himself to be cheerful, he said it was his first time at Eastern International and wanted Lianqing to show him around. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Lianqing didn't want to see him forcing a smile and said he was willing to accompany him. Xiao Xiang, carrying a suitcase, was waiting for Mu Zichuan's car at the entrance. He used to be a city person, but now he was waiting here for Bae Minji. He never thought he'd come to this point. Not far away, his parents were watching him get into the car. This was actually a transaction. The Xiao family's external debt had just been cleared, and to revitalize the business, they needed an injection of external funds. For this money, Zhao's father agreed to the Mu family's deal. The content of the deal was to let Xiao Xiang accompany Mu Zichuan to Eastern International. Zhao's father spoke smoothly, saying firstly it was for him to see the world, and secondly to learn some business knowledge from Mu Zichuan to help manage the Xiao family business later. Zhao's mother appealed to his emotions and reason. His aunt told him to seize this opportunity, constantly praising Mu Zichuan as an excellent young man. Left with no choice, Xiao Xiang could only agree, but only this once. After returning from Eastern International, he didn't want Mu Zichuan associated with him anymore. He didn't want any entanglement with this person. Once in the car, he directly stated his stance. He couldn't be forced to do anything he didn't like, otherwise he would definitely call the police. They were more like a bickering couple. After a round of verbal sparring, he told Xiao Xiang about Ming Ke being hit by a car. Hearing that her good friend was injured, Xiao Xiang had no time to dwell on the deal anymore. She quickly called Ming Ke. When the call connected, her string of questions left Ming Ke not knowing which one to answer first. She asked him to answer each question carefully. Ming Ke briefly described his injuries. Still worried, she confirmed the arrival time with Mu Zichuan, telling Ming Ke to wait for her. Some things would be discussed in detail when she arrived. After getting ready, Ming Ke went shopping with Lianqing, who was dressed casually. He felt that the cold Lianqing gave him more sense of security than the moody Bae Minji. He felt like a fool. Bae Minji had never acknowledged him as his girlfriend face to face. It was a joke that he actually believed it. Suddenly understanding, Ming Ke decided to buy a couple of clothes to change his mood. After shopping, he and Lianqing walked towards the parking lot. Not far away, the sight of Bae Minji embracing Yu Fifan came into view. Seeing Yu Fifan in Bae Minji's arms, Ming Ke realized he should face the fact that Yu Fifan was still in Bae Minji's heart. So he called Lianqing to leave. Lianqing glanced over there, then left with Ming Ke. Bae Minji saw Ming Ke leave, thinking he didn't care. He then released Yu Fifan from his embrace. Yu Fifan quickly apologized. Bae Minji ignored it. Then he asked Yi Yang to take her home. Bae Minji, worried Ming Ke might be angry, hurriedly went after him to explain, leaving Yu Fifan with a grim expression. But she still pretended to be nonchalant as she got into the car. She told Yi Yang not to be polite, saying he could come with them to visit her sister in the future. Yi Yang also said frankly that if her sister were still alive, she might have married Bae Minji and had children by now. But now, Bae Minji having Ming Ke was enough. He told Yu Fifan not to try to get information from him. Bae Minji was doing well, and she should just focus on her own life. Yu Fifan appeared to understand on the surface, but her fists unconsciously clenched. The car drove on the road to take her home. Bae Minji had just walked over when he heard Ming Ke asking Lianqing if he wanted to share some watermelon. Lianqing was thinking about how to split it in half for the boss when Ming Ke interrupted him. He quickly responded that he wanted some, hoping the boss wouldn't get angry. Ming Ke came out carrying the washed fruit. He saw Bae Minji sitting on the sofa. He greeted him and then took the fruit to Lianqing's room. Bae Minji watched him walk past, heading straight into Lianqing's room. He decided to have a good talk with Ming Ke when he came out. After 10 minutes, he heard laughter coming from the room, but the door was closed, so he couldn't see anything. Inside, Lianqing reminded Ming Ke that Bae Minji's face had already looked quite upset earlier. Ming Ke stated that he wasn't someone who would come and go at others' beck and call. He was naturally angry when Bae Minji was entangled with another woman earlier. Lianqing looked gleeful, eager to see Bei Minji's exasperated expression. At this moment, Mingke saw in the mirror that his face was covered in watermelon seeds. He blamed Lianqing for not reminding him. Lianqing didn't forget to tease him, saying he ate so messily. No wonder he couldn't compare to Yu Fifan. Hearing this, Mingke got fired up. He said he just had bad luck, but in a few years, he would definitely surpass Yu Fifan. Lianqing actually had some doubts about whether Ming Ke really intended to make it in the entertainment industry. After getting Ming Ke's affirmative response, he thought Ming Ke's natural conditions were quite good. Ming Ke quickly asked Lianqing to help him find Nangong Lai, ask about connections, or introduce him to some directors. Lianqing immediately said that if he wanted to use the casting couch, it wouldn't work. He absolutely couldn't betray the boss. Mingke had to explain that he just wanted to expand his network. Lianqing calculated the time and reminded him to go out and find the boss, telling him not to drag him down. Mingke smiled and said he would stay here tonight, planning to stay and serve Lianqing. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. It was Bei Minji. Mingke looked at Bei Minji innocently, questioning why he kicked the door open and eavesdropped on their conversation. Bei Minji was at a loss, seeing only 2 watermelon rinds on the table. It made him very unhappy. Mingke smiled and explained that they had an agreement. He wouldn't look for other men. Bei Minji quickly asked if he would casually find other men after the agreement ended. At this point, Mingke told Lianqing to pack up. He was going back with Bei Minji. He'd come back later. Bei Minji pulled Ming Ke away, not caring that he had damaged Lianqing's door. Lianqing could only say he'd sleep with his clothes on. Bei Minji pulled Ming Ke back to the room. He angrily closed the door. Ming Ke was planning to get some fruit for Bei Minji, but was refused. He questioned Ming Ke about the reason for his anger. Ming Ke looked at Bei Minji innocently, saying he wasn't angry. Bei Minji didn't know how to explain. He just wasn't used to having a woman around. Ming Ke smiled at Bei Minji, planning to help him bathe. As a result, Bei Minji found that he couldn't see through Ming Ke's thoughts at all. He had to let Ming Ke help him bathe. Ming Ke said if Bei Minji wanted to do something else, he should clean up first. Bei Minji couldn't stand Ming Ke's current state. He quickly apologized, but Ming Ke said he was used to it and wouldn't get angry. Bei Minji hugged him, but felt Ming Ke was getting further away from him. The bath water was ready. Ming Ke told himself to just control his heart. He had no right to resist other things. At this moment, Bei Minji hugged him from behind. He told Ming Ke to open his eyes and see clearly. The man in the mirror was his man. Ming Ke said he knew, but in his heart, he wondered how many other women Bei Minji had besides him. Ming Ke told himself that this man brought him nothing but pain. He saw Bei Minji looking tired and still asked caringly. Bei Minji knew Ming Ke's purpose was to provoke him, so he gently kissed him. Lianqing heard the noise from the room, but he couldn't interfere. Bei Minji looked at the sleeping Ming Ke beside him. He didn't know how else to maintain their relationship besides this way. He hugged Ming Ke in his arms. It was morning. Bei Minji got up and dressed. From the folder, he took out the agreement they had signed before. Today was Ming Ke's first birthday by his side. After he put down the agreement, he thought if he gave the agreement to Ming Ke, perhaps the previous unpleasantness would be wiped out. Bei Minji walked to the bedside, gently stroked Ming Ke's hair, and called him to wake up. After a while, Ming Ke still hadn't woken up. Bei Minji continued to stroke his hair. Suddenly, there was a loud slap. Bei Minji was speechless. Ming Ke sat up in bed. He had actually slapped Bei Minji. He must have been dreaming. Bei Minji saw him pretending to sleep. He had to respond, saying if you have the guts to hit someone, you should have the guts to admit it. Ming Ke quickly got up from the bed to apologize. Seeing Ming Ke like this, Bei Minji felt a bit sad. He hadn't given him a good face since yesterday, and now he was smiling so falsely. He supported Ming Ke, wanting to reconcile with him. Ming Ke remembered how Bei Minji used to be fierce with him, and just softly responded with a At this moment, Bei Minji remembered that Xiao Xiang and Mu Zichuan were coming today, so he asked him to call and check. But Ming Ke told him Xiao Xiang would call when they arrived. Bei Minji had to ask him to get his phone to check what time it was. But there was a clock on the wall. Ming Ke couldn't understand what Bei Minji wanted to do, picking on him so early in the morning. He had to ask Bei Minji if there was nothing else, he would go wash up first. Bei Minji was confused. He hadn't seen such a big agreement. Could it be that his body was too big and blocked it? But he thought that he was wrong yesterday, so he should take the initiative to coax Ming Ke. Bei Minji had already planned to start over with Ming-ke. But as Ming-ke walked closer to him, he became so nervous that he couldn't say a word. Ming-ke was confused, seeing him not going to wash up but sitting there sweating. At this time, Ming-ke noticed something in his hand. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Xiao Xiang's call. They had already arrived. Bei Minji was speechless. He should have just put it in front of Ming-ke earlier. Ming-ke was still on the phone. He sent the address to Xiao Xiang. Then he went out to find Lianqing. He wanted Lianqing to accompany him shopping, but was refused. Although a bit disappointed, he had to tell Bei Minji. Then he casually closed the door to change clothes. Bei Minji saw him close the door to change clothes. What did he take him for? Yesterday was Yu Fian's death anniversary. He was a bit late. That's why he spoke harshly to Ming-ke. Inside the room, Ming-ke was still wondering if Bei Minji would let him go out. But the agreement didn't stipulate that he had to accompany him during the day. Bei Minji didn't want him to leave. This time Ming-ke misunderstood him, thinking he wanted to do something. He didn't want Ming-ke to leave, but couldn't think of any other way. Ming-ke stepped forward, ready to undress. Bei Minji stopped him. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ming-ke. If there was nothing else, he said he was going out. With that, he closed the door and left, leaving Bei Minji standing there alone, not knowing what to do. After a while, he came to his senses. He quickly chased after him. He had just heard Ming-ke say he was going to Shanghua Mall. However, at this moment, things seemed unsettled at Dongfang International. Danger was occurring. The mall was crowded with people. Ming-ke sat alone waiting, reflecting on the things between him and Bei Minji. He should actually feel satisfied because there was no reason to be angry. At this time, Bei Minji rushed over and saw Ming-ke's heavy smile. He felt a bit of pain in his heart. There were always people coming to chat with Ming-ke. He was about to move to a quieter place, but he found many people gathering nearby. He was about to join the crowd. Suddenly someone called out to him. It turned out to be Xiao Xiang. He ran over and hugged Ming-ke. Xiao Xiang pulled Ming-ke to one side. Mu Zichuan also noticed the situation here. It turned out Bei Minji was surrounded by people. He had a call to arrange someone to escort Ming-ke. However, when leaving, Mu Zichuan still saw them. Xiao Xiang took Ming-ke to a restaurant and sat down. He noticed Bei Minji didn't come with Ming-ke. Ming-ke told him not to mind that person. He had many questions to ask. Xiao Xiang told him Mu Zichuan had acquired 30% of Xiao Group's shares in his personal name. Ming-ke then realized that Xiao Xiang's relationship with Xiao Group was not ordinary. Xiao Xiang told him that she was the daughter of the third mistress of Xiao Group CEO. In other words, an illegitimate child. Mu Zichuan watched them talk while sipping his coffee. At this time, a familiar voice came. Mu Zichuan saw an acquaintance arrive. He was about to invite him to sit down, but was refused. He wanted to find Ming-ke first. After they came, they were also looking for Bei Minji. He sat down and asked Xiao Xiang if she came with Mu Zichuan. Xiao Xiang was at a loss for words. She hurriedly explained that they were not in a romantic relationship. The other person also thought that a workaholic like Mu Zichuan probably didn't have a girlfriend. Xiao Xiang felt a bit guilty, but still asked why the other person was here. The other person had to explain that he came from the Long family, one of the 10 great families of the East. But the Long family was the Long family. It had nothing to do with him. Ming-ke was about to ask a question, but was interrupted. The long-lost little princess of the Long family had recently been found. Tonight, the Long family would hold a birthday party. Ming-ke suddenly remembered that Ming Shan's birthday was also today. Could it be a coincidence? At this moment, the young master Long asked Ming-ke if they would be willing to be his companions tonight. Xiao Xiang suddenly remembered that it was also Ming-ke's birthday today. She felt guilty immediately. She had been so busy lately that she forgot to prepare a gift. The young master Long also thought it was quite a coincidence that Ming-ke and Long Shan shared the same birthday. Ming-ke asked again to confirm if Long Shan's birthday was really today. The young master Long mentioned that the proof of intent indeed confirmed it was today. Ming-ke wasn't sure if Long Chuyang would believe him if he told the truth. He also worried that the Long family might think he was just trying to climb the social ladder. At this time, Xiao Xiang noticed that Ming-ke's expression was a bit off, so she suggested that Ming-ke attend the Long family's banquet as Mr. Long's companion. Not only that, she also wanted to attend Mr. Bei Ming's birthday party with Mu Zichuan the day after tomorrow. At this moment, Mu Zichuan came over and asked what everyone had decided. Ming Ke thought that if he could meet Ming Shan, he could ask about his father's matters. And Bei Minji hadn't contacted him, so he probably wouldn't care. After some inner struggle, Ming Ke finally decided to attend. The young Master Long imagined the scene of bringing Ming Ke and running into Bei Minji tonight, finding it very interesting. Mu Zichuan thought about how he was once taught a lesson by Bei Minji and could only pray for his own good fortune. At this time, Bei Minji was alone in his room, absent-mindedly typing on his computer. He hadn't received any message from Ming Ke and was a bit worried. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to make a phone call to inquire. After a while, the call connected, but there was a noisy sound from Ming Ke's end. It turned out he was playing at an amusement park. Bei Minji could only say he had something to do tonight and might return home late. After hearing this, Ming Ke exchanged a few casual words and then hung up to continue playing. Time flew by, and it was evening. The guests of the Long family had already gathered. Everyone saw Long Shan coming down from upstairs and were discussing among themselves. From this scene, it was clear that old Master Long valued Long Shan greatly, but everyone was more curious about how other family members treated him. At this moment, Long Wan came over and also praised Long Shan's beauty. Hearing Long Wan's praise for Long Shan, old Master Long was very happy. Just then, a voice called for old Master Long. It turned out Bei Minji and his group had arrived. Although old Master Long was a bit angry about their late arrival, he still maintained politeness. Bei Minji and his group also explained the reason with grace. Then, old Master Long hurriedly introduced his granddaughter to them. The moment Long Shan saw Bei Minji, her face was full of shyness. He was the object of desire for all girls in Donglin. Seeing Long Shan's reaction, old Master Long tentatively suggested exchanging 10% of Long Teng's shares for Bei Minji to marry into the Long family. However, Bei Minji asked in return if Long Shan truly wanted this. Hearing Bei Minji's question, Long Shan was at a loss for words for a moment. Ming Shan felt very embarrassed, but this was just a matter of men and women coming of age for marriage. At this moment, old Master Long noticed a figure appearing at the door. He entrusted his granddaughter to Bei Minji. Bei Minji was happy to be her escort. Yu Fifan also wanted to take this opportunity to meet his granddaughter. Bei Minji saw the Long family's eldest grandson, Long Chuan. After their eyes met, he quickly turned his head away. He asked Ming Shan if she was used to this kind of life. Yu Fifan noticed Ming Shan's nervousness. He suggested that he could be her escort instead. Meanwhile, Bei Minji could go greet Long Chuan. Ming Shan didn't mind, as she still needed to get to know new friends. Besides, this man was already impatient, and she couldn't upset him further. Then she turned her head and looked at Yu Fifan with disdain. A female star who relied on men to rise. How could she be worthy of being with him? Bei Minji turned and left, leaving the two alone. Yu Fifan was surprised that Ming Shan knew him, but given his public exposure, how could she not know him? He didn't expect her to dare speak to him like that. Before he could react, Ming Shan dragged him in front of everyone to introduce him. The young ladies looked at Yu Fifan with admiration. Just then, Ming Shan interrupted again, saying she once wanted to be a star too, but her grandfather wouldn't allow it. Everyone was very curious about the reason. It turned out that as a young lady from a good family, she couldn't mix in such a complicated circle. Yu Fifan's face darkened upon hearing this, but he couldn't do anything as she put on an innocent face and used old Master Long's status to pressure him. Ming Shan was chatting and laughing, while his side was filled with a low pressure. It seemed he had underestimated this young girl earlier. Old Master Long came to his late wife's memorial tablet. Now that Shan Shan had found herself, he would surely make her the happiest girl. But today was his birthday, so old Master Long couldn't stay with his beloved wife for long. The woman in the photo looked gentle and beautiful. Old Master Long was walking on the stone path in the garden when he encountered two lost young girls. It turned out to be Ming Ke and Xiao Xiang. However, when the old master saw Ming Ke, his face was filled with shock. Even when Xiao Xiang asked him for directions, he just walked past them. He had mistaken the person in front of him for Bei Mingyue. He only wanted to know Yi Cheng's whereabouts, and his emotions were very intense. Old Master Long insisted that Ming Ke was Bei Mingyue. If he was alive, then Yi Cheng must not be dead. But in the next second, he realized something was wrong. Bei Mingyue shouldn't still be this young. Ming Ke took advantage of his distraction to break free. He had really mistaken her for someone else. Could Bei Mingyue be related to that Bei Ming family? Old Master Long apologized for his recent misconduct. Ming Ku and Xiao Xiang exchanged glances. They had accidentally gotten lost and now needed to return to the Lotus Pond. Old Master Long still felt that Ming Ku looked too much like Bei Mingyue. Nevertheless, he pointed out the way back to the Lotus Pond. Ming Ku and the others had to hurry back, or Mr. Long would get worried. But before they had gone far, Ming Ku turned back, hesitating. This old gentleman didn't seem to be in a good mood. If something happened, it would be terrible. After some thought, he decided to call out to old Master Long. He invited him to return to the front courtyard with them. Unexpectedly, the old man asked who the Mr. Long that Xiao Xiang had mentioned earlier was. Ming Ku didn't react immediately, looking confused. Old Master Long remembered that Bei Mingyue always had such an obedient look too. Ming Ku explained that he was Long Chuyang's dance partner. Only then did the old master agree to go with them. He asked about Ming Ku's background, and upon learning that he was still in school, he advised him not to skip classes often, or he'd become a bad kid. Xiao Xiang immediately stated that Ming Ku was a good kid, not only pretty but also smart. He agreed with this point, and then asked if Ming Ku had a boyfriend. Long Chuyang first noticed the three chatting happily. How did Ming Ku and the others end up returning with the old master? Both were stunned when they learned of each other's identity. Long Chuyang respectfully called out grandfather. The old master mistakenly thought Ming Ku was his girlfriend. Ming Ku, still immersed in his recent foolish behavior, didn't hear a word. The old master hoped they would come visit him more often. Now he wanted to introduce them to his granddaughter. So the group followed behind the old master. Others who saw this gossiped, thinking Ming Ku was another illegitimate daughter of the Long family. Ming Shan noticed the commotion and turned to look. He was so startled he couldn't even hold on to his wine glass. He hadn't expected Ming Ku to come here too. Bei Minji thought he couldn't keep his composure. Bei Minji turned to question what Ming Ku was doing here. Long Chuyang shielded her behind him, stating she was his date. Bei Minji, with a gloomy face, said she didn't have that qualification. Old Master Long didn't understand what was going on. Ming Ku also didn't understand Bei Minji's meaning. The old master reminded him that his date for tonight was Yu Fifan. He directly asked Long Chuyang to take care of her on his behalf. Bei Minji brought Ming Ku a piece of cake, telling her to eat something. He seemed distracted, needing to find a chance to ask clearly about what happened that day. He was no longer like before, putting Bei Minji first in everything. He would go find Ming Shan first later, and then return home. Bei Minji planned to wait until after cutting the cake to send him over. He didn't expect this person would do such a thing. Ming Ku reminded Bei Minji not to agree, as the other person wouldn't follow through. But Bei Minji thought he had never treated him like this before. Actually, he didn't want to make a fuss, but he just wanted to find fault. Otherwise, he'd feel uncomfortable. Xiao Xiang suddenly walked towards Ming Shan. Ming Ku wanted to follow, but was held back. But he just wanted to go over and calm his friend down. Xiao Xiang said he had been looking for Ming Shan for a long time. Clearly, the other person hadn't noticed him at first, and now it was impossible to let him continue speaking. Old Master Long came forward to inquire, but Ming Shan claimed Xiao Xiang had bullied him. After hearing this, the old master angrily ordered security to escort him out. But accusations need evidence. Ming Shan pretended to be hurt, wiping his tears. Ming Ku stood in front of Xiao Xiang, but before he could ask about his father's situation, Ming Shan interrupted again, falsely claiming he had been harassing him. Ming Ku didn't expect the other's reaction to be so intense. However, if they dared to harass again, they would spend their next life in prison. Ming Shan didn't expect the old master to care for him so much. It seemed he could do even more in the future. Security surrounded Ming Ku and Xiao Xiang. Just as they were about to escort them out, suddenly, someone grabbed their collars from behind. Bei Minji protected Ming Ku beside him, saying his woman didn't need to extort money from others. Mu Zichuan also embraced Xiao Xiang, saying he could afford to keep his woman. Ming Shan didn't expect they had all found wealthy patrons now. Bei Minji warned him not to make such jokes in the future, as sometimes they could be fatal. Then he left with Ming Ku. The others criticized Ming Shan for being improper and making inappropriate jokes. He also knew he'd be in trouble if he continued doing this. You don't understand why he's so afraid of me mentioning that night's events. If he's really from the Long family, then Song's father might not be his mother, Ming-ke thought. He felt things weren't that simple. Why was Ming-shan so afraid of mentioning the night his father had an accident? Since he was from the Long family, there was no need to act like this. Bei Minji stopped the car. He said if Ming-ke wanted to survive, he needed to forget all of this. But he was still thinking about these things. Bei Minji directly restrained him. He only let go when Ming-ke was out of breath. He couldn't overthink anymore. In a few days, they would return to Dongling. Ming-ke remembered they were supposed to stay at Dongfang International for half a month. Bei Minji said the company had some issues that needed to be dealt with. He agreed readily, but would he really give up so easily? Ming-ke, in the parking lot, answered a call from Mu Zichuan. He promised not to act recklessly. Bei Minji sent a text message nearby, then indicated it was time to go. Mu Zichuan cared so much about Xiao Xiang, which put his mind at ease. However, he still needed to ask Ming-shan about that night's events. After returning home, they encountered Bei Ming Lianxing coming towards them. Going out so late, Bei Ming Lianxing didn't want to be a third wheel. He couldn't even sleep well. Hearing this, Ming-ke's face turned red with embarrassment. Then he patted his face to calm himself down. Bei Minji stood at the bedroom door. Ming-ke looked inside, but didn't notice anything unusual. Could there be someone inside? But there was no one in the room except him and Bei Minji. He just hadn't seen that agreement yet. At this moment, Yang called Bei Minji. Ming-ke decided to take a shower first. However, when he finished, those two were still on the phone. He came to the bedside and found the agreement. If he tore it up, he would be free. Just then, Bei Minji came in carrying something. He acted very nervously, but actually, this agreement was a gift for him. It would belong to him from now on. Bei Minji gently hugged Ming-ke and wished him a happy birthday. Ming-ke was surprised that Bei Minji not only remembered his birthday, but also gave him the agreement. However, his expression showed that he didn't like it. He was afraid this was a joke. Bei Minji assured him he wasn't changing his mind. Previously, he had decided the fate of the agreement. Ming-ke's eyes filled with tears. He was finally free. As long as he tore up this agreement, their status would be equal, and Bei Minji wouldn't have the right to force him to do anything. But Bei Minji asked him to be his girlfriend, saying his heartbeat represented his sincerity. From today on, no one owed anyone anything. He wanted Ming-ke to be his future wife. Ming-ke could hardly believe it. Bei Minji proposed dating with marriage as the goal. Ming-ke broke into a smile through his tears, saying being his boyfriend meant following rules. But they shouldn't be too harsh. He demanded that in the future, there should be no ambiguous relationships with others, especially Yu Fifan. Bei Minji said even if you stripped naked, he wouldn't be moved. Ming-ke was surprised that such an incident had occurred. He insisted on a truthful account. If it happened after they met, Bei Minji would be in trouble. Bei Minji's voice weakened as he said it was about 2 or 3 months ago. But they didn't do anything, and he didn't feel anything at all. Ming-ke didn't believe that he wouldn't feel anything with such a beauty in front of him. Actually, he had a reaction that night. Ming-ke thought he was still talking and was about to pinch his neck. He had to explain that he was thinking of Ming-ke's appearance that night. He could prove he had no interest in Yu Fifan. Since they were talking about this, as long as there was no hugging in the future, it would be fine. Ming-ke uncomfortably turned his head to one side. It seemed he still cared quite a bit. Bei Minji believed that in the future, they shouldn't brood silently. They should speak clearly about any issues. But Ming-ke said he still needed to be pampered and not bullied. Bei Minji promised not to bully him except in bed. However, he still wanted to apologize for his harsh words yesterday. He spoke carelessly because he was in a hurry to pay respects to Yu Fifan. Ming-ke decided to reluctantly forgive him this time. It turned out that Bei Minji's phone call with Yang was about preparing a cake for him. The candles were lit, and he made a wish with his hands clasped together devoutly. Ming-ke was lifted onto the bed while making half of his wish. Bei Minji's weight made it difficult for him to get up. Tonight, he wanted to fully possess him. Remembering all the hardships he had endured before, Ming-ke didn't plan to let him off so easily. He turned and rejected Bei Minji, who was undressing. Since the agreement was torn up, he couldn't force him now. Burning with desire, Bei Minji had no intention of letting him go. He kept rubbing his head against Ming-ke's neck. Ming Ku, flushed from the teasing, was determined to refuse him. Finally, he simply said the word break up. Indeed, these two words had great power. Bei Minji stopped his actions and got up with a dark face. Ming Ku was afraid he was angry and feared he might really break up with him. Though they didn't say anything, their minds were racing. Bei Minji quickly went to the bathroom to cool off. Ming Ku laughed on the bed. He didn't expect him to actually back down. Indeed, true colors show in time. Ming Ku's shapely figure was wrapped in a black shirt. Bei Minji's just-cooled desire was ignited once again. He told Ming Ku to quickly put his clothes on, warning that next time he wouldn't stop. Actually, Ming Ku was just teasing him earlier. Now it was his turn to take the initiative. The clock struck, the hands pointing to 12. By Mingya Passion Atari Kisit Minkai. Their long fingers intertwined. Late at night, Bei Minji looked at the sleeping girl in his arms, his gaze as gentle as water. His mother had said that smiling on your birthday means you'll be happy every day after. This was the first birthday they spent together, both physically and emotionally. He would be with him for every birthday from now on. After finishing what he needed to do, they would leave Dongfang International and never return. They would forget all the unpleasant things here and spend the rest of their lives together. Old Master Long angrily threw the Entertainment Weekly magazine in his hand onto the table. The cover featured news about the Long family, revealing that the Long family's long-lost little princess was singing in nightclubs. He criticized his grandson, saying such news shouldn't appear in magazines as it damages his granddaughter's image. Ming Shan calmed him down, assuring him that she wasn't affected. The long air was used to his grandfather's attitude. He slowly explained that this incident was clearly deliberately arranged by someone. The Bei Ming family was the most suspicious, with others speculating it might be Bei Mingxiong's plan. The long heir and old Master Long together denied this answer. They believed that Ming Shan was the bloodline left by Bei Mingxiong's daughter. She was also the sole heir of the Bei Ming family. In his heart, Ming Shan should be unique, so he certainly wouldn't send people to deal with her. There was no need to dwell on it further. Old Master Long was furious, saying he wanted the editor's hands chopped off and fed to dogs. He didn't want public opinion to affect his granddaughter anymore. The understanding Ming Shan admitted that she used to sing in bars due to poverty in the past, but she had never done anything improper. She asked her grandfather to believe in her. Her pitiful face, coupled with 2 streams of hot tears, made old Master Long's heart ache. He quickly comforted her. He also wanted to take her out to sea for fun. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, she broke into a smile through her tears. She quickly agreed. The long heir didn't have much affection for this cousin. He asked about the encounter with Ming Ke last night. Although the results of old Master Long's men's investigation were similar to what Ming Shan said, he still felt something was off about this matter. Ming Shan explained that Ming Ke was her sister from her previous family. She was beautiful, smart, and had a good singing voice. Everyone around her liked her, but she looked down on Ming Shan. So their relationship was very bad. Maybe because Ming Shan was adopted, she was often bullied. Ming Shan's words directly portrayed Ming Ku as an arrogant, bullying bad woman who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Old Master Long felt he had misjudged yesterday. He sympathetically took Ming Shan upstairs. He had prepared many gifts for her. Before leaving, he told the long heir to handle those rumors. Lien Cheng listened from the side. He wouldn't believe Ming Shan's nonsense. He knew very well what kind of person Ming Ke was. However, Ming Shan had already done a paternity test. No matter what, from now on she would be the Long family's young miss, Long Shan Shan. Lien Cheng walked out with the long heir, asking about grandmother's condition. Because grandmother was seriously ill and still undergoing treatment, he had missed this family recognition ceremony. However, Long Shan Shan was still not his biological granddaughter. When he returns, this family will be lively again. Lien Cheng teased the long heir with a playful expression. This fake young Mrs. gaze towards him was unusual. She occasionally flirted with him. Living here seemed very dangerous. He certainly knew about these things. But old Master Long had spoken, and he had no choice. Lien Cheng noticed that Ming Ke cared a lot about Long Shan Shan. He wanted to find out what issues were between them. So he made a call, asking someone to investigate Ming Jinghua's family situation. Bei Minji wanted to take Ming Ke to see the sea view. After a sweet morning of playful banter, they left very late. Just as they reached the door, they ran into Lien Chung and invited him to join the yacht race. The helicopter had been waiting on the lawn for a long time. Ming-Ku sighed that the lifestyle of rich people was really exaggerated. Yang told her to sit tight. They were about to take off. Before takeoff, Bei Minji saw the long air. The two got off the helicopter to greet each other. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the long heir said he was here to accompany Long Shanshan. He wasn't willing, but old Master Long had called and ordered him to be her protector. It was probably Long Shanshan's idea. As he said this, he turned his gaze to Ming-Ku beside him, apologizing for Long Shanshan's attitude yesterday and offering to treat her to a meal. The protective Bei Minji stepped in front of the long heir, telling him not to be so polite and to continue being a protector. They wouldn't disturb them further. Then the two men, each with their own flower, returned to their helicopters. From this brief interaction, the long heir knew that Ming-Ku wasn't the person Long Shanshan had described. It seemed their relationship was somewhat delicate. After this brief interlude, the helicopter was finally ready for takeoff. The long heir tried to keep his distance from Long Shanshan, but at the moment of takeoff, she still grabbed his arm, saying she was scared. She told the long heir to hold her tight, snuggling into his arms as she spoke. The man, disgusted to the point of steaming, kept reminding himself not to throw this cousin out, at least not yet. Ming-Ku's side seemed much more cozy. The shaking helicopter made her scream out loud. She told Bei Minji to hold her tight, or she would fall. Bei Minji, whose mischievous plan had succeeded, smiled slightly and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Even so, she still felt unsafe and complained about Yi Yang's poor flying skills. Lien Chung, watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. Yang was also at a loss for words. This was all a sacrifice made for the boss's happiness. As they rose into the air, Bei Minji signaled Lien Chung to fly steadily, then asked Ming-Ku to enjoy the scenery below. Although the scenery was beautiful, he still found his wife more beautiful. The intimate words made Lien Chung want to throw the couple out. Fortunately, he was still rational. As they were about to land, Yang reminded Ming-Ku to be prepared for some turbulence. Lien Chung decided to get a small revenge for the boss's public display of affection. He deliberately reminded Ming-Ku to hold on tight, or the boss would shake her violently again. Ming-Ku felt like she had been set up. She looked at Bei Minji's innocent face, then at Lien Chung. Suddenly, she realized that the roller coaster-like flight was all Bei Minji's doing, causing her unnecessary worry. The helicopter landed smoothly. An angry Ming-Ku went straight down. Bei Minji tried to blame Yang, but his little wife wasn't buying it at all. He felt that ever since he returned the agreement to her, her temper had gotten worse. Each time it took a long while to calm her down. He couldn't be angry with his dear wife. He could only turn his frustration towards Lien Chung behind him, complaining that he didn't know to give them privacy. Lien Chung, having guessed Bei Minji's inner thoughts perfectly, followed the couple with a smile, neither hurrying nor lagging. Suddenly, Ming-Ku, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around, asking Lien Chung to lead the way as she didn't know the place. Bei Minji's gaze seemed to say, "If you dare to lead the way, I'll kill you." Lien Chung, being perceptive, told Ming-Ku to stay with Bei Minji and then slipped away. He thought it best not to get involved in the couple's quarrel to avoid trouble. But he had one question. Are all men this childish when in love? Bei Minji led Ming-Ku into a small grove. A deep kiss left her breathless. His lips moved downward, exploring. The passionate atmosphere made everything that followed seem natural. It took a while for the dazed Ming-Ku to react. Her scream broke through the tree's barrier. On the way to the port, she couldn't help but wonder how she had been so easily seduced. The couple's sweet moment was interrupted by noisy sounds from afar. It turned out to be the crown prince over there. No wonder Bei Minji's spotlight was overshadowed. The legendary crown prince was Zhang Jiuxiao, the CEO of Sihai Group. Eastern International was his territory. They decided it would be better to keep a low profile. The couple chose to board the ship first. Halfway there, they were stopped by someone approaching from behind. Su Yi, in a crisp suit, looked completely different from before. It was Bei Minji who had rescued him from the sea back then. Just as he was about to exchange pleasantries, Ming-ku was startled by Zhang Jiuxiao's approach. His aura was terrifyingly cold. Zhang Jiuxiao shook hands with Bei Minji in a friendly manner. He knew that Flying Eagle's people had been watching Bei Minji lately. He offered help if needed. The brief conversation contained a wealth of information. He viewed Bei Minji differently, not just because they had saved Su Yi. Perhaps it was because he valued Bei Minji as a person. As they say, a hero recognizes another hero. However, it's too early to think about these things now. It's more practical to look forward to the upcoming yacht race. Dressed in a sexy yellow swimsuit paired with a special single ponytail, Ming-ku was about to leave when she was pushed back into the room. The wife-protecting maniac was online again. Bei Minji thought the swimsuit was too revealing and could easily attract unwanted attention. He said she couldn't wear it. Ming-ku felt exasperated. This outfit was the one he had picked out. Ming-ku, wearing the swimsuit without underwear, was once again pinned down by Bei Minji. But this time he restrained himself, as this place wasn't suitable for such activities. He asked Ming-ku to change back into her clothes, saying it was too cold outside for a swimsuit. He handed her the clothes. After changing, Ming-ku noticed his restraint and suddenly felt like teasing him. She walked out coquettishly, struck a seductive pose, and said with feigned hesitation, "Yi, do you want it?" Bei Minji took the bait and approached his prey step by step. Just as he was about to succeed, Ming-ku had already slipped out the door. Before leaving, she didn't forget to make a face at him, then quickly fled the scene. Bei Minji, left aroused, could only slam the door shut to vent his emotions. Outside the door, Lien Chung once again became a witness. He had to endure too much every day. With 15 minutes left before the yacht race, the participating teams had already started preparing. Regarding her earlier teasing of Bei Minji, Ms. Ming-ku now expressed deep regret. She obediently asked Bei Minji not to be angry, saying she was just joking. How could a man who dotes on his wife be angry over such a small matter? But she definitely wouldn't escape tonight. The race was about to start. He arranged for Ming-ku to be in charge of flag waving and directing, while he went to check on the competing teams at the front. On the neighboring boat, Sui introduced their relationship to Zhang Jiuxiao, including how they had saved him. He hadn't expected that the formidable Bei Minji would have a weakness. He just wondered if he could balance his career and love. He hoped he wouldn't disappoint him. Sui looked at Zhang Jiuxiao. She had liked him for many years. However, she could never be as lucky as Ming-ku. After all, the crown prince didn't need a woman. Bei Minji helped Ming-ku choose a flag. Among a bunch of numbers, she chose 27, Bei Minji's birthday. Among the many competing yachts, almost none had women waving flags as directors. Although this made him stand out, the feeling of being protected and valued was truly irresistible. As they were about to head to the back, he turned and saw Long Shanshan wearing a sexy swimsuit, selecting a flag. He still regretted going to Bei Minji for those nude photos, even being forced to sign that shameful agreement. Although things were better now, he still felt foolish. Long Shanshan also saw Ming-ku. She hadn't expected their relationship to be so good, with Ming-ku being so valued. She didn't understand. If he valued Ming-ku so much, why did he let her replace him and enjoy everything now? Lost in thought, young Master Long came to the deck. She put on a fragile act again, asking him to explain more about the yacht race rules later. As she spoke, she pretended to slip and fell directly into young Master Long's arms once more. He pushed Long Shanshan away, telling her to go back and change into more stable shoes. Then he informed her that he had an important meeting in the afternoon and would have Bai Hua take her home after the race. Not wanting to give up on this man, she quickly brought up her grandfather to save the situation. Not wanting to entangle further, young Master Long decided to accompany her back first. Long Shanshan, successful in changing her shoes, felt pitiful yet wore a smug smile. The man she once looked up to now had to cater to her every whim for the sake of old Master Long. Not playing them in the palm of her hand would be a waste of her current status. Apparently, her target wasn't just young Master Long, but all the young gentlemen in Eastern International. With a roar from the large ship, several yachts burst out of the starting line together. Long Chuyang called out Dr. Ming from behind, then loudly cheered for his team. Watching other yachts speeding ahead while their own moved leisurely, Ming-ku worried if this would cause problems. Bei Minji assured her that the organizers were clever this time. The fuel for each yacht was carefully calculated, just enough for a round trip. If they consumed too much fuel early on, they'd either have to forfeit or paddle back themselves. It would be quite a physical task. Their boat speed was calculated by Lien Chung, just enough to make it back. Imagining Long Chuyang having to paddle back due to insufficient fuel, Ming-Ku was about to burst into laughter. Clearly, young Master Long understood this principle too. The two boats moved forward side by side. Bei Minji didn't mind. He was more concerned about whether his woman was cold. On the other boat, Long Shanshan kept watching their situation, seeing Ming-Ku being carefully cared for. She also pretended to be cold, wanting young Master Long to hold her. The already annoyed young Master Long suppressed his anger. He moved away from the woman approaching him and took off his own clothes to hand to her. Having finally gotten a chance to show off her figure in front of the noble sons, she wouldn't easily give up. She still preferred wearing her own clothes. Seeing other yachts overtaking them, Long Shanshan became anxious. She didn't want to be last. She wanted to be first and showcase herself in front of everyone. She shouted loudly, urging young Master Long to speed up and overtake others while clinging to his arm. The increasingly irritated man's tone lost all gentleness. He directly told her to go command herself. After all, this was his boat. She tried to get closer to young Master Long, but this time, she was pushed away. He had endured this woman long enough. He truly didn't understand what this woman was thinking. If she was dreaming of a relationship with him, they were cousins. If it wasn't that her identity hadn't switched over, then she must have other motives. New to the scene and alone, Long Shanshan needed to find support to establish herself in this place. Long Chuan was her first choice. She considered herself to have an excellent figure, yet this single man showed no interest in her. For this yacht event, she was determined to win the prize, make a name for herself in this circle, and establish herself as the premier socialite, making those who looked down on her in the past kneel at her feet. Ming-Ku admired the sea view while keeping an eye on the yacht race. When she got tired of standing, she would lean for a while. Bei Minji, concerned, asked her to go back and sit for a bit, but she wanted to watch the race here. Suddenly, the Long family yacht that was neck and neck with them accelerated forward. She guessed they might have changed commanders. Bei Minji didn't care about these things. He picked up his little wife and let her lean on him, so she wouldn't be so tired. Ming-Ku greedily enjoyed this beautiful moment. No matter what, Bei Minji's love for her was unique. Arriving at the turning point, Ming-Ku looked up and saw Zhang Jiuxiao. Fortunately, he was in Eastern International while Bei Minji was in Donglin. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win between the two. All the yachts entered the countercurrent, requiring more fuel consumption for the return journey. She noticed many yachts slowing down and couldn't help but worry if they had enough fuel to return. Bei Minji put her down so she could go check on the fuel issue. She also had a selfish motive, wanting Bei Minji to rest since he had been holding her for a long time. Ming-Ku entered the cockpit and found Lien Chung reading a romance novel. Seeing her arrive, he quickly put the novel away. Originally intending to check the fuel gauge, Ming-Ku was drawn to his novel. Lien Chung, caught red-handed, didn't want anyone to see and quickly shooed her away to find Bei Minji. With such a great opportunity for gossip, how could she easily give up? Using her authority as the boat owner, she demanded Lien Chung hand over the book, or she'd accuse him of neglecting his duties and disrupting morale. Lien Chung, feeling helpless, had countless crows flying over his head. He moved away from the drawer's position. Since she wanted to see, he might as well let her. Excitedly taking out a novel called The World from the drawer, she was stunned. It turned out to be one she had written, but she didn't know when it had been published. Moreover, as she flipped through it, her face grew paler. This book wasn't just written by her. It was an unfinished draft from her computer. Compared to Ming-Ku's confused expression, Lien Chung didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. He explained it was an attachment from a previous email. Ming-Ku couldn't remember ever sending a manuscript. Lien Chung told her to check her emails herself. He also criticized her pen name, Aju, as too outdated, wondering how many readers would dislike it if she ever became famous. She had chosen this pen name while watching a martial arts drama, based on a character she liked. She never imagined that a manuscript accidentally sent out would become a book, complete with a cover design. Lien Chung, disliking reading novels on computers, had someone print out the article. This was just the first volume. If she wanted, he could give her the second volume another day. But now she was asked to leave because the wind direction had changed, and Lien Chung needed to control the boat. Ming-Ku found it fascinating to see her own writing turned into a book. She carefully put the book back in the drawer, not forgetting to urge the reader to finish the ending. She hadn't realized Lien Chung had already read it all. After a pause, she said she would complete the ending when she had time. After she left, Lien Chung stopped what he was doing and looked in the direction she had gone. Back on deck, Ming-Ke watched the yachts gradually stopping and began to worry again. Bei Minji embraced her from behind, watching with her to see what those who had accelerated earlier would do next. As expected, Long Chuyang had people lower a small boat to row back. Long Shanshan was furious, arguing not to let others overtake them. Soon, a large group of rowing boats appeared on the sea, chanting 1-to-1 in unison. To avoid being overtaken, Long Shanshan ordered the crew to jump down and push the yacht, which would also reduce the weight on board. At this moment, Ming-Ke's yacht overtook everyone. Long Shanshan was convinced they had cheated because everyone else's boats were out of fuel, but there still had some. She ordered young Master Long to report Ming-Ke's cheating to the organizers, demanding a rematch. But young Master Long ignored her words and walked away. Still not giving up, she wanted to call and report herself, even bringing up the Long family's reputation. She would do anything to prevent Ming-Ke from reaching the podium, as she wanted the spotlight. She was so noisy that young Master Long couldn't bear it anymore. He explained to her that it was her stubbornness that led to this failure, and she couldn't blame others. Long Shanshan couldn't accept that it was her fault. Young Master Long couldn't be bothered with her anymore. Her intentions were clear to everyone, and her little tricks weren't enough to fool him. He asked all the crew members to help with the speedboat, and he himself slid down to assist. Long Shanshan, whose mind was already extremely infected, completely forgot that she was just an imposter. She envied Lin-Ke for having someone to support her, someone to love her, envied everything about her. She believed that without Bei Minji's support, Lin-Ke would be at her mercy. Long Shanshan, getting more and more worked up, vowed to destroy her with her own hands. The final winner would still emerge from the two strongest men. Zhang Jiuxiao and Bei Minji were advancing side by side. It was difficult to determine who would be the victor until the very last moment. Zhang Jiuxiao was also watching them, but soon turned and left. Ming-Ke worried he had a new plan. She asked Bei Minji if he was afraid of losing. He wasn't afraid of losing, but rather hoped his man would win. Her words were very encouraging. Bei Minji told her to stay in the cockpit. He would go down to drive the speedboat, striving to bring back a first place for his beloved wife. The decisive moment was about to arrive. Ming-Ke came to the cockpit. Their fuel was also running low. At this point, both the speedboat and yacht needed to exert full power to barely make it back to the finish line. She worried that Zhang Jiuxiao might have used the same technique and kept muttering to herself. Lien Qing knew that this prince had never been interested in these things before. He wondered if this time it was aimed at Bei Minji. Lien Qing forbade Ming-Ke, who was still muttering nonstop, from speaking. It was a crucial moment in the race, and he needed to concentrate. He told Ming-Ke to keep an eye on the colored ribbons ahead. As soon as they reached the finish line, she should immediately grab the colored ball above. Each colored ball had a sensor. The first person to take it down would be this year's champion. Ming-Ke got ready. In a blink, she saw Zhang Jiuxiao on the rope. Judging by his movements, he was going to step on that rope to get back to the yacht. His movements were very quick. In an instant, he had already reached out to grab the colored ball. Bei Minji was already prepared. He also stood on the rope, climbed onto the deck with force, picked up Ming-Ke, and let her reach for the colored ball. Ming-Ke, immediately understanding, realized they still had a chance. She also reached out to grab the colored ball. The outcome would be decided instantly. The young couple defeated the prince. The top 3 places went to Ming-Ke, Zhang Jiuxiao, and Long Chuyang, respectively. More than the awards, people were more curious about Ming-Ke's identity. Everyone was waiting for reporters to interview and reveal explosive content. Bei Minji apologized for what happened earlier. His beloved wife wanted the championship, so he had no choice but to use some small tactics. Zhang Jiuxiao originally had no interest in this event, but he didn't expect that the effect of a man and woman working together would be so surprising. He was also very interested in Lien Chung in the cockpit and wanted to meet him. Bei Minji dodged the question, saying he would relay this to Lien Chung, but it would depend on Lien Chung himself. After seeing Zhang Jiuxiao off, he walked to Ming-Ke's side, who was being interviewed. He announced shocking news. He was going to get engaged to Ming-Ke. The 2 reporters interviewing Long Shanshan instantly ran over there. Seeing that the focus wasn't on herself, but on Ming-Ke, her jealousy grew stronger. Especially seeing Ming-Ke's smiling face, she decided to do something. She wasn't content with being a supporting character. Entertainment reporters wouldn't miss any gossip about wealthy families. They mentioned the previous rumors about Bae Minji dating Yu Fifan, and also asked some questions about Ming-ku. Bae Minji formally explained that Ming-ku was his only woman, and all previous rumors were false. A female reporter in front was good at reading the situation. She suggested that since it was a good day, why not propose in front of everyone? Ming-ku, feeling a bit shy from the commotion, secretly tugged at Bae Minji's sleeve. He took the opportunity to ask Ming-ku's opinion, suggesting they get engaged today. Ming-ku hesitated. She was still in school, and it seemed a bit early to get married. Plus, she wasn't ready yet. Bae Ming reluctantly told the reporters that it wasn't that he didn't want to propose, but his beloved wife wasn't ready yet. The reporters also joined in the teasing, saying his journey to win her heart was long. After the commotion, he ended the interview, wanting to take Ming-ku back to the boat to rest. Suddenly, Long Shanshan fell into the water. A rich girl nearby shouted for help. Could this be the attention-grabbing scheme she had thought of? Reporters swarmed to the seaside. A wealthy young man rescued Long Shanshan from the water. The crowd that rushed over asked if she was okay and why she had fallen in. She delicately leaned against the man's chest. On the surface, she said thank you, but her eyes were full of calculation. Ming-ku and Bae Minji didn't plan to get involved in this matter. They returned to the boat and watched the situation on the shore from afar. They both understood that Long Shanshan was deliberately creating a scene. Ming-ku used to think she was just an immature child, but now she felt that only someone this calculating could survive in the Long family. Back home, Ming-ku carefully polished the trophy and then placed it in the cabinet. Bae Minji hugged his beloved wife from behind. Just as he was about to kiss her, they were interrupted by Lien Qing knocking on the door. His expression was very unpleasant, but he couldn't ignore the old master's call. While Ming-ku was waiting for him, Xiao Xiang called her. She congratulated her on winning the championship today and successfully being the protagonist. The best friend's congratulations were always the most heartfelt. Amid laughter and jokes, she asked Xiao Xiang if she would attend Bai Mingxiong's birthday banquet tomorrow. Xiao Xiang glanced at Mu Zichuan and carefully closed the door. She probably wouldn't need to go to the birthday banquet. But now there was a more important matter, which was about Long Shanshan. It was clearly Ming-ku who was adopted, but now it suddenly became her. There must be a lot going on here. She was very worried about Ming-ku. Regarding this matter, Ming-ku herself didn't understand the reasons. She could only wait slowly for the truth to surface. Ming-ku told Xiao Xiang not to worry about it anymore. She didn't want to drag her best friend into this. The East International was full of dangers, and she couldn't guarantee her safety. She guessed that maybe it was because Ming Jingwen knew that Long Shanshan's background wasn't simple, so he switched their identities, and she might really be his biological daughter. To prevent Xiao Xiang from getting further involved, she quickly changed the subject, talking about today's race, and even praising Bai Minji in passing. Xiao Xiang understood Ming-ku's intentions. She reminded her to take care of herself before hanging up. The girl who was just sunny and cheerful suddenly became sorrowful. She was really worried about her sister. As she turned around, Mu Zichuan had appeared behind her at some point, startling her and making her step back repeatedly. He warned Xiao Xiang not to interfere with the Long family's affairs, or else no one could save her if something went wrong. Xiao Xiang nervously explained that she was just concerned about her friend. Mu Zichuan didn't want to argue with her. He told her to return to Dongling after Bai Mingxiong's birthday banquet tomorrow. She didn't expect to be able to go back so soon. Ming-ku, who had just washed some fruit, felt very anxious. The usually petty Bai Minji hadn't given her any trouble, which made her even more uneasy. She saw Lien Qing walking out with a suitcase and wondered where he was going. Bai Mingxiong's birthday banquet was tomorrow, and returning to Dongling would be after that. Lien Qing said he was going to stay with Yang tonight. After all, he was single, and the couple made too much noise at night, affecting his rest. He left with his luggage without looking back. Ming-ku, blushing, wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. Back in the room, Bai Minji was wearing a robe, holding a pair of handcuffs, with a glass of red wine beside him. Ming-ku suspected this man was going to make her drink again. Sure enough, Bai Minji embraced her, making it clear she couldn't escape tonight. Nervous, Ming-ku explained that she was just casually chatting with Xiao Xiang. Gossip always has some exaggeration, and she never speaks ill of others behind their backs. Bei Minji, determined not to let Ming-ku off, brought up how she used to call him a bastard behind his back. This made him very sad. Only drinking with him could soothe his emotions. Ming-ku felt completely at his mercy. She had to drink whether she wanted to or not. After one glass, Ming-ku's attempt to pretend to be drunk failed. Bei Minji knew her alcohol tolerance too well. 2 glasses made her tipsy, 4 glasses made her alluring. Tonight, he wanted to see what would happen after 5 glasses. Unable to figure out what exactly went wrong, Ming-ku had no choice but to start begging. Suddenly, she realized it wasn't because of her infatuation, but because of what happened on the boat. By the time she remembered, it was too late. Her hands were already cuffed to the bedpost. No matter how much she begged, Bei Minji had no intention of letting her go. Knowing she didn't like to drink, he said he'd help her finish the wine. But how he'd drink it was up to him. Drinking it off her body was also an option. He greedily savored the exquisite wine. Ming-ku asked if he could let her go. She found this method terrifying and couldn't take it anymore. Bei Minji agreed to release her, but only after he was done playing. Saying this, he started pulling more things out of the drawer. Knowing she couldn't escape, Ming-ku gave up resisting. At worst, she'd be tormented for one night. She decided she'd never provoke him again after this. Bei Minji took out something new from the drawer. It was his first time using it too. Afraid it might make Ming-ku uncomfortable, he gave her a heads up, saying his technique would improve with practice. Ming-ku hadn't expected this kind of torment. When she woke up in the morning, her legs were still trembling. She blushed looking at the man still sleeping beside her. Last night, the man who had played wildly was extremely out of control. It was the first time she had seen him so uncontrollable. Ming-ku went to the bathroom to shower on shaky legs. When she came out, she saw Bei Minji sitting on the bed. She carefully kept her distance from him, afraid she might end up bedridden again. Bei Minji accused her of being a little demon, saying he was nearly drained and almost died in bed. The man's attempt to shift blame left Ming-ku dumbfounded. Bei Minji got up and dressed, telling her to stay home comfortably. After eating, he and Lien Chung would go to Bei Mingxiong's birthday celebration. He'd come to pick her up for the airport after 10 p.m. Yang would keep her company during this time. It should be lunchtime now. As they walked to the dining room, Bei Minji seriously asked about Ming-ku's experience last night, but was ordered to shut up. In the afternoon, after Bei Minji left, Ming-ku looked at the empty room, feeling a void in her heart. She was starting to miss her man. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. Then she immersed herself in work as time ticked by. She and Yang went out for dinner. The food at a restaurant was good, and she planned to bring Bei Minji and others there next time. Halfway through, Yang's stomach felt uncomfortable. He told Ming-ku to wait while he went to the bathroom. Seeing it was about time, she thought Bei Minji's banquet would be starting soon too. After today, they could quickly return to Dongling. Feeling a bit bored waiting, she looked around. Her sharp eyes caught a familiar face in the crowd. It was Song Fu. Bei Minji had told her never to leave Yang's sight, but if she didn't chase after him now, who knows when she'd see Song Fu again. After a moment's thought, she got up and followed him. She wouldn't go far anyway. She could just call Yang later to find her. Meanwhile, Bei Mingxiong was introducing all the guests at his birthday party to Long Shanshan. Bei Minji was his goduncle, and Lien Chung was his uncle. He felt that although goduncle and uncle differed by just one word, there seemed to be a big difference. He had mischievous thoughts again. He pretended to be obedient and called out to both of them. Bei Minji was very impatient. He ignored him and told Bei Mingxiong to start his birthday party quickly. He was eager to go back to his little wife. Instead of chatting with these people, he'd rather text his woman. A few more women walked in. He put his phone away. Proper etiquette was still necessary. Ming-ku, chasing Song Fu, received a call from Yang. She told him she was in the mall chasing Song Fu. Just then, their eyes met, and Song Fu quickly ran away. Ming-ku hung up and chased after him, shouting for him not to run. Song Fu, intentionally avoiding Ming-ku, fled in all directions. But he was still caught. She didn't beat around the bush and directly asked if they had pushed Ming Jinghua down. Song Fu hesitantly asked about Ming Jinghua's condition. Ming-ku told him the person hadn't woken up yet. She wanted to know what exactly happened that day, why they were at Dongfang International. There There were too many secrets. Why did Mingshan become Longshan? Why did she become the biological child? She was anxious to know everything, gripping Song Fu's shoulders tightly. Song Fu's eyes darted around. His words contradicted what he had told Mingke before. He said it was to give her a better life that they told her she was adopted. In fact, Long Shanshan was the real member of the Long family. Mingke wasn't interested in her identity as the Long family's biological child. She only wanted to know who pushed Ming Jinghua down. Song Fu couldn't possibly tell her. He kept shaking his head, denying any knowledge. An emotionally agitated Ming Ke held on to him tightly. He also became agitated, loudly telling Ming Ke that the person fell on their own. They didn't push them. Ming Ke desperately needed to know the truth about this matter. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Song Fu suddenly pushed Ming Ke away. He turned and ran down the escalator, shouting that he knew nothing as he fled. Ming Ke didn't want to give up this rare opportunity. She chased after him and grabbed Song Fu. Seeing he couldn't escape, he simply fell backwards. In an instant, his head was bleeding, and he shouted that someone was trying to kill him. Ming Ke hadn't expected things to develop this way. Quickly, the scene was surrounded by a crowd. Ming Ke crouched beside Song Fu, feeling guilty. She wanted to reach out and touch him, but Yang stopped her just in time. Yang told her not to worry. Someone would come to rescue him soon. The police and ambulance arrived at the scene quickly. The speed made Yang suspect something was off about this incident. The police conducted routine questioning. Someone in the crowd shouted that Ming Ke had pushed the person down, that it was intentional murder. Others joined in agreement. Ming Ke tried to explain that she didn't push him, but the crowd's voices were too loud and drowned her out. Yang, acting as spokesperson, explained to the police that there was a misunderstanding. He hoped for a thorough investigation before making a judgment and introduced Ming Ke's identity to them. Bei Minji's name still carried weight. However, since a life was at stake, Ming Ke still needed to go back for questioning, make a statement, and give her testimony. A trip to the police station was inevitable for Ming Ke. She explained to Yang that she really didn't push Song Fu down. Having known her for so long, Yang naturally believed her. He advised her not to panic, saying Bei Minji wouldn't let anything happen to her. The cold handcuffs were placed on her hands. In a way, last night's handcuffs indeed brought some bad luck. Bei Minji might never use them again. Yang covered her hands with his suit jacket. They didn't know if there were reporters outside. For a matter not yet concluded, he hoped to minimize the impact. The crowd was in an uproar, demanding that the murderer be brought to justice. It was unclear whether this was deliberately arranged or genuine public outrage. Sitting in the police car, Ming Ke couldn't understand Song Fu's purpose in doing this. If it was just to escape, the price was too high. But if it was to protect Long Shanshan, what were they trying to do? Meanwhile, Yang's calls to Bei Minji and Lin Cheng went unanswered. The height Song Fu fell from was about 2 stories high. It wouldn't be life-threatening, but his appearance at this time, it was unclear if it was coincidence or someone deliberately targeting Ming Ke. Several handsome, rich young men sat together. Rarely meeting, someone suggested going out to play for a few days. Bei Minji, thinking of his little wife, refused to join. Yu Fifan was drinking sullenly in the corner. People around him advised him not to focus on Bei Minji anymore. Since the other party didn't like him, it would be fruitless. Yu Fifan, his mind wandering, believed that Bei Minji cared for him, and Ming Ke was just a shield to protect himself. Once upon a time, everyone thought Bei Minji and Ming Ke were just a fleeting romance. But later they discovered he truly liked Ming Ke. He had even punished Long Shanshan and Dongling to help her get revenge. Yu Fifan grasped the key point. Bei Minji and Long Shanshan already knew each other when they were in Dongling. Yu Fifan fell into deep thought. He felt something was off between Long Shanshan and Bei Minji. People around him were still persuading him to give up, not to waste his time anymore. In fact, he understood all of this. Bei Minji, finally having some free time, was about to check his phone. Just as he opened it, Long Shanshan leaned over. He quickly told her to stay away and put away his phone. He mentioned that during dinner, Long Chuan had become suspicious of his identity. Bei Minji's face darkened as he told him to shut up immediately, then turned to leave. He still wanted to keep Bei Minji there. Bei Minji ruthlessly told him that there were many rich people here, and he had no interest in him. He didn't dare to provoke Bei Minji, but at least today wasn't a waste. Bei Mingxiong and Long Jing valued him as their granddaughter. The Bei Ming group still had no heir, and all the sons were adopted. As long as he could win over Bei Mingxiong, he wouldn't have to fear Bei Minji anymore. In Bei Mingxiong's eyes, his actions showed that he liked Bei Minji. He boldly admitted it, then pretended that wasn't what he meant. Bei Mingxiong, doting on his granddaughter, only wanted to make amends and immediately promised to help him win over Bei Minji. It just needed some time. Everything was going according to Long Shanshan's plan. She wanted to destroy Mingku and become truly superior with Bei Minji. An anxious Bei Minji received Yi Yang's call, only then learning that Mingku had an accident. Soon after, Bei Minji appeared at the interrogation room door. He had already made arrangements and directly pushed the door open to enter. The dim light, oppressive atmosphere, and Mingku in handcuffs pained his eyes. He immediately berated the interrogators. Bei Minji's arrival allowed Mingku to be temporarily uncuffed. Everyone tactfully left the room quickly, allowing the two to talk privately. Mingku, frightened all night, rushed into his arms and began recounting what had just happened. To prevent her from getting involved in these matters, Bei Minji could only half comfort, half threaten her, saying this was the only way to ensure her safety. The forces behind their opponents were too powerful. It wasn't convenient to say much at the police station, but to uncover the truth, they now had to plan carefully and couldn't act rashly. Mingku understood all this reasoning, but she was truly anxious. Now her only hope was that Bei Minji would help her. No matter what, as long as he asked, she would definitely agree. But this whole thing was arranged by Bei Minji from start to finish. If he knew the truth, would he forgive her? Understanding this, Mingku decided to wait patiently. Since it would take 24 hours for bail, they could only wait now. A nervous Mingku worried about Song Fu and wondered if Bei Minji would stay with her the whole time. Comforted by Bei Minji, she slowly drifted off to sleep. Her earlier words stirred something in his heart. Whether they could be together forever was entirely up to Mingku. At the hospital, Long Shanshan was deliberately smearing Mingku's reputation, portraying her as a bad woman. After hanging up the phone, she wanted to send Long Chuan and her aunt away, but Long Chuan insisted on personally watching Song Fu wake up. The resourceful Long Shanshan persuaded them to leave, using the excuse that Song Fu didn't like crowds. After they left, the woman who had just been so sincere instantly changed her expression. There was no trace of sadness left. She ordered the doctor to wake Song Fu immediately. The doctor told her that waking the patient now would cause him great pain. Long Shanshan then used her status to pressure him. She threatened the doctor's career to ensure his silence. The doctor had no choice. Soon after, Song Fu woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he faced Long Shanshan's questioning. Song Fu explained to her what had happened. He was very concerned about whether Mingku had left Eastern International. Long Shanshan was very angry. If he hadn't appeared at the mall, Bei Minji would have already taken Mingku back to Dongling by now. Song Fu had actually received a text message from Long Shanshan that he went to that mall, saying there was an extremely urgent matter that no one could know about. It was then that they realized they had been set up. He deeply regretted almost harming Long Shanshan. After all, they didn't want to give up their hard-earned status and wealth. Long Shanshan's mind was working well at this moment. The two of them plotted secretly, not intending to let Mingku off the hook. Bei Minji bailed Mingku out. Before clearing up this matter, he couldn't leave Eastern International. After comforting his little wife, he received a concerned call from Long Shanshan, who also explained that she didn't know about this incident. Although Long Shanshan was arranged by him to be in the Long family, hearing her call him grandfather now, he felt inexplicably annoyed. After all, she was just an imposter. Bei Minji told her to tell Song Fu that he had slipped and fallen. He didn't want this matter to drag on for too long. He knew this woman was hiding many things from him, but he didn't want to reveal his true identity. He certainly wouldn't let Song Fu and Mingku meet. So there must be someone watching all of this from behind the scenes. The accident site at the mall was in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, but all witnesses at the scene stated that Mingku had pushed Song Fu down. He told Lien Chung about Song Fu receiving a text message from Long Shanshan, asking him to continue investigating along this lead. They must find out who was behind all this. Mingku sat distressfully on the edge of the bed. Bei Minji gently comforted her, trying to help her relax. The butler came in to report that Song Fu had regained consciousness, but the Long family had sent people to protect them 24 hours a day. They couldn't get close. Even worse, it was said that he had lost his memory. This was terrible news. After bringing Mingku back, Bei Minji decided to go to the hospital himself to check on him. To reassure Mingku, He said the Long family wouldn't be unreasonable and he would return soon. Lien Chung invited the idol Ming Ku to watch some TV. Ming Ku said she wanted to use the bathroom first. The toilet was a good place for thinking, recalling bits and pieces of the past. So much had happened in just half a year. As she finished and stood up, Lien Chung burst through the door. Before she could even pull up her pants, he dragged her out of the bathroom. Just as they exited, Lien Chung pushed her down. The sound of bullets piercing the wall came from behind. She then realized someone was trying to kill them. Taking advantage of dodging the attack, she quickly pulled up her pants, then followed Lien Chung to leave. Hiding on the balcony, Lien Chung judged that the bullets were coming from the building across. He now needed to find a way to confirm this. Perhaps the phone on the table could help. Suddenly, he covered Ming Ku's mouth, signaling her not to make a sound and reveal their position. Then he dashed towards the living room. Just as he touched the phone, bullets obstructed his movement. Confirming that there was an ambush from only one direction, he needed to get Ming Ku out of here. Leaping to the balcony, he reached out for Ming Ku to come, but the floor was too high, making it difficult for a girl. Outside the door, a group of thugs armed with blades prepared to break in. Ming Ku decided to be brave for once, or die even more miserably. As the thugs burst in, Lien Chung grabbed her waist and jumped to the next balcony, successfully escaping pursuit. The two slid down along the pipes. Surrounding residents were frantically taking photos, thinking it was a movie shoot. The thugs quickly ran downstairs to chase them. The two hid in the stairwell. Their strategy for now was to run for their lives. When the time was right, Lien Chung opened the door and led her in a mad dash. However, both of them had just experienced intense action, so their speed wasn't that fast. The pursuers were numerous and strong, quickly catching up and engaging in a fight. To escape better, Lien Chung carried Ming Ku on his back and leaped over a wall. The pursuers were still chasing and blocking them. Even after going around, they continued the pursuit. From the residential area to the streets, the people behind still didn't give up. If it were just Lien Chung alone, escaping would be simple. But with Ming Ku, the only option was to keep running. Without phones, they had no way to send messages for help. In desperation, Lien Chung led her to hide in a car by the roadside. He negotiated with the occupants, promising to return the favor in the future if they helped them now. Seeing them enter that car, the thugs suddenly didn't dare to continue the chase. The bodyguards in the car pointed guns at the two. Zhang Jiuxiao admired Lien Chung, and since he rarely asked for help, he was willing to do this favor. The thugs' mission had to be aborted due to Zhang Jiuxiao's intervention. They didn't have the ability to mess with the prince's car. At the hospital, Bei Minji didn't see Song Fu and the Long family's aunt to say goodbye. He turned and left. Long Shanshan sensed she was going to find the attending physician. She could only chase after her to stop her. Putting on a pitiful act again, she asked if she had found the person who sent the fake message. He angrily told this annoying woman to shut up. Their deal couldn't be known by others. Long Shanshan followed him to find the attending physician. The tormented doctor got a headache just seeing him and started stuttering. The doctor stared at Long Shanshan, sensing something. Bei Minji told her to leave, then closed the door mercilessly. He stared intently at the doctor. There must be something going on here. He didn't bother beating around the bush. He directly asked if Song Fu really had amnesia or if someone had threatened him. The doctor, remembering Long Shanshan's threats, righteously stated he wouldn't conceal the patient's condition. But his expression had already betrayed him. Under Bei Minji's intense pressure, the doctor was already shaking with fear. He understood that the doctor had indeed been threatened. He gave only 1 week's time to ensure Song Fu's recovery. He also wouldn't pursue the matter of faking the condition. Otherwise, he'd let him know what real amnesia was like. The doctor knew what to do next. Compared to Bei Minji, Long Shanshan's threats were insignificant, completely amateur. Long Shanshan wanted to explain, but Bei Minji didn't give her a chance to play her little tricks. He warned this woman that if she didn't want to become an enemy of both great families, she'd better make Song Fu withdraw the accusation immediately. This matter would end here, or she'd face the consequences. After saying this, Bei Minji left without looking back. The unwilling Long Shanshan struggled, wondering if she should really let Ming Ku off. She was truly too jealous of Ming Ku. She also wanted Bei Minji's love, but she wasn't worthy. Bei Minji was eager to see if Ming Ku had sent him any messages. The butler also noticed how deep his love for Ming-Ku was. Suddenly, his phone rang. After hanging up, he told Dong Li to quickly mobilize 100 people from the base to follow him to Mingjing Mountain. In the villa at Jinhua Garden, Ming-Ku was treating Lien Cheng's wounds. Lien Cheng didn't like owing others. He told Zhang Jiuxiao to ask for help if needed, as long as he could do it. Zhang Jiuxiao deliberately said he wanted Ming-Ku. Lien Cheng was ready to give his life instead. Ming-Ku's hand unconsciously became a bit heavy while treating the wound. He winced and asked her to be gentler. Zhang Jiuxiao admired his ability to remain calm in Jinhua Garden. He told Lien Cheng to stay at Jinhua Garden for a week and rearrange the security system there. That would be enough to repay the favor. Lien Cheng requested that Ming-Ku stay as well. Zhang Jiuxiao didn't mind. Staying at Jinhua Garden would at least guarantee their safety. They could wait for Bei Minji to come then. Speak of the devil, Bei Minji arrived just then. Ming-Ku, thinking only of him, accidentally poured all the medicine onto Lien Cheng's hand. Fortunately, he reminded her in time. Seeing the person she had been longing for, Ming-Ku threw herself into his arms. While the two were being affectionate, they didn't forget to praise Lien Cheng. Lien Cheng reported to the boss that this time it was just ordinary assassins, not highly skilled. Ming had only received some basic training. Knowing this, Bei Minji sat on the sofa and then had Ming-Ku sit on his lap. After all, it was someone else's home, so he felt quite embarrassed. However, he couldn't resist Bei Minji. Flying Eagle had already marked Bei Minji as a primary target. Even if it wasn't them this time, there was no guarantee it wouldn't be next time. He first fed Ming-Ku some calming tea, then told Zhang Jiuxiao. The reason he was targeted by Flying Eagle's people was entirely because he had saved his people. This was what he owed him. Zhang Jiuxiao rarely spoke. He was willing to repay this favor. Bei Minji planned to cultivate his own forces. He hoped Zhang Jiuxiao could help protect Ming-Ku. Zhang Jiuxiao didn't know whether to say he valued relationships or looked down on his favor. But he could guarantee, as long as Ming-Ku was at Dongfang International, she could come to Jinhua Garden anytime. He would ensure her safety. However, if she went out on her own, he wouldn't be responsible for her safety. Nothing else was needed. Zhang Jiuxiao's promise alone was enough. He would handle other matters. The three stayed at Jinhua Garden for the night. Ming-Ku was more worried about Bei Minji staying at Jinhua Garden alone. He had to go back to deal with intrigues. It wasn't that this place wasn't good, but she was reluctant to part with this man. The two embraced tightly. Bei Minji worried she was still afraid, blaming himself for not noticing and almost letting her get hurt. She didn't mean to blame Bei Minji, but Dongfang International was very dangerous. One wrong step could lead to irreversible consequences. Ming-Ku, still worried, didn't notice that Bei Minji's gaze had changed as he picked up his little wife. He was going to bathe her personally. Ming-Ku worried this was Zhang Jiuxiao's place and told him not to act recklessly. Then the two entered the bathroom. The steam from the hot water concealed a world of intimacy. Bei Minji was becoming increasingly adept at treating his little wife gently. Without going further, he held Ming-Ku, promising not to touch her today if she didn't provoke him, not even with a glance. The two returned to the bedroom one after another, walking to the bed. Ming-Ku was pushed onto the bed. He wanted to take a good look at his woman. Ming-Ku kicked off her slippers, then rolled from the middle of the bed to the edge. Bei Minji, successful in his teasing, chuckled. He had Ming-Ku lie in his arms, then gently stroked her hair, comforting her wounded spirit from the past few days. Compared to himself, he was more worried about whether Flying Eagle's people would go after Bei Minji. He assured Ming-Ku that Flying Eagle's real target was Zhang Jiuxiao. He himself was just a coincidence, not a big issue. During this time, she should stay at Jinhua Garden with Lien Cheng and not go anywhere. This way, he would be at ease. Too tired, Ming-Ku fell asleep unknowingly. Unable to sleep, Bei Minji felt that letting Long Shanshan replace him and returning to the Long family was the right decision. Those who hurt her, he definitely wouldn't let them off. Early the next morning, Bei Minji had already left. Ming-Ku's things had all been sent over. Thinking of her man's handsome face, she was falling more and more in love. With nothing to do, she took a walk in the garden. A beautiful woman was suffering from rheumatism. She happened to know some simple massage techniques, so she went over to help. The effect was very noticeable. The woman liked Ming-Ku very much. She called Zhang Jiuxiao Agio. She thought Mingku was Zhang Jiuxiao's friend or girlfriend. Mingku hurriedly denied it, saying she was just staying with a friend for a few days. The woman seemed a bit disappointed after hearing this. Mingku told her not to come out and work when her rheumatism flares up in the future, and was about to help her back to her room. A maid who rushed over revealed the woman's identity. It turned out she was Zhang Jiuxiao's mother. Long Wanner had just come to trim the flower branches and change her clothes. She told Mingke not to be afraid and asked for her name, home address, and some other information. Mingke stuttered as she introduced herself. Upon hearing this, Long Wanner immediately thought of Long Shanshan. It turned out she was old Master Long's eldest daughter, Long Shanshan's aunt. She reached out her hand, but then withdrew it. The matter with Song Fu hadn't been resolved, and her grudge with Long Shanshan wasn't clear either. Long Wanner told her not to be afraid. She believed Ming Ku wasn't a child who would harm others. There must be some hidden truth. She was willing to listen and might even be able to resolve other grudges. Ming Ku, feeling dejected, briefly explained the situation. Long Wanner didn't know why, but she instinctively wanted to believe Ming Ku's words rather than Long Shanshan's. At this moment, Lien Cheng called Ming Ku for help. Before leaving, she reminded Long Wanner to rest well and to find her for a massage if she felt unwell. Lien Cheng happened to see Ming Ku talking with Long Wanner. He didn't have a good impression of the Long family. After all, children who grew up in a harsh environment wouldn't be simple. He must protect Ming Ku well. In the evening, just after taking a bath, Ming Ku was invited over by Long Wanner. She wanted to chat with her and ask about Long Shanshan's previous living conditions, as well as her studies and their relationship. Ming Ku didn't like this topic very much, but out of politeness, she briefly talked about the past. However, she didn't say anything negative about Long Shanshan. Long Wanner asked about singing in bars. Ming Ku denied it, saying that although their family wasn't well off, they wouldn't mistreat children by making them sing in bars. Long Wanner then showed concern for Ming Ku. Compared to Long Shanshan, her niece, she felt a stronger familial connection to Ming Ku. It was getting late. The maid interrupted the conversation, saying both should rest. Long Wanner invited her to have breakfast together tomorrow morning and wanted to talk about the movie she wrote. Unable to refuse, Ming Ku agreed. Back in her room, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She decided to find Lien Cheng and ask about Bei Minji's current situation, as she didn't dare to disturb him directly. Lien Cheng, while drying his hair, told her that if anything happened to Bei Minji, he would inform her immediately. After hearing this, she felt even more restless. She had to call and check on him, but Bei Minji's phone was turned off. Her worried heart couldn't be put at ease. Lien Cheng guessed she would overthink and suggested she drink some red wine to help her sleep. Ming Ku was still very worried about him, wanting to know why Bei Minji's phone was off and if he was safe now. To put her mind at ease, Lien Cheng decided to play a game with her. If she lost, she would drink a sip of wine. If she won, she could ask him a question, which he would answer only with yes or no. Ming Ku gladly agreed, but she only knew how to play rock, paper, scissors. After several rounds, Ming Ku had won some and lost some. She was already a bit drunk, but she wanted to know more. Finally, unable to handle the alcohol, she fell asleep. Lien Cheng took her back to her room. Just as he was about to leave, his sleeve was grabbed. Ming Ku mistook him for Bei Minji, holding onto his hand and begging him not to leave. She even placed a kiss on his hand. He felt a gentle touch on his hand. The woman before him looked at him with watery, drunken eyes. Lien Cheng's heart softened. He promised Ming Ku he would stay with her. Suddenly coming to his senses, Lien Cheng quickly fled the room. He had almost kissed the boss's woman. This was absolutely not allowed to happen. Lien Cheng hurriedly escaped back to his room and sat in front of the computer to calm down. But Ming Ku's face kept appearing in his mind involuntarily. He wanted to reach out and touch her, but what he touched was the cold computer screen. Confused about his own feelings, Lien Cheng felt frustrated. He thought sleeping it off would help him return to normal. Early the next morning, he took a cold shower. With a headache, he realized he couldn't handle Ming Ku at all. Although unsure how to face Ming Ku, he decided to check on her. He knocked on the door. No response. She was probably still asleep. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a thud from inside the room. He quickly opened the door to check. It turned out Ming Ku had fallen out of bed, head first, due to her restless sleep. Helping her up, Lien Cheng couldn't help but scold her. He rubbed her head, his tone filled with concern. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Realizing something was off, Ming Ku quickly turned away. How could he just barge into a girl's room and see her in such an embarrassing state. Seeing she was fine, Lien Cheng told her to get ready and come down for breakfast. He then left. Ming-ke called Bei Minji. When he answered, she couldn't help but act coy, telling him how much she missed him and asking if he was in any danger. Bei Minji told her not to worry. He'd finish his business and come see her tonight. In the dining room, Lien Cheng and Long Wana sat side by side waiting for her. Lien Cheng asked her to sit next to him, keeping them apart. Long Wana leaned over to ask if she liked the breakfast. Before she could answer, Lien Cheng cut her off, urging her to eat quickly as they had work to do later. Ming-ke thought this man must be possessed by a contrarian spirit to be in such a bad mood this morning. As they ate breakfast, the TV news showed Bei Minji cracking down on illegal underground organizations. Ming-ke was so shocked she slapped the table and stood up. Ming-ke walked to the TV with a gloomy face. Lien Cheng wanted to explain the situation to her, but she was too angry to listen. Such a violent confrontation is too dangerous. That underground organization must be the group that was hunting them down. Lien Cheng felt an indescribable feeling as he watched Ming-ke cry. Seeing her cry, Long Wana ran over to ask what was wrong. Ming-ke explained that she just got an eyelash in her eye. She didn't want the Long family to know that Bei Minji was in danger. After dealing with that, Long Wana and Lien Cheng went to work. The way straight men comfort people is by filling your mind with work. This was a bit too much for Ming-ke. After drawing blueprints for 3 hours straight, she was nearly blind. Just as she returned to her room, Bei Minji, dressed casually, was already waiting by the window for his little wife. She ran to him at full speed. She pounded his chest with her little fists, accusing him of such dangerous behavior that made her worry. Bei Minji hugged her tightly and kissed her head, apologizing for this incident. The couple, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, embraced for a while. He had missed Ming-ke very much too. Ming-ke was very uncomfortable staying at Jinghua Garden. Now that the assassin organization had been eliminated, she wanted to go home. But Bei Minji still had things to deal with. He would only feel at ease if she stayed here with Lien Cheng. Ming-ke suddenly leaned close to him, hinting if he had missed her. Although it was a bit embarrassing, she didn't want to lie at this moment. She had been dreaming of being close to him. She really missed him. Bei Minji had also missed his little wife very much. He lifted her chin and kissed her. The two unconsciously deepened the kiss. Although they wanted each other badly, this was after all Zhang Jiuxiao's territory, so they had to restrain themselves. Lien Cheng came to call Ming-ke for dinner. As soon as he opened the door, Bei Minji scolded him, and he closed it again. The sweet moment of the couple was interrupted. Bei Minji inwardly complained that Lien Cheng, being single, didn't understand the need for consideration when one has a girlfriend. 2 days later, the new defense system for Jinghua Garden would be ready. He told Bei Minji to quickly prepare a new place to stay, and since he couldn't look after Ming-ke, to take her away soon. Ming-ke wanted to take this opportunity to return to Bei Minji's side. She temporarily endured Lien Cheng, who supported her work but also complained about her. Bei Minji thought for a moment. The previous apartment was no longer habitable. Now they needed to find a new place to stay. Ming-ke was still worried about Song Fu's matter. She wanted to return to Dongling as soon as possible. She believed Bei Minji could handle this matter well. The couple's public display of affection was torturing the single Lien Cheng. Bei Minji estimated the time and told her they could go home next week. Happy Ming-ke thought since they could go home next week, it would be too troublesome to find a new place. Why not stay at the Bei family home for a few days? After considering Bei Xiong and other factors, they finally decided to stay at the Bei family home. At the same time, Bei Minji's people would also move in to protect Ming-ke. She didn't need to deal with Bei Xiong. If there was any issue, she could just find the people with the mark. The couple decided to use a rose pinned to the chest as the mark. At the hospital elevator, Long Wana looked at Long Shanshan, feeling suspicious. He tentatively asked some questions about Ming-ke. Long Shanshan maintained her previous routine, portraying Ming-ke as a spoiled young lady who bullied her, the adopted daughter, everywhere. She also hinted that Ming-ke had a messy private life, pushing all her own issues onto Ming-ke. Long Wana, being a true Long family member, sensed that one of them must be lying. He deliberately revealed that Ming-ke was now staying at Zhang Jiuxiao's house. They even had breakfast together. He also casually asked about Ming Jinghua's situation. Long Shanshan, somewhat panicked, blurted out that it wasn't her who pushed someone down the stairs. It was all Ming-ke framing her. As expected of the Long family's young lady, she sensed the complexity of the situation in just a few sentences. Long Shanshan played the sympathy card again. The identity of Miss Sun was always openly used by her, making people believe she was the true Long family member. Long War showed no outward change, only saying that he thought Ming Ke was nice and hoped they could resolve their misunderstanding. Left alone, Long Shanshan hated Ming Ke even more. Seeing Song Fu coming out for some air, she thought viciously that if he had died from the fall back then, Bei Minji wouldn't be able to threaten her anymore. Ming Ke wouldn't be able to escape the murder charge, and she wouldn't have to fear her identity being exposed and losing everything she had now. She coldly scolded Song Fu, telling him not to leave the hospital room anymore. A seriously ill person should act like one. In the future, he shouldn't appear energetic in front of her. Song Fu felt that his daughter was very scary now. He hurriedly ran back to the hospital room. Long Shanshan felt that now she couldn't let Ming Ke and Long War continue to interact. She must do something to stop all this. Bei Minji rarely stayed to have dinner with Ming Ke. It was inevitable that they would run into Long War. The hostility and aversion of the two brothers towards Long War were about to overflow. But he really didn't dislike Ming Ke. He even wanted to get closer to her. He first eased the atmosphere by telling Ming Ke that he had gone to see Song Fu. This successfully caught Ming Ke's attention. Learning that he was doing well, just unable to remember the past, she felt a bit down. If the case couldn't be closed, she still couldn't return to dongling. Bei Minji comforted her to eat first and not think too much. Suddenly, Long Shanshan called him. She told him Song Fu was missing. She had just gone out to buy something, and when she came back, he was gone. And even though the Long family had sent so many people to watch, no one saw where he went. Long Shanshan deliberately mentioned their deal. Bei Minji told her to inform the Long family to search, and he would handle the rest. He also warned her not to deliberately cause trouble, or she would face the consequences. He wasn't afraid of Long Shanshan's tricks, but if it was the person behind her, it would be very troublesome, because he had no idea what that person wanted to do. A worried Ming Ke came out to find him. Tonight was destined to be another lonely night for Ming Ke. She was worried that last night was a gunfight, and who knows what might happen today. By Mingya Asuatia, last night's assassin organization had been cleared out. He had offended many people, but he wasn't afraid of whoever might come. He encouraged Ming Ke to be brave. After all, she was Bei Minji's woman. The task of protecting Ming Ke once again fell to Lien Sheng. Back in the living room, Long War's gout flared up again. Although she knew Bei Minji didn't want her to interact with him, her kind nature wouldn't allow her to ignore it. Long War also understood the Bei brothers' thoughts. He told Ming Ke not to worry about him. The considerate Ming Ke told him not to mind the two brothers. They were just cautious of the Long family members, but had no ill intentions towards him. He really liked Ming Ke. If she couldn't be his daughter-in-law, he wanted to make her his goddaughter. Before he could say it, a maid rushed in to tell him that Song Fu was missing. Hearing this news, Ming Ke was stunned. The maid requested her to come along to take care of Long Hua. Just coming to her senses, she followed along, not even bringing her phone. She could only borrow Long Hua's phone to inform Lien Sheng, but he didn't answer. Long Hua comforted her, saying they were just going to check the situation and would be back soon. They quickly drove to the hospital. The bodyguards were terrified when they saw Long Hua. He learned that the person hadn't been found yet, so he went inside to discuss strategies with Long Shanshan and Long Chuhan. Seeing Ming Ke had also come, Long Shanshan was panicking inside. On the surface, she still had to deal with everyone, putting on a worried appearance. Long War wanted to know if Song Fu left on his own or was taken away. Long Shanshan took the opportunity to point the finger at Ming Ke. She questioned if she had taken the person away. She wanted to continue harming Ming Ke. Knowing this woman would throw dirt on her, she couldn't be bothered to respond. She was just here to check the situation, not to argue with a mad dog. Seeing her attack had no effect, Long Shanshan excitedly told Long War to be careful, lest he be killed by her. On this matter, Long War firmly stood on Ming Ke's side. He truly believed in this girl. Long Chuhan stopped the commotion in the ward. He apologized to Ming Ke. Everyone in the Long family treated her with kindness, which greatly displeased Long Shanshan. The fake Miss Sunday Long Chuan had to go out, so he suggested it would be better for Long War to go home first. The current situation was unknown. If he wasn't here, no one could protect him. If something happened, it would be very troublesome. Having understood the general situation, Long War didn't plan to stay long either. There were many people in the elevator area. He suggested taking another elevator. Long Shanshan suggested there was an observation elevator on the 15th floor. They could walk down and take that one. She told the maid to go down first and press the elevator button so he wouldn't have to wait too long. After a moment's thought, he felt this plan was feasible. The three of them started walking down the stairs. Halfway down, Long Shanshan remembered she had something to discuss with Long Chuan. She told them to go on without her, not wanting to delay important matters. Long Hua told her to go ahead, saying he and Ming Ku would go down together. As she passed by Ming Ku, she deliberately tripped her. Both of them tumbled down the stairs. Ming Ku tightly protected Long Hua. Her own head hit the wall. Enduring the severe pain, she tried to check on the person in her arms. Unexpectedly, Long Shanshan slapped her face, accusing her of attempting to harm her aunt. She was about to strike again. Long Hua stopped her. She still wanted to continue slandering Ming Ku, but Ming Ku, who had already stood up, immediately slapped her back. Just as the two were about to confront each other, Long Hua fainted. Fortunately, the maid caught him in time. Ming Ku, worried, urged someone to quickly find a doctor, and she had no interest in arguing with Long Shanshan anymore. But the other party clearly didn't want to let her go. The maid hurried to find a doctor while Ming Ku was checking on Long Hua's condition. Long Shanshan grabbed her hair, then slapped her hard several times. The doctors were focused on saving Long Hua quickly. As for Ming Ku, who was beaten unconscious, they couldn't attend to her now. The maid protected Ming Ku, realizing that Long Shanshan was beating her to death. Long Shanshan pushed the maid away. She kept accusing Ming Ku of pushing the person down the stairs, claiming she saw it with her own eyes. Even if she punished Ming Ku, Bei Minji wouldn't dare to cause her trouble. The vicious Long Shanshan had gone mad. She wanted to ruin Ming Ku's face and cripple her. With her high heels, she was about to stomp on Ming Ku's face. At the critical moment, Long Chuan arrived just in time. He kicked Long Shanshan away. He carried Ming Ku to find a doctor for treatment. Ming Ku, about to lose consciousness, knew Long Chuan had saved her, but she didn't understand why the Long family would side with her. The Long family came to the hospital to see Long Hua. Long Shanshan took the opportunity to complain first, saying Ming Ku pushed her aunt down the stairs, and she only slapped her twice. The Long patriarch was anxious to check on his daughter and told her not to worry. After people left, she called over the maid Xiao Tao. She threatened her to insist that Ming Ku pushed Long Hua down the stairs. Otherwise, she would use the Long patriarch's favor towards her to make her life impossible at Dongfang International. Xiao Tao lowered her head and remained silent. In her heart, she doubted that Ming Ku had pushed anyone down the stairs. Long Shanshan, who was just wearing a vicious expression, saw the Long patriarch. Her face changed instantly, and she told him that Long Chuan had just gone to rescue the person who pushed her aunt down the stairs. After hearing this, the Long patriarch was very angry. He now looked down on Ming Ku. His precious granddaughter had only slapped her twice, and she fainted. She really didn't take their Long family seriously. Long Chuan was already suspicious of Long Shanshan. Looking at Ming Ku, who was more severely injured, he couldn't believe she would harm his aunt. Instead, it was Long Shanshan's behavior just now. The young miss could be arrogant and rude, but absolutely not vicious. Someone came to ask Long Chuan to return, but he insisted on waiting for Ming Ku's friend to arrive before leaving. Moreover, he didn't believe she pushed his aunt down the stairs. He had just seen Long Shanshan trying to ruin her face. More importantly, everyone in the Long family knew Xiao Tao's level of loyalty to his aunt. How could she protect someone who harmed her aunt? There must be something wrong here. At this moment, Bei Minji arrived at the hospital with his people. He looked at Ming Ku lying on the hospital bed with heartache. Fortunately, there were only some superficial injuries and no lasting effects. Bei Minji was now very angry. He told Long Chuan to go back and tell Long Shanshan that he would come to settle accounts with her soon. He came with people. Long Chuan didn't know what an enraged Bei Minji might do, but now he had to make the Long family avoid him. Others were somewhat expectant about what the Bei Ming family's young master would do to the Long family. Lien Chung rushed over hurriedly. He was so focused on checking the surveillance that he forgot to bring his phone. If Xiao Tao hadn't called him again, he probably wouldn't have known even now. Looking at Ming Ku on the hospital bed, he wanted to go and beat Long Shanshan badly. But Bei Minji kept him back to watch over Mingke. If anything happened to her again, Lian Cheng's head would be on the line. Bei Minji brought his people and directly cleared out all of the Long family's bodyguards. Then he approached Long Shanshan with a gloomy face. This woman now knew to be afraid and asked the Long Patriarch to save her. The Long Patriarch still wanted to take the stance of an elder and lecture Bei Minji. But the current Bei Minji was not someone he could control. His target was only Long Shanshan, not wanting to implicate the innocent, so he should just hand her over obediently. Otherwise, if he mobilized his brothers from the base, the situation wouldn't be like this. Long Chuhan hadn't expected that Bei Minji would risk everything with the Long family for Mingke. Now he had no way to stop it either. Long Shanshan was scared, but she still insisted that Mingke pushed Long War down the stairs. She was just protecting her relative and hit her out of anger. She brought up the Long family again, but after saying this, not a single person from the Long family stood up to protect her, the young miss. She could only bet on her cooperation relationship with Bei Minji, hoping he wouldn't kill her for now. But seeing Bei Minji's very cold attitude, she had her doubts. Bei Minji didn't bother to waste words with her. He directly asked which hand hit Mingke. Some nerve-wracking memories rushed to her brain. She might really die, so she quickly cried for help. The Long Patriarch anxiously admitted the mistake, saying he would make Long Shanshan apologize. He used his relationship with Bei Minji to exchange for his granddaughter's life, or even everything he had. Zhang Jiuxiao walked in. Long Shanshan once again cried out that she hit Mingke to avenge her aunt, begging him to save her. Zhang Jiuxiao walked straight past her to check on Long War. Seeing she wasn't seriously injured, he sternly asked if Ming could pushed her down. Xiao Tao tremblingly said he didn't see it. When he arrived, he only saw Ming hugging the madam as they rolled down together. The rest of his words were drowned out by Long Shanshan shouting. He asked Xiao Tao again if he had personally seen Ming push Long War down the stairs. Struggling internally, he directly knelt down. He couldn't let Ming be wrongly accused. She was clearly badly injured. Bei Minji's 2 minutes for Zhang Jiuxiao were up. If there was nothing else, he would take his people and leave. Take the person to the warehouse. Long Shanshan was still unwilling. She was extremely jealous that Mingke could gain Bei Minji's favor, while she, as the Long family's young miss, was still nothing. She swore she would definitely ruin Mingke. Bei Minji mercilessly stepped on her right hand. The Long Patriarch used his personal favor to save her left hand. With her right hand saved, Mingke opened her eyes to see Bei Minji, but the injuries on her face caused her pain. Everything else would have to wait until the swelling went down. Long War, who had woken up, came to see Mingke. She felt very sorry for this child. If she hadn't fainted at that time, Mingke's face wouldn't have ended up like this. So the first thing she did when she woke up was to find Mingke. She actually had some suspicions, so she came to ask Mingke why she suddenly fell down. Mingke, eager to explain, aggravated her wounds. But she still had to say that at that time, she stepped on something under her feet, lost her balance, and fell down. Worried that Long War would be angry, she sat up to explain that it wasn't intentional. Long War knew at that time that she had used her body to protect her and had no intention of blaming her. She also knew it wasn't Mingke who pushed her down. To lighten the mood, she deliberately teased Mingke that the wounds on her face were too severe and might leave scars after the swelling goes down. Mingke's nervous expression made her laugh. Xiao Tao, hesitant to speak, expressed his thoughts at Long War's prompting. He felt that Mingke cared more about the madam than Long Shanshan did. Only then did Long War remember to ask about Long Shanshan. Xiao Tao told her that Long Shanshan's left hand was crippled by Bei Minji, resulting in a comminuted fracture. He felt that Bei Minji's ruthlessness was on par with Zhang Jiuxiao's. Even the Long family didn't dare to confront him directly. If the two became opponents, the consequences would be unimaginable. As clever as Long War was, she knew that in the incident of her falling down the stairs, either Mingke or Long Shanshan must be lying. But she couldn't understand yet what benefit there was in harming her. The days of recovery were leisurely. Long War had bird's nest porridge sent over, but Bei Minji intercepted it, saying he needed to test for poison first. Mingke thought he disliked the Long family, and so wouldn't let her drink what they sent. she realized she had overthought it. After 2 minutes, the porridge was safe to eat. Mingke was touched. He was afraid she might be poisoned, but hadn't considered if he might be poisoned first. After finishing the porridge, she asked Bei Minji if he knew about Song Fu's disappearance. Bei Minji told her that he had searched all night before finding him. Mingke, who had just lain down, excitedly sat up again and asked a series of questions. Bei Minji calmed her and made her lie down again. He told her not to worry about these things until Song Fu recovered and voluntarily went to the police station to close the case. He would protect her. Then he gently stroked Mingke's forehead, telling her to sleep peacefully. After Mingke fell asleep, he asked Lien Chung if they had found out who had taken the person away. The surveillance footage only captured a well-disguised person, making it impossible to determine their identity. They didn't understand why Song Fu was taken away, only to be left in the forest for someone to find. They didn't know the other party's purpose. But hallucinogenic drugs were detected in Song Fu's body. When the drug takes effect, a person's consciousness becomes scattered, their words and actions uncontrollable, and they can't remember anything afterward. Bei Minji asked Yi Yang to investigate the hospital's surveillance footage from the past few days and screen for suspicious individuals. They couldn't stay at Dongfang International any longer. Lien Chung promised to complete the task. Mingke returned to Jinghua Court from the hospital, where Lien Chung kept a close eye on her. Knowing she was in the wrong, she didn't dare to resist and could only obediently comply. She taught Xiao Tao the massage technique, so he could help with massages when she wasn't around. Xiao Tao happily agreed and learned carefully. In a few more days, Bei Minji would take her back to Dongling. Long Wanner was very reluctant, not knowing if she would ever see her again. She suddenly asked Mingke if she lived with Bei Minji. The shy Mingke made her laugh again. She comforted her, saying she was already an adult and had nothing to fear. She also casually asked about Mingke's birthday. Learning that Mingke's birthday was on the 16th, she was stunned, thinking it was the same day as Long Shanshan's. But Mingke explained that hers had always been November 16th, while Long Shanshan's was November 22nd. Moreover, they had always said she was an adopted child, but not anymore. She casually narrated this, not forgetting to guide Xiao Tao on which areas should be pressed harder. The speaker meant nothing, but the listener took it to heart. Long War mentally compared everything about the two, from their birthdays to personalities, to her own feelings towards them. The more she looked at Mingke, the more familiar she seemed. She was very similar to someone in her memory. Although she hadn't seen her for over 10 years, Mingke really resembled Bei Mingyue. She urged Xiao Tao to find the old green photo album in the cabinet. Her urgency was something Xiao Tao had never seen before. She had already begun to doubt Mingke's identity. She looked too much like Bei Mingyue. Mingke thought her technique was uncomfortable, but Long War said it was good. She even wanted her to press her foot soles, which Mingke agreed to. Looking at Mingke's face, identical to Bei Mingyue's in the photo album, she understood. She asked Mingke if the doctor had taken a blood sample when she was hospitalized. Mingke told her that half an hour ago, she had a blood sample taken before being discharged. She pulled her foot back, telling Mingke she was fine now and to quickly go find Lien Chung, lest people worry. She was in a hurry to send Mingke away because she had more urgent matters to attend to. She asked Xiao Tao to call the hospital. She wanted to do another paternity test. Mingke, just out the door, ran into Lien Chung, who was coming to find her. If she had been 2 minutes later, he would have really come to fetch her. Long Shanshan's hand would never recover. Bei Minji's cruelty was not just talk. The Long patriarch was very distressed. Faced with his granddaughter's questioning, he couldn't explain because he was also powerless against Bei Minji. Long Shanshan took advantage of the situation to manipulate the Long patriarch, paving her way for the future. She asked if he would believe Bei Minji if he claimed Mingke was his granddaughter and wanted to do another paternity test, even if the results were tampered with. The Long patriarch, who had lived a life of warfare, was stunned after hearing this. He didn't believe paternity tests could be faked. He was certain that Long Yicheng had only one daughter, Long Shanshan, so he would unconditionally stand by her side. Seeing her scheme succeed, Long Shanshan became smug again. She wanted to see what the Long patriarch would do if he didn't believe her. Long Wanner came to the hospital room, ostensibly inquiring about Long Shanshan's condition, but actually observing her father's demeanor. In the past few days, the Long patriarch had aged considerably, with with more white hair appearing. She casually plucked out a few strands. The Long patriarch valued Long Yicheng's child so much, she couldn't let him be deceived. Long Shanshan noticed the hair in her hand and guessed that another paternity test might be conducted. Long War sent the samples to the testing center. After she left, Long Shanshan confirmed this with the doctor. She realized that Long War truly suspected her. After learning when the test results would be available, she threatened everyone present not to reveal that she had been there, or else their lives and their families' lives would be in danger. Mingke was completely confined, allowed only half an hour of activity time in the front courtyard, and under surveillance. Knowing she was in the wrong, Mingke, although uncomfortable being watched, couldn't say much. She thought about returning soon and happened to run into Long Wanner. Looking at the face that was 90% similar to Bei Mingyue's, she hated herself for discovering it too late. Mingke asked about her health condition. She wanted to learn more about Mingke and sat with her in the garden to talk. Early the next morning, Long Wanner arrived at the hospital. The doctor wanted to tell her that Long Shanshan had been there yesterday, but ultimately didn't speak up. Long Shanshan, hiding in the stairwell to monitor the situation, had malice overflowing from her eyes. The test results came out quickly, confirming Mingke's blood relation to the Long family. Long War wasn't surprised by this result. She asked Xiao Tao to first find out the Long patriarch's location. If he was at the hospital, they would lure him downstairs. If not, they would return to the Long residence. She would wait downstairs. To deceive the Long family, without anyone knowing, Long Shanshan must have had help from someone. She just didn't know who this person was. In the underground parking lot, Long Shanshan had been waiting for a long time. Long War, holding the test results, kept backing away. Long Shanshan, revealing her true face, didn't hide anymore. She bluntly told her that she knew where she had been. She questioned Long Shanshan about why she had usurped Mingke's position. Long Shanshan explained that she did this for Mingke. The incident with Long Yicheng and his wife years ago wasn't an accident. She believed she did this to allow Mingke to investigate the truth about that year. She saw clearly that Long Shanshan only harbored resentment towards Mingke. She wouldn't believe the lies of a vicious woman. Seeing that she wasn't taking the bait, Long Shanshan produced a letter of entrustment, saying she would understand after reading it. Half believing and half doubting, Long War told her not to play tricks. She wanted to see what kind of tricks she would pull. Just as she was opening the letter, Long Shanshan pulled out a dagger from behind and stabbed at Long War. She dodged. Long Shanshan's face showed murderous intent. If she dared to block her path, she would make these people pay with their lives. The dagger fiercely stabbed towards Long War. The two struggled vigorously. Apart from shouting for help, she had no other option now. Long Shanshan needed to deal with her quickly, or else everything would be ruined if someone came. At the critical moment, Xiao Tao arrived just in time. She pushed away the vicious woman and called for the driver to come. Long War, now safe, picked up the test report and told the arriving driver that this woman was impersonating Miss Sun and had tried to kill her. She warned Long Shanshan that she wouldn't let this matter go, and the Long family wouldn't let her off either. With the assassination plan failing, Long Shanshan knew she no longer had a chance to rely on the Long family. She would surely be torn to pieces. Now her only hope was to seek Bei Minji's help. After all, he had arranged everything. She called Bei Minji, telling him that Long War had done a paternity test for Mingke and was on her way back to the Long residence. She begged him to save her. She wasn't sure if Bei Minji would save her. Before getting an answer, the call was cut off. She didn't have another coin to make another call. She now deeply regretted going after Mingke, but her only way out was to find Bei Minji to save her. She had to go no matter what. As she turned around, she saw several men standing behind her. Just as she was about to run, she was caught. She was knocked unconscious. Mingke got ready and went downstairs with Bei Minji for breakfast. Just as they opened the door, he stopped her and embraced her with a kiss. After their intimate moment, he suggested going for a walk after breakfast, saying he had something to tell her. Mingke asked again when they could return to Dongling. Bei Minji didn't answer directly, guessing they should be able to return tonight. At this moment, Bei Minji's phone rang. He answered it with slight impatience. He received shocking news. Long War had been in an accident. Her car had collided with a truck on a mountain road, and both vehicles had fallen off the mountain. Both drivers died on the spot. Long War and Xiao Tao had escaped, but Xiao Tao was too severely injured and died on the way to the hospital. Mingke was heartbroken, crying in Bei Minji's arms. He comforted her while feeling worried. If Mingke knew he had orchestrated this, would she forgive him? Long War's surgery was successful, but she needed to stay in the ICU for observation. Zhang Jiuxiao, wearing a military uniform, went in to see her. Suyi saw off the visitors who came to see her. Mingke noticed that among the crowd, one man should be her ex-husband, and the young woman beside him was likely his current wife. Mingke thought that even a gentle and graceful woman like Long Wan couldn't resist the ravages of time and ultimately lost to a younger woman. She couldn't help but burst into tears again. The Long patriarch stood at the ICU door, looking at his daughter. His already aged face deepened once more. He knew his daughter was on her way home to see him. Long Chuhan received a ransom call. The caller demanded 300 million to exchange for Long Shanshan's life, or they would kill her. The Long patriarch noticed this. He had to tell the grieving old man about this matter. Several days later, Long War still hadn't woken up. Zhang Jiuxiao remained by her side. This man looked cold, but he truly loved his mother. Bei Minji decided to take her back to Dongling tonight. Now she wasn't in a hurry to leave, but on second thought, she couldn't help by staying here, so it was better to go home. Returning to Jinghua Garden, every part of the environment reminded her of Long Air and Xiao Tao. He could still hear the sound of the three of them laughing and talking. Even the air still had a familiar scent, but now it all seemed so distant. One in a hospital bed, one on a tombstone. He found that photo album on the coffee table and mustered the courage to look through it. He saw Long Hua and Long Yicheng from 20 years ago. Flipping further, he saw Bei Mingyue, who looked very similar to himself. He guessed that all of this might just be a coincidence. Bei Minji was waiting for him in the room, still unaware of this. Back in the room, he was still worried about Long War. Bei Minji comforted him, saying that with Zhang Jiuxiao by her side now, unwilling to let anyone near, it wouldn't help for him to stay. Long War would certainly want him to be happy. Bei Minji went to take a shower first. Mingke thought about telling Xiao Xiang that he was going back. Opening the computer, a pop-up email attachment appeared on the desktop. It was a screenshot of a call record. Driven by curiosity, Mingke opened the email. It contained call records between Bei Minji and Long Shanshan. There were many call records at critical time points. He guessed this email was meant to tell him that Bei Minji was also involved in Ming Jinghua's incident. But they were together that day, so he felt this couldn't be possible. Bei Minji was still in the shower. He looked at his phone. After much hesitation, he picked it up. He found a phone number called Dongmei and confirmed that Bei Minji and Long Shanshan had been in contact for a long time. Although he didn't want to doubt, the facts were right in front of him. The bathroom door opened. He quickly put the phone back and frantically clicked to close the email page. When he walked to his side, he quickly closed the laptop. Now wasn't the time to ask him. Before leaving, he took one last look at Jinghua Garden. It held memories that couldn't be erased and people he would never see again. Leaning in Bei Minji's arms, he asked about Long Shanshan's kidnapping. Bei Minji told him that she was rescued the next day and the kidnappers were caught. Mingke, with a subdued mood, told him he needed to review for school and wouldn't be staying at the estate. Noticing his unusual mood, the man thought he was still upset about Xiao Tao and Long Wanner. Back at school, Xiao Xiang noticed Mingke was different from before, but that wasn't important. He told Mingke that the premiere date for Tianxia was set for early February, after the new year. Seeing Mingke's lack of enthusiasm, Xiao Jiang asked if something had happened at Dongfang International. Mingke was torn about whether to tell him his suspicions. Lianqing called, asking him to come to the lab to see the finished game character effects. Mingke, uninterested in that now, had something else he wanted to ask him. He wanted surveillance footage from a certain place and asked for help retrieving it from the system. With Lianqing's skills, this wouldn't be difficult. Mingke thought about retrieving the surveillance records and then destroying them, and do it without being detected by others. Only an expert like Lianqing could do that, but Lianqing told him that any skilled hacker could do it. Having got his answer, Mingke prepared to leave. Lianqing asked when he'd return to Di Yuan, offering to take him back together. Mingke firmly refused. He wasn't going back. Lianqing also noticed his unusual mood. Following him out, he mentioned that many people he knew would be there tonight. He also mentioned the name Dong Li, which piqued his interest. He changed his mind. He'd return to Di Yuan tonight. On the way, he kept urging Lianqing to hurry. His unpredictable mood left Lianqing puzzled. He casually patted Ming Ke's back, telling him to walk properly. Ming Ke clutched his stomach and crouched down. He thought Ming Ke was faking it, but it turned out to be the little girl's period. Embarrassed, Lianqing picked up Ming Ke, startling him. At school, many people knew about his relationship with Bei Minji. This could be misunderstood. With a righteous face, Lianqing told him that the boss would understand in this special situation. Di Yuan was luxurious at night. This was also where everything began. If Su Xiaoyang hadn't tricked him back then, he wouldn't have signed that agreement. Ming Ke tentatively asked Lianqing if he had ever deceived him, but he regretted asking immediately. If it aroused suspicion from him and Bei Minji, he would be in a more passive position. Little did he know that his current state had already drawn attention. Many people were waiting for them. Ming Ke began to doubt the Bei Ming brothers' identity. Although they were adopted by the Bei Ming family, their extraordinary demeanor suggested their birth parents couldn't be ordinary people. Would he find the truth he sought at Di Yuan? Bei Minji went to the bathroom. Dong Li came to greet Ming Ke, seeking answers. He brought up how Dong Li once said he could ask him for help, but on the island, he ignored him. Embarrassed, Dong Li could only evade the question, offering to leave his phone number. He said Ming Ke could call him in the future if needed. Looking at the familiar number, Ming Ke confirmed that Dong Li was one of the numbers from the mysterious email. These people were very loyal to Bei Minji. He was Bei Minji's woman, so they were also kind to him. But who could tell how much of that smile was genuine? He really wanted to know who sent him the email and what their purpose was. Stepping out for some air, he heard a familiar voice. Around the corner, Su Xiaoyang was talking to a woman called Tingting. The gist was that the woman had found a wealthy new partner and had dumped the now bankrupt Su family's son. Their once passionate vows were just her means of seducing rich young men. Otherwise, how could she have dumped him for someone else? Ming Ke watched the pair from afar. Neither of them was any good. Ming Ke regretted his poor judgment in the past. Not wanting to watch anymore, he turned to leave. Tingting also turned to leave and bumped into Ming Ke. Suspecting Ming Ke had overheard their conversation, she couldn't resist mocking him again. Not bothering with this crazy woman, he rubbed his arm and left. The woman grabbed Ming Ke. Su Xiaoyang rushed in between to protect him. He told the woman not to hurt Ming Ke anymore. A scumbag is always a scumbag, completely absolving himself of any wrongdoing. He blamed the woman for seducing him, causing the mistake. As he spoke, he tried to grab Ming Ke's hand. Ming Ke quickly dodged, not wanting to get involved in their emotional entanglement. The scumbag begged for Ming Ke's forgiveness and asked about his relationship with Bei Minji. Ming Ke, having long seen through the scumbag's facade, didn't want to engage. He had already guessed that he wanted to use his connection with Bei Minji. Tingting also had her calculations. If the Su family could rise from the ashes, she wouldn't need to find an old man. Sure enough, the scumbag wanted Bei Minji's help. Tingting also changed her tune, begging for Ming Ke's forgiveness. She even said she would leave and no longer interfere in their relationship. Ming Ke's mocking expression was about to overflow. If this pair of scumbags didn't end up together, wouldn't it be against the natural order? When one plan failed, another emerged. The scumbag said he would be forced to die. He thought Ming Ke was so kind-hearted, he surely wouldn't bear to see him die. But Ming Ke had evolved. If the scumbag jumped off a building, he might be so happy he'd go to his grave and offer 2 more incense sticks. Tingting still had some backbone. She saw through Ming Ke's unwillingness to help them and didn't bother pretending to be pitiful. She told Ming Ke that rich men like Bei Minji would eventually abandon him for someone new. Unfortunately, Bei Minji overheard all of this. He was certain that Ming Ke was the only woman by his side. The two of them walked past the dumbfounded scumbag and scumbag woman to get some air. Su Xiaoyang rushed to plead, while Tingting hurried to advance herself. Both approached Bei Minji with their own agendas. However, Tingting seemed to have forgotten what happened last time she tried to get close to him. Confident in her figure, she was still flirting. Bei Minji told Su Xiaoyang that he would be pleased if he could teach this woman a lesson. Su Xiaoyang wasn't stupid. Tingting's words had disappointed him, and now saving the Su family was more important. The motivated Su Xiaoyang's punches grew heavier with each strike. It directly brought in the security guards. Thinking this would save the Su family, the man eagerly looked at Bei Minji. But how could the cunning Bei Minji possibly save a scumbag? He called the police to take away the violent Su Xiaoyang. Ming Ke finally smiled. King Bei Minji came online. He domineeringly kissed Ming Ke's lips. To prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, Ming Ke left Bei Minji on the balcony to cool off alone. He went back to Sing. Listening to Bei Minji's subordinates talk about the last operation, he realized it was far more dangerous than he had imagined. And all of this was actually for his sake. Yet he started doubting Bei Minji because of an anonymous letter. This didn't seem right. Since that email had been deleted, he might as well let these matters go. He couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. Bei Minji drank himself into a stupor. He was very happy today. The drunk Bei Minji was a bit dazed. He said many things that didn't make sense, leaving Ming-Ke completely confused. After staying up late studying for exams these past few days, the two sisters drank some Wang Lo Cat to cool down. Long Chuyang came to see them. He gave some suggestions for their script, asking them to add more passionate scenes. Ming-Ke promised to revise it after the exams. He also asked if Bei Minji was close with Long Shanshan. They had found out that before he was kidnapped, he had contacted Bei Minji using the hospital's public phone. They weren't suspecting Bei Minji's involvement in this matter. But since he had previously crippled Long Shanshan's hand, they still needed to investigate. He asked Ming-Ke to persuade Bei Minji not to contact Long Shanshan in the future. Ming-Ke remembered that he did receive a call that morning, and the day Long Shanshan disappeared was also the day Long Woer had an accident. Xiao Xiang saw Ming-Ke's troubled expression and took him away. He told Ming-Ke to have confidence in Bei Minji. That man was completely focused on him and wouldn't be interested in Long Shanshan. Ming-Ke wasn't worried about Bei Minji being unfaithful, but rather that everything seemed too coincidental. He feared that in the end he might not be able to accept all these things. Xiao Xiang was clever. He knew Ming-Ke wasn't petty and quickly realized this might be related to Ming Jinghua's fall. Bei Minji came to accompany Ming-Ke during the exam. Yesterday, he told Xiao Xiang about the email. Xiao Xiang advised him that he could check the truth of the email at the service center with Bei Minji's ID card. He was still hesitating. Bei Minji had also noticed his changes in the past few days, thinking it was due to exam pressure. Near the exam venue, Ming-Ke looked at Bei Minji. He seriously asked if he truly liked him. Although shy, Bei Minji bravely expressed his love. If there weren't so many hidden things, Ming-Ke would have been overjoyed to hear this. But now he didn't dare to be. He said if one truly loves someone, there shouldn't be secrets. He wanted to keep Bei Minji's wallet for a few days. Bei Minji thought he had discovered something, but it was just about the wallet. He handed it over directly, saying he could give his phone too. But Ming-Ke didn't want it. Turning away with the wallet, he started to hesitate again. Bei Minji trusted him so much, and he truly loved him too. If in the end he found out Bei Minji was involved, what should he do? Opening his wallet, he discovered it was quite extraordinary inside. There were photos of him in the wallet. He really was important to Bei Minji. Taking the ID card to the service center, he had to clarify this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at peace. The call records verified the authenticity of that email. They had been in contact privately all along, and he had indeed been deceived all along. He didn't know what they were planning to do, nor did he know what he could do. He returned to Hualan Street and hid the call records in this place. Then he started repairing the old radio. Bei Minji burst in, out of breath. Ming-Ke said he had his phone on silent during the exam and didn't notice any calls. Today he just wanted to come back and tidy up the house. Then he returned the wallet to Bei Minji, worried he might need it urgently. After he finished cleaning up, they planned to return to Diyuan. The building was too old, and the elevator suddenly broke down. They had to use the stairs. Looking at the steep stairs, Ming-Ke couldn't imagine how painful it must have been for Ming Jinghua to fall down these. Bei Minji also felt these stairs were dangerous. Although Ming Jinghua's accident wasn't in his expectations, it was indeed caused by him. This was his fault. Back at Diyuan, Ming-Ke, with things on his mind, couldn't accept being intimate with Bei Minji now. But he had already refused many times. Tonight, he probably couldn't escape. Suddenly, he thought of a plan. Bei Minji, fresh out of the shower, pounced on Ming-Ke. Tonight, he wouldn't give him any chance to refuse. He kissed him passionately. Ming-Ke wanted to tell him Lien Chung was there. But the domineering Bei Minji covered his mouth, not letting him speak. The embarrassed Lien Chung stood holding the radio, not knowing what to say. Couldn't they wait until he left to start? At night, Bei Minji felt the distance between them growing. It was also getting harder. But even if he had to use countless lies to cover up the initial deception, he couldn't let him leave. Lien Chung stood outside the window with the radio. Ming-Ke had asked him to help fix Ming Jinghua's radio. He hadn't managed to leave earlier, but he was wearing headphones and hadn't heard anything. Taking the radio, he told Lien Chung not to look around when leaving. Commanding his already stiff body, Lien Chung shuffled out. Bei Minji sensed something was off with Ming-Ke today. He feared he might have found out something. He sent people to investigate where he had been today. Lien Chung stiffly shuffled back to his room. His mind was filled with Ming Ke's voice. He didn't know what was wrong with him. That was the boss's woman. Unable to understand the reason, he drank himself into a stupor. Feeling his body heat up, his hand touched something soft. He got up and moved closer to the person opposite him, who was struggling hard. The difference in strength between men and women was obvious, and the girl was no match for Lien Chung. Although he didn't know who she was, he wanted to taste her. After a moment of pleasure, he said he would take responsibility. Lien Chung wanted to know who she was. The blurry face gradually became clear. Ming Ke asked why he did this to him. How could he be with Bei Minji after this? How did Ming Ke end up in Lien Cheng's bed? Lien Cheng suddenly woke up from his dream. It was all a dream. Thankfully, it was just a dream. He couldn't develop feelings for the boss's woman. Bei Minji didn't sleep all night. He knew Ming Ke went to the service center and investigated his call records. He also knew that taking the wallet was to investigate himself. For the first time, he had given someone his complete trust, but this was the result. He didn't understand what Ming Ke was trying to do. When Ming Ke woke up, he still remembered last night's events. Bei Minji told him that Lien Chung had already left last night, but only after they had finished. Not wanting to dwell on this matter anymore, Ming Ke asked when he woke up. He said he was too excited to sleep. Ming Ke knew his excitement was fake, but not sleeping was true. Feeling sorry for him, Ming Ke told Bei Minji to lie down so he could give him a massage. Bei Minji now didn't know if he truly cared about him. If not, he didn't need this care anymore. Ming Ke clenched his fist. Bei Mingya smilet selbstmockingly. Ming Ke swore he was sincere. He still loved him in his heart. Even if it was a lie, it was okay. Bei Minji took Ming Ke out for a sea trip. Lien Chung watched the two from the control room. And behind him, 3 women were watching him. They asked Jiao if Lien Chung was handsome. But whether he liked Lien Chung or not, nobody knew. Both women encouraged Jiao to confess. But they also worried that Lien Chung might transfer her because of this. In the end, they couldn't come to a conclusion. They decided to go to the restaurant to eat instead. As the women gathered to eat, they realized they hadn't sent food to Lien Chung. Jiao asked Min Ke to deliver food to him. After much hesitation, she finally went. Min Ke could see that Jiao liked Lien Chung, but she was too timid. He didn't know when she would be able to win him over. Lien Chung had fallen asleep on the desk. Worried about navigation issues, Min Ke tried to wake him up. Just as he was about to touch him, Lien Chung threw him with a shoulder throw. Realizing it was Min Ke, he quickly grabbed him. Then he flipped to cushion Min Ke's fall. No one had told Min Ke that he shouldn't be touched while sleeping. Lien Chung asked why he was looking for him. He explained that Jiao had asked him to deliver food. At this moment, he placed his hand on Lien Chung's forehead. The soft touch was the same as in last night's dream. He wanted to reach out and hold it, but Ming Ke quickly withdrew his hand and ran out. He noticed Lien Chung's forehead was very hot. He wanted to get the medicine box. Then he handed it to Jiao, telling her to take Lien Chung's temperature. She also needed to give him medicine. He perfectly created an opportunity for his good friend. He urged Jiao to go quickly, while he went to accompany Bei Minji fishing. He had just set off when he realized he forgot to ask where they were going. Bei Minji wanted to take him to play for a few days on a newly developed small island nearby. As the couple was chatting and laughing, someone came to challenge Bei Minji to a fishing competition. Remembering the last time he nearly got into trouble in the water, Ming Ke firmly refused. The temperature had been dropping recently. If he got soaked and fell ill, he would be worried sick. Bei Minji didn't expect him to be so concerned. Just as he was about to kiss him, Jiao interrupted. Bei Minji was very displeased. Ming Ke also felt a bit embarrassed. Jiao said Lien Chung's fever had reached 40 degrees, but he refused to take medicine and had kicked her out. She begged Min Ke to go persuade him. Yu Fifan pointedly said that if Jiao was kicked out, Min Ke would be the same. Why did she think Lien Chung would listen to Min Ke? Were they that close? Jiao didn't care about that. She pulled Min Ke to go find Lien Chung. Jiao saw that Yu Fifan was trying to sow discord. In her heart, Min Ke was Lien Chung's sister-in-law, so naturally, they were closer. Unable to refuse, Ming Ke decided to help her one more time. He knocked on Lien Chung's door, then went in to coax him to eat and take medicine. His gentle words were mixed with some threats. Lien Chung, taking advantage of being sick, started acting childishly. Coaxing and tricking Lien Chung, he got him to take the medicine and told him to take off his clothes and get some good sleep. But Lien Chung delirious with fever, was too lazy to move. Minka thought about helping him. Just as he took off the jacket, Yu Fifan and Bei Minji appeared at the door. His exclamation sounded like he was catching them in the act. Yu Fifan had originally come with the crowd to see the commotion, hoping to see Bei Minji despise Minko. He didn't expect to encounter this scene. He was eager to watch the drama unfold. He had a clear conscience. He was just taking care of a sick person. After all, the elder sister-in-law is like a mother. He explained to Bei Minji that Lien Sheng had taken his medicine, and now he was going to make some porridge. Bei Minji believed his elder sister-in-law is like a mother explanation. It made sense. Others also came to check on Lien Sheng, but he dismissed them. Yu Fifan didn't expect Bei Minji to not mind at all. He couldn't figure this man out. Bei Minji sternly told Yu Fifan and the others to leave. Don't disturb the patient's rest. He wanted to tell Lien Cheng not to worry Min Ku and to rest well. Although he quickly changed his tone, Lien Cheng still heard the implication of don't let your mom worry. Feeling resentful inside, but not saying anything, Lien Cheng could only resist by turning over to sleep. Everyone was surprised that the three of them, despite not being together for long, lived like a family. Yu Fifan was still imagining that Bei Minji went to the kitchen to confront Ming Ku, hoping they would have a fallout. He was only half right. Bei Minji did go to the kitchen to find Ming Ku, but not to confront him. Jiao tactfully left the kitchen, leaving the space for the two. Min Ku gently coaxed her, saying he'd prepare food for her after finishing the porridge. She hugged Min Ku from behind, telling her not to worry about herself. They should each focus on their own tasks. Min Ku was washing vegetables in front, while he kissed along Min Ku's neck from behind, making it difficult for him to cook properly. Nestled in his neck, he asked in a muffled voice if he would get the same treatment if he fell ill. So this man was jealous. Smiling, he tapped his head with the carrot in his hand, explaining that he was taking care of Lien Cheng simply because he was his brother. If he fell ill, of course he would take care of him. But he wasn't a sickly person. As their feelings deepened, so did their intimacy. As the two embraced and kissed, they each had their own thoughts. Ming didn't know how long this family would last. Bei Ming didn't know if he would stay by his side after learning the truth. After arriving on the island, Lien Cheng squatted on the ground, sketching Ming Ku. Seeing him approach, he quickly destroyed the drawing. Finding it boring, he decided to go play with Jiao instead. In the evening, everyone gathered around the bonfire to play Truth or Dare. Since it was Ming Ku's first time, they decided to change the rules a bit. They chose to roll dice. The person with the highest number would ask questions to those with lower numbers in order. They must answer truthfully or face punishment. Bei Minji warned Ming Ku that this group usually plays quite wildly, telling him to be careful. His warning proved correct. The very first question was extremely provocative, too explicit to be broadcast. Ming Ku was incredibly embarrassed after hearing it. Bei Minji gently comforted him. Lien Cheng thought he would faint if he were asked such a question. This time, Yu Fifan was questioned. The first question was about his rumors with Bei Minji, directly asking if they had a physical relationship and if he had ever tried to seduce him. He secretly glanced at Bei Minji, denying the first question but confirming the second. The rich young master excitedly continued questioning. He admitted to stripping naked and hugging Bei Minji in the company's restroom, attempting to seduce him. He also said there was a reaction. Hearing this, Ming Ku got angry. Bei Minji had explained this incident, saying he reacted because he was thinking of him. This was the first time Yu Fifan learned the reason. He had been deluding himself all along. It was the next person's turn to ask. The target was Lien Cheng. Everyone was curious if he liked boys, since he wasn't interested in girls. He firmly denied having any special preferences. Then he was asked if he had recently fantasized about intimate contact with a girl. He admitted it was last night, but didn't want to say who it was. The punishment for not answering was to kiss a girl on the spot. Ming Ku spat out her drink when she heard this. Lien Cheng grabbed her, saying she had brought this on herself. At the critical moment, Bei Minji intervened. Crisis averted. According to the rules, the punishment now transferred to Ming Ku. He had to answer questions. They didn't let him off easy. Everyone was curious about their relationship. They asked where and who initiated their first time. Ming Ku answered with a red face. They then asked about their most serious fight. He explained it was a misunderstanding when he and Yu Fifan spent a night in the office. After a night of commotion, Ming-ku was drowsy when they returned to the room. By Mingye was dissatisfied. He forgot about their first time. He retorted that there was nothing good to remember about being forced. Bei Minji caressed his face, asking if he had ever thought about spending a lifetime together. To this question, Ming-ku's answer was, "I want to." The conversation ended with a deep kiss. Bei Minji took Ming-ku around to take photos. The scenery here was too beautiful. After taking photos, they were going to the hot springs. He changed clothes and saw Bei Minji still in a daze. He went over to wake him up. Bei Minji hugged him tightly, asking if he was afraid of being implicated by enemies' revenge while by his side. Minka hugged him tightly. More than these dangers, he was more afraid of the things being kept from him. He feared he couldn't handle it. Bei Minji asked if he thought life was more important than being with him. Deep down, he still hoped Ming-ku would choose him. Although Ming-ku suspected Bei Minji was involved in Ming Jinghua's fall, he couldn't deceive his own heart. If they really separated, he would feel worse than dying. He had truly come to like this man very much. Typhoon warnings played repeatedly on TV, and strong winds blew outside to match. Outside the window, a man with glasses stood silently in the wind. Bei Minji poured a bottle of alcohol on the ground. If he hadn't seen him standing outside, he would have almost forgotten this day. In this lifetime, they would never be able to drink with this old friend again. They ultimately owed an unpayable debt of gratitude. Due to the typhoon, Xiao Xiang was stuck in the school dormitory. While doing laundry, she saw some girls watching a handsome guy waiting downstairs. She wasn't interested and hurried to do her laundry. Just as she arrived, Mu Zichuan called. He was waiting for her downstairs. He wanted her to accompany him today. If she didn't come out, he'd stand outside all night. Xiao Xiang didn't expect him to still be pursuing her. She steeled herself and swore she absolutely wouldn't go downstairs. But she ultimately couldn't bear it. After a few hours, seeing he was still there, she went down. As soon as she arrived, Mu Zichuan hugged her tightly. Xiao Xiang sensed his mood was very bad. After his repeated requests, she finally went with him. After several drinks, Xiao Xiang asked if today was a special day, as his state seemed off. He told her not to ask anymore. He wouldn't answer. Then he realized he had scared her again. Xiao Xiang stood up, insisting on going to sleep, and flopped onto the bed. Mu Zichuan turned her over, which made her cry immediately. She cried, accusing Mu Zichuan. She had liked him so much, but he wronged her and drugged her. She fell asleep crying. Mu Zichuan felt helpless. What caused their first time was no longer important now. He could feel that. Xiao Xiang now wanted to leave him. But on this day, the first person he thought of was her. He ultimately couldn't let her go. In the middle of the night, Xiao Xiang opened her drowsy eyes. She saw Mu Zichuan holding a gun, which startled her awake. He had received news that an assassin organization was targeting Bei Minji. He was going to help. He kissed Xiao Xiang's forehead, telling her to wait for him at home. Xiao Xiang prayed nothing would happen to him. After putting Ming-ku to sleep, Bei Minji was also ready to go. Lien Cheng asked to go along, suggesting Bei Sun and the others stay to protect. But Bei Minji still left him behind. He felt a bit unbalanced. After all, he used to fight alongside the boss. Mu Zichuan comforted him, saying the boss had now entrusted him with the most important person in his life. This task was more arduous than going to the front line. It was a sign of trust built over many years. At 2 a.m., Ming-ku woke up. Lien Cheng gave him some water. The groggy Ming-ku didn't notice Bei Minji was gone. Lien Cheng worried that if he woke up later, he'd keep asking about Bei Minji's whereabouts. So he decided it was better to avoid trouble. He carefully pushed the blanket aside and curled up at the edge of the bed, keeping a distance from Ming-ku. The thunder outside grew louder. In his sleep, Ming-ku moved closer to Lien Cheng. He called out Bei Minji's name, telling him not to deceive him. After hesitating for a moment, Lien Cheng turned and hugged Ming-ku to comfort him. Suddenly, gunshots were heard outside. He became very anxious, not knowing the exact situation downstairs. The remaining few came in to check the situation and found Lien Cheng holding Ming-ku. Everyone sat in the room. They all noticed Lien Cheng's change, but Ming-ku was Bei Minji's woman. This couldn't continue. Yu Fifan enjoyed stirring up trouble. He hinted to a Jiao not to wake Ming-ku, or Lien Cheng would be upset. Lien Cheng was annoyed with Yu Fifan. A Jiao also spoke to him. He felt he wasn't wrong, believing Ming-ku was flirting with Lien Cheng. A clap of thunder sounded. Startled awake, Ming-ku saw Lien Cheng push him away. He then checked his clothes, relieved they were still on. Turning his head, he saw others in the room and instinctively looked for Bei Minji. They had to tell him about the assassin assassins on the island, assuring him to wait there safely. He was more worried about Bei Minji's safety. Suddenly, gunshots downstairs grew closer. Flying Eagle's men had indeed broken in. Lien Chung decided to go down and check. A Jiao and Dai Dai went with him. Only 3 people remained in the room, 2 without fighting ability. The man with glasses couldn't guarantee their protection. Ming Ku, now experienced, quickly dressed, preparing for a possible retreat. The man with glasses approved of Ming Ku, but was suspicious of Yu Fifin's earlier screams. A hotel staff knocked, telling them to hide in the hotel's wine cellar. The man with glasses took out a gun, frightening the staff into stuttering. He confirmed everyone was in the cellar, then led the 2 there to hide. Gunshots outside intensified. Everyone huddled in the wine cellar. Minka noticed the hotel manager shaking in fear, no longer caring about others' safety. It was impossible for someone to find them. He sensed a problem. He noticed the earlier staff member taking out a gun. He quickly warned the man with glasses to be careful. A gunshot echoed in the cellar. Thanks to Ming Ku's timely warning, the man with glasses dodged the attack. The gunshot caused instant chaos among the crowd. The assassin disappeared. Suddenly, the lights went out and the door opened. Everyone rushed out, pushing and shoving. The scene was familiar to Ming Ku. He remembered the accident during the talent show finals. He could have escaped but was bumped by someone. That person was Yu Fifin, preventing his escape. Now he was trying to use the same method again. But Ming Ku was no longer that naive, innocent girl. He dodged Yu Fifin's attack, causing him to fall to the ground. Unexpectedly, Ming Ku managed to dodge. He was trampled several times by the crowd. Ming Ku shouted that he would find someone to save him. He realized Ming Ku was deliberately getting revenge on him. Ming Ku found the man with glasses. The 2 hid in the stairwell. A gunshot rang out. He recognized Yu Fifin's shout. Ming Ku didn't expect he could become so heartless. But this was all Yu Fifin's doing. People ultimately pay for their actions. The assassin held Yu Fifin hostage, demanding the man with glasses appear or he'd kill him. Ming Ku thought if he hadn't discovered the plot earlier, he would be the hostage now. Ming Ku held back the man with glasses who wanted to rescue Yu Fifin. With only one hostage, the assassin wouldn't act rashly. Without lights, staying put was the best solution. The assassin shot Yu Fifin in the foot. The man with glasses still decided to rescue him. Ming Ku offered to be bait, allowing him to strike fatally. The assassin was more concerned about Ming Ku than Yu Fifin. Fearing trouble, he quickly shot the assassin twice. But it was a step too late. The assassin's bullet also fired towards Ming Ku. Bei Minji arrived just in time to see this. Fortunately, it missed. The family doctor examined him. He had just fainted from shock. Nothing serious. Bei Minji was relieved. Lien Chung came to tell him Yu Fifin wasn't badly hurt and would recover with rest. He then asked about Ming Ku's condition. Knowing he was fine, Lien Chung asked Bei Minji to stay with him while he handled matters outside. Looking at his sleeping wife, he scolded him for volunteering as bait, fearing he'd blame himself forever if the bullet had hit. Xiao Xiang hadn't slept all night. He worried Mu Zichuan might accidentally touch the computer and see an incomprehensible layout. Mu Zichuan returned covered in blood. He quickly asked about the situation and Ming Ku's condition. Mu Zichuan told him everyone was fine except Yu Fifin, who was injured. He went to cook noodles while Mu Zichuan showered. The noodles were ready, and he just brought them in. Mu Zichuan sternly asked if he had touched his computer. He hadn't, only accidentally bumping the mouse. He couldn't understand it anyway. Feeling distrusted, Xiao Xiang got upset again. He slammed the noodles on the table, telling him to eat alone as he wasn't hungry. Yu Fifin struggled in the hospital room, shouting for the assassin not to kill him, claiming ignorance. People nearby tried to calm him to prevent reopening his wound. Conscious now, he hoped Bei Minji would visit him. People around him hesitantly explained that the boss was too tired and might need rest before visiting. Yu Fifin angrily told Bei Mingdai that Dai Shimin had deliberately harmed him. Yu Fifin cried, saying Min Ku intentionally knocked him down, leading to his capture by the assassin. Min Ku was trying to use others to kill him. After listening, Bei Mingdai angrily wanted to confront Min Ku. He wondered if the boss had forgotten Yu Fian because of Min Ku. He had indeed forgotten about Yu Fian. He was stopped by the man with glasses, but remained furious. Getting too close to a green tea bitch indeed affects one's thinking, only using dead people to threaten others. Bei Mingdai trusted Yu Fifin, but the man with glasses disagreed. There was no evidence, and no one could prove Yu Fifin wasn't lying. He explained, For other matters, he would naturally believe Yu Fifan. But when it involved the boss, this woman was always unclear. Moreover, Minka risked his life to save them last night. In last night's situation, if not for Minka's quick thinking, there might be another body in the infirmary now. The man with glasses said he could seek confirmation from the boss, but he had no right to hurt Minka now. Bei Mingdai fell silent after hearing this. He couldn't believe Minka was truly kind, yet didn't want to believe Yu Fifan would lie. The next day in the dining room, Minka asked if anyone else was injured yesterday. Bei Minji's attitude was poor. He wasn't easily forgiving Minka's decision to act as bait without permission. Knowing he was at fault, Minka didn't dare say much. If they didn't want to talk, he wouldn't bother asking. He knew Bei Minji was upset because he hadn't protected himself last night. He worked so hard, yet Minka was avoiding the issue. This wasn't right. Minka apologized for his actions yesterday and kissed him on the cheek. He just wanted to help the man with glasses, who was his brother. If something had happened, he feared Bei Minji would be heartbroken. The easily appeased Bei Minji instantly forgave Minka. The couple became affectionate, completely ignoring the 2/3 wheels across from them. After the meal, they were going to check on Yu Fifan. On the way, he told Minka that if his brother was hurt, he'd be sad, but if Minka was hurt, he'd go to the underworld to bring him back. Minka realized he had truly been too reckless yesterday. They arrived at the hospital room. Yu Fifan weakly asked Bei Minji if he would believe him if he said Minka had deliberately set him up yesterday. Bei Minji was very cold about this. Yu Fifan employed a retreat to advance strategy. Minka saw through it all. Only Bei Mingdai was completely fooled. Bei Minji bluntly told him that even if he believed him, it wouldn't matter. Minka was his woman, and he couldn't stand to see him suffer even a little. As for Yu Fifan, he had indeed promised to look after him for Yu Fian's sake, but only to keep him alive. Whether he was injured or disabled was of no concern to him. Bei Minji was truly ruthless. He warned them not to try to test him in this abyss. He didn't care about right or wrong. He protected his own. Minka knew Bei Minji was protecting him, but he didn't want to suffer this injustice silently. He admitted he did it on purpose. Bei Mingdai stood up emotionally, accusing him and righteously wanting to seek justice for Yu Fifan. Linka decided to clear things up today, settling both old and new grudges. When it comes to falling down in dangerous situations and implicating others, Yu Fifan is more experienced than himself. He recounted the events from the previous talent show. Whether intentional or not, Yu Fifan's actions led to him being captured by the assassin. This time, he tried to pin it on him again, but he skillfully dodged it. Unexpectedly, Yu Fifan actually fell and was captured by the assassin as well. He told Yu Fifan that he should train on the island when he gets the chance, so next time he can fall on him more accurately. Bei Mingdai saw the boss's shadow in Minka. It was a kind of authority derived from power. The guilty Yu Fifan was still struggling. He adamantly denied wanting to harm Minka, claiming Minka was slandering him. Minka couldn't be bothered with him and turned to tell Bei Minji that he did intentionally shout to let the assassin catch him. He wouldn't deny what he had done. Regardless if it was right or wrong, Bei Minji wouldn't punish him, but he wanted him to know the situation at the time. He agreed with Minka's words and showed no kindness to Yu Fifan. Bei Mingdai still believed Yu Fifan, but he urgently needed to find a way to prevent the boss from killing Yu Fifan. At this point, the woman was still struggling, attempting to use intimate terms to get Bei Minji on her side. Everyone rushed to stop Bei Minji from taking action, reminding him of Yu Fian's dying words and urging him not to act rashly. The frightened Yu Fifan promised there wouldn't be a next time. Bei Minji smashed the solid wood headboard, saying if she wasn't Yu Fian's sister, he would really want to kill her. The man with glasses arranged a boat to send her away. Once her foot injury healed, someone would send her back to Dongfang International. If she had any more ill intentions, no one would save her next time. No one expected that Yu Fifan had already tried to harm Minka twice. They couldn't understand why she had become like this. As the commotion dispersed, Dongfang Chen ordered people to keep a close watch on Yu Fifan. Bei Mingdai asked him not to give up on Yu Fifan. After all, he had liked her before. Now that she should have given up on the boss, if Dongfang Chen was willing, they could surely be happy together. Dongfang Chen knew from the beginning that Yu Fifan liked Bei Minji. He never intended to intervene. But the Yu Fifan he once liked was elegant, sensible, and kind. That person was no longer there now, or perhaps had never existed at all. While picking out splinters for Bei Minji, Minka sighed about the consequences of playing hero. He was curious who used to treat Bei Minji's wounds before, as no one had played hero around him before. This arduous task was, of course, entrusted to the most trusted Lien Chung. He hadn't expected Lien Chung to be capable of picking out splinters. He didn't think Lien Chung was a patient person. Indeed, he was only responsible for applying medicine. The image of Lien Chung wrapping Bei Minji up like a dumpling appeared in his mind, making him laugh out loud. Lien Chung came to invite them for hot pot. Seeing the two still fussing over splinters, he couldn't hide his disdain. He thought such small wounds wouldn't fester and could be scraped out by a doctor. Bei Minji seemed quite pleased and even showed off to him. The exasperated Lien Chung extended his hand to Ming Ku, wanting his splinters removed too. In the end, Ming Ku treated his wounds as well, leaving him with an aching back and sore muscles. He felt like he was raising several children. Rubbing his shoulders, he told Bei Minji it was time to find a wife for his brother. They couldn't always rely on him to treat wounds. Bei Minji left this matter to him. He asked Lien Chung what type he liked, offering to introduce someone. The displeased Lien Chung told him not to meddle. He turned to complain to Bei Minji, asking him to control his brother. In this rare moment of warmth, he promised to help next time. For now, the priority was to go eat. At night, Ming Ku stood on the balcony. They were leaving tomorrow, and he felt a bit reluctant to leave this place. Lien Chung brought over a basket of sugar apples, saying they were for the boss, but actually to thank Ming Ku for helping him remove splinters. The sweet sugar apples brightened Ming Ku's eyes. He then handed the other half to Lien Chung. Bei Minji was behind them. Lien Cheng's hand froze in midair, misunderstanding the gesture. Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not always shared. The three of them went to the back mountain to watch stars. Sitting side by side on a tree, Ming Ku felt a sense of home. If only time could stop at this moment forever. Back at the estate, Ming Ku was practicing driving with Bei Minji and the driver at the entrance. Although he had obtained his license long ago, he was out of practice from not driving for so long. He had to be very focused while practicing. After all, the cars in Bei Minji's garage were all very expensive. While Ming Ku was showering, he saw the communication records in his bag. Through this trip, he really wanted to let go of the past and live happily with him. But if the lie was exposed, how would they face each other? It was still an unknown. Ming Ku tucked the records back into his bag. He had been so happy lately that he had almost forgotten about this matter. He wasn't sure if he had the courage to face it, but since it involved Ming Jinghua, he couldn't just pretend nothing happened. He decided not to think about it for now. He saw that Bei Minji's computer wallpaper was actually a picture of him, and a hint of sweetness welled up in his heart. Bei Minji hugged him from behind, telling him that he would be on a business trip for a few days next week, and asking him to stay at the estate and not wander off. When he returns, they would go to Huadis together to see his father and grandmother. Then it would be time for the new year. Ming Ku met with Xiao Xiang and showed him the photos he took. Unfortunately, they encountered assassins in the following days. Suddenly, Xiao Xiang pointed at a photo and asked where it was. Ming Ku told him it was Bei Minji's 2 islands and showed him a panoramic photo. Xiao Xiang felt the panorama of this island was familiar, like he had seen it before, but couldn't remember where. While shopping, Ming Ku was still troubled by the call records. Without knowing the truth, he would always have doubts and couldn't be with Bei Minji with a clear conscience. Unable to see his good friend troubled, Xiao Xiang decided to help him investigate this matter. It was better to face it directly than to live in suspicion. Xiao Xiang took him to a detective agency. The person responsible for monitoring Ming Ku reported this to Bei Minji and requested the next course of action. Bei Minji only instructed him to ensure Ming Ku's safety and not worry about anything else. Yang also came to report. If Ming Ku really found out, he would become an enemy of both the Bei Ming and Long families. If the two families joined forces, Bei Minji's years of planning would be in vain. He would then struggle to maintain his position in Dongfang International. At this moment, Bei Minji wanted to directly terminate the plan and not continue. Yang hadn't expected that he would give up on revenge for a woman, even willing to abandon years of his own efforts. By Mingyelit at Zigarette. In the past, he never believed in the saying a hero's downfall is caused by a woman's charm, but now he couldn't let go. Extinguishing the cigarette, he told Yang to withdraw his men who were monitoring to avoid scaring him. He would go to Jinghua next week. He didn't need to follow. He just needed to stay in Dongling to protect Ming Ku. As long as he was safe, anything was fine. This was a conflicting issue for Yi-young. He didn't want to blame Ming-ku and knew that Bei Minji had been lonely all his life, finally meeting someone he truly liked. It wasn't easy, but this person happened to be Ming-ku, who was connected to several major families. If he had known this identity earlier, he should have killed him at their first meeting. But now it was too late. A week later, Yi-young saw Bei Minji off and returned to the estate, his attitude towards Ming-ku very cold. Ming-ku was very depressed, not knowing how he had offended him. In a villa in Jinghua, the Bei Ming brothers met their mother. The three of them went to offer incense to their father. Looking at her grown-up sons, Qin Weiyang also hoped that someday she could see them walk down the aisle. But all this beauty would only settle once a certain person's name was engraved on this tombstone. Qin Weiyang also asked Bei Mingxuan when he would come to see her. She reminded Bei Minji not to always assign tasks to him. Although he was a cousin, he should be treated with the same care as Lien Cheng. After all, they were his only relatives now. Lien Cheng directly accused the boss of often exploiting him. If they weren't brothers, he would have quit long ago. Qin Weiyang felt that the two had changed a lot this time, becoming more talkative than before. The two immediately became more reserved. Qin Weiyang took the two to the study. She wanted to know about outside affairs, and Bei Minji also had something to tell her. In the study, Qin Weiyang brewed a pot of tea and asked Bei Minji about his current strength and if he had found the Bei Ming family's lost girl. He had no relatives now, which was a good opportunity for them. As long as they kept him under control, they would be halfway to success, or find someone to replace him. Bei Mingxiong was old now and couldn't recognize who was the Bei Ming family's biological child. Qin Weiyang said a lot, but Bei Minji remained silent. She sensed that her children had changed somewhat this time. Bei Minji didn't answer her questions, but instead asked if she felt it was too hard living alone here for so many years. Qin Weiyang was very alert. She didn't know why he suddenly asked about this. Bei Minji wanted to bring her back to Dongling, saying he and Lien Cheng would take good care of her. Qin Weiyang suddenly became very emotional. Bei Minji knew why she couldn't leave this place, but he promised that as long as she returned to Dongling and didn't wander around, he now had enough power to protect her from harm. Qin Weiyang became even more agitated. She had seen her enemy on TV just a few days ago, looking prosperous. How could she return to Dongling without taking revenge? The idea was simply insane. Bei Minji tried to calm her down. He wanted to persuade his mother to let go of the past and give up on revenge. An angry Qin Weiyang swatted his hand away, reminding him why his father died, what humiliation his mother suffered, and how their family was ruined. Although he now bore the Bei Ming surname, she would never forget the humiliation this surname brought her. His original name was Di Chainai. Qin Weiyang sternly questioned if he no longer planned to seek revenge. He didn't know how to respond and could only wait for his mother's emotions to settle before discussing further. Qin Weiyang felt he had betrayed them. He had forgotten he was Di Chainai and truly accepted the identity of Bei Minji. He had only tried to hint at his mother to give up on revenge, not even mentioning Ming Ku's matter. The situation had already become very unpleasant. He didn't know how to continue. In her anger, Qin Weiyang told him to go to his father's grave and kneel there to reflect. He didn't say more, turned and left to repent at the grave. Lien Cheng came to find Bei Minji. He had just learned that his brother no longer intended to seek revenge. In fact, he had never seen his father since birth, so this revenge didn't hold much meaning for him. He knew Bei Minji was afraid of losing Ming Ku after taking revenge. Bei Minji firmly admitted this, the first time he acknowledged his feelings. But he didn't know how many people from the Di and Qin families would be hurt by this decision to give up. Lien Cheng wasn't sure if this was worth it, but he would always stand by his brother's side and face it together. Bei Minji talked to his father at the grave. He was truly afraid of losing Ming Ku, but also felt he was letting his father down. His heart was deeply conflicted. Qin Weiyang sat by the window, lost in thought. Lien Cheng brought her dinner and closed the window. He helped her to eat and told her that the weather forecast predicted snow tonight, with temperatures dropping to -8 degrees Celsius. Qin Weiyang sensed there was more to his words. He didn't hide anything and told his mother. His older brother never liked wearing thick clothes, but his body was strong. Kneeling outside in this weather wouldn't kill him. At most, it would ruin his legs. Qin Weiyang clenched her hands. She knew Lien Cheng was saying this to soften her heart and forgive Bei Minji. She guessed that someone important must have appeared in her eldest son's life to make him change his mind. Lien Chung suggested that instead of asking him, she should ask her older brother directly. With some patience, she would learn a lot. It started snowing. Qin Weiyang draped clothes over the kneeling Bei Minji. She knew her own personality, stubborn since childhood. Bei Minji asked if she had decided to return to Dongling with him. She asked her son why he made such a decision. He wanted a new life. He wanted his mother's life to have more happiness. Qin Weiyang guessed that finding a girlfriend had changed his attitude. Bei Minji admitted he had a girl he really liked. He wanted to be with her for life and wanted his mother to meet her. He wanted to spend his life with Ming Ku and have children. Qin Weiyang was surprised at how much her son had changed in these years. A few years ago, he said he wouldn't have children and even had a vasectomy. Now he had changed his mind. She didn't understand what conflict this had with their plans. Who exactly was this girl? Bei Minji struggled with whether to tell his mother the truth, fearing she couldn't accept it. But he didn't want to lie to her either. Lies couldn't last a lifetime. Lien Chung listened nervously from behind. Bei Minji told his mother Ming Ku's identity. She was the person they were looking for, Bei Mingxiong's granddaughter. Qin Weiyang indeed found it hard to accept. Qin Weiyang closed the umbrella and hit Bei Minji with it, angrily scolding him for falling in love with their enemy's granddaughter. She hit him hard several times. His mouth started bleeding. She cursed that they were all devils. Lien Chung stopped her in time, or Bei Minji would have been beaten to death. She turned on Lien Chung, asking if he also knew about Ming Ku. Then she grabbed his hand and started hitting Lien Chung. She questioned if they could face Di Jia and his dead father. She stepped back repeatedly in anger, cursing them as traitors, bewitched by a bad woman. Now everything was ruined. She screamed at the top of her lungs, venting her resentment and dissatisfaction. Then she ran out without looking back. Bei Minji told Lien Chung to quickly follow her, not to worry about his wounds. Back in her room, Qin Weiyang locked herself in, refusing to come out. After an hour of silence, Lien Chung asked a servant to get the key. Opening the door, they found she had slit her wrists. The servant quickly ran to tell Bei Minji. Meanwhile, Ming Ku had a terrible dream while sleeping. In the dream, Long Shanshan and Bei Minji stood together, pushing her father down the stairs. Waking up frightened, Ming Ku wondered why she had such a strange dream. Just then, Xiao Xiang called to tell her that the detective agency's report was ready. At the hospital, Uncle Ding asked the two brothers to explain what they had said to provoke her to attempt suicide. The two remained silent. Bei Minji felt Qin Weiyang was truly ruthless. His life seemed to be only about revenge, unworthy of anything else. If she was using her life to force him to compromise, he had no way out. In the bathroom, Bei Minji couldn't help but cough up a large amount of blood. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt like a coward now. Outside Di Yuan, Ming Ku packed her things, ready to return to Huadis. The detective agency's findings made it hard for her to distinguish which of Bei Minji's words were true and which were false. By Mingya hadn't returned it, she decided to go back by herself. Ming Ku went straight to the hospital upon returning to Huadis. She brought out the paternity test report with Ming Jinghua again, but she appeared very calm. The person in charge of surveillance reported this to Bei Minji. This year's winter break was long. Ming Ku was considering whether to return to Dongling or if there was any need to go back. A passing couple reminded her that today was Christmas Eve, but she had no family around, so it seemed meaningless whether she celebrated or not. In the small hotel where she was staying temporarily, Ming Ku returned to find Bei Minji waiting for her. She thought this man wouldn't come anymore, knowing this man had lied to her, but seeing his tearful appearance, she still couldn't bring herself to reject him. The documents that day made her believe she had never truly entered Bei Minji's heart. She was just a part of his plan. Ming Ku wanted to see her grandmother. She wanted to ask if she had heard about her background, but on second thought, decided not to worry the old lady. After talking with her grandmother for a while, Bei Minji came to find her. Her grandmother liked him very much and kept asking about him. Ming Ku didn't understand why he was so good to her family. She wondered if this was also part of his plan. By Mingya notiset min mot. Grandmother pulled Bei Minji's sleeve, quietly asking if they had a fight, as Ming Ku looked unhappy. She thought Bei Minji was a good kid and should apologize properly to Ming Ku if he did something wrong. She would understand. After saying this, grandmother started to feel drowsy and fell asleep sitting up. Looking at the old lady, Bei Minji smiled bitterly. Some things couldn't be resolved with just an apology. A week later, Ming-ku expressed gratitude to an online friend called One Leaf Greenboat. Through his introduction, she had been working as a children's live streamer and doing audiobook recordings part-time, earning enough for next semester's tuition. She had originally planned not to set foot in Diyuan again, but eventually returned with Bei Minji. Perhaps it was because he had accompanied her every day this week, taking care of grandmother. She still had lingering feelings for him. Today was New Year's Day. Lien Chung called her to eat barbecue on the balcony. Late at night, the two brothers got very drunk. Yang took Lien Chung away and left Bei Minji with Ming-ku. Perhaps happy because of the new year, both brothers had drunk too much. Bei Minji was lying on the bed, starting to talk nonsense. Ming-ku gently coaxed him. When she got up to change his towel, he grabbed her. She coaxed Bei Minji to be good and go to sleep. The silent man wouldn't let go, just staring at her. Ming-ku had no choice but to stay with him. Bei Minji thought of grandmother's words and apologized under the influence of alcohol. Ming-ku tentatively asked why he was saying sorry if he was hiding something from her. Bei Minji pulled her into his arms and kissed her. It seemed that even when he was drunk, it was hard to get anything out of him. The detective agency's report was very clear, but she wanted to hear Bei Minji say it himself. If he told her he had difficulties and apologized, she might forgive him. Bei Minji told him that he knew he was investigating him and that he had indeed made mistakes. If he confessed, would he be able to forgive him? Ming-ku didn't know what secret was causing Bei Minji such pain. He cupped Ming-ku's face, telling him that the thing he wanted was now in the bottom drawer of the study. He knew the password. Inside were the truth about Ming Jinghwa's incident and his background. He also confessed that the paternity test report Long Wu had done was in there too. Ming-ku guessed that Long Wu's accident might have been Bei Minji's doing. If so, then he was murdering his own relative. She really couldn't forgive him for that. Deceiving and hurting her, she could forgive all that. Ming-ku was truly angry. She questioned Bei Minji if he had sent someone to hit Long Wu, if he was planning to silence him. Actually, when he learned that Long Wu went for a paternity test, he knew things couldn't be hidden anymore. That's why he said he wanted to tell her something after breakfast. Before he could, Long Wu had an accident. He knew Ming-ku was worried about Long Wu, but he was indeed relieved at the time. After all, he was Ming-ku's aunt, and he would never harm him. After saying everything, Bei Minji lay on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Ming-ku was very upset. She didn't know why they had become like this. Coming to the study, she used her birthday to open the safe's password, then took out the things. She was confused. If Bei Minji really cared about her, why did he still deceive her? All the truth she wanted to know was in this drawer. Ming-ku drove away from Diyuan. She needed some time alone, so she really was the Long family's child. That night, Ming Jinghwa and Ming Shan had an argument. For some reason, Ming Shan and Song Fu suddenly ran out. In a hurry to chase them, they rushed into the stairwell and eventually fell down the stairs. This incident had nothing to do with anyone, but she still didn't understand why Bei Minji lied to her and let Ming Shan replace her in the Long family. She didn't know what to do next. Bei Minji's people continued to watch over Ming-ku, reporting the situation to him constantly, ensuring Ming-ku's safety. The subordinate didn't understand what had happened between the two. They clearly cared about each other, yet they distanced themselves. After half a day of not figuring it out, he gave up. Keeping Ming-ku safe was more important. As dawn broke, Ming-ku watched the sun rise and looked at the paternity test report on the passenger seat. Since Bei Minji had never harmed her family, she could forgive him this time. Tearing up the report, she didn't care about the identity of being the Long family's young miss. Wealth and status weren't what she wanted. As long as Ming Shan behaved and played the role of the Long family's young miss, she could protect her family and let go. Bei Minji stared out the window absent-mindedly, not noticing Ming-ku entering. Softly calling his name, Ming-ku told him about questioning him while he was drunk yesterday, and that she had watched the DVD and taken the report. Bei Minji was more interested in knowing what Ming-ku would choose to do. Ming-ku asked if he had anything he wanted to say to her. Bei Minji remained silent. If he had told her earlier why he let Ming Shan replace her in the Long family, or if he said he never intended to harm her relatives, she would not pursue it further. But he always said nothing. Ming-ku squatted beside him, telling him that she had seen the truth of the matter, which made her stop pursuing it. She also believed that he didn't mean to harm Long Wu. But regarding Ming Shan's matter, he hoped to know the truth. Even if he knew, he had no power to change anything. Bei Minji stood up and walked to the window. He didn't want Ming-ku to return to the Long family as some heiress. That kind of place wasn't suitable for him either. Whatever the Long family could give, he could too. So this was his purpose. No calculations or conspiracies. Minka asked him how he planned to make up for giving everything of hers to another woman. Bae Minji told her to marry him. He would take care of her for life. Everything the Long family could give, he would give her tenfold. He used a domineering way to keep her by his side, yet was willing to promise marriage and a lifetime. This made Minka so touched that she couldn't even be angry anymore. She cried and threw herself into Bae Minji's arms, asking him not to hurt her relatives and not to have any other intentions. She didn't want anything else. She just wanted to stay by his side and live a good life together. Bae Minji excitedly asked if she really wouldn't regret it. Minka firmly stated that she wouldn't regret it. She liked him and didn't want to leave him. He cherished her in his arms, telling her to stay obediently by his side from now on. Being his wife was more noble than being any heiress. Minka didn't care about status at all. As long as she had his love, it was enough. Drunk and waking up in the middle of the night, the enormous pressure relaxed at this moment. By Mingya fell asleep sitting. Yang helped send him back to his room. Yang apologized to Mingke for his attitude during this time. But knowing the truth, she didn't mind. She knew Yang was doing it for Bae Minji's good. Yang admitted he was a bit petty. Since Mingke thought so, let's put these things behind us. As long as she and the boss were good, that's what mattered. Minka was a bit panicked. She asked Yang to teach her how to drive on the highway, as a way of making amends. The two agreed to a highway trip a year later. Minka was cooking porridge. The housekeeper came to find her urgently. Something had happened to Lien Chung again. After getting drunk yesterday, he had more alcohol sent over and hadn't come out of his room until now. He had locked the door, and now no one dared to go in, so they could only come to Mingke for help. She arrived at Lien Cheng's door. First, she threatened him, saying if he didn't open the door, she would break in. After waiting a while with no sound, she used the key to open the door. As she pushed the door open, she smelled a strong scent of alcohol. Opening the curtains, she saw that Lien Chung was sick. His forehead was burning hot. It must be due to overworking recently, causing his immunity to drop. She asked the housekeeper to find a doctor. After examination, it was a high fever. Mingke felt that using alcohol to reduce the temperature wasn't enough. She asked the doctor if an injection was needed, but Lien Chung was unwilling. The doctor suggested it would be best to do a blood test to prescribe medication more accurately. But since he was unwilling to even get an injection now, they could only try to reduce the fever first. Mingke couldn't let him suffer from illness. In the end, he still got an injection. Lien Chung lay in bed, glaring at him the whole time. He pretended not to see it. The sulking Lien Chung got up to get him some porridge to replenish his energy. Lien Chung had been afraid of injections for years. Usually, doctors didn't dare to touch him. This time, if it weren't for Mingke, he wouldn't have compromised. Thinking about getting revenge on them when he got better, he drifted off to sleep. After checking on Lien Chung, Mingke went to wake Bae Minji for a meal. She called a few times, but he didn't respond. Sensing something was wrong, Mingke quickly turned him over. She found that he also had a high fever. She quickly called the housekeeper, asking the doctor to turn back. Another patient had arrived. The doctor raised the needle. Bae Minji hit him in the face with a pillow. The doctor cried, saying he was innocent. Mingke wanted to use the same method they used on Lien Chung on Bae Minji, but everyone said they didn't dare. The doctor was especially scared. He still wanted to live for another 2 years. Bae Minji's fever was even worse than Lien Cheng's. He was very worried and thinking of solutions. Yang looked at his boss, who had no defenses against Mingke. He couldn't help but worry. If Mingke really wanted to harm him in the future, the boss wouldn't have any power to fight back. Mingke didn't know Yang's thoughts, but he had already decided to give him the injection himself. He asked the doctor to teach him. Then he told Bae Minji he was going to give him an injection, and if he refused, it would hurt him. Indeed, the power of love is great. He successfully gave Bae Minji an injection. The doctor wanted him to help draw some blood too, so they could do a proper examination. Mingke agreed. Just as the doctor inserted the needle, Bae Minji became anxious. Fortunately, Mingke was there to comfort him. They finally managed to draw the blood. The housekeeper was very pleased. He felt it was great to have Mingke at the manor. It would be even better if they had a little baby soon. Mingke, who was taking care of Bae Minji, suddenly sneezed. He felt like he had forgotten something, but he just couldn't remember what it was. Lien Cheng's stomach growled with hunger. He was still waiting for Mingke to bring him porridge. Today was truly a busy day. Mingke ran back and forth taking care of the patients. He felt like his body was being drained. His desire to find a girlfriend for Lien Chung became even more urgent. The two sick brothers were very obedient. Mingko prepared a very simple and light dinner for the evening. Just as Bei Minji was about to refuse, Mingko interrupted him. He had personally prepared all these dishes. He had been busy taking care of them both all morning and only had time to make these few dishes. He felt disappointed that they didn't even want to eat the food he made. As a result, the two brothers obediently finished their meals. Bei Minji said he wanted more soup. When it came to handling these two brothers, no one could match Mingko. After the meal, he brought water. The doctor had advised them to drink plenty of water to recover faster. Bei Minji, who had already drunk too much soup, repeatedly refused. Mingko wouldn't indulge him and forcefully made him drink water. He really couldn't drink any more plain water. Mingko whispered a few words in his ear. He was ready to surrender. Mingko hinted that if he didn't drink, he would kiss him. He didn't dare to touch Mingko now. If he transmitted his cold to him, he would be heartbroken. Lien Cheng swore he wouldn't drink, even if Mingko kissed him. Mingko asked Ching Mei to bring Yang over, saying Lien Cheng needed help. Yang immediately pinned Lien Cheng down on the sofa. Then he asked him to help take off his pants, saying he needed to wipe his body. Instantly subdued, Lien Cheng obediently drank the water. Like a kindergarten principal, Mingko decided it was time to play some TV for the children. The brothers had different preferences. It looked like they were about to fight. He finally decided to play a youth idol drama. At the Empire Group, Mingko watched the brothers take their medicine one by one. If they hadn't secretly thrown away their medicine, he wouldn't have to be so tired. Arriving at the office, he didn't expect Mu Zichuan to be there. Mu Zichuan asked about Xiao Xiang's recent situation. He had been busy dealing with misunderstandings and taking care of the brothers, so he hadn't been in contact with Xiao Xiang for a long time. He thought Xiao Xiang had been in constant contact with Mu Zichuan. He said they hadn't been in touch for a long time either. Xiao Xiang wouldn't answer his calls. Unsure about their relationship, Mingko decided to work first. Mu Zichuan was about to leave. He wanted to see him off, but there were some things he needed to ask Xiao Xiang. After all, she was his good friend. He needed to understand her relationship with Mu Zichuan. Mu Zichuan admitted she was his woman, but she didn't want to deal with him. Mingko didn't mean to pry into their privacy, but he really didn't want his good friend to get hurt. He needed to know what kind of feelings Mu Zichuan had for Xiao Xiang. Mu Zichuan didn't know himself. He occasionally missed her body, but he couldn't answer whether he liked her as a person. Mingko really wanted to throw this cup of coffee in Mu Zichuan's face. He asked Mu Zichuan not to bother her if he didn't truly like Xiao Xiang. He said he couldn't guarantee that. Just as Mingko was about to get angry, he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Mu Zijin. He came to see the Bei Ming brothers and didn't expect to run into his older brother. Mu Zichuan had resigned from his job at the Mu Corporation. He would focus on his own Ming Chuan in the future. The inheritance of Mu Corporation would be left to Mu Zijin. Besides, his father probably only wanted to leave Mu Corporation to him. He had his own Ming Chuan, which was enough. He told Mu Zijin to go back to work obediently and stop being childish. Then he left with a graceful exit. Mu Zijin asked Mingko if he would feel upset if he were Mu Zichuan. Mingko thought all his grievances and unfairness had already been resolved by himself. Mu Zichuan's previous life was even worse than Mingko's in the past. His work at Mu Corporation was more like repaying a debt of gratitude. He didn't care much about Mu Corporation and Mu Zijing. Ming Chuan was his true passion. The news of the Bei Ming brothers falling ill had spread throughout their social circle, with friends teasing them endlessly. Someone said that if someone treated them like that, they would be willing to obey too. The cunning Bei Minji directly asked Yang to arrange an acupuncture session and promised to send him the video. Yang was also cunning. To avoid trouble from Lien Cheng, he planned to take him along once he recovered. Knowing he couldn't handle Lien Cheng, he asked Mingko for help. At mealtime, the principal told the Bei Ming brothers to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. They actually obeyed obediently. Everyone was speculating whether Lien Cheng had also developed feelings for Mingko. Otherwise, the current situation couldn't be explained. Seeing that the brothers were fine, they gradually left. Having known the two for so long, it was the first time they had seen them both sick together. Although they were sick, they felt an unprecedented happiness from them. Yu Fifan's little fangirl was still thinking about whether that woman would be heartbroken beyond repair if she saw this scene. A week later, the brothers had fully recovered. The doctor advised them not to overexert themselves just because they were young. The doctor looked at Bei Minji hesitantly. He could see the depth of their feelings for each other. He wondered if Bei Minji would make changes in certain aspects. He asked Bei Minji if he had considered having a child with Mingke. The doctor had left a way out when performing the sterilization surgery on him. If he wanted to reverse it, it would only take 3 days. And now his strength was sufficient to protect Mingku and a child. Bei Minji wanted to think about it more, but he felt the doctor was too talkative and planned to send him to Africa for support. Seeing this, the doctor quickly said he was very busy and needed to go back to study medicine to better take care of the master and mistress. Then he quickly escaped. It wasn't that Bei Minji didn't want to, but he was worried about Mingke going to record a show in the afternoon, which would take about 2 days to complete. And he wouldn't have to face too many people, just do voice recording. Bei Minji thought he was afraid of facing crowds, but he was just afraid Bei Minji would get jealous and unhappy. He hoped to have a career of his own, rather than revolving around a man all day. He wasn't a woman from the old society. He had a strong sense of human rights. He knew Bei Minji's male chauvinism wouldn't let him listen, but he still wanted to say it. Bei Minji remembered that he also had a part-time job with Bei Mingxuan. Actually, Mingke's help wasn't needed there at all. He didn't want to receive pay without merit, so he simply told Bei Minji not to pay him anymore. Mingke also fought for the opportunity to do voice recording. Bei Minji told him to finish recording within 3 days. Then they would return to Dongfang International. Mingke actually wanted to sneak back for a look, but considering Bei Minji wouldn't allow it, he didn't move. Bei Minji told him that Long Hua had woken up, and even if he didn't allow it, this little girl might sneak back any day. Zhang Jiuxiao had people guarding tightly. Apart from guards and medical staff, no one else could get close. If it wasn't to let him see Long Waner, Bei Minji wouldn't have been so patient in dealing with him for so long. Suyi came out to receive the two, apologizing on behalf of Zhang Jiuxiao. He was just afraid of another accident. Suyi invited them in. He told them that Long Waner didn't recognize anyone now. They heard she had lost her memory. Mingke actually felt a bit relieved. This way, his identity was also kept secret. But the doctor said it was only temporary. Call him selfish and useless. But he didn't want the conflict between Bei Minji and the Long family to be brought up again. In the ward, Long War was throwing a tantrum and refusing to eat. But when he saw Mingke, he suddenly got excited. He mistook Mingke for Xiao Tao. He even asked him to quickly chase everyone out, saying he didn't want to see them. They looked at the two vigilantly. Suyi indicated that the crown prince had allowed them in. Long War was dissatisfied with Mingke's lack of action. No matter how they explained, he insisted Mingke was Xiao Tao. Suddenly, Long War had a severe headache. Then he recognized Mingke and asked where Xiao Tao had gone. Long Hua still remembered Mingke, but his memory was stuck in that time. He thought they had only been apart for a few days. He dodged the doctor's examination and asked him to chase everyone out again, wanting to talk to Mingke alone. Suyi dismissé de Valyone. Bei Minji was also asked to leave, leaving only Mingke and him in the room. So he asked the doctor about Long War's condition. He didn't recognize Zhang Jiuxiao before, but now he recognized Mingke. The doctor said there was no change in the examination. Maybe Mingke was very important to him, so he remembered him. This news set off alarm bells in Bei Minji's mind. He wondered how much Long War could remember from before the accident. Could Mingke's identity still be hidden? Long War only recognized Mingke and stayed far away from Zhang Jiuxiao. Mingke coaxed him to sleep. Mingke walked out of the ward. He knew that although the crown prince appeared calm, he was still very hurt inside. Mingke told him that Long War only remembered him and Xiao Tao from those few days of talking. He told him to have someone keep an eye on him and asked if he had fed him. Zhang Jiuxiao was hurt. His own mother was afraid of him approaching, and he couldn't even be as close to her as Mingke, who had only known her for a few days. Mingke told him that care needs to be shown, otherwise the other person can't feel anything. Long War had been very lonely these years, so after getting injured, he only remembered Xiao Tao and his niece who had kept him company, overlooking his son. Bei Minji worried he was too tired and wanted to take him back to rest. He wasn't tired but a bit hungry. Bei Minji originally planned to take him to eat something, but Zhang Jiuxiao stopped them. He was afraid Long Wana would be scared if she woke up and couldn't find him. He also wanted to spend more time with his aunt, so he negotiated with Bei Minji to let him stay. Zhang Jiuxiao assured he would guarantee his safety. They could continue their discussion. Unable to persuade him, Bei Minji finally compromised. He told Mingke to eat something simple first, as they would have dinner at the Bei Ming house tonight. Mingke was actually a bit worried. He probably wouldn't have the chance to meet them with his real identity. Although they were all his relatives, they didn't really like him. In the evening, back at the Bei Ming house, he felt much more relaxed than last time. After all, this was where his mother grew up. The two walked in hand. Xia Qianjin and Ming Shan were circling around Bei Ming Xiao. As soon as they saw Ming Ke, both of their expressions turned sour. Xia Qianjin even pointed at him directly and asked if he had been invited. Ming Ke's smile became especially bright after learning Bei Ming Xiong was his grandfather. This smile made him look even more like Bei Mingyu. Bei Ming Xiong pointed at Bei Mingyi, asking why he brought Ming Ke back. In his heart, Ming Ke wasn't a good person. Bei Mingyi told him they would be engaged soon. If Ming Ke was ostracized, he would leave with him. The people in the room had various expressions. Ming couldn't know if he was just saying this to deal with Bei Ming Xiong or if he was serious. He wasn't sure if Bei Mingyi had decided to make him the Bei Ming family's wife. Ming Shan worried that Ming Ke moving into the Bei Ming house would affect his own status. Bei Ming Xiong seemed indifferent on the surface, but deeply acknowledged the Bei Ming brothers. If Bei Mingyi really wanted to stay, it wouldn't be impossible. Xia Qianjin's reaction was the most obvious. He shouted his disagreement, not allowing a bought woman to enter. He also spoke rudely to Ming Ke. Bei Mingyi told him to watch his mouth, or he'd sew it shut. Bei Ming Xiong asked if what Xia Qianjin said was true, telling him not to hide anything. Bei Mingyi sarcastically replied that if he could really buy someone to spend the rest of his life with, he might have gotten married many years ago. Ming Ke stopped Bei Mingyi, fearing Bei Ming Xiong might fall ill from anger. He also didn't care to argue. This year, the three of them wanted to spend New Year at Dongfang International, provided he didn't object. Bei Ming Xiong was peace antizopeist. He cleared his throat and turned the page on this matter. Ming Ke observed Bei Ming Xiong's affectionate behavior towards Ming Shan. He knew he truly loved his mother, which put him at ease. As long as Ming Shan was genuinely good to his grandfather, it was fine. Ming Ke pulled Bei Mingyi aside and asked about the engagement he mentioned earlier. He had planned to find a better day to propose, but he was too angry just now and said it prematurely. If Ming Ke felt there was no surprise, he could make it up to him with his body. Unable to listen anymore, Ming Ke turned to go eat. Xia Qianjin and Ming Shan left together. They expressed their opinions on Bei Mingye's intention to marry Ming Ke. Ming Shan had been through everything and knew that pursuing Bei Mingyi would lead to no good results. He still had Long Teng's shares, so he didn't care about Bei Ming Group's shares. But Xia Qianjin was just a collateral granddaughter. If she couldn't be used to win over Bei Mingyi, she would be of no use. Xia Qianjin couldn't stand it. She mocked Ming Shan, saying that even he had to leave with his tail between his legs when he saw Ming Ke. Ming Shan had indeed grown. He learned to hide his emotions. If he were to strike, he would definitely kill Ming Ke. At this moment, an unknown number persistently called Ming Shan. The caller used a voice changer, reminding him of what happened in the hospital parking garage that day. This call made Ming Shan very nervous. He hid behind a tree and answered the phone quietly. The person on the other end was threatening him. He recalled that day. Only Xiao Tao and the driver saw his argument with Longhua. Now the person involved had lost their memory, and the witness had died in an accident. How could anyone still know about this? He absolutely couldn't admit to it. He questioned if Ming could send someone to threaten him. The other party directly sent him a high-definition video. He feared how much Zhang Jiuxiao cared about his mother. He knew well that if Zhang Jiuxiao found out he tried to kill his mother, his life would be over. The other party wanted Ming Shan to do something for them. He had no choice but to agree because he had no other options. He had been very careful back then, but still got caught. If Bei Mingyi knew about this, he probably would never help him again. Since last time, he only wanted to be the Long family's young Miss Peacefully. He didn't expect these people would still not let him go. He even suspected Ming Ke might take his position. He decided to do something to fight back. No one could touch his position. Bei Ming Xiong actually paid a lot of attention to Ming Ke. After all, he looked too much like Bei Mingyu. His shoulder periarthritis had been acting up recently. Ming Ke noticed this. Ming Ke wanted to help massage him, but was refused. He even complained that Ming Ke's hands were dirty and not worthy of touching him. This was partly due to Bei Mingyi's careless words earlier. Bei Ming Xiong felt Ming Ke was of dubious origin. He couldn't accept him marrying into the Bei Ming family. Bei Mingyi defended him, but he seemed not to care much about Bei Ming Xiong's cold attitude. Ming Ke was too eager for family affection, so no matter how Bei Ming Xiong spoke to him, he didn't mind. He even happily stuck close to him. He cheerfully massaged Bei Mingxiong's shoulders, reminding him to keep warm when going out in the future. Although his technique was very comfortable, the old man still had no kind words. He even compared him to a masseur. Even so, Mingke wasn't angry. He even told him to pay according to the rate for a test drive. The old man agreed. Mingke thought he was just putting on airs while suffering. His temper was exactly like Bei Mingye's. He knew the old man had heart disease and no close relatives around. Xia Qianjin and Ming Shan each had their own agenda, and he himself had no chance to stay by his side. So he felt that no matter how the old man scolded him, he was willing to take it, because he felt guilty towards his grandfather. Mingke, unaware of the inside story, wondered how much genuine feeling the Bei Ming brothers had for him over the years. Mingke, longing for family affection, now had his heart starting to lean towards his own relatives. After taking a shower, Mingke sensed there was tension between the Bei Ming brothers and the old man. He just didn't know exactly why. While still pondering, Mingke suddenly found Lianqing in his room. Bei Minji had gone out. It wasn't very safe here, so he came to stay with Mingke. Lianqing's words were too ambiguous, making Mingke a bit afraid to sleep. Sitting was a bit cold. He found that the window wasn't closed. Walking to the window, he discovered that the old man had sent people to monitor them. At this moment, he suddenly realized Bei Mingxiong was never a soft-hearted person. If he wanted to stop their engagement, who knows what methods he might use. Mingke, who previously said he could let go, started tilting the balance as soon as he returned to Dongfang International. Because these were clearly his family members, yet now he couldn't acknowledge them. Mingke told Lianqing to sleep on the floor. He wouldn't share a bed with him. Lianqing didn't want to and didn't dare to. He still remembered that strange dream he had before. If he made a mistake while sleeping groggily, it would be troublesome. Before sleeping, Mingke wanted Lianqing to teach him recording techniques when he had time. Without much thought, he agreed. When Bei Minji returned, Mingke was already asleep. Lianqing again confirmed if he really wanted to get engaged. He could barely understand his big brother anymore. Bei Minji felt that his brother had something on his mind. He had been acting strange lately. He asked Lianqing why he wanted him to marry Mingke. Lianqing told him that this way, he could openly bully him, and he would also care for him. He was quite helpless. Bei Minji respected his brother's opinion. If he really didn't like him marrying Mingke, they could get engaged first for now. As for the old man's opinion, they didn't need to care too much. Lianqing didn't know why he was meddling today, but he found that since returning from Jinghua, his big brother's heart had been sealed shut. He couldn't see through him at all. Carrying Mingke back to the room, Bei Minji became very rough today, just like at the beginning. He couldn't understand, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Waking up in the morning, Mingke still didn't understand what was wrong with Bei Minji yesterday. He just treated it as a child throwing a tantrum. He went downstairs with Lianqing for breakfast. Last night was too wild, causing his waist to hurt a bit. Seeming to understand something, Lianqing wanted to carry him down. Mingke, hastily refusing, suddenly missed a step and slid down. Fortunately, Lianqing caught him. He also advised them to be more restrained at night. Lianqing carried Mingke downstairs, just in time to be seen by the old man. He scolded him to put the person down quickly. That was his big brother's woman, yet he didn't mind dirtying his hands. His disdain for Mingke grew even more, thinking he was seducing both Bei Minji and Lianqing. He quickly explained that he had accidentally fallen, and Lianqing had just saved him. The old man didn't want to hear his explanation and told Lianqing to go wash his hands quickly. He directly refuted the old man, making him so angry he couldn't catch his breath. Mingke told him to go wash his hands quickly. His mind was now full of thoughts about his grandfather. The compromising Lianqing casually brought back a cup of hot water for him. The old man, although not knowing why he was so important, still couldn't accept the 1-against-2 situation. Mingke told the old man that he was going to the hospital to visit Long Waner. He would come back early. Although he hadn't recognized it, subconsciously, he had already placed himself in the position of a granddaughter. Bei Mingxiong didn't care if he came back or not, but if he could control Lianqing, he would be willing to learn more about it. Intentionally mentioning yesterday's massage, he asked Mingke to massage him again for half an hour before leaving. Mingke rarely had the chance to get close to him, so naturally, he wouldn't pass it up. Lianqing couldn't understand. Yesterday, the old man didn't have a single kind word, yet he didn't feel wronged. Could it be just because they were blood-related? The old man found it incredible that Ming-Ke could actually control Lianqing, but he couldn't accept a woman being entangled with two men simultaneously. If she were a pure and innocent girl, he would be willing to let her be with Lianqing. On the way to the hospital, Ming-Ke was still advising Lianqing. The old man was just too lonely and wanted him to keep him company. Lianqing remained silent. Suyi came out to meet him and also thanked him. Zhang Jiuxiao had also just thanked him. Could it be that Long Waner had regained her memory? Suyi told him that Long Waner hadn't regained her memory, but her relationship with Zhang Jiuxiao had improved a lot. Today, she even requested to return to Jinhua Garden, but on the condition that Ming-Ke could freely come and go. Lianqing told him to stay at the hospital, and he would come pick him up later. He accompanied Long Waner for a walk. They talked about many things along the way, including Bei Minji's memory loss. Long Waner didn't know about the Bei Ming family situation, but she felt her son must be extraordinary. She wanted to make Ming-Ke her goddaughter, so Zhang Jiuxiao could protect him in the future. Although it was strange for an aunt to become a godmother, it was also a reason for him to visit Long Waner in the future. However, he really couldn't bring himself to call her godmother. He said he needed to discuss it with his family first, putting it off for now. Suddenly, Ming-Ke noticed that Ming Shan had also appeared at the hospital. He first took Long Waner to the lab for an examination. Then he turned to find Ming Shan. It turned out he was here to find Ming-Ke. Ming-Ke had no interest in Ming Shan now and didn't want to pay attention to anything about him. But Ming Shan did. He anxiously asked Ming-Ke why he came to the hospital. Ming-Ke deliberately called Long Waner godmother. Ming Shan angrily questioned him about this. He had no desire to argue with him and told him to say what he needed to quickly, not to waste his time. Ming Shan warned him not to think he was untouchable just because Bei Minji was backing him, reminding him not to forget his words. Ming-Ke didn't back down either. He reminded Ming Shan not to forget Bei Minji's warning to him. Furious but powerless, Ming Shan could only attack Ming-Ke verbally, but these couldn't harm him. Seeing he had nothing more to say, Ming-Ke stood up to leave. This time, Ming Shan came to find Ming-Ke on the instructions of a mysterious phone call. He deliberately provoked Ming-Ke, saying he had secret contact with Bei Minji and told him to check the communication records. Ming Shan, feeling smug, wanted to see Ming-Ke suffer. But Ming-Ke, already knowing the reason, had to point out that Ming Shan was an imposter Miss Sunday. Finally, Ming-Ke told him that as long as he behaved himself, he wouldn't compete with him. Surprised that Ming-Ke, who knew everything, could remain so calm, he speculated it was because of Bei Minji. If this matter was exposed, he might become a target of public criticism. The mysterious phone call came again. He had done as instructed, but Ming-Ke didn't care about fame and fortune at all. He asked the caller what he needed to do to be left alone. The other party asked him to do one more thing for them. After hearing it, Ming Shan was so scared that his phone slipped from his hand. He couldn't do this. Otherwise, he would eventually be killed by this mysterious person. But if he didn't do it, he might be hunted down by Zhang Jiuxiao. Now he was in a dilemma. Long Chuan thanked Ming-Ke for speaking up for him, which allowed him to see his aunt. Regarding family, Ming-Ke, with his rose-tinted glasses, smiled and told him it was nothing. He skillfully prepared a cup of coffee for Lianqing and handed it to him. Long Chuan across from them joked that they looked like a couple. Ming-Ke explained they were just friends. Lianqing glared at him. He explained he was just joking and invited Ming-Ke to visit the Long family during the new year if he had time. While shopping, he explained on behalf of Long Chuan. Seeing Lianqing ignoring him, he deliberately said he wanted to buy something. Walking into a store, he picked up a piece of lingerie and asked if it looked good. Lianqing imagined how it would look on him and thought it should look pretty good. Suddenly, Ming-Ke realized something was off. He was used to shopping with Xiao Xiang and just picked it up and asked. He thought he must be crazy. The shop assistant came over to introduce that there were new styles over there. She suggested letting the boyfriend take a look. After all, they should choose one they both like. Ming-Ke hurriedly explained that Lianqing wasn't his boyfriend. Misunderstanding, the shop assistant thought they were already married. In the emergency, he hugged Lianqing and told the shop assistant. They were actually twins, just not looking very alike. The shop assistant thought so too. Lianqing, unwilling to be the younger brother, urged him to buy quickly. To ease the awkwardness, he pulled the shop assistant to look at new products. The prices in this mall were too high. Buying a few things casually cost over 100,000. He really didn't have the money, so Lianqing paid the bill. This money had to be repaid by Bei Minji. Lianqing had no intention of letting him repay. After all, he was Bei Ming family's woman. Although it sounded a bit strange, he felt it wasn't wrong. Suddenly, Lianqing told him to sit tight. Someone was following them from behind. Speeding up didn't lose them, and they were blocked in front too. These trivial tricks were too simple for Lianqing. He easily maneuvered around them. Looking at the calm driver, he felt there shouldn't be any big problem. After getting used to the speed, it felt like a joyride. Forgetting about the pursuers behind, it was truly a comfortable journey. Lianqing smiled slightly and drove them up the mountain. He didn't know if he was just carefree, but he actually fell asleep in the car in this situation. In his sleep, Mingke called out for Bei Minji, saying he was cold. Lianqing draped his coat over him, but he directly hugged him for warmth and even slipped his hand inside his clothes. If he wasn't asleep, he would really think he was trying to seduce him. By Mingye Kelit, they were to meet at the old place on the mountaintop. He told them to stay there and not come down tonight. They would return tomorrow. Then find a reasonable excuse to tell Mingke. Make sure not to scare him. After instructing everything, he hung up the phone. Lianqing now didn't know what the boss really wanted to do. This place was where the two brothers often came when they were young. Because the view was good here, they could see the house opposite with just a telescope. Occasionally, they could even see people inside. Later, when people were no longer there, they still habitually came to sit here sometimes. He didn't know why he brought Mingke here today. But if the boss was also there, it would be even better. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from behind. He became instantly alert. It turned out to be people sent by the boss to deliver supplies. He finally understood that saying, "A man who cares for a woman will have a weakness." He just didn't expect that his weakness would be the boss's woman. If anything happened to this person, the boss would be devastated. Just for this reason alone, he had to protect this woman with his life. He signaled his subordinates to put down the things gently. The subordinates, who couldn't see clearly, wondered which girl made the captain so concerned. At night, the sleepy Mingke woke up, thinking he was embracing Bei Minji. But after clearing his vision, he found it was Lianqing. His hand was still on his chest. He screamed out loud. Lianqing quickly covered his mouth, afraid of attracting assassins. Mingke didn't know what he was doing earlier. How did he end up touching Lianqing? Lianqing mocked him, saying he was touching quite enthusiastically earlier, and now he's acting innocent for whom to see. He retorted that he fell asleep in the car, and it was Lianqing who had ulterior motives. It was very cold on the mountain, and Mingke sneezed. If the people at the foot of the mountain didn't leave tonight, they would have to spend the night on the mountaintop temporarily. To conserve heat, move less, and try to maintain body temperature. Looking at Lianqing's disheveled clothes, he scolded his misbehaving hands. While adjusting his pants, Lianqing asked if he knew the best way to keep warm. Mingke's internal alarm went off, asking what he intended to do. Mingke imagined Lianqing turning into a big bad wolf and pouncing on him. He was terrified. He hit him on the head, saying he was just adjusting his clothes. What was he thinking? Mingke felt a bit awkward. Apart from Bei Minji, he hadn't been this intimate even when dating Mu Zijing. He seemed to be too close to Lianqing. They were destined to spend the night here. Lianqing told him that once the boss's people arrived, they would be safe. While saying this, he didn't dare to look into Mingke's eyes. Mingke didn't doubt this. He was just worried that Bei Minji's people would take a long time to arrive. Lianqing told him that if he was still cold, he could come into his arms. He wouldn't be cold if he hugged him. Mingke suddenly grabbed his arm and leaned closer. He said he wanted to use the bathroom, and he couldn't hold it much longer. Lianqing was amused. Mingke was now both embarrassed and angry. If it weren't for worrying about enemies appearing, he wouldn't have to hold it. Now he had to ask about this. And Lianqing even mocked him. It was too much. Squatting in the bushes, Mingke felt both embarrassed and uncomfortable. What kind of situation was this? Being chased in the dead of winter and having to spend the night hiding on a mountaintop. However, since he decided to be with Bei Minji, he should have been prepared to face dangers. It's just spending a night on the mountaintop. At worst, he might catch a cold, but he wouldn't freeze to death. The mountaintop was too cold. His legs went numb after squatting for a while. Lianqing told him to drink some hot water to warm up when they got back, then covered his legs with a coat. Although Ming Ke hadn't lived well, he hadn't experienced such hardship. He thought that aristocrats like Lianqing probably had even less experience with this than himself. The reality wasn't as he imagined. Lianqing told him that in the past, to complete missions, they had to lie motionless in the wild for 3 days and nights, not even able to drink water. Ming Ke felt this was unreal, but Lianqing wasn't the type to lie. The money for Bei Minji's startup was earned by him through such life-risking efforts. The first sum of money nearly cost him his life. This was a story he hadn't heard before about Bei Minji's past, but he didn't understand. Bei Mingxiong clearly valued him, so why did he choose such a difficult path? Lianqing told him that Mu Zijin, Bei Mingxiuan, and their group met this way. It was also at that time that Yu Fian took a bullet for Bei Minji and died falling into the sea. This is also why the boss is so tolerant of Yu Fian, because he owes Yu Fian a life. Bei Minji took a check signed by Bei Mingxiong himself and confronted him. Last time this thing was already in his hands, but he was in a hurry to leave, so he didn't come back. He questioned the old man about the failed assassination attempt, where the hitman was killed by a truck instead. He not only saved money, but also successfully distanced himself from the incident. Bei Minji certainly wouldn't admit to writing the check, but Bei Minji had already had someone verify it at the bank. He told Bei Minji that he had no reason to harm a young girl. After all, he wasn't afraid of his retaliation. Bei Minji knew, of course, that he wasn't afraid of Ming Ke's revenge, but he was afraid of himself and Lianqing. Bei Mingxiong was angered by his words. Dongfang Yu quickly helped to explain. The old man did have this thought initially, but in the end, he threw away the check. Bei Minji reminded Ming Ke that there could be a spy. Dongfang Yu also noticed that this check had no creases. It clearly wasn't the one thrown away before. He suspected there might really be a mole in the Bei family. Last time Ming Ke nearly met with harm at Dongfang International, but the perpetrator was killed in a crash. Everything was arranged so tightly, it was hard not to suspect the old man. The old man asked Lianqing why the two hadn't returned yet. Bei Minji countered that he should know their whereabouts best, pointing directly at the old man. Dongfang Yu explained that their interaction today was pleasant. The old man wouldn't harm Ming Ke. He asked Bei Minji, for the sake of being raised by the old man, to trust him. Bei Minji wasn't buying it. He had already repaid the debt of being raised over these years. He had been doing things to the old man's satisfaction these years. With Lianqing unwilling to take over, only Bei Minji was his right-hand man. But his personality was too stubborn. He would rather be beaten than yield. The old man avoided his scrutinizing gaze, saying he didn't know about the two's situation. He didn't say anything and turned to leave. Dongfang Yu told the old man that Lianqing and Ming Ke were followed by unknown persons in the afternoon, encountered an accident, and their car fell into the sea. The people haven't been found yet. The old man became anxious and ordered people to search immediately. Everything was under Bei Minji's control. He put away Ming Ke's water-damaged phone and inquired about the situation of the two on the mountaintop. Yang reported to him that everything had been arranged. With his little wife stuck freezing on the mountaintop, Bei Minji's mood was very volatile. The atmosphere in the car was depressingly low. No one dared to touch his sore spot now. Yang sighed, women really are trouble. The temperature on the mountaintop was pitifully low. The sleeping Ming Ke unconsciously moved closer to Lianqing again. He really missed Bei Minji. In his dream, he saw Bei Minji and threw himself into his arms to feel the warmth. He was also holding a little kitten in his arms. Ming Ke wanted to kiss this kitten too. In reality, Ming Ke was hugging and touching Lianqing randomly. The sunrise on the mountaintop was beautiful. Ming Ke was excited and wanted to watch it with Bei Minji. But he suddenly remembered that it was he and Lianqing who were here last night. He turned his head and saw the sleeping Lianqing. He gently pushed to wake him up, but there was no response after calling a few times. When he tried again, Lianqing suddenly woke up and hugged him tightly. He quickly pushed him away. He felt like he was a troublemaker. Just as he was about to feel sad, he turned and saw Bei Minji. Excited, he wanted to rush towards him, but tripped on a rock. Fortunately, Bei Minji caught him in time. Lianqing also withdrew his hand that was about to pull him. Bei Minji held Ming Ke tightly, almost making it hard for him to breathe. Lianqing noticed the desperation in his eyes, as if he wanted to hold the person in his arms at all costs. He asked hoarsely about Ming Ke's condition. Learning that he was fine, he felt relieved. The three returned to the Bei family home. Lianqing didn't look well, and Ming Ke approached to check on him. Lianqing now feared hearing his voice the most. Last night had caused him to dream all night. He even thought about seeing a psychologist. Bei Minji noticed his unusual behavior. The old man asked if they were injured to prevent Bei Minji from blaming him again. He had breakfast prepared and urged the two to eat and then rest. Dongfang, you found out, it was a small gang that had just arrived in Dongfang International. They had instructed others to monitor the two. Now, they wanted to apologize to the old man. He wouldn't accept it. He directly ordered to handle it according to the rules, eliminating all of them without exception. Bei Minji came to find Lianqing just as he was about to go out. Feeling guilty, Lianqing lied that he was going out to buy medicine. He invited his big brother into the room to talk. They both started talking about last night at the same time. Lianqing guessed that he had seen him holding Ming Ke and misunderstood. He needed to explain clearly. Bei Minji felt that he hadn't told him about the plan in advance, which made him unhappy, so he owed him an explanation. His trust made Lianqing regret his wild thoughts. He knew Bei Minji's purpose was simply to make the old man treat Ming Ke better and make Ming Ke happier. He told Bei Minji to notify him in advance next time. Otherwise, if Ming Ke freezes again, he would be heartbroken. Bei Minji hesitated to speak. Although Lianqing was suspicious about how he knew in advance they would be followed, it wasn't important now. It was good that he didn't hold any grudges against him. He was in a hurry to see the doctor, so he left first. Back in the room, Bei Minji walked into the bathroom. Ming Ke, who was taking a bath, was startled. He silently undressed and walked towards the bathtub. Then they bathed together. Bei Minji, who hadn't slept all night, was also very tired. Ming Ke felt he had caused him trouble, but for him, it wasn't trouble at all. Lianqing arrived at the mental health department of a private hospital. The nurse thought he might have come for that kind of problem. Lianqing never thought he'd come to see a doctor one day, but he couldn't keep having feelings for Ming Ke. As he entered the consultation room, Ahua, who was just leaving, saw him. He didn't dare use his real name for the appointment. His imposing presence made the doctor not dare to question him. He awkwardly asked the doctor if there was a way to stop thinking about someone. The doctor asked about the frequency and number of times he thought about this person. Lianqing said he thought about him whenever he saw him, and when he couldn't see him, he thought about him in his dreams, even doing some embarrassing things. The doctor initially thought he had a physiological problem, but it turned out he was thinking about a woman somewhat uncontrollably. He couldn't tell him about this because the person was his brother's fiancée. He never thought about competing with his big brother for someone. The doctor noted down all his plural forms. He asked Lianqing if he often subconsciously put himself in his brother's place to protect this woman. Indeed, Lianqing believed he should protect her. She was his brother's woman, which meant she was also his woman. This was the root of Lianqing's condition. He always put himself in Bei Minji's role. The doctor advised him to try dating to release his physiological emotions. The doctor guided him not to always make psychological suggestions to himself, making him think that women are synonymous with trouble, so he's unwilling to get close to them. But he didn't dislike Ming Ke because subconsciously, he believed Ming Ke wouldn't throw himself at him like other women outside. Lianqing was a bit confused. He probably really needed to date someone. Although he couldn't keep having feelings for Ming Ke. After Lianqing left, Hua found the doctor and asked him to repeat everything he had just said. Having a common enemy, Xia Qianjin and Ming Shan's relationship improved on the surface, but their conversations were still confrontational. Lin Shan said Xia Qianjin was associated with Huolong. Xia Qianjin said she didn't act like a noble lady and had even sold songs at nightclubs. Neither of them gave in to the other. Learning that Bei Mingxiong and Bei Minji were in the back garden, the two quickly went there. Qianjin told Huolong not to show up. When they arrived at the back garden, they saw the old man directing people to fight with Bei Minji. Ming Ke, who had just woken up, was strolling in the garden. Seeing the two women standing quietly together, he knew Bei Minji must be over there. Turning his head, he saw Huolong and remembered Bei Minji saying he clearly had better options, but was content to stay by Xia Qianjin's side. Huolong was alerted to Ming Ke's presence. He thought it would be better to avoid him. After all, this person had hit him with a car before. Huolong quickly approached him, not forgetting to threaten that he could kill him in seconds. Just as he was about to call for help, he was stopped. Huolong didn't want to upset Xia Qianjin. He was really about to act. He told Ming Ke that Bei Minji belonged to Xia Qianjin and to stay away. Ming Ke found this person quite interesting. Apart from threatening girls, he seemed to have no other abilities. He told Huolong if he liked Xia Qianjin, he shouldn't help her find other men. He should persuade her to give up. He must see that Bei Minji had no interest in her. Huolong's true feelings were exposed, but he still stubbornly believed that Bei Minji belonged to Xia Qianjin. He had ways to prevent Ming Ku from getting him. Ming Ku had seen enough of his threats and left, finding it boring. In Huolong's heart, Xia Qianjin was the most perfect. He didn't understand why Bei Minji wouldn't even look at her. Ming Ku was mesmerized by Bei Minji fighting, but he was also worried about him getting hurt. They had been fighting for 3 hours. Dongfang Yu felt this punishment was enough. The old man hadn't expected Bei Minji to last so long without falling. He ordered everyone to step back. He called Huolong to the stage. The killing intent surged between the two as they faced off. Ming Ku intervened, saying this fight was unfair to Bei Minji. He couldn't let Bei Minji take this risk. He was already injured, and making him fight Huolong was clearly trying to push him to death. He didn't understand. They were all children who grew up together. Why was the old man so caring towards Lianqing, but so heartless towards Bei Minji? Ming Ke felt heartbroken. He didn't want Bei Minji to obey the old man like this. Bei Minji assured him that he would definitely defeat Huolong, and that this was what he should endure. He couldn't let his man continue fighting. He had already been severely injured, and facing the hostile Huolong wasn't a good thing. Even if he won, it would only add to his injuries. He turned to praise Huolong sarcastically, calling him someone who only takes advantage of others' weaknesses. Even if he won, it wouldn't be glorious. He knew Huolong had always wanted to defeat Bei Minji, but couldn't. Even in this situation, he was no match for Bei Minji. This counterattack was well executed. Huolong knew it too, but indeed, even if he won against Bei Minji now, it wouldn't mean much. Ming Ke promised him that once Bei Minji's injuries healed, they could have a fair fight. Huolong didn't believe his words. Bei Minji stood up to protect Ming Ke, saying he was his woman, and he would acknowledge it if he said so. Huolong turned and left, essentially accepting the future challenge. Ming Ke had resolved the fight in front of the old man. The old man, who was about to get angry, was calmed by Xia Qianjin. He knew Huolong's personality well. Once decided, he couldn't change his mind. He also wanted to play the good guy in front of Bei Minji, so he used all his skills, taking the old man to eat and also mentioning Mingshan. The old man, feeling sorry for his granddaughter, could only let it go. Bei Minji didn't care about their performance at all. His heart and mind were full of his little wife. Mingshan was a bit disappointed. This should have been a good opportunity to deal with him. Of course, he was also somewhat extreme. When Ming Ke returned to the room, Bei Minji got scolded. Ming Ke was very angry. He didn't know how to refuse the old man's deliberate difficulties. Bei Minji felt a bit sour, saying he had always protected the old man, and now he was being accused. Ming Ke respected his grandfather, but he would definitely complain when he tortured his man for no reason. Bei Minji was quite happy that Ming Ke cared so much about him. While treating his wounds, he asked what made him willingly accept such bullying. He thought it might be because of himself. Bei Minji told him not to overthink. He wouldn't be that foolish. But Ming Ke wouldn't give up without getting an answer. He said he couldn't find him last night and had asked the old man if he was responsible. Ming Ke really cared about this answer. Bei Minji told him that last night's incident wasn't the old man's doing, so he was being punished for his own mistake. Ming Ke looked at his indifferent back, feeling sorry. This is how he had lived all these years. And that person was his grandfather, so he couldn't say anything. Yang droppet Ming Ke off et Jinghua Yuan. He would come back later to pick him up. The small incident this morning almost made him forget about his aunt's discharge from the hospital. Zhang Jiuxiao told him that Long Wuer had waited for him all morning, and when he wanted to call, he found his phone was missing. It was truly an eventful day, but he managed to reach Jinghua Yuan in the afternoon. The butler at Jinghua Yuan had a 180-degree change in attitude towards Ming Ke. He led him to find Long Air and told him that the madam hadn't eaten since returning from the hospital. Ming Ke understood. He asked the butler to prepare food and send it up, leaving the rest to him. Ming Ke explained why he was late, then walked into the room with him. Long Wuer, having lost her memory and in an unfamiliar environment, was naturally a bit uneasy. Ming Ke thought it might be better to take her out for a walk. Long Wuer asked him not to call her Mrs. Long, as it felt too formal. He actually wanted to call her aunt, but it wasn't possible yet. But fortunately, there was still Mingshan pretending to be Miss Sunday. He told Long Wuer about their relationship, wanting to call her aunt too. Long Wooer was of course willing. The two were chatting and laughing in the living room. Zhang Jiuxiao had been standing at the door watching for some time. It had been a long time since he'd seen his mother laugh. The two were actually discussing how they felt he was cold, didn't like to smile, and didn't like to talk. He felt a bit helpless. It was actually his mother who was unwilling to pay attention to him, and his personality had already formed over these years. It might be too late to complain now. Ming could guess he might have suffered from heartbreak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so cold. But now that Long Air had lost her memory, they couldn't verify it. He told his aunt to guide him well, to tell him that many people in this world like him. The two of them, getting more and more outrageous in their conversation, didn't notice Zhang Jiuxiao behind them at all. There's nothing more embarrassing than gossiping about someone and having them overhear it. Long Wooer quickly asked if he had eaten. She and Ming Ku were waiting for him. Since his mother was talking to him, he decided not to pursue the matter. The two asked the servants to prepare for dinner. They both sighed in relief and began to reflect. They didn't think they had said anything too inappropriate. At least, that's what they believed. Ming Ku felt that after the meal, Zhang Jiuxiao wasn't as cold anymore. But he didn't expect that he would personally send him back. His aunt asked him to accompany her to the Long family's birthday party the day after tomorrow. But he knew Bei Minji didn't want him to have too much contact with the Long family. However, he really wanted to go back and see his grandfather. He would have to communicate with him about it tonight. Zhang Jiuxiao suddenly asked if he was being pursued. He asked if Ming Ku needed his help. Ming Ku quickly said no. Communicating with him was really too stressful. At a red light, he saw Lien Chung through the car window with a girl. His gossip instinct kicked in again. He was very happy that Lien Chung had found a girlfriend here. But he also felt sorry for a Jiao. This meant she had no chance now. They both arrived at Bei Ming's home almost at the same time. Ming Ku didn't expect Lien Chung to return so early. He immediately blurted out about seeing him, but quickly shut his mouth. After all, he hadn't made it public yet. Lien Chung asked when he saw him. Ming Ku said he went to Jingwei Yuan today and saw him with his girlfriend on the way back. Lien Chung said they only got together tonight. As for all the information about her, he didn't know yet. He hadn't had the chance to ask. Ming Ku felt this was basically a one-night stand. Getting into a relationship right after meeting, that's Lien Chung for you. Just as the unpredictable Lien Chung reached the door, Ming Ku saw Bei Minji waiting for him. Then he rushed into his arms. Lien Chung walked straight past. He thought as long as he was in a relationship, he wouldn't dream anymore. Ming Ku hugged Bei Minji and asked if he had stayed at home all day. His woman had made a request. How could he not listen? Seeing that he was about to work, Ming Ku wanted to leave first. He was pulled into an embrace. Bei Minji asked if Ming Ku was afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see again, and ended up trapping himself. This reminded him of the agreement they signed back then. It seemed he also knew how terrible his behavior was at that time. Bei Minji didn't expect him to remember the past. Then, overcome with jealousy, he asked if he was thinking about his ex-boyfriend, Su Xiaoyang. If he hadn't mentioned it, Ming Ku would have really forgotten about this person. Bei Minji thought he was really thinking about his ex-boyfriend. He kissed him domineeringly, telling him that from now on, he couldn't think of any other man. If he dared to think of anyone else, he would make sure he never saw that person again. Ming Ku thought this man was being unreasonably jealous. If he hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have thought of anyone else. He now felt that he had never liked Su Xiaoyang. He was still very naive at that time. Bei Minji quickly apologized, telling him to hit him to vent his anger. Ming Ku preferred to let him get back to work. He wouldn't disturb him anymore. Bei Minji told him not to avoid it. They were going to get married anyway. If he leaked confidential information, half of the money lost would be his too. Ming Ku felt a bit shy. He was already thinking about marriage before even proposing. He hadn't even made up his mind yet. Soon, Ming Ku and Zhang Jiuxiao appeared at the Long family's dinner party. Last time, Bei Minji had injured Ming Shan's hand, so he couldn't come this time. To avoid any accidents, he could only go with Zhang Jiuxiao. As for the angry Bei Minji, he would have to comfort him when he got back at night. He also saw Lien Chung at the party with a beautiful girl. Although he was more inclined towards a Jiao in his heart, he felt this girl was more suitable for Lien Chung. Lien Chung thought Ming Ku looked even more beautiful tonight. He guessed it might be because his relationship hadn't reached a crucial step yet. He took the girl's hand and walked towards Ming Ku. This gesture made the girl's heart flutter. He introduced Yu Qingya to Ming Ku as his girlfriend. Ming Ku was very satisfied with his future sister-in-law. She was really gentle and beautiful. Yu Qingya also thought Ming Ku was very beautiful. Ming Ku jokingly asked her if Lien Chung was handsome, making her a bit shy. Lien Cheng saw someone familiar in the crowd. He told Ming Ke to wait for him here. This action left Ming Ke a bit confused. Without thinking much, he took Yu Qingya to sit nearby for a while, chatting about family matters. It turned out Yu Qingya was a relative of the Long family's old lady. She occasionally stayed here for a few days, but mostly lived outside. Ming Ke felt relieved. He was afraid that such a kind person like Yu Qingya might be bullied by Ming Shan. Yu Qingya liked Ming Ke very much. She also wanted to learn some things about Lien Cheng from him. Ming Ke also started gossiping, asking how they got together. It turned out that day she was in a bad mood, eating alone outside. He happened to walk in, and they just exchanged a glance. Then he walked towards her and asked if she wanted to be his girlfriend. She also fell in love with Lien Cheng at first sight, so she agreed. Ming Ke thought that given Lien Cheng's personality, for him to be so proactive, he must have fallen in love at first sight too. The Long family's old lady Bai Lan was dressed in splendid attire. Yu Qingya went to wish her a happy birthday first. Ming Ke thought Lien Cheng didn't know her identity. Bai Lan was the second wife of the Long family's old master. It was said that they never officially registered their marriage, because the old master deeply loved his first wife. But before the first wife passed away, this second wife had already moved into the Long family. He found it ironic. If you truly love someone, why would you hurt them? And then act all affectionate after their death, just to earn a good reputation. The sighing Ming Ke caught Long Chuyang's attention. The two had seen each other for a long time and chatted for a while. He was brought back forcibly and put under a ban. Ming Ke knew he wasn't someone who would compromise. He expressed concern in return. Ming Ke didn't forget to joke that if Bei Minji didn't treat him well, he could consider coming to his arms. After all, he was his cousin. Ming Ke thought it was better to just endure it. Suddenly, Long Chuyang changed the subject, asking if he had eaten with Long Chuan and telling him to stay away from his brother. Ming Ke didn't understand, so he had no intentions towards his cousin. Long Chuyang didn't explain, but said it was for his own good. He told him to remember today's words. Seeing Lien Cheng coming, he stood up to leave. He told Ming Ke that if he was bored, he could find him, guaranteeing a colorful life. Lien Cheng declined his offer on Ming Ke's behalf. Then he sat beside Ming Ke. To avoid danger, Ming Ke decided to move to another sofa, but his dress was caught. Long Chuyang was fiercely rebuked by Lien Cheng. Then he could only leave angrily. Ming Ke told Lien Cheng that he was sitting on his dress. He seemed not to hear. He told Ming Ke to stay away from Long Chuyang. He felt that these people were not quite normal today. He was just sitting here quietly. Lien Cheng told him to sit here and not run away. When the dance starts, he would take him back. Yu Qingya sat nearby. Ming Ke felt their relationship status was a bit strange. Maybe his presence was affecting their private conversation. Just then Long Wainer was looking for him. He quickly left to give them an opportunity. Before leaving, he told him to be more affectionate with his girlfriend. Ming Ke quickly escaped. Yu Qingya thought Ming Ke was very afraid of Lien Cheng, but Lien Cheng told her that Ming Ke wasn't afraid of him at all and often confronted him. Long Wainer took Ming Ke to meet the old master Long, asking him to call him grandfather. The old master was quite reasonable. He didn't blame him for the previous incident. He also accepted being called grandfather. Finally able to call his relative by name, Ming Ke was very excited. Long Wainer thought he was sad and quickly went to comfort him. Ming Ke explained that he had never met his grandfather before, so he was a bit emotional just now. Long Wainer comforted him not to cry, saying that from now on, he would be the Long family's granddaughter. The old master Long quite liked Ming Ke. If it weren't for Ming Shan's previous misleading, causing some misunderstandings, so many things wouldn't have happened. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared, he was happy to have another granddaughter. Following his daughter's words, he told Ming Ke to call him grandfather from now on and not to be sad anymore. Ming Ke was instantly overjoyed. The banquet officially began. Looking at the crowded scene, Ming Ke found it boring. It was no different from squeezing onto a bus. He turned to leave and encountered Ming Shan coming over. No matter what he said, Ming Ke ignored him. Ming Shan was jealous of him, feeling that everyone was fooled by his feigned innocence. Seeing Yu Qingya coming over, a plan formed in his mind. He deliberately blocked her, asking about her relationship with Lien Cheng. After learning about her relationship with Lien Cheng, he feigned surprise. He pulled her aside, saying he thought Lien Cheng and Ming Ke were a couple. Yu Qingya told him not to spread rumors. Ming Ke is by Mingya's fiancé. Ming Shan deliberately said he didn't know they had broken up. After all, everyone in their circle knew that the Bei Ming brothers shared one woman, and that person was Ming Ke. He intentionally said, as long as Yu Qingya and Lien Cheng could be together, it would be fine. Ming Shan thought this way. He could damage Ming Ke's position in Yu Qingya's heart. But his plan backfired. Yu Qingya seriously told him that since he knew things were in the past, he shouldn't bring up rumors. The harm to a girl is too great. These hearsay stories shouldn't be spread casually. Their relationship is good because they are all family. It's truly sad when pure relationships are misunderstood. She told Ming Shan to quickly go cut the cake. Everyone was waiting for him. Then she turned and left. Mentally unhealthy people always see things in extreme ways. Ming Shan didn't get to see the drama he wanted, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The small incident passed. The dance officially began. Long Weiner asked Zhang Jiuxiao and Ming Ke to dance as well. This way, the two who couldn't dance went up to step on each other's feet. Lien Cheng and Yu Qingya were also dancing. Compared to the other pair, their situation was better. Suddenly seeing Min Ke but not Lien Cheng, she looked around. Yu Qingya helped to inquire. It turned out Min Ke's foot was stepped on and injured. Long Wuer was also unwell. They had already returned to the main house. The two quickly ran over. Just as they reached the door, they heard a scream from inside. When Lien Cheng arrived, Zhang Jiuxiao was holding the unconscious Long Wuer, looking for a doctor. Min Ke was struggling to walk down from upstairs. He had twisted his ankle in his haste earlier. He was very worried about his aunt's injury. When Long Weiner had an accident, everyone came. The maid told him she fell down the stairs and hit her head. Zhang Jiuxiao carried her to the hospital. At the hospital, Zhang Jiuxiao ordered that no one could approach the ward, not even the old Master Long. After Long Wuer's examination showed no major issues, Zhang Jiuxiao let people in. She only had some minor external injuries, nothing serious. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Ming Shan was very nervous. He feared that this incident might cause Long Wuer to regain her memory, and he would be finished. The old lady inquired about the two maids responsible for taking care of Long Wuer tonight. One of them went to prepare ginseng tea for Long Chuan. The other went to find medicine to treat Ming Ke's foot injury. The old lady asked him where he was just now. He explained he was in his aunt's room. The old lady was a bit displeased. She felt Min Ke wasn't part of the Long family and shouldn't call Long Weiner aunt. Lian Tiren ditended Min Keskiviko. The old lady didn't know him and told him to get out immediately. Yu Qingya stepped forward, saying he was her boyfriend. She also explained for Min Ke, saying all this was allowed by Long Weiner. She spoke very diplomatically, leaving no room for criticism. Min Ke thought this girl was truly kind. Lien Cheng was lucky to have met her. She also didn't want to cause trouble with the Long family here, adding to Long Wanner's worries. The previous matter was not pursued further. The old lady asked her why Long Wanner, who was with her, fell down the stairs. Min Ke explained that Long Wanner went to get medicine for her. Shortly after she left, he heard a scream. He twisted his ankle when coming out. By the time he arrived, she had already been taken to the hospital. But no one could prove this for him. Ming Shan seized on this point. He deliberately suggested that Min Ke was responsible. Min Ke wouldn't be taken advantage of. He indeed couldn't prove his innocence, but that didn't mean he pushed her down. Unexpectedly, he was so sharp-tongued, but the old lady had no intention of letting him off. At this moment, Long Wanner's half-sister, Long Dandan, arrived at the hospital. She told everyone that Long Wanner would wake up soon. As long as she said Min Ke pushed her down, he wouldn't be able to quibble and wouldn't be able to leave the Long family's premises. Lien Cheng protected Min Ke, saying if Zhang Jiuxiao, who brought him here today, couldn't return, then please explain it to Bei Minji. Zhang Jiuxiao came out to tell Min Ke that he would take him back since he brought him here. Now, he could go in to see Long Hua. Long Dandan couldn't guess the prince's thoughts, why he would keep the Long family outside and let Min Ke enter the ward. Long Heir was worried the Long family would give Min Ke a hard time. He assured his aunt not to worry, saying he'd go home after she was discharged. Old Master Long asked him about the situation at that time, but he really couldn't remember. He didn't know if someone pushed him from behind or if he slipped and fell. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Zhang Jiuxiao told him not to think about it anymore. He would take him back to Jinghua Garden with a rare smile on his face. There were cameras on the stairs. Old Master Long told him to check them when he got back. Zhang Jiuxiao had already ordered people to do this. He told the old master not to worry, then left with Min Ke and his mother. The series of events at the Long family made the old master feel he was truly getting old. Some things were beyond his control. Min Ke hadn't expected the internal strife in the Long family to be so severe. Watching them leave, Yu Qingya, who wanted to say goodbye to Lien Cheng, realized he hadn't looked at her once from beginning to end. She felt a bit lonely. Ming Shan appeared beside her, asking if she hadn't realized that Lien Cheng's heart wasn't with her. She didn't believe it. Yu Qingya, born into a wealthy family, was a simple person. When Lien Cheng was protecting Min Ku earlier, the naked protective instinct in his eyes wasn't fake. He also didn't believe Yu Qingya couldn't see it. He advised Yu Qingya not to deceive herself with those self-deluding tactics. If she really liked Lien Cheng, then she should be wary of Min Ku. He approached Yu Qingya, saying if she wanted to know who Lien Cheng liked, she just needed to create some accidents. Then she'd see who he saved. These words made Yu Qingya step back repeatedly. She felt that there were many meaningful things in life, and time shouldn't be wasted on trivial matters. Then she thanked him for his concern and left. Ming Shan's plan failed once again. He was extremely resentful. Back at Jinghua Garden, Min Ke told Long War to rest well, saying he would go back first. As he was leaving, he was stopped. His aunt told him she was actually pushed down when the incident happened, but she couldn't say it, because at that time, only they were on the second floor. If she said she was pushed down, Min Ke would definitely be suspected by everyone. Min Ke suspected someone in the Long family wanted to deal with him, but his relationship with the Long family wasn't close. Everyone's share in Long Tong wasn't much. Dealing with him didn't make sense. He suspected someone wanted to target Min Ke, but he didn't understand why they would target Min Ke when she had no connection to the Long family. He told Min Ke not to tell anyone about this, including Zhang Jiuxiao. He now fully trusted Min Ke and wouldn't take her to the Long family again. He had to protect this girl. Min Ke saw that Ming Shan came with Long Chuan, so it wasn't him. But she didn't know who the mastermind was. Lien Cheng told Bei Minji that Long War was pushed down. That person looked very similar to Min Ke and wore the same clothes. But facing away from the camera, the face couldn't be seen clearly. That person kept following Long War. At the staircase, they sped up and pushed her down, but the camera at the staircase couldn't capture it. Zhang Jiuxiao hoped Bei Minji could temporarily watch over Min Ke and not let her contact Longwa. Even if she was innocent, it was to target her that they went after her mother. Lien Cheng feared he might find it difficult to say, so he offered to tell Min Ke not to see Long Air for now. Bei Minji told him not to worry, he would say it himself. Lien Cheng asked if the boss wouldn't investigate this person who could even imitate his service. Bei Minji felt it was meaningless. Rather than wasting time investigating this, it was better to focus on watching over her. Lien Cheng felt this wasn't like the boss's style. Not understanding, he didn't dwell on it further. As long as his feelings for Min Ke were genuine, he would help protect her. He couldn't manage anything else. Min Ke, fresh out of the shower, threw herself into Bei Minji's arms. She could guess that Zhang Jiuxiao had placed a ban on her, just didn't know when it would be lifted. She didn't blame him. After all, he was protecting her mother. She was just a bit sad that her craving for family affection had overlooked the situation, which would inevitably cause trouble for others. Min Ke sneaked up behind Lien Cheng while he was eating, trying to surprise him. She accidentally touched the MSS email on his computer. She had seen this thing in emails before. This was a top global hacker forum. The threshold for registered members was extremely high, and the conference section was even stricter. She didn't expect Lien Cheng to be one of the moderators of the conference section. Although she knew his computer skills were extremely high, she didn't think it was to this degree. Lien Cheng quickly closed the computer, realizing he had been careless. Min Ke quickly begged him not to silence her. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Min Ke, just telling her not to tell anyone. Suddenly realizing she had caught Lien Cheng's weakness, Min Ke took the opportunity to blackmail him into teaching her hacking skills. Otherwise, she might accidentally let it slip and wouldn't be responsible. Lien Cheng agreed, saying becoming a registered MSS member shouldn't be a problem. A day later, Min Ke had a few questions to ask. She went to his room to find him. She found he wasn't there at the time. A message popped up on the computer screen. He saw the surveillance video of the Long family's hallway from that night. He understood that person had been targeting him all along. That's why they wore clothes identical to his. But to make it perfect, they first needed to know in advance that his foot would be injured. They also had to know he went upstairs with his aunt. Zhang Jiuxiao wouldn't harm his own mother, and injuring himself actually helped the culprit complete one step. So it's very likely someone in the Long family wanted to target him. But that formal attire was changed into at Bei Ming's house 10 minutes before leaving. and he spent another 10 minutes at Jinghua Yuan. If it wasn't the Long family, then it means there's a mole either in the Bei Ming family or at Jinghua Yuan. Lien Cheng's return startled him. He reflexively threw his mouse. He quickly went to catch his old companion of many years. Min Ke began to suspect the people around him. He didn't know exactly how many people wanted to harm him. He wondered how many people he could trust. He looked at Lien Cheng suspiciously. He didn't expect a single video would make him doubt even himself. Calming himself down, he shouldn't suspect Lien Cheng. This video was given to him by Zhang Jiuxiao. He didn't understand why the prince didn't have his subordinates arrest him. He must have suspected him after watching the video. Lien Cheng didn't know if Zhang Jiuxiao suspected Min Ke, but at least for now, he wouldn't let him meet Long Wanner again. He could understand that. He didn't know how many people had seen this video. Others might not care, but he didn't want old Master Long to misunderstand him. Zhang Jiuxiao intercepted the video immediately. He wasn't protecting Min Ke, he just didn't want the conflict to involve Long Heir. Min Ke thought this was good too. It would spare his aunt from trouble. Originally, he wanted to ask Lien Cheng some questions about programming, but now he wasn't in the mood. He decided to go back to sleep. Lien Cheng was afraid he might have insomnia at night, and also feared he might fall ill staying cooped up at home, so he thought of taking him out for a drive to relax. Min Ke thought Lien Cheng looked good when he smiled. He told him to smile more at Le Qingya and asked how their relationship was progressing. Min Ke told him to treat her well, or else someone might steal her away, and he'd be heartbroken then. Lien Cheng casually said he'd find another one. This immediately touched Min Ke's sore spot. He didn't know what mindset Lien Cheng had to propose to a girl he met for the first time. But since they're already together, he should treat her well. Lien Cheng didn't like Le Qingya at all, and couldn't even remember what he had said to her. He initially just wanted to find a bed partner. That's why he asked if she wanted to date. No one said you have to like someone to sleep with them. Min Ke thought he was just a scumbag. He kicked his leg. He cursed him for being shameless and having such a frivolous attitude towards girls. Lien Cheng explained that initially, Yu Qingya was also willing to try dating. It's just that he doesn't have the mood to sleep with her now. Moreover, she said at the Long family to say he was her boyfriend. After all, she's a girl and shy, so he just followed her words. Lien Cheng didn't want to continue discussing this matter. He told Min Ke to put on a coat and they'd go for a drive. The angry Min Ke didn't want to go out with him. He turned around and went back to his room. As the sun set, Bei Mingyi returned to see Lien Cheng standing at the door as punishment. He went in, turned on the lights, and asked Min Ke what had happened between them. Min Ke was still angry. He told Bei Mingyi to come back after dinner, and he'd give him a massage to relax. He asked Min Ke if he could change to a more premium service method. Min Ke, who was already upset, became furious upon hearing this. He scolded him for being frivolous outside, and then trying to corrupt him at home. Then both brothers ended up standing at the door as punishment. Bei Mingyi was confused. Lien Cheng ignored him, leaving him bewildered alone. After dinner, Min Ke gave Bei Mingyi a massage. Lien Cheng kept staring at him. Sensing something was off, Bei Mingyi asked if they had really argued. Lien Cheng told him they didn't argue. Min Ke just scolded him one-sidedly. He told Lien Cheng not to take it to heart. After all, even his own little wife scolds him when angry. Thinking about it, he's right. After being together for so long, this is just Min Ke's temper. He decided to pretend he didn't hear it. He apologized first, asking him not to be angry anymore. Min Ke was also reflecting on this matter. It was just a case of mutual consent. He shouldn't have interfered. He also apologized to Lien Cheng, saying he shouldn't have meddled in this affair. The two of them made Bei Mingyi curious. He wondered what could make two adults argue like schoolchildren. Looking at each other, Min Ke was still a bit angry at Lien Cheng. He quickly changed the subject. He had finished the new defense layout. A new round of testing would be conducted tonight, and it could be put into use soon. This time it's urgent because the system was attacked again by a very skilled attacker. Lien Cheng had met his match, which excited him. However, Lien Cheng was perceptive. He quickly sensed that things weren't that simple. Bei Mingyi was hiding something from him. Previously, these things were all handed over to Dong Li, but now he has more important matters to deal with. Before, he could share all these things with Lien Cheng, but now he couldn't say a word. Bei Mingyi had his own struggles, but once this matter was finished, they could live well and have their own life together. Ming Shan received another call from the mysterious person. He told Ming Shan to create trouble, stirring up conflict between Zhang Jiuxiao and Bei Mingyi, but now it hadn't been accomplished at all. That day, Ming Shan indeed wanted to make a move, but didn't have the chance before they got into trouble. However, now that Zhang Jiuxiao has issues with Min Ke, he would continue to interfere with them. The two wouldn't have a chance to cooperate. Ming Ming Shan hoped the other party could delete the evidence against him. But the other party didn't give him a chance, hanging up the phone directly. This mysterious person behind the scenes turned out to be Mu Zichuan. Mu Zichuan also received a mysterious call. The caller identified himself as Mr. Tan. His boss behind him wanted to know how confident he was about the defense layout. They didn't want to waste manpower and resources only to end up with a total defeat. Musician lit a cigarette. He told the other party to act within 3 days, guaranteeing the defense layout would be 80% accurate. After 3 days of action, the defense layout could be thrown away directly. Then he pulled out the phone card and tossed it into the trash can. Mr. Tan's boss was still considering the feasibility of the action. Both of their goals were to eliminate Bei Mingye's power, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Mu Zichuan again used Zhao's company to threaten Xiao Xiang, making him accompany him to East International once more. He also used Min Ku as bait. Xiao Xiang didn't believe he would be so kind-hearted, but he didn't want to say much, just telling him to accompany him. They would leave tonight. Ming Shan sensed that someone in the Long family also wanted to deal with Min Ku. They wanted to use him to provoke conflict between Zhang Jiuxiao and Bei Mingyi, thereby damaging the Four Seas Group and Bei Ming Group. The entire East International pie was only so big. No matter which side fell, it would be good for any family. In the Long family's current situation, Long Jing alone might not be able to handle it. Ming Shan encountered Long Chuhan drinking alone. He wanted to join him, but was rejected. He was sick of this persistent woman. They say people in wealthy families play around freely. Ming Shan felt that as such a beautiful woman, she was being rejected despite throwing herself at him. He followed Long Chuhan into the room, annoying him. He asked Long Chuhan why he couldn't like him. He had given up his dignity for him. Why couldn't he even look at him properly? Long Chuan thought he was crazy. Miss Long, the granddaughter, was his cousin. He didn't want to hear such things again. Ming Shan, who had already lost face, decided to go all the way. He wanted to sleep with Long Chuan. This Ming Shan disgusted him. The shameless Ming Shan blurted out in urgency. He wasn't Miss Sunday. Could they be together if that was the case? Long Chuhan seized on this sentence. He pinned Ming Shan against the wall, asking if someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Ming Shan certainly couldn't admit it. He said he was just joking earlier. Long Chuan wouldn't believe him anymore. The woman in front of him was definitely not his sister. He instantly guessed that Bei Mingyi had tampered with his information. He had sent people to investigate. The things Ming Shan said didn't match the investigation results at all. But the Long Yicheng's belongings he brought were real. If that's true, it can only mean someone is helping him. If he's fake, then Min Ke must be real. Ming Shan got excited upon hearing Min Ke's name. He shouted that he was the real one. If he had been more honest and not tried to seduce Long Chuan, he wouldn't have suspected anything. But now he was certain that Bei Mingyi had arranged for him to enter the Long family, possibly coveting Long Tongue. Ming Shan fell silent. Seeing this, he wasn't in a hurry. Tomorrow, he would convince the old man to do another paternity test. He would oversee it from start to finish. Ming Shan, with no way out, wasn't afraid anymore. He asked if his father should also do a paternity test with the old man. Bai Lan had entered the family with Long Chuan's father. At that time, he was older than Long Hua, but the old man felt indebted to his first wife, so he let the aunt be the elder. The old man was young and reckless. He met Bai Lan at a nightclub and started a relationship with her. Later, he was caught and married to Wenqing'er. But during that time, Bai Lan had been with several men. No one could be certain if his father was truly the old man's child. Although Long Chuan had doubts, he couldn't let others slander his father and grandmother. Ming Shan had gained leverage over Long Chuan. He knew this man's goal was Long Tongue. If his father wasn't the old man's biological child, then he wouldn't be eligible to inherit Long Tongue. Ming Shan wanted to compromise with him. He slapped away the hand touching him, saying he could guarantee not to expose Ming Shan now. But if he did anything against the Long family's interests, he wouldn't let him off. Ming Shan was a cowardly and greedy woman. He only wanted a luxurious life. He no longer planned to cooperate with Bei Mingyi. If Long Chuan wanted, he was available anytime. He wanted to cooperate with Long Chuan. As long as he took over Long Tongue, he would be content being Miss Sun for life. He told him to think carefully and then left. Min Ke, shopping in the mall, happened to meet Yi Qingya. He tactfully went to buy something. Yi Qingya told Lien Cheng that Ming Shan had told her he and Bei Mingyi once shared a woman. He also guessed he would come to find her. She told Lien Cheng that she knew the reason he slept with her was because he had this person in his heart but couldn't love him. but she didn't mind these things. Lien Qing interrupted, saying he didn't like Min Ke. Yi Qingya said she knew from the first time she saw him that he must be trapped by something. So even though it was impolite to meet, he didn't refuse. She liked Lien Qing and was willing to be a substitute. She wanted to help Lien Qing get out of his predicament. He and Min Ke had no chance unless he broke ties with Bei Mingyi. She suddenly held Lien Qing's hand, telling him she was willing to help. Lien Qing thought he should perhaps give it a try. The three of them went to the amusement park together. Min Ke, who hadn't been out to play in a long time, was very happy. As soon as they entered, they saw Long Chuan was also there. He saw Lien Qing and Yu Qingya holding hands and Min Ke alone. He volunteered to be Min Ke's protector for once. Knowing Min Ke was his sister, his way of addressing her became very intimate. This made Lien Qing very unhappy. Min Ke also knew he was her cousin, so she didn't mind. She just didn't know when they had become so familiar. But thinking that being with her family was a good opportunity and not having to be with the couple, it was just right. Lien Qing had no interest in playing. He kept staring at Min Ke and Long Chuan. Yu Qingya was also seeing her cousin for the first time, being so gentle with girls. Although Lien Qing knew Long Chuan was his cousin, he still felt inexplicably upset seeing Min Ke being held by him. Yu Qingya told him to return to his own life. Min Ke would handle everything herself. If he continued like this, he could easily lose Bei Mingyi. Perhaps this statement struck Lien Qing's heart. He tried to hold Yu Qingya's hand and go play in the amusement park. Min Ke, who had just finished playing, looked at the two and thought they were a good match. She didn't forget to ask Long Chuan beside her. He felt Min Ke calling him by name was too formal. He directly asked her to call him brother. He also used his relationship with Long Wooer. This way it wouldn't seem too abrupt. He really liked his sister. Although Min Ke had always not wanted to delve into this matter, she didn't deny wanting to reconnect with her family. Long Chuan felt very guilty. Back then, the old man had asked him to find the Long family's granddaughter. Due to his negligence, he easily believed the evidence brought by Ming Shan. This caused a misunderstanding and made Min Ke suffer too much. Min Ke heard his apology and thought he might know her identity. Tears flowed uncontrollably. He hugged Min Ke to comfort her. Lien Qing from afar flew over and punched Long Chuan. Caught off guard, Long Chuan was sent flying. Min Ke didn't know why Lien Qing suddenly hit someone. He thought Long Chuan had made Min Ke cry. Long Chuan also said he was fine and comforted Min Ke. But this was indeed Lien Qing's fault. He had to make him apologize. Long Chuan told him he was fine, but couldn't play with him anymore. He also told her to call him brother from now on. He would call her in the evening. Then he turned to talk to Lien Qing privately. Min Ke warned Lien Qing not to hit people again. Her crying had nothing to do with others. Yu Qingya came to check on him. She also thought Long Chuan had bullied him. He explained he was just emotionally moved. Yu Qingya gossiped if it was her cousin who had confessed. Min Ke explained he just saw her as a sister. Long Chuan asked Lien Qing to tell Bei Mingyi that he already knew Min Ke's true identity. He would protect her, tell him not to think about using Min Ke to do bad things. He respected Min Ke's choice. As long as she was happy now, it was fine. But he wouldn't allow Ming Shan to act recklessly in the Long family. Lien Qing told him the boss had no intentions towards the Long family. Moreover, they would soon be engaged. Min Ke was the boss's person now, unrelated to the Long family. Long Chuan warned him. Although the Long family was in turmoil now, and he couldn't take Min Ke back, she was of Long family blood. This was an unchangeable fact. Bei Mingyi couldn't have his way in everything. In the evening, after showering, Min Ke was thinking about the events at the amusement park. She felt things were a bit unusual. At this time, Long Chuan called. He told her he knew everything now, including her true identity. He wanted to ask if she was willing to restore her true identity. During the call, tears rolled down Min Ke's cheeks. The complex situation of the Long family that Long Chuan spoke of, where everyone was scheming against each other. Aunt Hua, who had forgotten everything, could actually stay out of it. Even he himself had times when he was not in control. Although the environment was difficult, he was inwardly blaming himself for not being able to find his sister. Min Ke softly called him brother. She indicated that she wasn't suited for the life of a wealthy family, and her current situation was good. Long Chuan hesitated, but still continued to add. Long Tongue had an incident. Grandfather's words no longer counted. Grandmother held 30% of the shares, and there was Long Mingshan who sought her favor. Min Ke cared about Qin Xie and asked about grandfather's health condition, but received a disappointing answer. She understood the purpose of Long Chuan's call. She expressed that she would maintain the status quo and wait for grandfather to recover. These words made Long Chuhan feel even more guilty for not bringing her home earlier. At the same time, he promised to be Min Ke's strongest support. After talking for a while, he asked about Min Ke's recent situation in the Bei Ming family, wanting her to tell the truth. The two of them chatted on the phone late into the night. At 3:06 a.m., a message appeared on the phone screen requesting instructions. The young master also gave the order to act according to the deployment plan. In the mansion, Bei Mingyi and Min Ke slept together. As soon as the 6 o'clock alarm went off, he got up and left the bed. There was a knock at the door. It was Lien Chung, saying he would go prepare now. But Bei Mingyi called him to stay at this moment. Min Ke, still sleepy, sat up and asked Bei Mingyi where he was going. He only said there was an issue at the base and he had to leave. He also told her that Lien Chung would stay here to watch over her. Min Ke wanted to ask something more, called out Yi, but stopped. A slight uneasiness arose in her heart. Bei Mingyi, who had walked to the door, suddenly turned around. He walked straight towards her. Min Ke was confused. Bei Mingyi's Hand gently caressed his cheek. A kiss fell. Lien Chung at the door quickly turned his head away, pretending not to see this display of affection. After the kiss ended, he told her the purpose of his trip. He suspected Lan Ren was one of Flying Eagle's people. Since he was cooperating with Zhang Jiuxiao, they wanted to destroy the base. After revealing the entire plan, he joked that she shouldn't complain about him being mysterious anymore. Although time was tight, he still reminded her again to be obedient and not argue with Lien Chung. Min Ke looked worried and told him to take care of himself, but she was thinking, a capable assistant like Lien Chung shouldn't stay by her side. Using the excuse that it was safe here, she asked Lien Chung to go help Bei Mingyi. In front of the helicopter, Bei Mingyi, ready to depart, was stopped by a call, a boss. Lien Chung ran up, saying he wanted to go along. Min Ke watched as the helicopter flew away into the night, silently praying to heaven that they would return safely. At the dining table, Min Ke ate without tasting, her thoughts in disarray. For 2 days, there was no news from Dongling. After wiping her mouth, she said she would stay at the Bei Ming house these days, focusing on writing her novel. Lien Chung could check her progress at any time. Following her words, Lien Chung asked her to write 10,000 words a day. After they returned, he also wanted to see the plot where the severely injured male lead had woken up. These words displeased Min Ke. That Bei Ming Lien Chung guy had actually peeked at her draft. While thinking, Bei Ming Xiong across from her deliberately coughed twice. He said he had bought a camera and wanted to try out the lens. Min Ke, who was idle at home, needed to be his model. Min Ke naturally agreed to such a request. Looking at her smile, Bei Ming Xiong fed Zulmavat erneut. This girl looked more and more like Bei Ming. In the courtyard garden, Min Ke, wearing a long dress, stood under a flowering tree, looking as beautiful as a painting. Bei Ming Xiong fiddled with the camera, his impression of her gradually improving. He asked curiously, compared to Shan Shan, the person before him seemed more like his daughter. Dongfang beside him agreed, not only praising Min Ke for being obedient and sensible, but also mentioning Miss You from years ago. She was also gentle and kind like this. Hearing these words, Bei Ming Xiong fell into silence. Min Ke, posing nearby, turned her head to ask if the photos were done. Bei Ming Xiong, his thoughts interrupted, spoke coldly, criticizing her for moving too fast and saying her expression wasn't lively enough, like a block of wood. Min Ke said she understood, but inwardly thought, old stubborn man. Despite this, she still tried her best to maintain her posture and show herself in front of the camera. After a while, breathing heavily, she wanted to see how the photos turned out. But Bei Ming Xiong put away the camera, rejecting her with the words walk back. After muttering stingy countless times in her heart, she examined the flowing and warm ancient-style dress she was wearing. Liking it more and more, she used the excuse that she had already worn it to ask Bei Ming Xiong to give her the dress as payment. Dongfang wanted to explain the origin of this dress, but Bei Ming Xiong spoke first, mocking her for being used to poverty and coveting even a single dress. His tone was disdainful, but he still gave her the dress. Min Ke said thank you with a smile. After some instructions, she ran towards the back garden. Bei Ming Xiong watched her figure and fell into deep thought again. Dongfang wanted to continue discussing the dress topic, but was stopped by him. That dress was Miss Yu's beloved item, always treasured. Now it had been given to Miss Min Ke. She couldn't fathom Bei Ming Xiong's thoughts at all. Min Ke, sitting on the swing in the back garden, received a call from Xiang Xiang. After exchanging news, Xiangxiang asked if she was free to meet. Remembering Lien Cheng's instructions before leaving, she declined the request to meet. Listening to Xiangxiang's complaints about Bei Mingxiong, the weird old man, she smilingly talked about today's events. Behind her, two figures, a man and a woman, were secretly watching. Xia Qianjin made a demand to the man. You promised to listen to me. While Bei Mingyi and Bei Ming Liancheng are away, why don't you help me kill this woman? In the study, Long Mingshan, who came prepared, enumerated the situation of the Long family. Grandfather's health had collapsed, and Madame Bailon held sole power. While speaking, he pretended to be afraid and asked Bei Mingxiong if he could come live here if he couldn't stay with the Long family anymore. After receiving his grandfather's affirmative answer, he continued to play the victim, citing being ostracized. With Bei Mingxiong's support, he began to act dramatically as if possessed by a drama queen. Others who got shares think they're superior. Unlike me, I just want grandfather and great-grandfather to be safe. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid of being bullied. These words successfully made Bei Mingxiong think about his own health condition. He wanted to give Shanshan some shares as security, but found it hard to make a decision. Long Mingshan was acting dramatically while secretly checking his great-grandfather's state. He stood up pitifully, saying he had to go back to serve Madame Bailon, or he'd be scolded for being late. Bei Mingxiong was indeed angered, questioning why Bailon treated her granddaughter like this. Long Mingshan, however, indicated in his words that he was used to being scolded and needed to hurry back. In his heart, he was calculating, acting so hard, the old man should show some response. He deliberately slowed his steps, waiting to be called back. But at the door, Bei Mingxiong remained unmoved. He couldn't help but wonder if this old man was really so cold-hearted. Before he left, Bei Mingxiong still called him back. He turned around, feigning innocence. He was given 15 points of Bei Ming Group shares. The contract could be signed tomorrow. In high spirits, he walked out. He ran into Xia Qianjin, who mocked him, saying no matter how much he tried to please, it was useless. Xia Qianjin naturally wouldn't give in. You're leaving anyway? Why care if I keep great-uncle company? Long Mingshan cursed her inwardly for being loud and ill-mannered. He didn't want to argue and was about to leave. But Xia Qianjin spoke up. Brother Yi and Ming Ku are getting engaged. What do you think? He said he couldn't influence such matters, but maliciously reminded her. The Bei Ming brothers are away. You, Xia Qianjin, want to deal with Min Ku. Now is a great opportunity. Once the Bei Ming brothers return, you won't have any chance. Xia Qianjin retorted, asking why she should deal with Min Ku. She wouldn't touch Brother Ye's woman and make him angry. It's you, her sister, who's always wanted to get rid of her. She also deliberately mentioned seeing Min Ku with the Long family's eldest son. Long Mingshan's expression changed, feeling uneasy. Could it be that Long Chuan and Min Ku had already recognized each other? Xia Qianjin continued to gloat, confirming that many people saw them hugging. Once Min Ku moves into the Long family, they could renew their sisterly bond. Long Mingshan angrily swore that if Min Ku dared to go to the Long family, he would definitely destroy her. Xia Qianjin refuted him, saying that now Min Ku was protected by everyone. While in the Bei Ming family, no one would dare touch her. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she deliberately brought up Bei Mingyi, threatening him not to play with fire. Long Mingshan pushed her hand away. He stated he wasn't afraid of Bei Mingyi and would show him his capabilities. Under Xia Qianjin's provocation, Long Mingshan left with hatred. Xia Qianjin, having succeeded, leisurely walked to a door and saw Huolang's okay hand gesture. She took out the phone hidden in her pocket and looked at the recording on it. The corner of her mouth curled in disdain as she mocked. Fool. Long Mingshan, stepping hard on the gas pedal, was full of hatred. Long Chuan knew he had shares but refused to cooperate with him, which was bad enough. But he even went to hug Min Ku, clearly forcing him to make a move. In that moment, he grazed a truck trying to overtake. Burning with anger, Long Mingshan got out of the car to blame the other party. Do you know how much my car is worth? The other party, clearly frightened by the luxury car, kept apologizing. During their argument, the car's trunk was opened. Huolang pulled out the unconscious Ming Ku from it. Before he could open his eyes, he felt intense pain all over his body. After placing him in a house, Huolang fell into deep thought. Xia Qianjin, with tears in her eyes, begged. She couldn't marry Bei Mingyi, or she'd have no good days ahead. He used the life-saving favor from years ago to coerce her into working for him. The plan was to hide Ming Ku in Long Mingshan's car to avoid suspicion, then abandon him at a warehouse on the abandoned dock where others would take action. While pleading, She approached and kissed Hualang, promising she'd never do bad things again. Xia Qianjin pitifully said, "Help me, please." In the end, Hualang made up his mind. After placing Ming Ku in the warehouse, he turned to leave, saying, "I'm sorry. Have a good journey." Before Ming Ku regained his vision, he heard two men's voices. They were discussing vulgarly about playing with him before finishing him off. Hearing this, Ming Ku's eyes widened in panic. He was clearly in Bei Ming's courtyard. How did he end up here? Who was trying to harm him? One of the men spoke. "There are plenty of women. No need to risk it for him." As he spoke, he reached out towards him. He shouted, "Don't touch me." Thinking quickly, he begged, "How much are you being paid? I can offer double." But the men were unmoved, saying if they sent him back, Bei Mingyi wouldn't let them off. They couldn't bear his revenge, so they had to kill him. Several hands reached for him. He felt he was about to die. In the distance, Xia Qianjin was directing several men on the phone, telling them to photograph Ming Ku's miserable state. She hurriedly hung up when Hualang returned. His action made Hualang suspicious, asking if she still wanted to torture Ming Ku. Xia Qianjin was indifferent, saying Ming Ku was about to die, so it didn't matter how. He seduced Bei Mingyi, so he deserved to be served by a few men. Hearing this, Hualang felt sympathy for Ming Ku and wondered why Xia Qianjin had become so cruel. Seeing no response, Xia Qianjin hastily spoke up to find Ming Ku, but Hualang just said sorry and drove away, leaving Xia Qianjin cursing angrily on the spot. It was half an hour later when Hualang returned to the warehouse. He didn't know what those people had done to Ming Ku during this time. When he arrived at Ming Ku's location, he found it empty. He wondered, did I come too late? On the beach, Hualang found the bodies of those men, guessing Ming Ku must have been rescued. But judging from the not-so-cruel cause of death, he deduced it wasn't Bei Mingyi who did it. The speedboat's traces hadn't been washed away by the sea, indicating they had just left. He couldn't guess if the person who took Ming Ku was Bei Mingyi's enemy or friend. He apologized to him in his heart, lamenting his bad luck. He muttered to himself, if he's still alive, I won't harm him anymore in the future. In Bei Ming's residence, the servants searched everywhere for the missing Ming Ku. His phone was left in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. If not for an incoming call that startled people, it wouldn't have been found. Bei Mingxiong was also puzzled about who had taken him away. Xia Qianjin and Hualang hadn't driven. Long Mingshan's car was always within the surveillance range. If not them, could it be someone from the courtyard? He couldn't understand why he was so agitated about Ming Ku's disappearance. Thinking of the Bei Ming brothers, and imagining the delicate Ming Ku being held captive, he grew increasingly anxious. Just then, Dongfang walked in with news. In a warehouse at the dock, they found Ming Ku's torn dress. Hearing this, Bei Mingxiong felt as if struck by lightning. He collapsed onto the sofa. Ming Ku in a dress looked exactly like Bei Mingyu. Did that mean he would never see you again? Suppressing his unease, he asked Dongfang to continue explaining the situation. There was a lot of blood on the dress, but no body was found. Hearing this, Bei Mingxiong unexpectedly fainted. Dongfang recalled Long Chuhin's frantic search for Ming Ku, increasingly unable to understand the complex relationships between everyone. He could only send people to continue searching for clues, hoping to rescue the person. Receiving an inquiry call from Dongfang, Xia Qianjin was extremely dissatisfied. He naturally knew the clues, but how could he reveal everything? The 4 people he sent out were all dead, and Ming Ku's fate was unknown. Moreover, the usually obedient Hualang seemed increasingly difficult to control. He used to kill without blinking, but now he had changed so much because of Ming Ku. He came forward to hug him, asking if he hadn't eaten dinner. But he only received an emotionless reply, "I'm not hungry." Pretending to be hurt, he asked for an apology, but Hualang didn't turn around, only coldly, saying sorry. These changes puzzled Xia Qianjin, but he had other questions to ask. He effectively put the clothes on him, but then felt cold himself. Hualang put the clothes back on him, but didn't embrace him as usual. Losing patience, Xia Qianjin finally exploded with his young mistemper, asking if he, as a servant, had forgotten the life-saving favor from years ago. Hualang said he had never forgotten the favor, just that he was in a bad mood tonight. Angrily, Xia Qianjin finally asked the question he most wanted to ask. Did you hide that woman? Suspicious, Xia Qianjin wouldn't be easily dismissed. Hualang had wanted to go back to save Ming Ku. But now, with no body found, he was almost certain Hualang had taken the person away. He wondered about his motive for doing so. no matter how he questioned. Hualang only said he really didn't know, that when he arrived, the person was already gone, and he rushed back fearing discovery. Xia Qianjin pretended to be coy, asking why he was so cold to him and so concerned about Ming Ku, wondering if he had fallen for him. Hualang's answer remained unchanged. He felt bad for causing an innocent person's death. With a life-saving favor, he would never fall for anyone else. The anxious Xia Qianjin confirmed again and received his affirmative answer. Slightly reassured, he was escorted back to his room by Hualang. After saying goodnight, he entered the room and recalled Hualang's various abnormal behaviors. Even his body couldn't seduce him anymore. If he knew the truth, he would probably leave immediately. He thought viciously, if he really wanted to leave, he'd rather destroy him with his own hands. In the flower beds of the courtyard, Bei Ming Xiong found a girl wearing a dress. The girl turned and said she was going to marry a man named Chung. Although he was reluctant, he still let her leave, wishing her not to run away from home again. But the girl, with her back to him, suddenly said something shocking. I don't want to marry Long Zhe Chung. I want to marry Bei Ming Yin. Bei Ming Xiong wondered why she suddenly changed her mind. She questioned, Grandfather, why don't you recognize me? I am your granddaughter. He woke up in a cold sweat, realizing it was just a dream. He hurriedly called for Dongfang, asking if Ming could have been found, only to receive another disappointing answer. Puzzled about why he had such a strange dream, Dongfang truthfully reported the current situation. He was still worried about what to do if Bei Mingyi found out about the situation here. Speak of the devil, an angry Bei Mingyi burst in. Facing his aggressive son, Bei Ming Xiong casually responded that it wasn't his doing. Bei Mingyi quickly narrowed down the suspects to Xia Qianjin, Hualang, and Long Shanshan. Bei Ming Xiong immediately benefited, calling all three mentioned people over. Dongfang stood aside, recounting how the master had given the dress to Ming Ku. Bei Ming Xiong not only didn't appreciate it, but also provoked his son, saying they were all bewitched by Ming Ku, going crazy over a woman. Enraged, Bei Mingyi grabbed his father's sleeve, saying he would regret it. Bei Ming Xiong was unfazed, coldly asking what he had to regret. Seeing the two about to fight, Dongfang could only try to mediate. In the midst of their verbal battle, Bei Mingyi revealed a long-hidden truth. Ming Ku is your real granddaughter. Hearing this, the incredulous Bei Ming Xiong asked, What did you say? Having started, Bei Mingyi spilled everything. Long Mingshan's situation was all his arrangement. The paternity test was fake, and the Long family's lost child was actually Ming Ku. These words shocked Bei Ming Xiong and his servant. Bei Mingyi continued, saying Ming Ku was Bei Mingyu's daughter. If they didn't believe it, they could do another test after she safely returned. Bei Ming Xiong clearly knew he hadn't taken Ming Ku. He immediately sent everyone out to search for her together. He also struggled to get out of bed, intending to join the search. At this moment, the summoned Xia Qianjin and Hualang walked in. Seeing Bei Mingyi present, he immediately played the recording of his conversation with Long Mingshan. Hearing these words, Bei Mingyi uttered two words with murderous intent. Mingshan. Bei Mingyi stormed out. Bei Ming Xiong started coughing excitedly. Xia Qianjin pretended to be obedient and came forward to support him, wondering why the old master reacted so strongly to Ming Ku's situation. Recalling his previous mistreatment of Ming Ku and the similarities between Ming Ku and Yue, Bei Ming Xiong regretted his actions and only wished for a chance to make amends. Ming Ku woke up again to find herself tied up on a large bed. A man in black, wearing a hood, sat before her. With her hazy memory, she recalled that this person had saved her from those men. The man came forward to untie the ropes on her hands, warning her not to think of escaping. Wrapped up so tightly and using a voice changer, Ming could guess this person must be someone she knew. Seeing no hope of escape, she could only silently eat the hamburger he brought. After eating, she obediently stretched out her hands, allowing the man to tie her up. However, the man kindly stated that as long as she didn't run away, she didn't need to be tied up. These unusual actions made Ming Ku realize that the person before her had no ill intentions. She boldly spoke up, asking the man if they knew each other. Seeing the man's interest, she continued guessing, saying he was a bit like the Bei Ming brothers who didn't lie. She also asked if the person he wanted to deal with was Bei Mingyi. Faced with her questions, the man remained silent. The next day, the man who had watched her all night still didn't leave her side. Ming Ku planned to escape while he was asleep. When the opportunity came, she actually managed to escape, running frantically through the forest towards the seaside. From afar, she saw a boat docked at the shore. Overjoyed, she immediately ran towards it. However, The man guarding her appeared in front of her, and she couldn't stop herself from crashing into his arms. The man swiftly tied her hands again, teasing her for being a naughty little rabbit. Recaptured, Mingku was speechless, filled with worry about her unknown fate. After capturing Mingku, the masked man tied her up tightly and even gagged her screaming mouth with a piece of black tape. The man said he wanted to see who would risk their life to save Mingku, boasting about his accurate shooting skills, claiming he could take down one person with each shot. Restrained, Mingku realized she had become bait and started praying that the Bei Ming brothers wouldn't come. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. The boat she had seen was still heading in their direction. The person on the boat was Bei Ming Yi, who gracefully leaped from the bow onto the beach. Mingke wanted to shout, but couldn't make a sound, becoming so anxious that tears came to her eyes. The sharp-eyed Bei Ming Yi immediately spotted her near the forest. Armed with a gun and dressed in black, he cautiously approached Mingke step by step. Seeing Bei Ming Yi approach, Mingke frantically shook her head, trying to signal him to stop. Quickly arriving at her side, Bei Ming Yi fired a shot into the dense forest. Soon, a hissing sound came from within. After saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here," he untied all her restraints. Terrified, Mingke threw herself into Bei Ming Ye's arms. Before she could cry out, Bei Ming Yi sensed danger. His eyes turned cold as he held her and fired several shots into the forest. After confirming the other party had left, the still shaken Ming could timidly ask a question. Bei Ming Yi comforted her, saying his people would arrive soon. He pulled her into his arms and, seeing the confusion in her eyes, kissed her without hesitation. The shy Ming could try to push him away, but she heard his voice saying, "Don't move. Let me stay like this for a while." Meanwhile, the group led by Dongfang finally arrived on the island. Mingku urged Bei Ming Yi to get up, but he remained silent. Only when several people came forward to check did they discover that the back of his clothes had been pierced by bullets and blood was seeping out. Bei Ming Yi immediately covered her eyes, telling her not to look, and said he would take her home. Mingke pulled his hand away, anxiously checking his condition. As he was supported, a large bloodstain appeared on his chest. Incredulous, she looked down and realized her own chest was also covered in blood. This sight almost made her cry in fear. But just as tears were about to fall, Bei Ming Yi reached out to comfort her, saying, "Don't cry. I'm Fine." In the hospital, Mingku, wearing Bei Ming Ye's coat, waited anxiously. Bei Ming Xiong, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, called out "Cuckoo" as soon as he entered. Dongfang shook his head and stopped him. Miss Cuckoo's emotions were very unstable. Some things couldn't be said now. Recalling the scene on the way back, the wounded Bei Ming Yi instructed Dongfang to take care of Mingke. Understanding the situation, Dongfang agreed, telling him not to speak. Beside them, Mingke was already in tears, covering his chest to stop the bleeding, mumbling, "Don't try to send me away. I'll stay with you, whether in life or death. You must hang on, Bei." Ming Yi mustered his strength and uttered a good. In the hospital, Dongfang, looking at the distressed Mingke, suggested, "To be safe, we should do a DNA test first. I'll personally oversee it, ensuring no one tampers with it." After Bei Ming Xiong nodded in agreement, Dongfang approached Mingke again, speaking words of concern while discreetly taking a few strands of his hair. After instructing his subordinates to take care of Mingke, he left with the hair. After Dongfang's departure, Bei Ming Xiong sat next to Mingke, asking if he was hungry or wanted something to eat. Seeing no response, as if he were in a daze, he directly ordered his subordinates to bring clean clothes for him. Staring at Mingke, he increasingly felt he resembled Bei Mingyu from years ago, when he had opposed Yu Er and Long Ziqing's relationship. She had been just like Mingke now, silent, seemingly dazed. He also felt increasingly guilty. Two such similar people, why had he never properly addressed this issue? As they sat in silence, the elevator doors opened. Looking up, it was Bei Ming Lianqing. He quickly walked to Mingke, crouched down, and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm back." Seeing him, Mingke finally showed some emotion. With tears in his eyes, he murmured Ye's name. Lianqing, feeling heartbroken, embraced him, assuring that Bei Ming Yi would be fine. Witnessing all this, Bei Ming Xiong realized that now, Mingke only saw these two brothers as family. His past treatment of him had now come back to haunt him. Soon after, Bei Ming family members who heard the news rushed over, all asking the doctor about Bei Ming Ye's condition. The doctor said that although the bullet had passed through his chest, the surgery was successful. Fortunately, it didn't hit the heart. They needed to observe for 2 days before allowing visits. Ming Ku, barely standing, felt slightly relieved. Unable to hold on, he started to fall backwards, asking Lianqing for help. "I'm a bit dizzy. Can you support me?" Lianqing supported him and comforted. "The boss is fine. Rest if you can't hold on. We'll wake you when he's up." The nervous Ming Ku was covered in sweat, silent. All this was observed by Xia Qianjin. Xia Qianjin pretended to visit the sleeping Ming Ku, but inwardly cursed, wishing he didn't exist. As she fumed, Bei Mingxiong entered to inquire about the situation. However, Xia Qianjin stepped forward, compassionately examining Ming Ku. She even touched Ming Ku's forehead. These unusual actions made Xia Qianjin wonder if the old master had accepted Ming Ku and was willing to let him be with Bei Mingyi. Bei Ming Lianqing also entered the room at this time, suggesting Bei Mingxiong return home to rest, as they couldn't see the two yet. There was no need to exhaust himself at the hospital. Bei Mingxiong sarcastically remarked that he finally remembered him. Lianqing didn't respond, silently sitting down. Before leaving, he instructed Lianqing to comfort Ming Ku and stay here tonight, informing him immediately of any developments. He would return early the next morning. Faced with Bei Mingxiong's concern, Lianqing was also puzzled about his sudden care for Ming Ku. Seeing Lianqing agree, Bei Mingxiong prepared to leave. Xia Qianjin quickly stood up, offering to escort the old master back. On the way out, Bei Mingxiong kept instructing that Dongfang had asked him to take care of Ming Ku in every detail. These actions, observed by Xia Qianjin, raised more doubts. The old master who disliked Ming Ku should want to get rid of him even more after seeing Bei Mingyi risk his life. While pondering this, Dongfang shifted the topic to Long Mingshan, claiming he had made several calls that he hadn't been able to answer. Bei Mingxiong, however, showed no interest and had no intention of calling back. Thinking about Long Mingshan's recent unusual behavior, he had already guessed his thoughts and seen through his ambitions. He inwardly felt lucky. If Ming Ku hadn't been in trouble, he would have given the shares to Long Mingshan. Seeing Bei Mingxiong's cold demeanor, Xia Qianjin felt uneasy. The old master mentioned his beloved granddaughter with such an expression. It seemed the relationships between these people had all changed. Ming Ku, waking from his slumber, casually ate the food Lianqing brought. When Lianqing asked if he was scared, he firmly said no, smiling and saying he would stay with him. Seeing his calmness after making up his mind, Lianqing felt a bit bitter. Ming Ku inquired about the situation at the base. Lianqing informed him of the details. The Flying Eagle's plan had not succeeded. Although some brothers were killed or injured, the situation had stabilized. Before dawn, Lianqing suggested he sleep more, but he asked Lianqing to rest too. They would need to take care of Bei Mingyi when he came out, so neither could collapse. Hearing this, Lianqing stared at him intently until Ming Ku wondered if he had said something wrong. Lianqing then asked his lingering question, "If it were me who was in trouble, would you be scared?" Ming Ku was slightly stunned, saying he would of course be scared. Hearing the answer, Lianqing turned away, lifted the blanket, and lay down. He mocked himself internally, wondering what he was expecting. His position in Ming Ku's heart was ultimately different from the boss's. He truly feared that one day they would leave him behind. Unable to sleep at night, the two analyzed the situation. Ming Ku, recalling the old master's attitude towards him during the day, guessed that the people who kidnapped him weren't sent by him. That left Xia Qianjin and Long Shanshan as the most suspicious. He had heard that man's voice in his daze and was more inclined to believe it was Xia Qianjin who did it. To ensure Bei Mingyi could recover peacefully after waking up, he wanted to ask Lianqing for help. Before he could speak, Lianqing agreed and asked how he wanted him to proceed. Remembering the faces of those four men, Ming Ku steeled himself, planning to pay them back in kind. Lianqing noted down all his responses, deciding to restore the surveillance footage from when the incident occurred. Ming Ku didn't speak, but had an idea. He proposed being present when they found the culprit. Lianqing, imagining the punishment scene, thoughtfully asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Ming Ku didn't know how to answer, but a voice inside said he was Bei Mingye's woman, and there was no point in avoiding it. Thinking of this, he turned and asked how he could avoid being a burden to Bei Mingyi. Lianqing, closing his eyes, replied that learning hacking skills from him might be useful someday. Extremely tired, Ming Ku, now with the goal to study hard, yawned and fell asleep. Listening to his breathing, Lianqing felt some indescribable urges. Cursing himself as a beast, he decided to get some medicine from the doctor later. Unable to resist looking at his sleeping face, he decided to indulge in his fantasies one last time. Early the next morning, Xiangxiang knocked on the door, calling Ming Ku's name. As soon as the door opened, he eagerly embraced Ming Ku, concernedly inquiring about his condition while complaining about how worried he had been. Ming Ku comforted him and asked how he knew he was here. Following Xiangxiang's gesture, he noticed another man had come along. It was Mu Zichuan. After a brief greeting, he resumed chatting enthusiastically with Xiangxiang. Only then did he learn that Bei Mingxiong had personally called him to come over. During their casual conversation, they mentioned the man who hadn't given him trouble. Mu Zichuan asked who that person was. However, Ming Ku couldn't identify the man either. Hearing his response, Mu Zichuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. As they talked, Lianxing, fully dressed, came out of the room to find a doctor. Ming Ku wanted to follow but hesitated, staying put. Xiangxiang sensed his thoughts and decided to go with him to check. After watching the two leave, Mu Zichuan felt a mix of emotions. There was no word about Bei Ming Ye's injury, kept as tightly under wraps as the scandals in wealthy families. No one knew about the innocent lives lost in the process. Learning from the doctor that Bei Ming Ye's condition was good, they all returned to the hospital room. Xiangxiang mentioned that Mu Zichuan had intercepted suspicious surveillance footage near the dock. Hearing this, Lianxing immediately asked if he could have the intercepted footage. Mu Zichuan replied that the footage was prepared for him in the first place, confident that he could make the blurry video crystal clear. After Lianxing and Mu Zichuan left, Bei Mingxiong suddenly visited, not only coming in person, but also bringing various breakfast items from both Chinese and Western cuisines. Seeing the diverse array of delicacies on the table, both felt a bit embarrassed. Ming Ku took the chopsticks handed to him personally, awkwardly saying thanks. Dongfang reported on Bei Ming Ye's condition, stating he could leave the ICU the day after tomorrow morning, but due to his weak condition, no more than 2 people could stay overnight to care for him. Hearing this, Ming Ku felt worried, thinking the old master surely wouldn't allow him to stay if only 2 people could remain. Noticing his concern, Bei Mingxiong assured him he could stay if he wanted, encouraging him to eat at ease. Xiangxiang was also puzzled by how this irritable old man suddenly became so friendly towards Ming Ku. Seeing their discomfort, Bei Mingxiong gave a few instructions and left first. He also told them to find Dongfang if they needed anything. After he left, Xiangxiang was about to voice his doubts when the phone suddenly rang. Ming Ku had to answer the call first. The caller on the screen was Long Chuan. After connecting, Lawyer Zhao on the other end expressed a series of concerns and inquiries. Faced with his questions, Ming Ku could only repeatedly emphasize that he was fine. Xiangxiang observed all this. He had new questions. Not only had old Bei Ming's attitude changed dramatically, but now even Long Chuan was calling to inquire. He had a bold guess in mind. Could it be that Ming Ku was actually Huanghan Shifan? Xiangxiang asked repeatedly and only left after learning his company wasn't needed. After closing the door, Lianxing's voice came through. The surveillance video from Mu Zichuan had been restored. The surveillance showed that on the day of the incident, Xia Qianjin and Huo Lang had appeared nearby. Huo Lang abandonne Xia Qianyin mitve. He went to the port alone. Judging by the timing, Huo Lang's second visit to the dock was after Ming Ku's incident. Based on the Bei Ming family surveillance, it was deduced that Huo Lang knocked him unconscious and then used Long Mingshan's car to take him away. Whether Long Mingshan was involved couldn't be determined yet. However, the unusual behavior of Xia Qianjin and Huo Lang was clear. Ming Ku had long sensed the hostility from Mingshan and Xia Qianjin towards him, but he was uncertain about Huo Lang. Bei Ming, you would leave the ICU the day after tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, the 2 of them needed to watch over him. Lianxing planned to act tonight, and Ming Ku insisted on going along. As the moon reached its zenith, Huo Lang's mind was in turmoil. The outcome of events should have put him at ease, but he still felt irritated. Xia Qianjin's recent changes made him doubt whether his actions were correct. The footsteps behind him made him alert. Turning around, he found that the person approaching was Ming Ku. Lianxing and Huo Lang had long anticipated this. Calmly turning around, he said, "It seems you all know now. If you want revenge, now's your chance. I won't fight back." Ming Ku stepped forward and mentioned hearing Huo Lang's apology that day. Huo Lang remained silent. Although he had apologized, he still threw him to those beasts. The apology held no meaning at all. Ming Ku turned his back and said he knew Huo Lang didn't want to harm him. While he couldn't forgive him, he didn't harbor such intense hatred either. He also reminded him to see clearly the people around him and himself. Xia Qianjin didn't truly like him. She was just using him. If there was a future, he should live for himself. After saying this, he stepped aside. The two people Lianqing brought started to surround and beat Huolang. They hit hard, but he didn't fight back. Preferring to close his eyes to spare his life, Lianqing didn't ask why, just said all right. Next, they were going to see another person. Before entering, Lianqing asked again if he was afraid and could stay out, watching the video later instead. Minka took a deep breath and firmly refused. I want to see with my own eyes how miserable he'll be. I also want to know what terrible fate I narrowly escaped. After entering, there were several men inside, and Xia Qianjin fixed to a chair. With tape on his mouth, he couldn't speak. He glared at Ming Ke with hatred. Remembering his own kidnapping and Bei Ming Ye's injury because of Ming Ke, his eyes showed murderous intent. Let me borrow your thing. Without waiting for Lianqing's answer, Ming Ke reached for his pocket. This contact made Lianqing sweat. After taking out the phone, Ming Ke approached Xia Qianjin and ripped off the tape on his mouth. Before he could curse, Ming Ke slapped him hard. Stunned by the hit, Xia Qianjin eventually spat out, "You dare hit me." Ming Ke's hand didn't stop, slapping him several more times left and right. In pain, Xia Qianjin felt fear towards the person before him for the first time. Ming Ke gripped his chin and coldly asked if he ever thought this day would come before dealing with him. With no way out, Xia Qianjin could only bring up Huolang to threaten Ming Ke, but such threats were ineffective. He even learned from his mouth that Huolang had been crippled, both legs broken, barely clinging to life. Xia Qianjin shook his head desperately, not believing that Huolang, with his skills, would end up like this. Ming Ke casually told him that Bei Ming Yi had many capable people under him. If Huolang were still around, they wouldn't have caught him so easily. Xia Qianjin's anger grew, cursing Ming Ke as a cheap woman jealous of him. Facing his reckless words, Ming Ke mockingly laughed, calling Huolang's loyalty to him a transaction, and bringing up Bei Ming Yi and Li Liao who took bullets for him. He retorted, asking if he was more deserving of men's pity. As these words left his mouth, even he felt disgusted. But it made Xia Qianjin instantly explode, cursing Huolang as useless, eagerly serving him. If it weren't for his father seeing potential in him back then, he wouldn't have picked up such trash. Getting more agitated as he spoke, Xia Qianjin vented his resentment, finding various reasons to prove his charm, mocking Huolang's fawning attitude towards him. He also confidently stated that Bei Ming Yi, bored of playing, would eventually return to him. Ming Ke followed his words, asking, "So you're saying you have no genuine feelings for Huolang?" Enraged, Xia Qianjin scornfully retorted, "So what if I don't?" Getting the answer he wanted, Ming Ke left without looking back. After returning Lianqing's phone, he still felt somewhat reluctant. He suggested that Lianqing should just scare him and leave it at that. There was no need to do it for real. He didn't want to become like him, a person with despicable methods. Seeing him leave, Xia Qianjin anxiously asked where he was going. Looking at Lianqing approaching, he put on a pitiful act, pleading with the old man while trying to seduce him. To save his life, he was willing to offer his body. These words increased Lianqing's disgust towards him. Ignoring Ming Ke's instructions, he ordered his men to teach him a good lesson, showing no mercy. He thought Ming Ke was too soft-hearted. Xia Qianjin, such a person would only learn through physical pain. Women's screams kept coming from the room. Lianqing suggested that if Ming Ke couldn't bear it, he should go back and wait for the boss. Feeling uneasy, Ming Ke didn't want to stay there and hurried back. Just as he arrived at the hospital, a nurse ran over in panic. Bei Ming Yi had woken up and was insisting on leaving against the doctor's advice. Hearing the news of his recovery, Ming Ke felt as if in a dream, somewhat dazed. He only came to his senses when he heard the nurse calling and asked to go in and persuade him. The nurse couldn't make the decision, so Ming Ke followed her to ask the doctor. Considering it wasn't appropriate for too many people, Lianqing stayed outside to wait. Outside the ICU, the doctor hoped he could go in and persuade Bei Ming Yi, who was eager to leave. After agreeing, Ming Ke put on protective gear and went in. Bei Ming Yi on the bed heard the movement. He opened his eyes. Ming Ke tried hard to control his emotions and called out, "Yi." Looking at the woman before him, Bei Ming Yi spoke first. Seeing her was enough. She could go back now. But Ming Ke didn't leave. Instead, he sat by his bedside, holding his hand tightly, insisting on staying with him for a few minutes. Bei Ming Yi asked if he was scared. He expressed his fear, more afraid that the person before him wouldn't wake up. Pressing his hand to his cheek, Ming Ke closed his eyes and began to pour out his heart. Although he no longer had emotional fluctuations, there were still some things he wanted to tell him now. By the hospital bed, Ming-ke held Bei Ming-ye's hand, talking about his thoughts over the past 2 days. He had decided to live and die with him. Being afraid of pain, he couldn't think of a comfortable way to die, so he could only pray for him to live well. Bei Ming-ye remained silent upon hearing this, only tightly gripping his hand. Ming-ke opened his eyes and continued to pour out his heart. From now on, your life isn't yours alone. For my sake, will you take good care of your body? Bei Ming-ye, suppressing his emotions, agreed. After he finished speaking, he asked in return, "Didn't you want me to propose? Is this sincere enough this time?" Ming-ke quickly shook his head, saying he didn't like this method. Under Bei Ming-ye's repeated questioning, Ming-ke reluctantly closed his eyes and answered, "You already know the answer. I'm sticking with you for life." Satisfied with the answer, Bei Ming-ye laughed, but it pulled at his wound, making him grimace in pain and clutch his chest. He sighed, wondering how there could be such a foolish woman in the world. Outside the ward, the doctor waved to signal Ming-ke that time was up. Ming-ke told him to behave and that he would wait outside. Bei Ming-ye suddenly asked what day it would be in a few days. Ming-ke naturally remembered it was his birthday in a few days. Sighing that this birthday might have to be spent in the hospital, Bei Ming-ye promised to hold a grand feast for him on his birthday. All the way, Ming-ke was pondering why he wanted to hold a grand feast for me on his birthday. Thinking that he had now awakened, he felt much more at ease. During the meal, Ming-ke kept glancing at Lianqing. Noticing his unusual behavior, Lianqing gestured for him to ask if he had something to say. Seen through, Ming-ke inquired about Huolang's situation. He asked helplessly, "You even care about those who have hurt you?" Ming-ke turned into Huolang, different from others. Lianqing wiped his mouth, indicating that he was in this hospital, but it wasn't clear if he was alive or dead. 10 minutes later, Ming-ke found Huolang's ward. He heard from the nurse that he was refusing to take medicine or eat. Ming-ke didn't mince words, mocking him that it wasn't like a grown man to be so dramatic about living or dying. He sat by the bed with some porridge, warning that he only had one chance. If he didn't eat, he'd leave. But Huolang's reaction was unexpected. Not only did he obediently finish the porridge, he even asked if he could have another bowl. While Ming-ke was wondering if the nurse had been lying to him, Huolang spoke up, saying his hand wasn't very convenient. Suddenly understanding, he reminded Huolang to remember to repay his medical expenses. He initially wanted to play the recording on his phone for him, but decided to preserve his last bit of hope. He also friendly advised him not to return to Xia Qingjin's side. Huolang readily agreed, even saying he'd repay the medical expenses double. Seeing him agree so quickly, Ming-ke emphasized that double wasn't necessary. He wasn't that greedy. Standing up and walking to the bedside, he asked if he owed him a favor. Huolang, understanding, asked what he wanted. Ming-ke spoke word by word. "I want you to swear." Ming-ke came to Huolang's ward, asking him to promise never to hurt him again. He didn't want people around him to get hurt trying to save him anymore. Huolang agreed to his request without hesitation. Then he left happily. Seeing this, he was a bit speechless. Was this woman so easy to trust others? Not long after he left, footsteps were heard outside the ward again. He turned to look. It was Bei Ming Lianqing who had woken up. Bei Ming Lianqing didn't waste words with him, directly taking out his phone saying he wanted to play a recording for him to hear. Earlier, Ming-ke thought if Huolang heard it, he would lose the courage to live on, so he never dared to let him hear it. Lianqing wasn't as kind. He just wanted Huolang to know the truth. What Huolang did after hearing it was not his concern. Huolang was very curious at this point. Bei Ming Lianqing wasn't a frivolous person. What exactly did he want him to hear? Then Xia Qingjin's voice came from the recording. It turned out he had always treated Huolang as a tool and thought he was very stupid. When he initially took Huolang in, it was only because he felt Huolang's identity wasn't simple. It was just a casual move. He had never truly cared for him. After hearing the recording, Huolang realized he was a complete fool, always manipulated by Xia Qingjin. After a moment of silence, he dejectedly told Bei Ming Lianqing that he wanted to be alone. Bei Ming Lianqing, looking at Huolang lying on the hospital bed, said he wanted to notify his friend to pick him up for discharge. Huolang agreed. He knew this time he really should leave. In the hospital ward at night, Bei Ming Lianqing sat quietly by the bed, watching the sleeping Ming-ke, lost in thought. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his team member. The member informed him that Dong Li had returned and asked what to do next. Should they investigate Dong Li's recent whereabouts? Bei-ming Lianqing told the team member not to alert the target, but to closely monitor Dong Li's actions. The team member asked if he suspected Dong Li of betraying them. Bei-ming Lianqing didn't say much, just told the member to follow his orders. After hanging up, Bei-ming Lianqing fell into deep thought. There were some things he couldn't figure out. Why was Dong Li's figure in the surveillance footage that day? And why did Dong Li go to the dock at that time? Back then, Dong Li was following right behind Hua Lang and Xia Qianjin's car. But when Ming Ku was in danger, he didn't step in to help. After thinking for a long time, Bei-ming Lianqing couldn't come up with an answer. He decided to stop thinking about it. Anyway, Bei-ming Yi would be out tomorrow, so let him worry about these things. It's also a good time to hand Ming Ku over to him tomorrow. And Bei-ming Lianqing should go deal with his own matters now. 3 days later, Bei-ming Lianqing came to the psychological clinic. He hoped the psychologist could give him some more effective advice this time. The psychologist immediately called Miss He, telling her he had arrived. In the ward, Bei-ming Yi earnestly expressed to Ming Ku the idea of wanting to be discharged. Ming Ku firmly refused. He had already asked the doctor, and the doctor said Bei-ming Yi should stay in the hospital for a few more days. While saying this, Ming Ku also felt very sorry for Bei-ming Yi. Bei-ming Yi arrogantly stated that Ming Ku was getting bolder now, not even listening to him anymore. Ming Ku wouldn't indulge Bei-ming Yi. He had said before that they were equal in status, so now he had no right to bully him. Bei-ming Yi immediately defended himself, saying he just wanted to be discharged. How was that bullying? As he spoke, he remembered his birthday was tomorrow and told Ming Ku he wanted to have a birthday party. Ming Ku felt Bei-ming Yi was looking for an excuse to be discharged. He comforted him, saying celebrating his birthday in the hospital would be the same, and said he would have everyone come to keep him company and buy him a big cake. Bei-ming Yi rolled his eyes after hearing this. He wasn't a child anymore. Why would he need to eat cake on his birthday? Ming Ku didn't understand his true intentions at all. Bei-ming Yi could only express again his desire to be discharged today and asked Ming Ku to have the doctor come check if he had fully recovered. Ming Ku was speechless at his behavior. Even if the doctor came, he would be intimidated into admitting Bei-ming Yi had recovered. At this moment, Bei-ming Yi suddenly wrapped both arms around him, pulling him onto himself. He asked if he needed to prove to him that he had truly recovered for Ming Ku to believe it. Ming Ku was a bit embarrassed by his sudden attack and could only tell him to stop messing around. Doing this could easily put pressure on the wound. He quickly asked to get off first. Bei-ming Yi didn't let go, but held him even tighter. Ming Ku had no choice but to surrender, saying he would go ask the doctor right away if he could be discharged today. Bei-ming Yi smiled mischievously upon hearing this, saying he didn't mind if Ming Ku asked a bit later. Ming Ku quickly broke free from his embrace and ran to find the doctor with a bright red face. In the hospital's psychology department, the doctor asked Bei-ming Lianqing if his recent condition had improved compared to before. He said he hadn't seen any improvement at all. When he saw Ming Ku, he still couldn't help but fantasize about possessing him and pouncing on him. The doctor then asked if Bei-ming Lianqing had done these things. He quickly shook his head, saying how could he possibly do such things? Bei-ming Lianqing stated that he had also followed the doctor's advice and found a girlfriend, but it was of no use. The doctor thought for a moment and said his problem was the most severe case he had encountered. Bei-ming Lianqing broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. What else could be done? Did he need to take medicine or get injections? He was eager to resolve his problem. The doctor shook his head, saying that a problem of the heart needs to be cured by the heart. He suggested that he try once with Ming Ku, perhaps he would let go after trying. Bei-ming Lianqing heard the doctor's words and angrily stood up. How could he possibly do such a thing with him? The doctor wasn't intimidated by him and said the more unobtainable something is, the more one obsesses over it. If a real attempt wasn't possible, he could try a fake attempt with Ming Ku. Bei-ming Lianqing didn't understand the doctor's words and asked what a fake attempt was. The doctor said he once had a patient with a similar condition who improved using this method. Moreover, he only needed to kiss him, hug him, and do the things he fantasized about without actually possessing him. Bei-ming Lianqing was persuaded by the doctor. On the way back, he kept thinking about the feasibility of this matter. But after he left, the doctor called Miss He. It turned out that what he had just said was all instructed by Miss He. In the Bei-ming family estate, Dong Fangyu was directing the servants to prepare various things for the party. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Ming-ku was waiting for dinner with Bei Ming-xiong. Yu Fifan brought a set of cutlery for Ming-ku. Bei Ming-xiong looked kindly at Ming-ku, saying he was too thin and needed to supplement his nutrition. Ming-ku agreed verbally, but inwardly wondered why Yu Fifan and Bei Ming-xiong's attitudes towards him were different from before. After returning to the room after dinner, Bei Mingyi noticed he had something on his mind and asked what he was thinking about. Ming-ku expressed his doubts to him. Since he fell ill, Bei Ming-xiong seemed like a different person, suddenly being very nice to him. He kept asking about his past life. Ming-ku even suspected that Bei Ming-xiong knew he was actually his niece. After listening to him, Bei Mingyi told him that Bei Ming-xiong indeed knew about this. Ming-ku became nervous upon hearing this. If he knew she was his granddaughter, then he must also know about the things Bei Mingyi had done. Bei Mingyi smiled and said, for his sake, even if he was very angry, he probably wouldn't hold it against him. Ming-ku felt relieved and then asked about the recent situation of the Long family and his grandfather. Bei Mingyi asked in return if Long Chu-han didn't already know. He sheepishly scratched his head, saying he just forgot to tell him, not intentionally concealing it. Bei Mingyi didn't dwell on it and said that for now, only Long Chu-han and the Long family knew his identity. And Long Chu-han would find a way to prevent Long Ming-shan from seizing Long Teng's shares. Ming-ku was shocked to hear this. So, Long Ming-shan already had shares in Long Teng. Wouldn't the old Long master be bedridden with anger after learning the truth? Bei Mingyi hugged him tightly, saying the Long family's internal affairs were too complicated, and it wasn't appropriate for him to return now. He lowered his head, dejected after hearing this. He wasn't the first person to tell him these things. Seeing him unhappy, Bei Mingyi quickly changed the subject. He asked him to think about tomorrow's party. Hearing about the party, he immediately raised his head, scolding him for holding a birthday party as a grown man. People might think it was a wedding. Hearing him start to scold again, Bei Mingyi quickly changed the topic, saying Bei Ming-xiong wanted him to organize it, and the party details could be arranged according to his preferences. He immediately cheered up upon hearing Bei Ming-xiong's name. He said he was told to come up and rest for a while. At the same time, Ming-ku was still hesitating whether to call him grandfather when he went down later. Bei Mingyi smiled happily as he looked at Ming-ku's joyful face. The Bei Ming estate was peaceful under his gaze. At this moment, Long Ming-shan barged into Bei Ming-xiong's office. Although Dong Fangyu tried his best to stop him, he couldn't forcibly expel him due to his status. He innocently asked Bei Ming-xiong why he hadn't been answering his calls lately. Bei Ming-xiong calmly stated he had forgotten to bring his phone recently. As he spoke, he gave Dong Fang a look. Dong Fangyu immediately understood. Then, Bei Ming-xiong asked if something had happened in the Long family recently. Otherwise, why was he in such a hurry to find him? Long Ming-shan covered his mouth and said sadly that he could barely stay in the Long family anymore. Although the old Long master had given him some shares, he was still not valued in the family. Anyone could bully him. Hearing this, Bei Ming-xiong immediately offered to let him move to the Bei Ming family. He thought to himself that he still had some shares in Long Tang, but he would have nothing if he came to the Bei Ming family. He quickly expressed with deep emotion that he couldn't leave the old Long master. Bei Ming-xiong knew his little scheme and immediately stated that if he came to the Bei Ming family, he would give him 30% of the shares. Hearing that Bei Ming-xiong could give him 30% of the shares, he was so happy he didn't know what to say. Long Ming-shan immediately changed his tune, saying the old Long master's health was much better than before. Bei Ming-xiong's face changed color with anger upon seeing Long Ming-shan's two-faced behavior. Then he pretended to wipe away tears, saying only Bei Ming-xiong truly cared for him, and he hoped to return to the Bei Ming family. Bei Ming-xiong quickly pretended to urge him to return to the Bei Ming family, saying he was his own and he would certainly take good care of his granddaughter. Once he moved back, he would transfer 30% of the shares to him. He quickly seized the opportunity and said, "Why not sign the transfer agreement now?" Bei Ming-xiong then stated that as long as he could make the old Long master unhappy, he would hand over the entire Bei Ming group to him in the future. After hearing his promise, Long Ming-shan quickly said he could move over tomorrow. Bei Ming-xiong urged him to move over tonight, not to wait until tomorrow. He was secretly delighted, thinking he was indeed Bei Ming-xiong's only bloodline. The others were just adopted children. Moreover, the Bei Ming family wasn't as complicated as the Long family. Once he got the shares of the Bei Ming group, he wouldn't even have to fear Bei Mingyi. As he was leaving the estate, he ran into Ming Ku and Yu Fifan, who were walking over with flowers in their hands. He asked Ming Ku why he was still living here. If he had the ability, he should move out with Bei Mingyi. Why was he always staying at Bei Ming-xiong's place? Ming Ku heard his words. He wondered how Long Ming-shan dared to be so arrogant in the Bei Ming family, instantly guessing that Bei Ming-xiong had other plans. So he immediately objected, saying Long Ming-shan was along. What right did he have to meddle here? Hearing Ming Ku's words, he laughed loudly. Bei Mingyi was just picked up. He was just a dog by Bei Ming-xiong's side. Hearing his words, before Ming Ku could react, Yu Fifan beside him angrily threw the flowers in his hand at Long Ming-shan. Long Ming-shan was furious and demanded to know what he was doing. He was just a plaything by Bei Ming-xiong's side. How dare he treat his granddaughter like this? Then he continued to mock. Yu Fifan was driven crazy by his words and ran away angrily. Ming Ku listened to their conversation on the side. Although he didn't like Yu Fifan either, he was extremely dissatisfied with Long Ming-shan's words today. Long Ming-shan didn't care about his feelings. After all, he was about to get the shares of the Bei Ming group. By then, he would be in charge of this family. Ming Ku asked if he felt guilty towards Min Jinghua. He was very indifferent, saying he didn't kill him. Moreover, if he had brought him to the Long family earlier, he could have lived a wealthy life long ago. It should be Min Jinghua who owed him. Ming Ku was so angry that he slapped him directly. Long Ming-shan was stunned. Ming Ku dared to hit him. Ming Ku then stated that this slap was on behalf of Min Jinghua. His current fate was all because of Long Ming-shan. He quickly told Ming Ku to stop talking nonsense. Seeing there was nothing more to say, Ming Ku turned and left, leaving behind Long Ming-shan, who swore to avenge today's grudge. Ming Ku walked into Bei Ming-xiong's office. Yu Fifan was giving him a shoulder massage. He felt Yu Fifan was really different from before. He didn't know if she had truly changed or just became better at pretending. Bei Ming-xiong saw him coming and quickly explained that what he said to Long Ming-shan earlier wasn't his true intention. He just wanted to teach Long Ming-shan a lesson. Yu Fifan, who was massaging him, pondered his words, wondering what he really wanted to do. Ming Ku was happy to hear his words, knowing someone was about to be in trouble. Late at night, Ming Ku tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In his mind, he recalled what Yu Fifan told him in the afternoon. He felt there must be a deeper meaning, so he walked out of his room, wanting to take a walk. When he reached the stairs, Long Ming-shan had just arrived at the Bei Ming house with his suitcase. He had followed Bei Ming-xiong's suggestion and moved out of the Long house that very night. He was fuming because not a single servant at the Bei Ming house helped him with his luggage. The worst part was that Dongfang Yu didn't let him in during the day. At night, he stood by without helping with the luggage. He decided to teach him a lesson once he got his hands on the shares. At this moment, they both noticed Ming Ku coming down from upstairs. Dongfang Yu immediately walked up to him with concern, telling him to wear more clothes as it was windy outside and he might catch a cold. He waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary. He just couldn't sleep and wanted to walk downstairs, check on the banquet preparations, and would go back to sleep soon. Long Ming-shan, watching the two exchanging greetings, thought of his treatment at the Bei Ming house and couldn't help but feel enraged. Just then, two maids passed by. He quickly asked them to come and carry his luggage. The two maids looked at each other, remembering Bei Ming-xiong's instructions from earlier in the day. They walked away without looking back. Ming Ku walked outside and bumped into Bei Ming Lianqing, who had just returned. Lianqing asked if he had dinner and told him to quickly go back to take a shower and sleep. Bei Ming Lianqing looked at him, caring for himself. Thinking about the solution the doctor had told him earlier in the day, he suddenly hugged and kissed him. He was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe Lianqing had such thoughts about him. Lianqing was immersed in that kiss. Ming Ku waved his hand in front of his eyes a few times, thinking something might be wrong with him. Lianqing suddenly opened his eyes, surprised at himself, and started fantasizing about possessing the person in front of him. Ming Ku was also scared by Lianqing's expression. He awkwardly told him to go home quickly, saying he wanted to take a walk in the backyard. He turned and left after speaking. Arriving at the backyard, he found flower trees scattered along the path. He crouched down to tidy them up. Seeing the neatly arranged bouquet, He stood up in a good mood, patting the dust off his hands. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his back. Before he could react, the person behind him had already pressed him against a tree. Looking up, it was the drunk Lianqing again. He didn't know what he was trying to do. Lianqing's face slowly approached his. Mingke calmly reminded him that he was his brother's woman. This statement made Lianqing stop his actions. He wondered why this woman wasn't afraid of him. If she had shown even a hint of panic, the restlessness in his heart wouldn't have calmed down. Mingke pushed away the man pressing against her, asking him not to act recklessly. If he wanted a woman, he could find Yu Qingya who was compatible with him. But what she didn't know was that Lianqing only wanted her. At this moment, Lianqing hugged her tightly again, gently saying he wouldn't hurt her. It turned out that what the psychologist said was all wrong. Holding her felt even better than he had imagined. Mingke was really angry this time. She tersely reminded him again that she was his sister-in-law, wondering what exactly he was trying to do. Seeing Lianqing's panicked expression, she kindly asked him to listen to her. Before she could finish, Lianqing interrupted her, asking her to call him by name. Mingke could only comply reluctantly and asked him to calm down and let go of her first. Lianqing's non-cooperation left Mingke speechless, but she could only endure and continue talking to him. She didn't know what was wrong with Lianqing tonight, or if he had heard something. He was clearly drunk. Lianqing, who had drunk 2 bottles of red wine, was also hesitating whether to tell Mingke everything. Looking at the confused Lianqing, Mingke comforted him, saying that no matter what storms came, they had agreed to face them together as a family. Recalling the night when the 3 of them watched the stars, Lianqing felt that just having his older brother and her by his side was enough. From childhood to adulthood, all he wanted was the warmth of family togetherness. Now this wish had actually come true with Mingke. He suddenly woke up and released his grip on Mingke. What was he doing? He had turned such a beautiful thing into this mess today. Released, Mingke saw that Lianqing had calmed down and caringly wanted to know what was wrong with him. Lianqing slowly leaned against the big tree and sat down. He told her about the recent psychological changes he had been experiencing. He really didn't want to ruin her relationship with his older brother, but he just couldn't control himself. After telling everything, Mingke remained silent. Lianqing was very depressed, thinking that Mingke might find him disgusting or even start to hate him. But Mingke was actually happy that Lianqing had shared his secret with her. She judged that he might have a mother complex towards her. After all, he was known as unapproachable to women. Not only had Mingke gotten close to him, but she had also done many things that only a mother would do. Before she could finish speaking, Lianqing stood up and interrupted her again, inexplicably asking for a promise. Mingke was once again speechless, but could only think to herself, childish little brat. She verbally expressed that his sister-in-law wouldn't abandon him until he found a wife. Seeing Lianqing staring at her seriously, she reluctantly raised her right hand and swore to take care of him until he no longer needed it. Lianqing was grateful for everything that had happened. Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze flicker around them. He saw 2 people who had been discovered. Shanshan immediately explained that they had followed because they saw a woman sneakily taking photos. After saying this, he sarcastically added that Mingke and Lianqing's relationship was so close, it really did justice to Bei Mingyi. Lianqing was angered by his words and was about to retort when Mingke stopped him. Mingke questioned Shanshan, asking how he could spread rumors about her having 2 husbands before and now accuse her of being too close to Lianqing. As she spoke, she picked up the camera from the ground and looked at it. Lianqing glanced at the camera's contents and looked askance at Yu Fifan, this woman who chose to be with the old man. How long did she intend to stir up trouble? Yu Fifan denied it wasn't her doing and said they could verify with fingerprints. After saying this, she turned and left. As she passed by Shanshan, she thought of something and told them to be wary of this woman, Long Shanshan. Shanshan panicked and said not to frame her, watching Yu Fifan walk away without acknowledging her. She chased after her, leaving Lianqing and Mingke behind. Lianqing solemnly apologized to Mingke, hoping she wouldn't hate him because of this. Mingke was surprised by Lianqing's serious apology and hadn't yet reacted. The man said he had a lot to do tomorrow and needed to rest soon. He turned and left. The next day, Mingke, supporting Bei Mingyi, advised him to eat light food. On the other side, Bei Mingxiong asked his newly awakened granddaughter to pour a glass of milk for his future aunt-in-law. Min-ku. Shan was confused, wondering why her grandfather would make her serve this despicable woman. At this moment, Min-ku made a request for warm milk. This request infuriated Shan, who said if she wanted it poured, she should do it herself. Min-ku only smiled and confirmed with the butler about the Bei Ming family rule that disobedient people are not allowed to eat breakfast. The butler, being astute, instructed the servants to remove Shan's breakfast. Shan whined to Bei Ming Xiong, complaining that Min-ku was bullying her. Unexpectedly, her grandfather sided with the despicable woman, telling her not to break family rules, or she would have to be punished. Before obtaining shares in the Bei Ming group, Shan could only endure and comply obediently. When she angrily brought the milk to Min-ku remarked that this child was impolite, like a wild child. Shan fiercely asked her to repeat what she said. As she finished speaking, a glass of milk was thrown at her. Shan, whose fingers were scalded by the hot milk, exploded with all her anger. Just as she was about to step forward to teach Min-ku a lesson, the butler blocked her way. He stated that she had just verbally abused Min-ku and needed to apologize. Shan was shocked. Why did the Bei Ming family dare to treat her like this? Did they all know Min-ku's identity? Bei Ming Xiong reluctantly spoke up, telling her to apologize quickly, as she couldn't insult her elders. The more she thought about it, the more strange it seemed. If her grandfather knew the truth, he wouldn't be so gentle with her. Could it be that her grandfather had been stripped of his power? In such an unclear situation, Long Shan could only come before Min-ku and apologize to her. Min-ku accepted her apology and asked her to bring another glass of warm milk. She purposely reminded her to be careful not to make it too hot, otherwise she might suffer again. Hearing Min-ku's meaningful words, Shan immediately shouted, telling her not to go too far. If she dared to tease her again, she wouldn't let her off. With a loud thud, Lianqing, sitting nearby, heavily put down his cup. He then very solemnly told Yu Fifan that since she was with the old man, she should know how to manage the household and properly educate those who don't listen. Yu Fifan, who was implicated, knew that Lianqing wouldn't let her and Shan off because of last night's incident. So she silently stood up and walked to Shan. Shan, still scolding Yu Fifan, said even she wasn't qualified to discipline her. Unexpectedly, the next second, a stinging slap appeared on her cheek. Long Shan was slapped to her knees. At this moment, Yu Fifan ordered the servants to grab her, saying she would properly discipline the disobedient person. No matter how Shan struggled, the servants held her tightly. Finally, Yu Fifan warned her to quickly get the hot milk and serve Min-ku properly, or else she couldn't bear the consequences. Shan, with tears in her eyes, looked at her grandfather, but he appeared helpless, making her more certain that Min-ku's identity had been discovered. After a while, she brought a glass of milk at exactly 40 degrees to the dining table, but by then, Min-ku had already finished eating. She smiled and told Shan to be quicker next time. Shan, silently enduring the humiliation, lowered her head and saw a pair of black leather shoes in front of her. However, what she heard was the butler's order that she could only return to her room after cleaning up the dining table. And as punishment, she could only stay in the servants' quarters. This woman was furious. How dare even a butler be so presumptuous towards her? Dongfang Yu coldly told her that it was because she was the butler. Now even the old master couldn't protect himself in this house, so she shouldn't cause more trouble. After hearing the butler's words, Shan was confused. Was moving into the Bei Ming house a stupid decision? On the other side, Bei Ming Xiong, sitting on the sofa, told Bei Ming Yi that he would transfer the group's shares to Min-ku. Min-ku would be a person of status from now on, and Bei Ming Yi shouldn't bully him anymore. But how could Bei Ming Yi care about these things? He had no intention of sending Min-ku back to Bei Ming Xiong's side. The old master understood Bei Ming Ye's thoughts and also stated not to involve Min-ku with the Long family. This suited Bei Ming Ye's intentions, as he had no plans to send him back there for now. After the conversation, Bei Ming Yi stood up to leave. On such an important night, he wanted to see how Min-ku's clothes fitting was going. Suddenly remembering something, he stopped and reminded the old master not to let Min-ku know about the car accident from years ago. After Bei Ming Yi left, the old master thought about the many guests tonight and instructed Dongfang Yu to keep an eye on Long Shan. Since Long Shan thought he was helpless, they might as well put on a show and keep her around for Min-ku to play with for a few days. In the servants' quarters, 2 bodyguards were closely guarding Long Shan. Sitting on the bed, she saw the butler come in and demanded to be sent back to the Long family. Dong Fangyu told her that the old master was in trouble now, and she was his only relative left. Long Shanshan didn't understand, so the butler had to explain the old master's actions due to Min Ke's incident. Finally, he leaned down and whispered in Shanshan's ear, stating that the old master would compensate with 40% of the group's shares. Long Shanshan smiled brightly in disbelief. All she had to do was endure this period. The butler turned and left, while the woman the old master had instructed to watch closely was already immersed in the sudden joy. At this time, on the way to the back mountain, Min-ke noticed Bei Ming-ye's poor mood. Recalling that the old master had asked Yi to go to the back mountain to pay respects, she wondered if it was because of his parents. The car stopped in front of 2 tombstones on the back mountain. They got out of the car and walked over successively. When she saw Di Mujuan's name, Min-ke felt an inexplicable familiarity. Bei Ming-yi and Lien Chung knelt together in front of the tomb. Bei Ming-yi held incense and introduced the deceased to those in the living world. After listening, Min-ke also knelt in front of the tombstone. Just as she started to say uncle and aunt, she was interrupted and told to call them mom and dad. Min-ke shyly called them mom and dad, expressing to the tombstone that she would take good care of Bei Ming-yi and Lien Chung, asking them not to worry. Hearing this, both brothers looked at Min-ke simultaneously. Perhaps because they were Bei Ming-ye's parents and it was her first time meeting them, Min-ke couldn't help but speak for a long time. When she stood up, she found that her grandfather was also standing nearby. Grandfather expressed that since he rarely came, he would burn some paper money for them too. After saying this, he squatted down and started burning paper money in front of the tomb. As the paper money burned, Bei Ming-xiong said contentedly that his grandchildren had all grown up. It was just a pity that those who had passed couldn't see Bei Ming-ye's big day today. The old master kept sighing. Bei Ming-yi held Min-ke's hand, suddenly tightening his grip. Min-ke didn't know what was wrong with him. Before grandfather finished speaking, he suddenly said he had something to do and needed to leave. Watching the 2 people turn and leave, she heard her grandfather sigh again. She was puzzled about what had happened to Di Mujuan. Why did grandfather deliberately mention paying respects on the back mountain in front of Bei Ming-yi? All these mysteries made her feel that the Bei Ming family was no simpler than the Long family. Back home, Min-ke was still troubled by the fact that Bei Ming-yi had never mentioned his parents, and the name Di Mujuan seemed familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. While walking and thinking, she came to the computer. Perhaps the internet could give her an answer. Indeed, Min-ke was shocked by the information she found. When she entered Di Mujuan's name, she learned that his parents were from 2 major families. But the powerful alliance of these 2 families collapsed in such a short time. She didn't understand and continued searching on the web until she saw that Eastern tycoon Di Mujuan was suspected of murder and had been arrested and imprisoned. She could no longer suppress her terror. The next day, while getting dressed, Min-ke was still pondering what had happened to the Bei Ming family back then, to the extent that there wasn't much information available online. At this moment, a stylist came forward to tell her that the styling was complete and asked if any adjustments were needed. Interrupted in her thoughts, Min-ke turned and indicated no need. The stylist immediately said they would wait downstairs. After watching the stylist leave, Min-ke looked at Yu Fifan, who had been silently accompanying her throughout the entire styling process. She felt he had something to say to her. Yu Fifan, sensing Min-ke's gaze, naturally turned and congratulated her. Min-ke wasn't sure if his wishes were sincere. As she spoke, she picked up the nail file beside her. Yu Fifan replied non-committally that whether sincere or not, Min-ke deserved to be congratulated. Min-ke still didn't believe it. This woman had everything, so why would she follow a man she didn't like? Yu Fifan looked at Min-ke closely, asking if she lacked confidence in herself or didn't trust Bei Ming-yi. Min-ke continued filing her nails without looking up, calmly telling her that she wasn't afraid, just thought Yu Fifan was too young and didn't need to do this. Feeling Min-ke's words, Yu Fifan, though reluctant, finally gave her a straightforward answer. After hearing it was Bei Ming-ye's idea, Min-ke couldn't help but start thinking about his motives. Late at night, 2 elegantly dressed women in the Bei Ming house were quietly discussing the recent gossip about the younger daughter. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Everyone's attention was drawn to the beautiful woman coming down the stairs. Everyone was guessing her identity. Someone in the crowd said she was Bei Ming-ye's girlfriend. At this moment, the main couple's eyes met, and they smiled at each other. Min-ke shyly raised her hand to greet her, but was startled by a sudden voice behind her. Looking back, it was Long Chuan. Chuan playfully said her skills were good enough to sneak into the Bei Ming house. When Minka looked around again, she realized that Yi had invited many of her acquaintances. She didn't understand why Yi did this, but Chuan pushed her, telling her to go sit in front because she was the main character tonight. She sat down on the special chair in front, feeling suddenly nervous at such a grand setup. Bei Mingyi walked step by step to her front, while she kept nodding in acknowledgement. Turning to the microphone, he revealed the true purpose of tonight. He looked at Min Ku, expressing his feelings. Although he had many flaws, keeping his promises was his greatest strength. Min Ku blushed at the sudden confession, followed by Bei Ming Ye's formal proposal. At this moment, Min Ku, looking at Bei Ming Yi proposing to her, was too excited to speak. Seeing her so nervous, he thoughtfully said that if she agreed, a nod would suffice. As if afraid the man in front of her might run away, she quickly nodded. Seeing her shy demeanor, he took out the ring he had prepared for a long time and put it on her finger himself, telling her to wear it always and never take it off. After putting the ring on her, he lovingly pulled her into his arms, holding her hand tightly, telling her that he would never let go of her hand again. She happily agreed, and then they embraced and kissed passionately. The surrounding guests applauded in congratulation. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. At this time, the host of the banquet came on stage. He raised a gun and shot a bottle of champagne, letting the wine flow slowly into the glasses below. Minka was speechless. With so many people present, what if a guest was hit? He was very confident in his marksmanship, assuring there would be no problem. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind, and he remembered who he was. At this moment, Bei Mingyi came over and invited him to go talk with everyone. What he didn't notice was that Huolang had been by his side the whole time, waiting for a chance to say a few words and wish him happiness in his future life. Seeing Bei Mingyi take him away, Huolang thought for a moment and turned to leave. But what he didn't realize was that Bei Mingyi had actually noticed him long ago. Walking out of the Bei Ming house, he saw a woman wearing a hat standing next to his motorcycle. But he didn't stop because he knew it was Xia Qianjin. Xia Qianjin called out to him, pretending to be pitiful to gain his sympathy. By now, he had completely seen through her true nature and didn't want to say much. He just calmly told her to go back and live her own life. Seeing Huolang about to leave, Xia Qianjin asked him to take her along. She now regretted believing the lie about him becoming disabled. Now that she couldn't stay at Dongfang International, she said if Huolang was willing to take her along, she would have the chance to become the commander of the Red Sun Empire's navy in the future. It was then that he realized the people who had been inquiring about him were from the Xia family. He had risked his life for the Xia family for years, long since repaying their life-saving kindness. He didn't want to see her again. Seeing him so heartless, she grabbed his leg, begging him not to leave. Huolang was a bit helpless and stopped his motorcycle that was about to start. She continued crying and begging, trying to awaken his sympathy with her pitifulness. Huolang became a bit annoyed and said if she truly liked him, she should prove it. Huolang took Xia Qianjin to a cliff edge. Below the cliff were surging waves. She didn't understand why he had brought her here. He didn't look at her. He turned his head towards the distance, telling her to express her sincerity through actions. Hearing his words, she instantly became afraid, cursing his cruelty and bringing up their past relationship. He no longer believed her lies. Back when his legs were broken and he became disabled, she immediately abandoned him. So he immediately turned and left, ignoring the woman begging behind him. Watching him leave without looking back, she blamed everything on Min Ku. If it weren't for Min Ku, she would still be living well now. He was still following his orders. He vowed to make Min Ku suffer the same disgrace as him. At this moment, Min Ku, whom he had cursed, was drinking alone, thinking about the true identity of the host he had just seen. Bei Ming Lianqing walked over and snatched his wine glass. He had already drunk a lot today. If he drank any more, he would get drunk. If he embarrassed himself while drunk, it would shame the entire Bei Ming family. He wanted to take him back to rest first. Seeing that he wasn't allowed to drink anymore, he loudly proclaimed that he wasn't drunk. He looked helplessly at the nearly drunk man, snatched his wine glass, and downed it in one go. Then he asked him to choose whether to be supported back or carried back. Hearing his words, his already flushed face from drinking turned even redder. He immediately said that being supported would be fine. On their way back, they didn't notice that a woman had been watching them from behind. Back in the room, he told them about the host. However, he thought he was just talking nonsense and didn't take it seriously. At this moment, he called out Dong Li. He instantly became alert, wanted to ask him about Dong Li. But by now, he was drunk and mistook him for Bei Mingyi. He had no choice but to pretend to be Bei Mingyi to continue probing him. He told him that today's banquet host was Dong Li. As he was speaking, he suddenly felt his body heat up and couldn't help but kiss him. And he, mistaking him for Bei Mingyi, passionately reciprocated. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Yu Fifan was urging Bei Mingxiong to lead everyone to Ming Ke's room to see the deep blue diamond he had given him. Bei Mingyi saw a crowd of people leaving the banquet with Bei Mingxiong and was curious, so he asked Dong Fangyu where these people were going. Dong Fangyu told him about their plan to see Ming Ke's blue diamond. At this point, he felt something was off. They were drinking well at the banquet, and suddenly, for no reason, they wanted to see a blue diamond. There must be a problem here. So he quickly followed their footsteps. On the way, he met two passing maids and asked them to bring Bei Mingxiong some sobering tea, hoping to slow down their group. As for himself, he took the opportunity to reach Ming Ke's room first to check the situation and prevent anything untoward from happening. After Bei Mingxiong finished his sobering tea, their group arrived outside Ming Ke's room. Yu Fifan didn't even knock and eagerly pushed the door open, quickly walking into the room. He pulled up the bedsheet as if he already knew what was going to happen in the room. However, the person under the sheet wasn't who he expected. It was Bei Mingyi, today's banquet's main character. His mind short-circuited, not knowing where his plan had gone wrong. At this moment, Bei Mingyi loudly rebuked those people, telling them to leave immediately. Seeing that he was unhappy, Bei Mingxiong quickly ushered everyone out of the room. After they all left, Bei Mingyi quickly locked the door and opened the bathroom door. Inside, a naked handsome man was taking a shower. It was Bei Ming Lianxing, who had just sent Ming Ke back to the room. Bei Mingyi didn't blame him because he knew he had been drugged. Bei Ming Lianxing, being washed by cold water, recalled the recent scene and confirmed that Yu Fifan was the one who had drugged him, because only he had the time to do it, and he was also the first one to push the door open just now. After finishing his shower, he promised Bei Mingyi that he would give him an explanation, and he was certain that Yu Fifan was behind this. Bei Mingyi didn't say much, just told him to go back and rest early. After Bei Ming Lianxing left, he looked at the sleeping Ming Ke and fell into deep thought. Then he took out his phone. The photos in it were just taken, intimate pictures of Ming Ke and Bei Ming Lianxing. Back in his room, Bei Ming Lianxing sat at the computer, searching for information on Yu Fifan. He had just asked the maid and learned that Yu Fifan had left the Bei Ming house. He couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Fifan had underestimated the Bei Ming family. At this moment, Yu Fifan was preparing to take a flight to leave the city. He couldn't understand why Ming Ke was always so lucky. He had been planning since Bei Ming Lianxing started seeing a psychologist, but he failed at the last moment. He didn't understand where exactly things went wrong. As he was thinking, a flight attendant suddenly told him his passport was invalid. He had tried the bus and train stations earlier, but they couldn't find his information. He suddenly thought of Bei Ming Chung. He was a computer expert and must have tampered with his information. At this moment, he was at a loss. He knew that if he stayed in this city, the Bei Ming brothers would surely not let him off. Meanwhile, Ming Ke in the Bei Ming manor had just woken up. After a night of heavy drinking, he felt terrible and his memory was fuzzy. But he vaguely remembered that Bei Ming Lianxing had taken him back to his room to rest. Just then, Bei Ming Lianxing happened to pass by and saw him coming out of the room. Afraid he would ask about last night, he quickly tried to escape but was still called out to. Seeing him ask about last night, he quickly changed the subject. However, Ming Ke asked about the video from last time, inquiring if there was any footage of Dong Li. Then he pushed him back to his room, urging him to quickly check the previous video. Bei Mingyi did indeed see Dong Li in the video, but he thought Dong Li was there to protect him, so he didn't think much of it. Seeing Dong Li's figure in the video, he couldn't understand why he would do this, as everyone trusted him. Moreover, his marksmanship was the best after Bei Mingyi's. He told Bei Ming Lianxing not to mention the video to Bei Mingyi, saying he wanted to resolve it himself. Actually, Bei Ming Lianxing also had a guess, but he couldn't believe it was true. Leaving Bei Ming Lianxing's room, Ming Ke went to Bei Mingxiong's office to plead for Long Mingshan. Bei Mingxiong didn't pay much attention to what he said because he heard the two words he most wanted to hear, grandfather. He was very happy that Ming Ke finally acknowledged him as his grandfather. As they were talking, he saw Bei Mingyi returning through the window and quickly wanted to go find him. Bei Mingxiong jealously said that now that Ming Ke had a man, he didn't care about him anymore. Bei Mingyi picked up Ming-ku and told Bei Ming-xiong through the window that he was taking him on a honeymoon, and they were leaving immediately. This made Bei Ming-xiong anxious. He quickly asked Dong Fangyi to call him, but Bei Mingyi had turned off his phone. He angrily cursed Bei Mingyi. Bei Ming Lianqing brought 2 team members and took Dong Li to a cliff edge. At this moment, Dong Li understood that his actions had probably been exposed. Otherwise, his comrades wouldn't have brought him here without explanation. Bei Ming Lianqing questioned why he kidnapped Ming-ku and shot Bei Mingyi. They had worked together for 10 years. He couldn't understand why Dong Li would betray them. Dong Li clenched his fists. He knew the rules of the base. Betrayal would never be forgiven lightly. But he still couldn't speak. Bei Ming Lianqing punched him in the face. He suspected that everything Dong Li had done was under Bei Ming Ye's orders. But Dong Li didn't want to say anything more to Bei Ming Lianqing. After a feint, he jumped off the cliff. The 3 people on the cliff quickly ran to the edge and looked down. There was nothing but surging waves. But at this moment, Bei Ming Lianqing already had an answer in his heart. The only person who could make Dong Li guard a secret at the cost of his life was Bei Mingyi. He told his team members to continue searching for traces of Dong Li. They needed to find him alive or dead. Meanwhile, Bei Mingyi, who had become a suspect, was lying in a flower bed with Ming-ku, doing some things. Ming-ku questioned him, saying he had promised to take him stargazing, but instead buried his head in his chest. He said some things were more interesting than looking at stars. The 2 lay in the flower bed, exchanging sweet nothings. Late at night, Bei Ming Lianqing sat in a car with Mu Yi, staking out Yu Fifin's rented place. But after waiting for a long time, they didn't see him. Then a figure appeared. It was Yu Fifin in disguise. He had just found someone to help him leave and was preparing to go home to pack his things. Just as he was feeling relieved, Mu Yi appeared in front of him and picked him up. Despite his struggles, he was carried to the car. However, Mu Yi was also confused at this moment. He didn't know earlier that Bei Ming Lianqing was waiting for Yu Fifin. Sitting in the car, before he could see who was in front, Yu Fifin shouted that his sister had saved Bei Ming Ye's life. When he heard Bei Ming Lianqing's voice from the front seat, he realized he had guessed wrong. Yu Fifin couldn't believe the person in front of him was Bei Ming Lianqing. He clearly remembered this person being extremely cold towards him, almost indifferent. Although he tried to stay calm, he couldn't help but question why he was brought here. Bei Ming Lianqing sneered and exposed his plot. Yu Fifin panicked and immediately denied it. He explained that he was young and pure, just didn't want to stay with Bei Ming-xiong, and hoped to find someone to spend his life with. However, Bei Ming Lianqing disdained to listen to his excuses and sarcastically comforted him, saying he would arrange such a man for him soon. Before he could resist, Yu Fifin was forcibly given an unknown drug by Mu Yi. Bei Ming Lianqing didn't even bother to give him a glance and waved for his subordinates to throw him out of the car. The car sped away into the night, and Yu Fifin could only watch helplessly as it got farther and farther away. In the darkness, Yu Fifin was disoriented and feverish, constantly tearing at his clothes. A group of homeless men surrounded him, laughing. They had never seen such a beautiful female celebrity. The psychologist lowered his head uneasily. Yu Fifin suddenly became clear-headed and cried out in terror, trying to escape their clutches. Seeing the psychologist, he desperately realized there was nowhere to run. The psychologist mumbled, asking not to blame him for being implicated and now being threatened. Watching the men approach step by step, Yu Fifin broke down and shouted, claiming he was Ye's woman and no one could touch him. Mu Yi's message came through. The plan had succeeded. Bei Ming Lianqing fell into deep thought. Ming-ku had said to just teach him a lesson, not to take it seriously. He pondered for a long time and let out a deep sigh. Yu Fifin must be punished, but he couldn't hurt Ming-ku's heart. Finally, he dialed the police. The next day, the news of Yu Fifin's arrest dominated all headlines. Xiao Xiang looked at the news in confusion. The place where Yu Fifin got into trouble was very remote. How could there be so many bystander photos? Overnight, the photos had spread everywhere. Who had such ruthless methods? He stared at his phone, lost in thought. Mu Zichuan saw him in a daze and kept nudging him. Xiao Xiang took the opportunity to ask when he could return to Dongling for the new year. Mu Zichuan deliberately moved closer, trying to change the subject without answering Xiao Xiang's question. This made Xiao Xiang dissatisfied. Even faced with great temptation, he couldn't change his decision. He decided they should each go home for the new year. Although Mu Zichuan had a home these past few years, he had always been away, not returning home Mu Zichuan's face darkened, and he silently let go of his arm around Xiao Xiang. Then he got up and left. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Xiang felt very confused. What was this man thinking every day? Had he said something wrong? He collapsed dejectedly on the sofa and couldn't help but miss Ming Ke. On the other side, a group of children were laughing and happily flying kites on the lawn. Under the warm sunshine, a couple cuddled closely in a romantic flower field. Ming Ke slowly opened his eyes. He suddenly became nervous and wanted to wake up Bei Mingyi. In the flower field, Bei Mingyi sat up, his clothes slipping to reveal his toned abs. Ming Ke hurriedly adjusted his own clothes. He looked especially beautiful in the sunlight. Feeling Bei Mingyi's focused gaze, he blushed and turned his head, telling Bei Mingyi to quickly put on his clothes. Bei Mingyi calmly plucked a blue rose and proposed to him again. Ming Ke accepted the rose with a red face. Although Bei Mingyi had proposed multiple times last night, he still agreed. Bei Mingyi used his charm, acting coy with Ming Ke, asking him to agree to be his woman for life, never to regret it. Ming Ke blushed and agreed to his request, happily kissing him once, urging him to quickly put on his clothes. Suddenly, a voice from afar made Ming Ke feel helpless and embarrassed. Bei Mingyi forcefully pulled Ming Ke into his arms, telling him he couldn't back out and had to be with him for life. Ming Ke wondered why Bei Mingyi was so serious this time. Bei Mingyi took advantage and acted spoiled, asking Ming Ke to dress him, making Ming Ke blush deeply. Meanwhile, in the conference room at Bei Ming Group headquarters, Bei Ming Xiong was angrily berating manager Xia Guoyang. He had caused big trouble by offending the Sihai Group, and now he couldn't be found. It was said that someone had seen Xia Guoyang at a casino. Bei Ming Xiong was furious. Xia Guoyang must be tired of living. After offending the Sihai Group, he still dared to go gambling. If it weren't for the lack of a suitable heir, how could he have made him the general manager? The shareholders demanded an explanation because Xia Guoyang was Bei Ming Xiong's nephew. The prince of Sihai Group was powerful, and the shareholders were terrified. They even wanted to ask Bei Mingyi to help resolve this incident. Assistant Dongfang Yu hurriedly pacified everyone, telling them to go back and wait for news. After sending off the shareholders, Dongfang Yu still couldn't contact the prince of Sihai Group. Bei Ming Xiong knew this was a show of force. Dongfang Yu suggested having both young masters come to discuss this matter. But Bei Ming Xiong was very displeased with this, thinking the assistant was like those shareholders, wanting him to beg those two boys. The assistant quickly denied it, saying he was just too worried about him. Bei Ming Xiong waved his hand, telling Dongfang Yu to continue looking for Xia Guoyang while contacting Zhang Jiuxiao to arrange for the Xia family's daughter to come see him at the Bei Ming house. He sighed, worried that his health was getting worse. Xia Guoyang couldn't be relied on. Bei Ming Lianqing wasn't interested in business, and Cuckoo was too young. Did he really have to beg Bei Mingyi? He immediately rejected this idea, believing it was absolutely unacceptable. Although Bei Mingyi was talented, he didn't dare use someone who wasn't loyal. The sun-drenched sea sparkled beautifully. Ming Ke and Bei Mingyi were playing on the beach. Bei Mingyi tried to fly a kite, but couldn't get it up no matter what. Ming Ke couldn't help but tease him. The children around also laughed at him, saying he was too stupid. Bei Mingyi's face suddenly darkened, very angry. The two walked hand in hand on the beach. Suddenly, they saw a group of young men and women playing beach volleyball in the distance. A volleyball suddenly flew towards them. Bei Mingyi reacted quickly, turning to spike the ball. His movement was very smooth and cool. The young tourist Daodu exclaimed repeatedly, marveling at how handsome Bei Mingyi was. Seeing this, several male and female college students came over to chat, hoping Bei Mingyi could stay longer and teach them volleyball. Another female college student stood by, infatuated with Bei Mingyi. Ming Ke found this amusing. Bei Mingyi was surrounded by a group of pretty female college students. He seemed to be popular across all age groups. Bei Mingyi overheard Ming Ke and Daoda's conversation and mistakenly thought Ming Ke disliked his age, feeling displeased inside. At this moment, a young man was chatting up Ming Ke, offering him some self-grilled lobster. Ming Ke and Daodu couldn't resist good food. The lobster smelled so good, and the two ate heartily. The young man took the opportunity to ask about Ming Ke and Bei Mingyi's relationship, but Ming Ke was entirely focused on the food and didn't hear clearly what the young man said. Hearing the answer he wanted, the young man immediately grinned widely. Ming Ke and Daodu were both foodies. Hearing about king crab, of course they wanted to eat it, forgetting about Bei Mingyi. Bei Mingyi watched Ming Ke chatting and laughing with that young man, feeling very angry inside. His face suddenly darkened, and the atmosphere around him dropped noticeably. He was on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, Ming Ke burned his hand on the king crab. The young man anxiously wanted to care for him. Bei Mingyi wouldn't allow anyone else to touch Ming Ke. He shouted that Ming Ke was his wife, quickly rushed over, and pulled Ming Ke away. He picked up Ming Ke in a princess carry, wanting to leave this troublesome place. Although injured, Ming Ke didn't forget about the king crab. Bei Mingyi had no choice but to take both Ming Ke and the crab away. The remaining young men and women looked at each other in bewilderment. It turned out they were a married couple. It was extremely awkward. In the fragrant rose field, fireflies twinkled, creating a beautiful scene. The sound of men and women playing came from not far away. Although Ming Ke mercilessly mocked Bei Mingyi's nervousness and concern, he was actually very happy. Bei Mingyi took the opportunity to pull Ming Ke into his arms, tempting him to call him husband. But Ming Ke was still jealous about what had just happened and refused to do as he wished. Bei Mingyi revealed that he had heard Ming Ke's conversation with the little girl. Ming Ke felt very guilty and hurriedly explained that he was just joking. He also hadn't expected to fall in love with a man 7 or 8 years older than himself. Bei Mingyi saw that he was lost in thought and was very unhappy, asking if he also thought he was old. Ming Ke laughed and hugged him, comforting him to be more confident, saying he was the most handsome. Ming Ke re-examined the man before him, realizing that Bei Mingyi had also invested true feelings in this relationship. He couldn't help but feel very touched. He leaned to Bei Mingyi's ear and affectionately called him husband. The two gazed at each other lovingly, a sweet sense of happiness quietly spreading between them. At this time, outside the study of the Bei Ming house, Xia Qingjin was kneeling on the ground, looking lost. She knew that her father had made a huge mistake this time, offending both the Bei Ming family and the Sihai group, causing enormous losses to the Bei Ming group. She begged Bei Ming Xiong to let her in, wanting to apologize on behalf of her father. Inside the study, Assistant Dong Fangyu was reporting to Bei Ming Xiong the information he had found. The Prince of Sihai Group had declared that he would make the Bei Ming Group disappear within a year. The reason was that Xia Guoyang had blackmailed him with photos of He Qinglong's wife with other men, which had enraged him. Bei Ming Xiong was shocked upon hearing this, unable to believe the news. Dong Fangyu opened the door, and Xia Qingjin immediately became hopeful, thinking she had a chance. She entered the study and continued to kneel, pleading for her father. Bei Ming Xiong questioned her about the fake photos. Xia Qingjin was instantly scared into a cold sweat. What photos? She knew nothing about this. Bei Ming Xiong angrily rebuked her, shouting that he was asking her. Bei Ming Xiong thought she was quibbling and was very angry. Xia Qingjin was so scared she didn't dare to make a sound. She said she really didn't know, only that her father had brought a woman home several times a month ago. She guessed that her father had been tricked by this woman and owed a huge debt. She didn't know exactly how much. She only heard him say he was doomed when he was drunk. Xia Qingjin tightly grasped Bei Ming Xiong's trouser leg, begging her great uncle. I really don't know anything. I'm innocent. She begged Bei Ming Xiong not to be angry with her. Bei Ming Xiong coldly threatened her, asking why the indecent photos were suppressed and why the media didn't dare to report it. Xia Qingjin let go in fear, mumbling that she knew it was her great uncle who helped. She was very grateful. Because of this, she was even more afraid that Bei Mingyi would use extraordinary means to suppress his news. He was so ruthless even to his own people. Xia Qingjin immediately promised to find her father and bring him to see Bei Ming Xiong. Bei Ming Xiong wearily waved his hand, signaling her to go and get it done quickly. Dong Fangyu was worried. This matter had now become too big. He feared that the Sihai Group wouldn't let it go and would make more moves. The company's shareholders were panicking and selling off stocks. It was a time when talent support was needed. Bei Ming Xiong lowered his head dejectedly, understanding Dong Fangyu's concerns. But he still couldn't believe it about Bei Mingyi. At this moment, a servant came to report that the Long family master had arrived. The two didn't understand Long Jing's intentions for a moment. The assistant guessed it might be about Long Shanshan. In the luxurious living room, Bei Ming Xiong and Long Jing sat facing each other. Bei Ming Xiong sipped tea and asked slowly, "Tell me, what do you want from me about this matter? Long Jing expressed that due to his cultivation, he hadn't seen Long Shanshan for a long time and missed her very much. Bei Ming Xiong hesitated whether to tell the truth, unsure if now was the right time. Seeing Bei Ming Xiong's hesitation, Long Jing worried that something had happened to Long Shanshan and wanted to go find her himself. At this time, Bei Ming Xiong asked, "Have you ever suspected that Long Shanshan is not your real granddaughter?" Long Jing was shocked, not knowing Bei Ming Xiong's intention. Bei Ming Xiong thought the other girl looked more like his daughter. Long Jing suddenly thought of something and was extremely shocked. Bei Ming Xiong said that Ming Ku would return in a couple of days. He would arrange a paternity test, and this time it must be absolutely certain, without anyone else interfering. At this time, outside the mansion was festive. The servants were busy preparing for the new year. Suddenly, a luxury car sped in. The servants were delighted to find that Ming Ku and young Master Yi had returned. They hurried to inform Bei Ming Xiong. In the living room of the Bei Ming house, laughter rose and fell. The floor was filled with various gifts. Bei Ming Yi and Ming Ku also came to the living room. Ming Ku excitedly greeted her grandfather and brought many carefully selected gifts, including abalone. She also specially instructed the servants to cook it for her grandfather. Seeing all this, Bei Ming Xiong was deeply gratified and repeatedly praised Ming Ku for her thoughtfulness and filial piety. Ming Ku also brought gifts for Dongfang Yu. In between giving gifts, she took the opportunity to ask about Bei Ming Lianqing's whereabouts. As Dongfang Yu was about to answer, Bei Ming Xiong interrupted him. He casually said that Lianqing had gone out to play like them and not to worry about him. Bei Ming Xiong affectionately hugged Ming Ku and opened gifts with her. Bei Ming Xiong glanced at Bei Ming Yi. Bei Ming Yi nodded slightly as a greeting. Bei Ming Xiong was puzzled by Bei Ming Yi's behavior. Did he know about what had happened during this time? Suddenly, Ming Ku exclaimed that she had forgotten to bring her phone. She imagined he must be going crazy looking for her. She quickly ran back to her room to search, leaving the two men looking at each other in bewilderment. Bei Ming Yi seemed to remember something. He took out his phone and turned it on. Bei Ming Xiong and Dongfang Yu exchanged a glance. Clearly, he didn't know about what had happened during this time. Afterwards, Bei Ming Yi also hurried back to his room to handle work matters. Back in her room, Ming Ku sat at the computer desk, lost in thought. Bei Ming Yi asked if she was in such a hurry because of Yu Fifan's situation. She looked at the messages from her best friend, very confused. How could Yu Fifan be in trouble? She looked at Bei Ming Yi questioningly and asked, "Did you do this?" Bei Ming Yi said he didn't need to intervene in such small matters. Ming Ku looked at her phone messages, deep in thought. Who could have done this? The news also had information about the manager doctor, right? The psychologist? She suddenly understood and quickly tried to call Bei Ming Lianqing, but his phone was off. No one answered. Ming Ku originally wanted to ask Bei Ming Yi about his whereabouts, but feared disturbing his work. As soon as her phone turned on, Xiangxiang's messages flooded in, demanding to know why she hadn't come back yet and why she wasn't responding to messages. Ming Ku helplessly explained that she had been taken out by the CEO unexpectedly and didn't bring her phone. She wasn't intentionally ignoring him. Xiangxiang demanded they meet immediately. Ming Ku looked at Bei Ming Yi. He seemed to sense her gaze and said without waiting for her to speak, "Yang is almost here. Let him take you back." Ming Ku was overjoyed. "I'll be right back," she said, sweetly praising. "Our Mr. Bei Ming is becoming more and more considerate." Watching Ming Ku's departing figure, Bei Ming Yi savored this moment of warmth. In the study, Bei Ming Xiong and Bei Ming Yi were chatting. Bei Ming Xiong asked if he knew about recent events. Bei Ming Yi countered, "How much do you want me to know?" Bei Ming Xiong stated that if Bei Ming Yi agreed, he would arrange for him to join the company as general manager after the new year. Even if he didn't work, his benefits would be based on the general manager's position. Bei Ming Yi chuckled. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning." Dongfang Yu also tried to persuade him, saying the group was facing great difficulties. If he could help, it would be a significant contribution. Helping the group would also be like helping Miss Coco. Bei Ming Yi was uncertain. Under Bei Ming Xiong's piercing gaze, he slowly spoke again, saying he could help the group, but only in name. After the new year, he would return to Dongling with Ming Ku. He wouldn't interfere with matters after that. Bei Ming Yi drove on the road. In the rearview mirror, he noticed Bei Ming Lianqing following him. So he accelerated and lost Bei Ming Lianqing at a traffic light intersection. At this moment, Bei Ming Lianqing felt very sad. Bei Ming Yi used to never hide things from him, but at some point he felt he was no longer trusted, not just by his brother but also by his mother. The two of them had joined forces to deceive him. Bei Mingye's car stopped at the gate of a mansion. An old servant stood at the door, welcoming his arrival. He asked the servant about the situation and then quickly walked into the house. He entered the room. On the bed lay a man with bandages on his arms and legs. It was Dong Li, who had jumped off the cliff earlier. His leg and arm bones were broken. Even after recovery, he would never be able to easily carry out various tasks on the streets like before. However, he was quite open about it. He was already happy to have survived the cliff jump. Bei Mingyi silently looked at him lying on the bed, making him feel a bit uneasy. He quickly made a joke to ease the awkward atmosphere. Bei Mingyi told him to recover quickly, as he didn't want this to delay his own affairs. He felt wronged, having always been loyal, yet Bei Mingyi only thought about making him work. Hearing his words, Bei Mingyi became angry. Lien Cheng wouldn't have done anything to him, yet he chose to jump off the cliff. Wasn't that foolish? He explained that in that situation, he really didn't know how to answer Bei Ming Lien Cheng's questions. He could only choose to jump off the cliff to escape. Additionally, he told Bei Mingyi that their plan had probably been figured out. Bei Mingyi lit a cigarette. He knew things had been exposed when he was being followed earlier. At this time, Min Ku was at a dessert shop, comforting the angry Xiang. Xiang finally forgave Min Ku reluctantly after she brought him a gift from her honeymoon. Soon, they happily chatted about other things. Minka asked about his recent love life. He looked indifferent, saying it was as plain as before. He also invited Minku to watch the premiere of Tianxia on the second day of the new year. Hearing his words, Minka instantly understood that he was actually not satisfied with his love life. But he didn't want to discuss his feelings further with Minku and changed the subject. As they were talking, Minka suddenly saw Bei Ming Lien Cheng passing by the window. Xiang sat in the back of a taxi, reluctantly saying goodbye to Minku. Mingku urged him to go home quickly, as Zichuan was waiting for him at home. After he left, Mingku found herself in a dilemma. She hadn't arranged for anyone to pick her up, so now she could only take a taxi. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly saw Bei Ming Lien Cheng standing not far away. She thought she had seen wrong earlier, but it really was him. To confirm it was him, she called him specifically, asking where he was. After confirming it was him, she went to a restaurant with him. She couldn't reach him on the phone earlier and was curious where he had been. Bei Ming Lien Cheng didn't speak, silently eating his meal. Seeing his reaction, she sensed that something she didn't know about had happened in the Bei Ming family during her honeymoon. So she invited him to come home for dinner. Hearing the words "come home," he didn't speak, just shook his head slightly. He changed the subject, asking how Bei Mingyi had been treating her recently. She immediately happily described the beautiful scenery she saw during her honeymoon. Seeing Bei Ming Lien Cheng still in low spirits, she asked what she could do to cheer him up. He told her to turn off her phone and go out with him. Only then would his mood improve. At night, the two of them sat with Kong Bo Lan Ma eating dinner. She was surprised that when he said go out, it meant coming to such a remote countryside. Seeing the crabs on the table, she thought of the 2 king crabs she brought back from her honeymoon with Bei Mingyi. But now she couldn't go home to eat them. Thinking of Bei Mingyi, she sighed again. He must be very angry now. After they came to the countryside, they only sent him one text message, and it was sent by Bei Ming Lien Cheng. What she didn't know was that the content of the message was that she was with Bei Ming Lien Cheng. When Bei Ming Yi received the message, he knew Bei Ming Lien Cheng's purpose in sending it was to upset him, but he still fell for it. Now he could only light a cigarette to ease his inner frustration. At this time, the Bei Ming house was empty, with only Dong Fangyu accompanying Bei Ming Xiong for dinner. While eating, he suddenly remembered that Dong Fangyu wasn't married and urged him to quickly find a woman and start a family. Dong Fangyu refused. He liked his current life. Seeing that he had no intention of starting a family, Bei Ming Xiong didn't say more. Meanwhile, in the Long family ancestral hall, Long Jing held a paternity test report in his hand, feeling unsettled. He finally understood that Ming Ku was his real granddaughter, and when Bei Ming Xiong had spoken to him earlier, he had already been hinting at this. But now he was in too deep. Long Mingshan held 5% of the shares, so for the sake of the Long family, he couldn't acknowledge Ming Ku. In the countryside house late at night, Bei Ming Lien Cheng had just finished showering when Min Ku, sitting on the bed, pulled him over to play cards. With no phone or computer, Min Ku was too bored. She even made a rule that the loser had to put clips on their face. He rolled his eyes at her, thinking the rule was too childish. However, she didn't care about his opinion. She brought him here, so he had to play with her. At this moment, Bei Ming Lien Chung suddenly realized that he wasn't as attracted to her anymore. But he didn't know why, so they happily started playing cards. The elderly couple picking vegetables outside sighed enviously. Youth is so wonderful. In the end, the lucky Min Ku won big, while Bei Ming Lien Cheng's face was covered in clips. Following the principle of run after winning, she quickly said she was going to sleep. He wanted to stay in her room, but was chased out. Back in his room, Bei Ming Lien Cheng's thoughts were in turmoil. He thought of Ming Ku one moment and Bei Mingyi the next. He didn't know where their future would lead, nor what it would be like when they met again. Early in the morning, Bei Ming Dai went to the detention center to visit Yu Fei Fan. He had been on the island and didn't know Yu Fei Fan was in trouble. Yu Fei Fan was brought to meet him under a guard's pressure. He felt Yu Fei Fan had lost weight. He called out, but there was no response. He wanted to see Yu Fei Fan's face, but was refused. He wanted to rescue Yu Fei Fan, but Yu Fei Fan was now hysterical, just shouting loudly that she had been framed. He was very surprised that neither Bei Mingyi nor Dong Fong Chun had come to rescue this woman. Then, Yu Fei Fan showed him the scars on her body and said Ming Ku was a disaster. The Bei Ming family would surely be killed by her, and the next one to be killed would definitely be Bei Ming Lien Chung. The visiting time was up. Yu Fei Fan was forcibly taken back to custody by 2 guards. As Bei Ming Dai walked out of the detention center, his heart remained unsettled. He didn't know how much of what he had just heard was true. In the Bei Ming family manor, Bei Ming Dai was asking the maid about Bei Ming Yi and Bei Ming Lien Cheng's whereabouts. The maid told her that Bei Ming Lien Chung and Ming Ku had gone out to play, while Bei Ming Yi and Bei Ming Sun had just left. Her mind went blank instantly. Wife and brother-in-law going out to play, husband alone at home. What kind of situation was this? At this moment, she recalled what she had heard in prison, her thoughts in turmoil. The Bei Ming brothers were now at Qin Nan's grave, burning paper money for him. Qin Nan was Bei Ming Sun's biological father. Every year when they came to pay respects, they would find a fresh bouquet of flowers at the grave, but never encountered the person who left them. Then, Bei Ming Sun teased Bei Ming Yi at the grave, saying he was working hard managing the entire base while Bei Ming Yi went on vacation. Bei Ming Yi could only cough awkwardly. At this time, Bei Ming Lien Chung and Ming Ku were lying on the beach sunbathing. He urged her to go home. After all, it was New Year's Eve, and he didn't want Bei Ming Yi to worry about them. Bei Ming Lien Chung then asked her a question. If Bei Ming Yi had used her, what would she do? He wrote Bei Ming Yi in large characters on the sand with a pen, saying he only wanted to cherish the present and didn't want to think about those things. Then he advised him not to doubt Bei Ming Yi. No matter what, Bei Ming Yi loved him. When he was unhappy, Bei Ming Yi would be even more unhappy. Hearing his words, he began to examine his own actions. He had taken away Bei Ming Ye's wife and forced his subordinate to jump into the sea. At this moment, he should be more upset than himself. So he solemnly told him that he was also the person Bei Ming Yi valued the most. Then he stood up, calling him to go home together. Hearing his words, he looked hopeful, wondering if he really was the person Bei Ming Yi valued the most. Back at the Bei Ming house, he put both arms around Bei Ming Ye's shoulders, announcing his return. Bei Ming Yi was angry and didn't want to pay attention to him. He quickly apologized repeatedly and prepared to cook something delicious for him personally. Seeing that he still ignored him, Ming Ku let go of his arms. Just as he was wondering what he was going to do, Ming Ku took off his coat, put his arms around him again, and pressed his body against his back. In the room, clothes were scattered on the floor. Bei Ming Yi and Min Ku were lying on the bed, doing interesting things. Min Ku was still saying sorry to him, while he was sweating profusely from overexertion. In the evening, Bei Ming Yi and Bei Ming Lien Chung got into a fight. They questioned each other while exchanging blows, as if they had some great grudge. Except for Bei Ming Dai, who looked nervous on the side, the other 2 onlookers were relaxed. Watching them fight, they even bet on who would win. They knew the brothers wouldn't hit hard, just needing to resolve some inner frustrations. At this moment, Bei Ming Lien Chung was knocked to the ground by Bei Ming Ye's punch. Bei Ming Dai felt that things were developing in an unpredictable direction and quickly went to find Ming Ku to stop the fight. Bei Ming Yi, taking advantage of just knocking Bei Ming Lien Chung down, straddled him. But the two didn't continue fighting. Instead, they were arguing stubbornly. One laughed at the other for being soft-hearted, while the other immediately said the opponent had avoided vital areas when hitting. During the argument, Bei Ming Lien Chung found an opportunity to flip over, pinning Bei Ming Yi beneath him. Just Just as they were continuing to argue, Ming-ku arrived. The two instantly stood up, as if nothing had happened. Ming-ku was very angry. He was cooking for them in the kitchen, and here they were fighting. Watching Ming-ku cursing loudly, Bei-ming Dai behind him was very admiring. He had solved such a big issue with just a few words. At this time, he was still scolding the two of them, telling them to wash the clothes they had just dirtied themselves today, because it was New Year's Eve and the servants and doctors were on holiday. He also told them to help in the kitchen later. Then he reprimanded the two separately. The two stood there like children who had done something wrong, not daring to talk back. After scolding, he angrily went back to the kitchen to prepare food. Watching the obedient Bei-ming brothers, Bei-ming Dai was shocked. Were these still her two troublemaker brothers? The other two team members, seeing Ming-ku angry, quickly pulled Bei-ming Dai to help in the kitchen. If he couldn't calm down, Bei-ming Yi would send them all back to the island to work tomorrow. Bei-ming Dai didn't want to go back to work. She had already prepared her vacation destination, so she also hurried to the kitchen. When they returned to the living room, Ming-ku brought a bowl of boiled eggs. He casually took one out and handed it to Lien Chung beside him. He told him to put it on his face to reduce the swelling. The man obediently took it. On the other side, Bei-ming Yi complained that his face was damaged more severely, yet his wife took care of his brother first. Ming-ku teased that he had to wait since his skills were inferior. Then he took out another egg, gesturing for Lien Chung to put it on his other cheek. Hearing this, the man stood up expressionlessly. Ming-ku immediately said helplessly that he had the whole night. Why rush? The man who was about to leave paused, then sat back on the sofa in a good mood. Ming-ku used the egg to help reduce his swelling, while not forgetting to criticize the two for hitting too hard when fighting. He said he was supposed to go see the premiere of Tianxia the day after tomorrow, but now he definitely couldn't go like this. Then he turned to ask Lien Chung beside him if he would be willing to accompany him. The man nodded in agreement. Bei-ming Yi on the side started to get emotional again, saying if he couldn't go, Ming-ku shouldn't think about going either. At this moment, Bei-ming Sun came over, urging them to go make Tangyuan together. The three responded in unison, saying they would come right away. In the kitchen, the two kitchen disasters broke another plate. Ming-ku stared at the two culprits with murderous intent, feeling utterly helpless. In the end, he worked hard to make some cute Tangyuan himself. Beside him, Dai and Yi-yong held their misshapen Tangyuan, looking at him with admiring eyes. At dinner, everyone was chatting lively. The old man felt as if his daughter had come back. Dai, while eating Tangyuan, secretly changed her opinion of Ming-ku. Looking at the harmonious scene before her, she thought it wouldn't be bad to continue like this. At this moment, fireworks lit up the night sky. A new year had quietly arrived. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the cinema was bustling. The movie Tianxia was about to premiere at midnight on the third day. Many people bought tickets to watch out of curiosity due to Yu Fifen's scandal. The movie was about to start in 10 minutes. However, there was a large group of people in the lobby holding banners to boycott the film. At this time, Xiaoxiang saw Min-ku and waved at him. Min-ku went up and pinched his face, asking why he came so late. He thought he was going to be stood up, just as his friend was about to offer to buy popcorn as compensation. Min-ku said someone had already bought it. Xiaoxiang curiously asked why his man didn't come. Min-ku said that someone had to disguise himself completely to go out, while the man leaning against the wall looked dejected. They found their seats and sat down. Xiaoxiang asked Min-ku if he had seen the group holding banners outside. He said those people should calm down after a while. Xiao Jiang thought that with how fast information updates in the entertainment circle, that incident would probably be forgotten too. Then he assured Min-ku that he would definitely become very popular. Min-ku smiled and told him not to joke around. As the movie was nearing its end, Min-ku's character Wu Yu, in a red robe with a heavy sword, was about to die. After saying his last words, he fell into a pool of blood. Leaving the theater, Min-ku was still immersed in the movie. Bei-ming helplessly wiped his tears and comforted him. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone shouted that Yu Fifen had arrived. Min-ku and Bei-ming were both surprised to hear Yu Fifen's name. Bei-ming Yi, seeing a figure in the crowd, had a guess and immediately chased after it. But the woman had already disappeared into the crowd. He stood there, unsure if what he had just seen was the person who had already died. On the other side of the cinema, people boycotting Yufifan threw oil bottles at his poster. The next second, the cinema burst into flames. Min-ku was stunned by the sudden situation. Xiao Xiang called out his friend's name loudly. Mu Zichuan comforted him, saying everything would be fine. Min-ku was bumped by the chaotic crowd. Then Lien Chung found him and protected him, preparing to leave first. The curses from all around and the panicked crowd made the whole situation more chaotic. Then a man, cursing loudly, threw a gasoline bottle into the crowd. The bottle flew straight towards Min-ku. Lien Chung quickly embraced him and dodged to the side. The bottle hit the ground and instantly burst into flames. Just as Min-ku was about to ask if he was okay, the man immediately said they should leave first. Then they ran towards the exit with the crowd. At this moment, both of them realized this was definitely not an accidental event. But what was the purpose behind it? When Min-ku turned his head amidst the chaos, he suddenly saw Bei Mingyi in the crowd. Then screams came from not far away. Someone was carrying gasoline bottles, intending to harm people. Min-ku could only silently pray that no one would get hurt. People were gradually escaping from the building. After Lien Chung safely escorted him outside, he was about to return to the fire to look for his older brother. Min-ku watched his retreating figure, feeling vaguely worried. Time passed second by second. The phone call he desperately made couldn't get through. Just when he didn't know what to do, the call connected. He immediately asked about their situation. Lien Chung said they were fine, but had something to deal with. He told Min-ku to go back first. Back in his room at the compound, Min-ku lay on the bed with 1,000 thoughts. He recalled Bei Mingye's unusual reaction at the cinema today, wondering who he had encountered. As he pondered, he fell asleep. At some unknown time, a hand smoothed his furrowed brow. Min-ku opened his eyes to see the man before him and hurriedly asked if he was injured. The man pulled him into his arms, telling him he only had minor injuries. It was almost dawn, so he told Min-ku to go back to sleep quickly. Seeing that he just went to sleep like that without any explanation, Min-ku angrily turned his back to him. At this moment, the man opened his eyes. He knew the person in his arms was waiting for an explanation, but he himself wasn't clear about it, let alone able to explain it to him. Early in the morning, the news on TV reported that the Bei Ming group would hold a press conference today. Looking at the man being interviewed on TV, Min-ku thought about how he was clearly injured but still rushed back as if nothing had happened. Only after he forcefully examined him did he realize the injury was not light. In the afternoon, Lien Chung accompanied Min-ku to buy a bunch of things. Just as they were about to go home, they met Yi Qingya. The woman came forward to greet them. Min-ku felt a bit awkward thinking about his relationship with Lien Chung and asked her why she didn't go home for the new year. Qingya revealed that she planned to intern here and subtly probed Lien Cheng's attitude. The man responded briefly, making the situation somewhat delicate. Min-ku couldn't stand this atmosphere anymore. He made an excuse saying he had a date, trying to give them space to be alone. However, the man directly exposed his lie, saying if they had nothing else to buy, they should go home. Min-ku laughed awkwardly while internally criticizing himself furiously. He didn't want to get involved in their affairs at all. Just as he was wondering what to do, his phone suddenly rang. He answered and made up a story, then happily said he really had an appointment. He told them to chat well and quickly left. At this time, Yu Qingya suggested going to a nearby cafe for a drink. The man didn't refuse. Then they found a quiet place and sat down. She nervously said that the man seemed to have never called her proactively, asking if it meant he didn't have her in his heart. Lien Chung told her that he had figured out some things, hinting that he no longer needed her. Yu Qingya felt the man before her was a jerk, but she couldn't blame him. After all, they had been very clear from the beginning. The man then said that this matter was indeed caused by him and asked what compensation she wanted. The woman immediately asked if anything was possible. After not getting a definite answer, she laughed bitterly inside. Indeed, she couldn't enter this man's heart, so he would become an unattainable nightmare. She tentatively asked Lien Chung if he had really fallen for Min-ku. Seeing Lien Chung didn't answer, she continued, saying it was impossible for them to be together. If he wanted to compensate her, he should fulfill his promise. The man calmly stated that he had never made any promises to her. Yu Qingya hurriedly said that he had initially said if possible, they could become long-term partners. She hoped he could leave her with some memories. After all, the man before her was the only one who had touched her heart in so many years. If he could accept her, they might still have a future together. Meanwhile, Long Chuhan was searching for Ming-ku around the mall. Ming-ku didn't expect him to come, saying he had just made up the story on the phone earlier. But the man, worried that he might run into trouble, had rushed over. More importantly, grandfather wanted to see him. The two drove to the underground parking lot. Long Chuan told Ming Ke that grandfather knew his identity, but due to the incident at the cinema, he had panicked and inadvertently exposed his identity as well. He wanted to acknowledge you, but had a big argument with grandmother over this matter. He's been in the hospital since then and only got better today. Ming Ke was worried that helping grandfather would upset his father and grandmother. Long Chuan told him that he didn't care about those few shares. He immediately understood. The younger generation all had their own careers. They arrived at the hospital room. Ming Ke held his hand, eyes full of concern. The old man looked at the person before him excitedly, tears welling up in his eyes. Long Chuan patted his back, telling him not to get too excited. He should be happy to see his granddaughter. The old Mr. Long sincerely apologized to the girl before him, saying he had made her suffer. He felt extremely guilty thinking about what he had done to her at the previous birthday banquet. Ming Ke wiped away his tears and also apologized to the old man, saying he should have come back earlier to reunite with him. The old man said it was fine as long as he was doing well. Once he's discharged, he would announce his identity to the media. Long Chuan was about to stop him, but was scolded by the old man, who told him to step away as he didn't want to see him. It turned out he also disagreed with the old man's idea of bringing Ming Ke back, which was why the old man was so furious. Hearing this, Ming Ke told him that he indeed wasn't suitable to return. Few people in that family would truly care for him. The old man fell silent upon hearing this. He then changed the subject. A moment later, Ming Ke walked out of the hospital room, telling the man that grandfather had fallen asleep. He then asked about Long Tang's current situation. The man stroked his head, saying that for now, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, people wouldn't turn against money. It's just that when Long Shanshan's identity was exposed, she immediately clung to grandmother's side, which was truly disgusting. At this moment, Long Hua and Zhang Jiuxiao also arrived. Upon seeing Ming Ke, he happily grabbed the person before him, complaining that he hadn't informed him about the engagement, but he already knew about his identity. Ming Ke excitedly called out aunt, officially acknowledging their aunt-nephew relationship. Zhang Jiuxiao stepped forward and said hello, only to be harshly criticized by his mother the next second, telling him not to look so gloomy. The man looked embarrassed, saying his temper had worsened recently. Seeing his mother about to bring up the topic of finding a wife again, Zhang Jiuxiao immediately said he had company matters to attend to and prepared to leave. Zhuer impatiently waved her hand, telling him to hurry and go. Ming Ke, watching them bicker, happily remarked that their mother-son relationship seemed to have improved. At this point, the woman told him there are some things she couldn't prevent. He immediately understood the implication, but he didn't intend to get involved in the group's disputes. On the other side, in a hotel room, clothes were scattered by the bed. The woman climbed onto the man's shoulders, about to kiss him the next second. Shortly after, Yu Qingyao walked out of the hotel with a dejected look. Just now in the room, the man had rejected her advances. She now realized that the phrase, if possible, was the prerequisite. Only if possible could they be together. As soon as she returned home, she ran into Long Shanshan. The woman approached with a sarcastic tone, mocking her for chasing after men. She couldn't be bothered to argue and told her not to stir up trouble. Long Shanshan wore an expression as if she had seen through her. She told her that she knew it was her who pushed Long Hua down, and she also knew about her affair with Bei Ming Lianqing. Yu Qingya's face changed, realizing she had been investigating the person before her. She then stated that Bei Ming Lianqing didn't like her. She was just a lowly substitute. Hearing this, Yu Qingya warned her that she was in a bad mood. If she didn't know what was good for her and wanted to disrupt her peaceful life, she'd better not let her find out again. Otherwise, she'd have to face the consequences. Long Shanshan was startled by her cold tone. In the ancestral hall, Bai Lan stared at the memorial tablet before her for a long time. At this moment, Qingya walked in and lit incense for the tablet. She said this person was quite admirable. Bai Lan didn't understand her meaning. She then explained, the person on the tablet made great-uncle unwilling to marry until now. He must be impressive. Bai Lan said, no matter how impressive, he's still a dead person. It's meaningless. But the woman stated that the shares in his hands were the meaning. She also reminded the person before her that if cousin Yi Chung were still alive, the shares in his hands wouldn't be few. So sometimes it's better to use a conciliatory approach when doing things. The results would be better. Bai Lan understood her meaning. A week later, In the long family ancestral hall, the old man brought Ming Ke to meet his parents. He solemnly told his son and daughter-in-law that he would protect him from now on. Then he took out a wooden box, saying it was his father's belongings. At that time, because of this necklace and a false report, he had easily believed others. He was truly sorry. Ming Ke held the only thing left by his parents, crying sadly. Long War gently patted his shoulder to comfort him and invited him to try the snacks she made. As they walked out of the ancestral hall, Ming Ke noticed Lianqing and Yu Qingya opposite. He didn't know they had already broken up. Then the group came to the hall. His thoughts wandered, recalling the scene he had just recognized. When he called Long Chuyang cousin, that person's reaction seemed a bit strange. A soft Ming Ke brought him back to his senses. The old man said he wanted to consult everyone about something. The living room was quiet for a moment. Then the old man said he wanted to officially marry Bai Lan next month. Bai Lan and the old man getting married. Bei Ming Lianqing wanted to know Ming Ke's thoughts. He believed it was fine as long as Bai Lan was good to grandfather. But human desires are endless. She might not just want to split the shares equally. But if grandfather was willing, it would be fine even if all the shares were given to Bai Lan. Rather than fixating on the money in one's hands, it's better to be open-minded and enjoy one's later years. If Longjing shares were all taken, then Ming Ke would get nothing in the future. But he didn't mind. He had always been earning money. Moreover, he had the Beiming CEO as his backup. Lianqing reminded him to hold on to what he deserved. One might lose everything unexpectedly. No one can be his support forever. But Ming Ke felt he was strange today. Had he argued with Qingya? He then patted his head, telling him not to worry. Even if they went bankrupt, they could still support them. Lianqing was stunned for a moment. If that day really came, he hoped Ming Ke could keep his word. A week later, Ming Ke was in his dorm room, chatting on the phone with Bei Mingyi. Xiao Xiang thought it was funny that the big CEO had sent him to school. But the big CEO had indeed changed a lot for him. Bei Mingyi had been on business trips recently, and Lianqing was busy with his own affairs, so he moved back to live at school. Xiao Xiang mentioned that people from Tianhong came to ask Ming Ke to shoot an advertisement. Would Bei Mingyi disagree? He actually didn't know how to say it, but the other party definitely wouldn't be happy. Even the makeup photos he took for Lianqing last time weren't okay. Xiao Xiang felt he couldn't survive in a wealthy family like this. What if his husband was snatched away by someone else? But he believed that if someone could be snatched away, there was no point in forcibly keeping them. At this moment, Xiao Chang's phone rang. It was an unknown number. After answering, he found it was Bei Mingyi calling. The other party asked for his help. He also requested not to let Ming Ke know, but he felt this wasn't quite appropriate. What couldn't be said over the phone? As a result, the other side hung up directly. 5 minutes later, when he didn't show up, someone was sent to find him. Xiao Xiang hurriedly rushed to the back door. Bei Mingyi told him to get in the car. Bei Mingyi was typing on the keyboard. Xiao Xiang wanted to know why he was called here. Bei Mingyi stopped his work and looked at him with a gloomy face. He was a bit scared and just wanted to deal with it quickly and go back. As a result, the other party turned the computer screen towards him and asked if he had seen this thing before. He looked at the image and felt it was somewhat familiar. Bei Mingyi asked where he had seen it, but he wanted to know what this thing was. It turned out to be the defense layout of Bei Mingye's 2 secret islands. Then, why did it appear on Mu Zichuan's computer before? Xiao Xiang lied that he had never seen this thing. Obviously, Bei Mingyi didn't believe him. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was Ming Ke calling. He answered the phone, but Bei Mingyi gestured to put it on speaker. Ming Ke wanted to know if he was coming back to the dorm. He definitely had to go back, otherwise he might be killed by the man next to him. After hanging up, Xiao Xiang said he was going to buy a late-night snack. This matter couldn't be known to Ming Ke. He wouldn't say a word about it. Yang wanted to know what they should do. Bei Mingyi told him to investigate Mu Zichuan. How exactly had he offended the other party? All of this must be related to some unknown grudges. The next day after school, Xiao Xiang was borrowing notes from Ming Ke. As a result, Bei Mingyi was standing in the crowd ahead. Ming Ke felt very happy, but Xiao Xiang was trembling with fear. Seeing this, Ming Ke thought he was unwell somewhere. He stammered, not knowing how to answer. Bei Mingyi directly planned to have Yang take him to the hospital. He had to make up an excuse about having a stomachache and then ran away without looking back. Xiao Xiang ran to a corner and sighed in relief. This couldn't go on. He then dialed Mu Zichuan's number and proposed to meet him. Xiao Jiang looked at Mu Zichuan sitting opposite him. He had been too impulsive. Coming here wouldn't change anything. Mu Zichuan thought he had been captivated, but he directly asked why he had Bei Mingye's island defense layout. Hearing this, Mu Zichuan guessed that he had seen his computer. Xiao Jiang wanted to know what he was trying to do. Was it silk or business interests? But he lit a cigarette and said he had read too many novels. He wanted to cooperate with Bei Mingyi. What grudge could there be? Xiao Xiang felt ridiculous for even imagining he would confess everything. Mingku and Bei Mingyi were cuddling in the car. But in 2 days, Bei Mingyi had to go to Xiling. A project needed to be finalized. Mingku felt a bit sad, but 2 people would be accompanying him afterward. This way he wouldn't be lonely. He wanted to know where they were going next, but he had to keep it mysterious. He'd know when they got there. The 2 arrived at the hospital. Why come here when they weren't sick? Bei Mingyi held his hand and walked inside. Who exactly were they going to see? Mingke looked at the 2 people in front of him. It was actually his dad and grandmother. How were they here? He pinched himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Bei Mingyi told him to go forward and greet them. Ming Jinghua had really woken up. Mingke rushed over, thinking his dad would never wake up again. Ming Jinghua comforted him. Crying at this age? Aren't you embarrassed? But he'd always be Dad's child. Crying wouldn't change anything. He crouched down to greet his grandmother, but she didn't recognize him. He was very confused by this. Grandmother's condition was getting worse. Her memory was deteriorating day by day. But Mingke shouldn't worry. They were doing well here. He wanted to know what exactly happened the night his father fell. Ming Jinghua was silent for a moment. That night, he was trying to catch up with Ming Shan and the others. He accidentally missed his step and fell. Some things didn't need to be known by Ming Ke. Moreover, he had promised Bei Mingyi. After hearing this, Ming Ke confirmed it was an accident. Then he started sharing recent events with his father. Lian Cheng was leading a team training in free climbing at the base. This time, there would be no safety measures. If injured during training, there was the logistics team. But if injured during a mission, they faced the threat of death. This speech made the elites hesitate. But after finishing his speech, Lian Cheng directly walked forward and started free climbing the cliff. Seeing this, others praised him as a real man. This also boosted morale. They were here to become stronger, not to retire. Jiao felt that Lian Cheng seemed different from before since he came back this time. Bei Mingyi was still handling affairs in the car. He was so busy, yet he could make time. Mingke was very touched. However, why didn't he tell him about his dad and grandmother? Bei Mingyi's explanation was that it wouldn't be a surprise if he had told him. Mingke was happy and grateful, so he wanted to hug him, but wasn't sure if he had time now. He gladly agreed. His woman could hug him any time she wanted. The 2 embraced happily. Mingke felt very happy right now. Bei Mingyi looked at him thoughtfully. Yang also felt uneasy. Xiao Xiang called Mingke. He had seen the doctor and was coming back soon. Mu Zichuan sat silently eating. Xiao Xiang thought of Bei Mingyi and decided to tell Mu Zichuan about that night. Xiao Xiang told him about it, not afraid of Bei Mingyi's retaliation. He felt it didn't matter. He had already said it. The rest was up to Mu Zichuan. After speaking, he prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, he was hugged from behind, then picked up and thrown onto the bed. Xiao Xiang deeply regretted it. This was clearly offering himself up to be bullied. If this got out, he'd surely be in an awkward situation again. Mu Zichuan said he just wanted to hug him. He hadn't slept for 3 days. Hearing this, Xiao Xiang stopped struggling. Sure enough, the guy fell asleep soon after, but he was very worried. Bei Mingyi wasn't someone Mu Zichuan could afford to provoke. Mu Zichuan took Xiao Xiang back to school. He reminded him not to come looking for him casually in the future. He was very confused. Mu Zichuan told him that he needed to marry someone who could help his career. He could give him money, but he was too presumptuous. Not only did he peek at confidential computer files, but he also made others misunderstand their relationship. He used to like this little wildcat, but now his actions had crossed the line. Xiao Xiang never thought he would see him this way. Mu Zichuan frowned after hearing this, then started chatting up a passing girl. He hoped Xiao Xiang would stop disturbing his life. Staying by his side would only ruin his affairs. Xiao Xiang watched the car drive away, then crouched down. Today's events were nauseating. He was truly laughable. However, what he didn't know was that Mu Zichuan was worriedly looking back at him from the car. Mingku walked out of the bathroom after showering. He opened the wardrobe and saw the pajamas Bei Mingyi had bought before. Although wearing them was embarrassing, if it made him happy, he could wear them. He just didn't know how he would react. Would he be pleasantly surprised? He came to the door, but heard Bei Mingyi saying that he couldn't let him appear in front of Bei Mingxiong. Mingke was very confused. Who couldn't appear in front of grandfather? The next second, Bei Mingyi opened the door from inside. He questioned what Mingke was doing there. Mingke was just asking if Bei Mingyi had finished his work. If he was still busy, he would go back to rest first. Unexpectedly, he angrily pushed him down on the table and accused him of eavesdropping. Mingke explained he just wanted to come see him, but Bei Mingyi thought he was trying to seduce him. Mingke broke free and wanted to go to sleep. Bei Mingyi raised his hands above his head and kissed him. Afterwards, Bei Mingyi thought he must have scared him this time, but only this could stop him from asking questions. Bei Mingyi got up and put on a bathrobe. He went to the balcony to smoke, then made a call saying he needed to find Xia Qingjin. In an abandoned factory, a subordinate told Mu Zichuan that the man was unwilling to say anything. Xia Guoyang, the general manager of Bei Ming Group, was lying painfully on the ground. He said nothing for the sake of a woman called Amin. And now he was very worried about her situation. Mu Zichuan said he always admired passionate people, but he really looked down on someone like him. He was a businessman after all. How could he collude with Bei Mingyi to take revenge on Bei Ming Group just because of gambling debts? And today, he would reveal Amin's true identity to him. After listening to the phone recording, Xia Guoyang was stunned. He had been betrayed. Mu Zichuan reminded him that the Sir Amin respectfully addressed had great influence in Dongling. Xia Guoyang deeply regretted it. Clearly, Bei Mingyi was plotting against him. Mu Zichuan told him to tell Bei Mingxiong about this. Let them taste the feeling of being betrayed. Then he ordered people to drag him out. The subordinate was curious why Mu Zichuan didn't produce the evidence earlier. It would have saved a lot of trouble. He said he had just obtained it. They couldn't make any more mistakes this time, so everyone else had to be careful. Mingke sat across from Long Chuyang, feeling very uncomfortable. Last time when he announced his identity, Long Chuyang was the one who accepted it the least. However, he said he invited them out to discuss the script. Was there a problem with the script? Long Chuyang said he just needed to adjust some parts. At the same time, he hoped Ming Ke could play the female lead, while Xiao Xiang could play the second female lead. The two were very shocked after hearing this. They never thought they could play the female lead and second female lead. They went to the food pickup area. They felt like it was a dream, but Ming Ke still wanted to wait and discuss it with Bei Mingyi when he got back. As he spoke, Ming Ke had already added his items. Xiao Xiang was still waiting for his steak, so he told him to go back first. He walked back to his seat, but he paused when he saw Long Chuyang. Mingke thought he was still angry about his identity. However, he apologized for leaving angrily that day. Mingke shook his head, saying he wasn't offended. This meant the other party was willing to accept his existence. Long Chuyang patted his head, saying things would get better. He smiled happily. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiang knocked over his plate. The waiter immediately cleaned up and went to get him clean utensils. He looked up at the TV. The news was reporting about Mu Zichuan and someone else, seemingly about to have good news. He finally understood what the other person meant earlier. Mingku and Xiao Xiang returned to school. Long Chuyang told him to visit home more often when he had time. After he left, he immediately turned to ask Xiao Xiang about his relationship with Mu Zichuan. Xiao Xiang said they were just ordinary friends, but Mingke didn't believe it. They had lived together for so long. He turned away directly, unwilling to explain further. It was good to realize he was just imagining things. Just then his mother called. As soon as the call connected, his mother was asking about him and Mu Zichuan. His father also ordered him to come home immediately. 2 days later, Mingke sat alone in the dorm. He hadn't been able to contact Xiao Xiang for 2 days. This time he tried calling again, and surprisingly it connected. But it was Xiao Xiang's mother who answered. Mingke wanted to know Xiao Xiang's current situation. Yang told him not to worry, just that Xiao Xiang couldn't return to school for now. But then he remembered that she was Bei Ming Ye's fiancée and might be able to help them. So he said that Xiao Xiang was now locked up. Mingke didn't expect the situation to be so serious. She asked him to go find Mu Zichuan and clarify things. He had to propose talking to Xiao Xiang first, because he needed to confirm if what Yang Yi said was for her own benefit. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, she quickly ended the call. Upon learning that Mingke didn't agree directly, Xiao Qingjiang was furious. He wasn't even willing to help with this small favor. What kind of friend was he? Yang Yi guessed that maybe they weren't really close with Mu Zichuan, but he disagreed with this idea. In any case, it was Xiao Xiang who was useless. After saying this, he left with his hands behind his back. The current situation left Mingke not knowing what to do. Why did Xiao Qingjiang imprison Xiao Xiang? Would it only work if he found the key person? So he dialed Mu Zichuan's number that day. Xiao Qingjiang told Xiao Xiang to explain clearly, or he wouldn't be able to leave the house. But he thought that since they were being so obvious, anything he did would be useless. He went downstairs and saw his phone in his mother's hands. So he went forward and grabbed the phone. He was sure Ming-ke had called him. His mother guiltily said no one had contacted him. Xiao Qingjiang thought he had made bad friends who weren't even willing to help with a small favor. Xiao Xiang wanted to know what favor they asked Ming-ke to do. Did they ask him to find Mu Zichuan? He remembered that person and Bei Ming Ye's current relationship. He had to call and warn Ming-ke. But Xiao Qingjiang knocked his phone away. If the Xiao family fell, he shouldn't expect to have a good life either. He shouted that he had never relied on this family, then rushed out of the house. He was only focused on warning Ming-ke not to see Mu Zichuan and didn't check the road situation. As a result, he was hit head-on by a large truck. Ming-ke arranged to meet Mu Zichuan. He wanted to know his thoughts about Xiao Xiang. Mu Zichuan said they were just using each other, but he wouldn't believe these words. As a result, the other party actually said that playthings eventually become boring. Ming-ke asked if he wouldn't care even if Xiao Xiang was about to marry an old man. He really wanted to see through his thoughts. He paused for a moment, then said he should take good care of her. After all, many men would mind a woman's past. Ming-ke was so angry that he directly splashed water on his face. His humiliation of Xiao Xiang was really disappointing. He said that the other party approached him to get something, but this was just the Xiao family's idea. Mu Zichuan mentioned again that Xiao Xiang had given him a drug that made men lose their minds. But Ming-ke didn't believe he would do such a thing. He firmly believed in him. Now he just wanted this person to stay away from him, even if it would make him sad for a while. Mu Zichuan felt that having a friend like Ming-ke was also that girl's blessing. At least someone would comfort her. Then, Mu Zichuan said that Bei Ming Yi valued Ming-ke very much. He turned to look out the window, sighing that people came so quickly. Ming-ke felt he had just seen hostility in this person's eyes. Bei Ming Yi approached with a group of people. Mu Zichuan reminded him that the best way to care too much about a woman is to stay away. Ming-ke sensed the threatening meaning in it, but he didn't need to be afraid. Whoever dared to touch him, Bei Ming Yi would retaliate in the same way. Ming-ke felt the atmosphere between the two was off. Before leaving, Bei Ming Yi had one more thing to say. Xiao Xiang had been in a car accident. They immediately went to the hospital, while Mu Zichuan had a shocked expression. Xiao Xiang's mother was crying outside the operating room, not knowing what to do. Xiao Qingjiang complained it was too noisy. At this time, the phone in his pocket rang. He coquettishly accommodated the person on the other end of the phone. Yang, he didn't know how she had become like this. She used to be a spirited young woman, but now she had become a fawning failure. Xiao Qingjiang said he had something to do and hurriedly left, but he encountered Ming-ke and the others in the hallway. Ming-ke nodded to greet him, but he only wanted to curry favor with Bei Ming Yi. However, he was ignored by him. Ming-ke wanted to know Xiao Xiang's current condition. However, Yang Yi didn't know either. He just felt very scared. Ming-ke comforted him that everything would be fine and he would stay here with him. At this time, Bei Ming Yi walked over. Yang Yi immediately stood up and said he had troubled him. He sat directly next to Ming-ke and said it was right for them to come see Xiao Xiang. After hearing this, Xiao Qingjiang felt that the girl still had some use value. After the surgery, the doctor came out asking who the patient's family was. Ming-ke supported Yang Yi as they walked forward. The doctor said the patient was out of danger, but unfortunately, they couldn't save the child in her womb. Everyone was shocked. The doctor said the patient was already over 2 months pregnant. This physical damage might affect future pregnancies. Yang Yi covered her head, unwilling to accept this fact. Ming-ke worried about how heartbroken Xiao Xiang would be when she learned the truth. Xiao Qingjiang was very frustrated. If there was this child, he could have extorted some money. Then he looked up and saw Mu Zichuan. He immediately rushed over to accuse him, actually intending to seek compensation. Mu Zichuan also had a look of disbelief. Did he do something wrong? He didn't expect to cause irreparable harm to Xiao Xiang. He shed tears of remorse. The nurse said the patient's emotions couldn't be too agitated now. Otherwise, it would be easy to leave sequelae. Ming-ke felt very sorry for Xiao Xiang. With such parents, how much grievance and tears must she have hidden in her heart? When Bei Ming Yi initially proposed to change her to a special ward, Xiao Qingjiang was muttering about waste under his breath. At this moment, Xiao Xiang woke up. Ming-ke immediately asked if she felt uncomfortable anywhere, and if she remembered being in a car accident. She paused for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked if Ming-ke had been hurt by Mu Zichuan. After learning that nothing had happened, Xiao Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Mingke didn't plan to tell her about the miscarriage, but Yang Yijing directly asked her, did she know she was over 2 months pregnant? Mingke interrupted, reminding that the nurse had warned not to upset the patient. Xiao Xiang wasn't happy to learn about her pregnancy because the child's father didn't look forward to its arrival. The next second, Yang Yijing said the child was gone. She became very emotional, asking how the child could be gone. She shed painful tears, blaming herself for not protecting the child. Mu Zichuan hugged her from behind, comforting her that they could have children in the future. When she recovered, they could have as many as she wanted. However, Yang Yi rushed over, saying she would never be able to get pregnant again. Mingku immediately stopped all this, saying now wasn't the time to discuss this. Xiao Qingjiang came in and pulled Yang Yi away, actually just not wanting to offend either side. After Xiao Xiang came to her senses, she pushed Mu Zichuan away. She only wanted Ming Ku to stay with her. Yang Yi wanted to say something, but was shouted at. Seeing this, Xiao Qingjiang quickly took her away. It seemed Mu Zichuan still had feelings for that girl. This would make things much easier. Xiao Xiang needed some quiet time. Before Mu Zichuan could finish speaking, Mingke told him to leave quickly. Xiao Xiang couldn't bear his manipulation again. Hearing this, he left the ward without a word. Now that everyone else had been sent away, Xiao Xiang couldn't get angry anymore. She worried she had scared Mingke. There was nothing good to say about her parents. Mingke believed that harm shouldn't be disguised with so many excuses. But regardless of the past, one must face the future days on their own. Xiao Xiang covered herself with the blanket, saying she never wanted to see Mu Zichuan again. Mingke felt that since she thought this way, then they should never meet again. In the evening, Mingke told Bei Mingyi to go home and rest. Unexpectedly, he had someone bring him a change of clothes. He was very touched, so he stood on tiptoes to reward him with a kiss. But he was mocked for being a shorty. He excitedly turned and left. Bei Mingyi suggested to Mu Zichuan behind him that they should talk. They went to the stairwell. He was curious about when exactly he had offended the young Master Mu. The other party replied that he had offended too many people to remember them all. It was clear that he had no grudge with the Mu family. The only possibility was that Mu Zichuan wasn't the Mu family's son. After he said this, the other party remained silent. He had to say he was just guessing and not to take it seriously. He turned to leave, but Mu Zichuan suggested that they should resolve their grudges themselves. The reason he approached Ming Ku was that he had first approached Xiao Xiang. Hearing this, he readily agreed. Mu Zichuan felt very remorseful. If he hadn't approached Ming Ku, Xiao Xiang might not have run out. But there are no ifs in this world. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the behavior of the Xiao family was really disappointing. Yang Yi came, but every sentence was about Mu Zichuan and Xiao Corporation. The others were even worse. Mingku wondered why Yang Yi was standing outside the door without entering. It turned out Xiao Xiang didn't want to see her. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Xiang rushed out. She asked him to tell Xiao Qingjiang not to have any more delusions. Mingke mentioned that Mu Zichuan paid the medical bills. Given Xiao Qingjiang's personality, if given this money, he would definitely accept it shamelessly. Xiao Xiang just wanted her mother to leave first. Otherwise, she couldn't even eat breakfast. Yang Yi walked down the hallway sighing. The next second, she encountered Mu Zichuan. She immediately greeted him with a smile. Yang Yi wanted to know if Mu Zichuan had been visiting Xiao Xiang often lately. He coldly replied with a mm. This woman clearly didn't care about Xiao Xiang, so he coldly walked away. He silently stood by the window. Yang Yi took all this in, wondering if Xiao Qingjiang would be happy when he received this news. The two people in the ward naturally noticed Mu Zichuan outside. Mingke wanted to say something, but felt it was useless to talk more about unpleasant things. Xiao Xiang reminded him that his big Buddha was still staying next door. He suddenly realized he had forgotten about this. He went next door and found Bei Mingyi still sleeping. This person's sleeping face looked very obedient. Did that mean he could do whatever he wanted now? Thinking this, he leaned in for a kiss. At that moment, the person on the bed opened his eyes and pinned him down on the bed. Bei Mingyi mentioned it had been many days. Ming Ku pretended not to understand. He originally wanted him to return to the ground courtyard tonight, but he refused. He had to accompany Xiao Xiang for the next 2 days. The other felt he was taking him less and less seriously. After saying this, the two became entangled. Finally, the day came for Xiao Xiang to be discharged. If she stayed any longer, she'd grow mushrooms. She saw a warm family of 4. door, with the child looking forward to the birth of his sister in mom's belly. Seeing this scene, she was lost in thought. She felt she must have done something wrong. Otherwise, Mu Zichuan wouldn't treat her like this. Minka told her not to think too much. If she wanted to cry, she should hold it for another half-month. This made her laugh, who would hold back tears for half a month. But she only needed to remember. Minka would always be by her side, and now they should hurry back to school. The two returned to their school dormitory. They found everyone seemed a bit off. People in the corridor were whispering. When they pushed open the dormitory door, the answer became clear. Their dormitory had been completely renovated. It turned out this was a surprise Bei Mingyi prepared for Mingke. More and more people poured into their dormitory to see. The girls were all praising how beautiful it was. Mingke sat down next to Xiao Xiang. Two girls were very concerned about Xiao Xiang's current physical condition. Everyone knew about her hospitalization. Could it be that the car accident was reported? Indeed, someone then mentioned that she couldn't have children. She didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, and could only ask the girls to leave first. At this time, a girl was stirring up trouble, accusing her of being ungrateful and willing to do anything for money. Ninka stood up to stop all this. How could they say such vicious things about an innocent girl? Now, they had to leave. The girl from earlier quickly left. The girls who were concerned about Xiao Xiang earlier told her to rest well and left. They also didn't understand who was causing trouble behind the scenes. Mingke comforted her not to listen to those people's nonsense, but she wanted to go online to see what was happening. Maybe someone had posted something online. Sure enough, the hot searches were all about this incident. The comment section was full of people cursing Xiao Xiang for being shameless. Ningke turned off the computer and told her not to look anymore. He had experienced this kind of thing before, but they must get through it. Xiao Xiang finally fell asleep. Mingke didn't understand why those people wouldn't leave her alone. Yang stood at the door reporting something to Bei Mingyi. At this time, Mingke called. He answered the phone, saying he would come to handle this matter immediately. Mingke suddenly called out Yi, saying he suddenly missed him a bit, but someone needed to watch Xiao Xiang for the next few days. Bei Mingyi said he'd deal with him when he got back. He happily hung up the phone. When Xiao Xiang was in the hospital, that entire floor was guarded. It was impossible for suspicious people to appear. So those photos online must have been taken by Xiao Qingjiang. Mu Zichuan asked Mingke to meet him. Mingke didn't know why he wanted to meet so late. The other party said he had something to entrust him to pass on to Xiao Xiang. But before that, he just wanted to know the truth about the incident reported by the paparazzi. Mu Zichuan said nothing happened between him and the woman. Mingke didn't understand why he did this. He said it was to cut off any hopes and prevent that girl from being used by others. So that's how it was. He probably didn't expect Xiao Qingjiang to be so shameless. Mu Zichuan took out a check, hoping he could pass it to Xiao Xiang. He was very angry. Is love just a string of numbers? Actually, the other party didn't have this intention. He just hoped Xiao Xiang could live more easily. Mingke thought this made sense. He was in a dilemma. In the end, he still accepted the check. But this only represented his own opinion. Mu Zichuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Mingke felt he would definitely regret it. He wished that in this lifetime, he would never find someone who truly cared for him. In fact, even he didn't know if he could have the rest of his life. Mingke looked at the check in his hand. He didn't expect that guy to give 1 billion. At this time, Xiao Xiang woke up and noticed his face looked terrible. He shook his head sadly. Unexpectedly, she worried that he had been hurt by Mu Zichuan. Mingke found it strange. Why did she always think he would be hurt? Xiao Xiang asked him to promise not to meet Mu Zichuan alone. He wanted a reason. Just because they broke up wasn't enough to make him do this. As long as he explained what Mu Zichuan wanted to see him about, Xiao Xiang would tell him everything. After hearing this, he took out the check. Mingke didn't expect Mu Zichuan and Bei Mingyi to have a grudge. Could it be that the other party was from Flying Eagle? In any case, he's not a good person. Just don't meet him alone. Mingke felt Xiao Xiang must be very worried about Mu Zichuan. After all, the other party's intention was to ensure her food and clothing for the rest of her life. But he believed money wasn't everything. He just wanted to avoid this question now. So he claimed he was tired and lay down. So, Mu Zichuan did this to keep her away from all conflicts. What exactly was he planning? What did he want to do? A Jiao walked into the room, carrying food. At this time, the phone on the table rang. She wanted to remind Lien Chung, but found he was taking a shower. It seemed she had to answer the phone first. Mingke heard a Jiao's voice on the other end of the phone. He thought these two were secretly together. She finished instructing to be gentle with Lien Chung and hung up. A Jiao was very confused. Mingke didn't know who to ask now. At this time, his phone suddenly rang, scaring him so much his heart almost jumped out. It turned out to be a call from Mu Zijin. The other party wanted to meet him. Mingku arrived at the agreed meeting place with Mu Zijin. He remembered what Mu Zichuan had said to him. But no matter what, there was no possibility between them anymore. He walked up and said, "Long time no see." Mu Zijin also turned around. They stood there in silence. He took the initiative to bring up discussing business directly. Mu Zijin thought he had done something wrong to make their relationship so distant. Mingku was a bit confused. Weren't they talking about Mu Zichuan now? But Mu Zijin wanted to know if they were still friends. Mingku considered for a moment and said of course they were friends. Unexpectedly, the other party pinned him against a wooden post and questioned if he couldn't wait to leave right now. He just felt this position wasn't good. Bei Mingyi would be unhappy if he knew. Mu Zijin was very displeased. He only cared about that person's feelings, while treating him like a stranger. Mu Zijin wanted to apologize for his behavior, but a discordant sound came from the small forest. Mingke felt he was about to suffocate from embarrassment. Mu Zijin pulled him into his arms and asked if Bei Mingyi treated him well. After answering the question, he suggested sitting down to talk slowly. The other party told him not to move, saying he needed to calm down. Hearing this, he didn't dare to move. Mingke told everything he knew. Mu Zijin said he didn't know beforehand, and neither did his older brother. But now it's useless to say these things. No one has the right to interfere in their affairs. Mu Zijin fell silent after hearing this. Mingke asked him what he thought of the relationship between Mu Zichuan and Bei Mingyi, and if there might be a conflict of interest between them. He only knew they had a cooperative relationship. Moreover, in business, there are no permanent enemies or friends. It seems he really didn't know anything. There's no need to involve him then. Mingke said he was just asking casually, and that he needed to return to the dormitory now. Mu Zijin didn't believe this explanation. If he wouldn't say, then he would investigate it himself. Mingke breathed a sigh of relief when he returned to the dormitory. Fortunately, Mu Zijin didn't press him further. He looked at the message from him and sighed deeply again. The TV was reporting about Bei Ming Group. Mingke seemed distracted as he walked with Xiao Xiang. Unexpectedly, in just half a month, Bei Ming Group had fallen into chaos. Xiao Xiang told him not to worry. Her grandfather would surely find a solution. At this moment, someone on a bicycle rushed towards them at high speed. Mingke quickly shielded Xiao Xiang. Only after confirming the person had left did they dare to ask each other if they were hurt. But immediately after, another person appeared and threw something at them. Xiao Xiang froze. At the critical moment, Mingke protected her in his arms until she heard him make a painful sound. She then reacted. But now they must first enter the teaching building lobby because there were more people there. She supported Mingke to a corner of the lobby. They were temporarily safe now. But what that person threw seemed to be sulfuric acid. Mingke's legs felt weak. Hearing this, Xiao Xiang said she would take him to the hospital immediately. On the way back, they cautiously checked their surroundings. They breathed a sigh of relief when they reached the dormitory. Luckily, Mingke wore thick clothes today. Otherwise, Xiao Xiang wouldn't know how to face him. He smiled, saying it was just a minor injury. But today's events were too strange. They couldn't remain passive anymore. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Bei Mingyi calling. He hung up after finishing speaking. Xiao Xiang guessed Bei Mingyi asked him to return to the estate. She didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Mingke thought they could return to the estate together, but Xiao Xiang was unwilling. It would be too awkward for her to go there given her situation. He felt that since the news spread so quickly, someone might have posted these things online. They then took out their phones to browse through the posts. Mingke thought the person creating the buzz behind the scenes was likely someone from the Xiao family. He didn't expect them to be so persistent. He suggested they could report to the police, and he would help Xiao Xiang as a victim. But Xiao Xiang might not be able to personally drive the Xiao family to desperation. Xiao Xiang was sitting in the dormitory eating when her phone showed an unknown caller. As soon as the call connected, the other party mentioned Mu Zichuan. Xiao Xiang told him he had the wrong person. The person on the phone called himself a Cho. He was the one who had someone send the sobering tea that night. He had misunderstood the relationship between Mu Zichuan and Xiao Xiang at that time, so he put drugs in the tea. After hearing this, Xiao Xiang hysterically questioned why he didn't tell the truth. If it weren't for that cup of tea, she wouldn't be in this situation now. If Mu Zichuan comes to find Xiao Xiang, a Cho hopes she can contact him, because Mu Zichuan has now rushed back from shielding for him. He hung up the phone mercilessly. They had no relationship at all. He walked to the balcony. Could that person really have come back for him? Mingke got in the car. Bei Mingyi immediately told him to take off his clothes. He felt it wasn't appropriate at the school entrance. Unexpectedly, the other party domineeringly stated he didn't want to say it a third time. Mingku obediently took off his clothes. Bei Mingyi thought his initiative was a pleasant surprise, so he laid him down on his lap and asked if it hurt. He said he was only splashed a little. Bei Mingyi reached out to touch his back. He felt a bit embarrassed. Stripping like this was clearly throwing himself at him. But Bei Mingyi was very happy and decided to satisfy him well. Without allowing him to refuse, he kissed him. Afterwards, they returned to the estate. Mingke felt a bit awkward. When they walked in, they found Dong Fangyu sitting on the sofa. Mingke thought he was there to see them. The other person looked exhausted. He wanted to talk to Bei Mingyi. Hearing this, Mingke immediately said he was going upstairs to take a shower. Dongfang Yu wanted Bei Mingyi to return to Dongfang International. Now only he could help Bei Ming Group. He listened without changing his expression and immediately ordered Meng Qi to take him to rest. Dongfang Yu wanted to follow, but was stopped. Meng Qi told him to stay for a few days until their master had thought it through. Bei Mingyi went upstairs and met Ming Ke, who had just finished showering. He took the towel, intending to dry his hair. Ming Ke wanted to know how they were doing. Hearing this, he thought this kid must know something. Ming Ke only knew that Bei Ming Group's situation wasn't very optimistic now. He worried there was some conflict between them. It turned out Bei Ming Xiong wanted Bei Mingyi to acquire 30% of the shares. Of course, not all were in that old fox's hands. 20 points were scattered shares in other people's hands. The other party also required him to raise funds. Ming Ke hadn't thought his grandfather would have so many demands. He decided to transfer his shares to Bei Mingyi. Unexpectedly, the other party asked him to name a price. He would buy them in full. After thinking, he decided to price it at 100 million. Bei Mingyi thought he was too stupid. He had 15 points of Bei Ming Group shares in his hands. Ming Ke thought Bei Mingyi found it too expensive, so he priced it at 10 million. Unexpectedly, the other party still said it was too expensive and he couldn't afford it. He didn't expect the big CEO to become so stingy. Bei Mingyi bit his lip. He also said he was stupid. He was so angry, he decided to go to sleep. Lying in bed, Bei Mingyi wanted to buy the shares at a price of 900 million. Ming Ke agreed in a daze. He said once agreed, he couldn't go back on his word. Mu Zichuan came to the Xiao family. Xiao Xiang didn't know what this was all about. After a while, he urged them to speak quickly. He didn't want to stay outside for so long. Xiao Jingjiang immediately flattered him, saying they needed Mu Zichuan to lend them money. Just 5 billion would be enough. When Xiao Corporation turns around, they would pay back immediately. Xiao Jiang couldn't believe they had lost all the previous money and still had the nerve to ask. However, Mu Zichuan expressed willingness to give them the money directly. Xiao Qingjiang was overjoyed. But Mu Zichuan proposed that the Xiao family needed to sell their shares to him. Hearing this, Xiao Qingjiang immediately became displeased and threatened him with Xiao Xiang's life. Xiao Xiang had tears in the corners of her eyes. She couldn't understand why she had such a shameless father. Mu Zichuan stated that only he could touch his woman. As for Xiao Corporation, they should wait for bankruptcy tomorrow morning. He mentioned that Min Ku was splashed with sulfuric acid that day. Xiao Qingjiang appeared calm on the surface, but was panicking inside. The assassin organization that hurt Min Ku last time was wiped out the next day, and Ming Shan, who offended him, was thrown to a group of men to be abused. Hearing this, Xiao Yifei immediately expressed willingness to sell his shares. Xiao Qingjiang wanted to stop him, but didn't want to be implicated. Mu Zichuan watched all this from the side. He took Xiao Xiang to the mall. It seemed like they hadn't gone shopping together for a long time. In fact, they had never done it before. After parking the car, he pulled Xiao Xiang into his arms and kissed her passionately. The two who left the Xiao family were in the car, panting heavily. Xiao Xiang still felt guilty about what she had done before. Seeing this, Mu Zichuan smiled and said he should thank the drug from that night. Moreover, he also knew Xiao Xiang's character. Seeing the person in his arms feeling down, he pitifully said that he had given up many important things to rush over, but ended up being treated so coldly. Xiao Xiang wiped her tears and told Mu Zichuan to go do his business if he had any. Then she mentioned that someone was looking for him. But Mu Zichuan held her and wouldn't let go. Besides, it was too late to find someone now, and he had to leave early tomorrow morning. It was better to spend the night with the person in his arms. Hearing this, Xiao Xiang didn't agree. She wanted to return the 1 billion check Mu Zichuan had given her before, not wanting to be dismissed like this. Moreover, this was a consensual matter. No one owed anyone anything. But Mu Zichuan felt he owed Xiao Xiang and could never make up for it in his lifetime. All he could give besides the check was the entire Xiao Corporation. This could also prevent Bei Mingye's revenge on Xiao Corporation. Upon hearing Bei Mingye's name, Xiao Xiang became worried and quickly asked about their relationship. After all, what he just said sounded like he was making final arrangements. Mu Zichuan looked steadily at his lover in front of him. Then he said that by telling him his secret, he was entrusting his life to him. He also wanted him to know that he would love him forever. These words made Xiao Xiang's tears flow immediately. It turned out everything Mu Zichuan did was for revenge. More than 20 years ago, Dongfang International was led by 3 major families, with the Di family at the forefront. Bei Mingyis Original Zon Ame Vastinstag. His father, Di Mujuan, was the leader of the Di family at that time. To swallow up the second largest family, the Qin family, he used any means necessary. In the end, only Mrs. Qin and her 2 sons from the Qin family survived. Mrs. Qin wanted to take her 2 children and leave Dongfang International, but they encountered an accident while traveling by boat. Mrs. Qin and her younger son disappeared from this world. The other son was rescued. Mu Zichuan was that surviving child. The real Mu Zichuan had died more than 20 years ago. At that time, Zhong Yujia saw that Mu Zichuan looked like her dead child, so she took him in. Until later, when Mu Yintian brought him back to the Mu family. Mu Zichuan continued to narrate. Bei Mingxiong had also imprisoned and killed his aunt, who was Bei Mingye's mother. When he met Bei Mingye again, he found that this person actually regarded the enemy as his father. Hearing this, Xiao Xiang looked at Mu Zichuan with concern. Then she heard Mu Zichuan explain. It turned out Bei Mingye had been enduring and secretly dealing with Bei Mingxiong. Xiao Xiang was very surprised to hear this. She didn't expect Bei Mingye would do this. What about Mingke then? Mu Zichuan said all this just to reassure Xiao Xiang not to hate anyone. He had always been loved. The next day, Mingku, looking confused, held Bei Mingye's hand as they got out of the car. He thought to himself that a 900 yuan transfer would suffice. Was it necessary to come out? But as soon as he got out of the car, he was pulled away with a bewildered look. Then he froze. Bei Mingye had actually brought him to the entrance of the marriage registration office. Afterwards, Mingku dazedly followed Bei Mingye inside and filled out the forms. Then he was pulled along to take photos, still in a daze. He hadn't come to his senses even when it was time to take the photo. He then realized that registering for marriage in Dongling cost 900 yuan. He had thought it was too expensive at the time, not expecting it to be for this. Meanwhile, Bei Mingye beside him heard the photographer ask them to move closer. He directly embraced Mingku and kissed him, asking if this purchase was worth it. With the sound of the camera, 2 fresh marriage certificates were issued. Mingke held the marriage certificate, still not believing that he had just gotten married like this. Mingke held Bei Mingye's hand to say goodbye, reminding him to take care of his grandfather and himself. Then he saw the person in front of him couldn't help but kiss his forehead. He said he would let him slowly repay this wedding night later, leaving him speechless. But watching his newly minted husband leave, he still waved happily at the gradually shrinking vehicle. At this time, Bei Mingye in the car asked about Bei Mingxiong's situation. Hearing that he had been sick at home these days and hadn't gone out to avoid suspicion, he had his subordinates continue to watch. If the person came out, they would give a warning to prevent him from moving around. On the other side, Mingku opened the door. He saw Xiao Xiang sitting on the sofa. He immediately sat down beside her with concern, asking about Mu Zichuan buying all of Xiao Corporation's shares and about their situation. Xiao Xiang replied with a bitter smile that they had broken up. She also clarified the misunderstanding and said she had forgiven Mu Zichuan. Mingke didn't quite understand. If she had already forgiven him, why break up? What exactly was Mu Zichuan going to do? Then he saw Xiao Xiang remain silent. He also stretched lazily and stopped asking. Then he told her the good news of his marriage. Xiao Xiang was both surprised and worried upon hearing hearing this news. She knew about the grudge between Ming Ke's grandfather and Bei Mingyi. Even now, Ming Ke was still unaware. They had actually gotten married under such circumstances. Ming Ke noticed the unnatural expression on her face and was puzzled. He held Xiao Xiang's hand and said that even if something happened between Mu Zichuan and Bei Mingyi, their relationship didn't need to be affected. Seeing this, Xiao Xiang could only make excuses to get by and congratulated Ming Ke. But watching the person in front of her thank her with a bright smile, she thought about the grudge between the two families and Bei Mingye's plan, becoming even more worried about Ming Ke. In the evening, Ming Ke was yawning while cooking noodles. His colleague was still complaining nonstop. Usually, at this time, he should be lying in bed reading novels. Then he angrily blamed Bei Ming Chung. It turned out that earlier, Bei Ming Chung, who had received orders from his boss, found him and said he would stay in the school apartment to watch over him. Then he put his own jacket over Ming Ke's head. Ming Ke clearly felt Bei Ming Cheng's different attitude, as if he was nervous about something. He thought he was being overly cautious. There wouldn't be assassins in the school. On the other side, Bei Ming Chung, who was taking a shower, turned off the shower head. Then he looked at the small window nearby, thinking that the kitchen here also had such windows. If someone outside was observant, they could see the people inside. He then hurriedly opened the bathroom door to check. He saw the person cooking safely and felt relieved that he had overthought. Then he directly went over and closed the window. Ming Ke sensed Bei Ming Cheng's presence and was about to turn around to speak. But he was dazzled by the sight of pale, bare flesh. At that moment, the modesty-preserving towel came loose. She quickly covered her eyes in embarrassment and screamed. Bei Ming Cheng calmly wrapped the towel around himself again, calling Ming Ke, who was still covering her eyes with a red face, overly dramatic. Ming Ke peeked at him through her fingers and sighed in relief when she saw he had wrapped the towel around himself. But seeing his calm expression, she worried that this person might actually be an exhibitionist. Meanwhile, Bei Ming Cheng closed the door as soon as he entered the room. Thinking that Ming Ke might have seen him naked, he finally couldn't help but blush. Later, Bei Ming Cheng, still concerned, was eating noodles. He saw Ming Ke open the window, wanting to disperse the smell of instant noodles. He quickly stopped her and sternly told her to come back and sit down. Ming Ke felt uneasy seeing Bei Ming Cheng behaving so strangely and asked what exactly had happened. Could there be assassins again? But Bei Ming Cheng just picked up his bowl and chopsticks, avoiding her question. Seeing that he wouldn't say anything, Ming Ke directly stated she wanted to go back. But this request was also refused by the person who was washing dishes. She couldn't bear it anymore and said outright that this single apartment couldn't accommodate two people. She didn't want to stay here and started to walk out. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her, blocking her way. She could only ask him to move aside. Seeing her insistence on leaving, Bei Ming Cheng said he would sleep on the couch or on the floor, asking Ming Ke not to go anywhere. But as they were at a standstill, the doorbell suddenly rang. Bei Ming Cheng immediately pulled Ming Ke to his side, telling her not to make a sound. Seeing her cover her mouth in understanding, he began to check who was outside the door. It turned out to be Xiao Xiang and Mu Zijin outside. The two inside exchanged glances and let the two outside enter. Afterwards, the four sat in the living room. Ming Ke directly asked what was going on. Xiao Xiang also expressed her unease. After all, she had just seen Mu Zijin frightened and was then brought here. Hearing this, Mu Zijin told Bei Ming Cheng to tell them. Rather than letting them be scared, it was better to inform them so they could be prepared. Bei Ming Cheng then seriously revealed that someone had offered $2 billion to Flying Eagle for Ming Ke's life. He was now on Flying Eagle's priority hit list. This time, Flying Eagle had even sent one of their 4 top assassins. Ming Ke was very confused upon hearing this, guessing it might be targeting Bei Mingyi. This was immediately denied, because if it were targeting Bei Mingyi, kidnapping would be more useful. Mu Zijin comforted Ming Ke, telling him not to worry and saying that Bei Mingyi was looking for the person behind this. Once the person was found, they could cancel this transaction. He then added that because they couldn't be sure of Flying Eagle's methods, they had to bring his roommate as well. And there were also people watching over his grandparents. Ming Ke and Xiao Xiang exchanged glances, seeing that given the current situation, this was all they could do. Later in the school cafeteria, a group of people were surprised to see the four sitting together. One of the girls couldn't help but feel jealous, thinking that Ming-ku already had a fiancé, but was still flirting with men. However, these four didn't hear these comments. Ming-ku was a bit worried about Mu Zijin. After all, he had just taken over as the general manager of Mu Shi, and being away for so long would be troublesome. Bei Mingcheng also stated that he had already asked Mu Yi to dispatch people here, so Mu Zijin could go back first. Xiao Xiang nodded repeatedly on the side. Mu Zijin felt a bit helpless, thinking these three were trying to team up to drive him away. But then a phone suddenly rang. The four looked over. They saw it was a call from Long Chuyang. Ming-ku answered the phone. He immediately heard Long Chuyang say that there was no problem with his previous script and asked if he wanted to go to Dongyu for an audition in the afternoon. He hesitated a bit and said he needed to discuss it with his friends. Hearing this, Long Chuyang told them to decide quickly. He was leaving this afternoon to visit his ill grandfather. He also reminded Ming-ku not to wander around and to follow Bei Ming-ye's arrangements. Ming-ku agreed and then hung up the phone. Then he guiltily told Bei Ming-chung that he wanted to go to Dongyu for an audition with Xiao Xiang. He said Bei Ming-chung could come along. After all, the opportunity to perform in a script he wrote himself was rare, and he didn't want to miss it. But seeing Bei Ming-cheng's silent response, his eyes were full of disappointment. However, Bei Ming-chung then stood up, saying he would accompany them. He told the two to go pack their things and move to a bigger apartment. Ming-ku and Xiao Xiang were excited and clapped their hands. On the other side, Bei Mingyi thought about how that person looked so old at just over 60, and Long Jing's condition wasn't good either. He couldn't help but worry about Ming-ku's feelings when he found out. At this time, the subordinate who was driving nervously reported the situation to Bei Mingyi. He said they couldn't find out who placed the order to hunt Ming-ku yet. They could only trace that their people had been to Hiberia City to meet an important client. They didn't know anything else. The subordinate was sweating cold, not daring to say more. The car fell silent. Then Bei Mingyi responded, telling him to make an appointment with Ding Shu. The subordinate didn't know why the boss wanted to meet Ding Shu, but he didn't dare to ask. He tactfully agreed. Meanwhile, as soon as Ming-ku and Xiao Xiang arrived at Dongyu, they were rushed to change clothes. Before leaving, Ming-ku could only ask Mu Zijin and Bei Ming-cheng to wait for them in the audition room. At this moment, Long Chiang arrived. He came forward smiling and heard Mu Zijin asking him why he approached Ming-ku. He said he had no feelings for the Long family, but he didn't dislike this cousin. Then he patted Mu Zijin's shoulder, asking why he cared so much about Bei Mingye's woman. Mu Zijin frowned and pushed away Long Chiang's hand, telling him to be careful. If he wanted to develop in Donglin, he shouldn't provoke the enmity of the Empire Group and Mu Shi. If anyone caused trouble here, they wouldn't have a good outcome. Long Chuyang shrugged, saying he wouldn't cause trouble. He then sarcastically said he didn't know when he had offended Mu Zijin and Bei Mingyi, making him feel very uneasy. Mu Zijin then listed out the suspicious things he had done. He then grimly stated that if Long Chuyang did anything harmful to Ming-ku, he wouldn't show mercy. Long Chuyang was intimidated by his aura. He knew Ming-ku wasn't this person's woman and felt he was interfering too much. Then he thought about how Ming-ku and Mu Zijin had dated before. An ex-boyfriend caring so much about this woman, while her current partner was nowhere to be seen. She chuckled softly, wondering what would happen if the first and second largest companies in Donglin fell out. Meanwhile, in the audition area, Ming-ku and Xiao Xiang had already put on their costumes. Xiao Xiang introduced the director of this film to Ming-ku. Although she had a bad temper, she was also a talented person. At this moment, the door of the room opened. The famous director Gu Jinshi walked in. He immediately noticed the two people sitting in the corner and recognized Mu Zijin. Then he saw Bei Ming-chung, who was intently looking at Ming-ku. He realized that this person's gaze was exactly what he was looking for, very suitable for the role that Nan Gonglai had previously rejected. Then Gu Jinshi ignored the greetings from people around him. He walked directly towards Bei Ming-chung. He introduced himself and invited him to play the lead role in this drama. Bei Ming-chung heard Gu Jinshi's words and refused without a second thought. He then asked how much longer Ming-ku would take. Seeing this, Gu Jinshi realized that the girl was someone he didn't recognize. Ming-ku awkwardly introduced herself, saying she was here for the audition, and introduced Bei Ming-chung to him. Gu Jinshi finally realized that this was the person who wrote the script. He immediately praised her as a promising talent, very suitable for the female lead in this drama. Seeing Bei Ming-cheng's reaction, he deliberately smiled and asked if Ming-ke would feel awkward filming kissing and bed scenes. When Bei Ming-cheng heard about filming kissing and bed scenes, his eyebrows furrowed. Ming-ke felt guilty and didn't dare to look at him. She could only say that there would be a body double for bed scenes. Then, feeling a bit defiant, she said it was just acting. At most they would only hug, which wasn't a big deal. But Bei Ming-cheng was very angry. He felt that Ming-ke definitely hadn't discussed this with Bei Ming-yi. He understood the acting profession, but the thought of filming such scenes made him very uncomfortable. Gu Jinshi seized the opportunity to suggest Bei Ming-cheng play the male lead. Even if there was hugging, it would be between familiar people, which shouldn't be a problem. He knew that neither of them needed money or fame. He persuaded them to become an on-screen couple, so they wouldn't have to worry about the girl being taken advantage of. After hearing this, Bei Ming-cheng said he needed to think about it. Gu Jinshi, seeing the potential male lead, happily said that was fine. After the audition, Bei Ming-cheng left first to get the car. Xiao Xiang, watching him leave, was confused. She felt his behavior was like Du Fu's. Others couldn't sign up, but he could. She quietly told Ming-ke that something was off about him. Ming-ke felt a headache coming on. She knew Bei Ming-cheng was feeling indignant on behalf of his boss. But hearing Xiao Xiang's words, she almost wanted to put a beware of dog or men competing label on herself. But Xiao Xiang didn't believe it. She felt Bei Ming-cheng was crossing a line and asked Ming-ke if he had ever confessed to her. Ming-ke thought for a moment and described the situation at that time. Xiao Xiang was surprised to hear this. She didn't expect this man to have such an imprinting complex, finding it quite endearing. Then she seriously reminded Ming-ke to be careful when dealing with such adult men. Ming-ke could only helplessly agree. Meanwhile, in Hiberia City, Bei Mingyi looked at his birth mother Qin Wei-yang in front of him, wanting to approach. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Ding Shu. He looked at the person in front of him, saying he wanted to talk to his mother. But Ding Shu didn't budge an inch, stating plainly that Qin Wei-yang didn't want to see him. Bei Mingyi clenched his fists. He couldn't understand. He was already implementing the plan step by step, fulfilling what he had promised. Yet these people were still pushing him. Moreover, Ming-ke was just an innocent person, unrelated to the events of the past. Why were they treating her like this? Ding Shu, seeing this, directly asked Bei Mingyi if he had registered his marriage with Ming-ke. Seeing his silence, he shook his head, very disappointed. Because of this woman, even dealing with a cornered Bei Ming-xiong had been dragged out until now. No wonder Qin Wei-yang was so disappointed in him. Bei Mingyi responded, saying his mother's eyes had been blinded by hatred. He then asked Ding Shu, who claimed to love his mother so much, how he could bear to let her live in hatred for her entire life. Ding Shu just glanced at Qin Wei-yang, stating that as long as Bei Mingyi fulfilled his mother's wishes, the Flying Eagle transaction would be cancelled. He then warned Bei Mingyi not to let his mother die again in front of him. Bei Mingyi's face darkened upon hearing this. He turned and left. Ding Shu watched his departing figure, only able to say sorry in his heart.